Yue Yuan felt he must have committed some great sin in his past life. Otherwise the heavens wouldn't play such a cruel joke, making him transmigrate as a turtle. A newly hatched mystic water spirit turtle the size of a fingernail, trembling in an unnamed lake of Qingniu Mountain. But that was 15 years ago. Now Yue Yuan lay on a smooth mirror-like bluestone slab at the bottom of the lake, feeling the first rays of morning sunlight pierce through the water and fall on his shell. He lazily opened his mung bean-sized eyes. Another day, he murmured in his heart, then continued to lie there motionless. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, he was too familiar with this lake bed. The clump of water plants 3 zhang ahead had been washed in by a flash flood 5 years ago. The dark crevice on the left was his hiding spot. When he first transmigrated, the distant sandy patch was where he almost starved to death. At that time he was so small that he couldn't even catch a water flea. 15 years, over 5,000 days and nights. He had grown from a hatchling on the verge of death to a creature as large as a stone pier, from an ordinary animal to a chi refining stage demon beast, from a despairing transmigrator who wanted to end his own life to one who had mastered the art of lying flat. Other transmigrators after 15 years are invincible and have everything they want. Me, I'm at the early stage of chi refining, don't even have a cultivation technique, and my biggest daily exercise is floating to the surface to take a breath. He paused, then added in his heart, but come to think of it, this is pretty nice too. No more 996, oh no performance reviews, no boss, glare, no mortgage to pay. Sleep every day, bask in the sun, eat 2 fish, then sleep again. This life, he wouldn't trade it even for a celestial. Provided no one catches him and makes turtle soup. With that thought, Yue Yuan finally moved. He slowly stretched out his 4 claws and gradually floated up, his posture as lazy as if he had just crawled out of bed. The lake water buoyed his body. He was too lazy to paddle and simply used his meager water-controlling talent to let the current lift him upward. Plop! The water surface broke and a bluish-black turtle head emerged. Morning light spilled across the lake, 10,000 specks of gold. In the distance, the silhouette of Qingniu Mountain loomed faintly through the mist. But Yue Yuan just yawned, then flipped over on his back, belly up, floating on the water, starting his only morning exercise. This is called unity of heaven and man, understand. He gave himself a high-sounding excuse, and then closed his eyes with a clear conscience. But he wasn't really asleep. Faint voices came from the shore, hunters gathering herbs in the mountains. Urga, hurry up. If we're late, the dew at the pass will dry up. Snakeroot grass must be picked with dew on it. Coming. By the way, uncle, did you hear? The Zhao family sent men to cause trouble at our Liu family again yesterday. Of course I heard. That bastard Zhao Laosan blocked our door and said if we don't move out of Qingniu Town by next month, he'll burn our shop. The patriarch is worried to death. The patriarch is at least at peak Hotian realm. Would the Zhao family really dare? What use is peak Hotian? That old bastard of the Zhao family is at Xiantian realm. Besides, our Liu family can barely afford medicine anymore. At this rate, we'll fall apart without the Zhao family even lifting a finger. The voices gradually faded. Yue Yuan rolled over, a thoughtful glint flashing in his mung bean-sized eyes. The Liu family. He remembered them. On the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain, there were many hunters and herb gatherers, and among them the few from the Liu family came into the mountains most frequently. Every time they passed this lake, they would rest on the shore, toss some crumbs of dried food into the water, and mutter, "Mountain God, bless us." At first Yue Yuan thought they were worshipping the mountain god, but later he realized they were worshipping him, the divine turtle in the lake. Although he didn't eat the buns, he remembered their kindness. He even once secretly used his spiritual energy to drive away poisonous insects, saving a young Liu family hunter who had been bitten by a snake. Of course that hunter would never know who saved him. From the hunter's idle chatter, he had long learned all about the Liu family. The Liu family was a small clan in Qingniu Town with a few dozen members who made a living by gathering herbs and hunting. The patriarch was Liu Tieshan, a peak Hotian martial artist. It was said he was a hero in his youth, but for some reason had old injuries that kept him from crossing the threshold to Xiantian. Their rival, the Zhao family, was the biggest power in Qingniu Town, with an old ancestor at the Xiantian realm guarding them, and had long wanted to swallow the Liu family's assets. Another cliché story of a small family's downfall. Yue Yuan complained inwardly. But then he fell silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. For the past 15 years there had been something within him called the clan guarding spirit beast system. With a straightforward function, bind with a human clan, help it grow, and the system would reward clan fortune points, which could be used to enhance cultivation and bloodline. But the system required that the human clan meet certain criteria, not just any clan would do. Moreover, he had been in a juvenile stage before, lacking even self-defense ability. How would he dare rashly contact humans? What if someone saw how plump he was and just stewed him? So for 15 years the system remained in a gray, inactive state. Yue Yuan was happy with the leisure. After all, he could live 500 years. He might as well laze around for a century. But now, sensing the spiritual energy in the air growing increasingly scarce, and thinking about the increasing number of martial artists entering the mountains, Yue Yuan knew he wouldn't be able to stay in this lake much longer. Sooner or later a martial artist would discover him, and then either he would be captured as a spirit beast or killed for his demon core. Though I'm lazy and more afraid of death, he muttered in his heart. But it wasn't time yet. The Liu family could hold out for a few more months. He would wait. Having made this decision with a clear conscience, Yue Yuan comfortably lay back down on the stone slab. A few stupid fish swam over again, one of which circled him twice, and then came close to peck at his claw. Yue Yuan, the stupid fish pecked once, he didn't move. It pecked again, still didn't move. The fish felt reassured and slowly swam to his mouth. Crunch. The stupid fish was gone. Yue Yuan unhurriedly swallowed the flesh from his mouth, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his mung-bean eyes. Entrapment works every time. The sun moved from east to west. In the afternoon, a few more herb gatherers passed by the lake. Not from the Liu family, so Yue Yuan ignored them. The sky gradually darkened. Night fell, and the lake's surface shimmered with silver moonlight. Yue Yuan became more alert instead. As a turtle, he actually preferred moving at night. Quiet, cool, with no sun beating down. He floated to the surface and patrolled around the lake. A few frogs croaked on the shore, fireflies flitted among the grass. Everything was as usual. Then his ears caught an unusual sound. Clanging, the clashing of blades. Also screams and curses. The sound was far away but exceptionally clear in the silent night, and was rapidly approaching the lake. Yue Yuan instantly sank into the water, leaving only his eyes and nostrils above the surface, a glint of vigilance in his mung-bean eyes. Someone was fighting in the mountains. From the sounds, it was a group chasing one person heading toward him. No way. A ridiculous thought crossed Yue Yuan's mind. Is the classic trope about to happen? The protagonist wounded flees to the lake and is saved by the passing divine turtle. The sound grew closer. A hoarse yet stubborn roar came through, carrying the defiant grit unique to a young man. You Zhao family scum. Bring it on. Even if I die here tonight, you'll drag half of you down with me. Then came a muffled grunt as if struck by a hidden weapon, but the man swallowed the cry, keeping it locked in his throat. Then several sinister laughs. Liu Tieshan, stop your bluster. Hand over the deed, and Master Zhao will grant you a whole corpse out of respect for your medal. Otherwise, your younger siblings at home, haha. Touch a single hair of theirs and it'll haunt you even as a ghost. The voice was now very close. Yue Yuan was submerged in the lake, only his small eyes exposed. The moonlight clearly illuminated the shore. A blood-soaked figure staggered out of the woods. It was not an old man. It was a young man. He looked about 25 or 26, should have been tall, but now was hunched from severe wounds each step, leaving his face was smeared with blood, features obscured, but his eyes, those eyes that still blazed in the moonlight like a wolf cornered with no escape. In his hand was a blunted blade, the tip dragging along the ground, leaving a crooked trail. So this was Liu Tieshan. Yue Yuan was taken aback. The hunters always called him family head, so he expected a grizzled middle-aged man. He didn't expect him to be so young. But on second thought it made sense. The hunters said Liu Tieshan was an orphan adopted by the old patriarch who passed away 3 years ago and left the entire Liu family to him. By then he must have been barely over 20. A peak postnatal realm at 20-odd. Such talent among mortal warriors was already astonishing. But short one step from innate, a world of difference. 6 black-clad figures filed out of the woods, spreading in a fan formation, cutting off all escape. The leader was a lean man in his 40s wearing a black short outfit, carrying a narrow wild goose, saber blood still. Run, why don't you run? The leader sneered, stepping closer. Liu Tieshan stumbled back to the lake, tripped on a stone, and fell heavily onto the muddy shore. The blunted blade flew from his hand and lodged in the mud 10 feet away. He tried to push himself up, but he couldn't. The wound on his back had completely torn open from the fall, blood flowing down his back, soaking the mud beneath him into it. He gritted his teeth, his eyes still blazing, staring at the approaching enemy, breathing heavily through his mouth. Not from it was unwillingness. Zhao Yuanxing, the leader, stepped before him, looking down with the expression of a cat watching a mouse. Liu Tieshan, do you know what I admire most about you? Liu Tieshan said nothing, only stared at him with wolf-like eyes. I admire your stubbornness. Zhao Yuanxing crouched down, tapping his face with the flat of the saber. The Zhao family made you 3 offers, each higher than the last. You refused every single time. Not only did you refuse, you even beat up the messengers. Do you realize that in all of Qingniu Town, only your Liu family dares to oppose the Zhao family? Huh. Liu Tieshan spat a mouthful of bloody spittle, landing directly on Zhao Yuanxing's boot. Zhao Yuanxing's face finally darkened. He stood up and stomped hard on Liu Tieshan's chest, forcing his body to arch up as another gush of blood surged. But even so, Liu Tieshan only let out a muffled grunt, his teeth clenched so tight he didn't scream. Fine, you're Zhao Yuanxing said coldly, but tough men die too. He raised the saber, aiming at Liu Tieshan's neck. Remember, in your next life, don't mess with those you can't afford to offend. The blade glinted in the moonlight. In that instant, whoosh. A water arrow shot silently from the lake, concealed by the night, aimed precisely at the back of Zhao Yuanxing's head. In daytime someone might have noticed, but it was deep night. The moon made the lake shimmer, and a transparent water arrow blending with the reflections was indiscernible to the naked eye. Zhao Yuanxing didn't even have time to react. Thud. A dull sound. The water arrow pierced through his skull, exiting from his forehead. Zhao Yuanxing's expression froze. A moment ago he had been lofty, pronouncing a death sentence. Now his eyes bulged wide, pupils dilating. His mouth opened, but no words came out. The saber slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. Then his whole body pitched forward, crashing into the mud beside. A thumb-sized hole on his forehead still oozed a redand. Only to you two for now. To outsiders, call me Ancestor Xin. It all happened too fast. From Zhao Yuanxing raising his blade to falling no more than a single breath. The remaining 5 black-clad men stood frozen, their minds still processing. The leader raised his blade to strike. The leader's head exploded. The leader was dead. What the hell? Boss! The tall lean man reacted, first pupils shrinking, shouting instinctively. But Liu Tieshan was faster. The moment Zhao Yuanqing's corpse crashed beside him, he understood. Whoever made that move, this was his only chance tonight. This young man didn't stop to think why, or ask what happened. A single thought consumed him: if you don't die, I die. His body moved faster than his mind. As Zhao Yuanqing's body hit the ground, Liu Tieshan used the last of his strength to spring up from the mud. He looked at the young man before him, standing ramrod straight, his gaze unwavering. The hand resting on his saber hilt trembled slightly, but the motion as he knelt was clean and decisive. Then a horizontal slash. The blade carved a silver arc in the moonlight, precisely crossing the throat of the nearest black-clad man. The man was still in shock, then felt a chill at his throat. His vision tilted, and he collapsed softly. Having scored a hit, Liu Tieshan didn't stop. Using the momentum of the slash, he spun half a turn and drove the saber reverse into the second man's heart. The tip emerged from the back, scattering a mist of blood. The second man stared at him, eyes wide, incredulous that this blood-soaked youth who had been lying on the ground waiting for death moments ago had suddenly become a ravenous beast. Liu Tieshan kicked the corpse away, pulled out the saber. The blade was drenched in blood, gleaming coldly under the moonlight. From Zhao Yuanqing's fall to 2 kills, no more than 2 breaths. The remaining 3 black-clad men finally snapped out of it, retreating together, drawing their blades to guard themselves, faces pale. Before the words finished. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more water arrows shot silently from the lake. This time the 3 were on guard, but they were guarding against Liu Tieshan. The water arrows came from the side, wrapped in the lake's reflection at an angle so tricky that no one could react in time. 2 thuds and 2 screams never formed. 2 more holes appeared on the heads of the black-clad men. Their bodies went limp, collapsing one after another. Their swords clattered on the rocks, piercingly loud in the silent night. 6 men, only 1 left, the tall lean one. He was utterly broken. His sword dropped, his knees gave way, his pants were already wet, his whole body trembling like a sieve. Mercy! Mercy! I was just following orders. Before he could finish, a saber pierced through his chest. Liu Tieshan held the hilt, standing before him. Moonlight illuminated the crisscrossing bloodstains on his face and his utterly expressionless eyes. The tall man looked down at the blade in his chest, then up at Liu Tieshan. His lips quivered a few times as if to say something, but in the end nothing came out. Liu Tieshan pulled out the blade. The body fell. Silence. Absolute silence. Only the sound of lake water lapping the shore, and Liu Tieshan's heavy breathing. 6 corpses lay scattered on the muddy shore. The smell of blood was carried by the night wind, permeating the air. The cold moonlight shone on it all, turning the pools of blood into patches of dark black. Liu Tieshan stood among the corpses, still holding the dripping saber, heaving heavy breaths. The previous moves had drained his last ounce of strength. The wound on his back had completely torn from the violent motion, blood streaming down his spine, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. His vision was already darkening, his body swaying. But he did not fall. He slowly turned around, facing the lake. Under the moonlight, a dark, greenish-black turtle floated on the lake's surface. Its head was as large as a wash basin, and its 2 mung bean-sized eyes stared calmly at him. The shell was broad and thick, glimmering with a faint dark luster under the moonlight, like a blue stone polished by flowing water for thousands of years. The turtle displayed no earth-shattering presence from head to tail. There was no roiling of seas, no human speech uttered. It simply floated quietly on the water like a detached onlooker who had coldly watched the entire slaughter. But Liu Tieshan knew it was no mere onlooker. The water arrow that had pierced Zhao Yuanqing's head and the 2 that finished off the remaining 2 men had all come from the direction of the turtle. 3 water arrows, 3 lives lost. The accuracy was terrifyingly precise, the timing fiendishly cunning. The first arrow killed the leader, the last 2 collected the remnants. Each shot struck when the enemy was least guarded. This was no ordinary demon beast. This was an old monster who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At least that was what Liu Tieshan thought. He thrust his wild goose blade into the mud, clasped his hands in salute, and knelt on one knee facing the lake. The wound on his back gushed another surge of blood at the movement, trailing down his spine into his waistband. But he knelt steadily, his spine straight as a ramrod. Liu Tieshan, patriarch of the Liu family in Qingniu Town, thanks the elder for saving my life. His voice was hoarse, but every word was clear without the slightest ambiguity. May I ask the elder's esteemed name? I will remember this grace for a lifetime. If there is any place the elder needs the Liu family through fire and water, I will not utter a single word of refusal. Yue Yuan floated on the water, his mung bean eyes narrowed slightly. This young man was interesting. The series of counterattacks just now were clean and decisive, from seizing the blade to slaying 2 men all within a few breaths. Had it been an ordinary person chased to the brink of death and suddenly receiving heavenly rescue, their first reaction would surely be shock, stupor, the collapse of post-disaster relief. But Liu Tieshan did not. The moment Zhao Yuanqing fell, he made the correct decision, using the window of enemy shock to counterattack. What did this show? It showed that this man had a core of ruthlessness, not towards others, but towards himself. And now, covered in wounds, blood nearly drained when he knelt to give thanks, his spine remained straight. His speech was neither humble nor arrogant, expressing gratitude while asking for a name and stating his stance without flattery. Through fire and water, I will not utter a single word of refusal. Tough enough, straight enough, ballsy enough. This man was worth saving. Of course the above was just a step Yue Yuan gave himself. The real reason was simple: he had waited 15 years for just such a suitable target. If he didn't bind Liu Tieshan, would he have to wait another 15 years? But these words could not be spoken. He was not Yue Yuan now, he was the Divine Turtle Senior. He had to maintain the image. Yue Yuan did not open his mouth, but an ancient and calm voice directly appeared in Liu Tieshan's mind. You need not know this seat's name for now. Liu Tieshan's pupils contracted slightly. Telepathic transmission. This was not a mortal martial artist technique. He had heard from the storyteller in town that only immortal arts could speak directly in one's mind. Legends of demon beasts deep in Qingniu Mountain were known to everyone in Qingniu Town, but he had never imagined it actually existed, and that it would save him. What happened tonight was but a coincidence. Yue Yuan's voice continued in his mind, tone indifferent, as if speaking of a trivial matter. Those ants disturbed my meditation, they deserve death. Saving you was merely convenient. Liu Tieshan was silent for a moment, then heavily knocked his forehead against the cold. A convenient grace is still a life-saving grace. I am not an ingrate. If the elder has any command, feel free to speak. The Liu family is poor, but as long as I have one breath left, I will not owe a favor. Yue Yuan nodded inwardly. That was exactly what he wanted. He gently paddled his claws underwater, slowly moving his body closer to the shore, stopping about a zhang away from Liu Tieshan. Moonlight fell on the broad shell. The dark, greenish-black patterns flickered in the dim light, as if carved with an indecipherable rune on the turtle shell. This seat asks you. Please, elder, ask. What is the current state of your Liu family? Liu Tieshan raised his head, moonlight illuminating his bloodstained face. His eyes still burned like two flames. Without hesitation, he spoke directly, his voice hoarse, but frank, without any concealment. To be honest, elder, not good. The Liu family has 57 members, nearly half are old, weak women and children. Those capable of fighting, counting me, are barely a dozen. There is no Xiantian realm cultivator in the clan. In recent years, the Zhao family of Qingniu Town has been grinding us down. Our herb-gathering territory was seized, our shop in town was smashed twice. Tonight they ambushed me to kill me, and then swallow up the Liu family's last land deed. He paused, his voice sinking deeper. To be honest, elder, even if I hadn't died here tonight, the Liu family couldn't hold on for more than 3 months. The Zhao family has a Xiantian ancestor, while I have been stuck at the Hotian Peak for 3 years, always short of that one step. If I can't cross it, the Liu family ends with my generation. He didn't whitewash, didn't hide anything, laying all his cards in desperation bare. His frankness surprised even Yue Yuan. If so, why don't you move away? The ancestral graves are in Qingniu Town, Liu Tieshan said, tone flat, as if stating an indisputable reason. The old patriarch is buried there. 5 generations of the Liu family are buried there. We cannot move. Yue Yuan was silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke, his tone still that lofty indifference, but the words made Liu Tieshan's whole body jolt. Young man of the Liu family, how about this seat makes a deal with you? Liu Tieshan raised his head. This seat has been cultivating in this lake for over 100 years. In recent years, the spiritual energy has grown thin. This place is no longer suitable to stay. This seat needs a clan as an anchor to move about the mortal world. Yue Yuan spoke slowly, each word seeming carefully weighed. In exchange, this seat can ensure the Liu family's safety. A mere mortal Xiantian is no more than mud and dirt in this seat's eyes. Liu Tieshan's breath stopped for a moment. He understood. The Divine Turtle Senior was clear it needed a human clan to settle, and the Liu family needed a backer. This was a deal, not charity. But that wasn't the focal point. The key was the last sentence: a Xiantian is no more than mud and dirt. If someone else had said it, he would think it was bragging. But coming from a demon beast that could telepathically communicate and killed 3 Hotian martial artists with 3 water arrows, he believed it. Elder, no need to reply hastily. Yue Yuan interrupted him. Go back and think it over. If you are willing, come to this lake at noon tomorrow. Remember, my existence must not be revealed to anyone, not even your clansmen. If violated, the deal is void. He paused, his tone gaining a faint trace of reminder, also that hidden injury on your body. You've been carrying it for almost 3 years, haven't you? The opportunity to break through to Xiantian lies within you yourself. Tonight, when you return, carefully sense the hidden acupoint 3 inches below your qi. Do not force the meridian, nourish it with blood and qi instead. It should open within 3 months. Having spoken, he gave Liu Tieshan no time to react, sinking slowly into the water. The dark, greenish-black shell disappeared into the gleaming ripples, and the lake's surface returned to calm, as if everything just now had been an illusion. Liu Tieshan knelt by the lake, unmoving for a long time. It was not out of shock, but because he was using his blood and qi to sense the spot 3 inches below his qi. There indeed was an overlooked hidden acupoint there. He had cultivated martial arts for 20 years, always believing breaking through Xiantian required forcing open the Ren and Du meridians. Turns out the real crux had been hidden elsewhere. He had been walking the wrong path for 3 years. He knocked his head deeply toward the lake again. This time not out of gratitude, but out of reverence. Then he gritted his teeth and stood up, tearing a piece of his clothes to roughly bandage the wound on his back. He picked up Zhao Yuanqing's wild goose blade from the ground, using it as a walking stick, and step by step disappeared into the night. At the bottom of the lake, Yue Yuan lay on his smooth stone slab, a gleam of satisfaction in his Mungbean eyes. Liu Tieshan, 25 Hotian Peak, has guts and brains. His clan is on the verge of extinction, but his backbone remains unbent. Finding him not a loss. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system. The translucent screen appeared before him again, still the familiar gray text, no suitable target detected within 500 li. But Yue Yuan didn't complain anymore, because he knew the suitable target had already appeared. Just now at the very moment Liu Tieshan knocked his head, he safely tucked his head into his shell carrying a long-lost anticipation and fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow at noon, oh wait for the result. Liu Tieshan leaned on his wild goose feather blade as he walked through the night for nearly an hour. His back wound was haphazardly wrapped in layers of his garment hem, each step sending a sharp pang through him, yet his footsteps remained steady. Zhao Yuanqing was dead. The other 5 were dead as well. The Zhao family would soon discover that none of their 6 Houtian martial artists had returned, and then would come fury and retaliation. He must arrange matters within the clan before the Zhao family could react. He thought again of the turtle in the lake. 3 water arrows, 3 lives lost after killing it. Didn't even bother to glance at the corpses. It wasn't arrogance, it simply didn't care. Why would such an existence make a deal with the Liu family? He pondered the entire journey but couldn't figure it out. Yet he understood one thing: regardless of what the other party sought, this was the Liu family's only chance. A being capable of telepathic communication, and killing a half-step Xiantian with a single water arrow had no need to scheme if it wanted to harm him. As he neared Qingniu Town he slowed his pace. The town entrance had Zhao family checkpoints. 2 of the 3 entrances were directly under Zhao control, and the night patrols were all Zhao men. He didn't enter through the main gate. Instead he circled to the west side, crossed a patch of abandoned vegetable fields, and climbed over a low wall. This was the backyard of the Liu family's old residence. There was a gap in the wall that he had dug as a child to sneak out and play. The old patriarch had later blocked it with adobe, but a single kick would open it. This secret was known only to the Liu family. He kicked open the adobe and crawled in. The courtyard was quiet. A single oil lamp still glowed in the main house. 5th uncle, who was keeping watch, dozed on the doorstep. Startled awake by the noise, he recognized the arriving man and dropped the club in his hand. Patriarch. 5th uncle's voice trembled. Liu Tieshan was drenched in blood. His clothes were soaked and dried, and the cloth wrapped around his back was still oozing blood. I'm fine. 5th uncle, please call 4th uncle, but don't disturb the others. 4th uncle Liu Changfu was the only elder left from his father's generation, a mid-stage Houtian expert well-versed in medicine. He hurried over with his coat thrown on, his expression shifting instantly upon seeing Liu Tieshan's condition. After untying the blood-soaked cloth on his back, he drew in a sharp breath. The blade wound slanted from left shoulder to right waist deep enough to reveal bone. The edges of the flesh turned white. 4th uncle stitched more than a dozen sutures. Liu Tieshan lay face down on the bed, without uttering a sound, only occasionally muffling a grunt into the pillow. After finishing the stitches, applying medicine, and re-bandaging, 4th uncle lowered his voice and asked, "How many men did Zhao Yuanqing bring?" 6. All dead. All dead. 4th uncle was silent for a moment, then asked, "How did they die?" Liu Tieshan did not answer. 4th uncle waited a few breaths and did not press further. Having lived for over 50 years, he knew that some things were better left unasked. At dawn, have 3rd brother go to the quarry and call back 7th and 9th. From tomorrow no one from the Liu family goes to the quarry. Not a single person. Liu Tieshan's voice was hoarse from enduring pain. Also go to town and buy rice. Enough for a month. Don't say anything else. 4th uncle nodded in agreement, packed his medicine chest, and quietly slipped out. Liu Tieshan sat cross-legged on the bed. Following the guidance of the divine turtle elder in the lake, he sank his qi and blood into a position 3 inches below his dantian. Having practiced martial arts for 20 years, he knew every meridian in his body intimately, yet he had never noticed this spot before. Beneath that thin membrane lay an extremely small space that pulsed faintly when touched by qi and blood. Like he tried to force his qi and blood into it, but encountered a resilient force. Not strong, but like a spider's web. If you poked in, it first gave way then bounced back. He understood. In the past, every time he circulated his qi, it bypassed this hidden aperture. No wonder he couldn't break through to Xiantian in 3 years. The hidden aperture 3 inches below the dantian was the true key. The divine turtle elder had spoken the truth. Then today's transaction required the utmost sincerity from the Liu family. At dawn, Liu Tieshan changed into clean, coarse clothes and washed the bloodstains from his face. The wound on his back had nearly stopped oozing blood, no longer affecting his walking. The bronze mirror reflected a sharp-featured face, thin with prominent cheekbones, but eyes that burned with a blinding light. He did not disturb many people, only exchanged a few words with 4th uncle and 5th uncle, then left alone. In his bosom he carried a red cloth bundle, the century-old wild ginseng left to him by the old patriarch. When the old patriarch passed away 3 years ago, he had pressed this ginseng into Liu Tieshan's hand, saying that if things got too hard, he could sell it to buy rice for the children. Liu Tieshan never sold it, not even when the Zhao family pushed him to the brink. It was the last dignity of the Liu family patriarch. But today he would give it away, because when negotiating a transaction with a transcendent being that could communicate telepathically and slaughter Houtian warriors like chickens, his only bargaining chips were his own life and this gesture of sincerity. The midday sun was fierce. Liu Tieshan knelt on one knee by the lake. Liu Tieshan has come as promised. Please, elder, show yourself. From the lake surface emerged a blackish-green turtle head and a broad shell. Yue Yuan leisurely paddled to a stop about 3 meters from the shore, his small bean-like eyes calmly observing the young man. In just one night he had changed into clean clothes and washed off the blood, but his lips were pale. The wound on his back was still affecting him. Liu Tieshan took out the red cloth bundle from his bosom, held it in both hands, and walked into the water. The water rose past his waist, past his chest. He stopped about 3 steps away, placed the bundle to float on the surface, then retreated back to the shore and knelt again. The red cloth soaked open, revealing a palm-sized ginseng. It had few root hairs, wrinkled skin, and poor appearance, but Yue Yuan's expression changed. There was a faint trace of spiritual energy lingering on the ginseng. A spiritual herb, even the lowest grade, was a timely relief for him who had been stuck at the initial qi refining stage for 15 years, surviving only on thin spiritual energy. His expression remained impassive as he gave a slight nod. A century-old wild ginseng. A pity it was poorly preserved. 80% of its medicinal potency is lost. Liu Tieshan replied calmly. The Liu family has nothing better to offer. This was left to me by the old patriarch. It's the only valuable thing I own. If you deem it unworthy, you'll take it back. A stream of water rose from the lake, curling around the ginseng, and slowly delivering it to Liu Tieshan's feet. It's not that I look down on it. I accept what you have offered, but the item remains with you. I can turn it into something far more useful. Liu Tieshan was silent for a moment, then solemnly re-wrapped the ginseng and placed it back in his bosom. So this family I bound. I bound myself to a dead end. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. The family he had waited 15 years to bind might end up being a martial arts specialist, unable to produce a single cultivator. You and the core members of your clan must swear a blood oath to honor and follow me for generations, never forsaking. Second, I will participate in the development of the Liu family with the final decision resting with me. Third, my existence shall only be known to those who have sworn the oath. To outsiders, I am merely an old turtle raised by the Liu family. He paused. If you agree to these 3 conditions, I will form a karmic bond with your Liu family. If you do not agree, let last night's events be as if they never happened. You may leave. I never force anyone. Liu Tieshan did not hesitate. He drew the wild goose feather blade from his waist and cut across his left palm. Blood trickled down the lines of his palm and dripped onto the muddy ground. I, Liu Tieshan, 5th-generation patriarch of the Liu family, swear by blood. From this day forward I honor you as the patron elder of the Liu family, titled Xian Shui, Old Ancestor. For generations we shall serve and never forsake. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me. Blood dripped into the lake. Crimson threads dispersed through the water like wisps of delicate smoke. At that moment a voice echoed in Yue Yuan's mind. It was not the cold mechanical tone from before, but a voice far more profound and ancient, like the tolling of a bell from the deepest abyss of the water. The blood oath seals the pact. The chain of causality is forged. The clan guarding beast system formally awakens. Yue Yuan's entire body trembled. Not activated, but awakened. The difference between the 2 words was monumental. Activation meant a switch had been flipped. Awakening meant this entity had always resided within him, merely slumbering until now. The gray faded and golden patterns spread from the 4 corners, dyeing the entire panel into an ancient blue. First 3 lines of large text emerged stroke by stroke at the center of the panel. Clan Guardian Beast System, Guardian Liu family of Qingniu Town, Clan Fortune 1. Then the host information appeared with a font size larger than before, each line adorned with a faint golden outline. Host information: name Yue Yuan, race, profound water spirit, turtle bloodline, common spirit beast, next rank mutant beast. Evolution required Clan Fortune 0 100, realm chi refining layer 3, next layer required Clan Fortune 0 50, talent water control, next rank wind riding. Unlock required Clan Fortune 0 200, divine ability water arrow technique, unlocked water prison technique. Unlock required Clan Fortune 0 80. Current Clan Fortune 1. Immediately after the core rules of the system surged into his consciousness as a stream of information. Clan Fortune acquisition rules. Source: Clan Fortune family member breaks through chi refining per layer 19 points person family member breaks through foundation establishment 50 points person family member breaks through golden core 200 points person family occupies a spirit vein depending on grade 10,500 points destroying an enemy. Force depending on scale 50 1,000 points. Family reputation achievements 10,200 points. Consumption rules: Clan Fortune points can be used for bloodline evolution, common beast, mutant beast, spirit beast, sacred beast, divine beast, realm breakthrough, chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refining, body integration, great ascension, divine ability unlock. Automatically gains new abilities upon breakthrough or can be unlocked early by consuming Clan Fortune. The torrent of information washed over him, and Yue Yuan felt his heart race. Yes, this was it. Not a shop, not a general store, not a place for him to pick and choose discounted goods, but a pure, straightforward point-adding system. When Clan Fortune was sufficient, he could invest points, and with each investment, he grew stronger. Each time he grew stronger, his size increased dramatically, new divine abilities unlocked, and he crushed those of the same level. This was what he had waited 15 years for. Then a new prompt appeared: newbie gift pack. Congratulations on activating the Clan Guardian system for the first time. You have received newbie gift pack 1. Open it. Yes. Newbie gift pack opened. Obtain 1. Cultivation art, profound water breathing method, mortal grade, high quality. A breathing technique exclusive to turtle-type spirit beasts with cultivation efficiency 3 times that of basic breathing. Auto-learned. 2. Passive divine ability turtle breath technique, first layer. Conceals one's own demonic aura undetectable by anyone within the Qi refining realm. Auto-activated. 3. Talent ability spiritual sense. Can perceive spiritual energy fluctuations and life auras within a radius of 30 li. Auto-activated. 4. Clan fortune points 10, credited. Current clan fortune 11. Yue Yuan closed his eyes and took a moment to sense it. The profound water-breathing method had already merged into his consciousness. Every detail of the energy circulation was as clear as if he had practiced it for decades. He could feel the spiritual energy in the lake water being drawn into his shell at 3 times the previous speed, slowly seeping into his body along the shell's patterns. It was an incredible sensation. Previously absorbing spiritual energy was like drinking porridge through a straw, agonizingly slow. Now it felt as if someone had replaced it with a water pipe. The turtle breath technique was also taking effect simultaneously. He could clearly feel his demonic aura being wrapped, compressed, and concealed by an invisible force. The turtle breath technique was also taking effect simultaneously. He could clearly feel his demonic aura being wrapped, compressed, and concealed by an invisible force. Closing his eyes, he could see the distribution of spiritual energy within a 30-li radius. The spiritual energy was densest at the lake bottom, thinning out to the east, and gradually thickening to the west near the depths of Qingniu Mountain. He could see every fish in the lake, every tree on the shore, and every beast moving in the woods. He could even faintly sense the cluster of weak blood energy within Liu Tieshan, who was directly in front of him. This thing was practically a reconnaissance artifact. Yue Yuan withdrew his awareness and looked back at Liu Tieshan before him. The young man was still kneeling on the ground, the blood on his left palm, not yet dry. His back was straight as a ramrod, his gaze as firm as a rock. Rise. Yue Yuan's voice was still aged and indifferent. Playing the role of the lofty expert had become instinct. But this time his confidence was 10,000 times greater than the previous night. Because the night before he was just a lonely old turtle at the early Qi refining stage. But from now on he was a lonely old turtle at the early Qi refining stage with a system, a family, 11 clan fortune points, and about to go out for plunder and slaughter. From today onward the karmic bond between your Liu family and me is established. Liu Tieshan kowtowed heavily, then rose to his feet. He still carried the century-old wild ginseng root, which Yue Yuan had nourished with spiritual energy, now more than twice as plump as the night before. Senior, about the Zhao family. Do not concern yourself with the Zhao family's affairs. Yue Yuan interrupted him, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. Tell me, how many Xiantian experts does the Zhao family have? 2. 1 at the early stage, Zhao Yuankui, the elder brother of Zhao Yuanqing. 1 at the middle stage, Zhao Cangsong, the family patriarch, nearly 80 years old this year. Still at the middle Xiantian stage at 80. Yue Yuan's voice carried a hint of genuine surprise. Then his path ends. Liu Tieshan's mouth twitched. A middle-stage Xiantian expert was a living god in Qingniu Town and the surrounding 100-mile martial world. Why could the Zhao family strut around Qingniu Town unchecked? Because Zhao Cangsong alone could annihilate all other minor families. Yet in this divine turtle senior's words, an 80-year-old middle-stage Xiantian was merely his path ends here. There is another matter. Liu Tieshan thought for a moment and spoke again. Zhao Yuanqing is dead, and the 5 men he brought are dead too. The Zhao family will eventually find out, and when they do, I fear. So you mean for me to go and eliminate them first? This junior dares not command you, senior. But if the Zhao family strikes first, the Liu family cannot withstand them. Yue Yuan was silent for a few breaths. Then he spoke, his voice low, but each word seemed chiseled from the depths of his shell. Go back and wait. Within 3 days those 2 Xiantian experts of the Zhao family will die. Liu Tieshan's pupils contracted. It was not a threat, not a warning, not an I am going to kill them, but a statement of an already determined fact. Within 3 days they will die. It was like saying it would rain within 3 days. His tone lacked killing intent, only a bone-chilling certainty. As for you, Yue Yuan paused. Go back tonight, decoct that ginseng root, and take it in 3 doses. Each time use your blood energy to impact the hidden acupoint 3 inches below your chi. 3 days should be enough. Liu Tieshan bowed deeply and turned to leave. Yue Yuan sank to the bottom of the lake and lay on the smooth stone slab. But he did not sleep. The old turtle who had slept for 15 years now felt no drowsiness. He opened the system panel and began to meticulously study every piece of data. Current clan fortune 11. Evolving his bloodline from common spirit beast to mutant beast required 100 points. He was still 89 points short. Advancing from the early Qi refining stage to the middle stage required 50 points. He was 39 points short. Unlocking the water prison technique required 80 points, and unlocking the wind riding talent required 200 points. All were far out of reach. But that did not matter, because in the taskbar at the very bottom of the panel he saw 2 unread notifications: side quest triggered, quest annihilate the Zhao family, objective kill Zhao Cangsong middle Xiantian, and Zhao Yuankui early Xiantian, reward 20 clan fortune points, bonus reward if all core Zhao family martial artists are killed, 10 clan fortune points, time limit 7 days. Yue Yuan's small bean-like eyes lit up. 20 points. With the bonus that was 30 points. Adding his current 11 points, that made 41 points total. He was only 9 points away from the middle Qi refining stage and 39 points away from the water prison technique. In other words, after this job, he could choose to either advance his realm to middle Qi refining or save up a bit more to unlock the water prison technique directly. But that was a concern for later. What mattered most now was how to kill them. Killing two mortal Xiantian experts was not difficult for a Qi refining stage beast. Killing Zhao Yuanqing the previous night had used less than 10% of his spiritual power. However, Zhao Cangsong was a mid-listed Xiantian 80 years old with extensive combat experience. Moreover, the Zhao family had been entrenched in Qingniu Town for years. Who knew if they had some hidden trump card? If they had some ancestral treasure or had called in outside help, charging in recklessly might lead to a hidden loss. Yue Yuan had been a turtle with his head tucked in for 15 years. No, a cautious and steady operator for 15 years. How could he make such a rookie mistake? Steady and methodical first reconnaissance. He closed his eyes and activated his newly acquired talent, spiritual sense. The spiritual energy distribution within a third-eye radius unfolded in his mind like a three-dimensional map. He saw this lake, the fish and shrimp within it, the woods and beasts on the shore. Then he extended his senses southeastward past the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain into a relatively flat valley. There was a small town there, Qingniu Town. The town was larger than he had imagined, with at least 1,000 households. But within his spiritual perception, most were faint life auras of ordinary people. Only two locations had noticeably stronger auras. One was at the town center, an early Xiantian aura like a blazing charcoal fire, likely Zhao Yuan. The other was deep within a large manor in the north of the town, an aura more solid and profound like a sealed well, likely Zhao Cangsong. Both Xiantian experts were present. Yue Yuan opened his eyes, now confident. He'll scout the area tonight. After scouting, he'll make my move tomorrow night. One by one, starting with the weaker one. He tucked his head securely into his shell and began cultivating according to the profound water-breathing method. The thin spiritual energy in the lake water was drawn and slowly seeping into his body along the shell's patterns. Within 3 days, the Zhao family would surely be destroyed. Yue Yuan lay at the bottom of the lake, sprawled on the bluestone slab he had polished smooth as a mirror over 15 years. Yet he was not asleep. The old turtle, having slumbered for 15 years, now felt not a trace of drowsiness. The system's luminous interface hovered before him, its cyan golden patterns rippling faintly in the water. He scanned the information for the umpteenth time, not out of distrust, but because he had waited 15 years for this. What harm was there in a few more glances? Guardian Clan Liu family of Qingniu Town. Clan Fortune 11. Yue Yuan recited it silently in his mind, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his tiny bean-like eyes. 11 points of Clan Fortune seemed modest, but he understood clearly. This was merely the beginning. Once he disposed of those two Xiantian experts from the Zhao family, 30 points would be his, bringing the total to 41, enough to accomplish quite a bit. However, that was a matter for later. For now, the priority was adapting to his new abilities. No matter how much the system granted, it was useless if he couldn't wield it. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood this truth better than anyone. First, let's test the breathing technique. Yue Yuan closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his shell. His previous method of absorbing spiritual energy had been primitive, simply soaking in the water, letting the energy seep naturally through his shell's patterns. Its efficiency was akin to drinking porridge with a straw. Straining one's cheeks yielded barely a mouthful. But this time was different. The moment the profound water-breathing technique activated, every groove on his shell felt as though it had come alive. The spiritual energy in the lake was no longer passively seeping into, instead, it was actively drawn, rapidly converging along the shell's patterns, forming an invisible vortex at the apex. Then it poured in. The cool silken energy flooded his shell, seeped through flesh and sinew, merged into his meridians, and finally settled into his qi si. The entire process flowed as smoothly as a parched man guzzling from a bucket, a world apart from the old straw-sipping method. Triple efficiency, no exaggeration indeed. Yue Yuan sensed the faint growth within his qi si, a complex mix of emotions churning within him. If only he had possessed this technique 15 years ago, he would surely have reached the mid-qi refining stage by now. Yet on second thought, he was lazy by nature. When it came to cultivation, if he could recline, he would never sit. Triple efficiency suited him perfectly. What used to take 3 hours now took 1, leaving 2 extra hours for sleep. Last night, when he killed Zhao Yuanqing, he had used less than 1/10 of his spiritual power, but that had been a sneak attack at point-blank range. Now, with the spiritual energy condensation boost from the profound water-breathing technique, he wanted to see the true limits of his water arrows. Last night, when he killed Zhao Yuanqing, he had used less than 1/10 of his spiritual power, but that had been a sneak attack at point-blank range. Now, with the spiritual energy condensation boost from the profound water-breathing technique, he wanted to see the true limits of his water arrows. He floated to the center of the lake, fixing his gaze on a withered leaf drifting on the surface 30 zhang away. Then he channeled his spiritual power. A water arrow shot from the lake's surface. No sound, no splash, only a thread-thin line of water that flashed through the air and vanished in an instant. The arrow pierced the withered leaf with precision, leaving a thumb-sized hole, then continued its flight for over 10 zhang before dissipating into mist. The range has at least doubled. Before I could barely reach 10 zhang, now it starts at 20 with the limit around 30. The power has also increased. When my spiritual energy condenses further, maybe I'll evolve into a sniper rifle. Having tested his offensive capabilities, Yue Yuan moved on to the ability he anticipated most, spiritual. He nodded his turtle head in satisfaction, then added a mental quip. My old water arrow was a squirt gun. Now it barely qualifies as a high-pressure water cannon. When my spiritual energy condenses further, maybe I'll evolve into a sniper rifle. Having tested his offensive capabilities, Yue Yuan moved on to the ability he anticipated most: spiritual sense perception. He closed his eyes and activated the talent. In an instant, the world transformed. Everything within a third-eye radius unfurled in his consciousness like a three-dimensional map. He could see every stone at the lake bottom, every clump of waterweed, the swimming trajectory of every fish. He could see the trees on the shore, the wild hares crouching in the grass, the dozing birds on the treetops. He could see the spiritual energy flowing in the air, thickest at the lake's center, thinning eastward, but gradually thickening westward toward the depths of Qingniu Mountain. Then he swept his perception westward and abruptly halted. At the edge of his spiritual sense, deep within Qingniu Mountain, some 27 or 8 li away, there was an extremely faint point of light. It was not a life aura, but a fluctuation of spiritual energy, so faint it nearly merged with the surrounding environment. If his scan hadn't happened to cross it, he would never have noticed. What is that? He tried to extend his perception further, but the distance was too great. He could only vaguely sense that the spiritual energy fluctuation was unnaturally stable. It didn't resemble the random undulations of natural spiritual energy. Instead, it seemed to pulse with a rhythm, as if something there was breathing. Interesting. Yue Yuan opened his eyes and cast a glance toward the western mountain ranges. The depths of Qingniu Mountain are not a place I can venture now, but I'll mark this point and revisit it when my cultivation level is higher. He withdrew his thoughts and proceeded to test the final ability, Turtle Breath Art. This passive divine technique had a simple effect: concealing demonic aura. Once activated, all his demonic energy was compressed, wrapped, and masked. To external perception, he was merely an ordinary turtle. Not even mortal martial artists, let alone chi-refining cultivators of the same level, could see through the disguise. This thing is a true divine skill. Yue Yuan mentally awarded Turtle Breath Art the highest score. Offensive techniques could be practiced slowly, cultivation speed could be improved gradually. But the ability to conceal one's identity was a life-saving charm when moving among mortals. Now he could openly bask in the Liu family courtyard, and as long as he didn't make a move, anyone who saw him would take him for nothing more than an old turtle. He suppressed his demonic aura, disguising himself as a moss-covered stone. Then he waited. Before long, a foolish-looking green-backed Crucian carp swam over. The fish evidently mistook him for a real rock, circling him twice before pecking at the moss on his shell. Yue Yuan remained utterly still. The foolish fish pecked once at the moss, no reaction. It pecked again, still no reaction. Reassured, it leisurely swam in front of Yue Yuan, ready to investigate why this rock had a crack. Then the crack opened. Crunch. The foolish fish was no more. Yue Yuan swallowed the fish meat, his tiny eyes brimming with satisfaction. This skill is too insidious. I love it. Over the following hours, he repeatedly honed his 4 new abilities and the new technique until he was truly proficient. Then he finally settled back onto the stone slab. The sun shifted from east to west, the light and shadows on the lake changing several times. The day's testing had consumed a fair amount of his spiritual power, now being rapidly replenished by the profound water-breathing technique. His meridians felt slightly swollen, a normal reaction to the rapid growth of spiritual energy. Then night fell. Moonlight spilled across the lake, shattering into a sea of silver. Yue Yuan floated to the surface and glanced southeast toward Qingniu Town. Tonight's plan was simple: reconnaissance. Using spiritual sense perception, he would pinpoint the exact locations, patrol patterns, and estate layout of the Zhao family's 2 Xiantian experts. Then, with Turtle Breath Art concealing his aura, he would infiltrate the Zhao residence for on-site investigation. Once he had thoroughly mapped everything, he would strike tomorrow night. One at a time. Kill the weaker one first, Zhao Yuan, then Zhao Cangsong. As an early chi-refining cultivator against 2 mortal Xiantian experts, he had overwhelming raw power, but he wouldn't let that make him careless. Yue Yuan had survived 15 years by being cautious. Let's go. Soundlessly, he sank to the lake bottom and swam along the downstream river channel toward Qingniu Town. Moonlight filtered through the water, illuminating his shell. The cyan-black patterns rippled in the waves, soon melted. The Zhao family's council hall was brightly lit. Zhao Yuan sat in the grand armchair, his eyes bloodshot. He slammed his palm on the table, sending the teacup jumping and spilling tea across the surface. 12 hours. Yuanqing has been missing for 12 entire hours. 6 acquired realm fighters against 1 severely injured Liu Tieshan. A task any blind man could accomplish. Yet none of the 6 have returned. The steward standing in the hall dared not lift his head. He was merely at the early acquired realm, facing the fury of a primordial realm ancestor. He hardly dared to breathe. 3 groups have already been sent into the mountains to search, but fog rolled in last night, and all traces have been soaked. Useless. Zhao Yuan shot to his feet. I'll go myself. Stop. A calm voice came from outside the door. Zhao Yuan's steps abruptly halted, and the steward trembled, dropping directly to his knees. Zhao Cangsong walked in from outside. He wore a plain cotton robe, his hair white, but combed immaculately. His face was deeply lined, yet his eyes were not clouded. At 80 years old, his spine was straighter than anyone else's in the hall. Patriarch. Zhao Yuan lowered his head, his voice still unable to suppress his anger. Yuanqing. I know. Zhao Cangsong took the seat of honor, lifted the teacup for a sip, and spoke as casually as if discussing the weather. Qingniu hasn't returned. Sit down. Zhao Yuan clenched his jaw and sat back down. Zhao Cangsong looked at the steward still kneeling on the floor. Any leads? Reporting to the Patriarch, the search party found signs of a fight, near an unnamed lake on the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain. There were large amounts of blood and drag marks on the shore, at least 4 dead. But no bodies were found, nor young Master Yuan. Fog set in last night, soaking all traces, making it impossible to determine if outsiders were involved. A lake. Zhao Kengsong's gaze sharpened slightly. There were only a few unnamed lakes on the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain. Also, our informant in town reported at dawn that Liu Tieshan returned covered in blood. Afterward, the Liu family summoned their clansmen from the quarry and bought enough rice to last a month. Zhao Yuan slammed the table again. Liu Tieshan came back alive. Then where is my brother? The steward dared not answer. Zhao Tsongsong was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. You may go. Continue the search and expand the radius. Afterward, the Liu family summoned their clansmen from the quarry and bought enough rice to last a month. Zhao Yuan slammed the table again. Liu Tieshan came back alive. Then where is my brother? Zhao Tsongsong relit the oil lamp, adjusting the wick with slow, deliberate movements. When Qingniu started martial arts at 6, I was the one who opened his Qi Si. He began. He was only this tall back then. The pain of opening his Qi Si made him cry for most of an hour. I told him, what is this pain to a martial artist? He stopped crying immediately and gritted his teeth to endure it. He was only 6 that year, but he already knew he couldn't shed tears in front of me. Zhao Yuan's throat tightened, but he couldn't utter a word. Later, his talent truly shone. At 22, he reached the peak of the acquired realm, 2 years earlier than you did back then. The clan all said young Master Qing was the Zhao family's auspicious steed, destined to become our 3rd primordial realm expert. I heard those words, but I never praised him to his face. Zhao Tsongsong paused. Because I knew that those with great talent are the ones most likely to stumble. His pride is too strong, he can't handle provocation. A fall was inevitable. Sending him with men to kill Liu Tieshan was meant as a trial. 5 acquired realm fighters against 1 severely wounded peak acquired realm opponent. If he can't win that, it only proves one thing: he is unworthy of breaking through to the primordial realm. Zhao Yuan jerked his head up. Patriarch, Yuan Qing is only in his 20s. Youth is no excuse. Zhao Tsongsong cut him off, each word hammering down like a nail. If 6 of them could be killed by one, even if he survives tonight, he'll die by another's hand someday. The martial path has never lacked geniuses. What it lacks are geniuses who live long enough to break through. Zhao Yuan opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. He knew the patriarch was right, but that was his own brother. Zhao Kengsong's gaze finally softened a fraction, a fleeting moment. Yuan the priority now isn't finding him, it's assessing the situation. What's there to assess? Liu Tieshan came back alive, Yuan Qing didn't. A peak acquired realm fighter like Liu Tieshan, hunted by 6 men gravely wounded and near death, then turns around and kills all 6. Do you think that's possible, eh? Zhao Yuan froze. Blinded by rage, he hadn't thought it through. If Liu Tieshan had that kind of power, he would have broken through to the primordial realm long ago. You mean? Someone helped him. 3 possibilities. Zhao Tsongsong raised 3 fingers. First, an outside martial artist wants to use the Liu family to weaken the Zhao family. Unlikely. There aren't many forces within 100 li that would dare provoke us. Second, a beast from Qingniu Mountain. If Yuan Qing's group trespassed on its territory and were attacked, Liu Tieshan could have escaped in the chaos. But beasts are fiercely territorial. If there was one strong enough to kill 6 acquired realm fighters, its domain would have been discovered long ago. He pressed down the 3rd finger. Third, and most likely an accident. The mountain terrain is treacherous. Liu Tieshan used the geography to turn the tables on a few of them, then fled in the chaos. As for why the others didn't return, the mountains hold many dangers, not all related to Liu Tieshan. Zhao Yuan asked quietly, and Yuan Qing? There are only 2 outcomes for Qing. Zhao Kengsong's voice finally betrayed a subtle shift. Either he is dead or he is gravely wounded and unable to return for now. The search party will give me my answer tomorrow. He rose and walked to the window. Moonlight streamed through the carved wooden lattice, falling upon his deeply lined face. But regardless of the answer, one thing remains unchanged. Liu Tieshan returned, our men did not. By tomorrow at the latest, the whole of Qingniu Town will know. The Zhao family lost 6 acquired realm fighters, even our auspicious steed, who was half a step into the primordial realm. If the killer still lives, our family's law is broken. If the law is broken, our foundation crumbles. So tomorrow I will go myself. Zhao Yuan's head shot up. Patriarch, why must you go personally? I am enough. If you go and meet with an accident, only I will be left to guard the Zhao family. Zhao Tsongsong looked at him calmly. I am 80 already. A primordial realm martial artist's lifespan is at most 150 years. Living to 120 is considered long-lived. I can protect the Zhao family for at most another 20 years. In 20 years, the family needs a new primordial realm expert to hold the line. That person was supposed to be Qing. Now that his fate is unknown, you must not fall. He walked back and patted Zhao Yuan's shoulder. That hand was covered in calluses, thin and dry, yet as steady as a mountain. I will go tomorrow. If Qingniu is alive, I will bring him back. If he is dead, I will bring back the head of his killer. Zhao Yuan lowered his head, his eyes rimmed red, but he did not let a single tear fall. Night had deepened. The lights of Qingniu Town were extinguished one by one. But the lamp in Zhao Kengsong's study, he sat at his desk flipping through the yellowed family genealogy. When he reached the page recording Zhao Yuan, there were only a few sparse lines. A vast blank space below was meant for the achievements after his primordial realm breakthrough. He stared at that blank space for a long time. Then he closed the genealogy and blew out the oil lamp. In the darkness his voice was so low only he could hear. Tomorrow I will give you an answer. At the same time in the outer channel of Qingniu Town a dark green old turtle, as large as a basin submerged. Yue Yuan surfaced, his spiritual sense spreading outward. He detected two powerful auras, one in the south-central part of town at the early primordial realm, the other north of town deep, and still like a sealed ancient well. He locked onto the aura in the town center. Scout first. Take the life tomorrow night. The turtle's head sank silently into the water. The moon drifted a little westward, its silver light shining upon the old locust tree at the town entrance. The night before a storm is always the quietest. Yue Yuan swam back along the river, his spirits high. He had already pinpointed the locations of the two Xiantian experts of the Zhao family. Zhao Yuankui was in the southern part of the town center, his aura like a blazing charcoal fire, young, impetuous, and lacking steadiness. Zhao Tsongsong was deep within the grand manor in the northern part of the town. His aura was as profound as a sealed ancient well, indeed possessing some skill, yet still insignificant before the qi refining stage. He had also figured out the patrol schedule. The Zhao family's guards changed shifts every half hour with 4 men on duty, each time all at the mid-stage Hotian level. The courtyard walls were 2 zhang high with watchtowers at the 4 corners, and 2 guards at both the front and back gates. Their defenses were not shoddy. For the mortal world, it was an impregnable formation. Yet in Yue Yuan's eyes the vulnerabilities were as numerous as holes in a sieve, for all defenses were designed against humans, not against water. The lotus pond in the rear courtyard of the Zhao manor connected to the town's drainage channels, which in turn led straight to the river outside the town. He could emerge directly from the pond, execute his task, and retreat through the pond, without leaving a trace. Kill Zhao Yuankui first, then Zhao Tsongsong. One by one. Finish and leave within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. By this time tomorrow 30 points of clan fortune would be his. The more Yue Yuan thought about it, the more satisfied he became, and his strokes unconsciously quickened. He would go back, get some sleep, and recharge his energy for tomorrow night. No, his movements abruptly halted. His spiritual sense was still spread out, clearly presenting everything within a 3 li radius. Every tree, every house, the life aura of every person. Just then that deep, well-like aura from the north of the town suddenly moved. It wasn't a slight shift, it had directly left the Zhao manor and was moving rapidly towards the west. Following behind were the auras of 7 or 8 Hotian martial artists marching in neat formation. Zhao Tsongsong. Yue Yuan immediately focused his spiritual sense on that aura. The movement was swift, the direction clear west towards the old Liu residence. Damn it, Yue Yuan cursed inwardly. It was still the early hours before dawn, with over an hour until sunrise. This old bastard valued speed. The moment he sensed something amiss, he mustered his troops in the dead of night, giving no one time to react. He had thought Zhao Tsongsong wouldn't act until at least tomorrow morning. He was wrong. He couldn't afford to underestimate a wily old fox like Zhao Tsongsong. Old fox. Despite his curses, Yue Yuan's mind raced faster than anyone's. He now faced only 2 choices. If he stuck to the original plan and acted tomorrow night, Zhao Tsongsong would raise the Liu family before dawn today. Liu Tieshan would die, and the family he had spent 15 years to bind would be lost. If he intercepted early, Zhao Tsongsong had 7 or 8 Hotian fighters with him. Though they were minnows to him, they held advantages in numbers and terrain. Moreover, Zhao Tsongsong was a mid-stage Xiantian master who had lived for 80 years, possessing more combat experience than Yue Yuan had in 2 lifetimes combined. The risk was far greater than the original plan. Yue Yuan thought for 2 seconds, then turned and swam at full speed towards the Liu residence. I spent 15 years binding this family, and you want to dismantle it. Zhao Tsongsong, you must die tonight. A white line of water churned behind him. His spiritual sense locked onto the trajectory of the Zhao party, while his mind calculated at lightning speed. Zhao Tsongsong, starting from the north of town, taking a straight line to the old Liu residence, would take about 3/4 of an hour. Yue Yuan taking a detour through the river to the west of town at full speed would take about half an hour. He had a 1/4 of an hour to choose an ambush point. He had glanced at the old Liu residence during his reconnaissance. The residence was not large, a main hall with a few side rooms in the front yard and a vegetable patch with a low wall in the backyard. Outside the low wall was a drainage channel leading straight to the river outside town, about 2 zhang wide and deep enough to submerge a man. This was his ideal battlefield. In the water, his combat power doubled. His talent for water control could be unleashed to its fullest, and the turtle breath technique allowed him to blend seamlessly into the environment. Moreover, the channel was flanked by earthen slopes and shrubs, offering a wide field of vision. Once the Zhao men approached, they would be sitting ducks. The channel it would be. He sank to the bottom of the channel, activating the turtle breath technique to its fullest. His demonic aura was suppressed completely, the patterns on his shell blurry in the murky water, making him look from afar like a moss-covered stone. His spiritual sense locked tightly onto the Zhao party's position while he rapidly calculated their combat strength. Zhao Tsongsong led the way, his mid-stage Xiantian aura stable and deep, each step planted firmly. Behind him followed 8 Hotian martial artists with mixed auras, 3 or 5 at the late Hotian stage, a few at the mid-stage. In the mortal world, this was a force capable of annihilating any small family. But in Yue Yuan's eyes, those 8 were mere foils. The only true opponent was Zhao Tsongsong alone. He began his final preparations. He circulated spiritual energy throughout his body. The profound water-breathing technique rapidly converted the spiritual energy in the water to replenish what he had expended during his journey. The water arrow technique was ready to be unleashed. This time he used his full power, condensing 30% of his spiritual energy into 3 water arrows. Each was compressed to its limit, nearly transparent, suspended in the water beside him like 3 water serpents poised to strike. He also prepared another measure, his talent for water control. The water in the channel was his weapon. As soon as Zhao Cangsong came within 3 zhang of the water surface, he could use a water wall to seal off his retreat, then unleash the 3 water arrows simultaneously, aiming to take him down in a single burst. If a single burst failed, a cold glint flashed in his small bean-like eyes. Then he would rely on his physical body. He was a turtle, a demonic turtle. Even at the chi refining stage, his physical form was not something a mortal martial artist could breach. The defensive power of his shell was no joke. A Xiantian martial artist, even one, could not break his defense. And then there was his mouth. Though it looked harmless, its bite force could crush an adult human's skull and bones together. In the water, he was a reef with a mouth. They're coming. The Zhao party emerged from the town gate, walking along the dirt road towards the old Liu residence. Yue Yuan could see Zhao Cangsong's figure, a plain cotton robe, hair white, but meticulously combed back, straight pace, unhurried yet steady. He carried no weapon, but Yue Yuan knew that for a mid-stage Xiantian martial artist, a handblade was the deadliest weapon. Behind Zhao Cangsong, the 8 Hotian martial artists marched in 2 rows, each bearing a blade. Their auras were steady. They were clearly the Zhao family's elite. They walked slowly but silently, the only sound the rustle of feet on the dirt. If this party truly reached the Liu residence, Liu Tieshan wouldn't last even the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Zhao Cangsong walked a stretch along the dirt road, then suddenly slowed his pace. His gaze fell upon the drainage channel by the roadside. The moonlight was bright, and the water in the channel shimmered with a faint dark light in the night, its surface as calm as a mirror. He stopped. Patriarch. One of the Hotian martial artists stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Zhao Cangsong ignored him. He stared at the channel, his brow slightly furrowed. The water looked no different from usual. The surface was calm, with a few stones at the bottom and some moss-covered debris. Yet he felt something was off. He couldn't articulate it. It wasn't something he saw or heard, just an intuition. An intuition honed over 80 years of life and 60 years of battle. His gaze lingered on the water for a few breaths, then fell upon a stone. The stone was bluish-black, rough-surfaced, lying motionless at the bottom. It was a turtle. Its shell was covered in moss the size of a washbasin, lying still at the bottom. Just an ordinary long-lived water turtle. Seeing a turtle in the drainage channel at the foot of Mount Qingniu was not unusual. The town's children often caught them to play with in the summer. Zhao Cangsong stared at it for a few breaths. The turtle showed no reaction. It didn't raise its head, open its eyes, or even move a claw. It was just a stone. He withdrew his gaze. Nothing. Let's move on. The Zhao family's team walked past the edge of the water channel. Zhao Cangsong led the way with his feet only 3 steps away from the edge. He sensed it when Zhao Cangsong's gaze swept over him. This 80-year-old man indeed possessed something. It wasn't spiritual power or divine sense, but a battle instinct honed from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. It wasn't precise, but sometimes it was keener than spiritual perception. But he did not move. The team had just passed the water channel, tightly grouped together, with Zhao Cangsong and the 8 acquired martial artists less than 3 steps apart. If a fight broke out, all 8 could support each other simultaneously. He needed to wait for the team to disperse or for Zhao Cangsong to turn back. The Zhao family team walked forward for about 20 zhang before suddenly stopping. The Liu family old residence was now in sight, with low walls and yellow lights spilling from the windows. Liu Tieshan was inside. Zhao Cangsong did not shout or attempt to persuade him to surrender. He only indicated for the team to press forward. The goal was clear: to kill Liu Tieshan and wipe out the Liu family. Liu Tieshan was inside. Zhao Cangsong did not shout or attempt to persuade him to surrender. He only indicated for the team to press forward. The goal was clear: to kill Liu Tieshan and wipe out the Liu family. Finish what needs to be done and leave before dawn. The moment was now. The people beside Zhao Cangsong had already dispersed, with the nearest one still 7 or 8 zhang away. The water in the channel propelled him like a slingshot, his body tracing a black arc through the night, soaring over Zhao Cangsong's head and landing between him and the Liu family old residence. The water in the channel propelled him like a slingshot, his body tracing a black arc through the night, soaring over Zhao Cangsong's head and landing between him and the Liu family old residence. Upon landing, he dropped to all fours, the shell glimmering with a dark bluish hue under the moonlight, his head held high, cold green bean eyes staring at the white-haired old man before him. Zhao Cangsong reacted swiftly. The moment Yue Yuan landed, he had already retreated 3 steps, drawing a short knife from his left sleeve, the blade shimmering with a ghostly blue light under the moon coated with poison. He did not ask, "What are you?" Nor did he display any shock. A glimmer of understanding flickered in his murky, yet sharp eyes before returning to calm. "So it was you who killed Yuanqing," he stated calmly. Yue Yuan did not respond, offering no telepathic communication, or he was not there to chat. 3 water arrows fired in quick succession. The 3 arrows, compressed to the extreme, targeted Zhao Cangsong's brow, throat, and heart, each using full spiritual power, nearly invisible in the air, only 3 slightly twisted transparent trails to be seen. But Zhao Cangsong blocked them. Not with his eyes, but with instinct. The moment the arrows shot out, he sidestepped 3 feet, 2 arrows grazing his clothing, while the third pierced through his left shoulder's cotton robe. The fabric was charred, but his skin remained unscathed. In that instant, he compressed his protective true chi to a point on his left shoulder, forcibly dissipating most of the impact. Yue Yuan narrowed his eyes. This old man was far stronger than Zhao Yuanqing. Zhao Yuanqing had no time to react to the water arrows, while Zhao Cangsong not only dodged, but also absorbed the impact with his protective true chi. 80 years of cultivation were not for nothing. But he was not a cultivator. If the water arrows could not hit, then he would close the distance. Yue Yuan launched himself from all fours, his entire body hurtling toward Zhao Cangsong's chest like a cannonball. Zhao Cangsong did not take the hit he did. He sidestepped while driving the short knife towards the gap between Yue Yuan's neck and shell. The short knife struck home, but the blade tip broke. Yue Yuan turned his head, coldly staring at him. The gap between his neck and shell was indeed the most vulnerable spot, but that was in relation to the shell. A mere iron short knife could not even pierce the soft flesh of a demon turtle, leaving only a white mark. Zhao Cangsong looked at the broken blade tip, his pupils finally contracting. Yue Yuan opened his mouth to bite his wrist. Zhao Cangsong released the short knife at the last moment, retracting his hand, while simultaneously his left fist slammed against the turtle shell. This punch contained all the strength of a congenital martial artist, producing a sound like two massive stones colliding in midair. The force exploded, sending dust swirling around, while the water surface, 3 steps away from the channel, surged with half a foot of splashing waves. Yue Yuan was pushed back, not sent flying, just forced back. The spot on the turtle shell that received the punch felt slightly warm, without even a scratch. Zhao Cangsong's hand trembled. 3 bones in his left fist had broken, blood seeping through his fingers. The skin on the back of his hand cracked from the recoil. The feeling of his full-strength punch hitting the turtle shell was not like hitting bone or cartilage, but rather like striking a match. He had lived for 80 years without encountering such a situation. It wasn't about whether he could defeat his opponent, but rather that he simply could not break through the defense. He took a step back, then another. Before he could take a third step, his back collided with a wall of water. The entire water channel rose, a curtain of water appearing behind him out of nowhere. The water in the channel was supported by an invisible hand enveloping him from all sides. A water band wrapped around his ankle, another around his wrist, and 2 more simultaneously binding his legs. The water was not soft, it was cold, and as tough as cow tendons. Zhao Cangsong summoned his protective true chi to break the water bands, but for every one he broke, 2 more would appear. The water was endless, but true chi was not. He looked up at the turtle. Yue Yuan stood outside the curtain of water, motionless, looking down at him, as if observing a bug struggling in a spider's web. What exactly are you? Zhao Cangsong's voice remained steady, though it was strained. Not important, Yue Yuan finally. A mortal martial artist could never understand the rules of the cultivator world, and he did not want to waste his precious turtle brain on such matters. The water tightened suddenly. Zhao Cangsong's protective true chi shattered completely, his entire being lifted off the ground by the water bands suspended in midair, while the water pressure squeezed down on his chest from all sides. Zhao Cangsong knew he was going to die. There were no pleas for mercy, no curses, no struggles. He merely looked at Yue Yuan, summoning his last ounce of strength to ask, "Did you kill Yuanqing?" "Yes." Yue Yuan was silent for a moment before answering. Zhao Cangsong closed his eyes. The water prison closed in. The water in the channel fell back into the ditch with a splash, sending up a sky full of water droplets. Zhao Cangsong's body fell by the channel, his eyes tightly shut, his expression calm. The battle in the distance had also come. The 8 acquired martial artists tried to rush over for support, but could not get close at all. Yue Yuan distractedly used several water arrows to take out most of them, while the remaining 2 or 3 terrified fled in all directions. He did not pursue. Tonight's target was only Zhao Cangsong. The door to the Liu family old residence opened. Liu Tieshan stood at the doorway holding a geese feather knife. Seeing Zhao Cangsong's corpse by the channel, the scattered bodies of martial artists, the foam stained red with blood on the water's surface, and the dark green turtle leisurely crawling toward the water channel. The turtle turned its head, its green bean eyes glancing at him, conveying an implicit "I'll leave the rest to you," before continuing to crawl toward the water channel, its rear swaying. Liu Tieshan remained silent for a long time, then deeply bowed in that direction. Yue Yuan did not turn back. He crawled back to the river outside the town, and sank to the bottom, exhaling a long breath. The turtle shell had taken several punches without breaking, but the impact caused a dull pain in the flesh inside. He had consumed 45% of his spiritual power, more than he had anticipated. Zhao Cangsong's protective true chi was indeed quite powerful. However, with the recovery speed of the mystic water breathing technique, he could replenish it all before dawn. He opened the system panel. Zhao Cangsong had been killed, while Zhao Yuan remained alive. This person must die, since he had made a move it needed to be decisive. But he would not go tonight. With only a little over half of his spiritual power left, the Zhao family was surely alerted. Going now would be a forced entry, which was not his style. Tomorrow night, according to the original plan. An hour later, his spiritual power would be fully restored, and the bruises on the turtle shell would have faded significantly. He crawled to the edge of the water channel, poking his head out, and saw Liu Tieshan standing at the gate. Zhao Cangsong's corpse had been removed, and bloodstains remained on the dirt road, though a thin layer of soil had been sprinkled over them. Beside Liu Tieshan stood several clan members, one elderly man squatting beside the corpse, his expression distorted with shock. 2 gazes met in the night. Liu Tieshan raised his right hand, kneeling on one knee, and performed a solemn and almost sacred bow in that direction. It was not a gesture of gratitude for saving his life. That was from the last time. This time he knelt in submission. His clan members behind him did not understand, but followed suit when they saw their leader kneeling. Yue Yuan did not respond, but a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction flashed in his green bean eyes. He withdrew his head and sank back into the water. Not bad. I didn't get the wrong person. You all stay put and await the acceptance of the Zhao family's property. In the Zhao family's conference hall, the oil lamp still flickered. Zhao Yuan Kuei sat in the Grandmaster chair, where Zhao Song had sat last night, his hands resting on his knees, his knuckles reddened from excessive strain. He had maintained this posture for nearly half a tea's time. 3 individuals knelt before him. To be precise, 3 were sprawled on the ground. One was a sentry stationed at the town's entrance, while the other 2 were the latecomers who had accompanied Zhao Song to Liu's home. All 3 bore injuries, with the most severely wounded one having his left arm hanging limply, a hastily tied cloth bandage at the shoulder, still seeping blood. 3. Zhao Yuan Kuei spoke, his voice steadier than he had expected. My father took 8 with him. Say that again. How? The sprawled rear heaven warrior raised his head, his lips trembling for a long time before he managed to utter a complete sentence. Back, my lord, the old master has died. The other 5 are dead as well. Only the 3 of us escaped. How did they die, eh? These 3 words were not a question. Zhao Yuan Kuei's knuckles had turned pale. A turtle. The voice of the rear heaven warrior trembled, not from the pain of his wounds, but from the incredibility of his next words, which he himself found hard to believe. A dark green old turtle the size of a stone pillar jumped out from the water channel. The old master exchanged a few blows with it, his fist striking the turtle's shell, but the old master's fingers broke, while the turtle remained unfazed. Later that turtle created a wall of water, trapping the old master, and then the old master was crushed to death. A wall of water. It's true. Second master. We saw it with our own eyes. The water flew up from the channel, as if it were alive, wrapping around the old master. We wanted to rush up to help, but the turtle used just a few water arrows to kill the 5th and 6th, and we simply couldn't. Zhao Yuan Kuei remained silent. The room was so quiet that one could hear the hissing of the burning oil. He remembered Zhao Song analyzing the situation in the conference hall last night, mentioning 3 possibilities. The first possibility was an outsider warrior. The second possibility was a demon beast from Qingniu Mountain. The third was an accident. Zhao Song had said at the time that the second possibility was unlikely, because if the demon beasts were that strong, their territory would have been discovered long ago. Now he understood. The second possibility was the truth. Not an ordinary demon beast, but one that could control water, communicate through consciousness, and crush midstage innate warriors hidden. Such a creature should not appear on the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain. He had only heard of them in the tales of storytellers, typically referred to as demons in those stories. What did my father say before he died? Zhao Yuan Kuei asked. The old master asked if young master Yuanqing was the one who killed him. The turtle said yes. Then the old master closed his eyes. Zhao Yuan Kuei shut his eyes. He was 5 years older than Zhao Yuanqing. His father was right. Yuanqing's talent surpassed his own. He reached the peak of the rear heaven at 25, while Yuanqing achieved it at 22. He would break through to the innate stage at 30, and his father asserted that Yuanqing would catch up to him by 25 at the latest. He reached the peak of the rear heaven at 25, while Yuanqing achieved it at 22. He would break through to the innate stage at 30, and his father asserted that Yuanqing would catch up to him by 25 at the latest. My lord. The rear heaven warrior with a severed arm tentatively spoke up. Will that turtle come knocking? Zhao Yuan Kuei opened his eyes. It was neither anger nor sadness, but a clarity, a clear-headedness that emerged when pushed to a dead end. His father had proven the turtle's power with his life. In a heating confrontation, even 10 Zhao Yuan Kueis together would not be enough to kill it. If they fled, the Zhao family's century-old foundations would be destroyed in an instant. Could they even escape? That was a demon beast, not a human, who knew what tracking methods it possessed. He stood up and walked to the offering table in the main hall of the conference room. On the offering table lay the memorial tablets of the ancestors of the Zhao family, with Zhao Song's at the bottom still uncarved, prepared by Zhao Song himself during his lifetime, claiming it would be used sooner or later. He hadn't expected it to be used so soon. In front of the tablet was a sandalwood box, unadorned and unmarked, with only a brass clasp now tarnished with verdigris. Zhao Yuan Kuei opened the brass clasp. Inside the box was a layer of faded red silk upon which lay a talisman. Though it was called a talisman, it was merely a piece of dark yellow beast skin the size of a palm, with incomprehensible patterns drawn in cinnabar. The edges of the beast skin had become brittle and curled, and the color of the cinnabar had faded to the point where its original red was almost unrecognizable. It had been passed down from the Zhao family's ancestors. His grandfather's grandfather many generations ago had saved an injured person deep in Qingniu Mountain. After recovering, the person had left this talisman, saying it was a treasure from the immortal realm called the Golden Armor Talisman. When crushed, it would envelop the user in a layer of golden light impervious to blades and fire, but could only be used once. The person also said something strange. If you encounter someone with spiritual light on them, do not resist, run away. The Zhao family had passed down this warning, each generation's patriarch being told that this thing was the Zhao family's last resort and should not be used unless the clan faced extinction. The Zhao family had migrated from outside to Qingniu Town, facing dozens of crises of varying sizes. During the most perilous times, even when besieged by 3 families, Zhao Song had not been willing to use this talisman. Now Zhao Yuan Kuei was bringing it out. Not because this talisman could kill the turtle. Having seen the dim cinnabar on the talisman, he knew it could not withstand a demon beast that could crush his father Hedon. But if it could buy him some time, he could at least strike the turtle once more before he died. What if luck favored him, and he managed? Following this, Zhao Yuan Kuei walked to the offering table and picked up the long knife hanging on the wall beside it. The blade was dark and dull, and the cord on the hilt had been worn to a shine. This was the knife that Zhao Song had used all his life, which he had not taken with him when he left last night. In Zhao Song's view, killing a rear heaven peak warrior like Liu Tieshan and dozens of old weak and women was easy enough without it. He hadn't taken this knife. He would never have the chance to take this knife again. Father, Zhao Yuan Kuei said to the empty tablet, I am not as clever as you. I still can't make sense of Yuan Qing's matter. But I will carry this knife, and if it allows me to strike once more, then I will strike once more. Then he tucked the golden armor talisman into his bosom and walked out of the conference hall with the knife. The courtyard was already filled with people. Not just the 3 returning remnants. All the surviving members of the Zhao family, a dozen or so rear heaven warriors, dozens of strong and young clansmen, and even a dozen or so elderly men with graying hair, clutching hunting forks and firewood knives. They did not leave. After the 3 remnants returned, they not only reported the battle situation to Zhao Yuan Kuei, but also knocked on the doors of each Zhao family house. For over 100 years, the Zhao family had never been humiliated at their doorstep. Tonight they were trampled by a demon beast, and even the old master had fallen. If they fled now, the Zhao family would never be able to stand again in Qingniu Town. Better to die here. They did not discuss, did not elect leaders, and there were no impassioned pre-battle mobilizations. They simply got up one by one from their beds, put on clothes, picked up the most convenient weapons they could find, and silently stood in front of the main courtyard. Zhao Yuan Kuei looked at the people before him, his great uncle, nearly 70, with unsteady legs, leaning on a cane, with a firewood knife tied to its head. His distant nephew, only 15, clutching a short hunting bow, his hands trembling so much that the bowstring quivered, yet he did not take a step back. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but his throat felt constricted. My lord, a rear heaven warrior with a severed arm, spoke up, the very one who had returned last night to report. His left arm hung limply while his right hand held a knife, grinning slightly to reveal a missing tooth. We ran away when the old master died. It was disgraceful. We won't run now. The rear heaven warriors behind him simultaneously raised their knives, the blades reflecting a cold light under the moon, and Zhao Yuan Kuei fell silent for a moment. Then he took a deep breath and slammed the long knife down the stone bricks, echoing with a crisp sound. The ancestors of the Zhao family are watching above. His voice was loud enough to drown out the crackling of the burning oil in the courtyard. Zhao Yuan Kuei, the unworthy 6th-generation descendant of the Zhao family, will guard the last door of the Zhao family tonight. Those behind him are all willing to stay, regardless of what happens tonight. He lifted the knife, pointing the tip toward the sky. The Zhao family has never produced cowards. Dozens of knives were raised simultaneously, the tips pointed skyward. No one shouted slogans, no one cried, no one trembled. The moonlight and torchlight fell together on the main courtyard of the Zhao family, illuminating over 20 calm faces. Then Zhao Yuan Kuei began to arrange formations. The 8 elite rear heaven warriors taken by Zhao Song had all fallen outside Liu's old residence. Now the remaining 10 or so rear heaven warriors mostly only had mid and early rear heaven cultivation. Their raw strength was less than that of last night's group. But Zhao Yuan Kuei was very aware that tonight's battle was not about martial arts, it was a fight for survival. A fight for survival does not require experts, it only needs those who are not afraid of death. He instructed everyone to spread out, fortifying along the base of the courtyard wall soaked in oil. Every few steps along the courtyard wall's base there were bundles of firewood soaked in oil with fire starters placed beside them. His orders were very simple: wait for his signal, and once the signal was given, set fire. Once the fire ignites, if that turtle tries to break through, splash oil on it. If the oil hits, set fire. If it doesn't, use knife. If the shell can't be hacked, then hack the legs. If the legs can't be hacked, then hack the neck. Everyone received their orders and scattered to their positions. Only Zhao Yuan Kuei remained in the conference hall. He took out the golden armor talisman from his bosom, squeezing it in his left palm. The talisman paper was fragile, its edges curled and yellowed, and the patterns drawn in cinnabar were faint to the point of being nearly invisible. He did not know if this talisman could still be effective, but he had no other choice. If the talisman was effective, he might be able to slay the turtle demon. If it was ineffective, he would at least strike one last blow before he died. He sat cross-legged before the offering table, the long knife resting on his lap, closing his eyes as he slowly transmitted his true energy into the talisman paper in his left palm. He did not know the activation method of immortal talismans, so he could only use his clumsy method, slowly infusing the true energy of an innate warrior into the talisman paper. The talisman paper was icy cold, and as true energy flowed in, it sank into it without any reaction. He continued to infuse it. Just before dawn, the talisman paper finally quivered slightly. The day dawned quickly. As Yue Yuan surfaced from the pond's depths, the faint glow of spirit stones shimmered gently underwater like a few forgotten lanterns yet to be extinguished. He opened his eyes, tightened his grip on the talisman paper, stood up, and pushed the door to walk into the center of the main courtyard. The horizon was tinged with the pale light of dawn. Yue Yuan surfaced from the lotus pond, his tortoise shell glinting with a dull luster in the morning mist. His spiritual sense detected dozens of life forces in the main courtyard. One at the Xiantian realm, the rest mostly Hotian martial artists and ordinary clan members. Why weren't they fleeing? Were they waiting for death? He crossed the corridor, and upon reaching the moon gate was struck by the pungent smell of kerosene. In the center of the main courtyard, Zhao Yuan stood holding a long blade on the bluestone bricks. Behind him, over 20 members of the Zhao clan were arrayed in 3 rows, each gripping a weapon, with the elderly and half-grown children at the edges of the formation. There was no battle formation, no battle cry. They just stood in silence. Zhao Yuan lifted his head, took a deep breath, and commanded, "Ignite." Fire starters along the base of the walls were simultaneously tossed into the piles of firewood soaked in kerosene. Flames spread along the pre-laid trail, and within 2 breaths the entire Zhao mansion was engulfed in a sea of fire. At the same time, Zhao Yuan crushed the golden armor talisman in his left palm, and a thin layer of golden light enveloped his body. Yue Yuan's mung bean-sized eyes went wide. That was a true immortal cultivation talisman. Zhao Yuan gave him no time to react. The instant the golden light flared, he charged forward, his long blade cleaving down through the flames. Yue Yuan retracted into his shell. The blade struck the shell and chipped. "Is that all the strength you have?" Yue Yuan sneered, inwardly preparing to extend his head and counterattack with a water arrow. But the second blow followed immediately, striking the same spot, then the third, fourth, and fifth. Zhao Yuan was like a madman, hacking again and again at the same location. Crack! A tiny grain-sized chip broke off the edge of the shell. Yue Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This was the exact spot where Zhao Kangsan's punches had landed the night before. The shell hadn't cracked then, but there were already minute internal fractures. Zhao Yuan's every strike landed precisely on this weak point. It must have been the remnants who escaped and told him. Water arrows shot forth, but they vaporized instantly upon hitting the golden light. Zhao Yuan continued swinging his blade through the barrage, and another small piece broke from the shell's edge. He couldn't let him keep hacking. Yue Yuan activated his water control talent. Walls of water rose from all 4 sides around Zhao Yuan, closing in. But just then figures flickered within the blaze. A one-armed Hotian martial artist charged out from the sea of fire, brandishing a blade. Behind him, several Zhao warriors pounced from all directions. Someone tossed a bucket of kerosene at Yue Yuan, and a torch followed closely. With a roar, a ball of flame ignited on Yue Yuan's back. The firelight seared his vision, causing a momentary lapse in the release of the water prison. Seizing that instant, Zhao Yuan landed 3 more strikes. The grain-sized gap doubled, and a crack as fine as a hair extended half an inch deep into the shell. The Zhao clansmen groaned in unison. The one-armed martial artist closest to him was stunned into bleeding from 7 orifices, but still managed to land one final blow before the Zhao clansmen groaned in unison. The one-armed martial artist closest to him was stunned into bleeding from 7 orifices, but still managed to land one final blow before collapsing backward. That one moment of hesitation was all he needed. Yue Yuan leaped into the air, twisting to evade Zhao Yuan's next strike. Landing on all 4s, he locked his demonic sense onto the man enveloped in golden light before him. Full power. Water prison. Walls of water converged from 4 directions, simultaneously crushing inward with no reserves held back. Zhao Yuan's legs buckled under the pressure, his blade pierced the water walls, but could not withstand the hydraulic force. The golden light flickered violently. Every bone in his body creaked, and his chest cavity was compressed by half an inch. His vision began to darken, but his hand never loosened its grip. "My father, my brother, both died by your hand. The Zhao clan. Over 100 years. The golden light shattered. The water prison closed in. Zhao Kangsan's long blade slipped from Zhao Yuan's grasp and clattered onto the bluestone bricks. The fire in the main courtyard still raged, but no one rushed forward anymore. The remaining clan members were either dead or wounded. Some knelt beside Zhao Yuan's corpse, covering their faces with their hands, their cries drowned out by the roar of the flames. Yue Yuan withdrew his water control and landed beside Zhao Yuan's body. He looked down at the man who had never let go of his blade until death. Then he bit his collar and dragged him out of the courtyard. Over the bluestone bricks, past the burning threshold, to a corner of the front yard untouched by the fire. He arranged the body, letting the stiff hand still rest on Zhao Kangsan's long blade. He didn't know why he did it. The Zhao mansion collapsed in a roar of flames, sparks flying in all directions. Yue Yuan crawled through the sea of fire back to the lotus pond and sank to the bottom. The system notification chimed. Mission to annihilate the Zhao clan complete. Rating S. Reward 30 clan fortune points. Current clan fortune 41. But he was in no mood to celebrate. The chip on the edge of his shell and that fine crack were the first real wounds he had suffered in 15 years, inflicted by a Xiantian initial stage cultivator he had dismissed. All because he let 3 survivors go. If the remnants had all died by the ditch last night, Zhao Yuan would never have known the shell's weak point. If he had swept the Zhao mansion with his spiritual sense beforehand, he would have discovered the kerosene array. If he had gone all out from the start, that blade strike would never have landed. But there were no ifs in this world. From now on, I can't keep falling into the same trap over and over. I must learn from my mistakes. He etched the dull pain from the shell's edge into his mind and opened the system panel. 41 clan fortune points. The Qi refining midstage required 50, 9 points short. Behind him, the Zhao mansion was reduced to ashes in the morning light. The residents of Qingniu Town, startled awake by the blaze, watched from a distance, none daring to approach. Liu Tieshan stood at his own doorstep, staring at the black smoke billowing from the direction of the Zhao residents in long silence. That turtle had said, within 3 days. Now on the second day, the Zhao clan was gone. He turned back into the house, took out a century-old wild ginseng root nurtured by spiritual energy, cut it into 3 portions, and placed one into a medicine pot. He lit the fire and began to decoct the medicine. A hidden acupoint throbbed faintly. He knew that the path ahead might be one the Liu Clan would have to walk on their own. Liu Tieshan sat cross-legged in his cramped room. Before him lay 3 portions of sliced wild ginseng. Though called aged ginseng, its quality was far from superior. This ginseng root was left to him by the old clan chief, stored for years without proper processing. Its skin was wrinkled, and most of its fibrous roots had broken off. Yet after being nourished by the spiritual energy of the divine turtle elder in the lake, the ginseng body had swelled to more than double its original size. On the cut surface, fine patterns were visible, and when brought close it exuded an extremely faint, indescribable bitter aroma. It was not the scent of medicine. It was something pure. He picked up the first portion, chewed it, and swallowed. The ginseng flesh was tough, chewing like dried bark, but after swallowing a wave of warmth rose from his stomach, spreading through his meridians to his limbs. Then the second portion. The third. With 3 portions of ginseng in his belly, the warmth turned to heat. Liu Tieshan closed his eyes, and following the elder's guidance, slowly sank his blood energy into the spot, 3 inches below his dantian. The dark acupoint. The last time he had sensed it, it was like a sleeping heart wrapped in a thin membrane. When his blood energy touched it, it pulsed faintly, as if something curled within, unwilling to awaken. But this time, as the medicinal power of the 3 spiritually nourished ginseng slices merged with his blood energy and surged into that spot, the dark acupoint awakened. Not gradually. It jolted violently, as if a heart had been struck by a defibrillator. The membrane enveloping the acupoint trembled fiercely, then split open from the center. What seeped through the crack was not light, but a sensation Liu Tieshan had never experienced. It was not pain, not numbness. It was a swelling surge from the deepest part of his body, as if something had been dormant within him for 25 years, finally waiting for the chance to break free. Then he heard a sound. It was his own blood flowing. Every drop pumped from his heart, rushing through his meridians to every part of his body. He could hear the blood scouring the vessel walls like a river scouring its bed. He could even hear something pulsing within the blood. It was qi. Blood and qi. He had practiced martial arts for 20 years, thinking he had long understood the meaning of these 2 words. Now he knew he had never understood. Blood and qi were not blood plus qi, it was qi within the blood. Every drop of blood harbored minuscule bubbles of qi, imperceptible under normal circumstances. Only at this moment, when the dark acupoint was awakened, did they break free from the blood's embrace, surging upward through the meridians, past the chest, past the throat, into the crown of the head. Boom. Liu Tieshan's mind went blank. Not unconsciousness, not distraction. It was an unprecedented clarity. With his eyes closed, he could see the entire room. The medicine pot on the table still steamed. The paper window rustled faintly in the morning breeze. In the courtyard, 5th uncle dozed leaning against the wall with his cane. In the backyard chicken coop, 2 hens squabbled over food. The scope of his vision expanded, continuously crossing the courtyard wall, the alley, the dirt road at the town entrance. 100 meters. In his peak state, he could sense every aura within 100 meters with his eyes closed. Then all sensation retracted abruptly like a receding tide, pulling back into his body. The dark acupoint had fully opened. Liu Tieshan opened his eyes. No tears, no excitement, no superfluous expression. He simply looked down at his hands, then slowly clenched them into fists. A series of crisp cracks sounded from his knuckles, denser and sharper than before. He could feel the bones in every finger vibrating as if they had been reforged like iron billets. Then he unclenched his fist, turned his palm over, and looked at the wound he had cut into it. The mark left when he swore by blood still crusted with dark red scabs. Now the scab was visibly drying and becoming brittle, the edges curling up before the whole piece fell off. The wound was gone. His palm was smooth as new, not even a scar remained. So this is Xiantian. Liu Tieshan said, his voice very soft, as if speaking to someone or muttering to himself. Then he stood up and pushed open the door. In the courtyard, 5th uncle, dozing against the wall, was startled awake by the door's creak. He looked up at Liu Tieshan and froze. Having lived over 60 years and practiced martial arts in his youth, he had seen Xiantian martial artists before. When Zhao Tsongsong had broken through to Xiantian, he had watched from afar. That feeling he still remembered. Zhao Tsongsong stood there doing nothing, yet you dared not approach, like a beast cloaked in human skin. Now looking at Liu Tieshan, he felt the same. Yet not entirely. Zhao Kengsong's aura pressed down like a mountain. Liu Tieshan's aura was still like a deep pool, its surface unruffled, yet you knew its depths were unfathomable. Clan head. 5th uncle's voice trembled, his cane nearly slipping. 5th uncle. Liu Tieshan nodded at him, his tone no different from usual. Summon 4th uncle for me. Then have 3rd brother notify all branches. A council in the main hall in the time it takes a cup of tea to cool. 5th uncle swallowed hard, then leaning on his cane hurried toward the backyard twice as fast as usual. Liu Tieshan did not go to the main hall. He first walked to the gap in the courtyard wall blocked with mud bricks and looked at it. This was a hole he had dug as a child to sneak out and play, later sealed by the old clan chief with the cheapest mud bricks. One kick and they would give way. A few days ago, when he had fled back from Qingniu Mountain, he had crawled in through here. He crouched down, ran his hand over the rough mud bricks, then picked up a broken brick from the side and slammed it firmly into the gap. The broken brick embedded itself in the mud, sealing it tightly. No need to crawl through anymore, he said, his voice very soft, then rose and walked toward the main hall. The main hall was already crowded. Though called a hall, it was not large. Once the main dwelling of the Liu ancestors, later partitioned for councils, furnished with an octagonal table and a few chairs, it was packed tight with over 20 people. Fourth uncle Liu Changfu stood at the front, still clutching a medicinal hoe evidently summoned from the pharmacy. Third brother Liu Tieshan had just called back 2 cousins from the quarry, not yet having had time to sit and drink water. Fifth uncle stood at the door with his cane. Behind him, the old weak women and children of the Liu branches, the youngest clinging to their parents' legs, not understanding what was happening. All eyes were on Liu Tieshan. Not with their eyes. With instinct. They could not articulate what had changed, but they felt something different about their clan head. Before, the clan head inspired trust, but it was "I trust you as a person." Now the clan head stood there saying nothing, and you dared not disobey. Not out of fear, but reverence. The Zhao family is gone. Liu Tieshan spoke, and this was his first sentence. No one in the hall spoke. Everyone knew the Zhao mansion had burned to ruins, but they did not yet grasp its meaning. Zhao Tsungsong is dead. Zhao Yuan is dead. All the Xiantian and Houtian martial artists of the Zhao family are dead. Liu Tieshan paused. All killed by Xian Shui, old ancestor, our Liu family's patron. Someone drew a sharp breath. Regarding the matter of patron ancestor, Liu Tieshan had not explained much to most people. He had only let a few core clan members know that the Liu family now revered a spirit turtle as their ancestor, but not how powerful this turtle truly was. Now he told them. One being, no one turtle, had annihilated the entire Zhao family's Xiantian members in a single night and burned down their century-old mansion. And the Houtian martial artists, that turtle had killed them effortlessly. From today onward, Liu Tieshan's voice was steady. The Liu family is no longer the one being bullied. But the Liu family will not become the old Zhao family. He looked at everyone present. The Zhao family's assets in Qingniu Town, the shops, the quarry, the herb warehouse, the Liu family will take them over. But not all. 30% of the shops will go to the Chun family in town, 20% of the quarry to the Su family. The deed to the herb warehouse will be auctioned publicly. Whichever family in town has the means can claim it. The remaining share belongs to the Liu family. The 20% of the quarry given to the Su family is not free. Their condition is to be responsible for dredging the town's irrigation ditch once a month. From now on, the Su family will manage the town's waterworks with the Liu family funding it. As for the Zhao family's remaining elderly women and children, we will not drive them out nor kill them. Fourth uncle arranged for 3 bags of rice to be sent to them along with some burn-healing herbs. Tell them the Liu family will not wipe out their roots, but the Zhao family can no longer claim to be a martial family in Qingniu Town. If their children wish to learn martial arts in the future, the Liu family will not stop them. But if anyone seeks revenge, he looked at fourth uncle, his eyes calm as still water, the Liu family will show no mercy. Qingniu Town does not belong to the Liu family. From today, no single family will have the final say in Qingniu Town. When issues arise, the families will sit together and discuss. When conflicts occur, everyone will mediate. The Liu family will not bully others, nor will we be bullied again. Fourth uncle was silent for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Yes, clan head. The people in the main hall gradually dispersed. Each person's expression was different as they walked out. Some excited, some tense, some still bewildered, others already planning their days ahead. But regardless of their expressions, their steps were lighter than when they had arrived. Not because the Liu family had grown stronger, but because they no longer had to live in fear. Fourth uncle reached the door, then turned back. He looked at Liu Tieshan, hesitated, then spoke. If your father were still here seeing today, he would be very happy. Liu Tieshan said nothing, only nodded. Fourth uncle left. The main hall was empty, leaving only Liu Tieshan. He stood before the octagonal table, looking down at the old marks left by teacups on its surface, staring for a long time. Then he reached out and touched the tabletop, his fingertip tracing an old scar left by a knife. That year when the Zhao family first came calling, the old clan chief was still alive. The man had slammed his knife onto the table, saying the Zhao family wanted this piece of land. The old clan chief refused. The man chopped the table with his knife, saying you'd better think again. In the end, the land was taken by the Zhao family, but the knife scar on the table remained. The old clan chief forbade its removal, saying it should stay as a lesson. No need to keep it anymore. Liu Tieshan picked up the teapot, poured a bowl of cold tea, and took a sip. The tea was bitter wild tea picked from the mountains, steeped so many times it had lost its color. But he drank slowly, as if committing the bitterness to memory. Meanwhile, in the river outside the town, Yue Yuan lay at the bottom, slowly retracting his spiritual sense and shaking his head gently. Soft-hearted. The moment Liu Tieshan broke through, the system notification arrived. As promised, core clan contract member Liu Tieshan has broken through to Xiantian. Clan Fortune 3. Current clan Fortune 44. Then, as Liu Tieshan led the cleanup of the Zhao remnants, he heard a second notification: elimination of Zhao family completed. Remnant forces cleared. Clan Fortune 5. Current clan Fortune 49. 1 point short. Not long after, another notification appeared: clan reputation achievement, Qingniu Town 1 over. Clan Fortune 1. Current clan Fortune 50. 50 points. The threshold for advancing from Qi refinement layer 3 to layer 4 was 50 points. With just a single thought, he could step into the middle stage of Qi refinement. After breaking through, his spiritual energy would surge, the cracks on his shell would mend, his size would increase dramatically, and he might even awaken a new divine ability. Yue Yuan lay on the stone slab and thought for a while. Then he tucked his head into his shell. Forget it. The bottleneck of the middle stage of Qi refinement can't trap me now anyway. My current strength is enough to dominate Qingniu Town. No rush to advance. They'll keep these 50 points in reserve in case of emergencies. As for breaking through, beyond, I can just absorb spiritual energy slowly by sleeping. After all, with the profound water-breathing art, triple efficiency means I can grow my cultivation while lying down. Why spend clan fortune on something I can solve by sleeping? Having made this decision with a clear conscience, Yue Yuan closed his eyes. River water flowed over his shell and spiritual energy seeped slowly into his body along the shell's patterns. The chipped edges and fine crack on his shell no longer leaked spiritual energy, the wounds had stabilized. But to fully repair them, he would either need to break through or wait months for natural growth. But he was in no hurry. After all, he had time. After all, he was lazy. After all, he was a turtle. Sleep on it, deal with it. Half a month. It had been exactly half a month since the Zhao family's downfall. During this half-month, many things happened. The news that the Zhao family's grand mansion had burned to ruins spread across 100 li in every direction. Everyone who heard it thought they were dreaming. The Zhao family, which had dominated Qingniu Town for over a century, a family with 2 Xiantian experts, was it simply gone, wiped out to the last Xiantian by a turtle? Even the storytellers wouldn't dare to spin such a tale. But the ruins of the Zhao mansion stood there, the charred beams and rubble bearing silent witness. The remaining women and children of the Zhao family were settled by the Liu family into a few idle mud houses east of the town. Rice and medicine were delivered daily, and their days were more peaceful than before. Only they could no longer call themselves a martial clan. And the Liu family, which half a month ago was a minor clan bullied at its own doorstep, had now become the de facto ruler of Qingniu Town. Liu Tieshan did not break his word. From the Zhao family's assets, 3/10 of the shops were given to the Chun family in town, and 2/10 of the quarry went to the Su family on the condition that the Su family would be responsible for clearing the silt from the town's irrigation canals. The deed to the medicinal herb warehouse was auctioned publicly and bought by several merchant families in town. The rest belonged to the Liu family. The rules of Qingniu Town also changed. No single family called the shots anymore. The families sat together to discuss matters, and disputes were settled openly. Someone asked Liu Tieshan, "Your Liu family has the strongest fist now. Why not just be the boss?" Liu Tieshan replied, "That's exactly what the Zhao family thought back then." When these words reached the ears of the other families, some fell silent, some sighed, and some secretly breathed a sigh of relief. And today Liu Tieshan finally found the time to do something he should have done long ago: inventory the spoils of war. A century of the Zhao family's accumulation could not be contained in a single mansion. And today Liu Tieshan finally found the time to do something he should have done long ago: inventory the spoils of war. A century of the Zhao family's accumulation could not be contained in what they dug out filled 5 ox carts. Now all of it was piled up in the empty yard behind the Liu residence. Fourth uncle Liu Changfu squatted on the ground, holding an account book, jotting down each item as he counted. Around him, a few young clansmen sorted the items and stacked them neatly by category. Gold and silver total equivalent to 8,000 taels of silver. Fourth uncle reported the number. The young clansman holding the brush ink stained the account book in a small blot. 8,000 taels. The Liu family's total income in the past year was less than 500 taels. Fourth uncle reported the number. The young clansman holding the brush ink stained the account book in a small blot. 8,000 taels. The Liu family's total income in the past year was less than 500 taels. Ordinary weapons not counted. Cultivation techniques: 3 mortal grade lower rank, 1 mortal grade middle rank. Liu Tieshan stood by, his brow twitched slightly at the mention of mortal grade middle rank. A mortal grade middle rank technique was already considered a family heirloom in Qingniu Town. Years ago, the old patriarch had spent 30 taels of silver and owed a favor just to acquire a mortal grade lower rank fist technique for the clan. The Zhao family had casually hidden away a mortal grade middle rank technique. Anything else? One last item. Fourth uncle took out an iron box from behind him, palm wide, half a foot long, its surface rusty, but the seams tightly sealed, clearly forged from good iron. This was found in the deepest hidden compartment of the Zhao family's treasure vault. There was nothing else in that compartment but this. Liu Tieshan took the iron box. It was heavy in his hand. He opened the lid, revealing a layer of yellowed silk cloth on which lay a thin booklet. The cover of the booklet was made of some unknown material, neither paper nor cloth, to the touch cool and smooth. When brought close to the nose, it gave off an extremely faint, indescribable scent, like pine resin or musk. On the cover were inscribed several characters: Xuanwu Gong. No rank was marked, no author's name. But when Liu Tieshan opened the first page and took a single look, his pupils sharply contracted. Patriarch. Fourth uncle, seeing his changed expression, hurriedly leaned in. Liu Tieshan did not speak. He turned the pages one after another. He turned them quickly, yet examined each page carefully. The faster he turned, the more rapid his breathing became. After flipping through 7 or 8 pages, he suddenly closed the booklet, took a deep breath, and uttered 2 words. Supreme. Great. Fourth uncle's account book thudded to the ground. A mortal grade supreme rank cultivation technique. In all of Qingniu Town, even for 100 li around, no one had ever seen a mortal grade supreme rank technique. It was not something money could buy. It was a clan-guarding treasure that only major powers with centuries of heritage might possess. The Zhao family had this thing, but it seemed no one in the family had ever practiced it. Zhao Cangsong never used it, nor did Zhao Yuan. Maybe no one in the Zhao family could practice it. Liu Tieshan murmured, "This technique is incomplete." He turned to a certain page in the middle and pointed to a line of small characters for fourth uncle to see. The small characters were densely written, as if a scribe who copied the original technique had casually added marginal notes. The handwriting was hasty but forceful. The four realms of martial arts, first Yue Yuan. Unblock the meridians, strengthen the blood, and qi. This is the beginning of the martial path. Second Hodian, refine essence and a qi, draw external force inward. This is the gateway to martial arts. Third Xiantian, open the hidden apertures to connect with heaven and earth, radiate blood and qi, externally injure enemies within 100 paces. Fourth Zhongshi, the Grandmaster reborn through transformation, doubles lifespan and combat power, can rival immortals. The characters for rival in the last sentence were written crookedly, as if the writer hesitated, but ultimately wrote them down. After writing, he drew a line encircling the words rival immortals and added an even smaller line beside it. In 40 years of wandering the world, I have never personally seen a Grandmaster. This statement is questionable. Later generations must judge for themselves. Liu Tieshan, read this passage 3 times. A Grandmaster's combat power could rival immortals. If someone else had said this, he might have laughed it off. But the man who wrote these words had spent 40 years wandering the world, and only said, I have never personally seen not this. In other words, that man was uncertain too. And uncertainty itself was an answer. But he also knew that Zhao Cangsong, after 80 years of bitter cultivation, had only reached the middle stage of Xiantian. The realm of the Grandmaster for people within 100 li was more distant than the stars in the sky. He put away the booklet and brushed the dust off the iron box. Fourth uncle, don't spread the word about the technique. You've worked hard this half-month. Tonight add a few extra dishes for the clan, and give everyone 2 months extra allowance. Fourth uncle grinned. Will do. Meanwhile, in the river channel at the edge of Qingniu Mountain, a dark cyan turtle was lying on a stone slab at the bottom of the river in an extremely indecent posture, sprawled out with its belly up, head tilted to one side, and a few strands of waterweed clinging to the edge of its shell. Its mouth was half open and a string of tiny bubbles emerged from the corner, floating unsteadily upward with the current. Sunlight filtered through the water onto the dark green shell. Upon closer inspection, the original chipped gap and the hairline crack on the shell had vanished without a trace. In their place was a ring of newly grown shell material, slightly lighter in color than the surrounding area, like a patch on an old suit of armor. Yue Yuan was sleeping. Not cultivating, just sleeping. He slept deeply. Over the past half-month, sleeping was what he did most. 7 or 8 hours a day was the norm. It wasn't that he was deliberately slacking off. Well, actually he was. Since the Zhao clan had been wiped out and Liu Tieshan had broken through to the innate realm, the Liu family could handle all the trivial matters in town. What else could an old turtle like him do besides eat and sleep? As for cultivation, there was no need to push so hard. After all, with the profound water-breathing technique's triple efficiency, he could increase his cultivation even while lying down. Sleeping was cultivating. Cultivating was sleeping. That was the life. Then he was jolted awake by a sudden surge of spiritual energy within his body. His eyes flew open, a flicker of bewilderment passing through his pea-sized pupils. He then discovered that his meridians were a full size thicker than before he slept, and the spiritual energy stored in his dantian had expanded from a small puddle into a small lake. His shell felt faintly swollen, and his entire body seemed to have been inflated at least twice as large as before. If he was once the size of a stone pier, now he was roughly the size of a millstone. He froze for a few breaths, then quickly opened his system panel. In the top right corner, the text in the cultivation column had changed. Realm Qi Refining Layer 4 Mid Qi Refining, a breakthrough. A breakthrough. Yue Yuan stared at those words for a long time, his pea-sized eyes filled with disbelief. What did I do? He racked his brain to recall if he had done anything special before sleeping. Nothing. He just ate a fish, then lay down and slept. He hadn't even actively circulated the profound water-breathing technique. That thing was passive and operated on its own. Just like that, a breakthrough. He lowered his head to look at his body again. It had grown a full size. The cracks on his shell were gone. His spiritual energy had increased by at least 50%. It was indeed a breakthrough. Yue Yuan fell silent for a few breaths, then unblinkingly found an excuse for himself. It must be that my extremely high talent played a crucial role at the critical moment. A mere mid-Qi refining bottleneck is nothing but paper before me. Saying this to Liu Tieshan would be no problem. His true inner thought was, this profound water-breathing technique is too powerful. You can even break through by sleeping. So why bother cultivating in the future? Wouldn't it be enough to just sleep a few more times? Of course, he could only think this to himself. He couldn't lose the facade of the ancestor. He steadied himself and refocused on the system panel. Since he had broken through, there must be changes on the panel. He scanned it carefully, and his gaze suddenly stopped. On the panel in the cultivation column next to Qi Refining Layer 4 Mid-Qi Refining, there was a small arrow that he had never noticed this arrow before, because his cultivation was too low back. Then a few words sufficed to display everything with no need for expansion. He mentally clicked on that arrow. A list of detailed information unfolded. Qi Refining Stage Realm Division, Qi Refining Layer 1-3, Early Qi Refining. Qi Refining Layer 4-6, Mid Qi Refining. Qi Refining Layer 7-9, Late Qi Refining. Qi Refining Great Perfection. Breakthrough rules. This system adopts a stage-based system for Qi Refining Stage Advancement. Consuming 50 clan fortune points allows a direct promotion to the next stage. Current stage Mid Qi Refining Layer 4. Next stage late, Qi refining layer 7 requires 50 clan fortune points. Note currently holds 50 clan fortune points meeting the promotion conditions. Promote. Yue Yuan's pea-sized eyes grew wider and wider. When he reached the last line his breath almost stopped. 50 points. Just 50 clan fortune points, and he could jump from Qi refining layer 4 to layer 7. Not one layer at a time, but a direct jump of an entire stage. He still remembered the few slashes Zhao Yuan had dealt him after crushing the golden talisman, the chipped gap on the edge of his shell, and the crack that had extended half an inch. If Zhao Kangsong's fist hadn't caused internal damage at that spot, Zhao Yuan's blade wouldn't have been able to breach his defense. The shell he had honed for 15 years was cleaved open by a mortal innate realm warrior's blade. Even if it was just a gap the size of a grain of rice, it was still a breach. He turned over, floating belly up on the water again. The river rippled gently, carrying his millstone-sized body slowly downstream. Not far away on the bank grew a few clumps of wild cattails, with several dragonflies flitting about the tips of the grass. In the distance, the outline of Qingniu Mountain was exceptionally clear in the afternoon sunlight, with a thin layer of mist shrouding the area above the mountainside, as if someone had draped a gauze garment over the peak. Awesome. He summed up his current state in his mind. Then a question suddenly occurred to him. Now that he was the size of a millstone, how would he enter the Liu residence in the future? How would he walk? How would he talk to people? The image of Liu Tieshan kneeling in salute only to look up and see a millstone-sized turtle in front of him was a bit comical to imagine. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the system panel flashed again. He looked down and saw a new line of text had appeared in the talent column. New talent unlocked: size manipulation. Freely adjustable body size ranging from the size of a fingernail to the maximum size allowed by the current realm. When size is reduced, increased defense and speed change. Proportionally smaller size means lower defense, but higher speed, and vice versa. Current maximum size millstone size. Current minimum size fingernail size. Yue Yuan's eyes widened. Then he tried to activate the new talent. With the thought, his body began to shrink slowly. Millstone size, basin size, palm size, fist size, fingernail size. He watched his body grow smaller and smaller, finally turning into a tiny, deep green turtle no bigger than a... He looked down at his reflection on the water's surface, so small, it was nearly invisible. Only by leaning in could one find a tiny speck the size of a green bean floating on the water. He waved a claw, and a ripple no larger than a pinpoint spread across the water. Yue Yuan crawled out of the water and climbed up a rock along the bank. The rock's surface was rough with many small pits and cracks. To his current size, this rock was like a mountain. He climbed slowly but steadily, step by step, until he reached the top. From there he looked down at the nameless lake he had called home for 15 years. From this angle the lake seemed exceptionally vast. Before he had only thought it was spacious enough to live in, but now it looked like the lake's surface shimmered with light, and the distant reflection of Qingniu Mountain swayed gently in the water. He took a deep breath. While his lungs were too small now to inhale much air, but the gesture made him feel very comfortable. Then he immersed his consciousness back into the system panel and opened the complete host information interface. He wanted to see all his current assets. Host information: name Yue Yuan. Race: profound water spirit turtle. Bloodline: common spirit beast. Next tier: mutant beast. Evolution requires clan fortune 0-100. Realm: Qi refining layer 4, mid Qi refining. Next stage late Qi refining requires 50 clan fortune points. Current clan fortune 50. Talents: water control, size manipulation new. Divine abilities: water arrow technique unlocked, water prison technique. Next stage. Unlock requires clan fortune 0-80. Technique: profound water breathing technique, mortal grade top, turtle exclusive, efficiency x3. Passive abilities: turtle breath art layer 1. Conceals demonic aura undetectable by anyone within Qi refining stage. Spiritual sense perceives spiritual energy and life auras within a 30 li radius. Clan fortune acquisition rules collapsed. Side quests: no new quests. He stared at the lines. Current clan fortune 50, and late Qi refining requires 50 points, for a long time, then closed the panel with satisfaction. With 50 points in hand, I have the world in my grasp. The decision to save these points without spending them now seemed like a stroke of genius. If he had spent those 50 points when he broke through to mid-Qi refining, he would be slowly climbing from layer 4 now. But now, whenever he wished, he could jump straight to layer 7. That was the confidence of having savings. Clan fortune points were a wonderful thing. He had vaguely understood this truth before, but now he was experiencing it firsthand. As long as he had enough clan fortune points, he feared nothing. If he encountered an unbeatable enemy, he could break through on the spot and turn the tables. If he was stuck at a bottleneck, he could use clan fortune points to break through. If a sudden situation required a certain divine ability, he could use clan fortune points to unlock it. In other words, clan fortune points were his second life. So the question was how to earn more clan fortune points. The Zhao clan had been eliminated, the quest rewards were collected. The Liu family was now integrating the resources of Qingniu Town. The clan fortune points from family prestige would occasionally tick up by 1 or 2, but those were small sums. The real big gains came from family members breaking through in cultivation realms. Liu Tieshan, a mere martial artist breaking through to the innate realm, had given 3 points. What about a cultivator breaking through? From Qi refining layer 1 to 9, each layer would give points. Breaking through to foundation establishment would start at 10 points. Breaking through to golden core would be 50 points. Those were the truly big gains. But the problem was that the Liu family currently didn't have a single cultivator. Not even the lowest level Qi refining practitioner. Thinking this, Yue Yuan suddenly felt something was wrong. He carefully recalled the cultivation novels he had read in his past life. In those novels, spiritual roots could be inherited through bloodlines. The offspring of cultivators had a high probability of having spiritual roots. Mortal couples could also give birth to children with spiritual roots, but the probability was extremely low, so low it could be ignored. In other words, with this houseful of mortal martial artists, the Liu family might not encounter a single child with spiritual roots even after 10 or 8 generations of childbirth. So this family I bound myself to a dead end. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. The family he had waited 15 years to bind might end up being a martial arts specialist, unable to produce a single cultivator. What would happen to the clan fortune points then? Relying on the meager few points given by mortal martial artists breaking through, it would take ages to accumulate anything significant. No, he had to find a way. He lay on top of the rock basking in the sun while scheming. He could live for 500 years, there was plenty of time. As long as he could mix cultivator genes into the Liu family's bloodline, children with spiritual roots would eventually be born. Liu Tieshan was only 25 and not yet married. His younger brother Liu Tieshan was just over 20 and also single. There were several other bachelors among the younger generation of the Liu family, all good prospects. If he could find a cultivator, preferably female, to marry into the Liu family, the offspring would have a chance of inheriting spiritual roots. But where could he find a cultivator? He scanned the area within 30 li with his spiritual sense. Apart from himself, a demon turtle, at mid-chi refining, there wasn't a single trace of spiritual light within the entire radius. Not to mention cultivators, there wasn't even a single demon sense. There was an abnormal spiritual energy fluctuation deep within Qingniu Mountain, but that place was too far away, and who knew what was there? With his current cultivation, recklessly going there and running into some great demon would be like delivering a takeout order. Tough. He sighed inwardly, then turned over to let the sun warm his belly. But on second thought, the matter wasn't entirely. Since there was an abnormal spiritual energy fluctuation deep in Qingniu Mountain, it meant there was definitely something related to cultivation there. It could be a spiritual vein, a heavenly treasure, or the ruins of some cultivator's cave dwelling. Once his cultivation was high enough in the future, he could explore the mountain and might just find a clue. Besides, he refused to believe that a reincarnator who had lived 2 lifetimes bearing a system, a divinely chosen turtle self-proclaimed, would meet his end in such a small place. Sooner or later, the Liu family would have their own cultivators. By then, clan fortune points would flow in like a river. The more Yue Yuan thought about it, the brighter his future seemed. The earlier melancholy was burned away by the sun, and his mood became cheerful again. The more Yue Yuan thought about it, the brighter his future seemed. The earlier melancholy was. At dusk, the setting sun dyed Mount Qingniu in a golden red. Liu Tieshan came alone to the nameless lake on the outskirts of the mountain. It had been half a month since his last visit, and the lakeside remained unchanged. The sunset shattered on the water into a sea of gold, with an occasional fish leaping up and splashing back down. He knelt on one knee about to speak when he saw a green-black turtle head emerge from the lake's surface. Then he froze. This venerable turtle elder seemed a size larger than the last time they met. "What are you staring at?" Yue Yuan's voice echoed in his mind, still carrying that lofty aloofness yet tinged with a faint unease. "I have recently made a slight breakthrough in my cultivation, merely growing a bit in stature. State your business if you have any." Liu Tieshan immediately bowed his head, though a tempest raged within his heart. This elder's power had already been unfathomable when he annihilated the Zhao family last time. Now, after only half a month, he had broken through again. A spirit turtle that could cultivate, break through, and do so with astonishing speed. For the Liu family to have such a patron was nothing short of a blessing from the ancestors. He steadied himself and began his report. Over the past half-month, all of the Zhao family's assets had been fully consolidated. The several clans in town had no objections to the new rules, and the Chun and Su families had begun taking over the shops and quarries as agreed. The remaining elderly women and children of the Zhao family had been settled in the east of town, their emotions stable. In a word, Green Bull Town was now secure. Also, he retrieved an iron box from his bosom, opened it, and presented the booklet of the profound martial art with both hands. This was found in a hidden compartment deep within the Zhao family's vault. It is a mortal-grade top-tier cultivation technique. After perusing it, I discovered it contained some insights into the realms of martial arts which might prove useful to you, elder. Then he commented lightly, "Interesting. It's rare for mortal martial arts to reach such a level. Keep this manual, and a mortal-grade top-tier manual suits you perfectly. You won't need to change until you reach the peak of the Xiantian realm." The waterline returned the booklet. Liu Tieshan took it back with both hands, and then broached the main topic of the day. "Senior, although Qingniu Town is nominally governed by multiple families, it is essentially under the Liu family's control. I feel uneasy that you continue to dwell in this nameless lake in the wilderness. The Liu family has enclosed a piece of land on the Spirit Mountain behind the town, which is the area with the densest spiritual energy in Qingniu Town. A courtyard has already been built, complete with a pond specially constructed for you, fed by mountain springs, and filled with spirit spring stones found in the Zhao family's treasury. The courtyard is less than an incense stick's journey from the Liu family ancestral home. Should you have any instructions, I will come at once. I humbly dare to invite you, our ancestor, to move to Qingniu Town." Yue Yuan floated on the water, his tortoise head held high, his small eyes revealing no emotion. After a few moments of silence, he nodded slightly. "You are thoughtful. His voice was still that indifferent aged tone, but his words carried a hint more warmth than usual. I will arrive at noon tomorrow. Liu Tieshan bowed deeply and departed. After he left, Yue Yuan lay back down on the stone slab. Too much had happened today, he needed to process it. He had broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining, gained a new talent by chance, uncovered the secret to stage breakthroughs in the system, and held 50 points of clan fortune ready to skip levels at any time. The Liu family situation had stabilized, and he had even acquired a mortal-grade top-tier manual. Everything was progressing well. The only thing that troubled him was how the Liu family could produce a cultivator. He shook his tortoise head, casting aside his worries for the moment. Moving tomorrow. After 15 years in this lake, he was leaving it behind. Though he was moving to a better place, a faint, indescribable feeling lingered in his heart. After all, this lake had nurtured him for 15 years, from the size of a fingernail to that of a millstone. He surfaced for one last look at the familiar lake. Moonlight scattered across the water like countless shards of silver. Reeds on the shore swayed gently in the night breeze, and the silhouette of Mount Qingniu in the distance seemed especially profound under the moonlight. Far to the west, deep within the mountains, that faint, elusive ripple of spiritual energy still lay quietly like a seed buried in the mountain depths. He had once thought that direction was dangerous and best avoided. Now, at the mid-stage of qi refining with the ability to leap to the late stage at any time, he felt a bit more confident. Once he had settled into his new home and familiarized himself with the territory, perhaps he could explore that direction. Not going deep, just taking a look at the edges. He wanted to see what that anomalous fluctuation truly was. Storing away that thought, he sank to the bottom of the lake, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep well, his last night before the move. Early the next morning, Yue Yuan was roused by the spiritual spring water, not by sunlight, but by the spring itself. Flowing down from the mountain, the water passed over spirit spring stones that Liu Tieshan had retrieved from the Zhao family's treasure vault. As the water brushed against the stones, it absorbed a trace of spiritual energy, barely enough to be felt, yet far more refreshing than the lake water. Yue Yuan lay at the bottom of the pond, savoring the sensation of the current gliding over his shell. He stretched all four limbs out in sheer comfort. This is no different from soaking in a hot spring, he mused inwardly. He rolled over, letting the spiritual spring water caress his belly. After a long while, he leisurely floated to the surface and crawled onto the large bluestone by the pond's edge. The bluestone, a square zhang in size, had a surface polished smooth, clearly a deliberate choice by Liu Tieshan. Warmed by the morning sun, the stone felt pleasantly hot against his shell. Several old locust trees stood by the pond, their shade covering half the water. The courtyard was modest but immaculate, paved with blue bricks with a few clumps of bamboo planted in the corner. Not bad, Yue Yuan remarked casually, though a glint of satisfaction flickered in his tiny black eyes. Despite his words of mere tolerability, his mind was already plotting how to turn this place into his exclusive territory. As he basked in the sun, he suddenly recalled that he had only told Liu Tieshan he would arrive today, but never specified how. His initial plan was to strut boldly through the town gate, but he quickly realized that a millstone-sized turtle crawling down the main street would terrify half the townsfolk to death. Keep a low profile, he reminded himself. So he used his water control talent to levitate the bluestone he had polished for 15 years, drifting along the river toward Green Bull Town. Near the town, he shrank to the size of a palm, hid the stone in a ditch outside, and swam through the channel toward the courtyard Liu Tieshan had described. The channel wound around the town, its water mediocre. Yue Yuan swam for a while until he reached the outside of the Liu family's new residence. Instead of entering the pond directly, he first swept the entire courtyard with his spiritual sense. No one was inside. Only two young Liu clansmen stood guard at the gate, their auras steady but unremarkable, likely posted there by Liu Tieshan. The courtyard was silent. The pond, fed by mountain spring water, carried a faint ripple of spiritual energy, presumably from the spirit spring stones. No anomalies detected. He cloaked himself tightly with the turtle breath technique, swam through the inlet pipe into the pond, and then poked his head above. Safe. The security of this courtyard barely passed muster. He crawled ashore, restored his body to millstone size, and perched squarely on the bluestone. With a mental transmission, he cast a message toward the gate, summoned Liu Tieshan to meet this venerable one. Both young guards shuddered simultaneously, their expressions as if an ice cube had been slipped down their collars. One of them bolted toward the Liu family ancestral home, running as if desperate to sprout extra legs. In less than half an incense stick's time, Liu Tieshan arrived with several core clansmen. Fourth uncle Liu Changfu was also there, his hand trembling as he leaned on his cane. In less than half an incense stick's time, Liu Tieshan arrived with several core clansmen. Fourth uncle Liu Changfu was also. The group filed in and then halted in unison. On the bluestone by the pond lay a millstone-sized bluish-black. Morning light filtered through the locust leaves onto its shell, where bluish-black patterns flickered in the shadows like ancient script carved into the surface. Its head was held high, its two tiny black eyes gazing at them, calmly devoid of any emotional fluctuation, like a 1,000-year-old unchanging well. Everyone froze. It wasn't fear, but a reverence deeper than fear. They all knew the Liu family worshipped an Qingniu old ancestor, who had annihilated the Zhao family's innate experts. But seeing it in person was another matter entirely. A millstone-sized turtle, motionless, made their knees weak. Liu Tieshan was the first to kneel on one knee, clasping his fists in salute. Liu Tieshan, along with the core clansmen, welcomes the Qingniu old ancestor. Yue Yuan nodded slightly, his mental voice resonating slowly, still carrying that ancient and aloof tone. Esteemed ones, this venerable one accepts the Liu family's patronage. From today, I shall dwell here. There is no need for daily worship, report only when necessary. On ordinary days treat me as an old turtle raised in the courtyard. The group exchanged bewildered glances. A millstone's eyes talking turtle to be kept as a mere pet. Fourth uncle Liu Changfei's lips quivered as if he wanted to speak, but swallowed his words. Yue Yuan observed this without comment. Then he did something, he shrank his body. From millstone size to washbasin size, from washbasin size to palm size, and finally to the size of a fingernail. With a plop he jumped into the pond, splashing a tiny water droplet no bigger than a fingernail. A pinpoint-sized ripple spread across the water's surface. The courtyard fell silent for a few breaths. Everyone turned to look at Liu Tieshan. Unfazed, he stood up and said to the group, "The old ancestor wishes to rest." Dismissed. The crowd dispersed, still filled with shock and confusion. Liu Tieshan walked to the pond's edge, watching the tiny turtle shadow crawling over the stones at the bottom. A barely perceptible smile twitched at the corner of his mouth, then he bowed and withdrew. Night fell. The locust tree in the courtyard swayed gently in the night breeze, while moonlight filtered through the branches and leaves scattering into a pool of silver light upon the pond. Liu Tieshan stood alone by the water's edge. After the clansmen had left during the day, he had withdrawn the guards from the courtyard gate to the alley entrance. Since the old ancestor preferred tranquility, the fewer people around the better. The pond's surface stirred slightly, as Yue Yuan surfaced, expanding to the size of a millstone before crawling onto the bluestone slab. Moonlight bathed his shell, and the patterns upon it glimmered faintly in the misty air. How did those people fare after they returned? Yue Yuan asked. Fourth uncle sat in silence for nearly an hour before going to drink with fifth uncle all night. Taihe, however, was quite excited, pestering me with questions about the old ancestor. The others felt more awe than before. Liu Tieshan reported truthfully. Yue Yuan silently nodded to himself. The first formal appearance had been a success, striking the perfect balance between majesty and mystery without frightening anyone away. Yet summoning Liu Tieshan tonight wasn't merely to discuss the clansmen's reactions. Let's get to business. You mentioned clansmen discovered anomalies in the mountains. Elaborate. Liu Tieshan's expression turned serious as he began his report. Over the past few days, clansmen who ventured into the mountains to gather herbs had returned with troubling accounts. In previous years, the outer reaches of the forest yielded abundant medicinal herbs during this season, but this year's harvest had decreased by nearly 30%, growing scarcer the deeper one went. Experienced herb gatherers among the clan sensed something amiss and probed deeper. At the forest periphery, they discovered beast droppings far larger than those of ordinary animals and fresh, no more than 3 days old. Others found claw marks on tree trunks reaching over half a zhang in height and nearly an inch deep. This was no ordinary beast. Claw marks half a zhang high, fresh droppings, Yue Yuan used. Where exactly were these traces? Liu Tieshan retrieved a rough paper from his bosom bearing a simplified topographical map of the mountains. He pointed to a location, the boundary between the outer and inner reaches of Qingniu Mountain, roughly 27 or 8 li to the west. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Yue Yuan's beans-eyed eyes. 27 or 8 li. This aligned almost perfectly with the location of the anomalous spiritual energy fluctuations he had detected earlier with his spiritual sense. The two clues matched. The mountain's beasts were migrating outward. Few reasons could compel them to abandon their territories. Either something more terrifying had driven them out or something was luring them forth. Either way, an investigation was necessary. I shall enter the mountains tomorrow. Arrange 2 herb gatherers familiar with the terrain. Do not reveal my identity to them. Simply say they are accompanying you to investigate. Have them wait at the mountain's base, Yue Yuan said. He paused, then added, also place several spirit spring stones into the water sources at the forest's periphery. Qingniu Mountain has a branch of the spiritual vein passing through its outskirts. Spirit spring stones can lock in a trace of qi, and placing them in water sources will stabilize the earth vein. Only when the mountain is at peace can the town be secure. Liu Tieshan nodded, committing this to memory. With business concluded, the atmosphere by the pond relaxed slightly. Yue Yuan lay on the bluestone slab, the moonlight warming his shell. Then he recalled something even more important. One more thing, you must keep this in mind. Yue Yuan's voice remained calm, but his words came slower. I can protect the Liu family for a time, but not forever. Why did the Zhao family suppress you for so many years? Because they had a Xiantian expert. Now the Zhao family is gone, and the Liu family has you a Xiantian. But while a Xiantian is formidable and mortalized before true cultivators, a Xiantian is merely a slightly low. The path of mortal martial artists has its limits. Beyond Hodian lies Xiantian, beyond Xiantian lies Grandmaster, and beyond Grandmaster, nothing. But I know that above Grandmaster there exists a vaster realm. That realm is called cultivation. Liu Tieshan listened quietly without interruption. What I seek is not a family that merely dominates a patch of land. What I seek is a family that can endure forever. To establish a foothold in the cultivation world, the family must have those who can cultivate, those with spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are innate. The descendants of cultivators are likely to possess them. Mortal couples may also bear children with spiritual roots, but the probability is negligible. Do you understand what I'm saying? Liu Tieshan remained silent for a moment, then nodded earnestly. Yet his nod was slight, and his expression was not one of sudden enlightenment, but rather a hesitant confusion. as if he grasped the literal meaning but was uncertain whether the old ancestor was implying that particular matter. Tales of unions between mortals and cultivators were something he had only heard once or twice from street storytellers, and those were merely theatrical fictions. A fairy descending to marry a poor scholar who only discovered his wife was an immortal after winning the top imperial examination. As for reality, at 25 he had never seen nor heard of such a thing. To him, this seemed more fantastical than a Xiantian martial artist breaking through to Grandmaster. Senior's reasoning is clear to me. Spiritual roots are vital. The family needs cultivators to endure. He chose his words carefully, a slight furrow in his brow. But this, a union between mortals and cultivators, I've never heard of a real case in all my life. Those immortal masters, aren't they all lofty and aloof? How could they ever look upon us mortal martial artists? It's like a phoenix marrying a sparrow. I dare not harbor such hopes. A flicker of exasperation passed through Yue Yuan's bean-sized eyes. Foolish boy, I meant for you to seek. You haven't even tried yet, you claim unworthiness. Is this how you martial artists think? Liu Tieshan opened his mouth, but no words came out. Let me put it this way, Yue Yuan said, stretching his turtle head toward Liu Tieshan, lowering his voice to a transmission audible only to the two of them. You are the head of the Liu family, a Xiantian martial artist at 25, a rare talent among mortals. A young man like you is an outstanding son among mortals and not unimpressive even in the cultivation world. Besides, with this turtle here, this little matter is nothing. He'll get you a fairy wife for sure, something to be proud of. Liu Tieshan stood frozen, as if struck by an acupoint. His mouth hung slightly open, his gaze vacant, and his ears reddened visibly in the moonlight, looking as though they had been smeared with chili oil. He understood every word, but their combined meaning left his mind blank for several breaths. He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. A fairy wife, he repeated with difficulty, his voice cracking. What, not satisfied? He looked at Yue Yuan and said seriously, I understand, senior. Does this trip into the mountains also involve such considerations? It would be ideal if we find something, but I won't force it. Liu Tieshan took a deep breath, rubbed his face vigorously, and exhaled slowly. When he raised his head again, his expression had regained its usual composure, though his ears were still slightly red. He looked at Yue Yuan and said seriously, I understand, senior. Does this trip into the mountains also involve such considerations? It would be ideal if we find something, but I won't force it. For now, focus on the clues. What is causing the anomalous fluctuations in the mountains, and what is driving the beasts outward? If we can find traces of cultivators, so much the better. If not, at least we must understand what is happening in the mountains. I understand, senior. What time should we depart tomorrow? Wait for me at the mountain's base with your men. I have my own way of joining you. Liu Tieshan bowed and departed. The pawn, he mulled over the route for tomorrow's expedition. The anomalous spiritual energy fluctuation deep in Qingniu Mountain. He had detected it earlier with his spiritual sense. It was small in scope, but steady, unlike the random undulations of. He mulled over the route for tomorrow's expedition. The anomalous spiritual energy fluctuation deep in Qingniu Mountain. He had detected it earlier with his spiritual sense. It was small in scope, but steady, unlike the random undulations of natural qi. It could be a spiritual vein, a celestial treasure, or perhaps the ruins of a cultivator's cave dwelling. If it were a cultivator's relic, he might acquire spirit stones or artifacts. And if there happened to be a sealed fairy within, all the better. The more he thought about it, the more plausible his plan seemed. A glimmer of satisfaction shone in his bean-sized eyes. Then he opened his system panel to see if any quests had been triggered for tomorrow's expedition. The clan fortune points in the upper right corner still stood at 50 unmoved. But a new entry had appeared in the quest log. Side quest triggered quest, Qingniu exploration objective, investigate the source of the anomalous spiritual energy fluctuation deep in Qingniu Mountain. Reward 20 clan fortune points, time limit 7 days. Yue Yuan's bean-sized eyes brightened. 20 clan fortune points. He currently had 50, enough to break through to the late qi refining stage at any time. If he completed this quest, he would have 70. Unlocking the water prison technique required 80 points, only 10 more to go. With a little more effort, he could simultaneously achieve late qi refining and the official water prison technique. Wonderful, he praised himself inwardly. Then he retracted and the spiritual energy from the spirit spring stones. The first night in his new home. The pond water was cool, and the spiritual energy from the spirit spring stones seeped slowly into his shell, far more comfortable than the lake. Moonlight shone through the water onto his shell, the dark patterns glimmering faintly in the dim light. Tomorrow into the mountains. Deep within Qingniu Mountain, what exactly was emitting those spiritual energy fluctuations? And what had driven the beasts outward? With these questions, he drifted into sleep. He would find out tomorrow anyway. He had 50 clan fortune points saved up, ready to turn the tide at any moment. And after all, he was a turtle. At the break of dawn, Liu Tieshan led 2 herb gatherers out of the town. Both herb gatherers were veterans of the Liu family, one named Liu Mu and the other Liu Shi, cousins who had spent over 2 decades traversing the mountains, able to navigate every beast trail on the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain with their eyes closed. Liu Mu carried a basket of dried provisions and herb pouches, while Liu Shi had a machete tucked at his waist and a bamboo staff in hand for probing the path. They only knew they were to accompany the family head into the mountains to investigate, but the specifics remained unspoken. As the 3 reached the town entrance, Liu Tieshan suddenly said, "Wait for me," and veered into a side alley. The 2 herb gatherers exchanged a glance, but dared not question. Liu Tieshan walked to the depths of the alley where a water channel led down from the mountain, its waters clear and its walls lined with thin moss. He crouched down and whispered, "Senior, we've arrived." From the channel floated a palm-sized dark greenish-black turtle. Its mung-bean-sized eyes swiveled around, then it climbed up the channel wall, crawling along Liu Tieshan's pant leg up. Its claws gripped the coarse fabric steadily, ascending swiftly until it reached his shoulder, where it nestled into the hollow. Then, as if reconsidering, it stood and continued upward, crawling to the crown of Liu Tieshan's head, settling beside his topknot, its foreclaws sinking into his hair, adjusting its posture before going still. Liu Tieshan froze. "Senior, your hair is tied tightly, perfect for a nest," Yue Yuan's voice echoed in his mind, matter-of-fact. "Let's go." Liu Tieshan paused for 2 breaths. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing, merely inhaling deeply as he emerged from the alley. The 2 herb gatherers watched the family head step out of the alley, a palm-sized dark greenish-black turtle perched. The turtle's head was held high, its mung-bean eyes calmly sweeping over them before looking away as if utterly disinterested. Lu Mu's mouth opened and closed. Lu Shi's bamboo staff nearly slipped from his grasp. "Family head on your head." Lu Mu ventured cautiously. "A turtle." "What? A turtle?" Liu Tieshan said flatly. "Just a pet. Let's go." Lu Mu and Lu Shi exchanged another glance. Having served Liu Tieshan for years, they knew that when the family head said, "Let's go," it was best not to press further. Thus the 2 herb gatherers swallowed their questions and turned toward the mountains. A trio plus the palm-sized turtle atop Liu Tieshan's head stepped through the morning dew into the forests of Qingniu Mountain. The mountain morning was tranquil. The mist had yet to fully dissipate, clinging in wisps to the treetops gilded by the dew dampened their pant legs, and the soft earth yielded silently underfoot. But soon Liu Tieshan sensed something amiss. It was too quiet. In previous years this hour would be alive with birdsong. Hares and pheasants would forage, and rustling sounds would emanate from the underbrush. But today there was nothing. After walking nearly 2 li, they heard only the rustle of wind through leaves and their own footsteps. "Family head, something's wrong," Lu Mu said. Lu Mu halted, crouching to examine the muddy ground. A set of paw prints larger than an adult's palm lay deeply embedded with crisp edges. He measured them with his hand, then looked up, his expression grim. "These are mountain wolf tracks. But mountain wolves rarely venture this far out. And these prints are fresh, no more than 2 days old." Within 100 paces, Lu Shi also noticed an anomaly. A pine tree as thick as a bowl had been snapped by something, its break, jagged bark scraped away to reveal pale wood. Deep claw marks scarred the trunk at a height over half a zhang. "To break a pine this thick," Lu Shi said, tapping the break with his staff, "that thing must weigh at least 400 or 500 jin." Liu Tieshan remained silent. He could sense the qi thickening around him. Since breaking through to the Xiantian realm, his perception of spiritual energy had sharpened immensely. Before entering the mountains, only felt fresher than the town. Now he could discern the spiritual energy in the air like a thin mist, growing denser the deeper they ventured. And the palm-sized turtle atop his head had been silent since they entered the mountains. Yet he sensed its foreclaws tightening slightly, as if intently perceiving something. Indeed, Yue Yuan was concentrating. His spiritual sense was fully expanded, mapping the distribution of spiritual energy within 30 li, twice as clear as usual. The deeper they went, the denser the spiritual energy became, and the closer the anomalous fluctuation drew. About 20 li ahead, a stable, rich concentration of spiritual energy gathered, distinct from the diffused natural energy around it. But what drew his attention more was a mobile source of qi beside that anomaly, small yet concentrated, carrying the distinct demonic aura of a beast. Its cultivation was low, around the 3rd layer of qi refining, but its aura was unstable, fluctuating as if injured. An injured demon beast occupying a site of abnormal spiritual energy. He had a rough idea. "Keep going," Yue Yuan's voice sounded in Liu Tieshan's mind. "At about 20 li, have the herb gatherers stay behind." Liu Tieshan did not respond, merely quickening his pace. The deeper they went, the more signs of beast activity appeared. Embedded in an old pine trunk were several black scales, each the size of a copper coin, with razor-sharp edges. Lu Mu carefully pried one off, weighing it. Heavy, denser than iron. Further on, a large swath of fallen leaves had been flattened, the depression over 2 zhang long, as if something long and thick had rolled over it. Lu Mu's face grew paler. In over 2 decades in the mountains, he had never seen such traces. Neither wolves nor boars could leave such marks. And those black scales in the tree. He dared not imagine what creature had left them. After a few more, Liu Yuan's voice spoke again. "Almost there. Have them stay." Liu Tieshan halted and turned to the 2 herb gatherers. "Wait here. If I'm not back by nightfall, return to the town. Don't look for me." Lu Mu started to speak, but was tugged by Lu Shi, who met Liu Tieshan's eyes and nodded. "Be careful, family head." Once the 2 had moved away, Liu Tieshan raised his hand, lifted the palm-sized turtle from his head, and placed it on the ground. The moment the turtle touched the ground, its body expanded like a balloon, from palm's eyes to basin's eyes, then to millstone. In an instant, a millstone-sized dark greenish-black giant turtle sat squarely on the mountain path. Even Liu Tieshan, having witnessed this twice, couldn't suppress a twitch of his eyelids. Yue Yuan raised his turtle head and gazed ahead. The spiritual energy here was nearly double that outside the mountain. The Xian Shui breathing technique circulated automatically, drawing energy through the patterns of his shell at a rate far faster than in town. If he cultivated here, his efficiency would be at least twice that of the town. From now on, Yue Yuan's voice resumed its ancient detached tone, speak little and follow me. There's a big creature ahead, badly wounded, but still a demon beast at the third layer of Qi refining. Your Xiantian martial arts won't do much against it. If a fight breaks out, don't engage directly. Stay back. Yes, senior. The man and turtle continued onward. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the forest ahead grew unusually dense. The canopy blotted out the sky, allowing only slivers of sunlight to filter through, leaving the woods as dim as dusk. Yet paradoxically, the spiritual energy was even richer here, the air carrying a faint cool trace. Yue Yuan stopped. We're here. He lowered his body, his foreclaws pressing into the thick fallen leaves without a sound. Liu Tieshan followed behind, his hand on his sword hilt, his breathing barely a whisper. They pushed through the last of the underbrush, and the view opened before them. It was a forest depression about the size of the Liu family's main courtyard. The trees surrounding it were far taller, their trunks needing two people to encircle their crowns, blocking the sky. At the center of the depression lay a small spring, its water crystal clear, no more than 3 feet across. The spring bed was lined with white sand embedded with several faintly glowing blue stones. Spirit spring stones. Natural ones, not the artificially polished kind in the Zhao family's treasury. The spiritual energy emanating from the spring was so dense it was visible to the naked eye, a thin white mist rising from the surface. Not steam, but vaporized spiritual energy. This was the source of the anomalous spiritual energy in Qingniu Mountain. But Yue Yuan's gaze lingered on the spring only a moment before shifting to its side. A massive python coiled beside the spring. Its body was as thick as an adult's waist, coiled into a large mass estimated to be over 3 zhang in length. Its scales were a dark iron black, each the size of a copper coin, with sharp edges gleaming coldly in the faint light. But a shocking tear wound ran along its flank from its spine down to its belly, the edges charred and curled as if blasted open by something. A faint volatile trace of spiritual energy lingered on the wound, fierce and scorching. Not water, not wine. More like fire or lightning. This python's cultivation was at the third layer of Qi, refining the same as Yue Yuan before his breakthrough, but weakened by its injury. An iron scale python. Yue Yuan recognized it at once. The records in those cultivation novels from his past life described similar beasts. Their iron scales as hard as refined steel, adults reaching 5 zhang, ranking high in defense among demon beasts of the same level. This one was only 3 zhang, not yet fully mature. And the nature of the wound's spiritual energy troubled him. Fierce and scorching, completely unlike the water attribute he was familiar with. Deep within Qingniu Mountain, something capable of inflicting such damage lurked. As he pondered, Liu Tieshan beside him lowered his voice. Senior. Yue Yuan turned his head to look at him. Liu Tieshan crouched behind the bush, his knuckles white from gripping his sword too tightly, but his face remained expressionless. He stared at the giant python in the depression, silent for a moment, then spoke in a subdued tone. So all those displaced beasts, were they driven out by it? Its presence claimed this spirit spring and lower-level beasts sensed the threat and fled. Yue Yuan paused. Liu Tieshan fell silent again. Then he said something that nearly made Yue Yuan choke. Mortal fighters fight mortals, Xiantian fighters fight Xiantian. Now there's a demon serpent with such overwhelming presence. If something stronger appears later, will you have to handle it too? Yue Yuan's mung bean eyes widened for a moment. Was this simpleton thinking not about how to fight, but about future how? He was about to retort, do you think him your personal guard, but swallowed the words. On reflection, it seemed true. The Liu family was indeed under his protection. We'll deal with the future later. First, let's assess its injury. He refocused on the iron scale python. The giant serpent seemed to sense something, lifting its massive triangular head from its coiled body, its dark golden vertical pupils sweeping toward the direction of Yue Yuan's hiding spot. Its forked tongue flickered, catching scent molecules in the air. But Yue Yuan had already suppressed his demonic aura completely, using the turtle breath technique. He crouched in the bush, his mung bean eyes calmly fixed on the giant python, calculating his next move. How to fight? How to handle the spirit spring? What had wounded this iron scale python so severely? What secrets lay deep within Qingniu Mountain? With these questions, he lowered his body further. The bush's foliage concealed his shell, leaving only a pair of mung bean eyes glinting faintly in the twilight. Lei Zhengxin crouched by the mountain stream, his fingers brushing over the dry blackened bloodstain on the rock. The blood had crusted over its edges, curling upward. He brought it to his nose and sniffed. The residual, thunder-attribute spiritual energy tingled faintly against his fingertips. It was left 3 days ago when he wounded the black iron python. Father, there's some over here too. His daughter's voice came from behind. Lei Xiaowan crouched among the rubble 7 or 8 paces downstream, her finger pointing to a patch of flattened ferns. Scattered drops of blood already blackened clung to the leaves, barely discernible without careful scrutiny. She lifted her head, revealing an oval face slightly flushed by the mountain wind. Her features still held the youthful brightness of a maiden, but the steadiness in her eyes no longer resembled that of a 17-year-old girl. Well done. Lei Zhengxin rose to his feet and pulled a coarse sheet of paper from his bosom, spreading it open. It was a tracking map he had drawn himself, tracing a path from the Black Wind Cliff deep within Qingniu Mountain to the outer area of Niujia Hollow. He marked a spot west of Niujia Hollow with a charcoal stick. It's been running west all along. In 3 days it's covered nearly 200 li crossing a mountain and wading through 2 streams. To travel so far with such injuries, this black iron python has a stronger will to live than I do. Lei Xiaoan walked over and handed her father a bamboo tube. The tube was filled with mountain spring water carrying a faint fragrance of bamboo. She watched him drink, hesitated, then spoke. Father, why do you think it keeps running west? The spiritual energy west of Qingniu Mountain is thinner. For a demon beast, wouldn't deeper territory be more beneficial? I don't know. Maybe it's fleeing blindly, or maybe something to the west is drawing it. An injured beast seeking shelter instinctively heads toward areas with relatively abundant spiritual energy. Logically, the west of Qingniu Mountain shouldn't have any decent places. But since it's heading this way, it must have found a spot at least better than the outside. Lei Xiaoan nodded thoughtfully and asked again, what happens after we catch it? At its peak it was at the 3rd layer of qi refining. Even though father's thunder technique wounded it if it fights desperately. I didn't bring you along to fight. Lei Jingqing interrupted, his voice low but firm. He returned the bamboo tube to his daughter, bent down, and picked up the long saber leaning against a tree. The scabbard was wrapped in black ironwood carved with a few rough thunder patterns. This blade had been with him for 15 years, the cord on its hilt worn to a shine. Bringing you out is to show you how we rogue cultivators live. You're 17 this year, and you've been stable at the 1st layer of qi refining for nearly 2 years. From now on you'll have to support this family. Cultivation alone isn't enough. You need to know how the cultivation world devours people. Lei Xiaoan said nothing, only nodded silently. She had heard these words since childhood, but each time her father spoke them the weight in his tone felt different. This time it was especially heavy. 3 days ago, while her father was away, the black iron python had stolen and devoured the green patterned spirit mushroom their family had guarded for 3 years. That mushroom was the Lei family's most valuable possession. They had planned to harvest it in another 6 months and trade it at the market for a few qi gathering pills to help her break through to the 2nd layer of qi refining. Now everything was lost. If they didn't kill the black iron python and take its demon core and inner core, this loss would be for nothing. Rogue cultivators had no sect to protect them, no spirit stone subsidies. Every resource had to be earned with their lives. Lei Xiaoan had understood this truth since she was young. The father and daughter continued westward. The outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain were much quieter than the depths. The trees thinned out, allowing broad patches of sunlight to fall upon the ground. From the shrubs along the mountain path, occasional insect chirps could be heard, but there were almost no bird calls. The quieter it was, the more something felt wrong. Lei Jingqing halted. He crouched to examine the muddy ground by the roadside. The soil was damp, likely from rain a couple of days ago. On the wet mud, a long drag mark was clearly imprinted, stretching from the roadside shrubs into the distant woods. The mark was a full 3 qi wide, crushing the ferns and low bushes along its path. He pressed his hand into the mud at the edge of the trail, then leaned in to smell it. When he stood up, his brow was deeply furrowed. The demon beast's aura is still here. It passed by not long ago, no more than a day. She channeled her spiritual energy into the center of the compass. The needle trembled a few times, then steadily pointed northwest. The tip of the needle She channeled her spiritual energy into the center of the compass. The needle trembled a few times, then steadily pointed northwest. The tip of the needle faintly glowed red, an indication of residual demonic aura. About 20 li, she said. Lei Zhengqing nodded and drew his long saber from its scabbard. The blade was dark and dull. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, the thunder patterns carved into its surface began to glow faintly white. A subtle crackling sound hung in the air like static electricity dancing along the edge. The blade is drawn. Whatever we encounter from now on, stay close to me. Lei Xiaoan nodded and reached into her bosom to touch the Vajra talisman her father had given her earlier. The talisman paper was cool to the touch, offering her a slight sense of reassurance. The father and daughter slowed their pace, following the drag mark deeper into the forest. After about half an hour, the trees suddenly grew denser, their canopies blotting out the sky. The light within the woods dimmed to an evening gloom, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air began to surge sharply. Lei Jingqing stopped. It wasn't the halt of someone who had discovered something new. It was as if his entire body had frozen, like an acupuncture point had been pressed. His eyes widened slightly, his nostrils fluttered, and then he took a deep breath. Spiritual energy, so rich it could be smelled without conscious effort, flooded through his nasal passages, washing over his long dry meridians. This sensation was all too familiar. He had felt it in the spirit gathering arrays at the market, spending 10 whole spirit stones for just 2 hours of experience. Yet the spiritual energy here was hardly inferior to those arrays, even purer. Father. Lei Xiaoan looked at it. She had never seen her father wear such an expression. It wasn't joy nor shock, but something in between. A complex look, as if he had glimpsed something that shouldn't exist here. Spirit spring. Lei Jingqing uttered these 2 words in a voice so low it seemed like a secret too dangerous to. He turned to look at his daughter, a blazing fire kindling in his eyes. There's a spirit spring nearby, and not an ordinary one. It's a natural spring that can vaporize spiritual energy. Lei Xiaoan was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened. Though her cultivation was low, she knew what a spirit spring meant. A saying circulated among rogue cultivators: a spring in the house surpasses 10 years of immortal training. The rarity of a natural spirit spring rivaled a top-grade magical artifact in the world of rogue cultivators. More crucially, spirit springs never appeared without reason. Beneath the spring's eye, a spiritual vein must exist to sustain it. Even the most basic first-order spiritual vein could transform a small cultivation clan. Farther than this place. Lei Jingqing pressed his daughter's shoulder, lowering his voice to a near inaudible whisper. Don't make a sound. A spirit spring is good, but its value isn't astonishingly high. But if there's truly a spiritual vein here. He didn't finish, yet the implication was clear. A first-order spiritual vein. Lei Jingqing had cultivated for 30 years and knew all too well what the term spiritual vein signified. The region of Qingniu Mountain seemed vast to mortals and low-level cultivators, but on the true map of cultivation, it was merely an insignificant corner on the northwestern border of the Yue Kingdom. The entire Yue Kingdom stretched nearly 80,000 li from east to west and 50 to 60,000 li from north to south. Within its borders lay countless famous mountains and great rivers, spiritual veins scattered everywhere, and cultivation sects stood in abundance. Places as barren as Qingniu Mountain were unworthy of a second glance in the eyes of those lofty immortals who the true rulers of the Yue Kingdom's cultivation world were the three golden core sects, the Xian Yu Sword sect in the north, the 10,000 Spirits Valley in the southern frontier, and the Jinan Marquette that governed the capital. These three golden core sects stood high above their disciples, numbering in the tens of thousands. Each controlled several second-order or even third-order spiritual veins, commanding all order within the Yue Kingdom's cultivation realm. When a golden core ancestor issued a single decree, foundation establishment families from 10,000 li away had to bow and obey. Beneath these three sects lay the true backbone of Yue, dozens of families and sects with foundation establishment cultivators. These powers occupied the best second-order spiritual veins in the kingdom. Some had been passed down for centuries, while others relied on golden core sects. Immortalized, they were the dwellings of living immortals. The occasional sight of a foundation establishment cultivator flying on their artifact above a city would make all the mortals below prostrate themselves. Further down were qi refining families like the Mu clan of Qingniu Ridge and those of Qingniu Mountain. Most of these families had only mid to late qi refining cultivators as their pillars. They occupied a barely first-order spiritual vein, or worse, had none at all, scraping by on a few spirit fields and mountain treasures. They dared not even breathe heavily before foundation establishment cultivators and were unworthy of mention in the eyes of golden core sects. Yet even so, being able to call themselves a clan among rogue cultivators was already an object of reverence. Lei Jingqing had seen too many endings for rogue cultivators. Some were mauled by demon beasts in the mountains, others ambushed by peers in secret realms, and some saved spirit stones for 10 years only to buy a low. Lei Jingqing had seen too many endings for rogue cultivators. Some were mauled by demon beasts in the mountains, others ambushed by peers in secret realms, and some saved spirit stones for 10 years only to buy a low-grade foundation establishment pill that never let them open their eyes again. Among 10 rogue cultivators, not one could die of old age. This was the true face of the Yue Kingdom's cultivation world, a layered pyramid where every step upward was built on the bones of peers. In the base of this pyramid was countless qi refining rogue cultivators like Lei Jingqing struggling to survive. So when he sensed the dense spiritual energy ahead, his heart nearly skipped a beat. In this godforsaken corner of Qingniu Mountain's outer reaches, there should have been no trace of even a first-order spiritual vein. Within 300 li, he only knew the Mu clan of Qingniu Ridge possessed one. Relying on that vein, the Mu clan produced 2 late qi refining cultivators in 3 generations. Now they had 3 such cultivators, and even outer sect stewards of foundation establishment sects treated the Mu clan head with courtesy. 3 generations, 2 late qi refining cultivators. Such was the power of a first-order spiritual vein. If the Lei clan could also have one, even the weakest, lowest-grade first-order vein, Lei Jingqing might have hope for foundation establishment in this lifetime, and Zhao Yuan's descendants' chances of breaking through would multiply. Then the Lei clan would no longer be rogue cultivators bullied by all, but a family that could stand tall at Qingniu Ridge. What was the foundation of a clan? A spiritual vein was the foundation. With it, descendants would cultivate at double speed, the success rate of breaking through bottlenecks would soar, and the clan's overall strength would leap several tiers in decades. Foundation establishment, that realm so many qi refining cultivators looked up to, would no longer be an elusive dream for a clan with a spiritual vein. What did foundation establishment mean? An old saying among rogue cultivators went from qi refining first layer to 9th, and from 9th to great perfection. Every step eliminates people. Out of 100 qi refining cultivators, at most 10 could reach great perfection. And among those 10, perhaps not one would succeed in foundation establishment. Foundation establishment wasn't a matter of cultivation speed. It was a threshold, an insurmountable chasm. It was a gamble where, after saving spirit stones for a lifetime, buying the best foundation establishment pill, making the fullest preparations, and adjusting your state to perfection, you could still have all your meridians shattered overnight, losing everything. In 30 years of cultivation, Lei Jingqing had seen 3 people attempt foundation establishment. The first had all his meridians severed, becoming a cripple. The second went into qi deviation and went mad. The third succeeded, moving to the county town that very day, never speaking another word to any qi refining rogue cultivator. A foundation establishment cultivator was no longer mortal. Their lifespan doubled. They could fly on artifacts, their physical bodies could withstand magical weapon attacks, and they could crush entire qi refining clans with a casual gesture. In the eyes of rogue cultivators, foundation establishment cultivators were living immortals. To a Foundation establishment cultivator Qi refining cultivators were merely stronger mortals. And now an opportunity to birth such a cultivator in his clan lay perhaps less than 20 li ahead. Lei Jingqing took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the surging excitement in his chest. He turned his expression grave as he looked at his daughter. Zhao on this matter is 10,000 times more important than that python. If there truly is a spiritual vein here, the Liu Clan's fate will be rewritten from today. But the prerequisite is that we can successfully occupy it alive. Lei Xiaoan looked into her father's eyes and nodded earnestly. One more thing. Lei Jingqing hesitated, then lowered his voice. The demonic aura of that black iron python is still present, but besides it I've sensed another presence. It shouldn't be a demon beast, though I would have recognized its aura. This presence is very faint. Perhaps its concealment technique is excellent, and it's almost completely covered by the spirit spring's spiritual energy. If my thunder arts weren't particularly sensitive to water attributes, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. But it exists. Near the spirit spring, very close. It's concealed perfectly like a stone sunk at the bottom of the water. I don't know what it is, or if it's human or something else. So when we go over, no matter what happens, if you see anything besides me and the python, don't hesitate. Run east, run back to Blackwind Cliff, find your mother, and don't come back. Do you understand? But father, do you understand? Lei Xiaoan bit her lip and nodded firmly. Lei Zhongqing gripped his long blade and strode into the depths of the forest. The thunder patterns on the blade glowed faintly in the dim woods like a beast blinking in the darkness. He didn't walk fast, but each step was steady, his back straight as an arrow. Unlike her father's mixed feelings of shock and joy, on the other side of the spirit spring hidden in the bushes, Yue Yuan stared, with his mung bean-sized eyes fixed on the two faint spiritual lights across the spring, his tortoise mind buzzing with chaos. Cultivators. Living, breathing cultivators. After 15 long years, he had finally sensed spiritual light in this godforsaken mortal corner. At the Qi refining stage, once a cultivator activated their spiritual power, an invisible light would manifest above their head and at their dantian. The higher the cultivation, the brighter the light. Without a specialized concealment technique, it couldn't be hidden from the perception. Of these two lights, one was bright and stable, indicating a cultivation of about the 5th layer of Qi refining. The other was faint but pure only at the 1st layer. Judging by its texture and aura, the weaker light carried a distinctly feminine quality. A woman. A female cultivator. Alive. Yue Yuan felt his heart pounding. For the past half-month, he had been sleeplessly pondering the Liu Clan's future. That female cultivator at the 1st Qi refining layer might be low in cultivation, but she was a genuine cultivator. If he could match her with Liu Tieshan, the chances of their offspring having spiritual roots would multiply. That female cultivator at the 1st Qi refining layer might be low in cultivation, but she was a genuine cultivator. If he could match her with Liu Tieshan, the chances of their offspring having spiritual roots would multiply. The Liu Clan's cultivation foundation would no longer be water without a source. Thinking this, Yue Yuan forgot his thirst and began excitedly calculating the feasibility of a marriage proposal. But then he reconsidered, feeling something was off. Wait, nothing falls from the sky, not pies, and certainly not fairies. These two cultivators appearing here couldn't be just to deliver a wife to Liu Tieshan. The spirit spring, the black iron python, and the sudden appearance of two cultivators. These three events colliding couldn't be a coincidence. He suddenly recalled the charred curled wound on the python's flank, which still crackled with violent scorching spiritual power. Thunder. A 5th layer Qi refining thunder cultivator. Yue Yuan quickly assessed the combat strength. Thunder countered water. The opponent had the elemental advantage. But he could instantly jump to the 7th Qi refining layer using 50 clan fate points. With overwhelming cultivation, the attribute disadvantage could be neutralized. Moreover, the opponent seemed injured. No, the python was injured, not the human. That thunder cultivator's aura was stable. Though not at peak condition, he was definitely unharmed. He sensed again. 2 auras, one at the 5th Qi refining layer, one at the 1st. 2 people. 1 experience. If he directly jumped to the 7th layer, he could crush a 5th layer opponent. But the problem was he was in the shadows while they were in the light. There was no need to fight on sight. They were here to hunt the black iron python, and he was here to investigate the spirit spring. Their goals didn't conflict for now. If he could win them over to the Liu Clan side, the spirit spring matter could be negotiated, and he could also get to know that 1st layer female cultivator. Then matching her with Liu Tieshan would be a natural progression. The only risk was if the opponents wanted to monopolize the spirit spring. For rogue cultivators, such a spring was like a gold mine falling from the sky, which would inevitably lead to a fight. But he had 50 clan fate points. He wasn't afraid of a real battle. Head observed first. Having made up his mind, Yue Yuan lowered his body again, using the turtle breath technique to conceal his demonic aura completely. His mung bean-sized eyes glowed faintly in the bushes as he quietly watched the forest opposite the spirit spring. The mist from the spirit spring shimmered with a faint silver-white hue under the moonlight. The black iron python coiled by the spring, inhaling spiritual energy, utterly unaware of the impending three-way encounter. Everything was very quiet as the last few breaths before a storm. The iron-scaled python coiled by the spirit spring, its massive triangular head resting atop the outer loops of its body, its dark golden vertical pupils half closed. The mist from the spring swirled around its iron-black scales, condensing into fine droplets. The edges of the ghastly tear on its flank had stopped seeping blood. Nourished by the vaporous spiritual energy, the charred wound margins were covered in a thin layer of tender pink flesh, starkly contrasting with the surrounding dark scales. It flicked its forked tongue with contentment. This spirit spring was a chance discovery during its escape. It had thought the injuries inflicted by that thunder-wielding cultivator would take at least a year to heal, but it had stumbled upon such a fortunate spot. At this rate, in another 10 days, or half a month, the wound would be fully healed. Then it would find a place to shed its skin, and the lightning scar would not even leave a trace. Whether the lightning cultivator was still pursuing it, the python did not dwell on. It was merely a serpent. Injured, it sought a place to recover. Healed, it continued to live. The instincts of a beast required no long-term planning. It remained utterly oblivious to the approaching storm. In the underbrush, Yue Yuan slowly retreated. His foreclaws stepped on the thick layer of fallen leaves, each foot landing precisely where no dry twig lay. The tortoise breath art suppressed his demonic aura completely, slowing his breathing to the verge of stillness. Liu Tieshan beside him retreated in sync, his movements equally silent. His wolf-like eyes were fixed on the woods across the spirit spring. They withdrew 30 zhang before Yue Yuan stopped. There was something on the opposite side. His voice resonated in Liu Tieshan's mind heavier than usual. Liu Tieshan remained silent, asking with only his eyes, "What?" "Cultivators. 2 of them. One at the 5th layer of qi, refining, the other at the 1st layer." Liu Tieshan's pupils constricted. This was his first encounter with living cultivators. No, he had not even seen them yet, but he perceived their presence. Or rather, Yue Yuan had perceived them. He merely grasped the gravity from Yue Yuan's tone. "What does the 5th layer of qi refining mean?" he asked in a low voice. "Your innate martial artist cultivation is like," Yue Yuan stated bluntly, "from Kaiyuan to Houtian to Xintian to Grandmaster, the 4 mortal martial realms. Only after completing them all do you barely touch the threshold of qi refining. And from the 1st to the 9th layer of qi refining, the gap between each layer is greater than that from Houtian to Xintian. That man is at the 5th layer, you are at Xintian. Between you lies the Grandmaster realm. If he strikes at you, you would not even have time to react." Liu Tieshan fell silent. Not from fear, or rather not entirely. It was more the silence of having his worldview shattered. He had lived 25 years raised on legends of Xintian warriors. Zhao Tsongtsong had once seemed a living god to him. Then he met Yue Yuan, and learned that beyond Xintian lay cultivators. Now Yue Yuan told him that in the world of cultivators he did not even count as a novice. He took a few breaths to digest this, then asked, "And what about you, senior?" Yue Yuan had been waiting for this. At my peak, killing him would take but a thought. His voice carried that same aged and different tone, then paused. "But my cultivation is not yet fully restored. He is at the 5th layer, I am slightly inferior. Moreover, his spiritual power is of the thunder attribute. In the 5 elements, thunder overcomes water. My water-based divine abilities would be weakened by a third against him." This was the truth. At least the latter part. Liu Tieshan was silent for a moment, then asked, "What do we do now?" "Withdraw first. He knows I am here, and I know he is there. Neither side has made a move, meaning both want to avoid an uncertain battle. Since neither wants to fight, we each take a step back and wait until ready." Yue Yuan turned and crawled a few steps toward the mountain's exit, then stopped. "Let him play with that python first. Once I recover some strength, I will have a proper talk with him." When he said talk, his tone carried a nuance only he could understand. On the retreat, Yue Yuan did not ride atop Liu Tieshan's head as before. Instead, he resumed his millstone-like size and walked on his own. Not because Liu Tieshan's head was uncomfortable. It was actually quite comfortable, the young man's top knot tied tightly. But because he needed to think. Among those 2 spiritual lights, earlier the one at the 1st layer of qi refining was a female cultivator. Alive. A woman of cultivation. He repeated these 3 words in his mind several times, a flicker of barely perceptible excitement in his beady eyes. For the Liu family to transition from a pure martial clan to a cultivation family, the most crucial step was introducing spiritual root bloodlines. Liu Tieshan, a Xintian martial artist at 25, who had reached such heights in the mortal martial path at a young age, undoubtedly possessed excellent innate talent. If he could be paired with a female cultivator possessing a spiritual root, the probability of their offspring having spiritual roots would multiply. Then for every child with a spiritual root born into the Liu family, the clan fortune points would surge. But the problem was how to arrange this. He did not even know who she was. That female cultivator at the 1st layer of qi refining was likely young, with a very pure spiritual light, indicating a solid foundation. To reach the 1st layer at her age, her talent was at least above average. As for her appearance, he had not seen clearly. The distance was too great, his spiritual sense could only perceive aura and light, not faces. However, cultivators nourished by spiritual energy were seldom ugly unless they practiced some heretical art. She would not be a loss for Liu Tieshan. As for that simpleton Liu Tieshan, Yue Yuan recalled how his ears had turned red when they talked about fairy wives by the pond last time, and a hint of amusement flickered in his beady eyes. The boy said things like, "A mortal is unworthy of a fairy," but deep down he likely had thoughts. He had just grown up under the Zhao family shadow, accustomed to lowering his posture. When the time came, he would let the boy display his true abilities before that female cultivator. The bearing of a Xintian martial artist might not pale in comparison to a cultivator's, but that was a matter for later. For now, the priority was to increase strength. By the time they returned to the Liu family courtyard, dusk was falling. The 2 herb gatherers had dispersed at the town entrance. Liu Tieshan escorted Yue Yuan back to the pond, and was about to withdraw when Yue Yuan called him back. "Strengthen the guard tonight. No one is to approach the courtyard. Add double posts at the alley entrance. Liu Tieshan nodded. Rest assured, senior. Also, Yue Yuan paused. If I fall into a deep sleep in the coming days, do not panic. It means I am recovering my cultivation. Until I awaken, no one is to enter this courtyard, including you. Liu Tieshan was taken aback, then nodded solemnly. Understood. After Liu Tieshan withdrew, Yue Yuan lay in the spirit spring pond and called up the system panel. Current clan fortune 50 breakthrough to late Qi refining 7th layer required 50 clan fortune proceed. He stared at the proceed button, his foreclaws unconsciously gripping the blue stone beneath him. 50 clan fortune points, enough to jump to the 7th layer of Qi refining at any time. After the jump, his cultivation would surpass that thunder cultivator at the 5th layer. But the problem was he did not know if the breakthrough was instantaneous or required slumber. The system panel only stated, consume 50 clan fortune to advance to late Qi refining, with no time, no process, no details. What if he had to sleep? Last time, from early to mid Qi refining, he broke through naturally with the Xian Shui breathing art and slept for half a month. That was not a system jump, but who knew how a system jump felt? If he needed to sleep, even just 3 to 5 days, it was too risky at this critical juncture. That thunder cultivator at the 5th layer was lurking by the spirit spring, and the iron-scaled python might not hold out long. If the thunder cultivator killed the python first, took its demon core and inner core, then began probing the spirit vein beneath the spring, by the time he woke up, everything would be lost. Yet he dared not rush back, as he was now at the 4th layer of Qi refining water attributed countered by thunder. Against a 5th layer thunder cultivator, his odds were only about 30%. 30% was not impossible, but too risky. He had struggled to survive 15 years, he did not want to fail in the 16th. So he needed to break through. But he dared not break through. It was a dead loop. Yue Yuan glared at the system panel for a long while, then did one thing: probe. He did not directly press yes. Instead, he cautiously touched the edge of the button with his mind. Not a press, just a touch. Like testing a hot iron pot with a hand to gauge the temperature before lifting it. The system panel showed no reaction. No warning, no prompt, no new information. He touched it again, this time with a bit more force. Still no reaction. It seemed he had to choose either yes or no. There was no middle ground. The system would not kindly pop up a friendly reminder: breakthrough will occur during slumber, estimated duration X days, just because he touched its edge. Crook, he cursed inwardly, then closed the panel. No, he could not gamble. Until he knew the breakthrough method, those 50 clan fortune points had to be kept. If he slept for days, everything would be in vain. That 5th layer thunder cultivator was not Zhao Yuan Kuei. He would not wait for him to wake up before fighting. The pace of battles among cultivators was far faster than among mortals. A match could be decided in the time it takes an incense stick to burn, let alone several days. So what to do now? Go back first. But do not break through. Change strategy, not fight, but negotiate. He had the Liu family, the resources of Qingniu Town, and an unknown card near the spirit spring. That thunder cultivator, though a layer above him in cultivation, had not struck first, showing he was no fool either. When two cautious individuals meet, they need not necessarily fight. If they could negotiate, sharing the spirit spring, jointly developing the spirit vein, it would be better than a mutual destruction. And if negotiation succeeded, he could naturally get to know that female cultivator at the 1st layer. Then matchmaking her with Liu Tieshan would be straightforward. Of course, if talks failed, he reopened the system panel and glanced at the proceed button, a cold glint in his beady eyes. Then he would press breakthrough on the spot and gamble on the battlefield. He closed the panel and tucked his head into his shell. Moonlight filtered through the pond's surface onto his shell, and the spiritual energy from the spirit spring stone slowly seeped into it along with the water. The locust tree in the courtyard swayed gently in the night breeze, and the bamboo by the wall rustled. From the alley came the low murmur of Liu Tieshan arranging the guards, then all fell quiet again. Sleep for tonight. Return to the spirit spring tomorrow. The same moon also shone upon Qingniu Mountain. Lei Jingxing had used his thunderblade to carve out a simple cave dwelling beneath a protruding cliff face. The entrance was not large, just enough to accommodate 2 people, and inside a makeshift bed was laid with dry grass. The cave entrance was camouflaged with shrubs and broken stones appearing from the outside as an ordinary rock face. He sat cross-legged at the entrance, his long blade resting horizontally across his knees, the thunder patterns on its blade faintly pale under the moonlight. He did not sleep. Spiritual energy circulated slowly through his meridians as he maintained his vigilance over the... He had practiced this semi-meditative state for 30 years, allowing him to recover spiritual energy while sensing the movements around him. Although the recovery speed was not as fast as complete meditation in the wilderness, alertness was more important than recovery. A rustling sound came from the pile of dry grass behind him as Lei Xiaowan turned over. She too had not slept soundly. Father, guided by her father, she also locked onto a direction and vaguely sensed an aura. That aura has retreated. Is that good or bad? Lei Jingxing was silent for a moment. Moonlight fell on his face, deepening the wrinkles carved by the wind. He must have been a handsome man in his youth, but 30 years as a rogue cultivator had etched too many hardships onto his face. It is both good and not good. The good thing is we don't have to fight for our lives tonight. The bad thing is... He paused, his fingers unconsciously stroking the cord wrapped around the sword's hilt. That opponent is smarter than I thought. When I was in the forest, my thunder patterns were already blazing at their peak. He couldn't have failed to sense them. An opponent who can sense the hostility of a chi-refining 5th-layer thunder cultivator and still have the composure to voluntarily retreat is not timid but clever. A clever opponent is more troublesome than a powerful one. Lei Xiaowan was quiet for a moment then asked again, "And that mortal martial artist? Did you sense him too?" Lei Jingqing turned his head to look at her somewhat surprised. "Not quite sure." Lei Xiaowan sat up, gathering the dry grass to one side and wrapping her arms around her knees. "When you had me sense the surrounding auras, just now I vaguely felt a mass of blood and chi beside that powerful aura. It was different from a cultivator's spiritual light, but much stronger than an ordinary person." "You sense correctly? He's a mortal martial artist roughly at the level of just entering the Xiantian realm," Lei Jingqing said. "A mortal martial artist isn't even qualified to be cannon fodder in a confrontation of, yet the expert beside him brought him along, which means that mortal is not a follower. He's either a disciple or an important figure in the clan. Could he also be here to hunt the black iron python?" "Unlikely." Lei Jingqing shook his head. "If he were here for the python, he would have acted before we discovered it. Although that python is badly injured, it is still a chi-refining 3rd-layer demonic beast. A fight would not have been quiet. That person lurked by the spirit spring without making a move, which means his target was not the python. At least not entirely. Then he must be after the spirit spring. Most likely." Father and daughter fell silent simultaneously. Both understood well what a spirit spring meant to a cultivator. A natural spirit spring capable of vaporizing spiritual energy was highly likely to have a spirit vein accompanying it beneath the source. Even if it were just the most basic first-order spirit vein, it would be enough to completely transform a small clan. Lei Xiaowan hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, "Father, if that spirit vein is real, will we really try to claim it?" Lei Jingqing did not answer immediately. He gazed at the moonlight outside the cave, and only after a long while did he say, "Let's wait and see. Well, kill the python first. We must recover the loss of the spirit herb." "But that expert." "That's why I said let's wait and see." Lei Zhengqing's tone maintained its steady, unquestionable cadence, but there was a trace of weariness in his voice that only his daughter could detect. "If it's only a spirit spring without a spirit vein, there's no need to fight to the death with an unknown expert. But if there really is a spirit vein, we'll have to assess his strength. His retreat just now shows he wasn't sure he could defeat me either. If neither side is certain, there's room for negotiation." He paused, then turned to look at his daughter. The moonlight illuminated her profile, her features still carrying a youthful girlishness, but the steadiness in her eyes no longer resembled that of a 17-year-old. He paused, then turned to look at his daughter. The moonlight illuminated her profile, her features still carrying a youthful girlishness, but the steadiness in her eyes no longer resembled that of a 17-year-old. "Sleep," Lei Jingqing said. "Tomorrow we enter the spirit spring. No matter how much that python has recovered, we must act tomorrow. The longer we delay, the more variables arise." Lei Xiaowan lay back down and closed her eyes. Her breathing gradually steadied. Lei Jingqing watched his daughter fall asleep, then turned back and continued to sit cross-legged. The thunder patterns on the blade flickered on and off like a slowly beating heart. In the Liu family courtyard, moonlight filtered through the gaps in the locust tree, leaves spilling onto the pond and shattering into a pool of silver light. Yue Yuan lay on the bluestone slab at the bottom of the pond, his head tucked into his turtle shell, his foreclaws unconsciously gripping the edge of the stone. The system panel still floated in his consciousness, the upgrade button glowing faintly in the darkness. He thought of that spirit spring. It was the first stepping stone for the Liu family to truly enter the world of cultivation. Liu Tieshan was a Xiantian martial artist, having reached the pinnacle of the mortal world. To go further, he needed the assistance of a spiritual energy environment for his cultivation. The spirit spring could not only enhance his cultivation speed, but more importantly nourish his body, giving him a greater chance when breaking through to higher realms. If he were to have children in the future. Thinking of this, the image of that chi-refining, first-layer female cultivator surfaced in Yue Yuan's mind. A child raised by the spirit spring, nourished by spiritual energy from a young age, would have a much higher probability of awakening a spiritual root. He thought of that thunder cultivator. Chi-refining 5th-layer thunder, attribute over 30 years of experience as a rogue cultivator. Such a man was not easy to deal with, but precisely because he was a rogue cultivator, he understood better than anyone what was worth fighting for and what was not. If the benefits of sharing the spirit spring were laid out clearly, he might not turn hostile. He thought of Liu Tieshan. That simpleton was probably now guarding the alley entrance with his blade his back, straight, his face expressionless. He had no idea that a fairy-like wife was being planned for him, nor did he know that his destiny might be utterly transformed by a negotiation tomorrow. From the patriarch of a mortal martial arts clan to the founder of a cultivation family, this path had never been trodden by anyone, but he walked it steadily. Every step was firm and solid. Finally, he thought of the most fundamental question: to gamble or not. 50 points of clan fortune. 1 spirit vein. A fairy-like wife. Gamble or not. He stretched his head out of his shell and glanced at the moonlight above. The silver light on the water's surface trembled gently, as if someone had shattered a mirror in the pond. Then he tucked his head back into his shell and closed his eyes. Gamble. But not tomorrow. Tomorrow he would negotiate first. If negotiation failed, then he would gamble. With that decision, he fell into a deep sleep. In the distance beside the spirit spring deep within Qingniu Mountain, the black iron python turned over in its sleep. The mist of the spirit spring gently enveloped its wounds, the newly formed flesh glistening with a moist sheen under. It dreamed of shedding its skin, its wounds completely healed, and then burrowing down from the spirit spring into an underground river flowing with spiritual energy. The water in the underground river was warmer than the spirit spring. In its dream it coiled itself into a ball and slept even more soundly. It did not know that less than 3 feet beneath the fine sand at the bottom of the spring, which it pressed down firmly with its body, a faint gentle pulse of pale green light, as if awakened from a slumber of countless years, was slowly steadily throbbing. It was as if the spirit spring's energy had awakened something extremely ancient. The pulse was so light that even Yue Yuan's spiritual sense had not penetrated the rock layers to perceive it. But it was moving. The day dawned quickly. As Yue Yuan surfaced from the pond's depths, the faint glow of spirit stones shimmered gently underwater like a few forgotten lanterns yet to be extinguished. He basked on the large blue stone, letting the sun warm his shell until it grew slightly hot, then checked his spiritual. After a restful night, the mystic water breathing technique had circulated, passively replenishing the spiritual energy in his dantian to its peak. He nodded his turtle head in satisfaction and began to shrink. From millstone to wash basin, then to palm size, finally contracting to the size of a fist, he slipped into a ditch and swam along the current toward Qingniu Mountain. Today he wouldn't bring Liu Tieshan. Bringing a martial artist to a negotiation was like carrying a knife to tea. It would inevitably cause misunderstandings. But he didn't leave Liu idle either, sending a telepathic message before departing. Wait at the foot of the mountain. This lord will summon you when needed. Liu Tieshan was practicing his blade in the courtyard when he heard the voice in his mind, pausing only briefly before resuming his swings. The sound of the blade cutting through air came steadily from beyond the wall, firm and powerful. This lad was growing more accustomed to the daily occurrence of the old ancestor's voice suddenly appearing in his head. Yue Yuan followed the ditch into the mountain, moving much faster than yesterday. Having scouted the path once, he extended his spiritual sense, clearly perceiving all activity within 30 li. Those 2 spiritual lights were also moving, following yesterday's route toward the spirit spring at a measured but determined. The Qi refining 5th layer aura led the way, its spiritual light steady. The Qi refining 1st layer followed behind, its spiritual light pure, yet faint like a newly kindled flame. He quickened his pace. He had to arrive first. In negotiations, the host arriving early secured the home advantage. Meanwhile, on the other side of Qingniu Mountain, Lei Jingqing hadn't slept well, but his spirits were decent. He pulled out the last 2 recovery pills from his bosom, handing one to his daughter and pressing the other under his tongue. These were the lowest grade recovery pills, costing 3 spirit stones each at the market. Their color was dull yellow, the medicinal power impure, yet for a rogue cultivator, they were a life-saving treasure. No matter what happens, keep your spiritual energy flowing, he said. Lei Xiaowan took the pill and carefully tucked it into her. She hadn't slept well either, not from fear, but because her father's words had churned in her mind all night. No matter what happens, keep your spiritual energy flowing, he said. Lei Xiaowan took the pill and carefully tucked it into her. Perhaps she had exhausted all her nervousness through the night. Father, she asked as they walked, what if that thing is still there? Lei Zhengqing knew she meant the aura they had sensed last night. Without turning back, his steps remained steady. Then, that's perfect. After a night, I've thought it through. If he meant to attack, he wouldn't have retreated last night. And if he brought people, that depends on who he brought, Lei Zhengqing said. If he brought mortals, he's here to talk. If he brought cultivators, he wouldn't have backed down yesterday. Lei Xiaowan paused for a few breaths, then asked, what if he isn't human? Lei Zhengqing's step faltered. He turned to look at his daughter, his lips twitching as if to speak, but he swallowed his words. He realized his daughter had thought even more thoroughly than he had. Then it depends on what it is. If it can negotiate, we negotiate. If not, we run. At the spirit spring, Yue Yuan had already arrived. He lay in his old spot among the northern bushes, using the turtle breath art to suppress his demonic aura completely. Through the gaps in the foliage, his mung bean-sized eyes watched the center of the depression. The dark iron python was still there, coiled into a massive disc, its triangular head resting on the outermost loop, its dark golden vertical pupils half closed. The wound on its flank had grown a layer of pink new flesh, healing noticeably faster than yesterday. The mist over the spring seemed thicker than before, a white haze rising from the water, shrouding the python in an almost ethereal aura. If one ignored the python's occasionally twitching tail tip, Yue Yuan watched the python for a while, then turned his gaze to the spring's surface. The mist was indeed thicker than yesterday, not an illusion. He noted this mentally but didn't dwell on it. Spiritual energy concentration in springs naturally fluctuated. Perhaps the morning chill slowed evaporation, making the mist appear denser. Light footsteps came from the forest opposite. The 2 spiritual lights had arrived. Wait a moment. Let them show themselves first. The host doesn't rush to speak. That's a matter of presence. The bushes rustled and 2 figures emerged. The man leading was about 40, with a broad frame and deep wind-carved lines on his face. He wore a faded gray cloth robe, carrying a long blade with a sheath engraved with rough thunder patterns. His eyes were bright, that unique brightness of someone who had spent years battling demon beasts in the mountains. Not sharp, but alert. Each step was steady, landing on the heel before rolling to the toe, ready to move in any direction. Behind him followed a young woman of 17 or 18, also in gray cloth, her sleeves rolled up twice, revealing her oval face was slightly flushed from the mountain wind, her features clear and bright. A thick braid hung behind her head tied at the end, with a hemp string resting over her shoulder. On her back was a small bamboo basket containing a compass and several bundles of herbs. As Lei Zhengqing stepped into the depression, his gaze first fell on the dark iron python. His hand rested on the blade's hilt, but didn't draw. The python's condition was clearly off. To stay coiled here despite such wounds meant either the spring was excellent for healing, or it was too weak to flee. Either way, there was no rush for that strike. Then he began scanning his surroundings. 30 years as a rogue cultivator had taught him one thing: first, when entering any unfamiliar place, check the escape routes, then the blind spots. He surveyed the depression's terrain. To the north was dense shrubbery, to the east the forest he had entered, to the west a steep slope, and to the south a gravel incline. There were 2 escape routes: back east the way he came, or south over the gravel slope down to the mountain stream. As he finished scanning, his sleeve was tugged. Lei Xiaowan was pulling at his robe. "Father," she whispered, her gaze fixed on the northern bushes over there. Lei Zhengqing followed her gaze. The bushes were dense, the morning light not yet penetrating, leaving the interior dark. At first glance there was nothing. He concentrated his senses for a few breaths, his fingers tightening slightly. Something was there. Not a cultivator's spiritual light, nor a demon beast's aura. It was a strange sensation, as if something existed there yet wasn't alive. Like a stone submerged in water. You knew it was there, but it remained motionless, perfectly blending with its surroundings. If his daughter hadn't warned him, he might have overlooked it. Lei Zhengqing gripped the blade's hilt, but didn't draw. If the other party had such skill at concealing their aura and meant to ambush, it would have been easier to strike while he slept last night. Since they hadn't attacked, it meant they didn't want to fight. "Come out," he called, his voice low but steady. "Skulking in the mountains isn't the way to conduct negotiations." After a few breaths of silence, the bushes rustled slightly, and a green-black turtle crawled out. Palm-sized. It crawled unhurriedly, like it had just woken from its nest for a stroll. Lei Zhengqing was momentarily stunned. Not from fright, but from the sheer contrast. He had anticipated a master of aura concealment lurking in the shadows ready to strike. Instead, a palm-sized turtle crawled out. Then the turtle began to grow. Palm-sized, washbasin-sized, millstone-sized. By the time it fully emerged from the bushes, it had become a massive green-black turtle, its shell gleaming with a dark luster in the morning light, its mung-bean eyes calmly fixed on him. Palm-sized, washbasin-sized, millstone-sized. By the time it fully emerged from the bushes, it had become a massive green-black turtle, its shell gleaming with a dark luster in the morning light, and he couldn't sense any demonic aura from this turtle at all. Either its concealment technique far surpassed his cultivation, or it wasn't a demon beast at all. "Who might you be?" he asked. The turtle didn't open its mouth, but an ancient calm voice directly appeared in his mind. "This lord has cultivated here for 100 years. This spirit spring is my territory." Telepathic transmission. Lei Zhengqing's pupils contracted. This was a skill mastered at least at the mid-stage of chi refining. And that self-title, "this lord," wasn't a term rogue cultivators used. He took a deep breath and pushed the blade back into its sheath. Since the other party used telepathy, they didn't want to fight. Because telepathy required focused attention, no one chatted while fighting. Lei has pursued a dark iron python that stole a spirit Ganoderma for 3 days, tracking it here. He said, his tone polite, but guarded. "I didn't know this place was occupied. You claim this is your territory. May I ask your name and which faction you belong to?" Yue Yuan was silent for a few breaths, pondering how to answer. Truth or fabrication? The truth was that he was a spirit beast serving the Liu family, having just moved here half a month ago. Saying that would immediately reveal his shallow roots. A fabrication, that he was the mystic water old ancestor cultivating here for 100 years, sounded intimidating, but wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. Forget it. He wouldn't reveal his hand yet. This lord's name is not for discussion. As for affiliation, the Liu family of Qingniu Town is under my command. This spirit spring lies within Liu territory, so naturally it belongs to the Liu family. Lei Zhengqing's brow twitched slightly. Qingniu Town's Liu family. Had never heard of them. A small town at the foot of Qingniu Mountain. It wasn't surprising he hadn't heard of it. But for a chi-refining spirit turtle to serve as their guardian, this Liu family probably wasn't a major clan. Lei doesn't care who owns the spring, he said. The loss of the Ganoderma must be compensated. I want the demon core and inner core of this python. After taking them, he'll leave and not compete with you for the territory. Yue Yuan's mung-bean eyes showed a flicker of surprise. He had expected the man to fight for the spring. A rogue cultivator not vying for a spirit spring meant either they didn't recognize its value, or they knew too well that they couldn't win and chose the tangible prize. This man was clearly the latter. Brother Lei is a practical man. Lei Zhengqing didn't respond, merely waiting for the answer. You may kill the python. The demon core and inner core are yours. Yue Yuan transmitted slowly, but this lord has a question for Brother Lei. Please speak. You pursued it for 3 days. These wounds, did you inflict them? Yes, Lei Zhengqing admitted without denial. 3 days ago I encountered it at Oxhorn Hollow. While I was away, this beast stole the green-marked Ganoderma I had guarded for 3 years. I struck it with a thunder technique, but my aim was off, and it escaped. It fled westward along the mountain range for nearly 200 li, ending up here. 200 li. Yue Yuan repeated the number. Heavily wounded by your strike, and it still fled 200 li. This python is no ordinary beast. Indeed, Lei Zhengqing said, looking at the coiled python by the spring, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. At its peak, it was at chi refining third layer, tough-skinned, impervious to ordinary magic tools. If it hadn't stolen the Ganoderma first, I wouldn't have wanted to provoke it. As they spoke, Lei Xiaowan stood behind her father, her gaze sweeping between the northern bushes and the southern gravel slope. That strange sensation was still there. Not from the turtle her father was conversing with. This turtle, despite its size shifting and telepathy, had a stable, calm aura perfectly matching what she had sensed outside the bushes earlier. She breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least there was no fourth party. Then her gaze fell on the spirit spring. The mist on the surface was thicker than before. She frowned, took the compass from her basket, and glanced down. The needle was trembling faintly. Not the erratic spinning from before, but a rhythmic, steady pulse matching the cadence of a heartbeat. "Father," she said softly. Lei Zhengqing turned, saw the compass in her hand, and his expression shifted slightly. The compass was a tool for detecting spiritual energy fluctuations. A rhythmic needle tremor meant the surrounding spiritual energy was pulsing at a specific frequency. This usually indicated one of two possibilities: either a formation was active nearby, or a spiritual vein was breathing underground. The thought of a spiritual vein breathing made his heart skip a beat. He turned to the spring. The mist on the surface was indeed thicker than before, and not just thicker, it pulsed rhythmically. The white haze brightened and dimmed, as if something beneath the surface was slowly inhaling and exhaling. The dark iron python coiled by the spring suddenly raised its head, its dark golden vertical pupils glancing around in confusion, its tongue flickering rapidly. The wound on its belly itched fiercely, far more than yesterday. But it didn't move, just twitched its tail tip uneasily. Yue Yuan also noticed. His spiritual sense was sharper than the compass, already probing the spring's bottom. The fine sand at the bottom was shifting, not from water currents, but pushed from below by something. With each pulse, the sand grains leaped gently like rice grains dancing on a drumhead. The fine sand at the bottom was shifting, not from water currents, but pushed from below by something. With each pulse, the sand, no array lines, no runes, no traces of artificial arrangement. Just a pure natural vein of light, like a green blood vessel buried in the rock, pulsing slowly and powerfully. A first-grade spiritual vein. Yue Yuan's mung-bean eyes widened. Not a spirit spring. A whole spiritual vein. The spring was merely the overflow of the vein's spiritual energy. The spring, it was the vein's terminus. Like an iceberg, the spring was the tip above water, the vein was the entire mountain beneath. "Brother Lei." His voice remained steady, but his pace quickened slightly. "Your daughter's compass. Let this lord take a look." Lei Xiaowan glanced at her father, who nodded. She walked up to Yue Yuan and handed him the compass. Yue Yuan looked down. The needle pulsed rhythmically, the frequency stable, the spiritual energy concentration. No chaos, no anomalous spiritual attributes mixed in. Just pure natural spiritual energy. Not a demon beast. Not a formation. He returned the compass to Lei Xiaowan and looked at Lei Zhengqing. "It's a spiritual vein. 3 feet beneath the spring, there's a first-grade vein. This spring is the vein's spiritual energy outlet." Lei Zhengqing's breath caught for a moment. In 30 years of cultivation, he had heard of spiritual veins countless times, but had never seen one. Rogue cultivators had no right to occupy a spiritual vein. Even the lowest grade first-grade vein would be seized by a qi refining clan like the Mu family of Qingniu Ridge the moment it was discovered. And now he stood atop one. He crouched, pressing his palm to the ground, slowly infusing his spiritual energy into the soil to sense it. After a few breaths, he felt it. The deep, steady pulse from beneath the earth, like the planet's own heartbeat. It's a first-grade spiritual vein. He stood, his tone carrying a subtle emotion, as if speaking of something valuable, yet troublesome. The grade is low, but it's very pure. If properly developed, this vein could support a small cultivation clan's need. He paused for a few breaths, then looked up at Yue Yuan. "You just said this spirit spring belongs to the Liu family. What about this spiritual vein?" This question marked the true beginning of the negotiation. The spirit spring was merely the surface. The spirit vein was the foundation. Whoever claimed the spring would claim the vein. Both understood this principle. Yet Lei Zhengqing did not draw his blade, he merely inquired. For he too knew that this turtle before him was not an easy adversary to subdue. Even if he could, the Xiantai python lurked nearby, though a full-blown conflict would introduce too many variables. Yue Yuan was also calculating. This spirit vein was paramount to the Liu family. With it, Liu Tieshan could cultivate in a spiritual energy environment, transitioning from a mortal martial artist toward the path of an immortal cultivator. With the spirit vein, Liu Tieshan's descendants, ideally the offspring of Lei Xiaowan before him, would be nurtured by spiritual energy from birth, vastly increasing their chances of awakening spiritual roots. With the spirit vein, the Liu family would no longer be a clan of mortal martial artists, they would become a true immortal cultivation family. But the problem was a spirit vein could not be concealed. Though the spiritual energy fluctuations of a first-rank spirit vein were faint to the surrounding rogue cultivators and demon beasts, it was like a lantern in the dead of night. Today there was Lei Zhengqing, tomorrow there would be Wang Zhengqing Li Zhengqing. The Liu family currently lacked even a single qi refining cultivator. Relying solely on him, a turtle to guard the vein would eventually exhaust him. He needed allies. And one stood right before him. A qi refining fifth-layer rogue cultivator accompanied by his daughter of decent character. At least he hadn't resorted to immediate bloodshed. If he could draw this man into the Liu family's camp, even for temporary cooperation, it would be far better than bearing the burden alone. "Fellow Taoist Lei." Yue Yuan spoke slowly, his tone still carrying that aged and aloof cadence, yet his phrasing softened slightly. "This venerable one speaks frankly. This spirit vein is newly formed. Though its rank is not high, its purity is unmatched. You cannot claim it alone, and this venerable one is too weary to guard it alone. Rather than squabble here, why not sit down, discuss cooperation, and develop it together? Lei Zhengqing's brow twitched slightly. This was unexpected. He had anticipated the other party would invoke his family's backing to pressure him, yet the word was cooperation. How shall we cooperate? The Liu family has the land, this venerable one has cultivation, and fellow Taoist Lei has experience. The spirit vein belongs to the Liu family, but fellow Taoist Lei may cultivate by the spirit spring with an uninterrupted supply of spiritual energy. Should other rogue cultivators come to contend you, and I shall join forces to hold them off. As for the specifics of division, let us first deal with this beast, then discuss the finer details. Yue Yuan turned his gaze to the Xiantai python. Let us slay the python first. What say you? Lei Zhengqing was silent for a moment. Then he drew his long blade. The thunder patterns on its surface began to glow white. Slay the python first. He turned to his daughter. Stand far back. Keep the Vajra talisman active. Lei Xiaowan nodded, retreating Zhang, and pulled the Vajra talisman from her bosom, clutching it in her palm. She asked no questions, merely watched in silence as her father advanced with his thunderblade toward the great python by the spirit spring. Yue Yuan also moved. He did not charge directly, but circled to the flank, his foreclaws treading on the fallen leaves with almost no sound. His role was to support. Lei Zhengqing would lead the assault, while he used water arrows from the side to seal the python's escape routes. No tactics were discussed, yet their movements were uncannily synchronized. The Xiantai python finally sensed the danger. It raised its triangular head, its dark golden vertical pupils fixed on the approaching Lei Zhengqing, its forked tongue flickering rapidly. It recognized this man. 3 days ago on Blackwind Cliff, this very man had split open its flank with a bolt of lightning. The itch of the wound now transformed into pain, an excruciating, piercing pain. It hissed, its entire body springing apart. The coiled serpent form unfurled, revealing the still healing wound. The pink new flesh of the wound was exposed to the air, forming a stark contrast against the surrounding iron-black scales. Lei Zhengqing gave it no respite. The instant the Xiantai python sprang apart, he stepped forward, his long blade slashing diagonally. The thunder patterns on the blade erupted in blinding white light. Lightning arcs leaped from the edge, tracing a crackling bolt through the air aimed straight at the python's vital 7-inch. The Xiantai python twisted to evade the lightning arc, grazing its scales and blasting a basin-sized crater into the ground behind it. Mud and rubble flew in all directions. It whirled around to counterattack, its massive maw opening to a terrifying angle, the fangs of its upper and lower jaws glinting coldly in the morning light. But Lei Zhengqing was no longer in his original position. He sidestepped 3 paces and delivered another strike in a backhand motion. This blow landed on the Xiantai python's flank, precisely on the site of the old wound from 3 days prior. The lightning arcs channeled through the blade into the wound. The Xiantai python let out a shrill hiss, its entire body thrashing violently. It tried to crush Lei Zhengqing with its weight, but as it rolled, a silent water arrow shot forth, striking its eye with pin. It was not a piercing blow. The Xiantai python closed its eye at the last moment, the water arrow splashing against its eyelid scales and sending up a spray of sparks. Yet instinctively it turned its head to trace the source of the water arrow, exposing its other vulnerable side. Lei Zhengqing seized this opening. He leaped into the air, gripping his blade with both hands. The thunder patterns on the blade blazed to their zenith, the entire weapon resembling a bolt of lightning in his grasp. The Xiantai python's body stiffened. Its raised head hung in the air for a moment, then crashed to the ground. Its serpentine form still convulsed. The Xiantai python's scales held firm for half a breath, then split. Lightning surged through the fissure, searing through flesh and emerging from the other side with the stench of burnt hide. The Xiantai python's body stiffened. Its raised head hung in the air for a moment, then crashed to the ground. Its serpentine form still convulsed reflexively, its tail lashing against the rocks by the spirit spring, sending a millstone-sized stone flying. But its vertical pupils had already glazed over. Its forked tongue hung limply from the corner of its mouth. Silence fell. The surface of the spirit spring, churned by the recent battle, gradually stilled. The mist scattered, slowly gathered again. The Xiantai python's corpse lay by the spring. The wound at its 7 inches still emitted thin wisps of black smoke, the mark of the lightning scorching. Serpent blood trickled down its scales, seeping into the spirit spring and spreading a small patch of dark red across the water. Lei Zhengqing sheathed his blade. He gazed at the Xiantai python's corpse, silent for a few breaths, then bent down to retrieve the cores. His movements were practiced, 3 decades as a rogue cultivator having extracted no fewer than 100 demon cores. He cut open the 7-inch spot, extracting a pigeon egg-sized dark golden inner core, then opened the abdomen to retrieve the demon core. He wrapped both cores in oiled paper and tucked them into his bosom. Then he rose and looked at Yue Yuan. Lei owes you a debt. Merely each taking what we need. Yue Yuan replied, his tone still carrying that aloof cadence, yet a glint of satisfaction flickered in his small pea-like eyes. That water arrow striking the python's eye earlier had been a display of perfect synergy. An ally who could coordinate without words was a rare find, even with a lantern. Lei Xiaowan ran over from a distance, the Vajra talisman still intact in her hand. She glanced at the serpent corpse on the ground, then at her father, and asked softly, "Dad, are you hurt?" "No." Lei Zhengqing wiped the blood from his blade and sheathed it. He looked at the spirit spring, then at Yue Yuan, fell silent for a moment, and then spoke the most important words of the day. Lei Jingqing Rogue Cultivator Qi Refining 5th Layer. He cupped his fists solemnly toward Yue Yuan. This is my daughter Lei Xiaowan. May I ask your esteemed name? This time he offered his name. Not because the other asked first, but because he volunteered it. It was a signal. I am willing to let you know who I am. Yue Yuan was silent for a few breaths. The other party had voluntarily revealed his name, a gesture of sincerity. If he remained evasive, it would seem less than forthright. Moreover, an ally who might jointly develop the spirit spring in the future could hardly remain a stranger forever. His voice resonated simultaneously in the minds of Lei Zhongqing and Lei Xiaowan, still bearing that aged and aloof cadence, but his wording no longer carried deliberate formality. Yue Yuan. This venerable one's true name is known only to you two for now. To outsiders call me Ancestor Xin Shui. He paused. As for the Liu family of Qingniu Town, he continued, this venerable one serves as their guest elder. This spirit vein this venerable one manages on behalf of the Liu family. If fellow Taoist Lei is willing to stay and develop it together, I will reserve a cultivation spot for you by the spirit spring. Lei Jingqing drew a deep breath. A cultivation spot by the spirit spring. For a rogue cultivator, this was more substantial than any promise. He had cultivated for 30 years, relying solely on the sparse spiritual energy of the mountains with pitifully low efficiency. If he could cultivate beside a spirit spring, his chances of breaking through to Qi refining 6th layer would increase by at least 20%. He had no reason to refuse. Lei is not one to be ungrateful. The spirit vein belongs to the Liu family. Lei will not contend for it. But a cultivation spot by the spirit spring, Lei truly needs it. He paused, his tone growing solemn. Since you are willing to let Lei cultivate by the spirit spring, Lei is also willing to bear some responsibilities. The security of the spirit vein counts Lei as one. If outsiders come to threaten in the future, the Liu family's affairs are Lei's affairs. The two exchanged a glance. Though no handshake occurred, each had a measure of the other in their hearts. Then they both turned to look at the spirit spring. The Xiantai python was dead. The spring's surface after a brief disturbance regained its calm, but the fine sand continued to dance. The spirit vein still pulsed. The closer one got to the spring's eye, the clearer the pulsating force became. Lei Xiaowan crouched by the spring, placing her hand on the ground to feel for a moment, then looked up and said, it's still moving. And it's stronger than before. Normal, Lei Jingqing said. A newborn spirit vein suppressed for too long has accumulated in excess of spiritual energy. It needs a natural release process. This spring is the release vent. Once it finishes releasing, it will stabilize. Then the spiritual energy concentration of the spring will be more stable and more suitable for cultivation. Yue Yuan said nothing. He lay by the spring, his spiritual sense penetrating 3 qi of rock, observing the faint cyan light vein. It still pulsed, but its frequency was gradually stabilizing. A newborn first-rank spirit vein, low in grade, but exceptionally pure in quality. This was the first true gift Qingniu Mountain had bestowed upon the Liu family. And this gift was only just beginning to be unwrapped. He looked up at the sky. The sun had risen higher. The morning mist had dissipated and sunlight streamed through the canopy onto the spirit spring. The water's mist, illuminated by the sun, shimmered with a faint multicolored halo. Fellow Taoist Lei, in the coming days this venerable one will have the Liu family send some supplies up the mountain. The area around the spirit spring needs a simple setup, at least a shelter for protection from the elements. He paused. Once everything is settled, I will discuss the development details with you in depth. Good, Lei Jingqing nodded. Lei Xiaowan crouched beside the Xiantai python's corpse, poking its scales with a twig. The scales were as hard as iron, ringing with a clang when tapped. She looked up and asked, Dad, can these scales be sold? Yes. Xiantai python scales are forging materials. There are buyers in the market. Though their grade is not high, their quantity is an advantage. Lei Jingqing glanced at Yue Yuan. The scales are yours. We'll take only the demon core and inner core. Lei Xiaowan murmured in acknowledgement and continued studying the scales. Yue Yuan watched her back, a flicker of calculation in his small eyes. This girl had keen spiritual perception, was bold yet meticulous, and at 17 had reached Qi refining 1st layer, a decent aptitude among rogue cultivators. Crucially, she could see through his turtle breath art. Such talent was practically custom-made for the Liu family's future immortal cultivation bloodline. But no rush. First, let her father settle by the spirit spring. Once the people were secured, the rest could come with time. Let us return first. Yue Yuan transmitted slowly, his body beginning to shrink from the size of a millstone down to a fist, then moving downstream along the path he came. This venerable one will arrange for personnel. Fellow Taoist Lei, at this time tomorrow we meet by the spirit spring. Lei Zhongqing watched his shrinking figure disappear into the underbrush, fell silent for a moment, then said to his daughter, pack up. We'll camp by the spring tonight. Dad, who is he really? Lei Xiaowan asked softly. I don't know, Lei Jingqing said. But one thing is certain, he is not an enemy. Lei Xiaowan thought for a moment, then asked, and the Liu family? He said he's their guest elder. But the Liu family doesn't have a single qi refining cultivator. How could someone like him become a guest elder for a clan of mortal martial artists? Lei Jingqing was silent for a while, gazing in the direction Yue Yuan had departed. In this world, some things are not about strength. They are about karma. He said, his willingness to protect the Liu family means they have shown him kindness, or there is some connection we don't know about. Regardless, with him around, the Liu family will eventually have qi refining cultivators. By then the landscape for 100 li around will change. He turned and walked to the spirit spring, sitting cross-legged. The pulse of the spirit vein came from deep underground, passing through rock and soil, gently vibrating through his body. This sensation of being enveloped by spiritual energy, he had not felt it in 30 years. Lei Xiaowan sat down beside her father and closed her eyes as well. The surface of the spirit spring regained its tranquility. The mist still brightened and dimmed like the earth breathing. The fine sand at the bottom continued to dance lightly, but its rhythm had slowed considerably. That newborn spirit vein was slowly releasing spiritual energy accumulated over countless years, and its existence had only just become known to this world. Yue Yuan departed from the spirit spring before the sun had climbed to its zenith. Instead of descending the mountain directly, he made a circuit around the spring's perimeter, sweeping his spiritual sense across the surrounding 30 li to ensure nothing was amiss. Only after confirming no anomalies did he follow the irrigation channel downhill. Lei Jingxing remained by the spring, continuing his breathing exercises, intent on absorbing more of the nascent spiritual energy before the vein fully stabilized. Lei Xiaowan crouched beside the bamboo shed, continuing to sort her snake scales. The father and daughter showed no signs of leaving anytime soon. Halfway down the mountain, Yue Yuan paused beneath a protruding cliff face, finding the crude cave dwelling Lei Jingxing had carved out the previous night with his thunderblade. The entrance was small, just enough for 2 people. Inside, a bed of dry grass was neatly arranged. Outside, a flattened stone platform held several oil paper-wrapped medicinal herbs and a small clay pot. It was clear the father and daughter were seasoned survivors in these mountains. He lingered at the cave mouth for a few breaths before continuing his descent, deliberately slowing his pace to give himself time to speak with Lei Jingxing. At the spring, they had only discussed the framework of their cooperation, but some details were best not mentioned in front of Lei Xiao, such as the true value of this spirit vein, the possibility of attracting covetous cultivators, and who held dominion over the Qingniu Mountain region. Lei Jingxing knew these matters far better than he did, for Yue Yuan had lain at the bottom of a lake for 15 years, knowing almost nothing of the cultivation world's current powers. Though Lei Jingxing had only cultivated for 30 years as a mere rogue cultivator, he should at least have a general understanding of the local power structure. As he mused, footsteps sounded behind him. Lei Jingxing descended the mountain with his long blade in hand, his pace unhurried, but each step steady. Seeing Yue Yuan pause by the path, he gave a slight nod of acknowledgement without breaking stride. He was also heading to last night's cave to retrieve some belongings. In his earlier haste, he had forgotten the few qi restoration pills in the clay pot. Though inferior, these pills were life-saving to him, and could not be abandoned. Lei Xiaowan remained by the spring, continuing her breathing exercises. The nascent spiritual energy of the vein was most effective for a cultivator at the first layer of qi refining, so he let his daughter absorb as much as possible. Taoist Lei Yuan spoke, his voice still carrying that ancient, indifferent tone, but with a hint of casualness. This one has been in seclusion too long and knows little of the outside cultivation world. Within 10,000 li of Qingniu Mountain, who holds dominion? Lei Jingxing slowed his pace, walking abreast of Yue Yuan as they descended. A turtle the size of a millstone and a man carrying a blade walking and chatting on the mountain path. The scene was somewhat bizarre, yet neither found it strange. Senior Yu has been in seclusion too long, so you wouldn't know, Lei Jingxing said, organizing his thoughts before beginning. He started with the land beneath their feet. Qingniu Mountain lies on the northwestern frontier of the Great Yu Kingdom, its mountain range stretching nearly 10,000 li, with a depth of over 5,000 li from east to west. The terrain is higher in the west and lower in the east. The westernmost main peaks are perpetually snow-capped, while the eastern foothills are a stretch of low hills bordering the plains where mortals dwell. The Spirit Spring is located in the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain, strictly within the domain of mortal. Martial art is still half a mountain's distance from the true cultivation world. The cultivation world of the Great Yu Kingdom follows a classic pyramid structure. At the apex are 3 golden core sects. The Qianyu Sword sect in the north is said to have 2 golden core elders presiding over it, with thousands of disciples under their command, controlling most of the spirit veins in the northern region, possibly including third-order veins. The 10,000 Beast Valley in the south specializes in beast-taming arts. It is said to harbor several foundation establishment, or even golden core staged demonic beasts of unfathomable power. Then there is the Jinnan Marquis Manor in the capital, a cultivation force, and a secular noble house. The manor's heir himself is a golden core true person overseeing all order in the Great Yu Kingdom's cultivation world. These 3 golden core sects stand aloof, never bothering with remote corners like Qingniu Mountain. It's not that they can't manage it, they simply deem it beneath their notice. Beneath the 3 golden core sects lies the true, buying the best second-order spirit veins and resource points. The occasional site of a foundation is, most of these powers have endured for centuries, occupying the best second-order spirit veins and resource points. The occasional site of a foundation establishment cultivator flying on their artifact over a city can send the entire mortal populace prostrating. In the eyes of rogue cultivators, foundation establishment cultivators are living immortals. Further down are small qi refining families like the Mu family of Qingmu Ridge. The Mu family possesses a single first-order spirit vein. Within 3 generations, they have produced 2 latest-stage qi refining cultivators, earning some renown in the Qingniu Mountain area. Within 300 li, the Mu family is the only cultivation family with a spirit vein. Other rogue cultivators either dig caves in the mountains for bitter cultivation or serve as external retainers for the Mu family to scrape by. Their lives are tight. and rogue cultivators are the lowest rung of the great Yu Kingdom's cultivation world. No spirit vein, no inheritance, no backing. Qi refining rogue cultivators form the base of this pyramid, the most numerous and the quickest to die. Lei Zhengqing's tone grew heavier as he spoke. He had seen too many rogue cultivators meet tragic ends. Some were killed by demonic beasts in the mountains, some were ambushed by peers in secret realms, some saved for 10 years to buy a poor foundation establishment pill only to never open their eyes again after taking it. Not 1 in 10 rogue cultivators lives to die of old age. Yue Yuan listened quietly without interrupting. He noticed that when Lei Zhengqing said, not 1 in 10, his hand tightened on his blade. It was a subtle reaction that only someone who had lived through it could have. Lei Zhengqing continued. As for the Mu family of Qingniu Ridge, though they are the only Qi refining family within 300 li, they are insignificant in the entire great Yu Kingdom's cultivation world. The first order spirit vein the Mu family occupies is of low grade, incomparable to the one they had just discovered. The spiritual energy concentration of their vein can barely support the daily cultivation of family members. To advance further, they rely on spirit stones and elixirs. In recent years, the Mu family has been recruiting external rogue cultivators as retainers. The pay is not high, but for those without connections, it is a rare opportunity. As for Qingniu Mountain itself, it is marked as an undeveloped area on the cultivation world's map. Demonic beasts roam the mountains with foundation establishment-level great demons said to lurk in the depths. The outer areas are safer, but have sparse spiritual energy. The Mu family of Qingniu Ridge organizes 2 herb-gathering expeditions into the mountains each year, but they only venture 100 li into the periphery. Even the Mu family dares not go deeper. This time Lei Zhengqing's discovery of a green pattern Ganoderma near Blackwind Cliff was a pleasant surprise, but unfortunately, it was devoured by an ironclad python. So this spirit spring and vein are more valuable than this one, imagined Yue Yuan transmitted slowly. Yes, Lei Zhengqing did not deny it. In this godforsaken outer region of Qingniu Mountain, you shouldn't even be able to touch the edge of a first-order spirit vein. This spring can vaporize spiritual energy, indicating that the vein beneath, though low in grade, is extremely pure in quality and nascent. A nascent spirit vein is almost legendary in the cultivation world, as most veins were claimed thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. If news of an unregistered first-order spirit vein gets out, not only rogue cultivators, but even a Qi refining family, like the Mu family, would mobilize their entire force. Even foundation establishment powers farther away might send people to investigate. He paused, his tone growing solemn. That's also why when Senior mentioned cooperation yesterday, Lei didn't hesitate much before agreeing. This spirit vein, Senior and the Liu family can't handle it alone, and neither can I. But together we might be able to hold it. The prerequisite is that the news must not leak. Yue Yuan was silent for a few breaths, then asked, how long has Taoist Lei been here? Not quite 2 months. I was active deeper in Qingniu Mountain before. When I found spiritual herbs near Blackwind Cliff, I moved here with Zhao. Later the ironclad python stole the Ganoderma, and I chased it for 3 days until I ended up here. So Lei Zhengqing's knowledge of this area was only slightly more than Yue Yuan's. But 2 months' worth of information was enough. At least he now knew there were no signs of other cultivators in the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain, and the spirit spring was safe for the short term. What are Taoist Lei's plans next? First, cultivate by the spring for a while, Lei Zhengqing said. Zhao Qi refining first layer has been stable for nearly 2 years. If she can use the spring's spiritual energy to break through to the second layer, most of this loss will be recovered. As for me, I've been stuck at the 5th layer of Qi refining for 8 years. The spring isn't a miraculous elixir, but at least it lets me rediscover the feeling of cultivation. As they spoke, they arrived at the cave Lei Zhengqing had carved the previous night. Lei Zhengqing ducked inside, retrieved the clay pot and several herb packets, rewrapped them in oil paper, and tucked them into his robes. Then he said to Yue Yuan Sr., since I agreed to jointly develop the spirit spring, I won't go back on my word. But I'll be blunt. If outsiders come, I will fight. However, if the force is too strong, beyond what we can handle together, I will take my daughter and leave. A rogue cultivator's life is cheap, but my daughter's life is precious. A flicker of surprise passed through Yue Yuan's small bean-like eyes. Not at what Lei Zhengqing said, but at how frankly he said it. Not promising what he couldn't deliver. That was a reliable man. This one feels the same, Yue Yuan transmitted slowly. Fight if we can win, retreat if we can't. A spirit vein can be found again, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. The two exchanged a glance, each silently raising their estimation of the other by a notch. After parting ways at the cave dwelling, Yue Yuan continued his descent down the mountain. He moved slowly, his mind occupied with digesting the revelations from the conversation he had just had. The Great Yu Kingdom was home to 3 golden core sects, dozens of foundation establishment powers, and countless Qi refining clans and rogue cultivators. Qingniu Mountain was but the most insignificant corner of this vast territory. Yet even here, a Qi refining clan like the Mu family of Qingniu Ridge lurked 300 li away, watching with covetous eyes. For the Liu family to secure a foothold in this world, a single spirit vein was far from enough. But at least it was a beginning. With a spirit vein, they would have the capital to attract cultivators. With cultivators, the Liu family could transform from a mere martial clan into a true cultivation family. And with a cultivation family, fortune points would flow and unceasingly. With fortune points, he could grow stronger. And growing stronger meant a more comfortable life for himself and greater safety for the Liu family. This cycle of logic turned once in his mind clear and solid. Then he quickened his pace. Just as he neared the foot of the mountain, a system notification chimed in his mind. Side quest Qingniu exploration completed. Source of anomalous spiritual energy disturbance identified. Natural spirit spring and attached. First grade spirit vein. Reward 20 fortune points. Current fortune 5070. Yue Yuan paused, a glint of light flashing in his small bean-like eyes. 70 points. The late Qi refining stage required 50. He now had 70 in hand, ready to break through at any moment. But he was in no hurry. With no imminent threat in the short term, he decided to keep those 50 points in reserve. He wanted to observe Lei Zhengqing a while longer. After all, a spirit vein was something that could transform a small cultivation family, even birthing a foundation establishment cultivator. He didn't believe the man harbored no thoughts of claiming it for himself. Politeness was politeness for now, but precautions were necessary. Keeping the fortune points was his safeguard against unforeseen dangers. As for bloodline evolution, he was still 30 points short of the 100 needed. He wasn't aiming for foundation establishment yet, and the threefold speed of the profound water-breathing art was sufficient for his Qi refining cultivation. He would consider it when the family's fortune was more abundant. Having made this decision with a clear conscience, Yue Yuan continued his crawl down the mountain. At the base, Liu Tieshan was sitting on a rock, wiping his blade. The wild goose-tail saber lay across his knees, its edge polished to a mirror sheen. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering fragments of gold across the steel. His movements were slow, utterly focused, as if performing a task that demanded his complete concentration. Seeing a fist-sized turtle crawl out of the ditch, Liu Tieshan sheathed his saber and rose to bow. Senior. Yue Yuan didn't waste words. He crawled directly past his feet, up his pant leg, and onto his shoulder. This time, he didn't climb to the top of his head, but settled into the hollow of his shoulder. Liu Tieshan tilted his head slightly to glance at him, but didn't ask why. The spirit spring is confirmed. Yue Yuan's voice sounded in his mind, calm, but with a slightly quicker pace than usual. There's a spirit vein beneath it. First grade, nascent, pure in quality. Liu Tieshan's stride faltered for a single moment before he continued walking, but his fingers unconsciously tightened around the hilt of his saber. A spirit vein. Though he didn't cultivate, he could vaguely sense what those two words signified. The Zhao family had hunted him for 3 days and nights over just a few streets of shops and a quarry. A spirit vein was something that cultivators would kill for. You might not fully grasp what a first-grade spirit vein means, Yue Yuan's voice continued in his mind. In the cultivation world, a single spirit vein can transform a small family within decades. Take the Mu family of Qingniu Ridge, for example. They relied on a first-grade spirit vein and produced 2 late Qi refining cultivators in 3 generations. With a spirit vein, a family member's cultivation speed doubles, and the success rate for breaking through bottleneck skyrockets. Without 1 year left to rely on the mountain's thin spiritual energy slowly grinding away. Many people spend their entire lives grinding without amounting to anything. And it's not just for cultivators. Spend enough time at the core of a spirit vein, and even mortals will have their bodies nourished by spiritual energy. Extended lifespans are the basic benefit. Martial artists might even find the opportunity to break through their own bottlenecks. In other words, this spirit vein is the first cornerstone for the Liu family's transformation from a mortal clan to a cultivation family. Liu Tieshan listened in silence, his steps remaining steady, but his breathing had noticeably deepened. But the same goes for the danger. Once word gets out, it won't just be rogue cultivators. Even Qi refining families will come to seize it. So from today, the matter of the spirit spring is known only to you, your 4th uncle, and the few clansmen who deliver supplies up the mountain. No one else is to be told. Understood, Liu Tieshan said. He didn't ask why those specific people were chosen, nor did he ask what to do if the secret got out. Since the senior said so, he would obey. Back at the Liu family courtyard, Yue Yuan jumped from his shoulder, landing on the large bluestone, and resuming his millstone-like size. Liu Tieshan stood by the pond waiting for further instructions. You should have some idea of what to do next, Yue Yuan transmitted slowly. That spirit vein is the foundation for your family's survival. I want you to arrange for people to go up the mountain. Have 4th uncle take a few reliable men to build a shelter by the spirit spring. It doesn't need to be fancy, just enough to shield from wind and rain. But you can start planning the layout of the compound. The spiritual energy is densest at the core of the vein. Whether for mortals or cultivators training there will yield twice the results with half the effort. Later, when your family has Qi refining cultivators, you'll need to open spirit fields and set up formations nearby. But that's for the future. For now, focus on laying the groundwork. Liu Tieshan nodded, committing it to memory. Also send basic supplies up. Dried food, water jars, bedding. The Lei family father and daughter are used to the wilds as rogue cultivators, but as the hosts, the Liu family must observe proper courtesy. Remember, the people delivering supplies should leave immediately. Don't linger around the spirit spring. Understood. Liu Tieshan turned to leave. One more thing. Yue Yuan called him back. Tomorrow, go up there yourself. Liu Tieshan looked back, waiting for the reason. You are the head of the meeting your future neighbors is a matter of courtesy. Liu Tieshan found the logic sound. The Lei family were cultivators who would be stationed at the spirit spring long term. For him, as the family head, to not even show his face would indeed be improper. He nodded in agreement and walked away. Yue Yuan lay in the pond watching Liu Tieshan's figure disappear through the courtyard gate. Then he retracted his head into his shell, a glint of satisfaction flickering in his small eyes. A satisfaction only he could understand. Simpleton. The courtesy talk was for your ears. Getting you to meet that girl was the real objective. In his mind, he reorganized the goals of the matchmaking plans. First phase tomorrow, Liu Tieshan would go up the mountain for his first formal meeting with the Lei family father and daughter. He didn't aim to leave a deep impression. As long as both parties felt the other was not a bad sort, it would be a success. The rest could take its time. After all, he had plenty of it. Early the next morning, Liu Tieshan led fourth uncle and two young clansmen carrying supplies up the mountain. The shoulder poles were laden with dried provisions, cured meat, several thick quilts, an iron pot, and a few bags of rice. These items were not uncommon in the town, but for those camping in the mountains they were a genuine guarantee of sustenance. Fourth uncle had also brought several packets of his own prepared wound-healing medicine and cold remedies, saying the mountain was damp and they might come in handy. The scene by the spirit spring was vastly different from the previous day. A bamboo shelter had been framed, though crude its structure was sturdy. The uprights were of pine as thick as a bull's rim, the beams bound with wrought tan, and the roof was thickly thatched with ferns and banana leaves, more than adequate for shelter from wind and rain. Liu Tieshan swept his gaze over the shelter's structure, nodding inwardly. This was not the work of an amateur. The Lei father and daughter had more experience in the mountains than he had imagined. Lei Zhengqing sat cross-legged by the spring, breathing in spiritual energy. The mist over the spring was much more stable than yesterday, evenly shrouding the water's surface within a range of 3 feet, no longer flickering. His breaths were long and even. With each inhalation the mist drew slightly closer to him. With each exhalation it slowly dispersed. Lei Xiaowan was crouched beside the bamboo shelter with a pile of scales from the black iron python spread before her. She had sorted the scales by size into 3 piles, the largest the size of a copper coin with sharp edges suitable for a heart-protecting mirror, the medium thumbnail-sized, and even in thickness perfect for sharpening into arrowheads, the smallest only rice grain sized she set aside, perhaps unsure of their use. She was diligently grinding the burrs off the scale edges with a whetstone, her movements focused. The gray cloth sleeves of her garment were rolled up twice, revealing slender wrists. Liu Tieshan paused by the thicket. Seeing Lei Zhengqing in cultivation, he did not approach to disturb him, but merely gestured to fourth uncle to place the supplies outside the shelter. Then his gaze swept across the spring, pausing on Lei Xiaowan for less than a breath. It was a mere glance, not a stare, a habit from military campaigns to survey everyone's position and state upon entering any place. Having confirmed there was no threat, he began directing the clansmen to unload the goods. Fourth uncle placed the wound-healing medicine in the most conspicuous spot at the shelter's entrance, weighing it down with a stone lest the wind carry it away. The two young clansmen quietly stacked the supplies, saying little throughout. Lei Zhengqing opened his eyes and rose from the spring's edge. He looked at Liu Tieshan, his gaze appraising, not aggressive but not friendly either. Having lived 50 years and fought 30 years of war, he was naturally wary of those he met for the first time. Even though Yue Yuan had already spoken of him yesterday, he still needed to see for himself to judge. He sensed Liu Tieshan's qi and blood. He had just entered the Xiantian realm, but his foundation was solid and his qi was stable. Among mortal martial artists, he was a promising prospect. Moreover, this young man from the moment he entered until now had made no superfluous movements, no idle glances, no deliberate self-display, just quietly directing his clansmen in their work. Such composure was not feigned. Seeing him rise, Liu Tieshan stepped forward and saluted with a cupped fist, Junior Liu Tieshan, patriarch of the Liu family. You must be Senior Lei Zhengqing. Lei Zhengqing nodded slightly. Patriarch Liu is too kind. I am but a rogue cultivator, no need for senior. Just call me by my name. His tone was not warm, but neither was it dismissive. Senior helped slay the demon beast and yielded this spirit vein. That is a help to the Liu family. Calling you senior is only proper. Lei Zhengqing looked at him, then at the loads of supplies on the ground, and did not argue further about the title. He walked over to the shelter, picked up the wound-healing medicine fourth uncle had left, opened it, sniffed it, then re-wrapped it. This medicine is well prepared. Mortal craftsmanship, but made with care. The spirit spring has stabilized these past 2 days. The spiritual energy output is steady with no anomalies for now. He spoke up on his own, but a nascent spirit vein is still somewhat unstable. There may be occasional minor fluctuations which won't affect cultivation, but one must watch for changes. Also, the black iron python's carcass still lies by the spring, and its scales are being processed. Whatever remains we have no immediate use for. You may handle it. Thank you for the information, senior, said Liu Tieshan. They'll send someone to collect it later. The two exchanged a few more words about the terrain around the spirit spring and the distribution of water sources. Liu Tieshan spoke concisely, each question hitting the mark, asking nothing superfluous. Lei Zhengqing silently revised his first impression from ordinary Xiantian martial artist to this patriarch is reliable. Liu Tieshan walked to the shelter, crouched down, and looked at the pile of snake scales on the ground. He picked one up, weighed it, and flicked it with his nail. The scale gave a clear metallic ring. He quickly calculated in his mind if these scales were ground into heart-protecting mirrors, they could equip at least a dozen clansmen. The Liu family's foundation was thin. A good piece of armor could save a life in a critical moment. What can these scales be used for? Lei Xiaowan looked up at him. She had been silently grinding scales, not interrupting, when she heard her father and Liu Tieshan talking. Now that this man suddenly crouched before her asking about the scales, she gave him a proper look. His aura was different from a cultivator's spiritual radiance, but it was very steady, like a piece of iron that had been forged many times. not sharp, but solid. His clothes were of coarse cloth, the cuffs frayed, but the knife at his waist was polished to a shine. She had dealt with not a few mortal martial artists her father had interacted with. Some would bow and scrape to her father, practically burying their heads in the dirt. Others would keep their distance, afraid of getting entangled in cultivator's troubles. But this Liu Tieshan simply crouched down and asked about the scales, his tone like someone discussing a craft. The small ones can be arrowheads, the large ones, heart-protecting mirrors. She turned the scale in her hand to show him the back. Black iron python scales are lighter than iron, but harder. They're excellent material for armor. Unfortunately, there aren't enough for a full suit. And the edges are too sharp, they need a lot of grinding before they can be used. She spoke matter-of-factly, then lowered her head to continue grinding. After a few strokes, she looked up at Liu Tieshan again. He was still looking at the scales quite seriously, unlike those who would just give perfunctory myths. Isn't your Liu family a clan of martial artists? She asked suddenly. Would you even use these scales? Yes, we would. Liu Tieshan put the scale back on the ground. The Liu family's foundation is thin, we lack almost everything. What we can make ourselves we don't buy, what we can buy we don't beg for. Lei Xiaowan let out an "oh." That didn't sound like a patriarch, but like someone who had managed a household. She pushed the pile of sorted scales a bit closer to him, indicating he could continue looking. Then she lowered her head to continue grinding, but the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Then her gaze fell on the knife at his. The cord wrapping on the handle was worn and frayed, broken in several places, about to come apart. If the wrapping on a knife handle comes loose, the grip will slip, and the blade will veer when swung. She had been used to such details since childhood. The wrapping on her father's thunderblade had to be replaced every few months, and each time, she helped wind it on coil by coil. You practiced the saber? Liu Tieshan looked down at his wild goose saber, the handle wrapping worn to a shine. Yes. My father practices the saber too. His saber has a scabbard made from a piece of lightning-struck wood from below Blackwind Cliff, and the blade is engraved with thunder patterns, different from this one. She paused, her tone casual. This saber of yours looks quite old. It still works. The handle wrapping needs changing. She said this still casually, as if remarking on the nice weather, then continued grinding the scale. But her grinding slowed by half a beat, as if waiting for his response. Liu Tieshan looked down at his own handle. The wrapping was indeed almost worn through. Not just in one place, but from the top of the handle to the guard, several strands of hemp cord had snapped. He was silent for a moment, then turned the handle, hiding the worn side from view. Thank you. They'll send someone to collect the snake scales later. Keep the ones you've ground, no need to give them to the Liu family. Lei Xiaowan looked up as if about to say something. These scales were originally the Liu family's property. What did he mean, no need to give them to the Liu family? But the words died in her throat. She just nodded, then lowered her head to continue grinding, this time with a bit more force. Liu Tieshan stood up and walked back to the front of the shelter. Fourth uncle had already unloaded all the supplies and was explaining the use of the wound-healing medicine to Lei Zhengqing. Liu Tieshan saluted Lei Zhengqing with a cupped fist. Senior, the supplies have been delivered. If you need anything else, just send word down the mountain. The Liu family will be at your service. Thank you for your trouble, Patriarch Liu. Liu Tieshan led fourth uncle and the two clansmen down the mountain. When he reached the thicket, he paused and instinctively looked back at the spring. Lei Xiaowan was still grinding scales, her gray cloth clothes bleached white by the sunlight, her thick braid hanging over her shoulder, the hemp cord at its tip swaying gently with her movements. He turned his head back and continued down the mountain. After Liu Tieshan left, Lei Zhengqing walked over to his daughter and looked down at the sorted scales on the ground. The polished ones were neatly stacked, the unpolished ones were piled on the other side. He noticed his daughter's grinding was slower than usual, as if she were thinking about something. When Liu Tieshan had crouched here talking to her, he had been cultivating by the spring. Though his eyes were closed, his perception told him they had talked quite a bit about scales, but the tone of the last few exchanges seemed somewhat subtle. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. This Liu Tieshan is different from the mortal martial artists I've seen before, Lei Zhengqing said thoughtfully. Lei Xiaowan looked up. Different how? Lei Zhengqing thought for a moment, then said two words: confidence. He paused. Mortal martial artists, when facing cultivators, either pretend to be strong or are genuinely afraid. He is neither. He truly isn't afraid. Lei Xiaowan was silent for a while, then nodded without saying anything. Then she lowered her head to continue grinding, but after 2 strokes, she stopped again, glanced in the direction Liu Tieshan had gone, and then at the pile of scales on the ground. Father, he said we should keep the polished scales and not give them to the Liu family. What about it? These scales were originally the Liu family's property. She frowned. What does he mean by no need to give them to the Liu family? Is he stupid? Lei Zhengqing looked at his daughter's furrowed brow, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. He had lived 50 years and seen many people. He understood his daughter's tone, and she didn't really think Liu Tieshan was stupid, but that he was different from others. A 17-year-old girl meeting someone different would think a little more. Maybe he thought your effort in grinding the scales deserved payment, Lei Zhengqing said. I never asked for payment, Lei Xiaowan muttered, then lowered her head to continue grinding, this time with even more force. That night the father and daughter continued their cultivation by the spirit spring. The spirit vein had completely stabilized the spiritual energy output, even and sustained. Moonlight spilled over the spring's surface, the mist glowing with a faint silver white. Lei Zhengqing sat cross-legged by the spring, feeling a fullness in his body he hadn't experienced in years. For 30 years it was the first time he felt cultivation was not like sailing against the current, but like riding the wind. At this rate, breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refining was no longer an unattainable dream. Lei Xiaowan meditated beside him, her breath steady and long. She had been stuck at the 1st layer of qi refining for nearly 2 years originally, hoping the qi-gathering pill from the green pattern Ganoderma would help her break through the bottleneck. Now the Ganoderma was gone, but the spirit spring's spiritual energy was purer and more enduring than the pill. She vaguely sensed that the barrier that had blocked her for 2 years showed signs of loosening. Each immersed in their own cultivation, the father and daughter said nothing. But both had slight smiles on their lips. Meanwhile, in the Liu family courtyard, Yue Yuan lay sprawled on the large bluestone, his spiritual sense fully active, seeing everything that happened by the spirit spring with perfect clarity. His spiritual sense could only perceive auras and hear voices. He couldn't make out the exact words, but he could hear the frequency and tone of the speech. Lei Zhengqing spoke steadily and briefly. Liu Tieshan spoke calmly and firmly, while Lei Zaiwan's rate of speech was noticeably faster when talking to him than to her father. In those last few exchanges, their conversation was a quick back and forth, a rhythm far from the formalities between strangers. Not hearing the content didn't matter. Being able to talk was a good sign. A first meeting where they could converse was already a success. Liu Tieshan crouching down to ask about the scales. Good. Neither servile nor arrogant, with proper discretion. Lei Xiaowan voluntarily pushing the scales for him to see. A good sign, at least no rejection. Yue Yuan poked his head out of his shell, his bean-sized eyes filled with satisfaction. Today's encounter had gone more smoothly than he had anticipated. No rush, take it slow. After all, he was a turtle and patience was what he had in abundance. He was about to sink to the bottom of the pond to sleep when a thought struck him. During his conversation with Lei Zhengqing today, Lei Zhengqing had mentioned that there were no signs of other cultivators' activity in the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain, but at the time his mind had been occupied with digesting information about the Great Yu Kingdom's power structure, and he hadn't given it much thought. Now looking back, one thing struck him as subtly off. Lei Zhengqing had only been in the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain for less than 2 months. And he himself had been lying at the bottom of the lake for 15 years, never once detecting that anomalous spiritual energy fluctuation. In other words, the existence of the spirit spring. It was only half a month ago, after the Zhao family's downfall, that he first sensed the spiritual energy fluctuation from the spring. This meant the spirit spring's spiritual energy had only begun to leak out recently. A first-order spirit vein, though nascent. How long did it take for a nascent spirit vein to form? Hundreds of years. Thousands. Why did it start leaking at this particular time? He suddenly recalled the pulsation of the faint azure light vein at the spring's bottom before the vein stabilized. At the time, Lei Zhengqing had said it was a natural release process of a nascent spirit vein, but Lei Zhengqing had also said that nascent spirit veins were almost legendary in the cultivation world, as most spirit veins had already been claimed thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. In other words, Lei Zhengqing had never actually seen a nascent spirit vein. His judgment was based solely on experience and speculation. What if it wasn't a natural release? What if it had been awakened by something? Yue Yuan chewed over this thought several times, then decided not to delve into it for now. No matter how the spirit vein came to be, it was there now on Liu family land under the joint protection of him and Lei Zhengqing. Matters of the future could wait. He tucked his head back into his shell and closed his eyes. In the distance deeper within Qingniu Mountain, about 50 li away, an extremely faint spiritual energy fluctuation came intermittently. This time he didn't catch it because he was thinking about the spirit vein and his spiritual sense didn't reach that far. But at the source of that spiritual energy fluctuation, beneath an ancient rock layer covered in moss, a pair of dark golden vertical pupils slowly opened. The pupils narrowed, then slowly closed again. Above the rock layer, the spirit vein's pulsation had stabilized the spiritual energy output, even and sustained. The owner of those eyes had slept for who knows how many years, but now it seemed to have awakened. In recent days, everything had been tranquil by the spirit spring. Lei Zhengqing and his daughter cultivated by its banks, while Liu Tieshan made trips up the mountain every 2 or 3 days to deliver supplies, occasionally exchanging a few words with Lei Zhengqing about the terrain and water sources surrounding the spring. Lei Xiaowan still crouched by the bamboo shed polishing scales. Liu Tieshan would sometimes squat down to watch. They spoke little, yet each time they managed a brief conversation. Yue Yuan lay sprawled in the pond, ostensibly basking in the sun, but in truth he was mulling over a single matter breakthrough. Leaping from the middle stage of qi refining to the late stage would cost 50 points of clan fortune. He had stared at the upgrade button on the system panel countless times, yearning to press it, yet each time he held back. It wasn't because he begrudged spending the clan fortune, but because he remained uncertain whether the system's level skip would require a period of deep slumber. Last time when he advanced from the early to the middle stage of qi refining, it was a natural breakthrough via the profound water-breathing art, and he had slept for half a month. But that wasn't a system jump, it was natural progression. What would a system jump feel like? Instantaneous. Or would it also take time? There were no instructions, no hints, only a single button. This uncertainty itself was the greatest risk. If no slumber was needed, he could immediately ascend to the 7th layer of qi refining. His power would skyrocket, the water prison technique would be granted for free, and he could swagger through Qingniu Mountain unchallenged. Liu Tieshan would guard him, and Lei Zhengqing might help protect his meditation, but entrusting his life entirely to others. Liu Tieshan would guard him, and Lei Zhengqing might help protect his meditation, but entrusting his life entirely to others, even those he had chosen, was not his style. Yue Yuan decided to conduct an experiment. He would not spend clan fortune, but would rely solely on his own understanding. He used his spiritual sense to examine the endurance limits of his chi and meridians, employed his water-controlling talent to create minute fluctuations of spiritual energy in the water to test his Bodis reaction speed, and even tried touching the edge of the upgrade button on the system panel with his mind. As before, no prompts appeared. After nearly an hour of experimentation, the conclusion was that jumping directly from the 4th layer to the 7th layer of chi refining would at least double his spiritual power. Such a violent surge was something his body couldn't adapt to instantly. Slumber was highly likely, but highly likely, he still couldn't be sure. So he decided to test it in the safest possible environment. Not by the spirit spring, not in Liu's courtyard, but deep within Qingniu Mountain in a place utterly devoid of people. Even if he needed to sleep, no one could take advantage of him. He summoned Liu Tieshan and gave only one instruction. This master needs to go into seclusion for a few days. Seal the courtyard. No one is to approach. If Taoist Lei inquires at the spirit spring, tell him this master is cultivating a divine ability and is temporarily unavailable. Liu Tieshan didn't ask questions, he simply nodded in agreement. But Yue Yuan noticed that as he nodded, his Adam's apple moved slightly, as if he had swallowed some unspoken words. He probably wanted to ask, should this subordinate accompany you to protect your meditation? But he didn't ask, because he knew that if the senior needed him to follow, he would have said so directly. Since he didn't say it, it meant he wasn't needed. Yue Yuan offered no further explanation and slipped out of the courtyard along the water channel. That night, he shrank to the size of a fist, followed the channel out of town, and crawled deep into Qingniu Mountain. He didn't head toward the spirit spring, but chose another path, a chaotic slope of jagged boulders with towering rocks and crisscrossing crevices. He found a crevice and squeezed inside. At its end was a natural small cave, just large enough to accommodate his millstone-sized body. The entrance was narrow and partially hidden by a few scattered rocks, making it impossible to discern from the outside that a hidden chamber lay within. He used the turtle breath technique to thoroughly conceal his demonic aura and made simple camouflage at the entrance. Then he lay down and called up the system panel. Current clan fortune 70 chi refining late stage breakthrough required 50 clan fortune upgrade. This time he pressed yes. There was no pain, no earth-shattering commotion. Only an immensely dense surge of spiritual energy erupted from the depths of his chi, as if a sluice gate had been opened inside him. The spiritual energy rushed through his meridians, coursing through his entire body, reforging every inch of muscle and every bone. He could feel his shell expanding, the patterns on it deepening layer by layer, with new shell material growing at the edges, darker in color than the old, gleaming with a dull iron blue sheen. Then drowsiness overcame him. It wasn't ordinary tiredness, it was an irresistible fatigue rising from the marrow of his bones. His consciousness began to blur, and his eyelids grew as heavy as lead. Just before he lost consciousness completely, his last thought was, good thing I didn't advance by the spirit spring. He sank into a deep slumber. On the first day, nothing happened. On the second day, a light rain fell on the rocky slope outside the cave. Rainwater seeped through the crevices, dripping onto his shell and sliding along the newly formed patterns. On the third night, the patterns on his shell faintly glowed with a pale cyan luster in the darkness, flickering as if breathing. It was the spiritual energy of the late chi refining stage completing its final fusion with his body. On the morning of the fourth day, Yue Yuan awoke. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was not to check his cultivation level, but to sense his surroundings with his spiritual perception. The cave was unchanged, the camouflage at the entrance undisturbed, and there were no unusual auras for miles around. Safe. Only then did he look down at himself. His shell had grown a full size larger, from the size of a millstone to nearly that of a carriage wheel. The patterns were deeper and denser, and the color had shifted from cyan black to a dark iron blue. His foreclaws had thickened, their tips longer, leaving shallow imprints on the rock when he pressed down. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians, more than double the vigor of when he was at the fourth layer of chi refining. He called up the system panel. Realm Chi refining 7th layer, current clan fortune 20. Then he noticed a new line of text on the panel, new divine ability, unlocked water prison technique source, gifted by the system upon breaking through to the late chi refining stage. Yue Yuan was stunned. The water prison technique. He had been planning to save up 80 clan fortune points to unlock this ability, but now the system had simply given it to him. Not purchased, given. He was silent for a few breaths, then a flicker of belated fear passed through his beady eyes. If I had broken through by the spirit spring. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. If he had spent 50 points to break through to the late chi refining stage by the spirit spring, he would have slept there for 4 days. For days. And that late cultivator at the 5th layer would have been right beside him. No matter how good Lei Zinking's character was, who knew what might happen when faced with a defenseless, slumbering demonic beast. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he had been cautious. Thank goodness he hadn't taken the risk under uncertain conditions. He spent half an hour on the rocky slope testing the water prison technique. Unlike the water wall he had previously constructed on the fly using his water-controlling talent, the true water prison technique was a complete divine ability. It could condense water elements out of thin air, forming a spherical prison several zhang in diameter with extremely high internal water pressure, and it could continuously absorb surrounding water elements to reinforce itself. Previously, his water wall could only trap innate martial artists. But the real water prison technique was nearly unbreakable by anyone within the chi refining stage. Yue Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The The water wall he had used to kill Zhao Songsong and Zhao Yuan could also trap people, but it would be easily broken by a true cultivator. Now with the authentic water prison technique, his combat system was truly taking shape. He shrank to the size of a fist and swam along the water channel back toward Qingniu Town. On the way, he mentally tallied the gains and losses of this breakthrough. He had spent 50 clan fortune points, leaving 20. His cultivation had jumped from the 4th to the 7th layer of qi refining, the late stage, which was more than enough to dominate the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain. And he had acquired the water prison technique for free, effectively saving 80 clan fortune points. His cultivation had jumped from the 4th to the 7th layer of qi refining, the late stage, which was more than enough to dominate the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain. This information was worth 50 clan fortune points. Bloodline evolution required 100 clan fortune points, and he was still 80 short. No rush. The 7th layer of qi refining was sufficient for Qingniu Mountain. He firmly memorized the conclusions from this experiment system. Level skipping requires slumber. The divine ability, granted by the system upon breakthrough, is tied to the stage of advancement. Never perform irreversible operations under uncertain conditions. As he neared Liu's courtyard, the sky was just beginning to lighten. He swam into the pond via the channel surface and saw Liu Tieshan standing guard at the courtyard gate. Liu Tieshan sat on the threshold, his back against the doorframe, with the wild goose blade lying across his knees. The morning light had not yet reached the courtyard. He was cloaked in the gray-blue hues of early dawn, his expression difficult to discern. Hearing the sound of water from the pond, he shot to his feet, his hand already on the blade's hilt. Then he saw the turtle emerging from the water, a full size larger than when it had left. His hand relaxed from the hilt. In that instant, a look of relief washed over his eyes like a stone that had weighed on his heart for days finally hitting the ground. But beneath the relief, a trace of something else lingered in his eyes. Not resentment, not grievance. A faint, almost imperceptible loneliness. It was like someone left behind who, upon seeing a traveler return safely, first breathes a sigh of relief, and only then remembers that they themselves were not taken along on the journey. Liu Tieshan quickly suppressed that hint of loneliness, reverting to his usual expressionless demeanor. He clasped his fists in salute. Senior, you have returned. Yue Yuan resumed his millstone size, no larger than a millstone now, and lay down on the bluestone slab. Instead of immediately discussing business as usual, he was silent for a moment. Then his voice echoed in Liu Tieshan's mind, its tone no longer the lofty indifference of before, but closer to the casual manner he had used when speaking with Lei Zhangqing by the spirit spring that night. Like speaking to someone who had walked a path alongside him. Liu Tieshan, this subordinate is here. This master went into seclusion, this time in a rocky cave deep within Qingniu Mountain. I did not tell you the location, nor did I allow anyone to follow. It is not because I distrust you. Liu Tieshan looked up at the cyan-black old turtle before him, which had grown another size larger than a few days ago. Yue Yuan's beady eyes gazed at him calmly as he continued his telepathic message. You have been under this master's command for some time now. From the transaction by the lake, to the annihilation of the Zhao family, to the matter of the spirit spring, you have never disappointed this master. This master trusts your character, and also trusts your abilities. He paused, then said something that left Liu Tieshan. What this master does not trust is the vagaries of the world. This master has lived a long time, and has seen too many accidents. No matter how reliable a person is, they can be coerced. No matter how safe a place is, unforeseen events can occur. If a powerful enemy were to attack, while this master was in slumber, and you could not stop them, that would not be your fault. But this master would die. And you would die too. He looked into Liu Tieshan's eyes, his voice devoid of reproach, carrying only a calm, almost brutally honest frankness. This master did not tell you the location not to guard against you. It is to guard against the unforeseen. In case someone extracts information from your soul, in case you are coerced, in case you fall under some bewitching spell. What you do not know you cannot reveal. If you cannot speak of it, this master gains an extra measure of safety. Do you understand? Liu Tieshan was silent for a long time. Then he knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse, but steady as iron. This subordinate understands. He grasped the difference between the two. Moreover, the fact that Yue Yuan had taken the trouble to explain this to him was itself a sign of trust. If the ancestor truly didn't he grasped the difference between the two. Moreover, the fact that Yue Yuan had taken the trouble to explain this to him was itself a sign of trust. If the ancestor truly didn't trust him, there would have been no need for an explanation. Rise. Yue Yuan's voice regained some of its usual indifference, but with an imperceptible trace of warmth. You have guarded the courtyard for days. Go back and rest. You still need to deliver supplies up the mountain tomorrow. Yes. Liu Tieshan stood up, turned, and walked to the courtyard gate, where he paused. Without looking back, he said quietly, Senior, no matter whether you trust the vagaries of the world, this subordinate's blade will always be at your side. Then he pushed open the gate and left. Yue Yuan lay on the bluestone slab, watching his figure disappear beyond the courtyard gate, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his beady eyes. Then he retracted his head into his shell and closed his eyes. This fool. When he uttered these 3 words, his tone was exactly the same as usual. But inside his shell, his eyes remained open for a long time, unable to sleep. He was pondering something. Liu Tieshan was now an innate martial artist, having reached the pinnacle of the mortal world. Yet his loyalty and mental fortitude had already far exceeded what a mere mortal martial artist could offer. If he could also be set on the path of immortality, not through bloodlines or spiritual roots, but by pushing the martial path itself to its ultimate limit. Was there a path beyond the Grandmaster realm? The profound martial arts manual stated that a Grandmaster's combat power could rival that of immortals. The author's claim was questionable, but what if it were true? He filed this thought away, not rushing to any conclusions. Matters of the future could be dealt with later. For now, the most important thing was to digest the gains from this breakthrough and familiarize himself with the power of the late Qi refining stage. At the spirit spring, Lei Zhangqing and his daughter were still cultivating. He closed his eyes and sank into a deep sleep. This time it was not the slumber of a breakthrough, but an ordinary restful sleep, the peaceful sleep of one who had returned to his own territory. Half a year, neither long nor short. Long enough for Spirit Spring Valley to transform from a barren wilderness into a modest cluster of mountain dwellings, short enough that Yue Yuan felt he had merely dozed off a few times only to open his eyes and find the world utterly changed. The Spirit Spring was encircled by a low stone wall. Large slabs of bluestone were laid beside it, and stone steps were built for drawing water. The steps were polished smooth as a mirror worn down by the daily footfalls of clan members fetching water at dawn and dusk. The trees around the spring were left untouched, their canopies blotting out the sky. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering onto the water's surface like a pool of golden scales. Several meditation platforms for cultivation had been cleared among the woods. They were paved with smooth bluestone meticulously polished and etched with anti-slip patterns. Scattered around the spirit spring were a few wooden houses and bamboo sheds arranged in a pleasing disorder. The Liu family's wooden houses stood east of the spring, built in 2 rows along the mountain slope, housing the first clansmen who had moved from the town. These were the young people carefully selected by Liu Tieshan for their exceptional martial talent. Cultivating by the spirit spring doubled their progress, and they also took on the task of mining spirit stones. The Lei family's courtyard was west of the spring, 3 wooden houses forming a small enclosure. At the gate, 2 wild jujube trees had been transplanted from the foot of the mountain, a request made by Lei Jingqing's wife Reborn. She said a courtyard without trees didn't feel like home. The mining of spirit stones was already on track. A mine shaft had been dug at the core of the spirit vein. The entrance was narrow, barely allowing 2 people to walk side by side, but the vein inside proved wider than anticipated. The first batch of spirit stones mined were of low-grade, dark in color, pure in quality, but limited in spiritual. Lei Jingqing appraised them as inferior spirit stones, a rank below even low-grade stones of little value in the market. Yet to the Liu clansmen who had never seen a spirit stone before, they were a rare and wondrous treasure. Fourth uncle wrapped each stone in oil paper and locked them in a specially cleared storehouse, keeping the key on his person and even placing it under his pillow at night. Everything was progressing smoothly. Yue Yuan lay sprawled on the largest bluestone by the spirit spring, flattening himself like a turtle pancake, letting the morning sun warm his shell until it was slightly hot. This stone was his exclusive spot. The Liu clan members had named it Ancestor Stone, and someone was tasked with cleaning it daily, forbidding anyone else from sitting on it. Once Lei Xiaowan accidentally placed her scales on it, and her father lectured her for nearly an hour while holding her ear. Yue Yuan didn't actually mind, but seeing Lei Jingqing's grave expression, he chose not to say anything. Maintaining some dignity was always beneficial. His body had grown another size larger compared to half a year ago. If you compared a millstone-sized turtle to a carriage wheel-sized turtle, the former might still make people think what a big turtle, but the latter was so large that the first thought would be, has this turtle lived for thousands of years? The patterns on his shell were layered and dense, a deep iron blue hue. The newly grown edges were slightly lighter than the old, like a patch of new fabric on an antique suit of armor. His assessment: it'll only get bigger later, so this will do for now. As for cultivation, he was now at the 8th level of Qi, not through clan fortune points, but by sleeping for 2 months by the spirit spring while practicing the profound water-breathing art. It happened shortly after moving to the spring. He lay on the stone basking in the sun, dozed off, and while sleeping he broke through. When he woke, his shell was another size larger, his spiritual energy had surged, and his mastery of the water prison technique had become more effortless, as if the system had completed everything on autopilot. Sleeping to cultivate is the true path, he said to himself upon waking. His clan fortune remained at 20 points on. No new tasks had been triggered in the past 6 months. Although Liu Tieshan and Lei Xiaowan's relationship was progressing steadily under his subtle influence, the system didn't seem to count flirting glances as task progress. He wasn't in a hurry. Saving up was fine, there was no imminent threat in the short term. Once the matchmaking task was completed, there would naturally be gains. He wasn't in a hurry. Saving up was fine, there was no imminent threat in the short term. Once the matchmaking task was completed, there would naturally be gains. Footsteps sounded in the distance. Liu Tieshan led a team up the mountain. He walked at the front, carrying a large bamboo basket on his back filled with dry provisions and a few jars of pickled vegetables. Behind him followed several young clansmen carrying shoulder poles in steady strides. In half a year, Liu Tieshan had changed no less than Spirit Spring Valley. His cultivation had stabilized at the mid-Xintian stage. Though he hadn't broken through to the late stage, his aura was more than twice as solid as half a year ago. His complexion had improved, he was no longer so gaunt. The sharp angles of his cheekbones were now covered by even flesh, making him look more like a young man in his 20s. What remained unchanged were his eyes, still so bright, like a wolf's. He had his clansmen deliver supplies to the various wooden houses, then walked to the spirit spring, clasped his fists, and bowed to Yue Yuan. Senior. Yue Yuan responded lazily, his small bean-like eyes sweeping toward the back of the group. How many are going down this time? 3. The 2 brothers from the old Liu family want to go home for a visit, so they'll bring the newly mined spirit stones back for storage. 4th uncle is also going down to purchase medicinal herbs. The ones who came up with me today are the new shift, all young men in their early 20s with decent foundations. Handle it as you see fit. Yue Yuan paused, then asked what about the Lei family. Senior Lei came back from the mountain yesterday with a batch of new mining tools. The Xiantian martial artists of the Lei family are helping reinforce the mine shaft supports. They say the vein is trending deeper, so more crossbeams are needed. Aunt Ruan brewed some anti-miasma medicine and sent it to the mine. Yue Yuan responded again, his tone flat. But a glint of satisfaction flickered in his bean-like eyes. Liu Tieshan now reported without needing to be prompted, every detail clear. The Lei family's movements, the mine's condition, the shift arrangements. All laid out clearly, even Aunt Ruan's small gesture of brewing medicine was noted. This clan leader was becoming more and more competent. After finishing his report, Liu Tieshan didn't leave immediately. He stood by the spring, his gaze drifting toward the Lei family's courtyard to the west, then quickly retracting it. The movement was so swift that most people wouldn't have noticed. Yue Yuan was no ordinary turtle. He noticed. And he noticed that Liu Tieshan wasn't wearing his usual frayed old cloth shirt, but a half-new gray short jacket with clean cuffs and a neat collar. The goose feather knife at his waist was polished to a shine, with a new hemp cord wrapped around the handle. It wasn't wrapped by Liu Tieshan himself. The wrapping was identical to the cord on Lei Jingqing's thunderblade, from the top of the handle to the guard, neatly wound 3 times, ending in a small plum blossom knot. Yue Yuan chuckled inwardly. He had seen Lei Xiaowan tie that same knot on her father's thunderblade. Go on. Deliver the supplies and come back. Don't neglect your cultivation. Yes. Liu Tieshan turned and walked toward the Lei family's courtyard, his step steady. Yue Yuan watched him walk away, then tucked his head slightly into his shell, leaving only his bean-like eyes exposed, and initiated today's covert observation mode. In the Lei family courtyard, Lei Xiaowan sat beneath the jujube tree polishing scales. Over the past half-year, she had handled no fewer than 1,000 scales, if not 800. The iron-scaled python scales were long gone. Now she polished leftover fragments of low-tier demon beasts gathered from the mountains. She crafted them into heart-protecting mirrors, arrowheads, and dagger inlays for her father to sell at the market. Over half a year, they had managed to amass a modest sum. Today she wore a light blue linen dress, her thick braid draped over her shoulder, the hemp cord at its end replaced with a strip of blue cloth. It was a new garment her mother had sewn last month, insisting that a 17-year-old girl should not always wear gray. She had said, in the mountains it doesn't matter what you wear, but she wore it anyway, even washing her hair specially. Zhao Ruanshi emerged from the house with a basin of freshly washed clothes, hanging them out to dry, while casually remarking, the Liu family head just came by to deliver supplies again. Lei Xiaowan did not look up, her whetstone rhythmically scraping against the scale's edge. Your mother has watched him these past 6 months. He handles things steadily, shows respect to that Xian Shui senior, and as for you. Ruanshi shook out a long robe and draped it over the clothesline, her tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Every time he delivers supplies, his eyes linger a bit longer in your direction. The whetstone paused for an instant on the scale, then resumed its rhythm slightly faster. He can look wherever he pleases. Ruanshi did not respond. She walked over to her daughter, picked up a polished scale, and held it up to the sunlight. This scale is polished well, better than your father's work back in the day. Father never polished scales. He did. In his youth he assisted a weaponsmithy at the market, polishing for 3 years until his hands were calloused. Ruanshi sat down beside her daughter. Then he met a girl in gray robes who said his polishing was too rough, asking, with skill like this you still want a wife? Your father polished for another 3 years because of those words. Lei Xiaowan was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle softly. And then, oi. Then that girl in gray robes married him. For Liu Tieshan you wounded 3 times. His knife handle was about to break, it would have fallen apart without that. Ruanshi reached out to tuck a strand of windblown hair behind her daughter's ear. When you rewrapped the handle of his knife you wounded 3 full times. For your father you wounded twice, for Uncle Liu also twice. For Liu Tieshan you wounded 3 times. His knife handle was about to break, it would have fallen apart without that. Ruanshi did not press further. She stood up to continue hanging clothes, her voice still unhurried. Don't worry about your father. It's not that he disapproves of Liu Tieshan, he just can't bear to let you go. A cultivator and a mortal have a lifespan gap of 1-fold. He fears you'll suffer in the future. But when your father was young, there was also a cultivator girl willing to marry a poor rogue cultivator who couldn't even afford a single spirit-gathering pill. Mother. Your mother thinks that cultivators don't necessarily need to seek other cultivators. Liu Tieshan is a good-natured child, steady and reliable. You won't suffer with him. Ruanshi lowered her voice, a hint of slyness in her tone. Besides, he has that Xian Shui senior backing him. That senior is no ordinary demon beast. With him around, the Liu family will produce cultivators sooner or later. By then your father's concerns won't matter. Lei Xiaowan was silent for a few breaths, then turned her gaze back to the scale in her hand, moving slowly. He won't remain a mortal martial artist forever. Her voice was soft, but the certainty in her tone made Ruanshi pause in her clothes hanging. She glanced back at her daughter, said nothing more, gently patted her shoulder, and carried the empty wooden basin back into the house. Her voice was soft, but the certainty in her tone made Yuan sure pause in her clothes hanging. She glanced back at her daughter, said nothing more, gently patted her shoulder. Meanwhile, by the spirit spring, Lei Jingqing approached from the direction of the mine, washed his face at the spring, and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. After half a year of living by the spring, the wrinkles carved by the mountain wind on his face had noticeably softened. 3 months ago, after breaking through to the 6th layer of qi condensation, it was as if a burden he had carried for 8 years had been lifted. He sat down on the stone beside Yue Yuan, his long blade resting horizontally across his knees. The two old men sat side by side watching the setting sun. "How's the mine?" Yue Yuan transmitted his voice. "Stable. The quality of this batch of spirit stones is slightly better than the last, with about a 10% higher spiritual energy content." Lei Jingqing said, "The young Liu lads learn fast. Their mining techniques are already on par with the market miners. It's just that the tools are lacking. Next time we go to the market, we should find some good quality spirit mining picks." They chatted for a while longer about the stability of the spirit vein and the arrangement of sentries. With business concluded, the sun had already sunk to the ridgeline of the western foothills of Qingniu Mountain. Yue Yuan was silent for a moment, then spoke, his tone flat, as if asking casually, "That daughter of yours and Liu Tieshan, what's your take on it?" Lei Jingqing was silent for a long while. "I don't have much of a take." His tone was somewhat sullen. "A mortal martial artist and a cultivator, a lifespan gap of 1-fold. In the future hell age, while she's still young. I've heard at least 10 versions of this story in the rogue cultivator circles, and not one has a good ending. You're at the 6th layer of qi condensation with a lifespan of around 150. She's at the 1st layer. If she reaches the great perfection of qi condensation, she could live to 180 or 200. Yue Yuan transmitted slowly. What if Liu Tieshan could rival Foundation Establishment? Lei Jingqing was stunned. Foundation Establishment. Those two words placed alongside a mortal martial artist seemed too incongruous. But these words came from Yue Yuan, a demon tortoise that had slept its way from the 4th layer of qi condensation to the 8th in half a year. If anyone else had said it, he would have laughed it off. But coming from Yue Yuan, he had to think seriously. A martial grandmaster's combat power can rival that of an immortal, Yue Yuan said calmly. These words were written in a martial arts manual I found called the Xuanwu Art. The author traveled the land for 40 years and wrote never personally witnessed a grandmaster, marking it as uncertain. But just because he didn't see one doesn't mean they don't exist. And even if martial arts can't reach Foundation Establishment, this one has other methods. This one will not let Liu Tieshan stop at the Xiantian realm. Lei Jingqing was silent for a very long time. "Senior," he finally spoke, his voice low and deep. "Were you already planning this from the very first time you saw Zhao?" Yue Yuan's tiny eyes narrowed slightly. "What are you going to dredge up old scores with this one?" "No, not dredging up." Lei Jingqing shook his head, a faint rare trace of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I'm saying you see farther than." He let out a long breath, as if finally setting down a heavy burden that had weighed on his heart. "About Shaoan I want stand, but this path of martial arts Foundation Establishment you speak of, I'll wait and see." Yue Yuan did not reply, merely nodding his tortoise head slightly. Lei Jingqing stood up, brushed the dust from his clothes, picked up his mining lamp, and walked toward the mine, his back straighter than it had been half a year ago. Later, deeper into the night, Yue Yuan lay on the ancestor stone, habitually pulling up the system panel for a glance. Current clan fortune 20. He was about to close the panel when his gaze suddenly froze. In the taskbar, a new prompt had appeared, framed in a pale gold border: clan expansion. Task objective: facilitate the union of core Liu Clan member Liu Tieshan and cultivator Lei Xiaowan. As Zhao companions, reward 20 clan fortune points. Progress: affection has bloomed. Elders tacitly approve. Formal declaration still lacking. Yue Yuan's tiny eyes lit up. 20 points. He had 20 now. Oh, adding this would make 40. And this name, clan expansion task, was different from the previous side quest and annihilation quest. Promoting a marriage between a core clan member and a cultivator, allowing the bloodline of the Liu family to be infused with spirit root seeds. This wasn't just matchmaking a young couple, it was laying the first brick for the transformation of a mortal martial artist clan. The system had authenticated it. He gloated contentedly in his mind for a while, then habitually swept his spiritual sense across the surrounding 30 li. Everything in the Spirit Spring Valley was normal, the spirit vein was stable, and the lights in the wooden cabins went out one by one. In the Lei family courtyard, the lamp in Lei Zaiwan's room was still lit, her silhouette bent over a desk writing on the window paper. He extended his spiritual sense, further sweeping across the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain. All was quiet. But as he withdrew his sense, he once again caught that faint spiritual energy fluctuation he had sensed once before. Intermittent, barely perceptible. Not the steady pulse of a spirit vein, but more like some kind of restriction slowly loosening. Or rather, something that had slept for a very long time was slowly awakening. Yue Yuan opened his eyes and looked in that direction. The night shrouded the peaks deep within Qingniu Mountain. He could see nothing, but a hint of gravity flickered in his tiny eyes. Just how many secrets does this Qingniu Mountain still hold? He tucked his head back into his shell, shelving the question for now. Whatever was in the mountains would eventually show its true face. For now, the priority was to secure those 20 points of clan fortune. Tomorrow he would give Liu Tieshan a nudge. The boy. Early the next morning, Yue Yuan lay on the ancestral stone, his spiritual sense sweeping through the Spirit Spring Valley. Liu Tieshan practiced his sword on the east side of the spring. For the past 6 months, every morning, as long as it wasn't raining, he had been practicing for an hour here. A few young clansmen were practicing not far away, their stances already looking quite decent. Lei Xiaoan was fetching water by the spring, and as she passed by the training area on her way back, she paused for a moment, glanced in Liu Tieshan's direction, and then continued walking. Yuan Shi was hanging clothes in the yard humming an unknown tune. Everything seemed normal. Yet in Yue Yuan's eyes this daily scene was filtered through a lens. Liu Tieshan's progress was stuck between feelings have emerged and official declaration. Lei Xiaoan's progress had quietly moved ahead, while Yuan Shi was already at approved, and Lei Zhengqing showed hard on the outside, soft on the inside, waiting for proof. He calculated in his heart. The system said feelings have emerged, elders tacit approval, still lacking an official declaration. Feelings were present, tacit approval was there, but someone still needed to speak first. Liu Tieshan, this foolish fellow, was unlikely to take the initiative. It wasn't cowardice, he genuinely believed that mortals were unworthy of immortals. But what about Lei Xiaoan? She could tie him 3 ropes, and would tell her mother, he won't always be a mortal warrior. But after all, she was only 17, it was unrealistic to expect her to take the initiative. He needed to give her a push. Footsteps approached from the direction of the mine. Lei Zhengqing emerged with a mining lamp, placing a fist-sized spirit stone on the bluestone slab. The spirit stone was much clearer than the previous inferior goods, radiating a faint white glow. This was dug from a new vein, it's just barely enough to reach the threshold of inferior spirit stones. Lei Zhengqing's tone was one of satisfaction. Yue Yuan sensed it with his spiritual perception. The spiritual energy content was significantly higher than the inferior spirit stones. The inferior ones were like rice soup, while this one barely counted as proper food. This vein isn't large, it should yield about 100 stones. Lei Zhengqing put away the spirit stone. He'll take a few pieces to the market later to ask about the prices. The nearest market is 50 miles away at the foot of Qingniu Ridge, where loose cultivators gather. I can also pick up a few useful magical tools or mining picks on the way. After chatting for a bit about the vein's direction, Lei Zhengqing returned to the mine to continue overseeing the extraction. Yue Yuan shifted his gaze back to Spirit Spring Valley, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his green bean-like eyes. He instructed Liu Tieshan to send this inferior spirit stone to the Lei family, giving a very official reason to have Lei Dayu assess its quality and inquire about market prices. In the future, when the Liu family needs to buy or sell cultivation materials, someone has to do the running. Liu Tieshan took the spirit stone, secured his sword, and headed toward the Lei family's courtyard. With Lei Zhengqing absent, having gone to the mine, Yuan Shi was inside mending clothes. Upon seeing Liu Tieshan enter the courtyard, she smiled and gestured with her chin towards the wild jujube tree on the east side. Liu Tieshan nodded slightly and walked towards the jujube tree. Lei Xiaoan was sitting under the tree polishing the last batch of scales. She planned to finish up and then head down the mountain to the market to exchange for some items. Her father had been busy reinforcing the mine and couldn't leave. Liu Tieshan handed her the spirit stone. This is a newly dug inferior spirit stone. Lei Xian said the quality is barely acceptable, so I wanted you to take a look and also ask about market prices. Lei Xiaoan took the spirit stone and examined it in the sunlight, running her fingers over its surface. The texture is decent, and the spiritual energy content is much stronger than the inferior ones. This grade can be exchanged for 3 inferior stones at the market, or if you're trading for gathering cheap hills, it would be 5 for 1. She returned the spirit stone and added him, just about to head to the market. I've gathered enough scales and want to exchange for some items. When? Tomorrow. Liu Tieshan paused for a moment. He had heard from Lei Xian that the market was at the foot of Qingniu Ridge, nearly 50 miles from Spirit Spring Valley. That place was a small market spontaneously gathered by loose cultivators lacking any sect background, which meant there were no rules, all sorts of people could be found. It was unsafe for a 17-year-old girl to travel alone for 50 miles on mountain roads. The mountain roads are dangerous, he said. I'll accompany you. Lei Xiaoan looked up at him. Liu Tieshan was still wearing that half-new gray short coat today with clean cuffs and a neat collar. The Yinling knife at his waist was polished to a shine, and the hilt was wrapped with the new hemp rope she had made, tied in 3 loops with a plum blossom knot at the end. You're not a cultivator. Even if I'm not a cultivator, I can walk. I know the way and the people. I've passed by the market on Qingniu Ridge a few times when accompanying my 4th uncle to buy herbs. I'm familiar with the terrain. It's easy to get taken advantage of if you go alone. Lei Xiaoan wanted to say, I've grown up in the mountains, or I've seen all sorts of situations. But as the words reached her lips, she looked at Liu Tieshan's expressionless face and suddenly remembered what her mother had said yesterday. You've tied him 3 knots, 1 more than for your father. She recalled the line she had written in her notebook last night, he won't always be a mortal warrior. She swallowed the words that were already on her lips. It's up to you. Just 2 words spoken in a flat tone. Then she lowered her head to continue polishing the scales, her rhythm unchanged from before. Liu Tieshan remained silent for a few moments. It's up to you did not mean whatever. Whatever indicated indifference, while it's up to you meant you could come if you wanted. He nodded slightly and turned to walk out. After taking 3 steps, Lei Xiaoan's voice came from behind, we leave at the hour of the rabbit. If we're late, the sun will be fierce. Liu Tieshan paused for a moment, but did not turn back. Okay. Yuan Shi peeked out from the window, watching Liu Tieshan's figure disappear at the courtyard entrance, then glanced at her daughter, who was still focused on polishing the scales under the jujube tree. Lei Xiaoan's polishing movements were precise and consistent as before. However, during the first stroke, a scale slipped from her hand and landed on her knee. Yuan Shi withdrew her head and continued mending clothes, the smile at the corner of her mouth lingering from the entire day. Liu Tieshan emerged from the Lei family's courtyard, his steps noticeably quicker than usual. Upon reaching the edge of the spirit spring, he stopped preparing to report about going to the market. Yue Yuan spoke first. When did you change the plum blossom knot on the hilt? Liu Tieshan's movement stiffened for a moment before he regained his composure. Half a month ago. The old one broke. Who wrapped it? Lei girl. Yue Yuan slightly raised his turtle-like head, his green bean-like eyes calmly fixing on him. Concerning you two, over the past 6 months, I may not have spoken, but it doesn't mean I don't know. What I want to ask is, when do you plan to speak up? Liu Tieshan was silent for a long time before lifting his head, his wolf-like eyes unflinching. I have thought about it many times. Am not foolish, she ties the hilt for me, and wants me to accompany her to the market. I know she may have some concerns, but I am a mortal warrior, and she is a cultivator. Innate warriors have a lifespan of only a little over 100 years, while chi refinement cultivators can easily live to 150. In a few decades, I will be an old man, while she will still be young. What will happen to her when I die? There's also the matter of status. She is a genuine chi refinement cultivator, while I am just the leader of a mortal warrior clan. In the mortal realm this holds some weight, but in the cultivation world it counts for nothing. I cannot let my thoughts bring her and her father to bear the weight of others' gossip. So I want to wait. Wait until the day I have the qualifications to stand beside her. Whether as a master of martial arts or something else, I need to earn my qualifications. He finished speaking and fell silent, standing there with his hand on the hilt, his back straight. The morning sun stretched his shadow long, and the plum blossom knot on the hilt stood out vividly in the morning light. Yue Yuan remained silent for a few moments before speaking slowly, each word seeming to be carefully considered. Liu Tieshan, regarding what you just said, I will respond to each point. First, lifespan. Do you really believe you cannot outlive her as a mortal warrior? With me here, and the spiritual vein intact, what gives you the right to halt your progress at the innate level? The cultivation world doesn't emphasize talent, but resources. Spiritual veins, spirit stones, elixirs, techniques. Do you think I can't acquire any of these? With all these resources, your life will not be shorter than hers. Second, status. When she said it's up to you, did you understand what if she thought you unworthy, she wouldn't have tied you those 3 ropes. If she minded you being immortal, she wouldn't have let you accompany her to the market today. She doesn't fear others' gossip. What she fears is your silence. Third, qualifications. Are qualifications earned through waiting or through striving? Will you regret it once she has been pursued away by someone else? Let me make this clear, you are already enough. Over the past 6 months, your character and your responsibility have been seen by her father, and her mother. The only thing you lack is that you haven't nodded yet. The air by the spirit spring fell silent for a few moments, only the sound of the spring water gurgling. I have spoken to Lei Jingqing about this. He won't stop you. Her mother never stopped you from the beginning. Now it only depends on you. Yue Yuan withdrew his turtle-like head, his tone returning to its usual indifference. You can decide for yourself. I have spoken to Lei Jingqing about this. He won't stop you. Her mother never stopped you from the beginning. Now it only depends on you. Yue Yuan withdrew his turtle-like head, his tone returning to its usual indifference. You can decide. Liu Tieshan took a deep breath and knelt on one knee. I understand. He stood up and turned to walk toward the wooden house, his steps quicker and steadier than before. Yue Yuan watched his departing figure, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his green bean-like eyes. Suddenly he recalled something. From the blood oath by the lake to today in Spirit Spring Valley, Liu Tieshan had knelt before him many times. He had knelt in gratitude, knelt when receiving orders, and even knelt while guarding the courtyard waiting for him to return. Yet every time he knelt, his spine remained straight. He swept his spiritual sense toward the mine Lei Zhengqing was categorizing the newly dug inferior spirit stones. He then scanned the Lei family's courtyard. Lei Shaoan was still under the jujube tree, polishing scales, the grinding stone moving at a steady rhythm, but a slight smile played at the corners of her mouth. Then he settled back down and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, 3 small figures squeezed through the gaps in the fence of the At the hour of the rabbit, Spirit Spring Valley was shrouded in a thin mist. Liu Tieshan stood by the Spirit Spring, his wild goose feather blade hanging at his waist, the plum blossom knot on its hilt dampened by the morning fog, the dark hemp rope soaked through, deepening its hue. He had been waiting for a quarter of an hour. From afar came the soft sound of a wooden door opening and closing. Lei Shaoan emerged from the Lei family courtyard carrying a bamboo basket filled with scales on her back. She was still wearing that same light cyan cloth dress, sleeves rolled up, twice a thick braid hanging over her shoulder. Seeing Liu Tieshan already waiting by the spring, she paused for a moment, then walked over, unclipped a bamboo tube from her waist, and handed it to him. For the road. Liu Tieshan took the bamboo tube and hung it at his waist. The two walked side by side out of Spirit Spring Valley, the morning mist slowly closing behind them. On the ancestor stone, Yue Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at the direction where the two had vanished, a glint flickering in his mung bean-sized eyes, a light only he could comprehend. This venerable one is not worried. This venerable one just happened to feel like taking a stroll down the mountain today. He slid off the stone, his body shrinking to the size of a fist, and slipped into the mountain stream along the irrigation ditch, trailing far behind the two. The excuse he gave himself was, "It's my first time going to a market with a cultivator. If some blind fool causes trouble, Liu Tieshan, a mere innate martial artist, might not be able to handle it. This venerable one is providing strategic escort." Yes, strategic. The stream water was cool, the current just right. He drifted downstream, extending his spiritual sense to lock onto the two figures 2 li ahead. Just as he was about to adjust his tracking distance, the edge of his spiritual sense suddenly caught another aura. It was creeping out from the direction of the mine. Concealed, quite well suppressed very low, but it couldn't hide from his spiritual sense, which was at the 8th level of chi refinement. That aura was all too familiar to him. They drank tea together by the spirit spring every day and chatted about the vein's direction. It was impossible not to recognize it. Yue Yuan's mung-bean eyes widened, and he almost choked on the water. Lei Jingqing. He quickly steadied himself, shrinking behind a rock by the stream, and swept his spiritual sense again. No mistake. It was that very Lei Jingqing who had said, "I won't interfere with Zaiwan's matters anymore." He was hunched over, sneaking down the mountain along another animal trail, heading in the exact same direction as the two ahead. Yue Yuan poked his head out from behind the rock, his mung-bean eyes gleaming with the excitement of one who loves to watch a good show. Tisk tisk tsk. This old fellow says I won't interfere, but his body is quite honest. He adjusted his What was once a single-line tracking operation was now dual, and Lei Jingqing was tailing his daughter and Liu Tieshan, while Yue Yuan was tailing everyone. The three groups, each about a li apart, formed an invisible line along the mountain path. Ahead were Liu Tieshan and Lei Xiaowan. In the middle was the hunched-over Lei Jingqing. Behind them was Yue Yuan drifting downstream, while lying flat in the stream. A complete date escort fleet. Yue Yuan mentally gave himself a thumbs up. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This venerable one is the oriole. No, this venerable one is a turtle. It's the same, even from behind. On the mountain path, Liu Tieshan and Lei Xiaowan walked side by side. The first half of the journey was not very talkative, but it wasn't awkward. Lei Xiaowan occasionally pointed out medicinal herbs by the roadside, saying this one was for stopping bleeding, that one for curing colds. Liu Tieshan listened attentively and committed them to memory. He learned quickly some herb names he could repeat after hearing them only once. When they reached a mountain stream, Lei Xiaowan, she sat on a rock by the stream, set down her bamboo basket, and rubbed her shoulder, which bore the marks left by the bamboo straps. Liu Tieshan stood nearby and handed her the bamboo tube. Lei Xiaowan took a sip and looked up at him. "The market is full of all sorts of people," she said. "Stay close to me." Liu Tieshan nodded. "Okay." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't a smile, but an unconscious reaction to hearing words that made him stay close to me. That's usually something the guy says, isn't it? Oh well, as long as this simpleton Liu Tieshan doesn't mind. Farther away behind another clump of bushes, stay close to me. That's usually something the guy says, isn't it? Oh well, as long as this simpleton Liu Tieshan doesn't mind. Farther away behind another clump of bushes, Lei Jingqing hid behind a tree. Hearing his daughter say, "Stay close to me," he frowned slightly, then relaxed. The frown was an instinctive reaction. How could his daughter say such a thing to another man? The relaxation came because Liu Tieshan's conduct over the past 6 months had been beyond reproach. He watched the two by the stream in the distance, was silent for a while, then softly uttered a sentence only he could hear. "She's grown." They continued on their way. The mountain path wound beneath their feet. The sun gradually climbed higher, the thin mist dissipated, and sunlight filtered through the canopy, scattering into golden patches on the ground. After walking nearly 20 li, Liu Tieshan suddenly spoke. "Does Senior Lei know you're coming to the market?" "He knows." "What did he say?" "He said to be careful." Liu Tieshan didn't ask further. Lei Xiaowan turned her head to look at him. "Are you afraid of my father?" "It's not fear." Liu Tieshan paused. "It's respect." "What's the difference between fear and respect?" "Fear is not daring to offend. Respect is. Even if one day I have to offend him, I'll have a drink with him first, and then offend him." Lei Xiaowan was stunned for a moment, then turned her head away, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Have a drink and then offend him. Only Liu Tieshan could say something like that. After walking for nearly 2 shurchen, the mountain path suddenly widened. The animal trail, originally only 3 feet wide, had become a flagstone path wide enough for 2 or 3 people to walk abreast. The path was paved with bluestone slabs of varying sizes, with moss growing in the cracks, showing its age. Ahead, the forest suddenly opened up, revealing a clearing. It was the loose cultivator market at the foot of Greenwood Ridge. Market was a generous term. It was actually just a patch of tamped-down yellow earth scattered with dozens of thatched sheds and ground stalls. There weren't many vendors, and even fewer passers-by. Occasionally a cultivator in coarse cloth would squat before a stall, rummaging through the goods, their haggling voices kept very low. The air was thick with a silent wariness. Everyone was sizing up others from the corners of their eyes, careful not to let anyone know they were doing so. This was Liu Tieshan's first time in a cultivator's trading ground. He didn't gawk around. Instead, he lowered his center of gravity slightly, his right hand naturally resting near his sword hilt, his gaze never straying more than 3 feet from Lei Xiaowan's back. Lei Xiaowan, however, was quite at ease. Carrying her basket of scales, she wove through several rows of stalls and stopped before one that specialized in buying and selling beast materials. The stall owner was a gaunt old cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refinement, with old calluses on his hands from years of polishing scales. Seeing Lei Xiaowan, he twitched the corner of his mouth, which served as a greeting. The usual. Lei Xiaowan set down her bamboo basket and poured the scales onto a straw mat beside it. The old cultivator crouched down to inspect them, holding each one up to the light and muttering to himself. After his inspection, he held up 3 fingers. 3 low-grade spirit stones. The burrs on the edges of these scales have already been polished smooth. They're ready for refining. And there are intact back scales here with better quality than last time. Lei Xiaowan's voice was not loud, but her tone was firm. 3 inferior grade. The old cultivator grinned. "You little girl, you haggle every time you come." He picked up another scale, examined it closely, then sighed. All right, 3 inferior grade. Liu Tieshan took the 3 inferior grade spirit stones from the old cultivator, then pulled a few newly mined spirit stones from Spirit Spring Valley out of her pocket and handed them over. And these? Please appraise them. The old cultivator took them, held them up to the light, and nodded slightly. Not bad, barely passable, as inferior grade. At the market you can exchange 3 of this quality for 1 standard piece or 5 for a chi gathering pill. How many do you have? Not many for now. They'll come again when I have more stock. The old cultivator nodded and returned the spirit stones to Liu Tieshan. Liu Tieshan watched quietly from the side, committing this price standard and exchange rate to memory word for word. Liu Tieshan put the spirit stones away, stood up, and brushed the dust off her clothes. Just then a voice came from beside them. Did you polish these scales yourself? The speaker was a young cultivator in his early 20s, clad in a finely crafted blue brocade robe. A jade token engraved with the character Mu hung from his waist. He was at the 3rd layer of chi refining, followed by 2 innate martial artists who appeared to be attendants. Approaching the stall, he picked up a scale that Liu Tieshan had just sold, examining it against the light. Nice craftsmanship. I'm in need of a batch of scale armor materials. They'll take as many as you have at 20% above the market price. Liu Tieshan glanced at him, her gaze pausing briefly on the jade token at his waist. They're all sold out. The young cultivator looked somewhat surprised, placing the scale back on the stall, as his eyes swept over Liu Tieshan, who stood beside Liu Tieshan. A mortal martial artist, midstage innate, unremarkable. His gaze then returned to Liu Tieshan. He offered a polite yet distinctly condescending smile. What a pity. I am Mu Yuan of the Mu Clan from Qingniu Ridge. Should you acquire more scales in the future, you may deliver them directly to the Mu Clan on Qingniu Ridge. Just mention my name. The 4 words Qingniu Ridge Mu Clan caused a subtle shift in the expressions of the nearby stall owners. It was not the excited curiosity of onlookers, but a deeper, long-suppressed wariness. Several stall owners instinctively lowered their heads. Even the old cultivator who bought scales averted his gaze, pretending to sort through the scales on his mat. Liu Tieshan had heard of the Qingniu Ridge Mu Clan. They were the only cultivation family within 300 li that possessed a spirit vein. They were no makeshift band of rogue cultivators, but a true chi refining family with a legacy spanning over. The clan boasted over 20 chi refining cultivators, including no fewer than 5 at the late stage. The patriarch Mu Qingsong was a master at the 9th layer of chi refining, a mere step away from the great perfection. Rumor had it that the old ancestor, secluded in meditation at the rear mountain, had already stepped into the great perfection of chi refining a decade ago, and was now striving for foundation establishment. Should he succeed, the Mu clan would ascend from a chi refining family to a foundation establishment family. Then within 1,000 li, all but the 3 golden core sects and powers with foundation establishment masters would have to bow to the Mu clan's will. The first order spirit vein the Mu clan occupied was not of the highest grade, but its stability was its greatest asset. Over a century the clan had flourished, expanding from 3 or 5 members to dozens, with branches spreading across 7 or 8 towns and villages around Qingniu Ridge. Though the rogue cultivator market was ostensibly a spontaneous gathering, in truth every stall paid a monthly management fee to the Mu clan. Those who refused found their stalls relegated to the market's periphery near the mountain path, a spot plagued by wind, sand, and the occasional wandering beast. Those who paid could set up shop in the market center like the old cultivator, buying scales. At least 3 out of every 10 transactions in this market were directly or indirectly tied to the Mu clan. The rogue cultivators all knew this, but none dared speak of it openly. Mu Yuan was not particularly outstanding among the Mu clan's younger generation. At 22, and at the 3rd layer of chi refining, he was a force to be reckoned with in the eyes of rogue cultivators, but within the clan, he was considered unremarkable. The Mu jade token at his waist marked him as a member of a branch family, granting him access to some of the clan's peripheral properties and privileges within the market that others did not enjoy. Yet this token could not grant him entry to the clan's core council chamber, nor could it secure top-tier cultivation resources. Thus he came to the market to acquire scales. While core disciples cultivated within the heart of the spirit vein branch, disciples had to seek resources on their own. Liu Yuan's father had once spoken of the Mu clan, saying that while the family was large and generally maintained order around Qingniu Ridge, the branch members were a mixed lot. Some flaunted the clan's name arrogantly, so one had to be cautious when dealing with them. Thank you, Liu Yuan replied, her tone flat, and without further words. Mu Yuan nodded, turned, and departed with his attendants. After a few steps his gaze lingered on Liu Tieshan for a moment. There was no malice in that look, but a subtle, indescribable quality. Not the condescension of a cultivator towards a mortal, but more like observing an unusual pairing. A mortal martial artist with a female chi refining cultivator was indeed an uncommon sight in the rogue cultivator market. Yet Mu Yuan apparently thought little of it. After all, the world of rogue cultivators was full of oddities. He withdrew his gaze and soon disappeared into the other end of the market. Once Mu Yuan was far away, Liu Tieshan lowered her voice and briefly explained the Mu clan's overall strength to Liu Tieshan. The Mu clan maintains order around Qingniu Ridge, but it's a large family and the branch members are of uneven character. My father once said to be cautious when dealing with them. Liu Tieshan nodded, his gaze fixed on the direction Mu Yuan had vanished. He did not speak, but he committed the name to memory. Behind a rock by the stream, Yue Yuan, now shrunk to the size of a fist, had also witnessed the scene. His tiny eyes narrowed slightly, and the abacus beads in his tortoise mind clicked and clattered. Qingniu Ridge Mu Clan. This is the Mu Clan with a first-order spirit vein that Lei Jinqing mentioned. Over 20 qi refining cultivators, more than 5 at the late stage, and an old ancestor on the verge of foundation establishment and seclusion. Such strength is quite formidable for a qi refining family dominating everything within 300 li. A trace of gravity flickered in his tiny eyes. A Mu Clan member collecting materials in the rogue market with branch members having to seek resources themselves. This means the clan's spirit vein output can no longer sustain so many people. They are expanding. An expanding family has the keenest nose for resources. If they discover a nascent first-order spirit vein in the Spirit Spring Valley, one purer than their own. He did not dwell on the thought, but the matter was firmly etched into his memory. The Mu Clan was not like the Zhao clan, which could be dealt with by a few innate martial artists and an ancestral talisman. The Mu Clan was a true cultivation family with a great perfection qi refining master, a century of heritage, and dozens of rogue cultivators under their sway. If word of the Spirit Spring Valley ever reached the Mu Clan, it would be the first true struggle against the cultivation power that the Liu family would face. Behind another thatched shed, Lei Zhengqing's hand relaxed from the grip of his blade. He recognized Mu Wenxuan, a junior from the Mu Clan's branch. Though unremarkable among the younger generation, he carried the clan's backing, giving him confidence in front of rogue cultivators. He was not worried about his daughter being led astray, though his concern was the Mu Clan's potential interest in the Spirit Spring Valley. However, Mu Wenxuan's reaction just now was merely casual curiosity, with no suspicion yet aroused. Lei Xiaowan did not rush to leave. Carrying her bamboo basket, she made another round through the market, crouching down to browse at several miscellaneous stalls. Liu Tieshan followed, always keeping a 3-step distance. She suddenly stopped at an inconspicuous corner stall. The stall owner was a disheveled old man at the second layer of qi refining. Before him lay a tattered cloth displaying a collection of age-worn junk, a broken half-sword, several empty pill bottles, and a pile of rusted copper coins. Lei Xiaowan's gaze fell upon a palm-sized worn jade slip. Its surface was covered in fine cracks, one corner was chipped, and its color was a dull, darkened yellow, making it indistinguishable from a random stone picked up by the roadside. Yet she sensed an extremely faint fluctuation of a restrictive formation, which resonated for an instant with her. What is this? She crouched down and picked up the jade slip. No idea. The vendor yawned. Found it in a dilapidated cave dwelling out in the wilds. Couldn't make heads or tails of it. It's been sitting here for over half a year unwanted. How much? 2 low-grade spirit stones. 1. There's a crack on this thing, it's practically unusable. The vendor mulled it over, probably figuring the broken trinket was indeed unsellable, and waved a hand. Take it, take it. Lei Xiaowan paid a single low-grade spirit stone and tucked the jade slip into her robes. By the time they left the market, it was past noon. The sun had shifted from its zenith toward the west, softening the light and blanketing the mountain path in golden patches. Neither of them spoke much. On the way here there had been business to attend to, scales to sell, spirit stones to appraise, every step with a clear purpose. Now that the tasks were done, the journey back was just the two of them. Reaching the mountain stream where they had rested earlier, Lei Xiaowan stopped, bent down, and cupped water to wash her face. The stream water was cool and refreshing. She splashed her face several times before standing up and flicking the droplets from her hands. Turning around, she saw Liu Tieshan standing 3 paces away, his hand gripping his saber hilt until his knuckles were white. His face was expressionless, but his Adam's apple bobbed several times. Is there something you want to say? Yes. Liu Tieshan released his grip on the saber hilt. He looked at Lei Xiaowan before him. The shimmering light of the stream reflected on her face a few stray strands of hair clinging to her temples. He held her gaze for a few breaths before averting his eyes. Then he spoke. I used to think a mortal wasn't worthy of a cultivator. The senior said qualifications are earned. I want to earn that qualification. He paused, his gaze returning to her face, his tone resolute and earnest. To be with you. The mountain stream gurgled on sunlight, shattering into a river of gold on its surface. Lei Xiaowan looked at him for several long breaths. Then she lowered her head, untied a small cloth bundle from her waist. Inside the bundle was a pair of new wrist guards sewn from coarse cloth. The stitches weren't exceptionally fine, but they were neat, and even lined with a layer of soft leather on the inside to absorb sweat. I was planning to give these to you when we got back, she said. I finished them just before I left this morning, haven't even had time to snip the loose threads. Liu Tieshan took the wrist guards and stared at them for a long time. Then he smiled. Not the slight twitch of the lips he usually showed, but a genuine smile. The corners of his mouth lifted, his brow relaxed, and his usually wolf-like sharp eyes narrowed, revealing a gentleness utterly disconnected from the name, Liu Tieshan. She turned and walked toward the mountain path, her steps lighter than before. Liu Tieshan carefully tucked the wrist guards into his robes and followed. This time he didn't walk behind her, he walked beside her. She turned and walked toward the mountain path, her steps lighter than before. Liu Tieshan carefully tucked the wrist guards into his robes and followed. This time he didn't walk behind her, he walked beside her. Their shadows stretched equally long across the mountain path in the afternoon sun. Downstream by the stream bank, Yue Yuan lay hidden behind a rock, his mung bean-sized eyes wide open. Finally spoke up. I thought I'd be watching an appraisal of spirit stones all the way. Hearing Lei Xiaowan say, finished them just before I left this morning, a look of immense satisfaction filled his tiny eyes. This girl has a better way with words than Liu Tieshan. Giving the wrist guards expressed her feelings without saying them outright, leaving a graceful exit for both of them. That simpleton Liu Tieshan has struck gold. He was about to slip silently into the stream to continue his stealthy observation when his spiritual sense caught a shift in energy from another direction. Behind a thicker clump of bushes further away, Lei Zhangqing stood there, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails threatened to dig into his flesh. His lips moved soundlessly, forming words only he could hear. My daughter. He didn't finish. Not because he had nothing to say, but because too many words were lodged in his throat, unable to escape. He remembered Zhao Wan at 6 learning to polish scales for the first time, her hands covered in cuts. He remembered her at 12 following him into the Qingniu Mountains to gather herbs, losing her shoes while being chased by mountain wolves. He remembered her at 15 breaking through to the first layer of qi condensation, her face flushed as she ran to him shouting, Dad, I did it. Now his daughter was 17. Walking beside another man, her steps light, her profile glowing faintly in the sunlight. Lei Zhangqing's hand released its grip on his saber hilt. He recalled Yue Yuan's words to him, a grandmaster's combat power rivals that of an immortal. He remembered every morning for the past half-year, rain or shine, when Liu Tieshan practiced his blade by the spirit spring. He remembered the 3 strands of rope his daughter had wrapped around Liu Tieshan's wrist guard. 1 whole strand more than she had ever used for him. He was silent for a long time. Then he said in a low voice, that senior turtle was right. Young people have their own paths. I won't stand in the way. He didn't follow them anymore. He just stood behind the bush for a long time, watching the 2 silhouettes walking shoulder to shoulder on the distant mountain path, then turned and headed back. He walked quickly, never looking back. Sensing Lei Zhangqing's retreating figure with his spiritual sense, a flicker of complex emotion passed through Yue Yuan's tiny eyes. That turn of Lei Zhangqing's back, he understood it too. It wasn't anger, it wasn't resentment. It was a father finally acknowledging that his daughter had grown up. He withdrew his spiritual sense, ending his surveillance. He emerged from the stream water and crawled toward a sun-warmed rock on the hillside. No need to follow anymore. The rest, the young ones, would handle themselves. On the way back, the atmosphere had clearly shifted. On the journey, their 3 paces had separated them. Now there was only one. The silence on the way there had been due to their own preoccupations. Now the silence came because some words no longer needed to be spoken. When they reached the fork in the road outside Spirit Spring Valley, Lei Xiaowan suddenly spoke. How are you going to talk to my dad? He'll go to the mine tonight. My dad is stubborn. I know. Are you nervous? Liu Tieshan was silent for a moment, then answered honestly, a little. The corners of Lei Xiaowan's mouth lifted. She didn't press further, nor did she offer comfort. She just kept walking. After a few steps, she suddenly plucked an unknown little white wildflower from the roadside, casually placed it on a stone by the path, and continued walking without breaking stride. Liu Tieshan bent down, picked it up, and tucked it into the inner pocket of his robes. Watching this from behind, Yue Yuan silently retracted his head into his shell, feeling that his sugar intake for the day had severely exceeded its limit. In the evening, the setting sun bathed Spirit Spring Valley in a golden red hue. Liu Tieshan escorted Lei Xiaowan back to the entrance of the Lei family courtyard. Wan Shi was gathering dried laundry in the yard. Seeing the 2 enter one after another, her gaze lingered on her daughter's face for a brief moment. Then, without asking a single question, she smiled warmly, draped the clothes over her arm, turned, and went into the kitchen, setting out an extra pair of chopsticks. Liu Tieshan didn't stay long. He left the Lei family courtyard and walked along the flagstone path of Spirit Spring Valley toward the mine. Reaching the mine entrance, he took a deep breath and straightened the little white wildflower in his inner pocket. Then he strode in. Lei Zhangqing was tallying the spirit stones newly mined that day. Hearing the footsteps, he didn't turn around, nor did he stop sorting the stones. It wasn't until Liu Tieshan stood before him that he looked up. Senior Lei, Liu Tieshan said, cupping his fist, his back straight, as a ramrod, meeting Lei Zhangqing's eyes directly. Your junior Liu Tieshan requests permission to marry your beloved daughter Lei Xiaowan. The mine fell silent for a few breaths. Only the distant rhythmic chipping of stone from deeper within the tunnels could be heard. Lei Zhangqing put down the spirit stone in his hand. He looked at the young man before him, standing ramrod straight, his gaze unwavering. The hand resting on his saber hilt trembled slightly, but the motion as he knelt was clean and decisive. The sound of his single knee hitting the ground was exceptionally clear in the mine. As long as Zhao Wan is willing. Liu Tieshan solemnly cupped his fist, his voice hoarse, but as steady as a block of iron. I will never let her down. By the spirit spring Yue Yuan lay. Liu Tieshan solemnly cupped his fist, his voice hoarse, but as steady as a block of iron. I will never let her down. By the spirit spring Yue Yuan lay sprawled on the ancestor stone, his spiritual sense fully extended. He heard the conversation from the mine, heard Lei Zhangqing's, as long as Zhao Wan is willing, and a glint of satisfaction passed through his tiny eyes. Then the system notification chimed in his mind. Clan expansion quest. Completed, reward 20 clan fortune points, current clan fortune 20 points, and he glanced at the number on the system panel, calculating that he still needed 60 more. But instead of immediately scheming for the next quest and the next batch of clan fortune as he usually did, he turned his gaze back towards Spirit Spring Valley, bathed in the setting sun. The lights from the mine were still on. Inside there were 2 men, one tallying spirit stones, the other making a solemn. In the distance within the Lei family courtyard, mother and daughter chatted under the jujube tree. Their laughter, faint and indistinct, was carried by the evening breeze, breaking into fragments of warmth. The leaves of the jujube tree were edged in gold under the setting sun. Wild jujubes had already begun to fruit small green orbs hidden among the branches and leaves ready to be picked in a few more months. Yue Yuan retracted his head into his shell and closed his eyes. This show today was worth the price of admission. In the evening, Yue Yuan sprawled atop the ancestral stone, intending to nap for a bit, when Lei Xiaowan emerged from the courtyard and laid a worn jade slip upon the bluestone slab. "Senior, could you take a look at this for me?" Yue Yuan swept his gaze over it. The jade slip's surface was riddled with cracks, its edges chipped, and its color a dull yellowed hue, by all appearances a piece of waste. He extended his spiritual sense into it, and then both eyes snapped open. Deep within the jade slip lay a faint hazy orb of light wrapped in 3 layers of seals. The outermost layer had already loosened somewhat, while the inner 2 remained utterly immobile. "Did you buy this at the market?" Yue Yuan asked. The stall owner said he picked it up from a ruined cave dwelling, and it had been sitting unsold for over half a year. I felt something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Your instincts are correct. This thing has been sealed with 3 layers of restrictions. Yue Yuan carefully probed the structure of the seals. The 3 layers were interlocked, their nodes precisely aligned. The one who set these seals was at least at the foundation establishment stage with exceptional mastery over water tribute seals. "Call your father over." Lei Jingqing arrived promptly. Yue Yuan pushed the jade slip toward him. "Daoist Lei, try probing it with your spiritual power." Lei Jingqing infused his lightning attribute spiritual power into it, but the jade slip showed no reaction. He tried a few more times, then shook his head. "It's dead. Either it requires a specific attribute, or my lightning power can't trigger it." "Xiaowan, you try." Lei Xiaowan channeled her spiritual power into it, but the moment it touched the edge of the first seal, it was repelled. Yet as she withdrew her power, her fingers paused. "There really is something inside. There's a strong spiritual power verification. You need at least the late chi refining stage to pass. And it seems to require a specific attribute too. Water attribute." Yue Yuan said. "The first layer tests cultivation, late chi refining, or above. The second layer tests attribute. Must be water attribute spiritual power. You're lightning attribute, so you can't even pass the first gate." He looked at Lei Xiaowan. "You could sense the seal's fluctuations because your spiritual perception is sharp enough, but your cultivation is insufficient." Lei Xiaowan frowned. "Then senior, can you open it?" Yue Yuan didn't answer directly. He had fallen silent while probing the 3rd seal. It wasn't a spiritual power seal, it was a demonic sense seal. The one who left the jade slip had set a lock that only demonic sense could unlock. Human cultivators could never possess demonic sense, and even if a demonic beast accidentally touched the jade slip, it wouldn't be able to read the cultivation method. This was a seal that only an existence that was both demonic beast and possessing human intellect could open. "Watch closely." Yue Yuan infused water attribute spiritual power into the jade slip. The first seal yielded with a soft click, and one of the cracks on the jade slip's surface faded away. The second seal, encountering water attribute spiritual power, had its nodes loosen one by one, and it was completely undone after a few breaths. The first seal yielded with a soft click, and one of the cracks on the jade slip's surface faded away. The second seal, encountering water attribute spiritual power, had its nodes loosen one by one. Then came the 3rd layer. He mobilized his demonic sense on the jade slip's surface faded away. The second seal, encountering water attribute, Lei Zhengqing's eyes widened. 3 layers of seals, Yue Yuan transmitted slowly. The first tests cultivation, late chi refining. The second tests attribute, water attribute. The third tests demonic sense. The one who left this jade slip didn't want human cultivators to obtain it. Lei Xiaowan blurted out, so that rogue cultivator couldn't sell it because he couldn't open it at all. No human cultivator can open it. Those with sufficient cultivation have the wrong attribute. Those with the right attribute have insufficient cultivation. Even if someone had both the cultivation and the attribute, the 3rd layer requires demonic sense, which no human cultivator can possess. Yue Yuan paused. The only one who can pass all 3 gates is this venerable one. The jade slip fully opened, and a stream of information surged into Yue Yuan's consciousness. He read for a few breaths, then fell silent for a moment. A 2nd-grade water attribute cultivation method called the Songlong art. It comes with a divine ability, Songlong stacking waves, which allows water attribute spiritual power to be layered upon itself. It can be cultivated up to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Lei Jingqing stood rooted to the spot, a cascade of emotions washing over his face. Shock, disbelief, and then a heavy silence. "Senior," he finally spoke, his voice deeper and heavier. "You may not fully understand what a 2nd-grade cultivation method means in the world of immortal cultivation. I have cultivated for 30 years, and the thunder attraction art I practice is merely a mortal-grade middle-rank method. The best a rogue cultivator can hope to encounter in a lifetime is a mortal-grade upper-rank fragment. A 1st-grade method is the core inheritance of a chi refining clan. An external elder would have to trade 10 years of service just to get a hand-copied version. A 2nd-grade method is the clan-guarding treasure of a foundation establishment family, never to be passed on. Why can the Mu family dominate for 300 li around? Not just because they have many people, but because they possess a 1st-grade upper-rank method that can reliably cultivate latest-stage chi refining cultivators. If they had a 2nd-grade method, the clan leader would have already gone into seclusion to break through to foundation establishment. Within 1,000 li of Qingniu Ridge, if a complete 2nd-grade method were to appear, every rogue cultivator would go mad. Within 3 days, the Mu family would come knocking. "Fortunately," Yue Yuan said. "Fortunately what?" Fortunately, the jade slip sat unwanted in a rogue cultivator's hands for over half a year. Fortunately, the stall owner was only at the second layer of chi refining and couldn't even sense the first seal. Fortunately, your attribute was wrong. Fortunately, you met this venerable one who just happened to be able to open this jade slip. Yue Yuan reread the cultivation method carefully. The profound water-breathing method was a breathing technique only responsible for absorbing spiritual energy, sufficient for the chi refining stage, but unable to keep up at the foundation establishment stage. The system might gift a higher-grade method during future bloodline evolution, but that was uncertain. This one was a tangible second-grade method that could be used directly after breaking through to foundation establishment, perfectly matching his water attribute. The attached divine ability Songlong stacking waves was a perfect match for the water arrow art and the water prison art. The water prison traps the enemy, and Songlong stacking waves layers itself within the prison, with each layer doubling the water pressure effectively, turning the water prison into a continuously pressurizing hydraulic press. This combo was nearly invincible among those of the same cultivation level. He continued reading and caught a wisp of an extremely faint remnant while at the end of the method fragmented into only a few final sentences. I am Songlong. This slip has 3 seals: spiritual power as the foundation water attribute, as the key, and demonic sense as the lock. One who can unravel it is neither human nor beast, but a singular wonder of heaven and earth. To solve this seal is fate. Let the one who obtains this art in later ages not disgrace the name of my Songlong lineage. The remnant will dissipated completely after he read it. Yue Yuan was silent for a long time. Neither human nor beast. A demonic body with a human soul. He was a transmigrator, his soul human, his physical form a profound water spirit turtle. This was the perfect explanation for neither human nor beast. The one who left the method had many years ago specifically prepared a contingency for such an existence. Not knowing that Yue Yuan would come, but knowing that such an existence would. Only a singular wonder, standing at the crossroads of human and beast, could simultaneously satisfy all 3 seals. He committed the 4 words, Songlong lineage, to memory. The remnant will had dissipated and the trail was temporarily broken, but at least he knew 2 things in this world's cultivation circles. Someone had once specifically left a contingency for an existence that was neither human nor beast, and his identity was not something no one had ever anticipated. Senior, Lei Xiaowan suddenly asked, can this cultivation method be practiced by him? She didn't say who him was, but everyone present knew. No. He is a mortal martial artist lacking a spiritual root. Practicing it would only do him harm. Yue Yuan paused. But his martial path doesn't require a spiritual root. There may be a path beyond the Grandmaster realm. Although this method can't be practiced by him, the idea of stacking waves, layering power upon itself using softness to overcome hardness, is equally applicable to martial arts. When he returns, this venerable one will explain it to him. Lei Xiaowan nodded, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. Whenever this turtle senior mentioned Liu Tieshan, he always thought things through more thoroughly than anyone else. Late at night, the Lei father and daughter each returned to their rooms. Yue Yuan lay on the ancestral stone, continuing to digest the contents of the cultivation method. After an unknown period, Lei Zhengqing approached from the direction of the mine, sat down on a nearby stone, and was silent for a while before speaking. Senior, there's something I forgot to mention. When Xiaowan was selling the scales at the market, she took a few spirit stones from the Spirit Spring Valley for appraisal. A rogue cultivator nearby asked her where the spirit stones came from, and she didn't answer. We can't casually take out spirit stones anymore. A rogue cultivator's eyes are sharper than a dog's. 1 spirit stone is enough for them to deduce half a mine vein. The outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain have never produced spirit stones. Suddenly having someone show up with decent quality goods will eventually arouse suspicion. Yue Yuan was about to reply when the edge of his spiritual sense suddenly caught something. He immediately fell silent and focused his spiritual sense in that direction. At the periphery of the Spirit Spring Valley, about 15 or 16 li from the mine, a strange aura at the second layer of chi refining was moving slowly along a mountain path. The person walked and stopped, occasionally crouching behind bushes to observe the surroundings. On their back was a large bamboo basket containing herbs and a small digging trowel. Yue Yuan carefully scanned their route. The direction was clear, coming from the market district heading west toward the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain. It just grazed the edge of the low hills on the periphery of Spirit Spring Valley, not entering the valley, but staying very close to the warning line. If they continued on this route, they would leave the Spirit Spring Valley area before dawn and enter deeper mountain forests. An herb gatherer. Second layer of chi refining. Not here for us, just passing through. In half a year, this is the first time an outsider has come this close. Lei Zhengqing gripped his saber hilt. This time they're passing through, but next time, the Spirit Spring Valley can't stay hidden for much longer. Yue Yuan withdrew his spiritual sense. If they leave on their own by daybreak, we'll just note it for now. But if they discover something they shouldn't, then they'll probably get acquainted with this venerable one's water prison. The surface of the Spirit Spring shimmered with a faint cyan glow while the distant mountain forest lay in pitch black darkness. Yue Yuan retracted his head into his turtle shell and closed his eyes. Sun Xing had gathered herbs on Mount Qingniu for 14 years. His cultivation was merely at the second layer of chi refining, unremarkable in skill, yet when it came to navigating the mountains, identifying plants, and evading spirit beasts, even those at the 4th or 5th layer could not surpass him. A rogue cultivator's life was cheap, but even a cheap life was still a life. Tonight he had merely been hurrying along a night path to a herb-gathering spot. When reaching a fork in the road, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The wind blew from the west, carrying an extremely faint trace of spiritual energy. It was not the diffused natural qi of the mountains, but something purer and denser, a sensation he had only experienced once before at the edge of the Mu family's spirit vein. He halted, hesitated for a few breaths, then made a decision: follow the wind and investigate westward. After walking for about 2 li, the concentration of spiritual energy surged another notch. Sun Xing's heart raced. Such dense spiritual energy could not appear by chance on the outskirts of Mount Qingniu. It had to be either a spirit vein or a spirit spring. Either meant resources. For a rogue cultivator, resources were life itself. He pressed forward a few more li, then the beast trail beneath his feet had been widened, paved with uneven blue flagstones, and the bushes along the path were trimmed with clean, precise cuts. Someone lived here, and not just for a day or two. He crouched low, careful to avoid stepping on the stones. Walking further, a faint light flickered ahead. It was a miner's lamp hanging from a wooden post at the mouth of a mine tunnel. The entrance was narrow, barely allowing 2 people to walk side by side, but the piles of rubble and slag outside revealed its scale. This was a proper mining operation. A spirit stone mine. No wonder the spiritual energy was so rich. Sun Xing crouched behind an old pine, his fingers digging into the bark. He was deliberating whether to move closer when voices drifted down from the mountain path ahead. He instantly shrank back behind a tree. 3 men in coarse linen tunics walked down from the direction of the mine. 2 carried a heavy wooden chest while the third held a miner's lamp. Postnatal martial artists, not even reaching the innate realm. A group of mortal martial artists mining a spirit stone vein. Sun Xing almost laughed out loud. Taking this news back, whether to the Mu family or to an intelligence broker in the market, would be enough to let him live comfortably for the rest of his life. As he was pondering how to retreat, the 3 men began to speak. The vein is shifting deeper today. We'll need to put in more cross. Senior Lei said the direction is unstable, afraid of a collapse. This chest has good quality. 4th uncle says we can pick out a few lower grade pieces. Who's delivering supplies to the Lei family tomorrow? Last time I went, Aunt Ruan stuffed a packet of candied fruit into my hands. Has the ancestral stone been polished today? The voices faded. The 3 men rounded a mountain spur, and the miner's lamp vanished into the night. Sun Xing clawed 5 deep grooves into the tree bark. Mortal martial artist, a spirit stone mine, a cultivator clan, a venerated ancestor. This group was no band of rogue cultivators. They were an organized, specialized family. This information was priceless. He licked his lips and began backing away slowly. He had to leave quickly to be out of these woods before dawn. What he did not know was that from the moment he strayed from his original path, a spiritual sense had locked onto him. That spiritual sense originated from the largest blue flagstone at the center of the spirit spring valley, from a turtle lying atop it. By the spirit spring, Yue Yuan lay on the ancestral stone, his spiritual sense having locked on his Sun Xing the moment he deviated from his route. Lei Jingqing sat on a nearby rock, his long blade resting across his knees. Low cultivation, but cautious. Caution is standard for rogue cultivators. The incautious ones die young. Lei Jingqing sat on a nearby rock, his long blade resting across his knees. Low cultivation, but cautious. Caution is standard for rogue cultivators. The incautious ones die young. When Sun Xing crept near the mine and crouched behind that pine, Yue Yuan continued his transmission. He stopped. He seized the mine entrance, watching those lads moving the chests. Should we strike? Not yet. Let him listen. The more he hears, the greedier he'll get. Greed breeds mistakes. After a moment, a cold glint flashed in Yue Yuan's small eyes. He's done listening. He's retreating. Strike. Lei Jingqing gripped his saber hilt. How do we do this? You circle around from the mine to cut off his retreat. He'll take the side stream and drive him up the mountain. Then we trap him with a water prison. Take him alive. Alive is best. Dead is fine too. Which draws more attention? A missing man or a man found dead in the mountains? Yue Yuan paused for a breath. Lei Jingqing was right. If a corpse was discovered with wounds from water tribute spells, it would invite investigation. Alive it is then. Question him first. The two split up. Lei Jingqing vanished into the night, with his blade bypassing the scree slope and cutting through the dense forest behind the mine, silently severing Sun Xing's escape route. After half a year of cultivation at the spirit spring, his condition had improved immensely, his movements faster and steadier than in his youth. Yue Yuan followed the stream to flank, shrinking his body to the size of a fist, his spiritual sense still locked tightly on Sun Xing. The herb gatherer was crouching low as he backed out from behind the pine, moving slowly, checking for dry twigs with every step. Once sure it was safe, he turned and quickened his pace, retracing his original path. He didn't run, because running would make noise. His experience was indeed rich, but it was useless. He was being stalked by 2 eagles, utterly unaware. Lei Jingqing halted behind a pile of rubble, suppressing his aura completely. He channeled lightning chi slowly into his blade, the thunder patterns on the scabbard glowing faintly white. He never underestimated an opponent, even one at the second layer of chi refining. Yue Yuan had already reached his position, his body expanding from fist-size back to millstone size, his turtle breath technique suppressing all demonic aura. His spiritual sense precisely tracked Sun Xing's real-time location while perceiving Lei Jingqing's position. Strike. Lei Jingqing stepped out from behind the rubble. The sound of the long blade leaving its sheath was exceptionally clear in the night, the thunder patterns erupting into blind. Sun Xing spun around and saw Lei Jingqing advancing toward him with the lightning blade. His pupils contracted instantly. Sixth layer of qi refining a full 4 minor realms above him. He turned and fled. His movement technique was agile, weaving left and right through the underbrush. But he had barely run 20 zhang when a water arrow shot silently, striking the stone exactly 3 inches before his foot. The stone shattered, spraying his face with gravel. He skidded to a halt and turned to look. A millstone-sized blue-black old turtle lay on a rock by the stream, its small eyes watching him calmly. A turtle ahead, a lightning cultivator behind. Sun Xing dropped directly to his knees, his bamboo basket sliding off his back, scattering herbs everywhere. Spare me, senior. This junior was merely passing by and saw nothing. Yue Yuan wasted no words. A water prison coalesced from thin air. A spherical water screen rose from all directions. Not the makeshift water wall he had previously conjured with his water manipulation talent, but a complete water prison technique. The internal water pressure was uniform and stable, the water walls continuously absorbing ambient water elements to self-reinforce. Outside the water prison, Lei Zhengqing drew a sharp breath inwardly. The water wall that had trapped the Zhao family ancestor was utterly incomparable to this water prison. Within the qi refining stage, no one could break this prison from the inside. Even a cultivator at the great perfection of qi refining would have to expend most of their life force to escape. Yue Yuan slowly crawled before Sun Xing. That's not what you were thinking when you crouched behind that pine. You listened to their conversation, saw the mine's location, and then turned back. Who were you planning to sell the information to? This junior did not. This junior merely. The water prison tightened a notch, compressing Sun Xing's space until he could only kneel, unable to move. On the outskirts of Mount Qingwu. Who sent you? No one sent me. Truly. This junior just smelled the spiritual energy while passing by and acted on impulse. I swear by the heavens. I work alone. No one in the Mu family even remembers my name. Senior, spare me. Besides you, is there a second person who knows about this place? No. Absolutely not. Yue Yuan was silent for a few breaths. Then the water prison precisely compressed the meridians in his neck. Sun Xing lost consciousness and fell into a coma. The water prison silently dissolved, turning into ordinary water that seeped into the soil. Lei Zhengqing sheathed his blade, walked over to the unconscious Sun Xing, and looked down. How do we handle him? Lock him up first. There are abandoned tunnels deep in the mine. Yue Yuan paused. What he said might be true or might not be. If it is true, killing him would just add another missing person case. If there is a second person who knows his whereabouts, and he goes missing, that person will likely come looking. How long do we keep him? Until you gather the materials for the formation. Set up a few higher-grade formations around the spirit spring. Even if the Mu family comes sniffing around, they won't find the exact location. Buy us a few more years until I break through to foundation establishment. Then even if the Mu family sends their entire force, we won't fear them. A sharp glint flashed in Yue Yuan's small eyes. Go to the market tomorrow. Don't sell the ore for now. Buy formation flags first. The cheapest illusory maze formation that can block qi refining level detection will do. The lowest grade illusory maze formation costs at least 30 lower grade spirit stones. If we buy a higher grade formation, our stock won't be enough. Take all the best quality ones. Leave the poor ones behind, sell only the lower grade ones. If that's not enough, bring those spirit spring stones too. The artificial spirit spring stones we found in the Zhao family treasury are good stuff for rogue cultivators. The spirit spring stones are the foundation of the Liu family survival. Are you sure? Foundations can be rebuilt. Lose your life, and there's nothing left. Buy the formation flags first. Yue Yuan turned his gaze toward the mine. Lock the man up well. Set out at dawn. The sooner the better. Lei Zhengqing said nothing more. He bent down, hoisted the unconscious Sun Xing onto his shoulder, and walked toward the mine. Yue Yuan spread his spiritual sense again, carefully scanning the surrounding 30 li. Apart from their fixed positions, there was no second cultivator's spiritual light. He withdrew his spiritual sense and used a water thread to roll the scattered herbs and bamboo basket into the stream, washing them away. Deep in the mine, Lei Zhengqing locked Sun Xing in an abandoned tunnel, sealing the exit with an iron gate and pasting a simple sealing talisman on the bars. It was one he had drawn himself, low grade, but practical. If Sun Xing woke and tried to use spiritual energy to force the gate, the talisman would unleash a lightning strike to drive him back. After finishing, he turned and walked toward the spirit stone warehouse, beginning to count the stones he would take to the market tomorrow. By the spirit spring, Yue Yuan raised his head and gazed in the direction of the depths of Mount Qingwu. Night shrouded the peaks, revealing nothing. But Sun Xing's words had left a thorn in his heart. The Mu family had informants in the market specifically watching for spirit herbs and beast materials. When Zhao Wan had sold the scales and had the spirit stones appraised, several rogue cultivators were nearby, and one of them could well be from the Mu family. Sun Xing was the first stray dog to catch the scent, but he would certainly not be the last. He retracted his head into his shell and closed his eyes. Lei Zhengqing would go to the market tomorrow. He needed to be both low-key and swift. Anything could happen in a place like the market, and he had to plan for how to respond if trouble arose. He would sleep for now. Tomorrow's matters could wait until tomorrow. The sky had just begun to lighten, and the Spirit Spring Valley was shrouded in a grayish-blue morning mist. Lei Zhengqing walked over from the direction of the mine tunnel, stopped before the ancestor stone, and unfurled a roll of coarse paper densely covered with the inventory of spirit stones he had counted the night before. At best, we can scrape together just over 900 low-grade spirit stones of the finest quality. Keep all the inferior ones. As for the low-grade ones, set aside a few dozen for daily operations in the mine, and bring the rest. He paused. The cheapest illusion array can't stop a Qi refining latest stage cultivator. We need to buy a mid-grade one capable of blocking the detection of a Qi refining great perfection cultivator. That'll cost about 100 to 150. We also need a defensive array. The most basic earth shield array will be 80 to 100. Two sets together cost at least 200, and covering the entire Spirit Spring Valley would double that. So, I'm going to Blackstone City. The small market in Greenwood Ridge doesn't have mid-grade array flags. Only Blackstone City has them in stock, and it's outside the Mu family sphere of influence, so news is less likely to leak. Yue Yuan glanced at the list. From the Spirit Spring Valley to Blackstone City, it's 5 days of mountain roads. 10 days round trip. You alone. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones alone. Qi refining 6th layer cultivator, walking 5 days through the mountains, passing through several lawless zones. His tone was flat, but every word seemed carved into stone. Brother Lei, you've been a rogue cultivator for 30 years. Tell me, what are the odds that a Qi refining 6th layer cultivator carrying 1,000 spirit stones survives a 5-day mountain journey? Lei Jingqing did not argue. He knew Yue Yuan was right. A Qi refining 6th layer cultivator was someone on the outskirts of the Qingniu Mountains, but beyond these peaks there were plenty who would kill for plunder. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones would tempt even a foundation establishment cultivator. He'll go with you. He'll shrink to the size of a fist and hide in your robes. If trouble arises, he'll intervene secretly. Lei Jingqing shook his head. If you leave, what happens to the Spirit Spring Valley? 10 days round trip with Sun Xing locked in the mine, Mu family spies, potentially prowling at any moment, and dozens of Liu family members in the valley. Without you guarding us. Then we do nothing. Wait until the next herb gatherer stumbles upon the mine entrance. Wait until the Mu family brings 20 Qi refining cultivators to surround the Spirit Spring Valley. Then you'll regret not buying the array flags today. That's not what I meant. I know. You're worried about things at home, and so am I. But without the arrays, trouble is inevitable. It's unsafe for you to go alone, and if I go with you, the home front is vulnerable. A deadlock. Silence fell by the Spirit Spring for a few breaths. Lei Xiaowan had been sitting under the jujube tree polishing scales without a word the entire time. But the grindstone in her hand paused for an instant when Yue Yuan uttered deadlock. She set down the scales and stood up. He'll go. Yuan Shi, who was just stepping out of the house with a wooden basin, halted in her. Lei Xiaowan walked to the ancestor's stone, her voice calm. I've traveled the road from Greenwood Ridge to Blackstone City twice. Once with my father, and once alone. I know the route well, and remember the resting points. I'm at the Qi refining 2nd layer, not high in cultivation. Precisely because of that, no one on the road will give me a second glance. Even if someone takes notice, they'll underestimate me. Senior, you can shrink and hide on me, intervening secretly if trouble arises. At home, father will stay behind to guard the mine. He's managed it for half a year and knows it better than anyone. With him and a few innate martial artists in the valley, there won't be any major problems. A perfect solution. Lei Jingqing was silent for a long time. He wanted to say it's too dangerous, but he knew his daughter was right. A female cultivator at the Qi refining 2nd layer was the least conspicuous. Intellectually, he fully agreed, but emotionally. He unbuckled his long saber and untied a well-worn leather. This cord was braided from bark he had stripped from the first lightning struck what he found under the Black Wind Cliff. It was worthless, but had been with him for 15 years. He tied the cord around his daughter's wrist. His fingers trembled slightly, but he tied it tightly. This cord has been with your father for 15 years. If you run into trouble, break it. No matter how far he'll feel it. With that, she turned and went into the kitchen, the hem of her apron stirring a breeze. The clatter of dishes from the kitchen was louder than usual. Lei Xiaowan stood under the jujube tree for a moment. Then Yuan Shi walked over, wrapped freshly baked flatbread in oil paper, and pressed it into her daughter's hands. Then she pulled a heavy little cloth pouch from her sleeve and tucked it into Lei Xiaowan's robes, lowering her voice. This is your mother's secret savings. Don't tell your father. With that, she turned and went into the kitchen, the hem of her apron stirring a breeze. The clatter of dishes from the kitchen was louder than usual. Lei Xiaowan stood under the jujube tree for a moment, then crouched down to organize her bamboo basket. She wrapped the spirit stones in 3 layers of oil paper and pressed them to the very bottom. Dried rations and a water skin went on top, and a pouch of medicinal herbs was tucked into a side compartment. Finally, she secured her mother's cloth pouch close to her body. Liu Tieshan had just returned from his night shift at the mine. When he reached the courtyard gate, he saw her organizing the basket. He paused, but didn't ask, why isn't it me going? He read the atmosphere in the yard in an instant. Senior Lei was sitting under the jujube tree, repeatedly feeling the spot on his saber hilt where the leather cord had been. Aunt Ruan was clattering dishes in the kitchen. The plan was set, and he knew that a mortal martial artist could be of little help on a cultivator's journey. But he still wanted to. He'll go. Liu Tieshan's voice came from the courtyard gate. He had just finished his night shift at the mine with red veins still visible in the whites of his eyes, but his gaze was heavier than ever. He walked into the yard, stood beside Lei Xiaowan, and cupped his hands toward Yue Yuan. Senior, this subordinate will go as well. Yue Yuan's tiny eyes narrowed slightly. He said, nothing, waiting for Liu Tieshan to finish. Blackstone City is no Greenwood Ridge market. It's a large city of rogue cultivators full of all kinds of people. He said, nothing, waiting for Liu Tieshan to finish. Blackstone City is no Greenwood Ridge market. It's a large... Liu Tieshan paused, but didn't back down. This subordinate can run errands, scout ahead, and take the heat openly for her. If we encounter a Qi refining cultivator, I can't defeat them, but I can buy time. A few breaths and Senior can act. Liu Tieshan. Yue Yuan said, his tone flat, but carrying an unassailable weight. What level of chi refining can your blade cut? This subordinate. You can't even get close to a chi refining first layer cultivator. To put it bluntly, if we run into a chi refining latest stage cultivator on the road, your presence won't help. ITLL, distract her. While she's fighting, she'll worry about whether you'll be killed by the shockwaves. While I'm fighting, you'll have to divert attention to protect you. Two capable fighters with one incapable one. The combat power isn't additive, it's subtractive. Liu Tieshan's jaw muscles tensed and relaxed. He didn't argue because he knew Yue Yuan was speaking the truth. The gap between mortal martial arts and immortal cultivation couldn't be bridged by willpower alone. Then Lei Xiaowan spoke. Wait for me at home. Her voice was soft, her tone level, but every word seemed carefully chosen. The mind needs watching, your father's blade needs practice, and the dozens of people in the Spirit Spring Valley need their clan leader here. They'll be back in 10 days. She paused, her tone softening a fraction. When I return, I'll treat you to the flatbread I make. Liu Tieshan looked at her silent for a few breaths. Then he unclenched his fists, which had turned white from gripping, and nodded. His voice was hoarse, but steady. All right. He reached up and retied the loose hemp rope on her shoulder strap. Lei Xiaowan looked up. He had been up all night with red veins in the whites of his eyes. His wrist guard was hidden under his sleeve, only a small edge peeking out. She stood up, pulled his wrist guard out from his sleeve, and adjusted it properly, then turned the hilt of the wild goose saber at his waist, so the plum blossom not faced forward. Wearing the wrist guard under your sleeve chafes your skin. Leave it out. Liu Tieshan looked down as she adjusted his wrist guard, and saber hilt his Adam's apple bobbing. He'll wait for you. He reached up and retied the loose hemp rope on her shoulder strap. He tied it slowly, carefully, more focused than when he practiced his blade. Yuan poked her head out of the kitchen to glance at them, then quietly withdrew. The sun had risen to mid-mountain, and the morning mist had dissipated. Lei Xiaowan stood at the mouth of the valley, her bamboo basket on her back, and looked back. The light at the mine entrance was still burning. Smoke curled upward from the wooden house. Her father stood by the ancestor stone. Her mother waved from the courtyard gate in her apron, and Liu Tieshan stood farther away under an old pine tree, seeing her off. She took a few more glances, then turned and walked toward the mountain path. Yue Yuan shrank to the size of a fist and nestled inside the fold of her robe at her shoulder, his tortoise breath technique concealing his demonic aura completely. He swept his spiritual sense backward. Lei Zhanqing was still standing in place, and Liu Tieshan's gaze was fixed on the direction where Lei Xiaowan's silhouette had vanished. Two stubborn fools. He commented inwardly, then adjusted his position slightly to make himself more comfortable. Girl. Lei Xiaowan tilted her head slightly. I'll keep my spiritual sense active all the way, but I won't carry you. If you encounter trouble, solve it yourself first. If you can, I'll step in. Remember, no matter what happens, don't reveal my presence. If someone notices a turtle on your shoulder, just say you keep it as a pet. Learn from Liu Tieshan. He didn't even blush when he said that. You shouldn't either. Lei Xiaowan let out a soft laugh. Senior, that was when you were perched on his head. His hair was tied tightly enough to make a nest. She said nothing more, but a smile lingered on her lips. As she stepped beyond the Spirit Spring Valley's warning perimeter, Yue Yuan swept the home front one last time. Lei Zhanqing was inspecting the mine tunnel's crossbeams. Liu Tieshan had already begun swinging his blade, and Yuan sat under the jujube tree, sewing close, her stitches fine and even. Everything was normal. He withdrew his spiritual sense, poked half his head out from the fold of the robe, and looked ahead. The terrain began to rise gently here, with layers of distant peaks stretching out. The mountain path to Blackstone City wound its way and disappeared into a pine forest. Let's move, he transmitted. Lei Xiaowan put on her storage ring and strode into the pine forest. The first day passed uneventfully. Lei Weiner knew the way. Her steps were unhurried, but each one landed solidly. She remembered where the fork led to the herb gatherers' shacks, and where the mountain stream could replenish their water. Yue Yuan had shrunk to the size of a fist, nestling inside her collar by her shoulder. He extended his spiritual sense, but remained silent, only speaking when necessary. Mountain wolves ahead, detour. Left fork leads to a marsh, avoid it. At dusk, she camped by the stream, breaking off half a pancake her mother had baked and placing it on a rock. Senior, would you like some? This sovereign does not eat pancakes. Then what do you usually eat? Fish. But you've never caught any. That boy. Liu Tieshan puts a basket in the pond. Lei Weiner was taken aback, then lowered her head with a faint smile. She had never heard her father arrange such a thing, nor had Liu Tieshan ever mentioned it. This senior turtle had been eating for half a year without a word. Senior, why do you care so much about him? No need to ask. You will care about him too one day. On the second night, Yue Yuan's spiritual sense detected 3 cultivators' spiritual lights 7 li away. 2 were at mid-chi refining stage, 1 at late chi refining stage. They were moving swiftly along another mountain path towards the northwest. 3 people nearby. Douse the fire. Lei Weiner slapped out the campfire with one palm and squeezed into a crevice between a rock face and bushes. The 3 spiritual lights swept past in the distance without stopping. Are they coming for us? Doesn't seem like it. Probably rogue cultivators heading to Blackstone City. No rush, sleep first. But Yue Yuan noted the flow of cultivators to and from Blackstone City was far denser than the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain, and it would only thicken as they approached. On the third day afternoon, Lei Weiner stopped at a fork. She crouched to examine the muddy ground, then looked at the sky and pointed to the narrow left path. This way. The right path has a landslide ahead. Father, and I almost got trapped there last time. Yue Yuan probed with his spiritual sense. Indeed, at the end of the right path lay a vast expanse of loose gravel and mud. Not bad. Those 2 trips with Lei Zhengxing weren't wasted. That day on the road, he began to teach her. When facing a cultivator of the same rank, first observe their spiritual light. An unstable light means they've just broken through. A dense solid one indicates a firm foundation. You can fight those who just broke through, but don't clash heat in with those who are solid. First, use your water control talent to probe, figure out their attributes and divine abilities, then decide whether to fight or retreat. What about those of a higher cultivation level than me? Stall. Water control can create obstacles, block their movements, and obscure their vision. Stall until they reveal a flaw or until you can safely escape. That's how your father fought the profound iron python. Lei Weiner listened intently. She had grown up learning the Lei family techniques from her father, but her spiritual root was not of the lightning attribute. This was not uncommon in rogue cultivator families. Spiritual roots, unlike bloodlines, were not directly inherited. Spiritual roots in the cultivation world were divided into 2 main categories. Multi-attribute spiritual roots allowed for fast cultivation during the Qi refining stage, but after foundation establishment, the mixed spiritual power made breakthroughs more difficult. Single-attribute spiritual roots cultivated slowly in the early stages, but their spiritual power was pure, leading to a more solid foundation in the long run. Single-attribute roots were further divided into 4 grades. Waste spiritual roots had extremely low affinity for spiritual energy, essentially barring the holder from the path of cultivation. Pseudo-spiritual roots could absorb spiritual energy, but at a mediocre pace. In theory, foundation establishment was possible, but in reality fewer than 1 in 10 succeeded. True spiritual roots had an affinity for spiritual energy surpassing 90% of their peers. They had hope for foundation establishment and a promising future for the golden core stage, making them key training targets in any family or sect. Heavenly spiritual roots were said to be born with all meridians open, allowing cultivation at a rate 10 times faster than ordinary people. Only a few existed within golden core sects, and foundation establishment forces guarded them as precious treasures, keeping their existence secret until they matured. Lei Weiner possessed a water-type, true spiritual root. After her father confirmed this fact, he spent over half a month in the market square paying a considerable price to buy her a first-grade mid-rank water attraction art. Generations of the Lei family had been of the lightning attribute, yet she alone was water. Lei Zhengxing never complained. He simply obtained the best cultivation art he could and said practice well. Later, after Yue Yuan unsealed the Canglong art, he had her switch to this second-grade high-rank technique. The fact that the art was second-grade high-rank was not disclosed for now. Lei Zhengxing only believed his daughter was practicing a basic version, probably around second-grade low-rank. This was a little secret between Yue Yuan and Lei Weiner. They chatted as they traveled, and another day passed without notice. On the 4th day, they entered the lawless zone. This area lay at the border between the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain and Blackstone City, under no sect's jurisdiction, where murder and robbery were common. Yue Yuan expanded his spiritual sense vigilance to 10 li, and Lei Weiner began to consciously avoid any ground that might make a sound. In the afternoon, Yue Yuan detected an anomaly. 10 li ahead, 3 people. 1 chasing, 2 fleeing. The pursuer is at the 5th layer of Qi refining. Lei Weiner veered into the woods and squeezed into a rock crevice. 3 spiritual lights swept past below the mountain path, at one point less than 3 li away from her. The pursuer was a middle-aged male cultivator with a cruel face, wielding a blood-dripping short axe. The fleeing pair, a man and a woman, were both injured, desperately running towards Blackstone City. The sounds of pursuit faded. Lei Weiner brushed the dirt from her clothes. Are they rogue cultivators too? Yes. The one chasing is a murderer and robber. Whether the other 2 survive to reach Blackstone City depends on their own fate. Lei Weiner stared in the direction the 3 had vanished, silent for a moment. My father was once pursued too. That's why. She nodded, hitched her bamboo basket strap up half an inch, and said, let's keep moving. At dusk on the 5th day, the mountain terrain suddenly opened up. Blackstone City appeared in view. Its walls were built from black volcanic rock about 3 zhang high, their surface densely pocked with fist-sized craters and scarred by scorch marks from spells and grooves from weapon strikes. There were no guards at the city gate. Above the gate floated a dark, golden eye-shaped artifact, slowly rotating to scan every person entering or leaving. A dozen or so people were queued outside the gate, their cultivation levels ranging from the 1st to the 7th layer of Qi refining. No one cut the line, and no one made a noise. Lei Weiner went to the back of the line. In front of her stood a white-haired old woman at the 7th layer of Qi refining, her back hunched, leaning on a pitch-black staff with a stone toad perched on its head. She turned to look at Lei Weiner, her gaze pausing for an instant on the inside of her collar. First time in Blackstone City. When you enter, don't walk down dark alleys, don't enter the underground market, and don't talk to anyone in black robes, the old woman said, withdrawing her gaze. That little thing of yours is quite interesting. Keep it well hidden. Not everyone is as uninterested in meddling as I am. Lei Weiner's heart tightened, but her face betrayed nothing. Yue Yuan remained motionless inside her collar, his turtle breath art compressed to its limit. This old woman was at least at the 7th layer of Qi refining, with perception far sharper than others of her rank. It was the first time the turtle breath art had been seen through to her face. She means no harm. But Blackstone City is a place where dragons and tigers lie hidden. Buy the array flags and leave immediately, no lingering. The eye artifact on the gate rotated towards her, paused for a breath's duration, then moved on. Lei Weiner stepped through the city. The main street was about 3 zhang wide, lined with shops whose signs read pills, artifacts, array flags, and spiritual material. The number of cultivators on the street was dozens of times greater than at the Qingniu market. There were rogue cultivators carrying swords, sect disciples in uniform robes, and a few cultivators riding spirit beasts who slowly passed through the center of the road. A gray crane carrying a white-robed cultivator landed at a street corner, reluctantly retracting its head only after being patted on the neck. Lei Weiner did not gawk. She followed the main street, turned into a side street, and stopped before an inn. The frontage was small, with a crooked sign reading Old Cripple's Inn and a string of shell wind chimes hanging from the doorframe. She pushed the door open. Behind the counter sat a lame old man at the third layer of qi refining, polishing a cup that was already gleaming with a rag. How many nights? 2 nights. 1 low-grade spirit stone. Hot water is in the kitchen. Ooh, boil it yourself. Don't refine pills in the room. Last month a guest blew a hole in the wall, and it hasn't been patched yet. The room was the innermost one on the second floor, furnished with a wooden bed, a table, and a chair. A single brick on the wall was noticeably newer in color than the rest. Lei Weiner set down her bamboo basket, placing the spirit stones at the bottom. Yue Yuan jumped onto the windowsill, his spiritual sense sweeping over the inn's surroundings. 2 guests. The innkeeper was chopping wood in the backyard. Safe. Buy the array flags tomorrow. At night, in the inn's backyard, Yue Yuan jumped onto a stone mill, returning to the size of a millstone. Moonlight brightly illuminated the stone pavement. Lei Weiner stood opposite him. Tomorrow we go to the array shop. Tonight I will teach you how to fight a mid-qi refining cultivator. First, use your water control talent to probe their attributes and divine abilities. Then use water arrows to force their movements, and finally use a water wall to seal their escape route. The water prison art consumes too much of your power for the Mingmen acupoint the junction of the qi, si, and meridians. These are the weakest points of a qi refining cultivator. Use a water wall to seal off both flanks, forcing them. The Tanzhong acupoint where spiritual power converges. The Mingmen acupoint the junction of the qi, si, and meridians. These are the weakest points of a qi refining cultivator. Use a water wall to seal off both flanks, forcing them to move forward or backward. Then use water arrows to strike these 2 points. If you miss the Tanzhong, hit the Mingmen. If you miss the Mingmen, force them to crash into the water wall. Lei Weiner nodded. She practiced with great earnestness, a trait unique to a rogue cultivator's child, as if every movement was a contest against herself. The first time it took 2 breaths to condense a water wall. By the 10th time she could raise a water curtain within 1 breath. By the 20th she could release the water wall and water arrows simultaneously. In the final round the water arrows pierced both light points. Yue Yuan dispersed the water figure. Tomorrow buy the array flags. The day after we go home. Once inside the array shop, do not speak. This sovereign will scan the goods with his spiritual sense. Only pay the spirit stones after confirming there is no issue. Though merchants in Blackstone City are more regulated than those in the market, they still have plenty of tricks to rook newcomers. That night footsteps sounded from outside the window. Urgent, purposeful. Several people moved quickly through the alley, stopped for a moment, and then came a dull thud, as if someone had been slammed against a wall. This was followed by low curses, and the very brief sound of a spell cutting through the air. Then silence. Don't go out. 2 mid-qi refining cultivators fighting over a single pill. One died, the other ran. How do you know it was a pill? The one who died tried to shove it into his mouth before he died. He didn't make it. His throat was cut. Private fights are forbidden within Blackstone City, but when a rogue cultivator is cornered, trading a life for a pill is not unusual. It has nothing to do with us. Sleep. Lei Weiner lay back down. The sounds outside the window faded back into silence. She twisted the leather cord on her wrist. It was cool against her pulse. In the world outside, it was the norm for rogue cultivators to risk their lives for a single pill. She closed her eyes, mentally counting the location of the 900 spirit stones in her storage ring one more time. In the world outside, it was the norm for rogue cultivators to risk their lives for a single pill. She closed her eyes, mentally counting the location of the 900 spirit stones in her storage ring one more time. At dawn the next day, Lei Xiaowan pushed open the inn's door. Outside, the street had already grown lively. Blackstone City knew no true night, only a shift in its restless inhabitants. She slipped her spatial ring back onto her finger. All her spirit stones were now secured within it, its cool surface resting snugly against her palm. Yue Yuan shrunk to the size of a clenched fist, nestled quietly inside the inner fold of her robe perched upon her shoulder. Her divine sense swept across the inn's perimeter. Last night's rogue cultivator, the one who had slain a man in the alley, had vanished. Only a faint water-washed damp stain remained where he'd stood. Head straight to Jinfeng Street, and leave as soon as we're done. Those rogue cultivators dared strike within the city walls last night, which means Blackstone City is growing unstable. Jinfeng Street lay in the city's eastern quarter. Lei Xiaowan walked for nearly half an hour before turning from the main thoroughfare into a narrower alley. Shop signs on both sides bore the single character Zhan, array, and queues of cultivators stretched before each doorway, ranging from Qi Refinement Level 1 to latest Qi Refinement. Midway down the alley, she chose the smallest shop with the most weathered sign, Old Chen's Array Workshop. This was Yue Yuan's choice after scanning the area with his divine sense. The larger shops with long queues boasted reputations, but inflated prices. Nearby stores selling array flags alongside artifacts were mostly middlemen. The shabbiest shop housed only an elderly man dozing at his counter. Yet behind it sat neatly arranged array flag boxes of exceptional craftsmanship, their suppression formations stable and deeply resonant. True artisans rarely advertise. The proprietor was an old array master in his 60s at Qi refinement level 5, wearing crystal lenses so finely ground they appeared almost weightless. He worked steadily, etching intricate patterns onto an array flag with a precision carving knife. He merely lifted his eyelids upon Liu Tieshan's entrance, then resumed his meticulous engraving without pause. Following Yue Yuan's instructions, Liu Tieshan stated her requirements plainly: a mid-grade maze obfuscation formation capable of shielding against detection by cultivators below peak Qi refinement, a low-grade earth shield formation able to withstand 3 full-strength attacks from latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators, and a set of low-grade offensive arrays each powerful enough to wound a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. The total coverage needed to protect roughly 15 mu of land. Setting down his carving knife, the old master retrieved several array flag boxes from beneath the counter and opened them one by one. The mid-grade maze obfuscation formation cost 120 low-grade spirit stones, the earth shield formation 80, a basic offensive array, set 100. To fully cover Linquan Valley required 2 sets of each, 6 sets in total, for 600 spirit stones. After haggling, the price dropped to 580 spirit stones. Liu Tieshan paid without hesitation and stored the 6 flag boxes inside her spatial ring. The old master glanced at her a second time, longer than before. A female cultivator at Qi refinement level 2, wearing a spatial ring, spending nearly 600 spirit stones without flinching. Either she commanded unseen backing or she harbored profound secrets. Yet he asked no questions. Instead, he rummaged beneath the counter and produced a worn beast-hide scroll upon which was drawn a precise diagram of array flag placements. Pay close attention to the formation nodes when installing them. For maximum efficacy, the maze obfuscation formations node must align with a spirit vein nexus. The earth shield formations node should be buried precisely at the center of its protected zone, and the offensive arrays nodes must lie just beyond the outer perimeter of the earth shield formation. I sketched this during my apprenticeship at my sect. Take it as a gift. You have an honest bearing. Stepping out of the workshop, Jinfeng Street bustled with passing cultivators. Yue Yuan was about to urge Liu Tieshan back to the inn when his divine sense suddenly caught something. Not the luminous aura of a cultivator, but something far subtler emanating from an unremarkable corner. Turn left, toward that small miscellaneous goods stall. At the street corner sat a palm's-eye stall run by a gaunt, wiry old man at Qi refinement level 2. Before him lay a tattered cloth strewn with worn jade slips, broken artifact fragments, and several unlabeled pill bottles. This stall blended seamlessly into Jinfeng Street. Unmarked, unadorned, utterly forgettable. Take the jade slip furthest right in the second row. Liu Tieshan crouched down, her fingers gliding over the slips until she lifted the one at the far right. Its surface was dull and gray, its edges badly worn, indistinguishable from a common roadside stone. Yet the moment she grasped it, she sensed it. The same faint suppression fluctuation she'd felt in the earlier Songlong manual jade slip, even echoing the same subtle vibrational frequency. What is this, she asked. The stallkeeper yawned. A first-tier talismanic lineage, contains sketches and instructions for several foundational talismans. Few rogue cultivators studied talismans, so this had gathered dust for over half a year. 20 spirit stones, and it's yours. Liu Tieshan flipped the jade slip over, holding it up to catch the sunlight. The suppression fluctuation lay buried deep within the jade, so faint that her own cultivation would never have detected it without Yue Yuan's prior lock-on. 10, 15, 12. This suppression is already fraying. It could shatter any day. The stallkeeper paused then, perhaps sensing no buyer would ever come, waved dismissively. Liu Tieshan paid 12 spirit stones and tucked the jade slip into her spatial ring. Back in the inn room, Yue Yuan instructed her to seal the doors and windows tightly, then leapt from her shoulder and expanded to the size of a millstone. With a slender thread of water, he drew the jade slip toward himself and probed its depths with his divine sense. There nestled deep within glowed a faint ethereal luminescence, wrapped in a loosening 3-layered suppression formation. Its structure matched exactly that of the Songlong manual jade slip, triple-layered, founded on spiritual energy, keyed to water affinity, and sealed with demonic consciousness. Same technique, same hand. As before, Yue Yuan pierced all 3 layers using water affinity, spiritual energy, and demonic consciousness. From the edges inward, the jade's dusty gray film receded, revealing its warm, lustrous azure-green core. A torrent of data flooded his awareness, not talismanic knowledge, but a complete first-tier array lineage. From flag forging and node placement to array layering. Dozens of foundational arrays, each accompanied by exhaustive diagrams, annotated flowcharts of spiritual energy pathways, and precise material ratios. The final page appended 7 first-tier talismans, mere bonuses. Yue Yuan fell silent for several breaths. The stallkeeper believed he'd sold a talismanic lineage. In truth, the talismans were mere garnish. The true treasure was the entire array lineage. In the immortal cultivation world, the value of a first-tier array lineage eclipsed 10 talismanic lineages combined. Talismans were expendable, one-time use. Arrays were legacies, guarding families for generations. If this lineage reached Linquan Valley, Lei Zhangqing could cultivate Liu Clan's own array masters from scratch. No more reliance on Blackstone City for installations, node maintenance, or flag repairs. Crafted by the same hand as the Songlong manual, Yue Yuan transmitted silently. A senior master of the Songlong lineage had concealed this array lineage beneath a superficial talismanic facade. Even if someone stumbled upon the suppression by accident, they'd assume only talismanic knowledge lay within, and cease probing further. This cultivator left no trace, no flaw, no opening. He placed the jade slip upon the table. Have your father begin studying it immediately. His lightning affinity allows him to inscribe array patterns even faster than a water affinity cultivator. This lineage will sustain him for life. That evening, Lei Xiaowan visited the spirit materials market in the city's western district to replenish provisions, and purchased several qi-accumulating pills. On her way back to the inn, she walked slowly, pausing to browse several stalls selling spirit fruits. Suddenly Yue Yuan spoke. Someone is tailing you. A male cultivator at Qi Refinement Level 4 leaned against the corner near Jinfeng Street's entrance, speaking softly, with another cultivator at latest stage Qi Refinement. His gaze lingered on Lei Xiaowan's retreating figure, then drifted to the spatial ring on her finger, holding there for a heartbeat. That woman just left Old Chen's workshop. You don't know Jinfeng Street's code? Anyone buying from Old Chen is a fat sheep among rogues. She's unfamiliar, only level 2, and no companion shadows her. The latest stage cultivator frowned. A level 2 cultivator traveling alone to Blackstone City to purchase array flags. Either her allies wait outside the city, or her clan resides nearby. Go investigate. Already on it. Yue Yuan relayed into her mind. Level 4 alone. He's approaching you now. Stay calm. Walk normally. Lei Xiaowan paused at a spirit fruit stall, selecting several green pears. Her movements were natural, her voice steady as she haggled with the vendor. The man passed 3 steps behind her, his eyes flickering briefly across her shoulder, then moved on. Only after he disappeared did she set down the pears and turn toward the inn. He was verifying your spatial ring. He knows you bought array flags from Old Chun, but not what you bought. Do not leave tonight. Tomorrow take a different route out of the city. The next morning Lei Xiaowan settled her bill and departed. Rather than heading directly outward, she detoured north to browse a pharmacy, then exited through the western gate and circled back along southern mountain paths. She added nearly an hour to her journey. Beyond the city walls, Yue Yuan scanned a radius of 10 li with his divine sense. No pursuers. They followed the mountain trail for over an hour, the surrounding silence deepening with every step. Then Yue Yuan's voice echoed in her mind. 2 pursuers closing in, level 3 and level 4. The same pair who watched you yesterday at Jinfeng Street's entrance. The latest stage cultivator stayed behind, confident that 2 lower-level cultivators could easily subdue a level 2. He instructed Lei Xiaowan to halt and remove her spatial ring, placing it carefully behind a large secure boulder beside the path. Then he leapt from her shoulder and swelled to the size of a millstone. Lei Xiaowan flexed her wrists. Together they crouched behind thick shrubbery, watching 2 figures sprint rapidly up the distant mountain road. They're almost here, held back in Blackstone City. Now they've pent up their aggression all the way here. He paused, his emerald eyes flashing cold light. Perfect. Tonight we test the newly mastered Songlong overlapping waves technique. They've trailed us this far. They've earned interest. Behind the bushes, Yue Yuan and Lei Xiaowan watched 2 figures rapidly approaching on the mountain path. One was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and the other was at the 3rd level. They moved quickly, showing no intent to conceal themselves. In their eyes, chasing a female cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refinement required no disguise. The male cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement was the same person who had been tailing them at the entrance of the array shop yesterday. He chatted and laughed with his companion, while hurrying along, likely already calculating how many spirit stones he could retrieve from his storage ring. Prepare the diamond talisman. Yue Yuan's voice echoed in Lei Xiaowan's mind, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Activate at the moment they make a move, no need to hold back. No need for a direct confrontation. Lei Xiaowan clenched the diamond talisman in her palm. The talisman felt cool, similar in temperature to the leather strap around her wrist. She took a deep breath and stood up from behind the bushes. Both pursuers came to a halt. The male cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement spotted her at a glance, a grin breaking across his face as he said, "Not running away. Hand over your storage ring, and we might consider letting you die painlessly." Before he could finish, he raised his hand, unleashing a fire blade towards her. Only a fool would waste words. He was merely trying to divert her attention. Rogue cultivators never waste time talking. Words are reserved for the dead. Lei Xiaowan shattered the diamond talisman. Golden light erupted, and the fire blade collided with the shimmering barrier, scattering sparks everywhere. The barrier trembled violently, developing several cracks. The male cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement frowned, already gathering a second fire blade in his hand. The diamond talisman wouldn't withstand another blow. However, in that moment of delay, the bushes behind him exploded. A massive dark green tortoise lunged from the shadows, conjuring a water prison that did not trap him, but rather ensnared the male cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement beside him. The male cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement reacted swiftly, slicing a wind blade towards the wall of the water prison. The wind blade struck the water wall without even causing a splash. The water prison tightened instantly, with pressure compressing from all sides. The male cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement didn't even have time to scream. His protective spiritual light shattered like an eggshell, and he collapsed limply within the water curtain. His corpse floated in the water prison, eyes wide open, with an expression frozen at the moment of realizing death had come. A single strike killed him. The expression on the 4th level male cultivator's face changed several times within 3 breaths. From grinning to being stunned, then to shock upon seeing his companion crushed by the water prison, and finally his pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the tortoise. A rogue cultivator, a demon beast, effortlessly killing a 3rd level Qi refinement cultivator, at least mid-stage Qi refinement cultivation with water attribute abilities. This was not a fat sheep, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, it was a man-eating demon tortoise hidden beneath the sheep's skin. He didn't hesitate. He slapped the sound transmission talisman at his waist, which instantly ignited, sending a barely visible wisp of flame soaring into the sky. Then he turned and ran, darting into the side woods. His movements were agile, weaving left and right through the bushes, clearly having planned an escape route in advance. Yue Yuan saw that wisp of sound transmission talisman. He could stop it. A water arrow could shatter it before that wisp of flame took flight. But he didn't. One must eliminate the roots. A rogue cultivator tailing in the market was not frightening. Oh, what was terrifying was that someone behind him had their eyes on Linquan Valley. Since he had already made a move, he needed to be thorough. Let the sound transmission talisman fly. Let that 7th level Qi refinement cultivator come. The 4th level Qi refinement cultivator was desperately fleeing through the woods. His heart raced like a drum, yet his mind was clearer than ever. Having spent 7 to 8 years in Haishi City, he had seen too many rogue cultivators perish due to greed. Today he also succumbed to greed, a female cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refinement alone outside the city, wearing a storage ring, just coming out of the array shop. What else could this be but a fat sheep? Yet beside the fat sheep lay a man-eating demon tortoise. All he could think of now was to run. Head towards Haishi City, once inside, he would be safe. No matter how strong that tortoise was, it wouldn't dare kill someone in the streets of Haishi City. He passed through a pine forest, leaped over a dry creek, and ahead was a gentle slope. Over the gentle slope lay the official road to Haishi City. He was nearly laughing as long as he reached the official road with his speed. A water arrow shot silently from behind him. He heard the sound of slicing air and turned to dodge. But just as the water arrow was about to brush past him, it suddenly exploded, splitting into 3 thinner water arrows, sealing off all his escape routes. One of them precisely pierced through his lower back, emerging from his abdomen, spraying a mist of blood. The Life Gate Acupoint. The Dantian Acupoint is where spiritual energy gathers, while the Life Gate Acupoint is the junction of the Qi Sea and meridians, targeting vital points. The 4th level Qi refinement cultivator glanced down at the thumb-sized hole in his abdomen. His lips moved a few times as if to say something, but only a stream of blood foam surged from his throat. He stumbled a couple of steps, reaching out to grab something, but only caught a branch which snapped. He fell backward, his back crashing onto the fallen leaves, stirring up a small flurry of dry leaves. His eyes widened, staring at the fragmented blue sky above through the tree canopy. The branch broke and his breath ceased. Leaves continued to drift lightly at his feet, but he no longer had the breath to disturb them. His last thought before death was not regret nor anger, but a simple question: what level of cultivation was that tortoise? Yue Yuan retracted the water arrow. Lei Shaoan caught up from behind, glancing at the corpse on the ground. Her face turned pale, but she didn't avert her gaze. She looked for a few breaths, then spoke. Senior, he sent a sound transmission talisman before he died. She said. I know. Let him send it. He has an elder brother at the 7th level of Qi refinement who is rushing this way. Yue Yuan used a water line to drag the corpse into the bushes. One must eliminate the roots. I'm confident I can surpass a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator, and I can even take on those at the great perfection of Qi refinement. A 7th level Qi refinement cultivator is nothing to worry about. Lei Shaoan retreated to a large stone behind her. She didn't ask any further questions. Having spent half a year with this tortoise senior, she had learned that he didn't need such things. A moment later, the sound of slicing air came from the upper mountain path. A male cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement descended on a flying artifact, and before he could steady himself, he shouted, "Second brother, where is he?" Then he saw it. A massive dark green demon tortoise lay in the middle of the road, its calm green bean-like eyes gazing at him. Behind the tortoise stood a female cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. In the adjacent water prison, the corpse of the 3rd brother floated slowly in a separate water ball. Not far away, a hand revealed from a pile of dry leaves beside the bushes, still clutching a half-burned sound transmission talisman. The 7th level Qi refinement cultivator's footsteps abruptly halted. His spiritual sense went into a frenzy. The aura of this demon tortoise was as profound as a chasm. The water prison remained solid, and could simultaneously maintain multiple independent water balls, indicating its combat power was at least comparable to that of an 8th, or even 9th level Qi refinement cultivator. Demon beasts are inherently stronger than human cultivators of the same level. Where was that promised latest Qi refinement cultivator? Where was the promise of being delayed? The 3rd brother was dead, and the 2nd brother was dead. Oh, was this what they called being delayed? Damn it, you little brat tricked me. He took a deep breath, put away his artifact, and performed a respectful salute. Senior, I was misled by my brother's words, and offended you. I am willing to pay 300 spirit stones as punishment. I have no deep ties with these two. Our brotherhood has only lasted 3 years. Today's events will not be disclosed. I asked the senior to show mercy. Yue Yuan remained silent. The speed at which the water prison gathered was faster than his pleas for mercy. Spherical walls of water rose from all directions, the waves crashing in, and the internal pressure doubled layer by layer. The 7th level Qi refinement cultivator's face changed, and he activated his protective spiritual light to barely withstand the first two waves. By the third wave, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his protective light began to flicker violently. Senior, I am willing to give up all my spirit stones. 600 spirit stones along with several artifacts, all for you. The water pressure continued to rise. He knelt on one knee, the protective light creaking under pressure. Yue Yuan did not kill him. The water prison was precisely compressed to the point where he could not move. Then a wisp of pure demonic sense seeped into his meridians along the water flow, spiraling around the area above the Qi acupoint before burrowing in. The 7th level Qi refinement cultivator's eyes widened. What did you do to me, A restriction. I am a demon, and what I planted is a demonic sense seed different from a cultivator's spiritual sense restriction. You can certainly try to find someone to dispel it. Haishi City has foundation establishment cultivators and great perfection Qi refinement cultivators. However, most of them only know how to dispel spiritual sense restrictions. As for the demonic sense restriction, I reckon there are not many foundation establishment cultivators who can dispel it, and even if they can, they want help a mere Qi refinement rogue cultivator like you. From today onward, any disturbances in Haishi City, or what the Mu family does when they enter the city, must be recorded and reported to Qingniu Mountain at the first opportunity. Oh, I will send someone to receive it. If you do well, I will not mistreat you. If you do poorly, the mountains are high and the waters are deep. I have plenty of time to find you to reminisce. The 7th level Qi refinement cultivator's face turned ashen. He was done for not due to cultivation level, but due to greed. The sound transmission talisman his second brother sent before dying was not a distress signal, but a death warrant. He gritted his teeth. I remember. If there's any movement in Haishi City, I will send a message. Very good. You are smarter than your two brothers. Smart people live longer. Yue Yuan dismissed the water prison. The 7th level Qi refinement cultivator climbed to his feet, soaking wet, took off the storage bag, and placed it on the ground, stepping back 3 paces. Yue Yuan did not collect the storage bag, allowing him to leave. The restriction had already been planted. This person's life was in his hands, worth far more than several hundred spirit stones. Haishi City needed an informant. Lei Xiaowan stepped out from behind the boulder, watching the man's staggering, retreating figure. Will he listen? Yue Yuan did not collect the storage bag, allowing him to leave. The restriction had already been planted. This person's life was in his hands, worth far more. Yue Yuan used a water line to sweep over the storage bags of the 2 rogue cultivators, finding several hundred spirit stones and a few inferior artifacts. Nothing much, but an unexpected fortune for the Liu family. Pack up. This place is not suitable for a prolonged stay. Lei Xiaowan gathered the storage bags, and when she reached the corpse of the 4th level Qi refinement cultivator, she paused, looking down for 2 breaths before closing his wide open eyes. Then she ripped off the storage bag and stood up to catch up with Yue Yuan. On the way back, she suddenly asked, Senior, if my father were here, what would he do? Your father would first slay that 4th level Qi refinement cultivator, then inform your mother of his safety. Afterward, he would recite the list of today's spoils to your mother. Lei Xiaowan thought for a moment and felt the senior was right. She quickened her pace. Although Lingquan Valley was still 5 days away, she could already smell the faint fruit fragrance of the jujube trees back home. The return journey was much faster than the trip there. With the route now familiar and the pursuers eliminated, Lei Xiaowan felt more at ease, which naturally quickened her pace. Yue Yuan kept his spiritual sense fully extended, occasionally detecting the auras of a few wandering cultivators, all of whom were merely passing through. The lawless zone was eerily quieter on the way back. On the evening of the 5th day, Lei Xiaowan stepped onto the fork in the road leading to Spirit Spring Valley. The Liu Clan member on guard at the valley entrance saw her, froze for a moment, then turned and sprinted into the valley, shouting as he ran, Miss Lei is back. Ruanshe rushed out of the kitchen, flour still dusting her apron, and embraced her daughter, tightly unwilling to let go. Lei Zhengqing strode over from the mine shaft. Seeing his daughter safe and sound, he simply nodded and said, Good to have you back. As he turned away, he discreetly wiped the corner of his eye with a finger. Liu Tieshan hurried over from the practice ground, where he had been training with his blade. He stood at the edge of the crowd, not pushing his way in, but his gaze had never left Lei Xiaowan from the moment she appeared. Lei Xiaowan revealed the wrist guard from under her sleeve for him to see. A corner of Liu Tieshan's mouth twitched, and the tips of his ears reddened. That night by the spirit spring beside the ancestor stone, Yue Yuan had returned to the size of a millstone and was lying on the stone slab. Lei Jingqing, Liu Tieshan, and Lei Xiaowan sat in a circle around him, while Ruanshe brought over several bowls of hot tea. Lei Xiaowan began taking items out of her storage ring one by one. 2 sets of mid-grade maze arrays, 120 spirit stones each. 2 sets of low-grade earth shield arrays, 80 spirit stones each. 2 sets of low-grade attack arrays, 100 spirit stones each. She neatly arranged the 6 array flag boxes on the bluestone slab. I bought them from Old Chen's array shop. The shopkeeper threw this in as a bonus. It was an old beast hide painted with a diagram for array flag placement. Lei Zhengqing took it and examined it closely in the moonlight, nodding. This diagram has several more details than the standard version. Lei Xiaowan then placed a jade slip on the stone slab. A complete inheritance of first-tier arrays. I found it at a street stall. The stall owner was selling it as a talisman inheritance for 12 spirit stones. The senior said it actually contains a complete array inheritance, and the talismans were just an added bonus. Lei Zhengqing's hand froze. Having cultivated for 30 years, he knew all too well the value of an array inheritance. A first-tier array inheritance on the market started at no less than 1,000 spirit stones, and even then it was rarely available. Liu's cultivator array masters would rather let such knowledge rot in their minds than sell it. 12 spirit stones. He repeated the number, his voice somewhat unsteady. The senior said you should learn it. With your lightning attribute you can carve array patterns faster than even a water attribute cultivator. Lei Zhengqing clutched the jade slip in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. Then came the spoils of the journey. The contents of 3 scattered cultivator storage pouches were emptied onto the bluestone slab, spreading out into a pile. Lei Xiaowan counted and reported the items, while fourth uncle recorded them in an account book. Approximately 800 low-grade spirit stones, and about 200 inferior spirit stones. 3 low-grade first-tier magical artifacts, a short axe of the fire attribute, a flying knife with no attribute, and a heart-protecting mirror of the earth attribute. 1 mid-grade first-tier magical artifact, a long blade of the wind attribute, its edge pristine. 2 mortal-grade top-tier cultivation techniques, blazing fire art and light body technique. 1 low-grade first-tier cultivation technique, a fragment of windblade art missing its last 2 pages. 8 chi recovery pills, 12 fasting pills, and 3 chi gathering pills. 5 sound transmission talismans, 3 fireball talismans, and 2 Vajra talismans. A small pouch of spirit herb seeds, their variety unknown. 3 blank jade slips, and an old map. After the full inventory was complete, Lei Xiaowan sorted the items into 3 for immediate use, all spirit stones to the treasury. Chi recovery pills to be shared between Lei Zhengqing and herself. Chi gathering pills reserved for her cultivation. Vajra talismans for Liu Tieshan's protection. Magical artifacts to be stored first, awaiting distribution. 4 future use cultivation techniques to be placed in the Liu family's library. The array inheritance to be given to Lei Zhengqing. The spirit herb seeds for Wan Shi to try planting by the spirit spring. To be kept untouched for now, sound transmission talismans and fireball talismans reserved for emergencies. The old map stored away for later study. She finally tallied the accounts. When she left she had taken over 900 low-grade spirit stones. She spent 580 on arrays, 12 on the jade slip, and roughly 10 on pills and dried rations. Total expenditure was about 600 spirit stones. Lei Zhengqing stared at the array of magical artifacts and techniques scattered on the ground. After a long silence, he offered a heartfelt evaluation. In 30 years of cultivation, this is the first time the spirit stones had more than doubled, and there was also a pile of magical artifacts and cultivation techniques besides. Lei Zhengqing stared at the array of magical artifacts and techniques scattered on the ground. After a long silence, he offered a heartfelt evaluation. In 30 years of cultivation, this is the first time I've seen a return on investment. Over the next 3 days, Spirit Spring Valley entered in infrastructure mode. Consulting the Beast Hide diagram and the array inheritance jade slip, Lei Zhengqing led the team in setting up the 6 sets of arrays. The maze array was activated first. As the array flags were inserted into their designated positions, a faint, almost intangible mist rose around the perimeter of the valley. From outside, the entire forested area appeared as nothing more than ordinary barren wilderness. Even the light from the mine entrance was invisible. The core array, Eye of the Earth shield array, was buried by the spirit spring. Once activated, a pale yellow light shield rose from the ground, slowly fading into the air. The attack array was placed on the outer perimeter of the Earth shield array. Lei Zhengqing tested its power once. A bolt of lightning struck a large boulder used for testing. The half-man-high rock split cleanly in 2 from the center, its cross-section charred black. Yue Yuan carefully swept his spiritual sense over the area covered by the arrays. The mist from the maze array could effectively disrupt a cultivator's spiritual sense. Those below the great perfection of chi refinement could not penetrate it. The defensive layer of the Earth shield array was stable, capable of withstanding several full-force attacks from a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator. The lightning coverage of the attack array was perfectly calibrated to the valley entrance. Combined with the visual disruption of the maze array, any intruder would collide with the first wave of attacks the moment they broke through the mist. It's adequate. He retracted his spiritual sense and transmitted his voice to Lei Zhengqing. No one below the great perfection of chi refinement can get in. Even if a great perfection cultivator comes, they'll have to break the Earth shield array first, then the maze array. That buys us at least half an hour. Lei Zhengqing planted the last array flag and patted the dirt from his hands. Half an hour is enough to do many things. That evening, after the arrays were fully set up, Yue Yuan called Lei Zhengqing to the Ancestor Stone. How long has that herb gatherer been locked up? Counting from when you went to Blackstone City, 12 days in total. 12 days, and no one has come looking for him. There are no signs of a search party nearby either. Yue Yuan transmitted slowly. It seems he was telling the truth. He was a loner, no one remembers his name. Lei Zhengqing was silent for a few breaths. Your meaning is, if he lives and one day escapes, or someone stumbles into the depths of the mine, and he says even a single word, Spirit Spring Valley will be exposed. Yue Yuan's tone was flat. It's not that he deserves to die, but that he knows too much. Lei Zhengqing was silent for a moment, then stood up. He'll handle it. Make it clean. Lei Zhengqing picked up the long blade leaning against the Ancestor Stone, and turned to walk towards the mine. Yue Yuan extended his spiritual sense across a radius of 30 li. All was calm outside the valley. There was no search party, no spies from the Mu family. Sun Xing had not lied, he was indeed a lone wandering cultivator. No one would come looking for him. And precisely because of that, no one would ever investigate his disappearance. A very brief crack of thunder sounded from deep within the mine, and then all was quiet. Liu Tieshan walked out his blade, already sheathed. He went to the spirit spring to wash his hands, then crouched by the water's edge for a while. His voice was hoarse. That man didn't even have a storage pouch on him. Just a medicine hoe and half a pack of dry rations. Yue Yuan said nothing, only dipped his turtle head slightly. After dealing with Sun Xing, Spirit Spring Valley returned to its peaceful state. Liu Tieshan continued his study of the array inheritance. He could now set up a miniature spirit gathering array by the spring, which accelerated the convergence of spiritual energy by 10% compared to before. The spirit herb seeds that Yuan Shi had planted by the spring had sprouted. Tender green shoots pushed through the soil, a heartening sight. Liu Tieshan practiced his blade techniques daily. His sword strokes had become much more intricate and dense. Yue Yuan occasionally offered a few pointers on water element techniques, such as layering waves and using softness to overcome hardness. Though he couldn't cultivate spiritual power, a certain essence of these principles had already infused Liu Tieshan's blade work. After her trip to Blackstone City, Lei Shaoan cultivated with even greater diligence. The bottleneck that had plagued her for nearly 2 years was loosening. Breaking through to the second layer of qi refinement was a matter of these very days. Yue Yuan lay on the ancestor stone, his spiritual sense sweeping across the third eye radius. The maze array was functioning normally. The earth shield and attack arrays were on standby. The mine was brightly lit and wisps of cooking smoke rose from the wooden cabins. A few new fruits had appeared on the 2 wild jujube trees in the Lei family's courtyard. Yuan Shi said they could be picked in another 2 months. He pulled his head into his shell and closed his eyes. But he knew this peace would not last long. The Mu family was still expanding. Their informants in the market town would eventually catch wind of the spiritual energy in Spirit Spring Valley. Sun Xing was the first, but he would certainly not be the last. The night before a storm is always the quietest. 5 years, neither too long nor too short. From a few wooden houses and bamboo sheds, Linquan Valley has expanded into a fully functional mountain estate. It feels too short for Yue Yuan, as if he merely slept a few more times, and upon opening his eyes the world had changed. The most he did over these 5 years was sleep. From the 8th to the 9th level of qi refining, he slept for a year. From the 9th level to grand completion, he slept for another 6 months. The remaining time was also spent sleeping. It wasn't that he was intentionally slacking off. The Xian Shui Tengwana Fa was operating at triple efficiency, and sleeping was akin to cultivating. He had learned through 15 years at the bottom of the lake that sleeping was superior to cultivating. The only difference now was that the place where he slept had become much more refined. The back mountain had specially transformed a cave for him, which the Liu family called Ancestor Cave. Though called a cave, it was actually an expanded natural rock cave with a gap opened at the top, allowing midday sunlight to shine directly in, warming the large bluish stone slab, where Yue Yuan had been lying for nearly 5 years. The stone slab was a circle larger than the original ancestor stone taken from deep within the back mountain, its surface polished smooth as a mirror. A stream of fresh water flowed in through a crack in the rock diverted by Lei Zhangqing, using formations from the spiritual spring on the mountain. It flowed alongside the stone slab, its temperature cool year-round, and its spiritual energy content was higher than that outside. Embedded in the cave walls were several moonlight stones gifted by a contact from Blackstone City, who was at the 7th level of qi refining. They were said to be a specialty of Blackstone City, storing energy in sunlight and glowing automatically at night. This cave was already considered luxurious among scattered cultivators, featuring a dedicated cultivation room and access to the spiritual spring skylights and night glow stones. Every time the Yuan family came in to clean, they would remark, "Senior Turtle lives better than most people." This cave was already considered luxurious among scattered cultivators, featuring a dedicated cultivation room and access to the spiritual spring skylights and night glow stones. Every time the Yuan family came in to clean, they would remark, "Senior Turtle lives better than most people." If the space between a cartwheel and a small house had several gears, he would probably be at the level of a small pavilion. The patterns on his shell were layered and overlapping in a deep iron blue color, with the newly grown shell edges glimmering with a faint bluish sheen under the sunlight. The aura of his grand completion in qi refining was as deep as the abyss, with the turtle breathing technique suppressing most of the demonic energy from leaking out. Yet merely lying there, the oppressive aura was enough to weaken the legs of the young family members visiting the ancestor cave for the first time. He scanned the area within 30 miles with his spiritual sense. The Mising Formation was operating normally. The Earth Shield Formation and offensive formations were on standby. The mine was well lit, and the wooden houses had wisps of smoke rising. In the newly opened spirit fields around Linquan Valley, the Yuan family had harvested spirit herbs 3 times, with the 4th batch just sprouting. The sound of chiseling stones came from the mine direction. The annual output of spirit stones remained stable at over 1,000. Although this nascent spiritual vein was not of high grade, it was extremely pure, and after 5 years of mining there were still no signs of depletion. With the dual enhancement of Linquan Valley and the Gathering Spirit Array, and after acquiring a first-tier formation inheritance and diligently studying the understanding of formations day and night, his changes over the past 5 years were not the greatest, but they were undoubtedly the most solid. He had broken through from the 6th to the 7th level of qi refining, crossing the threshold from mid-stage to latest stage qi refining. With the dual enhancement of Linquan Valley and the Gathering Spirit Array, and after acquiring a first-tier formation inheritance and diligently studying the understanding of formations day and night, he broke through a stagnation that had lasted for several years within 3 months. How is the mind today? Stable. The newly opened branch has good quality. The spiritual energy content of this batch of low-grade spirit stones is 10% high. The Mising formation and Earth Shield formation had been optimized by him over 5 years, with their defensive power increased by at least 30% compared to when they were first set up. Senior. He stood at the entrance of the Ancestor Cave, slightly bowing. How is the mind today? Stable. The newly opened branch has good quality. The spiritual energy content of this batch of low-grade spirit stones is 10% higher than the previous batch. Lei Zhengqing hung the mining lamp at the cave entrance. His tone was more relaxed than 5 years ago, less tense and alert. It wasn't about being lax, it was the calmness of not needing to constantly keep a hand on the knife blade in his own territory. Yue Yuan nodded his turtle head. He trusted Lei Zhengqing completely. Every task from managing the mine to setting up formations, leading people, and providing security was executed with diligence. With the foundation of a scattered cultivator and the resources of Linquan Valley, 5 years of accumulation had transformed him from a struggling scattered cultivator into a supporting figure for an entire family. What about Xiaowan? She is cultivating by the spiritual spring. Ever since she broke through to the 4th level of Qi refining 2 years ago, it's like she has found her calling, going to the spring before dawn and only returning after sunset. At this pace, the 5th level of Qi refining should be just a few days away. Just as he finished speaking, a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy came from the direction of the spiritual spring, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread outward from the center of the spring. Lei Zhengqing suddenly turned around, instinctively placing his hand on the hilt of his newly replaced weapon at his waist, but then he realized and relaxed his grip. She broke through. Yue Yuan swept his spiritual sense towards the spiritual spring. Lei Xiaowan was sitting cross-legged on the bluish stone by the spring, surrounded by mist, and spiritual light rippled from within her, steadily stepping from the peak of the 4th level of Qi refining into the 5th level. It was only half a tea's worth of time. With a true water spiritual root and the 2nd-tier high-quality technique, Songlongju, she had cultivated at the core of the spiritual spring for 5 years, transforming from a girl at the 1st level of Qi refining into one at the 4th level with combat power that had no rivals among mid-stage cultivators. She can now condense 3 water arrows simultaneously, and a simplified version of the water prison technique can manifest from 10 zhang away. She has entered the basics of Canlong, overlapping waves. The water pressure stacks on top of each other. Lei Zhengqing has tried it once, and with full defense he could barely withstand 2 stacks. Your daughter is much stronger than you were back, then Yue Yuan transmitted. She should be stronger than me, Lei Zhengqing replied, his tone calm, but the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. The light of her breakthrough gradually receded, and Lei Xiaowan stood up from the spring, glancing in the direction of the ancestor. She knew that both her father and the senior turtle were sensing her breakthrough, but she did not approach. Instead, she nodded slightly in that direction before sitting down again to consolidate her cultivation. The daughter of a scattered cultivator was never pretentious. Once she broke through, she continued to cultivate as routine as eating and drinking. How has the Yuan family been lately? Yue Yuan asked. She broke through to the 4th level of Qi refining some time ago. When Lei Zhengqing said this, his expression was even more subtle than when he praised his daughter earlier. A bit proud, a bit helpless, and a bit amused, he continued. She originally didn't plan to cultivate, deliberately saying that being at the 3rd level of Qi refining was enough, spending her days planting spirit herbs, sewing clothes for the kids, and managing the kitchen. But since she was always at the core of the spiritual spring, nourished daily by spiritual energy, coupled with Mai and Xiaowan's persuasion saying it was just for her health, after half a year of coaxing, she finally relented. As a result, once she truly started cultivating, she advanced even faster than I did, taking only half a year to go from the 3rd to the 4th level. On the day she broke through, she told me if I had known it was this easy, I would have broken through years ago, and then she turned back to continue tending to her vegetable garden. When Lei Zhengqing spoke of tending to her vegetable garden, his tone was exactly the same as when he was assessing spirit stones at the market years ago. A hint of amusement flashed in Yue Yuan's green bean-like eyes. Yuan sure appeared gentle and easygoing, but deep down, she was more stable than anyone else. She had harvested 3 batches of spirit herbs planted by the spiritual spring, expanding the spirit field from a small plot to 3 small plots. The young members of the Liu family learned to cultivate spirit plants, all under her guidance. For others, breakthroughs in cultivation were moments of great joy, but for her, it was not even worth glancing at unless the spirit herb sprouted. Yet precisely because of this mindset, her cultivation proceeded smoothly, without any inner demon bottlenecks. A sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Liu Tieshan entered carrying a jar of wine and an oiled paper package familiar with the route as he placed the items on the stone platform beside the stone slab. His transformation over these 5 years was even more profound than his cultivation. From the mid-Xiantian stage, he had broken through all the way to the half-step Grandmaster, the closest a mortal martial artist could get to the Grandmaster realm, only a single step away from that legendary state. Through the cultivation of the Xuanwu art and occasional guidance from Yue Yuan on the layered water style techniques, his saber style had become uniquely his own, dense and subtle, with hidden surges of power. All the Liu family members who sparred with him said the patriarch's saber feels heavier than before. The angular lines of his cheekbones were now completely smoothed over by well-proportioned flesh. His shoulders had broadened by a full circle compared to 5 years ago, and he walked like a mobile iron tower. Only his wolf-like eyes remained unchanged, still as bright as ever. Brother Yue old Qingniu Town has brewed a new batch of osmanthus wine. Fourth uncle brought it along when he came down the mountain yesterday to gather herbs. And there's spiced beef, the kind you said was delicious last time. Yue Yuan poked his head out from his tortoise shell, his small eyes scanning the wine jar. That wine of old Qin's made me sleep for 2 whole days last time. Are you sure you're not trying to assassinate me? So are you going to drink it or not? He'll drink. Pour the wine. 5 years ago, Liu Tieshan still addressed him as senior with every bow and would always kneel on one knee. But from some point onward, probably after Yue Yuan casually said one day, while instructing him on saber technique, stop kneeling. Every time you kneel I have to ask you to get up. It's a hassle. Liu Tieshan changed how he addressed him. First it was Senior Yue, then Old Brother Yue, and finally settled on Brother Yue. Yue Yuan's comment on this was, it took you 5 years to change how you address me. You martial artists are so slow at calling someone a brother. Liu Tieshan replied with a straight face, it's not that I was slow to call you brother. It's that in the first few years you sounded too much like an old ancestor. I didn't dare. Yue Yuan was silent for a few breaths, then charged all the wine they drank that day to Liu Tieshan. One lay sprawled on a stone slab, the other sat by the stone table enjoying spiced beef and osmanthus wine. How are the children? Yue Yuan asked, using a thread of water to roll a slice of beef into his mouth. The eldest one found the threshold of the water arrow spell on his own yesterday. Liu Tieshan said this in a calm tone, but his hand pouring wine for Yue Yuan was a half-beat slower than usual. No one taught him. He just watched Zhao Wan practice a few times, then tried it himself by the river for an afternoon. When he came back that night he was drenched, but he was clutching a fish that had been knocked out by a water arrow. He's only 5 years old. A true spiritual root is no joke. I spent 2 years practicing at the bottom of a lake before I could catch fish with water arrows. Your son learns it after watching a few times. Comparing people really is frustrating. He paused, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his small eyes. But then again, your son is my disciple's disciple. If the grand disciple is impressive, the grandmaster looks good. Liu Tieshan didn't pick up on that thread, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. In these 5 years the corners of his mouth had moved more than in the previous 20+ years combined. Perhaps it was because becoming a father had softened the muscles of his face along with his heart. Speaking of which, one must mention Liu Tieshan and Lei Zaiwan's 3 children, Liu Jingshu, Liu Jingxi, and Liu Jingfeng. Their names were chosen according to the family's generational naming system, with a 20-character poem personally set by Yu Yuan Jing Yun Kai Tian Zhe, Wen Guang Ying Shi Chang, Song Feng Cheng Zhu De Lin Feng, Zhao Jiaxiang. The first generation took the character Jing. Liu Tieshan and Lei Xiaowan had 3 children in 5 years. On the day the eldest turned 5 and underwent spiritual awakening, Yu Yuan, who rarely stayed awake, personally used his spiritual sense to examine the spiritual root talents of all 3 children. The eldest Liu Jingshu had a true water spiritual root. On awakening day his spiritual light was as pure as water, exactly like Lei Zaiwan's back then. The second child, Liu Jingxi, a girl, had a mixed lightning fire spiritual root, inheriting the lightning attribute from her maternal grandfather with an added fire attribute. This kind of mixed spiritual root wasn't rare among rogue cultivators. It meant slower cultivation speed compared to a single spiritual root, but the combination of lightning and fire attributes made her offensive power not to be underestimated. As for the third child, Liu Jingfeng, his meridians were unobstructed, but he had not yet sensed any spiritual light. Yue Yuan said that just because his age wasn't right for testing didn't mean he wouldn't develop one later. Some children's spiritual roots awaken late, so they should test him a few more times. That night Lei Jingxin got drunk for the first time in a long while. His daughter had a true water spiritual root, his grandson also had a true water spiritual root, and his granddaughter had a mixed lightning fire spiritual root. He sat under the jujube tree holding the 2 younger ones, muttering over and over, good, truly good. Wan Shi was sewing clothes nearby, her eyes red all night. And behind the arrival of these 3 children lay a full 5 years of Yue Yuan's diligent matchmaking efforts. The bamboo shed cultivation room was accidentally reserved only for Liu Tieshan and Lei Xiaowan. When expanding the Spirit Spring Valley, he conveniently planned the Lei family courtyard and the Liu family wooden house in the quietest corner. Whenever Wan Shi occasionally mentioned at the dinner table that they should have children, he would only let her speak after using his spiritual sense to confirm Lei Jingxin wasn't home. The system still hadn't paid him for this matchmaking work. Thinking of this, Yue Yuan habitually called up the system panel and Realm Chi Refinement, Great Perfection, Current Clan Fortune, 99 points. Just 1 point short of Bloodline Evolution. Over these 5 years the clan fortune points had increased intermittently. Liu Tieshan's breakthrough to half-step Grandmaster had given a few points. Lei Zaiwan's consecutive breakthroughs had given a few points. The 3 children's successive awakenings had given a few points. The annual production of spirit stones in the Spirit Spring Valley exceeding 1,000 had also given a few points. But each time it was just a few points here and there, like cutting meat with a dull knife. In the last 6 months it hadn't increased at all. The 99 points were like a splinter, neither too big nor too small, stuck right in the most uncomfortable spot. Just 1 point away from evolving his bloodline, and after evolution, he could attempt foundation establishment. But he had been stuck on that single point for 6 whole months. It wasn't that he couldn't attempt foundation establishment without evolving, but the speed was far too slow. It would probably take another 10 or 20 years of sleeping to break through successfully. Although he could also break through using 100 clan fortune points, it always felt less cost-effective than upgrading his bloodline first. This damn system was more stubborn than the gates of Blackstone City. Liu Tieshan poured him another bowl of wine. Brother Yue, 2 more groups of visitors came to the valley today. Which 2 families? The Qin family from Qingniu and the Su family from Baishipo. The Qins sent 10 good horses, saying they wanted to trade horses and furs for the spirit spring water from the valley. The Zus were more direct. They brought 30 low-grade spirit stones and wanted to discuss a supply deal for spiritual herbs. I've already arranged for people to entertain them, but the specific cooperation terms still need your review. Yue Yuan took a sip of wine. Over these 5 years, the fame of the Spirit Spring Valley had spread increasingly far in the outer reaches of the Qingniu Mountains. At first, it was just a wandering rogue cultivator who happened to pass by and discovered that the spiritual energy in this mountain forest was exceptionally dense. Later, the news gradually spread, and rogue cultivator families within a 200-li radius sent people to investigate. The Chun and Su families were the first to arrive, followed intermittently by 7 or 8 others. Some came to purchase spirit spring water, some to discuss spiritual herb partnerships, some wanted to send their clan disciples for exchange and study, and one family even wanted to move their entire clan here to become vassals. Following the rules set by Yue Yuan, Liu Tieshan received each family courteously, but only discussed cooperation concerning the outer areas. The core area of the Spirit Spring Valley was not open to outsiders, and only members of the Liu and Lei families could enter the inner valley. Over the years, this set of rules had become the acknowledged bottom line in the outer reaches of the Qingniu Mountains. Visitors all knew that behind the Liu family of the Spirit Spring Valley stood an unfathomable, profound water-old ancestor. Latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators in the vicinity would deliberately detour around the mountain path leading to the valley entrance. The Qins just sent a batch of horses last month, and they're sending another this month. They're not short on Spirit Spring water. They're trying to probe the depths of the valley. Yue Yuan transmitted his voice slowly. Next time they come, tell them the Spirit Spring water has already been promised to the Su family, and ask them to come back in 6 months. And the Su family. The Zus are worth discussing. Their family is in the spiritual herb business and has a fixed trade route with Blackstone City. If we ever need to sell the spirit stones from the mine externally, the Zus would be a good channel. But we need to drive the price down a bit. We can't let them think the Spirit Spring Valley is an easy touch on the first deal. Liu Tieshan nodded, taking note. Yue Yuan was about to pick up another slice of beef when his spiritual sense suddenly detected something flying toward the valley from outside. An extremely fine streak of fire was racing along the outer reaches of the Qingniu Mountains toward the Spirit Spring Valley, moving at high speed. A transmission talisman. Not the kind used by ordinary rogue cultivators, but a higher-grade directional transmission talisman specifically designed for long-distance communication. There were only 2 lines on the talisman paper, the script hasty and scrawled, evidently written in great haste within an extremely short time. It was sent by that rogue cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refinement from Blackstone City, on whom he had placed a restrictive spell. The Mu family has already locked onto the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain. They began frequently mobilizing personnel 3 months ago. Yesterday, Mu Wenxuan, a collateral member of the Mu family, was publicly purchasing intelligence on spirit stone mine veins at the market, with the bounty doubled. Furthermore, someone has been inquiring at a high price in the Qingmu Ridge market about spirit springs and nascent spirit veins. Make a swift decision. After reading, Yue Yuan's beady eyes flickered with a cold gleam as he pushed the message talisman over to Liu Tieshan. Our days of peace are over. The evening at Qingmu Ridge was far quieter than anywhere else on Qingniu Mountain. In the Mu family's meeting hall, Patriarch Mu Qingtsong sat in the seat of honor, a jade slip and a yellowed, beast-hide scroll spread before him. The jade slip was an official document from a golden core sect, its words polite but unequivocal. The centennial term was approaching, and the spirit vein token would need to be reauctioned. That beast-hide scroll was the Mu family's centennial token for their spirit vein. Its edges were frayed, and the cinnabar seal had faded to a mere pale red outline like an incense stick that had burned for 100 years and was now down to its last ember. Mu Qingtsong was not yet 60 at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. His father had fallen deep within Qingniu Mountain 30 years ago, and since then the weight of the Mu family had rested solely on his shoulders. Now seated in the place of honor, his brow was furrowed so deeply it could pinch a spirit stone. His 4th uncle Mu Yanqing sat to his left at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, the highest cultivation in the family besides himself and the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was 91 years old and had never left Qingmu Ridge in his life. He had personally trained every exploration team the Mu family had fielded over the past decades. He sat there in silence, merely fingering a spirit-sensing stone used for prospecting. His second son Mu Qingyan sat to the right at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, with a thunderfire mixed spiritual root. Fierce by nature, he was the Mu family's most skilled fighter. His seat faced the window, and his gaze was fixed on the direction of the rear mountain. Third brother Mu Qinghe sat below Mu Qingyan at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, the family's expert in formations and spirit vein prospecting. At that moment, he was bent over a summary of market intelligence, a slight frown on his face. Fourth brother Mu Qinghu sat at the very end, also at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, responsible for all of the Mu family's enterprises in the market town. He and Mu Qinghe were twins, but their temperaments were polar opposites. One calm, the other impatient. One seat remained empty. Mu Qingkang's gaze lingered on that empty space for a moment. That was Mu Wenbei's seat. He was the only one in the younger generation of the Mu family with a single-element true spiritual root at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and had just turned 30. Before going into seclusion, the Grand Elder had said Wenbei's talent is the best the Mu family has seen in 3 generations. If the Mu family were ever to produce a foundation establishment cultivator, he was their greatest hope. Mu Wenbei was not present today. He never attended such meetings. In his own words, cultivation was more important than meetings. Mu Qingsong did not force the issue. Geniuses were always allowed their quirks. The Grand Elder has been in seclusion for 3 years. Mu Qingyan broke the silence first. 3 years, and not a single sign of movement. Mu Qingsong did not reply. The Grand Elder in seclusion on the rear mountain was his own second uncle, now 119 years old. The lifespan limit for the great perfection of Qi refinement was 180 years. However, the Grand Elder had suffered a severe injury in his early years, damaging his foundation. That he had lived this long was only thanks to the Mu family's lavish use of spiritual medicines. If he could break through to foundation establishment before his lifespan ran out, the Mu family could participate in the auction as a foundation establishment clan, at least doubling their chances of success. If he could not break through, Mu Qingsong withdrew his gaze from the rear mountain and let it fall on the yellowed, beast-hide scroll. We cannot rush Uncle's affairs, he spoke. I called you here today to lay out the worst-case scenario. If Uncle cannot make it in time, should the Mu family still compete for this centennial token? The Mu family had occupied this first-grade spirit vein for nearly 100 years. Back then, the Mu family's ancestor, a half-step foundation establishment cultivator, had rescued a young cultivator besieged by demon beasts deep within Qingniu Mountain. After recovering, that young cultivator left behind a token claiming it was the credential of an inner disciple of the Golden Core sect, Qingniu Sword sect. Later, when the Qingniu Sword sect released the spirit vein token for auction, that disciple had already become a foundation establishment elder. Remembering the life-saving grace of the past, he secretly helped the Mu family. The Mu family had to mortgage their entire clan's assets just to barely win the bid for this centennial token. With the centennial token in hand, the Qingniu Sword sect recognized the Mu family's legal occupation of this spirit vein. For 100 years, no other force could seize it by force. Now the centennial term was approaching. The Qingniu Sword sect's rule tokens were released once every 30 years, and only a limited number were issued each time. All families holding a spirit vein token must re-auction upon the term's expiration. The auction had no cultivation restrictions, but there was no fairness on the auction floor. Foundation establishment forces naturally overpower Qi refinement families. Affiliated forces of Golden Core sects were given direct priority. Loose cultivators were not even allowed to enter. Last time the Mu family could win the bid because a foundation establishment elder was secretly helping them. This time that elder had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs and had fully repaid the debt of gratitude to the ancestor. Now, besides the Grand Elder, the younger generation had no standing to approach him. The Mu family had no other external support. Fight third brother Mu Qing has said, putting down the intelligence summary, but not by confronting the foundation establishment forces heated. A heating confrontation and the Mu family wouldn't even survive the first round. Then how do we fight? Go through the affiliated channel of a Golden Core sect. The Qingniu Sword sect's rules reserve a few slots for affiliated forces in each auction. They hold a separate auction with much less competition than the main hall. The Mu family has no foundation establishment cultivator now, but the main hall would be suicide. The affiliated channel has competition too, but at least there's no direct crushing from foundation establishment forces. Mu Qingyan frowned. The affiliated channel. That's for the peripheral families of Golden Core sects. When did the Mu family become an affiliate of the Qingniu Sword sect? We aren't now, but we can apply, Mu Qing has said. Loose cultivator families, Qi refinement families, even mortal martial artist families. Anyone willing to sign a tribute contract and pay a certain amount of spirit stones or resources to the sect each year can apply for affiliated status. But the slots for affiliated forces are limited. For the auction 6 months from now, if the Mu family wants to use the affiliated channel, we must submit the application within 2 months at the latest. What are the conditions of the affiliated contract? Mu Qingsong asked. 40% of annual income must be paid each year. The family must respond unconditionally to any sect summons. The meeting hall fell silent for a few breaths. 40% of income. The Mu family's current annual income was around 20,000 spirit stones, 40% was 8,000. Paying that sum would put even more strain on the Mu family's treasury. If we take the affiliated channel, which opponents will the Mu family face? Fourth brother Mu Qinghu asked. Around 7 or 8 Qi refinement families in the Qingniu Mountain area will apply for affiliated status. 3 of them are about as strong as the Mu family and 2 are stronger with a great perfection of Qi refinement cultivator and a deeper treasury. Mu Qinghe paused. But those aren't the biggest problems. Although the affiliated channel auction has less pressure than the main hall, the number of spirit vein tokens released each time is limited. Last time the affiliated channel only released 3 slots and 11 families were competing. 3 slots, 11 families fighting. Mu Qinghu sneered. Isn't that still a desperate struggle? It's better than the main hall. Last time in the main hall there were 6 slots and over 40 families competing, including over 10 foundation establishment forces. Mu Qing's voice dropped. With the Mu family's strength, we wouldn't even have the right to make a bid in the main hall. The affiliated channel at least gives us a fighting chance. Mu Qingtsong waited for them to finish before speaking slowly. How much is left in the treasury? Mu Qinghu, who was most sensitive to numbers, answered almost without thinking 20,000 low-grade spirit stones in stock. The spiritual fields, mineral caves, and market management rights valued at market price are about 15,000. Adding the spiritual herbs and demon beast materials stored in the warehouse, the total assets are close to 40,000. But that's everything we have, not a single stone more. What's the minimum winning bid for the spirit vein token? In the last affiliated channel round, the minimum winning bid was 40,000. In the main hall, it was higher, starting at 60,000. Mu Qingtsong fell silent. 40,000. Even if the Mu family liquidated all its assets, they would barely scrape together the minimum winning bid. But liquidating assets took time, and doing so would announce to everyone that the Mu family was betting everything. If an opponent on the auction floor deliberately drove up the price, the Mu family would have no room to counter. If the Grand Elder can break through to Foundation Establishment, Mu Qinghu suddenly said the Mu family won't need to use the affiliated channel. A Foundation Establishment clan can go directly to the main hall. There will still be competition, but at least we'll have the confidence to bid against other Foundation Establishment forces. Moreover, having a Foundation Establishment cultivator present in person is a form of deterrence in itself. If Mu Qingyan repeated the word, his tone laced with suppressed anxiety. What if the Grand Elder doesn't break through? Then we'll have to use the affiliated channel, Mu Qingha said. But only if the treasury has at least 40,000 spirit stones. Right now we have 22,000, or 18,000 short. Even if we mortgage the spiritual fields and mineral caves to the spirit stone bank in the market town, we can only borrow a little over 10,000. Still not enough. Then we sell. Mu Qingtsong rapped his knuckles on the table. List the shops in the market town for sale. Sell off the peripheral medicinal fields too. The Mu family will only keep the core spiritual fields and mineral caves. Liquidate everything else we can. Those shops and medicinal fields were built up by generations of the Mu family. Mu Qinghu shot to his feet. I know. Mu Qingtsong interrupted him. That's why we have to sell them. The Mu family's foundation is the spirit vein, not a few. If we keep the spirit vein, we can buy the shops back eventually. If we lose the spirit vein, what use are the shops? To collect rent from loose cultivators. Mu Qinghu opened his mouth, then closed it again. He had managed the family's industries for over a decade, and had personally negotiated every single shop. But he also knew that his elder brother was right. What if we still can't win the bid, even through the affiliated channel? Mu Qingyan asked. No one answered. But everyone knew the answer in their hearts. If they couldn't win the bid, the spirit vein would be reclaimed by the sect, and the Mu family would have to move out of Qingmu Ridge. They would move near a mortal town, scraping by on the meager management fees from a loose cultivator market and income from gathering herbs. The cultivation speed of the clan's younger generation would drop significantly, and the probability of future generations attempting foundation establishment would plummet. But the Mu family would not be annihilated. If they moved out, they would still be a Qi refinement family. If in the process of fighting and failing they offended someone they shouldn't have, the Mu family might not even be able to remain a Qi refinement family. Actually, Mu Yanqing, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. The old man placed the spirit sensing stone on the table. Aside from the auction and relocation, there is a third path. Fourth uncle, do you have a plan? The northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain, Mu Yanqing said. Over the past 3 years, the spiritual energy concentration there has been slowly rising. If it was a natural leakage of a spiritual vein, and the Mu family could find it before the Golden Core sect incorporated it into their vein decree system, they could claim it without needing to bid. But whether a spiritual vein existed in the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain remained unknown. If it did, it would be fortunate. If not, he turned his gaze to his eldest nephew. Prepare for the auction as well. Just as Mu Qingtsong was about to speak, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Mu Wenxuan stood at the entrance, clutching a jade slip in his hand. At 27 years old, he was at the third level of Qi refining. Unremarkable among the Mu family's branch descendants with mediocre cultivation and a reserved demeanor. Ordinarily, he had no place in such core family discussions, but now he stood at the threshold, his fingers trembling slightly around the jade slip. Patriarch, this is a summary of the Qingmu Ridge market situation over recent years. There's something in it I believe you should see for yourself. Mu Wenxuan entered the meeting hall and presented the jade slip with both hands. Mu Qingtsong took the jade slip and swept his divine sense through it. Inside was a monthly intelligence compilation from the market informants, mostly trivial matters. But in recent years, records, several entries had been marked by Mu Wenxuan with cinnabar. 3 months ago, someone had purchased Qi gathering pills at the market using lower-grade spirit stones of decent quality. 5 years ago, a herb gatherer named Sun Xing disappeared in the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain, never to be seen again. 1 month ago, a rogue cultivator inadvertently mentioned at the market that the spiritual energy in the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain was denser than elsewhere. That's all. Mu Qingtsong set down the jade slip. Mu Wenxuan retrieved an even older jade slip from his robe. There's also something from long ago. At that time, a female cultivator at the second level of Qi refining came to the market to sell demon bee scales and had a few spirit stones appraised. I happened to be there collecting materials and chatted with her for a bit. She only said the scales were self-polished. I didn't think much of it then, but later when I checked the records, that female cultivator never appeared at the market again. And according to that trade route, her direction of origin was also the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain. Mu Qingsong fell silent. One clue meant nothing, two could be coincidence, but 3 or 4 overlapping. What did that female cultivator look like? Mu Qinghe suddenly asked. 17 or 18 gray cloth clothes carrying a bamboo basket. Mu Wenxuan paused. Oh, she also had a mortal martial artist with her at the mid-Xintian stage with a wild goose blade at his waist. The hilt was wrapped with 3 layers of new hemp rope. A mortal martial artist with a qi refining female cultivator. Mu Qinghe frowned deeper. That's a rare combination. The hilt was wrapped with 3 layers of new hemp rope. A mortal martial artist with a qi refining female cultivator. Mu Qinghe frowned deeper. That's a rare combination. Later they walked side by side, not like master and servant. Mu Qinghe and Mu Qingsong exchanged a glance. A qi refining female cultivator accompanied by a mortal martial artist selling demon beast scales at the market and getting spirit stones appraised. She couldn't be a rogue cultivator. Rogue cultivators wouldn't keep mortals by their side. A cultivator with family background traveling with a mortal had only one explanation, that mortal was also family. But which cultivation family would let a mortal participate in cultivation resource transactions? Did that female cultivator have a storage pouch? Mu Qinghe asked. No. She carried a bamboo basket. Mu Qinghe nodded. Not using a storage pouch meant either she didn't have one or didn't want to flaunt wealth. A qi refining second-level cultivator, not high in cultivation, carrying a bamboo basket on mountain paths, with only a mortal martial artist by her side. This small family was either very low-key or indeed lacking in strength. But if it was a weak family, how could they occupy a spiritual vein in a place like the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain? Unless they had someone backing them. That mortal martial artist, do you remember any distinctive features? Mu Wenxuan thought carefully. A wild goose blade at his waist, the hilt wrapped with 3 layers of new hemp rope. Nothing else special. 3 layers of new hemp rope on the hilt. Mu Qingyan repeated, committing the detail to memory. It wasn't unusual for a mortal martial artist to rewrap a blade hilt, but 3 layers, and standing straight, before a female cultivator. That didn't seem like a servant. Wenxuan. Mu Qingsong spoke. Well done. Don't mention this to anyone for now. Mu Wenxuan nodded, but his heart churned violently, a sentence circling in his throat several times held back again and again. Seeing Mu Qingsong already flipping through the next intelligence report, he knew if he didn't ask, now he'd lose his chance. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. Patriarch subordinate. Has one more thing to dare ask. Mu Qingsong looked up. Mu Wenxuan took a deep breath, his heart pounding faster than when he fought rogue cultivators at the market. If this time we find leads on the northwestern foothills of Qingniu, times held back again and again. Seeing Mu Qingsong already flipping through the next intelligence, Mu Qingyan frowned. You're at the 3rd level of qi refining. Oh, what would you do in the mountains? My cultivation is low, but I've traversed the terrain of the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain no fewer than 10 times. The routes of those rogue cultivators, the market informants, and the markers at several key forks. I've mapped them out bit by bit over the years. If we're truly to explore the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain, we'll need someone familiar with the outer areas to guide us. Mu Wenxuan felt a bit sheepish after saying this and added, I'm not trying to claim credit, I just want to follow and see. If the Mu family ever settles there in the future, I can get familiar with the terrain sooner. Mu Qingsong was silent for a few breaths, then slowly nodded. All right, but you'll follow, not to fight. 3rd uncle and 4th uncle will handle the exploration. Your task is to lead them to the outer area, then stay in a safe place and wait for news. Don't be reckless. Yes. Mu Wenxuan straightened his back and responded, forcing the excitement off his face. At 27, 3rd level of qi refining, a branch descendant of the Mu family, he never had a say among the core members. Today he was not only praised publicly, but also landed a mission into the mountains. He turned and stepped back, his hand behind his back, clenching and unclenching quietly. Mu Qingsong stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the layered forests of Qingmu Ridge stretched out, and farther away the peaks of Qingniu Mountain blurred into silhouettes in the twilight. He was silent for a long time, then turned his gaze, sweeping over everyone in the meeting hall. The Mu family now faces the greatest predicament in 3 generations. The 100-year decree has only half a year left. 2nd uncle has been in seclusion for 3 years with no word. The treasury doesn't even reach half the auction reserve price. But a predicament is also a turning point. If there truly is a spiritual vein in the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain, the Mu family won't have to fight Foundation establishment powers at the auction. If we find it, the Mu family has a way out. If not, we go all out for the auction. Not finding it isn't the worst outcome. The worst is waiting for death. He began assigning tasks. 3rd brother, lead the survey team into the outer northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain. 4th uncle will go too. The old master is experienced. No one in the Mu family knows spirit vein sensing techniques better than him. Survey the outer area, don't go deep, don't alert anyone. If there's no discovery within a month, well, drop the matter and focus entirely on the auction. 4th brother, investigate Sun Xing's whereabouts. Does he have acquaintances at the market? When did he last enter the mountains? Which route did he take? Also look into that female cultivator who sold scales, her origins, and where she went. Wenxuan. Mu Qingsong turned to Mu Wenxuan. Keep an eye on the market. Don't ask proactively, don't let any rogue cultivator notice the Mu family's interest in the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain. If someone brings it up, say the Mu family is expanding its herb gathering range. Finally, he looked at Mu Qingyan. 2nd brother, start cutting expenses in the treasury today. Suspend all non-essential purchases. Prioritize spirit field output for the core descendants cultivation. Also have one by try to break through to the 8th level of Qi refining in the coming months. Regardless of the outcome, after a month the Mu family must prepare for the worst while making the best preparations. One more latest stage, Qi refining cultivator, gives us more leverage. And keep the auction plans moving in parallel. 2 plans. The northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain is the backup, the auction is the main line. The group dispersed with their orders. Mu Yuan was the last to leave, pausing at the door. He hesitated, then said softly to Mu Qingcong, Patriarch, that female cultivator's scale polishing craftsmanship was excellent. What I mean is, ordinary rogue cultivators wouldn't put that much effort into scales. To polish them so finely, it's likely she was taught by a family over a long period. Mu Qingcong glanced at him, said nothing, but noted the detail. Long-term family teaching meant the female cultivator came from a family with a heritage, not a makeshift group of rogue cultivators. Heritage meant roots. Roots meant they couldn't be underestimated. After the meeting dispersed, Mu Qingcong sat alone in the hall, rubbing the yellowed 100-year decree in his hands. The cinnabar on the decree had only the last ring left, thin as a thread burned for a century, ready to snap in the wind. When his father had handed him this decree years ago, he had said the Mu family's roots are given by the spiritual vein. Without the spiritual vein, the roots are severed. His father had fallen deep in Qingniu Mountain 30 years ago, and since then the Mu family's spirit vein exploration had never ventured far. Now the Mu family faced a harder choice than ever. The auction offered slim chances. Relocation meant cutting off the roots. The third path was an unknown. Mu Qingcong stood up and walked to the window. The night wind blew from the direction of Qingniu Mountain, carrying the coolness of the forest and an extremely faint, indescribable scent. He looked toward the rear mountain where the stone door, the second uncle's seclusion, remained tightly shut. Then his gaze shifted further. The peaks of Qingniu Mountain became layers of ink-black silhouettes in the night. The mountain terrain to the northwest seemed more blurred than a decade ago, as if shrouded in a barely perceptible thin mist. The northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain. He whispered the words softly toward the hazy mountain shadows. Whatever lay hidden in those mountains, the Mu family had to go see. But not today. Today set the board first, step by step. Once the survey team confirms the exact location, if it's a spiritual vein, fight for it. If not, retreat. The Mu family's legacy of several generations cannot fall in his hands. At dawn, the Spirit Spring Valley was still shrouded in mist. 3 small figures squeezed through the gaps in the fence of the Liu family courtyard, crouching low, their movements so practiced it was clearly not their first time. The eldest Liu Jingshu led the way. Though only 5 years old, his small frame was held straight, one hand pressed with solemn gravity against the small wooden knife at his waist. The second child, Liu Jingxi, followed behind. At 4, she clutched a small twig, slashing and hacking through the air, providing her own sound effects, swoosh, swoosh. The second child, Liu Jingxi, followed behind. At 4, she clutched a small twig, slashing and hacking through the air, providing her own sound effects, swoosh, swoosh. The day before, she had watched her grandfather demonstrate the thunderblade, mesmerized by the arcs of electricity leaping along its edge. Since then, the twig was a blade, and walking was a journey through the martial world. The youngest Liu Jingfeng brought up the rear. At 3, his steps were the smallest, and his pace the slowest, but each footfall was planted firmly, crushing the few wild grass sprouts that had just emerged from the cracks in the stone path. He carried no twig, and wore no wooden knife. Instead, he held a stalk of dog's tail grass between his lips, humming a vague tune his grandmother had taught him. Today's route was set. Out of the yard, around the jujube tree, across the stone path by the Spirit Spring, up the small slope of the back hill, into the ancestors' cave. They had walked this path no less than 100 times. Grandmother said this was the safest path in the entire Spirit Spring Valley because Uncle Turtle's spiritual sense was always watching over it. They didn't yet understand what spiritual sense meant, but they knew that no matter where they fell, a line of water would always catch them. Passing under the jujube tree, Liu Jingshu stopped, stood on his tiptoes, and surveyed the branches. The dates were beginning to redden. They could be picked in half a month. Last time he climbed the tree to pick dates, grandmother caught him red-handed and made him stand as punishment for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. But the price of that punishment was that she made them red date cake that very evening. Weighing the cost and benefit, he decided to wait until the dates were a bit riper before climbing again. Brother, let's go, Liu Jingxi urged from behind. Wait a moment. Liu Jingshu took another look, silently noting which branches were thickest with fruit, and then continued to lead the way. Crossing the stone path by the Spirit Spring, he stopped, crouched by the spring like his father, cupped some water in his hands, took a drink, and declared with a serious little face, "This is a Spirit Spring. Drinking it makes you grow taller." Liu Jingxi tilted her head and countered, "Then Uncle Turtle has drunk it for so many years. Why is he still so short?" Liu Jingshu thought for a moment. Her question had a point, and he couldn't answer. So he changed the subject. "Come on. If we're any later, Uncle Turtle will be asleep." "Uncle Turtle sleeps every day," said Liu Jingxi. "So if we're late, hell, just be sleeping deeper," Liu Jingshu replied. The youngest Liu Jingfeng walked past them, crouched down, also cupped some water to drink, and offered his opinion sweet. As they passed the mine entrance, several Liu Clan members on the night shift had just finished their rotation and were squatting by the entrance eating their morning porridge. Seeing the 3 small figures emerge from the bushes, they grinned and pretended not to notice. The clan leader had instructed them not to interfere with the children playing in the valley as long as they didn't cross the perimeter line at the valley mouth. Of course, even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. The guards at the valley entrance were all Xiantian martial artists. The three little ones whose combined height didn't reach the guard's waist could all be scooped up with one arm. Lu Jingxi pointed her little twig at the miner's lamp hanging at the mine entrance and announced loudly, "That's grandfather's lamp." Lu Jingfeng took the dog's tail grass out of his mouth and corrected her seriously, "That's a miner's lamp, not grandfather's. If grandfather hung it, it's grandfather's." Lu Jingfeng thought about this logic for a moment and found it reasonable, so he put the dog's tail grass back in his mouth and continued walking. Passing the Lei family courtyard, Wan Shi was sitting under the jujube tree picking vegetables. Seeing the three little ones pass by the yard, she called out without looking up, "Don't be gone too long. Come back for lunch." "Got it, grandmother." Three voices chimed in unison, perfectly synchronized, a clear sign they had heard this sentence countless times. Wan Shi continued picking her vegetables, the corners of her mouth curving into a faint smile. She watched the three children's figures disappear onto the path leading to the back hill, her gaze lingering on the youngest, Lu Jingfeng, for a moment longer. His steps were the smallest, but each one was planted the most firmly. She let out a soft sigh, whether of relief or something else she couldn't tell. Then she lowered her head and continued picking vegetables. The ancestors' cave was halfway up the back hill. The entrance was a natural rock crevice wide enough for only one person to pass through sideways. The three children slipped in with practiced ease. Inside, the cave opened up into a wide space. The midday sun shone straight down through a skylight, warming the entire slab of bluestone. Lying on the bluestone was an old turtle, dark blue-green, and the size of a small pavilion. The patterns on its shell were layered and dense. Moonlight stones were embedded in the cave walls, their light interweaving with the shimmer of the Spirit Springs tributary. "Uncle Turtle." Lu Jingxu bowed respectfully. "Uncle Turtle, you're so big today." Lu Jingxi had already rushed forward, her small hands slapping against the turtle's shell with a loud crack. Yue Yuan slowly opened one small greenish eye crack, then closed it again. Lu Jingfeng walked up to the bluestone, took a piece of glutinous rice cake wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket, stood on his tiptoes, and placed it on the stone. "Uncle Turtle, eat." Yue Yuan poked his head out from his shell, his small green eye scanning the rice cake. This child always brought food every time he came, things he himself couldn't bear to eat. He used a line of water to curl the rice cake into his mouth, chewed twice and swallowed. Sweeter than last time. Lu Jingfeng grinned, revealing his two newly grown front teeth. For the better part of the next hour, the three children played wildly in the ancestors' cave. Lu Jingxu practiced his walk. He stood directly beneath the skylight, raised his small hand, and a thin water arrow shot from his fingertip, striking the cave wall and leaving a small wet mark. He frowned unsatisfied and raised his hand to shoot another. This time it went a bit higher. That day by the river, he had watched his mother practice her water arrows. With a single raise of her hand, she could shoot 3. He wanted to learn, but after half a month of practice he could still only shoot 1. He frowned unsatisfied and raised his hand to shoot another. This time it went a bit higher. That day by the river, he had watched his mother practice her water arrows. With a single raise of her hand, she could shoot 3. He wanted to learn, but after half a month of practice, Lu Jingxu was startled, but then his eyes lit up. Uncle Turtle was teaching him to aim. He shot another arrow. This time Yue Yuan gently lifted his water arrow with his own, adjusting its angle, and it struck the center of the previous wet mark with precision. Lu Jingxu took a deep breath and continued practicing with a serious little face. Yue Yuan commented inwardly, much smarter than the stupid fish in the lake back then. Lu Jingxi was chasing a line of water. More precisely, her twig was being coiled in midair by a line of water tumbling up and down, darting left and right. She jumped to grab it, couldn't reach. She lunged for it, couldn't get it. The twig was like a lively, slippery loach dancing just 3 inches from her fingertips, always eluding her grasp. Frustrated, she puffed out her cheeks, set her hands on her hips, and protested loudly to the old turtle on the bluestone. "Uncle Turtle, you're cheating." Yue Yuan flicked the twig to the left. Lu Jingxi lunged left, missed. He flicked it right. She lunged right, missed again. After a few rounds, she suddenly stopped moving. Her eyes darted around, then she lunged sharply in the opposite direction. She caught the twig squarely. Clutching it triumphantly, she waved it around. "Huh, got it." A glint of amusement flickered in Yue Yuan's small green eye. This girl is smarter than her grandfather. Lu Jingfeng was chasing a firefly. Somehow a few fireflies had flown into the ancestors' cave, likely drawn by the moisture from the Spirit Springs tributary. They glowed with a pale green light under the reflection of the moonlight stones. Lu Jingfeng chased one from the cave entrance to the edge of the rock crevice. The firefly suddenly flew upward. He stood on his tiptoes to reach it, but his foot slipped and he fell backward. A line of water silently caught his bottom, gently pulling him back upright. Lu Jingfeng wasn't scared at all. Instead, he giggled, got up, and continued the chase. "Thank you, Uncle Turtle," he said as he ran. Yue Yuan withdrew his spiritual sense from the boy and went back to teasing Lu Jingxi with the twig. After an unknown amount of time, Wan Shi's call came from afar outside the cave. "Jingxu, Jingxi, Jingfeng, come back for lunch." The three children stopped simultaneously. They exchanged glances, then turned in unison to Yue Yuan and made a shush gesture. Lu Jingxu lowered his voice and said, "Uncle Turtle, don't make a sound. Grandmother doesn't know we're here." Lu Jingxi added, "Actually she does." Lu Jingfeng had already crawled to the edge of the rock crevice, poking half his head out to look around. Confirming it was safe, he turned back and waved, "Let's go." The three children stopped simultaneously. They exchanged glances, then turned in unison to Yue Yuan and made a shush gesture. Lu Jingxu lowered his voice and said, "Uncle Turtle, don't make a sound. Grandmother doesn't know we're here. The last time there was such a ruckus was when Liu Tieshan as a child threw steamed buns into the lake. In the afternoon the atmosphere in the valley shifted. Fourth uncle Liu Changfu personally came to the ancestral cavern to invite Yue Yuan down the mountain, announcing that today the children would officially undergo their spiritual root assessment. The previous enlightenment ceremony had only provided a rough estimate. Today they would use an authentic assessment stone that Lei Zhengxing had acquired from Blackstone City, capable of precisely determining spiritual root attributes and aptitude levels. The main hall was packed with people. Yue Yuan shrank his form and lay prone on the blue stone slab at the center. Lei Zhengxing and Wan Shi sat to one side, while Liu Tieshan and Lei Xiaowan stood behind the children. Fourth uncle stood nearby with a ledger, his expression more solemn than during the New Year's ancestral rites. The three children lined up resembling three little chicks dragged out into the sunlight. Lu Jingxu whispered to Lu Jingshu, "Brother, what are we testing again?" "Spiritual roots. Didn't we test those last time was enlightenment, this time is assessment. It's different." Lu Jingshu's voice was steady, but behind his back his hands clenched tightly. Lu Jingfeng stood at the far right silent. The dogtail grass still hung from his mouth, but he had stopped chewing. At 3 years old, he could already sense the shift in atmosphere. Lei Jingxing placed the assessment stone on the stone platform at the hall center. It was a milky white rock the size of a fist, its surface smooth as a mirror encircled by several layers of finely etched array patterns. He glanced at Liu Tieshan, who gave a slight nod. "Jingshu, you go first." Lu Jingshu stepped forward and placed his right hand on the assessment stone. His movements were steady, just like his father's. The stone glowed. A pure blue radiance emanated from deep within the stone's core, unwavering, untainted, as blue as the sky reflected on the surface of a spiritual spring. The blue light held steady for several breaths before slowly fading. "Water type, true spiritual root." Lei Zhengxing's voice carried a hint of barely concealed satisfaction. "The spiritual light is as pure as water, just like Zaiwan's back then." Fourth uncle diligently recorded a line in his ledger, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Wan Shi gently patted Lei Zhengxing's hand. Lei Xiaowan crouched down and gently wiped the dust from Lu Jingshu's hand. Lu Jingshu looked at his mother and asked, "Mother, is this good?" Lei Xiaowan nodded with relief, but said nothing. Liu Tieshan stood nearby, still wearing his usual expressionless face, but the corner of his mouth twitched 3 times. "Jingxi." Lu Jingxi bounced up to the stone, slapping her hand down with a sharp crack that startled fourth uncle. The stone glowed even more dazzlingly than before. An arc of lightning leaped from the stone's surface, followed by another. 2 arcs intertwined in a flash, one a brilliant silver white, the other streaked with flickering red light. The lightning carried a hint of fire, 2 spiritual attributes coexisting within the same root. A lightning fire mixed spiritual root. Lei Zhengxing's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. No, lightning is primary, fire secondary. The primary and secondary were distinct, not a chaotic blend. While this type of root cultivated slower than a single-element root, the dual attributes of lightning and fire stacked to grant far greater offensive power than a single-element root of the same rank. He watched the dancing arcs on the assessment stone, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. This was his attribute. He had cultivated lightning's spiritual energy for over 30 years, and now it blossomed in his granddaughter with an added touch of fire. Lu Jingxi turned back to Lu Jingshu and flashed a victory sign. "Brother, my light is brighter than yours." "Brightness doesn't mean strength," Lu Jingshu replied calmly. "It does." Yue Yuan nodded his turtle head. A lightning fire mixed root was indeed impressive. This girl would follow an offensive path. Combined with her father's blade techniques and her grandfather's lightning blade legacy within the chi refining stage, she could shatter the protective spiritual light of most cultivators at the same level. Then came the youngest. Lu Jingfeng stepped forward. He took the dogtail grass from his mouth, set it aside on the stone platform, and placed his hand on the assessment stone. His movements were unhurried but steady, just like his gait. Lu Jingfeng's small hand pressed against the stone, but it remained utterly still. Silence. The silence stretched on. The assessment stone lay quietly on the platform, devoid of blue light arcs or any reaction. Lu Jingfeng did not remove his hand. He remembered his grandfather's words during assessment: maintain contact and don't move. He waited and waited until his arm grew sore, yet the stone still showed nothing. Fourth uncle's pen hovered over the ledger, refusing to descend. Lei Jingxing stood up, then sat down, then stood again. Lei Xiaowan watched her third son's profile, stuffing her hands into her sleeves, clenching, releasing, clenching again. Liu Tieshan's face betrayed no emotion, but his knuckles cracked audibly. Lu Jingfeng withdrew his hand and looked up at everyone's faces. He was only 3, but having grown up in the spiritually rich Spirit Spring Valley, he was far more mature than other children his age. He could already read adult expressions. Liu Tieshan's face betrayed no emotion, but his knuckles cracked audibly. Lu Jingfeng withdrew his hand and looked up at everyone's faces. Down the mountain could be heard. Liu Tieshan took a deep breath, about to speak, when an ancient calm voice echoed in everyone's mind. "Put your hand back." Lu Jingfeng obediently placed his hand back on the assessment stone. He looked up at the old turtle on the blue stone slab and asked again, his voice still that of a 3-year-old, but carrying a seriousness beyond his years. "Uncle Turtle, why do my brother and sister have spiritual roots, but I don't?" Yue Yuan was silent for a moment. Then he spoke, his tone flat, as if stating an insignificant fact, yet everyone in the hall fell silent after hearing it. This one has been an orphan for 2 lifetimes, never knowing where his brother or sister might be. You are far better off than this one. No one present except Yue Yuan himself could fully comprehend those words. But the calm in his voice, a serenity devoid of any self-pity, made Lei Zhengqing stop, pacing. Liu Tieshan's knuckles relax, and Lei Xiaowan hide her torn sleeve behind her back. 3-year-old Liu Jingfeng did not fully grasp the answer. He didn't know what 2 lifetimes meant, but he understood one thing. Uncle Turtle said it was okay not to have a spiritual root. He turned to Liu Jingxi and said, Uncle Turtle said it's okay. Liu Jingxi was still wiping away tears for Liu Jingfeng's lack of a spiritual root, sniffling as she asked, Why? Why aren't you crying? Liu Jingfeng thought for a moment before answering seriously, Uncle Turtle said it's okay. The silence in the hall shifted from oppressive to something more complex. 4th uncle set down his pen and wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Then Yue Yuan's voice rang out again, still in that faint matter-of-fact tone. Without a spiritual root, follow your father's path of martial arts. A grandmaster's combat prowess can rival that of an immortal. Your brother has a true root, your sister a lightning fire root, and you shall become a martial grandmaster in the future. This family cannot be without any of you. He paused, his beans-eyed eyes turning to Liu Tieshan, his tone gaining a nuance only the 2 of them could understand. This one may sleep a lot, but I can still spare this much time. Liu Tieshan took a deep breath and knelt on one knee. Thank you, brother Yu. Lei Xiaowan turned her face away, and Wan Shi pulled her close. Lei Zhengqing for once refrained from his usual grumbling. He simply looked at the 3 children, his gaze finally settling on Liu Tieshan, and gave a slight nod. That night Yue Yuan lay prone on the blue stone slab in the ancestral cavern. The system panel floated in his consciousness, the 99 points of clan fortune still unmoved. But unlike usual, he did not curse the system in his mind. He was thinking of the little hand that had pressed against the assessment stone, and of those words, Uncle Turtle said it's okay. It's okay. He had said that. He would make those 2 words true. In the mortal martial world, a grandmaster could rival an immortal. Beyond grandmaster there might yet be a path. If that path did not exist, then he would pave one himself. He tucked his head into his shell and closed his eyes. Tomorrow's matters could wait. For tonight he would sleep. Mu Qinghe had spent most of his life in the mountains, starting from the age of 20 when he followed the old man to explore the first vein of ore. Now at 58, the 40 years of mountain trails had toughened the soles of his feet to be harder than cowhide. But this time was different. This time it was not an exploration, but a search for life. The team set off from Qingniu Ridge before dawn. Mu Yanqing led the way, the old man, now 91, leaning on his probing staff, each step taken very steadily. Mu Wenxuan followed behind, carrying food and exploration tools while tightly holding onto the terrain map of the northwest foot of Qingniu Mountain that he had drawn himself. 3 postnatal martial artists carried pickaxes and sensing spirit stones at the end of the line, their steps very light. Mu Qinghe instructed everyone to minimize their spiritual energy. It was not fear of beasts, but fear of people. A female cultivator at the chi refining stage could occupy a spirit spring, not relying on her own abilities. It was the identity of the person behind her that the exploration team needed to clarify the most. If she indeed had a master at the later stage of chi refinement, or even a perfect stage expert behind her, then this spirit spring could not possibly be unguarded. 3rd uncle ahead is the fork in the road. Mu Wenxuan pointed at a stone tablet covered with moss at the end of the mountain path. To the left is the beast path, often taken by herb gatherers. To the right is Niu Jiao Jiao, and further ahead leads into the outskirts of the northwest foot of Qingniu Mountain. The last time that Sun Xing was seen was on that left path. Take the right path. Mu Yanqing did not look at the stone tablet pointing at the narrower and steeper mountain path on the right. The left has traces of people passing, while the right does not. It is precisely because the right side has no one that it is safer, Mu Qing has said. The exploration team turned into the right mountain path, where the underbrush grew denser, the tree canopies blocking the sun, and the light in the forest grew dim, like evening. By the evening of the 3rd day, Mu Yanqing suddenly stopped. The sensing spirit stone in his hand was slightly warm, and the patterns on its surface began to flicker rhythmically. This direction, he pointed towards a low hill shrouded in twilight to the northwest. The concentration of spiritual energy is at least 30% higher than the outskirts, and it is not naturally dispersed chi, but something that has been restrained by something. Mu Qinghe crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil. The soil was moist, and he could feel the extremely faint remnant of spiritual energy when squeezed in his hand. It was not a leakage from a spiritual vein, but a spirit spring. The long-term use of the spirit spring for cultivation had allowed the overflow of spiritual energy to seep into the soil, leaving such traces. The concentration of this spiritual residue indicated at least a mid-stage chi refinement. And it wasn't just one person. He stood up, his expression growing serious, and gestured to everyone. Lower your breaths, do not. He led the team along the direction of the spiritual energy to the edge of the low hill, crouching behind a protruding rock. He pushed aside the underbrush in front of him, and then his pupils slightly constricted. Below the low hill was a narrow valley. At the valley's mouth mist swirled, and this mist was incongruous with the surrounding mountains and forests. When the mountain wind blew to the mouth of the valley, the mist only swayed slightly, without dispersing. This was not natural mist. On the slate at both sides of the valley's entrance were faint patterns engraved, and every few breaths a pale yellow halo flowed over the patterns. Earth shield formation, not of low grade. And in the depths of the mist a few flickering lights could be vaguely seen. They were not ordinary oil lamps, but mining lamps. Someone was mining spirit stones in this valley. Mu Yanqing's gaze swept over the mountain wall at the edge of the mist where a carving was half covered by underbrush. It was a trace left by Thunder Law. His fingers lightly tapped twice on the probing staff, then he lowered his voice and said, "Attack formation. Thunder attribute. At least of low grade, but combined with the vision interference of the mist formation, even a rash entry by a latest-stage chi refiner would suffer losses." He pointed to the seemingly flat rubble slope outside the valley mouth. The distribution of the rubble was too uniform to be a natural collapse. It was man-made, and in the gaps between the stones a few lines of formation could be vaguely seen. Mu Wenxuan crouched behind the stones, his fingertips digging into the stone crevices, aligning what he had seen with the intelligence. That female cultivator at the second stage of chi refinement, that mundane martial artist with the hilt wrapped in 3 strands of hemp rope, those details he had previously overlooked. The female cultivator was not a lone cultivator, she belonged to a complete cultivation family. There was a mist formation, an earth shield formation, an attack formation, a spirit stone mine, and at least one mid-stage chi refining cultivator station long-term. They were not here to explore, they were here to knock on the door. And he almost offended this family 5 years ago in the market with a seemingly light remark, "Whatever you have, I will take all of it." Mu Yanqing pulled the probing staff out of the mud and made an almost identical judgment. Mist formation, at least of earth shield formation, at least of low grade, plus a set of thunder attribute attack formation. The one who set up the formations is not a lone cultivator, but an expert. He turned to look at Mu Qingha. This kind of setup a latest-stage chi refiner cannot produce. It must be a family or a branch stronghold of a sect. Mu Qingha distilled everything he saw. The mist formation, earth shield formation, mining lamp spirit, spring mist attack formation, and at least one mid-stage chi refining cultivator, into 4 words, writing them on the back of the map with a charcoal pencil. Then he folded the map and handed it to Mu Wenxuan. "Take it back to Qingniu Ridge. Hand it to the clan leader personally. Tell him we found it. It has an owner." He paused, adding 2 more words, "very strong." Mu Wenxuan carefully tucked the map away and along with the 2 postnatal martial artists descended the mountain overnight. On the same night, in the ancestral cave of the Spirit Spring Valley, Yue Yuan laid on the blue stone slab, his spiritual sense covering a radius of 30 miles, but he had not detected any anomalies. Mu King's exploration team had not entered the warning range of the mist formation from start to finish. Their spiritual energy was deliberately kept to a minimum, indistinguishable from the naturally dissipated spiritual energy in the outskirts. They had only taken a distant look from the outskirts before retreating. But the eyes of Blackstone City filled in this gap for him. The handwriting was even more hurried and careless than before. The Mu family's exploration team has set off 5 days ago, led by Mu Qingha and Mu Yanqing. The Mu family is selling off stores and outer medicinal fields in large quantities. The handwriting was even more hurried and careless than before. The Mu family's exploration team has set off 5 days ago, led by Mu Qingha and Mu Yanqing. The Mu family is selling off stores and outer medicinal fields in large quantities. Even part of the spirit herbs stockpiled in warehouses have been liquidated. The handwriting was even more hurried and careless than before. The Mu family's exploration team has set off 5 days ago, led by Mu Qingha and Mu Yanqing. The Mu family is selling off stores and outer medicinal fields in large. The amount of information was substantial. Yue Yuan's first reaction after reading it was not tension, but it has finally. He tried to force his chi and blood into it, but encountered a resilient force. Not strong, but like a spider's web, if you poked in it first gave way then bounced back. It was not that they did not want to come, but that they were also struggling. He pushed the message talisman in front of Lei Jingqing, who after reading it only said 2 sentences, just like we were back then. "They are gathering funds." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yue Yuan's green bean-like eyes. The Mu family's 5-year search finally had direction. The exploration team had set off 5 days ago, and according to the distance from Qingniu Ridge to the northwest foot of Qingniu Mountain. The Mu family should have already reached the outskirts of the northwest foot of Qingniu Mountain, at most a few days' journey from the warning line of the Spirit Spring Valley. The Mu family's century-long decree only had 6 months left. To protect the spiritual vein, the Mu family would do anything, and this was the most dangerous Mu family. He unfolded the message talisman again, using his spiritual sense to imprint a line of response on the back of the talisman. Continue to monitor the movements of the Mu family. Clarify the specific content of the intelligence the Mu family is inquiring about in the marketplace, focusing on their level of concern regarding the outer spirit spring and nascent spiritual veins. The message talisman transformed into a beam of water light, flying out of the skylight, and quickly disappearing into the night. Liu Tieshan was practicing his sword in the courtyard when he received the order. It was already late at night. The plum blossom knot on the hilt was illuminated by the moonlight, slightly turning white. His sword aura was becoming increasingly dense, but tonight's rhythm for practicing was noticeably hurried compared to usual. After receiving the old ancestor's message, he sheathed his sword, moving slowly but steadily. Before dawn, 2 additional groups of personnel were added to the 2 warning points at the mouth of the Spirit Spring Valley. The mist formation switched from passive operation to warning mode. Any entity below the latest stage chi refinement approaching within 3 miles of the valley mouth would trigger a warning from the formation's core. Suddenly, he felt a slight movement between his eyebrows. A faint wave of spiritual energy from the direction of Blackstone City broke through the air. It was not a message talisman. The message talisman was a flame. This was a beam of water light. His eye line from the 7th layer of chi refinement, which had been planted with restrictions, still contained an urgent message imprint hidden within the demon's restriction left in his body. In the event of extremely urgent intelligence, it could be transmitted directly through this imprint. This method of transmission could only carry one sentence. Once used, it would dissipate. The message contained only one sentence, but that sentence made Yue Yuan's bean-like eyes suddenly grow cold. The Mu family exploration team has reached the outskirts of the Spirit Spring Valley and will enter the valley at the latest by within half a teacup's time of receiving the urgent transmission. The core members of Liu Valley had already assembled in the Elder Patriarch's cave. It is not the main force of the Mu clan, he declared without preamble, sharing the transmission's contents with all present. One cultivator at Qi refinement level 8, another at level 6, and several post-heavenly martial artists. Their joint deployment suggests no intention of open warfare. Only reconnaissance to verify whether Liu Valley harbors a spirit vein, to identify who occupies it, and to assess whether they pose a threat worth confronting. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Thus this encounter demands discretion. Conceal if possible, negotiate if feasible, delay if necessary. Lei Jingqing nodded. I will go. Their joint deployment suggests no intention of open warfare. Only reconnaissance to verify whether Liu Valley harbors a spirit vein, to identify who occupies it, and to assess whether level 7 strikes the perfect balance. Enough to instill caution, yet insufficient to reveal our true strength. This is precisely my intent. You shall represent us openly in negotiations. A Liu Tieshan will assist you. You are a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator. He is a quasi-grandmaster, a cultivator paired with a mortal martial artist. This pairing obscures our depth from the Mu clan's scrutiny. As for me, I remain concealed in the shadows. A cold glint flickered in Yue Yuan's narrow eyes. The Mu clan survey team has not come to fight. They have come to probe our reality. If we withhold our full strength, they dare not act rashly. How shall we handle the Maze Veil formation? Liu Tai, keep it active, but do not trigger its offensive function. Let them sense its presence without provoking retaliation. The Earth Shield formation and offensive arrays remain on standby, unactivated. Only the valley's outer perimeter remains accessible. The inner valley and the depths of the mine shafts stay fully shielded by formation arrays. Let them perceive a formation cultivator's organization, yet never discern our actual scale or top-tier combat power. He swept his gaze across those assembled. Our next move depends entirely on their conduct. Display only the periphery if they survey, negotiate terms if they seek dialogue, seal the gates, and strike like cornered hounds if they attack. At dawn, the mist cloaking Liu Valley's entrance hung thicker than usual. The Maze Veil formation had shifted into sentry mode, the array node glowing faintly, capturing every movement within a 3-li radius of the valley mouth. When Mu Qinghe and Mu Yanqing arrived at the valley entrance, all they beheld was that impenetrable fog. Mu Qinghe halted 10 zhang short of the entrance, his gaze tracing the faint shimmering formation runes along the mist's edge, and lingering upon the unnaturally uniform scatter of gravel on the slope before him. He did not step forward recklessly. Instead, he gathered spiritual energy and called out clearly, "The Mu clan of Qingniu Mountain. We passed through this area on a survey mission bearing no ill intent. Might the master of this land deign to appear and speak with us?" His voice pierced the mist carried inward by the formation. Moments later, the fog rippled softly, and a figure emerged. Qi refinement level 7. Lightning affinity spiritual energy radiated naturally around him. His hand rested upon his sword hilt, blade still sheathed. 3 paces behind stood a mortal martial artist. Young, perhaps 25 or 6, with a wild goose feather saber hanging at his waist. 3 coarse ropes wrapped tightly around its hilt. His stance was rigidly upright, his gaze steady and composed. Mu Qinghe's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. A lightning affinity cultivator at Qi refinement level 7 ranked among the elite combatants of Qingniu Mountain's outer reaches. Yet his attention lingered longer on the mortal martial artist behind him. A nascent stage expert. No, the aura emanating from him surpassed even the peak of nascent stage mastery, hovering at the very threshold of some profound transformation, yet failing to breach that final barrier. A state suspended between nascent stage perfection and cultivation itself, an aura he had never encountered in any mortal martial artist before. Mu Yanqing noticed it too. 2 elders, whose combined years exceeded 150, fell silent for a single breath. The Mu clan's lineage spanned centuries, its ranks held numerous mortal martial artists, many of exceptional talent, who had ascended to nascent stage perfection. Yet nascent stage perfection marked the absolute terminus for mortals, no further advancement possible. This young man, however, seemed to have taken one step beyond that dead end. Whether that step had truly been completed remained uncertain and irrelevant. Mortals were mortals, even superior ones held negligible weight before cultivators. The Mu clan boasted dozens of nascent stage martial artists, yet ultimately relied upon Qi refinement cultivators to uphold its prestige. Suppressing their fleeting bewilderment, the two refocused on the lightning cultivator before them. "I am Mu Qinghe, leader of the Mu clan's survey team," he said, bowing respectfully, courteous in form, probing in intent. "This is my uncle Mu Yanqing. We have surveyed mineral veins along the northwest foothills of Qingniu Mountain, and passing near your territory observed unusually dense spiritual energy, hence this respectful intrusion. Might you be the master of this land?" Lei Xingxing, came the calm reply. "Retainer of the Liu Clan." Mu Qinghe's gaze lingered a moment on Lei Jingqing, then swept toward Liu Tieshan behind him. Retainer of the Liu Clan. A Qi refinement level 7 cultivator serving a mortal martial clan. Ah, Master Lei. Your cultivation is profound indeed, rare in these outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain. Are you an independent cultivator, or do you hail from a sect or ancestral family? An independent cultivator by origin. Now I serve as retainer to the Liu Clan guarding this land. The Liu Clan. Mu Qinghe's gaze returned to Liu Tieshan. And might I ask your name, sir? Liu Tieshan, the man replied, bowing sharply, his voice terse resonant. Patriarch of the Liu Clan. Mu Qinghe studied him. No spiritual luminescence, yet his vital energy far eclipsed that of ordinary nascent stage masters. He gave a slight nod in return, then redirected his gaze to Lei Jingqing. In his estimation, this lightning cultivator was the true authority here. The title retainer of the Liu Clan was merely a facade, a common ruse among independent cultivators who seized spirit-rich lands and installed mortal puppets as figureheads. Master Lei, we have surveyed Qingniu Mountain for half a month. This locale's spiritual energy density differs markedly from surrounding forests. Does your land possess a spirit spring, or even a spirit vein? That information is confidential. Lei Jingqing's reply was brief and decisive. Mu Qinghe did not press further, but shifted his approach. Do not misunderstand. The Mu Clan has rooted itself in Qingniu Mountain for centuries, possessing intimate knowledge of local terrain and resources. Should you be newly settled here, we offer material and manpower support. After all, monstrous beasts roam freely in these outer reaches. Survival alone is arduous. We thank you, but the Liu Clan has dwelled here long enough to ensure self-sufficiency. Dwelled here long enough. Mu Qinghe committed those 4 words to memory, implying the Liu Clan's occupation predated the Mu Clan's expectations by far. And self-sufficiency, he glanced at the Maze Veil Formation and Earth Shield Formation at the valley mouth, was at least in terms of formation mastery demonstrably true. Since the Liu Clan resides here, the Mu Clan shall not intrude further. However, this mist beyond the valley entrance, he gestured toward the Maze Veil Formation, does not appear natural. You possess considerable expertise in formation arts. Merely rudimentary knowledge, used solely to deter wild beasts. All this while Mu Yanqing had remained silent, leaning on his vein-probing staff, its tip tapping lightly against the earth. Though the Earth Shield Formation's runes had vanished beneath the soil, the subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy at its array node could not escape his perception. Deploying a mid-grade Maze Veil Formation and a low-grade Earth Shield Formation to deter beasts. Master Lei's rudimentary knowledge was profoundly understated. Mu Qinghe fell silent for a moment, then reached his decision. The survey's objective, to ascertain whether Linquan Valley was claimed and by whom, had been fulfilled. Both answers were now clear, claimed and strongly defended. A Qi Refinement Level 7 Lightning Cultivator Station here, reinforced by a mid-grade Maze Veil Formation and Earth Shield Formation, with Spirit Stone mining actively underway. Such a configuration defied seizure by mere handfuls of independent cultivators. We deeply apologize for the disturbance. He bowed formally. The Mu Clan survey team now takes its leave. Should Master Lei ever require assistance, please visit us at Qingniu Ridge. Safe journey. Mu Qinghe departed with Mu Yanqing and 3 post-heavenly martial artists, walking steadily, never once glancing back. Only after exiting Linquan Valley Sentry Range did Mu Yanqing finally speak. What is your assessment? Mu Qinghe did not answer immediately. He walked a short distance before halting, turning to cast one last glance at the mist-shrouded valley. That lightning cultivator holds true authority here. The Liu Clan retainer is a decoy. The valley likely shelters his kin, but he governs it. Such stratagems abound among independent cultivators, seizing spirit-rich lands, then installing mortal puppets to deflect stronger predators. As for that mortal martial artist, he paused. His aura diverges markedly from ordinary nascent stage masters, stronger yet lacking the qualitative leap of cultivation. Perhaps a unique physique and esoteric art, or prolonged exposure to spirit spring energies that subtly altered his essence. Yet ultimately he remains mortal, unworthy of deeper concern. Mu Yanqing nodded. Still, the puppet was well chosen. To maintain such composure, facing 2 latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators without flinching, speaks to rare fortitude in a mortal martial artist. A pity. Had his aptitude for cultivation matched even half his skill at deception, he would not be relegated to such a role. No need to dwell further. Mu Qinghe withdrew his gaze. Regardless of whether other cultivators lurk behind Master Lei, the defenses we witnessed, the Maze Veil Formation, Earth Shield Formation, Spirit Stone Mine, and at least 1 level 7 cultivator, confirm this place cannot be taken by 2 or 3 independents. The final disposition rests with Elder Brother. Let him decide upon our return. The valley's mist swallowed their silhouettes, leaving only stillness and the quiet, watchful pulse of hidden formations. After the exploration team vanished along the distant mountain path, Lei Jingqing turned and re-entered the valley. Yue Yuan was already waiting in the ancestral turtle's cave, with Liu Tieshan and Lei Shaowan arriving shortly after. It was a probe, Lei Jingqing stated bluntly. From start to finish, they were confirming 3 things: whether the Spirit Spring Valley has a spirit vein, who controls it, and whether they can afford to provoke them. Now they have answers to the first 2 questions, but not the third. They know the valley has a latest-stage Qi refining cultivator stationed, a defensive formation, and organized mining of spirit stones. But they still don't know how many people are in the valley, whether there are stronger cultivators, or the exact grade and coverage of the formation. So they chose to retreat for now to discuss their next move. Next time they come it might not be just 2 people, Liu Tieshan said. Next time might not be a fight either, Lei Jingqing shook his head. The Mu family's spirit vein decree is about to expire. Their ancestor has been in secluded meditation for 3 years with no progress, and their treasury is selling off shops to raise funds. Their situation is not good either. This spirit vein is a pleasant surprise for them, but not something they must fight over, at least not in the short term. Yue Yuan spoke slowly. The Mu family now has only 3 choices: a forceful assault, negotiation, or a temporary postponement. A forceful assault requires absolute certainty, which they lack. At least until they fully understand our capabilities, they won't dare. Negotiation requires leverage, and the Mu family has limited bargaining chips. The most likely option is a temporary postponement, waiting until the Centennial Decree matter is settled before revisiting the Spirit Spring Valley. But postponement is not abandonment, Lei Jingqing interjected. If the Mu family's ancestor breaks through to Foundation establishment, they will have the confidence to attack. If he perishes in meditation, the Mu family pushed to the brink may instead risk a desperate final assault. Both are risks. So for the time being, the core task is one by time. A glint of sharp light flashed in Yue Yuan's small bean-like eyes. This venerable one needs to break through to Foundation establishment. Until then, keep our cards hidden. Maintain the mist maze formation on alert. Don't reduce the watch posts at the valley entrance, but do not take the initiative to attack. Continue monitoring the Mu family's movements in the Black Rock City market. Until then, keep our cards hidden. Maintain the mist maze formation on alert. Don't reduce the watch posts at the valley entrance, but do not take the initiative to attack. Continue monitoring. After listening, Mu Qingtsong remained silent. He picked up another jade slip from the table and pushed it towards Mu Qinghe. Intelligence from our informant in Black Rock City. I received it before you entered the mountains, but didn't show you lest it influence your initial judgment. Tell me what you observed first, then cross-reference it with this report. Mu Qinghe took the jade slip and extended his divine sense into it. After a moment, he looked up, his brow furrowed. The intelligence was simple. The Liu family of Qingniu Mountain was a family of mortal warriors, with the actual person in charge being Liu Tieshan. Their patron was known as Qingshui ancestor, rumored to have unfathomable cultivation. Besides Liu Tieshan, the family had other cultivators, but their names and cultivation levels were unknown. They occupied the Spirit Spring Valley and had set up a formation at its periphery. This doesn't match what we saw, Mu Qinghe said, putting down the jade slip. We saw with our own eyes that the Qi refining 7th layer thunder cultivator is the real controller. Liu Tieshan is merely a puppet, he pushed forward. But this report says Liu Tieshan is the actual person in charge, and there's some Qingshui ancestor. Qingshui ancestor, Mu Qingtsong repeated the 4 words. 2 months ago, some rogue cultivators in Black Rock City's market were talking about a newly rising cultivation force on Qingniu Mountain and mentioned this title. At the time we thought it was just a rogue cultivator's rumor, but now it seems it might not be that simple. Putting the 2 pieces of information together revealed a glaring contradiction. Mu Qinghe had seen with his own eyes a latest-stage Qi refining thunder cultivator and a puppet family head. 2 months ago, some rogue cultivators in Black Rock City's market were talking about a newly rising cultivation force on Qingniu Mountain and mentioned this title. At the time we thought it was just a rogue cultivator's rumor, but now it seems it might not be that simple. If the intelligence from Black Rock City is true, Mu Qinghe said slowly, then we were all deceived by that thunder cultivator. He is not the actual controller. He is also a patron. The real controller is that Qingshui ancestor. Perhaps he was even present at the time, but we simply didn't detect him. Or the intelligence could be false, Mu Qingyan interjected from the side. News passed around by rogue cultivators is often a mix of truth and fiction. The title Qingshui ancestor sounds deliberately fabricated to intimidate. That thunder cultivator dared to use a mortal warrior as a puppet family head. He would certainly have the audacity to invent a fake ancestor. Mu Yanqing pondered, but thinking the other way, if there was truly no one behind him, how could a mere Qi refining 7th layer rogue cultivator have stayed securely in the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain for so many years? That spirit vein wasn't discovered just recently. Its spiritual energy density is over 30% higher than the surrounding area. Over all these years, it's impossible that only our Mu family found it. Why didn't anyone else dare to touch it? The meeting hall fell silent for a few breaths. Mu Qingtsong finally spoke. Both possibilities have merit. But regardless, one fact remains unchanged. We truly do not know the actual strength hidden within that valley. Your exploration confirmed there is a formation, cultivators, and organization. Black Rock City's intelligence tells us there might also be an ancestor lurking in the shadows. Better to assume it's true. He looked at everyone in the hall and made a decision. Temporary postponement. Let's deal with the Centennial Decree matter first. The Mu family cannot afford any unexpected losses right now. If it's a bluff, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them later. But if it's real, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, rashly attacking would be our doom. Everyone was silent. The decision was frustrating, but all knew it was the most rational choice. The Mu family's immediate priority was the Spirit Vein Decree auction, not a fight to the death with an unknown force. Just then Mu Qingyan suddenly stood up. His gaze turned towards the window, looking in the direction of the rear mountain. More precisely towards the secluded cultivation chamber on the rear mountain. Qingyan, Mu Qingsong noticed his second brother's unusual behavior, his brow slightly furrowing. Mu Qingyan did not answer. His fingers trembled slightly, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief, and then from disbelief to a suppressed, intense excitement. He had sensed it. An extremely faint fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the secluded cultivation chamber on the rear mountain. The old master had been in seclusion for 3 years, and this was the first time any movement had come from the chamber. Everyone in the meeting hall stood up. Mu Qingsong suppressed the turmoil within him, took a deep breath, and his voice was tight with gravity. Today's meeting ends here. Not a single word about what happened on the rear mountain is to be leaked. Night fell, and Spirit Spring Valley returned to it. The mist of the mist maze formation shimmered with a faint ethereal silver under the moonlight. The formation's watch nodes rotated slowly, keeping a vigilant eye on all movement within 3 li of the valley entrance. At the 2 watch posts by the valley entrance, 3 Xiantian martial artists were stationed, at each forming the first line of defense in the night. Inside the ancestral turtles, Yue Yuan lay prone on the bluestone slab, his small bean-like eyes fixed on the full moon visible through the skylight. Today's probe was a successful hurdle for Spirit Spring Valley. The Mu family should not act rashly again in the short term. But this was only the first contact. The Mu family would inevitably return. He extended his spiritual sense across a radius of 30 li. Everything was normal at the valley entrance watch posts. The mine was brightly lit with activity. In the Lei family courtyard, Wan Shi was mending clothes under a lamp, and the 3 children were already asleep. Liu Tieshan was still practicing his blade, his strikes heavier and steadier than usual. In the distance deep within Qingniu Mountain, that faint anomalous fluctuation seemed more active than before over the past few days. He filed this detail away in his mind, but did not delve into it. For now, handling the Mu family matter was the most critical task. He retracted his head into his shell and closed his eyes. The performance today was well played. The Mu family was intimidated and wouldn't act rashly in the short term. But the next time they come, it will likely be for real. Before that day arrives, he must become stronger. Mu Qingyan was the first to sense the fluctuation. His keen sensitivity to spiritual energy far surpassed that of his peers and natural talent of a combat-type cultivator. On the battlefield, the moment one perceives the fluctuations of an opponent's spiritual energy often marks the boundary between life and death. At this moment, he was sitting in the council chamber listening to his elder brother and 4th brother discussing the storeroom accounts. Then he felt it. A faint spiritual energy fluctuation was emanating from the direction of the back mountain. It was so weak that he would have missed it entirely if he were not so attuned. But it was steady. It was not the dissipated remnants of spiritual energy, nor the natural pulsation of a vein. Someone was actively channeling spiritual power. There was only one person in the back mountain. As he stood up, his knee bumped against the table leg, causing the teacup to wobble and spill tea across half the table. He did not glance down, turning instead to walk out the door. The voices of Mu Qingsong and Mu Qinghu sounded behind him, but he did not respond. Once he exited the council chamber, he started running. There was a small path behind the Mu family's back mountain, paved with gravel and flanked by ancient pines. He stopped in front of the closed stone chamber. The stone chamber was built against a natural rock wall, with only a stone door at the front. There were no inscriptions on the door, just a few rough chisel marks. From the gap at the bottom of the stone door, a faint shimmer of spiritual light slowly seeped out. It was pale gold with edges tinged gray-white. Mu Qingyan knelt on one knee and placed his hand on the stone door. It was icy cold. However, the spiritual power behind the door surged in waves, as if something was slowly stirring deep within the stone chamber, each movement disturbing the spiritual energy that had settled for 3 years. Footsteps approached from behind, not just one person. Mu Qingsong, Mu Qinghe, Mu Qinghu, and Mu Yanqing all gathered in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Mu Qingsong stepped forward, gazing at the pale golden spiritual light spilling from the door's crack. His face bore no expression, but the hand hidden in his sleeve was trembling. How long has it been? It started half a cup of tea ago. The fluctuation frequency is unstable, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. Mu Qinghe crouched down and took out a sensing spirit stone, pressing it against the stone door. The patterns on the spirit stone glimmered slightly before beginning to flicker at an extremely slow rate. He watched the flickering rhythm for a while before looking up. It is indeed channeling spiritual power, but it's not a sign of a breakthrough. Breakthrough fluctuations in spiritual power rise continuously and won't be this intermittent. Then what is it? Mu Qinghe did not answer. He lowered his head to continue observing the flickering rhythm of the sensing spirit stone, his brow furrowing deeper. Mu Qinghu, unable to contain himself, said, "Second brother, just say something." Mu Qingyan remained kneeling before the stone door, his palm pressed against it. After a long time he withdrew his hand, his voice hoarse. "Second uncle is trying to break through, but his spiritual power is insufficient. Each time he gathers a little, it dissipates. Then he gathers again, then it scatters again." He stood up, his eyes slightly red, yet his expression was even calmer than before. He is fighting. Fighting once, gathering, a little dispersing. Fighting again, gathering more, then dispersing again. The gathering and dispersing of spiritual power signifies a failed breakthrough. But if enough is gathered and not dispersed, that is foundation establishment. The stone chamber fell silent for a long time. Finally Mu Yanqing spoke. I visited him before he closed himself off. He asked me to bring a jar of wine. It was brewed by him and buried in the courtyard for over 20 years. He He said if there was no news after 3 years I should open it, and drink not to waste it. If there is movement. He took out a cloth bag from his bosom, and opened it. Inside was an old wine flask about the size of a palm with a small piece missing from the mouth. The glaze on the flask had cracked into a web-like pattern. He asked me to bring it to the stone chamber door, and wait for him to come out. The pine forest in front of the stone chamber rustled in the night wind, and the moonlight illuminated the rough chisel marks on the stone door, making them exceptionally clear. The faint golden spiritual light spilling from the door continued to flicker weakly. When it was bright it illuminated a small patch of gravel in front of the doorstep, and when it dimmed the entire stone door fell back into darkness. Mu Qingsong gazed at the wine flask. His father had perished deep in Qingniu Mountain 30 years ago, and since then his second uncle had been the closest elder. His second uncle never rushed him. He would only call him to his courtyard during the new year, warm a flask of wine, ask nothing, and simply drink. After drinking he would pat his shoulder and say, the Mu family hasn't fallen yet. Fourth uncle, based on your experience, how much time does second uncle have left? Mu Yanqing did not evade the question. His lifespan limit is 108. He was severely injured in his early years, which affected his foundation. To have lasted this long is already due to the accumulation of spirit medicines. If he cannot gather enough this time. He did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood. Mu Qingsong fell silent for a few breaths. Everyone will stay here to guard. Qinghe, keep monitoring the changes in spiritual power inside the stone chamber with the sensing spirit stone. Qingyin, you are responsible for sensing the attributes of the spiritual power. Fourth brother, bring the best recovery pills from the storeroom and place them at the door for backup. He paused and added, that flask of wine should be placed at the stone door. Mu Yanqing set the old wine flask in front of the stone door. Mu Qingsong issued no orders regarding if the old master fails to break through. If the old master succeeds in breaking through, the Mu family will have a foundation establishment cultivator in charge, allowing the bidding for the spiritual vein order to proceed directly to the main auction. If the old master passes away, the Mu family must gather 40,000 spirit stones within 6 months to compete with 11 families for the affiliated passage. If the affiliated passage is lost again, they would have to leave Qingniu Ridge. The roots of the Mu family's generations are tied behind this stone door. The moon rose from behind the pine forest to directly overhead, then slowly drifted westward. None of the few people in front of the stone chamber left. Mu Yanqing leaned on the pulse-probing staff, closing his eyes, and opened them occasionally to glance at the stone door. Mu Qingyan sat on a stone stool beside the doorstep, maintaining contact with the stone door, not letting go for a moment. Mu Qingsong stood behind everyone, facing away from the stone door, looking towards Qingniu Ridge. From this position, he could see the core mining area of the Mu family's spiritual vein. The outline of the spiritual fields faintly visible in the moonlight, and further in the distance lay the direction of the market. He recalled his father's words before he left. The roots of the Mu family are given by the spiritual vein. If the spiritual vein is lost, the roots will be severed. He returned his gaze, looking again at the stone door. The spiritual light from the gap in the door continued to flicker, but it seemed to flicker a little more frequently than before. Mu Qinghe suddenly spoke in a low voice. The frequency is changing. It has quickened compared to before. Mu Qingyan opened his eyes. The temperature of the stone door beneath his palm was gradually rising, changing from icy cold to warm, then from warm to scorching hot. Everyone in front of the stone door retreated several feet. The spiritual light pouring from the stone chamber grew increasingly brighter, transforming from pale gold. Mu Qingsong suddenly turned around. Mu Yanqing slammed the pulse-probing staff onto the ground, driving the staff's tip into a stone crevice. Everyone stepped back. Clear the spiritual energy passage. Everyone in front of the stone door retreated several feet. The spiritual light pouring from the stone chamber grew increasingly brighter, transforming from pale gold to blinding pure gold. The spiritual light surged out from the gap in the door, dyeing the entire stone wall in a brilliant golden hue. The air was filled with an extremely intense spiritual energy fluctuation, no longer the breath of the chi refinement stage, but something more substantial and weighty. Then the golden light suddenly contracted. All the surging spiritual light instantly rolled back like a receding tide, pulling back into the depths of the stone chamber, taking with it the spiritual energy within 100 feet. Even the wind in the pine forest stopped. The stone door opened. A gaunt figure stood behind it with hair and beard completely white, a gaunt face, sunken eyes, and a gray robe that had faded to almost white. But his eyes were bright. The Mu family's old master stood at the entrance of the stone chamber, his withered hand resting on the doorframe, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone in front of him. Mu Qingsong knelt on one knee. Mu Qingyan, Mu Qinghe, Mu Qinghu, everyone knelt on one knee simultaneously. Mu Yanqing did not kneel. He leaned on his pulse-probing staff, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Second brother, your wine. It has been over 20 years, I haven't stolen a sip. The old master looked at him, then glanced at the chipped wine flask in front of the stone door, his cracked lips moving. Hand it over. Mu Yanqing stepped forward and pressed the wine flask into his hand. The old master pulled out the cork, tilted his head, and took a swig, the strong liquor trickling down the corners of his mouth into his grizzled beard. He swallowed, placed the flask on the ground, and used the doorframe to step out. Barefoot, he stepped onto the gravel ground, each step slow yet steady. He walked up to Mu Qingsong, looking down at his nephew, who was not yet 60 years old. Mu Qingsong knelt on the ground, his shoulders trembling slightly. The old master patted his shoulder. Kanger, the Mu family has not fallen yet. The old man finished the last mouthful of wine from his wine token. Only the final half circle of cinnabar remained on the century-old token. The treasury held 22,000, and the total asset. Mu Qingsong began with the auction of the spirit vein token. Only the final half circle of cinnabar remained on the century-old token. The treasury held 22,000, and the total assets approached 40,000. The lowest winning bid for the auxiliary channel had been exactly 40,000, cutting it perilously close. He glossed over the sale of the shops and spirit fields, but when the old man heard that the fourth uncle had listed all the market stalls for sale, his fingers tapped lightly on his knee. He did not interrupt, letting Mu Qingsong continue. Next came the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain. Mu Qinghe recounted the exploration in detail: a mid-grade illusory maze formation, a low-grade earth shield formation, a lightning attribute attack formation, a spirit stone mine under active excavation, and a lightning cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining stationed at the valley entrance, claiming to be a guest elder of the Liu family. The patriarch of that Liu family was a mere mortal martial artist. Wait, the old man said, lifting his eyes. A lightning cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining serves as a guest elder to a mortal martial artist clan. Yes, Qinghe saw it with his own eyes. What is so special about that mortal martial artist? Mu Qinghe thought for a moment. His aura was far stronger than an ordinary peak Xiantian expert, but he indeed possessed no spiritual light. He stood very straight, showing no timidity before Qinghe and the fourth uncle. The old man did not press further, but neither did he nod. He turned his gaze to Mu Qingsong, signaling him to continue. Mu Qingsong laid the final matter on the table: intelligence relayed by the informant in Blackstone City. The Liu family of Qingniu Mountain, a mortal martial artist clan, was actually run by Liu Tieshan. Their guest elder was the venerable Xuanshui, rumored to possess unfathomable cultivation. The two pieces of information don't match, Mu Qingsong said. Qinghe saw with his own eyes a latest-stage Qi refining lightning cultivator and a mortal puppet patriarch. Yet the intelligence from Blackstone City indicated that the mortal martial artist was the true power behind the throne, with an unfathomable venerable Xianshui lurking in the shadows. One account claimed the lightning cultivator was the true controller, another insisted the mortal martial artist was the patriarch, and there was also the never-before-seen venerable. Both sets of information pointed to the Spirit Spring Valley, but their descriptions of the key figures were completely contradictory. The meeting hall fell silent for a time. The old man sat in his armchair cushioned with beast hide, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. What do you all think? This junior believes the intelligence is false, Mu Qingyan spoke up first. Rumors spread by wandering cultivators are 3 parts truth and 7 parts lies. The name Venerable Xianshui sounds like it was deliberately concocted to scare people. That lightning cultivator, bold enough to use a mortal martial artist as a puppet patriarch, would also have the nerve to fabricate a fake venerable. What if it's the other way around? Mu Qinghe looked at his second brother. What if there really is someone behind him? How could a wandering cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining have stayed so securely in the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain for so many years? The spiritual energy concentration of that spirit vein is over 30% higher than the periphery. It's impossible that only our Mu family has discovered it over all these years. Why hasn't anyone else dared to make a move? Perhaps they are waiting, Mu Qingyan said. Waiting for someone else to take the lead. Now that the Mu family has stepped forward, they will hide in the shadows and watch our reaction. Enough. The old man raised his hand, and everyone fell silent. He looked at the men before him. His 3 nephews were no longer young. Mu Qingkang's temples were flecked with gray. The scar on Mu Qingjian's brow was a decade old from a market ambush, and Mu Qinghe and Mu Qinghu had each shouldered the clan's exploration and industry. When he had entered seclusion, his eldest grandnephew Mu Wenbai had just broken through to the 4th level of Qi refining. Now he was at the 7th. Set these matters aside for now. You must understand the current situation of the Mu family. There is something I must first tell you. The old man's voice was not loud, but every word struck like a nail. You think I am now a foundation establishment cultivator, but strictly speaking, I am only a pseudo-foundation establishment. No one spoke. The old man continued. You all know about the injury I suffered in my early years. That wound damaged my foundation. It could be suppressed during the Qi refining stage, but foundation establishment is the process of compressing and condensing all the spiritual energy in the body into liquid true essence, which demands an extremely solid foundation. Forcing a foundation establishment with a cracked foundation is like pouring molten iron into a cracked mold. It succeeds, but the crack remains in the finished product. He raised one hand. A pale golden orb of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm. Its core was indeed several times more condensed than Qi refining spiritual energy. But upon closer inspection, several hairline cracks ran along the orb's edge. Spiritual energy leaked faintly from the fissures like an oil lamp with a cracked shade. The old man closed his hand, and the orb dissipated. For daily activities releasing pressure and low-intensity combat, there are no issues. But if I exert full force for more than the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the new injury will aggravate the old one. The unstable foundation could very well cause me to fall back to the Qi refining stage. Furthermore, there would be no possibility of further advancement. He looked at everyone. Do you understand what I am saying? Mu Qingsong was silent for a few breaths, then spoke in a low voice. The Mu family has a pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator. But not a true one. Correct. But to the outside world, the Mu family is a foundation establishment clan. We can directly enter the main auction hall for the spirit vein token. Even if competition in the main hall is fierce, our chances through the auxiliary channel are far better than before. Last time 11 families competed for 3 slots in the auxiliary channel. With the Mu family only at the great perfection of Qi refining, our odds were at best 1 in 10. With me overseeing things now, our chances are at least 6 in 10, and I am not entirely useless. If it came to a fight, it would be impossible for a Qi refining cultivator to withstand my foundation establishment pressure. Mu Qingjian's head shot up. Then the matter of the Spirit Spring Valley. We will discuss the Spirit Spring Valley after the auction. The most important thing now is to secure the century-old token. The old man's tone was as indifferent as if he were commenting on the weather. Whether that venerable Xinshui is real or fake, a lightning cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining, an immortal martial artist patriarch, have been able to guard a spirit vein for so many years for only 2 possible reasons. Either there truly is a foundation establishment cultivator backing them, or their strength is indeed unremarkable, and they are simply well hidden. If it's the former, a rash move would be self-destruction. If it's the latter, there will be plenty of time to deal with them after the auction. Mu Qingsong nodded. Second uncle is right. The Mu family cannot afford any unforeseen losses right now. We must not act rashly until we have thoroughly investigated the other party's background. But we cannot completely avoid contact either. The old man stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the layered forests of Qingmu Ridge stretched out, and further away the peaks of Qingniu Mountain had become a blurry silhouette in the twilight. His bare feet trod lightly on the bluestone floor, each step gentle yet steady. Prepare a visiting card. Tomorrow I will go to the Spirit Spring Valley myself. Mu Qinghe personally delivered the Mu family's visiting card to the valley entrance. The vermilion handwriting was neat and forceful. The elder of the Mu family, hearing of the abundant spiritual energy here, has come to visit and wishes to converse with the senior of this place. The signature simply read Mu family. Liu Tieshan glanced outside the valley as he took the card. Mu Qinghe stood at the front, followed by 3 Xiantian martial artists carrying gift-laden poles. Further away, an old man with completely white hair and beard stood by the mountain path, leaning on a probing staff. Dressed in a gray robe and cloth shoes, he gazed absent-mindedly at the mist of the illusory maze formation. Please wait a moment, he said, cupping his hands toward Mu Qinghe. Inside the ancestors' cave, Yue Yuan lay on the bluestone slab, his spiritual sense locking onto the unfamiliar aura at the valley entrance. If Qi refining Qi was like a burning charcoal fire, this aura was like iron that had been thoroughly heated. The temperature might not be higher, but the quality was entirely different, more condensed, heavier. Foundation establishment. He swept his spiritual sense over the elder 3 times. The aura was deep but unstable, like a well wall with a crack. The surface appeared calm, but water was slowly seeping out. Foundation establishment. Unstable aura. Yue Yuan's tone was flat, his speech slightly slower than usual. Everyone withdraw to the depths of the mind. Now. I will stay, Liu Tieshan said. No need. I gamble he won't risk his life. An old man who just broke through with an unstable foundation and unhealed old wounds wouldn't stake his cultivation realm just to probe a neighbor's strength. He can't afford that gamble. Go to the mine. Guard your wife and child. That's an order. Liu Tieshan was silent for a breath, then knelt on one knee. Rising, he gave Yue Yuan a deep look before striding toward the mine. The cave entrance was sealed. All moonlight stones were extinguished, leaving only a shaft of moonlight slanting onto the bluestone slab through a skylight. Yue Yuan lay in that beam of light and closed his eyes. He condensed the water prison technique upon himself. The layers of surging waves stacked upon each other. At the 5th layer, his turtle shell emitted dense creaking sounds. He added the 6th layer, but immediately withdrew it. He had memorized his current defensive limit. Dismissing the water prison, he used the profound water breathing technique to circulate Qi rapidly through his meridians, pushing his entire Qi to the limit. Then he reversed the turtle breath technique, compressing his demonic aura layer by layer onto the surface of his shell, forming a high-density barrier of demonic energy. He had pondered this technique at the bottom of the lake, but had never encountered an opponent worth using it on. Then he reversed the turtle breath technique, compressing his demonic aura layer by layer onto the surface of his shell, forming a high-density barrier of demonic energy. He had pondered this technique at the Lei Zhongqing stood at the valley entrance, his long blade hanging at his waist, the thunder patterns on the scabbard faintly pale. Liu Tieshan's aura as a half-step grandmaster was steady as ever. Behind them, the dense fog completely obscured the inner valley. The elder approached, leaning on his probing staff, walking barefoot on the gravel path. The calluses on his soles were thicker than the soles of his shoes. Mu Qinghe followed 3 steps behind him, and behind them were the 3 Xiantian martial artists carrying the gift poles. Elder Mu graces us with your presence. Oh, we apologize for not welcoming you from afar, Lei Zhongqing said, cupping his hands in salute. The elder nodded slightly, his gaze pausing on Lei Zhongqing for a moment. Qi refining layer 7, thunder, attribute solid aura. Then it fell on Liu Tieshan, lingering longer. A mortal martial artist without spiritual radiance, but his aura was indeed a notch above an ordinary Xiantian peak. Half-step grandmaster. This old man has recently emerged from seclusion and heard of a spiritual land at the northwestern foot of Qingniu Mountain. I came specially to see it. Please, senior. The 2 walked side by side into the valley. The elder stopped at a formation node and tapped the ground lightly with his probing staff, a mid-grade illusory maze formation, a low-grade earth shield formation. The node is buried at just the right depth, perfect for the earth shield formation's optimal conduction. This is the work of an expert. A mere dabbling. A mere dabbler cannot lay such a formation node. The elder did not press further and continued. The two stopped where the spiritual spring mist was thickest. The elder took a deep breath. How long has fellow Taoist Lei been cultivating here? Almost 6 years. This was even earlier than when the Mu family discovered the spiritual energy anomaly at the northwestern foot of Qingniu Mountain. This family hadn't just temporarily occupied the spring, they were permanently settled. The spiritual energy here is rich. I wonder if there is a companion spirit vein beneath the spring. There is. A first-grade, nascent spirit vein. The elder's fingers tightened slightly around his probing staff. A nascent spirit vein meant the concentration and quality of spiritual energy would steadily improve over the coming decades. The Mu family's spirit vein had taken 3 generations to stabilize at its current level. Here was a blank slate full of future potential. Does fellow Taoist know the value of a nascent spirit vein? I do. That's why the Liu family has made this place their home. The elder looked into his eyes. A Qi refining layer 7 robe cultivator facing a foundation establishment cultivator, and not flinching in the slightest when saying this. Either he had a powerful backing, or he had long since placed life and death aside. Regardless, this person, or the existence behind him, was not afraid of the Mu family. The elder withdrew his gaze and looked at Liu Tieshan, who had remained silent, and this is Liu Tieshan, patriarch of the Liu family. A mortal martial artist who can stand so steadily before a foundation establishment cultivator is rare. Senior's cultivation is profound, but a guest is a guest. The Liu family treats guests regardless of cultivation. The elder's gaze lingered on him for an extra breath, then shifted. He began inquiring about the water source distribution of the Spirit Spring Valley and the activity of surrounding demonic beasts. Lei Zhongqing answered, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. In the ancestors' cave, Yue Yuan's spiritual sense was locked on the entire exchange. This old man was probing. From formations to spirit veins, from the consecrated cultivator to the family patriarch. Every question struck at the core. But he asked with restraint, not pressing for the specific grade and output of the spirit vein, nor asking how many people lived in the valley. He was here to probe, not to fight. Just as Yue Yuan had predicted. In the valley, the elder tapped his probing staff lightly on the gravel ground. Fellow Taoist Lei, the spirit veins on the periphery of Qingniu Mountain will eventually fall under the spirit vein ordinance of the Qingniu Sword sect. It may be difficult for you alone to guard this place. This old man still has some old connections with the Qingniu Sword sect. If the Liu family needs to apply for a spirit vein ordinance in the future, the Mu family can act as an introducer. Of course, the specific terms can be discussed later. Thank you for your kindness, senior. The Liu family has its own arrangements for Spirit Spring Valley. The elder said no more. He had already achieved most of his purpose for the day. He had confirmed the defensive configuration of the Spirit Spring Valley with his own eyes, confirmed that a latest-stage Qi refining cultivator was stationed there, and confirmed that this Liu family was not a temporary ragtag group of rogue cultivators. This old man has one more presumptuous request. He turned and looked toward the rear mountain. I have heard that there is another senior behind the Liu family. Since I am here, it would be discourteous not to meet them. I wonder if fellow Taoist Lei could relay the message. Lei Jingqing exchanged a glance with Liu Tieshan, then cupped his hands, and said, please wait a moment, senior. Lei Jingqing arrived outside the ancestor's cave and lowered his voice. Ancestor, the patriarch of the Wood family requests an audience. Lead him to the mountain platform behind. Keep him 30 zhang away. Yue Yuan had already eavesdropped on the conversation in the valley, using his spiritual sense. This old man hadn't come for tea, he had come to probe. The patriarch, leaning on his probing staff, ascended the rear mountain alone, ordering Mu Qinghe and the others to wait at the foot. The platform was a natural bluestone terrace halfway up the mountain, directly facing the ancestor's cave. Separated by 30 zhang and the thin mist of the maze formation, only the cave's outline was visible. His spiritual sense detected nothing. The patriarch slightly cupped his hands. I am from the second branch of the Wood family. After 3 years in seclusion, I was fortunate enough to break through. Hearing that a fellow cultivator was cultivating here, I came especially to pay my respects. There was no response from the cave mouth. Having lived for nearly 120 years, the patriarch had encountered many eccentric cultivators of the same rank. He stamped his probing staff on the ground, his tone growing more sincere. I merely wish to make a friend. The Wood family has been rooted in Qingniu Mountain for centuries. Within 1,000-li radius, foundation establishment cultivators number fewer than the fingers on one hand. Since you are cultivating here, it is inevitable that we will eventually interact. After a few breaths of silence, an aged voice resounded directly within his mind. This venerable has cultivated for many years and dislikes receiving guests. I appreciate the sentiment, but there is no need for gifts. Mind-to-mind transmission. The patriarch's pupils constricted. He could also perform this technique, but it required focused concentration. He could not manage it with such effortless ease. Fellow Taoist, why must you be so aloof? I have just broken through, and am seeking to exchange insights with a peer. Your long years of secluded cultivation here undetected suggest profound mastery in concealment and formations. Why not come out and share a cup? Every sentence was a probe. Peer. Concealment and formations. Long years undetected. Another few breaths of silence from the cave, then the voice sounded again, now carrying a hint of coldness. Fellow Taoist, would from the moment you entered the valley until now, you should have a clear count of how many questions you've asked, and how many formation eyes you've inspected. How many years I have cultivated, and what my cultivation level is, are none of the Wood family's concern. You came today to verify if this venerable is a real person. Now that you have heard me, you know I am. The patriarch tapped his fingers on his probing staff. The other party's spiritual sense intensity far exceeded his expectations. But he needed to confirm another question: how strong was it exactly? He slowly raised his right hand, and a pale golden spiritual light rose from his palm. The foundation establishment pressure was released without reservation, flattening shrubs and causing pebbles to tremble. The pressure advanced slowly but forcefully towards the cave mouth. An instant before the pressure touched the cave entrance, a denser, icier aura erupted from within. Demonic aura. A demonic aura at the peak chi refinement stage, yet several times more condensed than a beast of the same rank. The two pressures collided violently in the 30 zhang, clearing, cracking the stone ground, with fine fissures radiating from the point of impact. The patriarch's fingers tightened abruptly. Not a cultivator. A demonic beast. In his nearly 120 years, he had once single-handedly repelled a foundation establishment demonic bird from deep within Qingniu Mountain. But such creatures rarely ventured to the periphery, much less cooperated with human cultivators. Was this beast before him, that Qingshui ancestor? A demonic beast protecting a human clan, making them willingly call it ancestor. This was something he had never seen before. He withdrew his pressure. The demonic aura at the cave entrance also subsided. The patriarch was silent for a long moment, then slowly cupped his hands. I was presumptuous. I have disturbed you greatly today. I take my leave. He turned and descended the mountain, his pace quicker than when he came. After the patriarch's figure vanished, Yue Yuan exhaled. The tremor from the pressure collision still lingered on his tortoise shell. There was no substantial damage, but the defense had been strained. If the patriarch had persisted for just half an incense stick more, he might have been the first to falter. A chi refinement peak cultivator withstanding foundation establishment pressure relied on pushing the demonic aura barrier to its limit. If the patriarch had used all his strength even at the cost of his realm, he would have had no chance of victory. But he had won this round, won the psychological battle. The patriarch was now convinced he was a foundation establishment demonic beast and would not probe again in the short term. He called up the system panel. Clan Fortune 99. It didn't budge an inch. So close. Wishing was useless. Deep within the mine, Liu Tieshan had been guarding the tunnel entrance. When that unfamiliar pressure emanated from the rear mountain, the veins on the back of his hand gripping his blade bulged. It was a sensation he had never felt before, an instinctive urge to retreat. Then the savage demonic aura erupted from the ancestor's cave, colliding with the foundation establishment pressure. His knuckles cracked as he tightened his grip. A hand reached from behind and grasped his hand holding the blade. Lei Xiaowan said nothing, her fingers gently intertwining with his. Deep in the mine, the three children were gathered in Wan Shi's arms. Lu Jingxi was unusually quiet, leaning against his grandmother. Lu Jingfeng still had a dog's tail grass stalk in his mouth, but he had stopped chewing long ago. Lu Jingshu stood at the front, his small frame ramrod straight, one hand resting on the small wooden knife at his waist, the spitting image of his father. After the pressure receded, Liu Tieshan slowly released his grip on the blade. He turned, looked at Lei Xiaowan, then at the three children, and was silent for a long time. It's over. He bent down and gently held Lu Jingshu's little hand that was on the wooden knife. That night, in the ancestors' cave, the core members of Spirit Spring Valley gathered. The patriarch had left with his people, and the Wood family would not act rashly in the short term. But if the Wood family fails in the auction, they might turn their attention back to Spirit Spring Valley. Once he stabilizes his realm, he won't just be an old man afraid to risk his life. Yue Yuan sorted out the next steps one by one, cultivation breakthroughs, monitoring the Wood family's auction, Liu Tieshan's push to become a grandmaster, and the third generation's initiation. This venerable needs time. Until I break through to foundation establishment Spirit Spring Valley, we'll keep a low profile. After everyone dispersed, Yue Yuan lay prone on the bluestone slab, glanced at the glaring 99 on the system panel, and dismissed it. So close. First cultivate. The Qingshui breathing method began to circulate slowly. The moisture from the Spirit Spring tributary condensed into a thin mist, enveloping his tortoise shell and seeping in through the shell's patterns. At the same time, 50 li deep within Qingniu Mountain, the dark golden vertical pupil that had been active for a while now fully opened. A layer of white frost formed on the rock surface, and for 10 li around, not even the chirping of insects could be heard. A pair of cold, enormous dark golden eyes slowly turned towards the direction of Spirit Spring Valley, but then immediately closed again. On the path from Spirit Spring Valley back to Greenwood Ridge, the old patriarch led the way, leaning on his pulse-probing staff, his bare feet treading steadily on the gravel road. His pace was unhurried, yet each step was firm. Mu Qinghe followed, 3 paces behind, words he had held in all along threatening to spill out, only to be swallowed back repeatedly. He knew his second uncle's temperament. When the old man remained silent, it was best not to interrupt. Upon reaching the ancient pine tree at the foot of Greenwood Ridge, the old patriarch halted. He settled onto a stone swept clean by the mountain wind, laying his staff across his knees. Ask away. Mu Qinghe spoke first. Second uncle, did you see that Qingshui old ancestor? Not entirely. Through the thin fog of the maze formation and a distance of 30 zhang, I only glimpsed the outline of the cave entrance. But we clashed our auras for a round, and I felt out what I needed to. What cultivation level? Qi refining grand perfection. Mu Qing's brow furrowed deeply. Mu Qing's pupils also constricted slightly. Qi refining grand not foundation establishment. Then why did second uncle retreat back in the valley? The old patriarch took in the expressions of his juniors. Do you think that I, as pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator, should effortlessly crush a chi refining grand perfection? Under normal circumstances, that would be true. Under normal circumstances. The old patriarch repeated those 4 words, his tone as flat, as if commenting on the weather. But that thing is not human. It is a demonic beast. He raised his hand palm up. The combat prowess of a demonic beast is inherently at least half a realm higher than a human cultivator of the same rank. A chi refining grand perfection demonic beast's actual combat strength is at least stronger than an ordinary human cultivator of the same rank. Furthermore, its demonic chi is several times denser than that of a demonic beast of the same rank. I suspect it has cultivated some body tempering technique or possesses a special bloodline. In any case, its defense far exceeds that of its peers. He turned his palm over and pressed it onto his staff. If I were to clash Hedon with it, even if I could win, the cost would most likely be my cultivation base. Fighting at full power for longer than the time it takes an incense stick to burn would aggravate my old injuries and shake my foundation. Even if I won, I might fall back to the chi refining stage. If the Mu family then loses its foundation establishment cultivator, even if we secure Spirit Spring Valley, how could we proceed with the auction? Mu Qinghe fell silent. Mu Qingsong fell silent as well. The old patriarch tapped his staff on the ground. Such a price for a single spirit vein is not worth it. So it showed weakness, and I showed weakness in return. It feared I would risk everything, and I feared it would trade its life for mine. Both sides were afraid, so both sides backed down. But what it doesn't know is that I have already gauged its limits. Chi refining grand perfection, formidable defense, but it lacks foundation establishment level offensive power. Otherwise it wouldn't have bothered clashing auras with me, if it could have just struck directly with a claw. He paused, his tone gaining a hint of certainty. Moreover, don't forget it is a demonic beast. He looked at his 3 nephews before him. Demonic beasts have longer lifespans and stronger physical bodies and combat prowess at the same rank than cultivators. This is the advantage the heavenly Tao grants them. But the heavenly Tao does not grant only advantages. The time a demonic beast needs to break through from chi refining grand perfection to foundation establishment is far longer than that for a human cultivator. Back then it took me 3 years to go from chi refining grand perfection to pseudo foundation establishment. Even if that turtle has the highest talent, it will need at least 3 years. Under normal circumstances, 10 or even decades are not uncommon. Hearing this, Mu King's brow slowly relaxed. Mu Qingsong took over the conversation. So time is on our side. We just need to make our move before it breaks through. The old patriarch nodded. It needs at least 3 years. We only need half a year. After the auction ends, regardless of the outcome, we will immediately organize our forces and take Spirit Spring Valley with full force. It won't have a chance to break through. He swept his gaze across everyone present. Of course, don't celebrate too soon. Although that turtle can't break through to foundation establishment in the short term, it is still at the peak of combat power within the chi refining grand perfection stage. Relying on me alone to take it down would cost a considerable price. So this time we not only rely on the Mu family, but also need to invite external help. The old patriarch looked at Mu Qingsong. Continue with the auction. Don't stop. Qinghu, continue liquidating peripheral assets. Scrounge up every last spirit stone from the treasury. The auction is the Mu family's proper path. Securing the spirit vein token ensures a century of peace. But the auction isn't our only card. He paused, his tone turning grave. Also, I will make a trip back to the Qingniu Sword Sect. A foundation establishment elder from the Qingniu Sword Sect once owed the Mu family a life debt. This old face of mine can still be cashed in one more time. I won't ask him to act personally, but I will ask him to help contact several latest-stage chi refining rogue cultivators active around the Qingniu Mountain area. We don't need too many, just 3 to 5 latest-stage chi refining cultivators, preferably including one at grand perfection. Combined with the Mu family's existing latest-stage chi refining members, we will form an absolute numerical advantage. No matter how strong a single chi refining grand perfection demonic beast is, it cannot simultaneously withstand a siege from one pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator and 5 or 6 latest-stage chi refining cultivators. Even if it has an iron shell, we can still pry it open. And it has its own helpers, that lightning cultivator and that half-step grandmaster mortal martial artist. Although they are insignificant in an unknown fight, with the aid of a formation for defense, they could still hold back a few of our people. Therefore, the external help must be secured. We will crush them with overwhelming force, leaving no room for variables. He looked at his nephews, his gaze finally settling on Mu Qingsong. If the auction succeeds, the Mu family is secure for a century, and we can deal with them at our leisure later. If the auction fails, Spirit Spring Valley will be the Mu family's final fallback. So regardless of the auction's outcome, Spirit Spring Valley cannot be lost. He gripped his pulse-probing staff once more, his bare feet on the gravel ground, his gray robe fluttering slightly in the mountain wind. During this time, we organize our forces, but intensifies its cultivation. But it needs 3 years, we only need half a year. Striking before it breaks through is the best opportunity. Remember, during this time, do not provoke them. Let them think I was intimidated. Feign weakness to the enemy, and you can strike with certainty. The men acknowledged the order. The old patriarch led the way, leaning on his staff, his bare feet treading the gravel path, his gray robe stirred by the wind. Greenwood Ridge loomed closer in the night, the outlines of spirit fields and mine shafts faintly visible under the moonlight. The auction for the Spirit Vein token, the favor from the Qingniu Sword Sect, and the nascent Spirit Vein in Spirit Spring Valley. These three matters twisted into a single rope in his mind. Having lived nearly 120 years, he had fought too many battles where the weak overcame the strong and witnessed too many situations where the strong lost to the weak. This time he would not gamble. He would only act on certainties. That same night, in the ancestral cave of Spirit Spring Valley, Yue Yuan lay prone on the greenstone slab, replaying the entire aura clash from earlier that day. He had succeeded. The old patriarch was convinced he was a Foundation establishment demonic beast and would not probe further for now. But Yue Yuan was also aware of another truth: that old man would not be truly fooled. A man who dared to force a Foundation establishment breakthrough on a cracked foundation did not have blood that gave up easily. He had merely withdrawn to regroup. The next time he came, it wouldn't be for a friendly chat. The auction is only half a year away. During these 6 months, the Mu family must gather spirit stones and bid. If the auction succeeds, the Mu family is secure for a century and will then turn its full attention to Spirit Spring Valley. If the auction fails, Spirit Spring Valley becomes their last resort, and they will fight even harder. He opened the system panel and took a look. Clan Fortune 99. That old bastard must think demonic beasts are slow to break through, that there's no rush. He doesn't know that this lord has a system and breakthroughs depend on Clan Fortune, not years. But the problem is this damned system is stuck at 99 points. Missing by 1 point is more agonizing than missing by 100. He retracted his head into his shell and closed his eyes. During these 6 months, while the Mu family prepares for war, the Liu family cannot be idle either. Liu Tieshan must strive for Grandmaster Lei Jingjing must continue to refine his formations, and the children's cultivation cannot cease. The defenses of Spirit Spring Valley must be reinforced one more layer. The time available is running short. On the night before Yue Yuan lay on the ancestral stone, the mist from the spiritual spring wrapping around the turtle shell, but he had no mind to cultivate. The system panel floated in his consciousness, the 99 pricking at his green bean-like eyes. He reviewed everything that could boost the clan's fortune. Liu Tieshan had yet to make progress in breaking through to the master level. Among the 3 children, only Liu Jingshu had successfully awakened his spirit, and Liu Jingxi too, while Liu Jingfeng could not sense any spiritual light for the time being. Lei Jingqing, Lei Xiaowan, and the Yuan family all were external relatives, and their breakthroughs would not contribute a single point to his clan's fortune. Currently, there were no true cultivators among the direct descendants of the Liu family. With no resources left, he withdrew his head into the turtle shell, feeling so dejected that he only ate half of a roasted pig for dinner before going to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed directly through the skylight. Yue Yuan hazily woke up, stretching lazily as usual. All 4 of his paws pushed outward simultaneously, scraping the turtle shell against the stone slab twice. Yue Yuan hazily woke up, stretching lazily as usual. All 4 of his paws pushed outward simultaneously, scraping the turtle shell against the clan spirit beast system. Host information. Name: Yue Yuan. Race: Xian Shui Spirit Turtle. Bloodline: Ordinary Spirit Beast. Next level: Exotic Beast Evolution. Requires Clan Fortune 0-100. Realm: Qi Refinement Great Perfection. Next level: Foundation Establishment. Initial Stage Breakthrough. Requires Clan Fortune 0-100. Current Clan Fortune 100. Lifespan: 22,600 years. Talent: Water Control, Size Manipulation. Divine Powers: Water Arrow Technique, Water Prison Technique, Songlong, Overlapping Waves. Passive Divine Powers: Turtle Breathing Technique. First layer conceals demonic energy, undetectable within Qi Refinement stage. Spiritual Awareness Perception perceives spiritual energy and life force within a 30 mile radius. Demonic Awareness Restriction embedded in Cultivator's Meridian's different system from Divine Awareness Restriction. Cultivation Methods: Xian Shui Breathing Method, Ordinary Quality, Turtle Exclusive Breathing Technique, Efficiency 3. Songlong Art, Second Grade, High Quality. 100. He looked at it 3 times to confirm he wasn't seeing things, then hurriedly flipped through the system records. The latest entry was clear: family member Liu Jingshu broke through to Qi Refinement Layer 1, Clan Fortune 1, Jingshu. 5 years old. His spiritual awareness swiftly scanned the Liu family courtyard. Liu Jingshu was standing in the courtyard, his small frame upright, right hand extended, a thin water arrow shooting from his fingertip, precisely hitting a small stone beneath the jujube tree. Unlike before, the water arrow was faintly enveloped by a layer of very light blue spiritual light. The external projection of spiritual power was a true sign of entering the Qi Refinement stage. Lei Xiaowan squatted beside him, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. Liu Jingshu retracted his hand, his small face serious, saying, "Mother, am I at Qi Refinement Layer 1? Yue Yuan retracted his spiritual awareness, his turtle brain buzzing. 5 years old. He himself had laid at the bottom of the lake for 15 years before reaching the Qi Refinement initial stage, yet this child achieved Qi Refinement Layer 1 at 5. But immediately, overwhelming joy flooded in. The Liu family's prodigy. My clan's fortune has been saved. He took a deep breath and mentally pressed the long readout button. Consume 100 clan fortune points to evolve Bloodline, Ordinary Spirit Beast, Exotic Beast. Yes, he was not in a state of slumber. He did not faint. A scorching heat erupted from the core of the turtle shell. Yue Yuan was about to say it's bearable when the excruciating pain hit. The turtle shell emitted a series of cracking sounds from the inside out, and the patterns on its surface began to grow wildly. It wasn't a slow growth, it spread and branched like vines, transforming from a few main patterns into a dense web-like. Its size expanded from small pavilion to medium pavilion, with new shell material growing along the edges, the color shifting from iron blue to a deeper blue-black, faintly glimmering with a metallic sheen. Spiritual power surged within the meridians. The total amount of spiritual energy in the Qi refinement great perfection stage remained unchanged, but its quality was being reforged. If the previous spiritual power was a flowing stream, now there began to mix in strands of something denser and more substantial, the embryonic form of liquid true essence. After a cup of tea, the excruciating pain slowly faded. Yue Yuan gasped for breath, all four paws trembled. The turtle shell, which originally had only a few main patterns, was now densely covered with lines, each line subtly glowing with a faint blue light. Its size had increased several circles compared to before. Bloodline evolution complete. Ordinary spirit beast, exotic beast. Before he could closely examine the changes in the turtle shell, the system's prompt tone rang out in succession. Passive divine power upgrade Xian Shui breathing method Xian Shui true resolution. Source bloodline evolved to exotic beast automatic advancement. Effect cultivation efficiency increased from 3 times to 5 times. New passive ability spiritual spring resonance unlocked in environments with spiritual springs or veins. Cultivation efficiency doubles. New talent unlocked Xian Shui spirit armor. Source bloodline evolved to exotic beast system gift. Effect a layer of water attribute spirit armor forms on the surface of the turtle shell, which can be activated. Upon activation, defense doubles and reduces all attribute attacks by an additional 30%. Once the spirit armor shatters, it needs to be recondensed. New talent unlocked water escape technique. Source bloodline evolved to exotic beast system gift. Effect in places with water can instantly move up to 50 zhang away. Cooldown time reduces with cultivation level increase. Current cooldown half an hour. New talent unlocked demonic awareness enhancement. Source bloodline evolved to exotic beast system gift. Effect range of spiritual awareness perception expands from a 30-mile radius to a 50-mile radius and can simultaneously lock onto 10 independent targets for real-time tracking. New talent unlocked Gui Shui true thunder. Source bloodline evolved to exotic beast system gift. Effect compresses water attribute spiritual power to its extreme, transforming it into Gui Shui true thunder. Can be detonated in a water prison, directly attacking enemies trapped in the water prison. The power is immense and consumes a significant amount of spiritual power. Passive divine power upgrade turtle breathing technique turtle breathing true technique. Source bloodline evolved to exotic beast automatic upgrade. The effect of concealing demonic energy is upgraded from undetectable within Qi refinement stage to undetectable below foundation establishment mid-stage. When reversed, the defensive power of the demonic energy barrier doubles. Yue Yuan examined the new abilities from beginning to end 3 times. Xian Shui true resolution with 5 times efficiency plus spiritual spring resonance means cultivating next to the spiritual spring is equivalent to 10 times before. He could even cultivate while sleeping to reach foundation establishment. Xian Shui spirit armor combined with turtle breathing true technique in reverse operation could stack defense to 4 times prior to the breakthrough. Water escape technique compensated for the greatest shortcoming of turtle's speed. Once every half an hour in a water-abundant place like the spiritual spring valley, it was equivalent to having an extra life. Demonic awareness enhancement expanded the spiritual awareness from a 30-mile radius to 50 miles and could simultaneously lock onto 10 targets, significantly expanding the coverage of the information network. Gui Shui true thunder was his first true offensive bloodline talent. Trapping enemies in a water prison, striking with true thunder combined with the pressure from Songlong overlapping waves, this 3-pronged approach could easily overwhelm even pseudo-foundation establishment opponents. 6 new abilities, defense, evasion, reconnaissance, cultivation, and attack, provided an all-around enhancement. The system seemed to be telling him every battle after evolving into an exotic beast would be hard-fought, first survive, then eliminate others. He turned off the system panel and looked up at the skylight. Sunlight streamed directly down the network-like patterns on the turtle shell, shimmering with a faint blue sheen. Half a year. The Mu family was preparing for war, and so was he. That old fool thought he would take a long time to break through, but he only needed to accumulate clan fortune and wait 30 more days. And the source of clan fortune lay with the next generation of the Liu family. That afternoon he tested his new abilities by the spiritual spring. Water escape technique went from the spring to the ancestral cave in the blink of an eye. After activating Xian Shui spirit armor, Lei Zhengqin unleashed his full strength with a thunder technique, and the spirit armor remained unmoved. Expanding his spiritual awareness, every stream, every rock layer, and every aura of scattered cultivators within a 50-mile radius appeared clearly. He casually glanced deeper into Qingniu Mountain. That dark golden vertical pupil was still there, but today it was closed. That night, he summoned Liu Tieshan to the ancestral cave. My bloodline has evolved. My combat power has significantly increased, but breaking through to foundation establishment still requires time. During this period, the defenses of the spiritual spring valley cannot be relaxed. Your attempt to break through to master should also be put on the agenda. Liu Tieshan clasped his fists. Understood. Yue Yuan looked at the clan fortune that had returned to 0 on the system panel, then glanced at the 6 new abilities, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his green beam-like eyes. From a palm-sized small turtle at the bottom of the lake to now being invincible within a 50-mile radius, he had walked for 22 years. Next it was time for foundation establishment. After leaving the Spirit Spring Valley, the old patriarch did not return to the Greenwood Ridge. Instead, he diverted his path directly to the Profound Peak Sword Sect. The Profound Peak Sword Sect was one of the 3 great Golden Core sects of the Great Yu Kingdom, its mountain gate nestled deep within the Profound Peak mountain range with the main peak towering into the clouds. The old patriarch, leaning on his spirit-detecting staff, arrived at the base of the guest peak outside the mountain gate and looked up. He had lived for nearly 120 years, yet before this mountain gate, he remained an outsider. The disciple guarding the gate examined his visiting card and bade him wait at the guest peak. The wait stretched to 2 hours. The old patriarch sat on a stone stool, his spirit-detecting staff resting across his knees, his eyes closed in meditation. After 2 hours, a cultivator descended the mountain path. He was at the late Qi refining stage, clad in the cyan Dharma robe of an outer disciple of the Profound Peak Sword Sect. He approached the old patriarch with an attitude neither arrogant nor warm. "Senior Wood, my master is in seclusion and cannot receive guests. However, my master instructed that the Wood family's matter." He produced a jade slip from his sleeve and handed it to the old patriarch. "Here is a list of several rogue cultivators active in the Qingniu Mountain area. My master has already communicated with them. If you find them useful, senior, you may contact them directly." The old patriarch took the jade slip and swept it with his divine sense. There were 4 names, 1 at the great perfection of Qi refining and 3 at the late Qi refining stage. All were rogue cultivators attached to the periphery of the Profound Peak Sword Sect. This was exactly what he needed. "Please convey my thanks to the elder," the old patriarch said, cupping his hands. In his heart, he knew that the life debt from 100 years ago could now only be exchanged for this jade slip. Favors depreciate over time, but this was sufficient. He tucked the jade slip into his bosom, leaned on his staff, and turned to descend the mountain. That same day, at the rear mountain of the Spirit Spring Valley, a natural stone cavern had been converted into a temporary meditation chamber. Liu Tieshan sat cross-legged on a straw mat, the wild goose saber resting across his knees. The plum blossom knot on its hilt gleamed with a faint dark luster in the glow of the oil lamp. He was not striving to break through to Grandmaster. The threshold of Grandmaster was already within his grasp, a breakthrough was only a matter of time. He was engaged in another task, completely deconstructing the blade techniques of the profound martial arts from beginning to end. He had practiced each stroke no less than 1,000 times, but today he was not practicing the blade, he was searching for what was hidden within the techniques. Those subtle details overlooked by generations of copyists. Outside the stone cavern, Yue Yuan came to deliver a meal once a day. She never entered, she merely placed the food basket at the cave entrance, sat on a rock for a while, and then left. Today the basket contained flatbread, pickled radish, and a small jar of plum wine she had brewed herself. She sat for a while listening to the sound of the blade cutting through the air within, then stood up, nudged the basket half an inch closer to the cave entrance, and turned away. By the Spirit Spring, Liu Jingshu stood beneath a jujube tree, his right hand extended flat. A thin water arrow shot from his fingertip, striking the tree trunk. The trunk was already densely marked with dozens of shallow depressions. Yesterday Yue Yuan had told him, hitting the target is the foundation. But on the battlefield the enemy won't stand still for you to strike. You must learn to anticipate their next position in the moment they move. A 5-year-old child could not comprehend what anticipation meant, but he remembered. He began to sense the wind around the jujube tree. His maternal grandfather had said that wind was another form of water vapor. He discovered that when the wind passed over the tree trunk, it left extremely subtle changes in moisture on the bark. If he could perceive the wind's direction, he would know in advance which way to adjust his water arrow. He closed his eyes and recondensed a water arrow. Liu Jingxi squatted nearby, clutching the tree branch she never liked. She had watched her brother practice his water arrows for half a month. Then she stood up, imitated his posture, held the branch out flat, and yelled hey. At the tree trunk. At the tip of the branch, a withered leaf trembled slightly. It was not moved by the wind. Liu Jingxi stared at the leaf for a long moment, then suddenly turned her head and shouted, "Grandpa! Grandpa! Look!" Lei Jingxing, who was sitting nearby, perusing a jade slip on a Ray inheritance, looked up at the sound. He walked over, crouched down, and examined it carefully. It was just an ordinary tree branch with no spiritual power attached to it. He returned the branch to her. "Try again." Liu Jingxi gathered her strength and shouted once more. The withered leaf trembled again with a greater amplitude than before. This time Lei Jingxing saw it clearly. It was not wind, but an extremely faint wisp of lightning spiritual power. This girl's spiritual root had not yet been fully tested. She possessed a mixed lightning-fire spiritual root. The lightning attribute was inherited from him, while the fire attribute lay dormant. The two attributes restrained each other, preventing the testing stone from yielding a clear result. Yet just now she had unconsciously released a thread of lightning spiritual power through a tree branch. Lei Jingxing was silent for a few breaths, then patted her head. "Wait until Grandpa finds you a good branch." Liu Jingxi nodded vigorously. On the other side of the Spirit Spring, Yuan Shi was crouched in the vegetable patch, watering the newly sprouted spiritual herbs. Beside the spiritual field, she had also planted a few ordinary cabbages, not spiritual plants, just common greens. When fourth Uncle Lu Changfu passed by, he stopped to look and couldn't help asking, "What's the point of planting cabbages?" Without looking up, Yuan Shi replied, "Jing Feng likes to eat them." Fourth Uncle thought for a moment, found the reason utterly irrefutable, and then crouched down beside her to help pull weeds. Lu Jingfeng squatted at the edge of the vegetable patch, a blade of dogtail grass in his hand, earnestly calling roll for a row of cabbages. You are a little white, you are a little green, and you are a little fatty. Each cabbage had a name, but the names changed every time. Wansher did not correct him. After pulling a few handfuls of weeds, fourth uncle suddenly asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you think this Spirit Spring Valley will become in the future?" Wansher set down her water ladle and looked at Liu Jingshu practicing his water arrow, and Liu Jingshi waving her branch by the distant spring. It will become what they want it to become. Wansher set down her water ladle and looked at Liu Jingshu practicing his water arrow, and Liu Jingshi waving her branch by the distant spring. It will become what they want it to be. The Wood family had accelerated the liquidation of their peripheral assets. All the market shops had been sold off, and most of the outlying spirit fields had been disposed of as well. Someone had spotted the old patriarch near the outer perimeter of the Profound Peak Sword sect. The informant deduced he was there to contact external reinforcements. Most importantly, the informant had recently discovered traces of another group of rogue cultivators on the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain. Their cultivation was not low, several were at the late Qi refining stage, and their area of activity was less than 30 li from the Spirit Spring Valley. There were at least 6 of them, and the leader had a profound aura possibly beyond the late Qi refining stage. Yue Yuan pushed the communication talisman aside, having a general idea of the situation. The old patriarch had gone to the Profound Peak Sword sect, and those rogue cultivators were likely the reinforcements he had hired. 6 people, at least one possibly at the great perfection of Qi refining, plus the old patriarch himself, a false foundation establishment cultivator. Tisk tisk tisk, he was really pulling out all the stops. He called up the system panel and glanced at it. The clan's fortune was at 0. Where would the next wave of clan fortune come from? Liu Tieshan breaking through to Grandmaster. Liu Jingshu breaking through to the second layer of Qi refining. Liu Jingshi successfully completing her spiritual awakening. Whichever it was, it would take time. He swept his gaze towards the depths of Qingniu Mountain. That dark golden vertical pupil remained closed today, but the white frost condensing on the rock surface had spread outward by another several zhang, and the needles on a few old pines had withered and yellowed. He dismissed the panel and retracted his head into his shell. The Wood family was waiting for the auction results, and so was he. Waiting for the clan's fortune, waiting for Liu Tieshan to emerge from seclusion, waiting for the children to grow. Time was something he had once thought abundant. A lifespan of 500 years was enough for him to sleep through several lifetimes. Now he felt time pass too quickly. The children were growing up too fast, yet still not fast enough. On the 7th day of Liu Tieshan's seclusion, an extraordinarily prolonged blade hum resonated from the stone cave in the rear mountain. The first gust of saber wind had barely reached the cave entrance when the second followed, layering itself upon the tail of the first. There was no need for deliberate effort. The saber's momentum connected with itself. Lei Xiaowan, who was placing a food box at the cave entrance, paused. Today's box contained an extra small pot of osmanthus wine. She did not enter, but lingered at the entrance for a while longer. Inside the cave, Liu Tieshan sat cross-legged on a straw mat, the wild goose saber resting horizontally across his neck. During the 7 days of seclusion, he had deconstructed the profound martial art from beginning to end, repeatedly cross-referencing the water tribute wave stacking technique imparted by Yue Yuan. At last he discovered what generations of transcribers had overlooked. A breathing rhythm concealed within the blade techniques. The stacking of waves relied not on force, but on breath. Under a specific breathing cadence, the saber's momentum would accumulate on its own, becoming an unbroken chain. He sheathed his blade and pushed open the stone door. The gate to mastery was already ajar. Pushing it open required a true battle. By the spirit spring, Liu Jingshu stood beneath a jujube tree, his right hand extended, a water arrow coalescing at his fingertip. For 5 days, Yue Yuan's new task for him had been to deflect his own finger with a finer water thread the instant the water arrow condensed. An enemy will not merely dodge your attacks, they will prevent you from launching them at all. The water thread struck with precision, knocking Liu Jingshu's finger aside. The water arrow wobbled and landed on the empty ground beside the tree trunk. He set his small face in a stern expression and began to condense another. The next time it deviated even more. A few more dense pits had been added to the jujube tree's trunk. Not far away, Liu Jingshi gripped her ever-present branch, standing 3 paces from the jujube tree. Her feet were shoulder-width apart, her right hand holding the branch, her left hand behind her back, mimicking the starting stance her grandfather demonstrated for the Thunderblade. She took a deep breath and swung the branch down with force. The withered leaves trembled. She swung again, they trembled once more. On the 3rd swing, a withered leaf finally detached from the twig, spiraling twice in the air before landing. She stared at the leaf for a long moment, then turned her head and loudly announced to her 4th uncle, who was crouched nearby, pulling weeds, 4th granduncle. "Look!" Lei Jingqing sat a short distance away, flipping through formation records. He didn't lift his head, but the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. At the mine entrance, Liu Jingfeng squatted on the ground, holding a stalk of dogtail grass, and calling out names to a line of ants one by one. Little black, little dot, what's your name? The vocabulary of a 3-year-old was limited, but every ant had a name. Liu Tieshan walked down from the rear mountain, stood for a moment at the mine entrance, then bent down and hoisted his 3rd son onto his shoulders. Liu Jingfeng giggled, his small hands tugging at his father's ears. Beneath the jujube tree, Liu Jingshu retracted his water arrow and turned to look at his father. "Father, I've mastered it." Liu Tieshan gave a slight nod. Just one word, but the corner of his mouth moved. Liu Jingshu stared at his father's mouth. "Father, I've mastered it." Liu Tieshan gave a slight nod. Just one word, but the corner of his mouth moved. Lu Jingshu stared at his father's mouth for a good while, then grinned himself. At the valley entrance, Lei Zhengqin crouched before the main array node of the maze formation, carving the final ring of runes around its periphery. The open booklet beside him was densely filled with records of the consumption and maintenance cycles of each formation. Once triggered, this newly added ring of runes would release a patch of chaotic rocks and mud towards the valley entrance. Any aura above the chi refining late stage that passed through the valley mouth would manifest on the formation diagram. He finished carving the last rune and raised his head to gaze deep into the Qingniu Mountains. That anomalous fluctuation had grown stronger again. The frost in the rock strata had already spread to a point less than 10 li from the Spirit Spring Valley. He committed this matter to memory, but did not voice it. For now, the most pressing concern was the Mu family. At the Greenwood Ridge, the old ancestor had brought back 3 people. Go Laofeng Qi refining grand perfection, Earthfire miscellaneous spiritual roots clad in a dark red half-body armor, a short-handled war hammer slung across his back, its head densely covered in fine flame patterns. Chun Bai Qi refining 8th layer metal attribute, a pair of gold thread gloves hanging at his waist, each thread faintly flowing with pale golden spiritual light. Tai Wushuang Qi refining 7th layer wind attribute, each wrist wrapped in a coil of silver thread, as fine as a strand of hair. Including the Mu family's own Mu Qingyan, they had 5 cultivators above the late Qi refining stage, plus the old ancestor himself, a pseudo-foundation establishment. In the meeting hall, Mu Qingsong spread the latest intelligence on the table. The Spirit Spring Valley had completely contracted its defenses, and a new ring of runes had been added at the valley entrance. Mu Qingyan stamped his scabbard on the ground. Second uncle, that turtle is only a Qi refining grand perfection. What are you afraid of? Afraid it will trade its life for mine, the old ancestor said in a flat tone. To forcibly take down a Qi refining grand perfection demonic beast, I would have to pay the price of a full power strike lasting at least an incense stick's time. If I win but fall back to the Qi refining stage, what then of the auction? He stood up, using his probing staff to point out positions one by one on the sketch of the Spirit Spring Valley. Fellow Taoist, Gui, strike immediately after the auction. With your Earth-Fire dual attributes, you will pin down the profound water old ancestor from the front. Stall, don't fight. 1 incense stick's time. Gu Laofeng grinned. He won't get past me within 1 incense stick's time. Qingyan, take Chun Bai and circle around from the flank, block the retreat path to the rear mountain. Mu Qingyan nodded. Chun Bai tightened the gold thread gloves on his wrists. Tai Wushuang and Han Shan suppressed the valley entrance formation and that 7th layer thunder cultivator. Once the formation is broken, immediately reinforce the front. Tai Wushuang's silver threads flashed on his wrists as he nodded. Qinghe lead the remaining men to clear the periphery. The old ancestor stamped his probing staff on the ground. Take the Spirit Spring Valley and the reward will be doubled. The Mu family never breaks its word. The meeting dispersed. The old ancestor stood alone by the window, gazing out at the layered forests of the Greenwood Ridge. He had lived for nearly 120 years, fought too many battles where the weak overcame the strong, and witnessed too many games where the strong were defeated by the weak. This time he would not gamble. He would only do what was certain. After the auction ended, the Spirit Spring Valley would belong to the Mu family. That same night, in the old ancestor's cave of the Spirit Spring Valley, Yue Yuan lay sprawled on a green stone slab, his spiritual sense sweeping across a radius of 50 li. After the auction ended, the Spirit Spring Valley would belong to the Mu family. That same night, in the old ancestor's cave of the Spirit Spring Valley, Yue Yuan lay sprawled on a green stone slab, his spiritual sense sweeping across a radius of 50 li. The 6-month period passed in a flash. Inside the ancestor's cave, Yue Yuan lay sprawled on the large blue stone, his body having grown another size larger. The reticulated patterns on his tortoise shell gleamed with a dull iron blue luster under the moonlight. Stones glow with faint blue light flowing slowly within each vein. With the resonance amplification of the Spirit Spring, the profound water true solution operated at tenfold efficiency. His Qi refining great perfection spiritual power had already reached its peak. Only a bloodline evolution stood between him and foundation establishment. All newly acquired talents had been fully integrated and mastered. The water escape technique's cooldown had been reduced from an initial half-hour to just a quarter-hour. The Guishui True Thunder could now detonate 3 consecutive rounds within a water prison, and the profound water spirit armor, when reversed with the Turtle Breath True Art, stacked defensive power to a level even he couldn't ascertain its limit. On the system panel, the clan's fortunes steadily accumulated. Over these 6 months, it had sporadically granted some reward. Though still somewhat short of the target of 100, the foundation built over half a year had rendered the Qi refining great perfection realm utterly beneath his notice. He cast a glance toward the depths of Qingniu Mountain. That dark, golden vertical pupil remained closed, but the white frost on the rock surface had spread to within less than 3 li of the Spirit Spring Valley, turning the needles of several old pines completely yellow. 3 li, another li closer than last month. He filed this detail away without further investigation. For now, the Mu family matter needed to be settled. After half a year of optimization by Lei Zhengqing, the formation at the entrance of Spirit Spring Valley had its maze array expanded outward. Newly added attack runes could unleash a barrage of rocks and mud the moment an enemy stepped into the valley. Liu Tieshan had stepped into the Grandmaster realm, a state no one in the mortal martial world had reached for a century. His blade momentum now flowed unceasingly, The surging waves technique no longer required deliberate force, as the essence of the blade arose with every breath. The three children had grown another half-year older. Liu Jingshi's water arrow technique could now hit moving targets. Liu Jingshi had officially begun cultivating the thunder attraction art, and Liu Jingfeng still spent his days squatting by the vegetable patch calling roll for the greens and ants. That evening, a transmission talisman flew from the direction of Blackstone City, landing directly beneath the skylight of the ancestors' cave. Yue Yuan unfolded the paper, which bore only one line: the Mu family lost the auction. The century decree had been revoked, and they were ordered to vacate Qingniu Ridge within 3 months. The Mu family had mobilized all their forces and were heading towards Spirit Spring Valley. After reading, he pushed the talisman aside. "Go and invite Brother Lei over," he said to Liu Tieshan, who stood guard at the cave entrance. "And call your wife as well. The Mu family is here." Half a cup of tea later, the core members of Spirit Spring Valley gathered in the ancestors' cave. Yue Yuan got straight to the point. "The Mu family lost the auction and are coming this way with all their strength. The leader is still that old patriarch along with a few qi refining latest-stage external helpers. The specific numbers and composition are roughly the same as we detected last time." Lei Jingqing closed the formation manual in his hand. "They'll go reinforce the valley entrance formation core." "No rush," Yue Yuan raised a claw. "You've been reinforcing it for half a year. It's sufficient. I called you here today to discuss how to fight." Liu Tieshan stood at the cave entrance, hand on his blade hilt. "How shall we fight?" "The old patriarch is mine." Yue Yuan's tone was calm. "I haven't been idle these 6 months. A pseudo-foundation establishment. They'll crush him, Hedon." He turned to Lei Jingqing. "Don't activate the full formation at the valley entrance. Let them into the valley. We'll settle this on the open ground by the Spirit Spring. Your task is to guard the mine shaft with Xiaowan. No matter how fierce the battle outside, don't come out. The children and Madame Wan will all go deep into the mine shaft." Lei Jingqing nodded. "Jingshu and Jingshi should go in too," Lei Xiaowan added. "Let them watch from the periphery," Yue Yuan said. Liu Tieshan's brow twitched slightly. Yue Yuan glanced at him. "It's not that I'm being heartless. The world they will face in the future is far more perilous than today. If they flee into the mine shaft at the site of a pseudo-foundation establishment, with a few qi refining latest-stage cultivators, what will they do when they encounter a true foundation establishment? Let them watch from a safe distance on the periphery, so they understand what a real battle is like." Liu Tieshan was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Tieshan will face the enemy Hedon with you. The world they will face in the future is far more perilous than today. If they flee into the mine shaft at the site of a pseudo-foundation establishment, with a few qi refining latest-stage cultivators, what will they do?" "Understood. After this battle, the Mu family affair will be over." Yue Yuan swept his gaze across everyone present. "I don't just want to drive them away. I want them to sit down and have a proper discussion about what happens next. But if they don't know what's good for them, then let them all be." With the deployment complete, everyone dispersed. Lei Jingqing went to the mine shaft to set up the final defensive runes. Lei Xiaowan led the 3 children into the mine, and Liu Tieshan sharpened his blade at the cave entrance. Yue Yuan lay in the ancestors' cave, giving his system panel one last look. All stats were maxed out, and the clan's fortune was steadily accumulating. 6 months had passed, and that old codger from the Mu family still thought he needed 3 years. He dismissed the panel and extended his spiritual sense beyond the valley. The Mu family's contingent had already entered the 5th Ally radius. The leading pseudo-foundation establishment aura was heavier than half a year ago, but the cracks in its foundation remained with spiritual energy leaking slightly with each heartbeat. Behind him followed 5 auras at Qi refining latestage, or above 2 of which were slightly farther apart, taking flanking routes. Further back, 7 or 8 Qi refining midstage auras were suppressed low, advancing slowly toward the valley entrance. A full mobilization. A last-ditch battle. The Mu family failed in the auction, losing the bid to a major force with several foundation establishment cultivators. On the night the old patriarch returned from the Qingniu Sword sect, this news lay like a burning coal buried in everyone's heart. The century decree was revoked, and they were ordered to vacate Qingniu Ridge within 3 months. All the spirit fields, mineral caves, and market stalls accumulated by 3 generations of the Mu family were seized by the Qingniu Sword sect. They had only this final gamble left: seize the Spirit Spring Valley, and the Mu family might yet survive. Fail, and they would be forced out of Qingniu Ridge, relocated near mortal towns, barely scraping by on the meager management fees from a rogue cultivator market. The cultivation speed of the clan's disciples would plummet, and the chances of future generations reaching foundation establishment would dwindle to nearly 0. So today's battle was not for territory, but for survival itself. When the Mu family's procession entered the valley mouth, the mist of the illusory maze formation was thicker than ever. The old patriarch, leaning on his spirit-detecting staff, led the way, followed by Mu Yanqing, Mu Qinghe, and Mu Qingyan. Behind them came 3 hired rogue cultivators at the late Qi refining stage. Golaofing, shouldering a short-handled warhammer of Chunbai, wearing a pair of gold thread gloves, and Tai Wushuang, whose wrists were wrapped with silver threads as fine as strands of hair. Bringing up the rear were 7 or 8 Mu family members at the mid-Qi refining stage, their steps steady, but their expressions grim. The auction was lost, the century decree revoked. 3 generations of the Mu family's legacy rested on this final desperate gamble. If they failed to take the Spirit Spring Valley, the Mu family would be forced to leave Qingniu Ridge. The old patriarch halted at the valley mouth, tapping the ground with his staff. The formation patterns of the crushing stone and mud swamp were triggered. The ground suddenly collapsed, swallowing 3 mid-chi refining clansmen, their legs trapped by rubble and mud rendering them immobile. Tai Wushuang's silver threads shot from her wrists, dragging the 3 men out by force. "Where is the Xian Shui old ancestor?" A voice echoed from above, "Waiting for you." Everyone looked up abruptly. On the edge of the rear mountain platform, a massive black-green tortoise the size of a medium pavilion gazed down upon them from its lofty perch. The iron-green shell was covered with a dense network of patterns that gleamed with a metallic luster in the morning light. Within each pattern a faint azure glow flowed slowly. It did not conceal its aura or deliberately release its pressure. It merely lay there, yet it instinctively drove every chi refining cultivator present to take a step back. Liu Tieshan stood at the valley mouth, his hand on his saber hilt. Behind him was only the pale white mist of the spirit spring. The old patriarch frowned slightly. He had anticipated at least 3 layers of defense, Lei Zenking's frontal interception, and a gradual attrition through formations. They had only this final gamble left. Seize the Spirit Spring Valley, and the Mu family might yet survive. Fail, and they would be forced out of Qingniu Ridge, relocated near mortal towns, barely scraping by on the meager. The old patriarch spoke, his tone more earnest than half a year ago. "Daoist friend, the Mu family has lost the auction. We have come only to borrow this place for a brief respite, not to make an enemy of you. If you are willing to cede half of the Spirit Spring Valley, the Mu family will compensate you with spirit stones and cultivation techniques." Yue Yuan did not reply. He was thinking of the clash of pressures from half a year ago. That old man had probed his true strength with a foundation establishment pressure, and Yue Yuan had endured it with a barrier of demonic aura at the great perfection of chi refining. The old man, convinced he was a foundation establishment demon beast, had wisely retreated. Now 6 months later he returned, not because he was certain of victory, but because he had lost the auction and had no other choice. A man who dared to forcibly establish his foundation with a flawed core did not possess blood that surrendered easily. Half a year ago he could retreat because the path of the auction still lay open. Now that path was severed, leaving him only the option to fight with his life. Yet precisely because he was fighting for his life, he was all the more dangerous. "Fellow Taoist Mu," Yue Yuan's voice sounded in the old patriarch's mind, his tone as indifferent as stating a fact. "You left 2 men outside the valley mouth to circle around and cut off my retreat. Does this seem like an intention to spare the valley?" A twitch stirred at the corner of the old patriarch's eye. His every deployment had been seen through from beginning to end. "Then I shall give you one truth as well." Yue Yuan rose from the platform, his medium pavilion-sized frame casting a vast shadow that blocked the morning light. "Not a single one of the people you have brought here will leave." The moment the words fell, prisons of water materialized out of thin air. They did not trap the old patriarch, but everyone behind him. Ge Laofeng, Chun Bai, Tai Wushuang, Mu Qingyan, Mu Qinghe, and Mu Yanqing. All were simultaneously encased in spherical water prisons. Ge Laofeng reacted fastest. His short-handled warhammer crashed into the water barrier, sending sparks flying, yet the water wall remained unmoved. Chun Bai's golden silk gauntlets ripped a fissure through the water, but before he could slip out, the Songlong layered waves surged in. The first layer sealed the tears shut. The second layer compressed his entire body into a mist of blood. The golden silk gauntlet sank to the bottom of the water prison, a faint golden radiance lingering between its fingers not yet dissipated. Refining Chi 8th tier, an instant kill. Tai Wushuang's face drained of color, silver filament lines at his wrists frantically carved into the water, but each crack that formed was immediately pressed closed by the stacked waves. Mu Qinghe's protective aura creaked under the water's pressure. He grit his teeth and looked toward the old patriarch. Before he could utter the word second uncle, the water prison snapped tighter, his protective light shattered, and his body was crushed into a haze of blood. Mu Yanqing stood beside him, watching his nephew dissolve into a bloody mist. Tears brimmed at his eyes. He battered the water barrier with his pulse-probing staff, but the cane that had sought veins and seams for a lifetime could not even carve a hairline crack. Gooseflesh prickled over Ge Laofeng's skin. He was a Lianqi grand completion cultivator, a lone practitioner who had eked out a living on the fringes of Qingniu Mountain for 20 years. He had faced more beasts than those pampered Mu elders could ever have seen. Yet he had never encountered a water prison like this. He had sparred with grand completion beasts of equal standing, and none could bind 5 opponents at once while instantly killing 2 of them. This is definitely not mere Lianqi grand completion. Hammer flared, spitting a He made a snap decision. The fiery pattern on his warhammer flared, spitting a blinding red light that forced open 3 feet of space in the water prison. Then he raised both hands over his head and shouted with the booming voice of a man calling for parley on a battlefield elder. "Senior Yu, old Mu is drunk. If you must kill him. Spare me. I did work for the Mu family purely out of a favor. I bear you no grudge. 2,000 spirit stones. I am willing to give 2,000 spirit stones to buy my life." Yue Yuan's beady green eyes narrowed slightly. The old patriarch's face went ashen. He had paid dearly for the reinforcements he brought. Now, before his face, these outsiders dared address his enemy as senior and claim the patriarch was drunk. Seeing Yue Yuan did not strike immediately, Ge Laofeng pressed on 3,000. 3,000 spirit stones, plus the handful of fire-attributed spirit ore in my storage pouch. I am of mixed earth-fire roots. Your water nature is wholly incompatible with me. You cannot absorb me even if you do. You, senior, are a magnanimous man. Yue Yuan listened and suddenly thought of someone. Lianqi 7th year, also a lone practitioner who had begged for mercy without hesitation in battle and was now his informant in Haishi City. The lone practitioner's survival philosophy was never honor but survival. Today was not the day to spare informants. Not a single Mu family member could be left alive. The water prison tightened. Go Laofeng watched the 3 feet of space he had carved open shrink inch by inch. Knowing he could not escape today, he stopped begging. He drew a deep breath, slammed his warhammer into the water barrier, then straightened and grimaced with a feral smile. Fine. I will not die in vain. Old Mu, may your ancestors be damned. The water prison closed. The dark red silhouette vanished within the curtain of water. Chen Bai, Go Laofeng, and Mu Qinghe fell in succession. Only Tai Wushuang, Mu Yanqing, and Mu Qingyan remained inside the water prison. The water prison closed. The dark red silhouette vanished within the curtain of water. Chen Bai, Go Laofeng, and Mu Qinghe fell in succession. Only Tai Wushuang, Mu Yanqing, and Mu Qingyan remained inside the water prison. The old patriarch did not look back at the fallen. He leaned on his pulse-probing staff, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yue Yuan, unchanged from the moment the water prison rose. He could not be distracted. The turtle's cultivation now was wholly different from 6 months ago. Half a year earlier, he could probe the other party's limits with the pressure of a foundation establishment, but now the beast's demonic aura was so dense it shielded even his spiritual sense. It was not foundation establishment, yet it stood a hair's breadth from foundation establishment. He drew a deep breath and mobilized his spiritual power, unleashing the full pressure of a pseudo-foundation establishment. Trees around them violently shook. The surface of the spirit spring erupted into 3-foot sprays. A faint golden protective aura shrouded his body, streaked with strands of white hair. He burned what little longevity remained to himself to briefly approximate the combat strength of an early foundation establishment. Yue Yuan moved, not to withdraw, but to collide Hedon. The medium-sized turtle form, augmented by the Xian water spirit armor, slammed toward the patriarch like an iron mountain. The patriarch's pulse-probing staff struck the turtle shell with a shower of sparks. The shell did not flinch. The rebound force, however, sent his body skidding back, gouging 2 deep furrows into the stony ground beneath his feet. Before he could steady himself, Gue Water True Thunder detonated behind him. 3 successive blasts. The first blew a half-hang deep pit behind him, the second sealed off his left escape, and the third struck precisely at the weakest point of his protective aura. His protective light flickered violently, spiderwebbing with cracks. He endured the bombardment and stepped from the dust to thrust his pulse-probing staff downward, only to strike air. Yue Yuan was no longer there. The patriarch's heart plunged. He realized the terrifying fact: the 3 reinforcements he had brought, his 2 nephews, his 4th brother, all were trapped within the water prison. And while the turtle met him Hedon, it simultaneously maintained the prison that held everyone. This was not a feat a Lianqi grand completion could accomplish. A grand completion's total spiritual power and spiritual sense strength are finite. Dividing attention inevitably drags down casting speed and potency. Yet the turtle assaulted him face-to-face, kept the water prison continuously pressurized, and used Gue Water True Thunder with surgical precision to strike at his protective aura's weak points. It performed 3 tasks simultaneously without any loss of power. This was not Lianqi grand completion. It displayed at least the spiritual sense strength and control of a foundation establishment. He had no time to ponder. Yue Yuan instant transferred behind him. The water prison descended from the heavens. The moment the patriarch was enveloped, his protective light shattered into a rain of golden fragments. Yet he did not fall. Bracing on his pulse-probing staff, he endured the pressure of the water prison. Blood welled at his mouth, white hair awry, but his eyes still burned bright. He had lost. All those he brought were dead. The Mu family's final gambit had been undone by a beast he had 6 months ago believed to be only a Lianqi grand completion. But he could not die yet. The Mu family still had people. Old, weak, and women at Qingmu Ling. There was Mu Qinghu, Mu Wenshuan, and the children in the back mountain, whose spirits had not yet opened. He had to return alive. He gritted his teeth, slammed his pulse-probing staff into the ground. The power bought by burning his longevity erupted within him. He became a pale golden flash of escape, tearing through the water prison toward the Lingquan Valley mine entrance. His spiritual sense spiked briefly from the longevity-burning surge, piercing the formation's concealment at the mine mouth, and finally sensing the auras within the cavern. One at refining chi first tier, one a novice who had only just begun studying thunder methods, and one without any spirit root at all. 3 children. If he seized any one of them, he could force the turtle to spare his life. He could ensure the Mu family left Qingmu Ling alive. His speed became extreme as his staff pointed into the mine. At the mine mouth stood Lu Jingshu, 5 years old, clutching a water arrow only half condensed. The weight of foundation establishment pressure pressed in the water arrow, trembling violently at his fingertip, but not yet dissipating. Lu Jingshi stood beside him, branch outstretched, dead, leaves fluttering frantically at the tip. Lu Jingfeng stayed at the rear, a dogtail grass in his mouth and a stone pinched in his hand. The patriarch's hand was less than 10 feet from the 2 children when an iron-blue silhouette suddenly materialized before him. A water stealth maneuver. Yue Yuan landed at the mine mouth, his Xian water spirit armor fully deployed. The turtle shell absorbed the patriarch's staff strike. With a thunderous boom, the armor did not budge. The hems of the 3 children's clothes fluttered in the shockwave, but they stood unmoving. Lu Jingshu reformed the water arrow at his fingertip. Lu Jingshi kept her branch rigid. Lu Jingfeng clenched the stone until it whitened. The patriarch was flung away by the rebound and crashed heavily onto the rubble-strewn ground. He struggled up and saw the turtle blocking the mine entrance, its vast body, shielding the three children completely. He saw the dense web-like patterns on the shell glinting coldly in the dawn. The pale cyan halos flowing within each groove seemed to whisper without sound. Try moving them and see what happens. Yue Yuan looked down at the patriarch. His green eyes held no anger, only an absolute chilling calm. For half a year he had wrestled with whether to utterly eradicate them. The Mu family's century-old foundation was not easy to uproot. The patriarch's attempt to force a foundation establishment from a cracked foundation stirred some sympathy. But just moments ago that old man had burned the last chance with his own hands. I had planned to leave the Mu family a sliver of legacy. No longer. The water prison condensed again. This time without probing, without mercy. The Mu family's century-old foundation was not easy to uproot. The patriarch's attempt to force a foundation establishment from a cracked foundation stirred some sympathy. But just the patriarch's protective light shattered into a rain of golden motes the instant the pseudo-foundation establishment pressure was forced back into his body. His pulse-probing staff slipped from his hand and spun down, sinking to the bottom of the prison. The water prison closed. The pseudo-foundation establishment aura vanished from Liuquan Valley. Mu Yanqing watched the patriarch fall and slowly loosened the pulse-probing staff that had traced veins his entire life. As the prison tightened, his figure disappeared beside Mu Qinghe's blood mist. Tai Wushuang's silver threads snapped to pieces and were swallowed by the water prison. Mu Qingyan, his body drenched in blood, still held the thunderblade arcs of electricity dancing from it. His final thought was the question he had asked Second Uncle in the council hall 6 months ago. Now he finally understood what Second Uncle feared. It was not the fear of death, but the fear of the Mu family's annihilation. Liu Tieshan stood guard at the valley mouth. His wild feather blade had already cut down 2 clan members who tried to break through. The remaining Mu family cultivators were pinned in place by the water prison, forced to watch the patriarch and Mu Yanqing fall one after another. Their will utterly collapsed. Some knelt to beg for mercy, others threw themselves desperately toward the valley's edge. Liu Tieshan did not pursue. He knew none of them could escape. Yue Yuan returned to the valley mouth and looked at the few Mu family members still trapped inside the prison. He recalled the disaster 5 years prior at the Zhao family. He had spared 3 remnants then, and Zhao Yuankui, clutching ancestral talismans and the resolve of his kin, had nearly taken his life in revenge. Since then he had learned that the cultivation world had no mercy. Only eradication or fostering a future threat. Not a single Mu family member who came this time could be left alive. The water prison sealed shut. Everyone the Mu family dispatched this time was annihilated. That night Yue Yuan traveled alone across Qingmu Ling. Spreading his spiritual perception, he locked onto every direct line Mu family cultivator within 50 li of Liuquan Valley. Mu Qing, who died in the accounting room behind his shop, the last ledger of spirit stones opened before him. Mu Wenshuan died in the Mu family library clutching a jade slip he had not yet delivered to the clan head. It contained the market intelligence he had compiled over the years. The remaining Mu family cultivators left behind, the Mu family's direct line cultivators, the innate, the acquired, even the Kaiyuan martial practitioners, were all extinguished. From that moment, the Mu family existed in name only. The Mu clan was annihilated. Near dawn, Yue Yuan returned to Liuquan Valley. Liu Tieshan still stood guard at the mouth. The clearing was ravaged. The water stains left by the prison had not yet fully seeped into the earth, and the air was thick with the mingled stench of blood and mist. Go Laofeng's warhammer lay sunk in a puddle. Chun Bai's golden silk gauntlet clung to strips of torn cloth. The patriarch's pulse-probing staff lay broken in two. His cane was on the ground. So was he. Lu Jingshu still stood at the mine mouth. He saw Uncle Turtle return and noticed the pale marks on the shell where the staff had struck. He said nothing, only drew his water arrow back into his palm. Lu Jingshi held her branch. The dead leaf at its tip trembled faintly. Lu Jingfeng ran from the cavern and stood before Yue Yuan, raising his dogtail grass aloft. Uncle Turtle, for you. Yue Yuan lowered his head to the small grass, curled a water thread around it, and tucked it into a fissure on his shell. It resembled the blade of grass he had picked up by the lake 5 years ago after the Zhao family's fall. Uncle Turtle, for you. Yue Yuan lowered his head to the small grass, curled a water thread around it, and tucked it into a fissure on his shell. It resembled the blade of grass he had picked up. The Mu family's direct line had been completely extinguished. The old, the weak, and the women of Qingmu Ling, along with branch families who remained, had begun changing their surnames and relocating, and none among them remained cultivators. The Mu family's root had been severed by his hand. Liuquan Valley fell silent once more. The spring's surface rippled from the battle and the mist disturbed, then slowly gathering again. He withdrew his head into his shell and closed his eyes. 5 years. Today at last he could sleep well. The sky was fully bright. The traces of battle at the entrance of Spirit Spring Valley were still vivid in sight: deep pits on the gravel ground, broken trees, and residual water stains from the water prison. Liu Tieshan led several Xiantian realm martial artists in clearing the battlefield, gathering the bodies of the fallen Mu family members, and transporting them to a remote hillside outside the valley for burial and cremation. As he performed these tasks, his face was expressionless, and the tranquility in his eyes had long since diverged from the fervent righteousness of the young man he had been years ago. Lei Jingqing inspected the formation damage at the valley entrance, noting several items in his ledger. The main array eye of the maze formation was slightly damaged, requiring replacement of 3 formation flags. The pattern of the rock and mud formation had its energy depleted by over half, needing a fresh infusion of spiritual energy. The overall defensive capability has not suffered major damage. It can be fully repaired within 3 days. In the ancestor cave, Yue Yuan summoned Liu Tieshan before him. Morning light streamed down from the skylight, falling upon his iron-gray tortoise shell, where a faint cyan glow slowly flowed through the net-like patterns. The direct-line cultivators of the Mu family have all been annihilated. But the Mu family, a century-old Qi refining clan, has branches scattered across 7 or 8 towns around Qingniu Ridge, and there are no small number of cultivators and mortal martial artists outside. His tone was calm, but every word seemed carved into stone. These people don't yet know what happened at Qingniu Ridge, but they will eventually find out. When they learn that the Mu family has been destroyed, some will hide and try to survive, while others will seek vengeance. I do not wish to leave future troubles for Spirit Spring Valley. I know what must be done. Liu Tieshan said, his voice brief and firm. The Zhao family is a clan of mortal martial artists with shallow roots. Once the ringleaders are killed, they will scatter. The Mu family is a cultivation clan with a century of heritage. Any talented descendant among their branches could become a new Qi refining cultivator in a few decades. The rules of the cultivation world differ from the mortal realm. Either do not strike or strike cleanly. Yue Yuan looked into Liu Tieshan's eyes. Last night, I eliminated all remaining Qi refining cultivators and martial artists at Qingniu Ridge. But the Mu family's external branches, informants in the market, and disciples traveling abroad, I have no time to pursue them all. This task I entrust to you. Within a 100-li radius centered on Spirit Spring Valley, leave not a single Mu branch cultivator or martial artist alive. No need for fanfare, no need to announce to the world. Do it quietly. Do it cleanly. Liu Tieshan nodded. Leave it to me. Over the next half-month, Liu Tieshan led a squad of Liu family Xiantian martial artists spreading outward from Spirit Spring Valley to investigate and eliminate traces of the Mu family branches one by one. He did not conduct a massive mountain search. Instead, using intelligence from informants in Blackstone City, casual talk among loose cultivators in the market, and clues from the Mu branch's industries in surrounding villages, he found and cleared them one after another. The Mu family still had 2 hidden loose cultivator informants on the outskirts of the market developed by Mu Wenxuan in the past. Unaware of the Mu family's destruction, they continued to pass information to Qingniu Ridge as usual. Liu Tieshan traced back along their information transmission routes and eliminated both informants within 3 days. One Mu family branch had moved to Whitestone Slope years earlier, consisting only of an old Qi refining second-layer cultivator and a few Xiantian martial artists. Hearing the news, they packed up overnight to flee, but were intercepted by Liu Tieshan at the crossroads. The old cultivator drew his magical artifact for a desperate struggle, but Liu Tieshan cleaved him and his artifact in 2 with 1 slash. The Xiantian martial artists scattered in all directions, but the Liu family martial artists pursued and captured them all, not letting a single one escape. There were also 2 young disciples from a Mu branch, both at Qi refining first layer, who had traveled together months earlier, thus missing the Mu family's destruction. Using the intelligence jade slip left by Mu Wenxuan, Liu Tieshan found their travel route and chased them to the outskirts of Blackstone City before intercepting them. Without even magical artifacts on them, the 2 knelt and begged for mercy, offering to change their surname and join the Liu family. Liu Tieshan was silent for a moment, then drew his blade. 2 heads fell to the ground. Over the following half-month, Liu Tieshan and his men scoured every possible hiding place of the Mu family branches on the periphery of Qingniu Mountain. He did not ask Yue Yuan, must all these people die? Nor did he hesitate when taking action. He had stayed his blade with the Zhao family, knowing that a clan of mortal martial artists could not stir up trouble. But the Mu family was different. A century-old Qi refining clan. Any cultivator left alive could return with a vengeance in a few decades. He could not let the next generation of Spirit Spring Valley bear the consequences of his present leniency. Half a month later, Liu Tieshan returned to the ancestor cave. He laid his wild goose feather blade on the green stone slab. The plum blossom, not on the hilt, had been stained black by blood. Everything has been dealt with. The Mu family's branch cultivators and martial artists on the periphery of Qingniu Mountain, 41 in total, have all been eliminated. The bloodstains were washed away by the flowing water seeping into the crevices of the stone. The plum blossom knot was soaked through, its colors appearing even more vivid than before. After the complete annihilation of the cultivators and martial artists from both the main and collateral branches of the Mu family, only a few hundred mortal elders, women, and children remained in Qingniu Ridge, along with several hundred mortal households surnamed Mu in the more distant villages and towns. When news spread, most people packed their belongings and fled overnight. They merely shared the surname Mu. Their bloodline connection to the cultivation clan had long faded to the point of insignificance, and no one was willing to be buried alongside a family that had already fallen. Yet a few chose to stay, mostly widows and elders of the Mu family's main branch. They had nowhere else to go and no desire to change their surnames. Among them was an old woman, the widow of Mu Yanqing. Her husband had died at Spirit Spring Valley, and her son Mu Qinghe had also perished there. She guarded the entrance of the Mu family's ancestral home, refusing to leave no matter who tried to persuade her, declaring that she would rather die beside the family's ancestral graves. That night, Liu Tieshan led his men to surround the Mu family's ancestral home. He offered no chance of surrender and issued no ultimatum. The wild goose feather blade was drawn in the moonlight, its flash cleaved through the stone plaque inscribed with the character Mu at the entrance, splitting it in two. Members of the Liu family surged inside. By dawn, the Mu family's ancestral home stood empty. A few dark red stains remained on the gravel ground outside, and fragments of the shattered stone plaque were scattered on either side of the steps. In the more distant villages, the stubborn loyalists of the Mu family who refused to relocate were also cleansed that same night. Liu Tieshan wiped his wild goose feather blade clean and re-wrapped the hemp cord around its handle. The plum blossom knot was tied in the same way, but the hemp cord was new. After finishing the purge of the Mu remnants, Liu Tieshan led his men to Qingniu Ridge. He went not to take over, but to carry things away. Before their departure, Yue Yuan had made it very clear the spirit vein on Qingniu Ridge belongs to the Qingniu sword sect. The Mu family merely occupied it by holding a decree. Now that the century-old decree has been revoked, the spirit vein reverts to the Qingniu sword sect. The Liu family must not touch it. To do so would be to contend with the Golden Core sect. However, the centuries' worth of accumulated assets of the Mu family, spirit stones, cultivation techniques, spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, and the unrefined ores in the mines, these are unrelated to the spirit vein and belong to the Mu family themselves. Transport everything back to Spirit Spring Valley. Leave not a single spirit stone behind. Fourth uncle stayed at Qingniu Ridge for 7 full days. The spirit stone reserves in the Mu family's treasury, the unharvested spiritual herbs in the medicine fields, the ores piled in the corners of the mines. All jade slips and manuals related to cultivation in the library, several half-finished magical artifact embryos in the forge, and even a few artificial spirit spring stones buried in the spirit fields were dug up. Everything accumulated by the Mu family over a century that could be moved was taken away. Fourth uncle was meticulous in his work, cataloging every single item, an inventory of approximately 160 low-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones the Mu family had gathered by liquidating peripheral assets before the auction, which they never spent, all fell into the hands of the Liu family. Fourth uncle was meticulous in his work, cataloging every single item, an inventory of approximately 160 low-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones the Mu family had gathered by liquidating peripheral assets before the auction, which they never spent, all fell into the hands of the Liu family. There were also scattered techniques and cultivation insights collected by generations of the Mu clan. The most valuable among them was a complete map of the Qingniu Ridge ore vein survey, which recorded all the ore vein data from the Mu family's decades of exploration in the periphery of the Qingniu Mountains. Lei Jingqing remarked upon receiving this complete map, "This is more valuable than spirit stones." There were 17 magical artifacts, 9 half-finished artifact embryos, and various forging materials. 6 spirit spring stones, 3 sets of spirit gathering array flags, and several dozen talismans of various types. The demon beast materials and spiritual herbs left behind in the market stall, worth approximately 30 spirit stones. Everything that could be taken was taken. Everything that could not be moved was put to the torch. The century-old foundation of the Mu family vanished completely from Qingniu Ridge within a single month. And the spirit vein lay quietly beneath Qingniu Ridge, waiting for the next decree holder of the Qingniu sword sect. That night, Yue Yuan lay in the ancestors' cave, and the system panel popped up automatically. Today counted as an unexpected delight. He did not expect that the annihilation of the Mu family would yield an unexpected reward. He did not understand how this was triggered. Could it be that heaven was favoring him, pushing him forward? From the confrontation with the exploration team to the collision of pressures, from 6 months of preparation to the complete extermination of the family today, this 5-year-long game had reached its final settlement. Annihilation of the hostile force. The Mu family completed. Mu family direct line practitioners, all exterminated. Mu family branch practitioners, all cleared. Mu family warriors, all exterminated. Mu family mortals, either relocated or all cleared. Mu family century of accumulation, all returned to the Liu family. Task evaluation S reward settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Base reward: annihilation of the Qi refining family, 30 clan luck. Additional reward: killing a false foundation establishment, 20 clan luck. Complete extermination of Mu family direct line and branch practitioners, 30 clan luck. Taking over the Mu family century of accumulation, 20 clan luck. Total reward: 100 clan luck. Current clan luck: 100. Yue Yuan's green bean-like eyes stared at the line of numbers for a long time. Since the first point of clan luck accumulated after the Zhao family's extermination 5 years ago, he remembered each point clearly. Liu Tieshan's breakthrough to innate gave 3 points. The cleanup after the Zhao family's annihilation gave 5 points, and the return of Qingniu Town gave 1 point. Liu Tieshan and Lei Shaowan becoming partners gave 20 points. Liu Jingshi's breakthrough in Qi refining gave 1 point. Liu Jingxi's entry into the thunder summoning technique gave 1 point, and Liu Tieshan's breakthrough to master gave 5 points. The annual production of spirit stones in Linquan Valley broke 1,000. The system gave a few points here and there. The annihilation of the Mu family resulted in an explosive gain of 100 points. 5 years from 0 to 100. From a solitary turtle at the bottom of the lake to the brink of foundation establishment. Yet he did not immediately press the breakthrough button. Last time, after jumping from mid-Qi refining to late Qi refining, he had slept for 4 days. This time, from perfect Qi refining to foundation establishment, he did not know how long he would sleep. Currently, Linquan Valley had just experienced a great battle. Although the Mu family had been exterminated, the White Frost deep in Qingniu Mountain was less than 3 miles from the valley, and he could not afford to sleep at this time. Do you want to consume 100 clan luck points to break through to Foundation establishment? Yes, no, he clicked no. Let's wait. At least wait until the array at the valley entrance is fully repaired to confirm that the white frost does not pose a threat to Linquan Valley in the near future, and until everything stabilizes. Late at night, Yue Yuan shrank to the size of a palm crouching by the skylight of the ancestors' cave, his spiritual sense sweeping across a 50-mile radius. The array at the valley entrance had been mostly repaired, and everything in Linquan Valley was calm. A very light footstep sound came from the direction of the stone cave in the back mountain. Liu Tieshan approached with a jar of wine, tucking 2 ceramic bowls under his arm, sitting down in the usual spot, arranging the bowls and filling them. Why are you drinking so actively today? Yue Yuan communicated telepathically. Liu Tieshan fell silent for a moment. When the 2 branch practitioners of the Mu family at the first moment of their kneeling and begging for mercy, I remembered what the old patriarch told me when I was young. He said severing the grass without removing the roots leads to endless troubles. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. He raised the wine bowl and drank it in one gulp, his Adam's apple moving. When he set down the bowl, his fingers trembled slightly, but his gaze showed no signs of wavering. Last time with the Zhao family, I spared them because I knew that mortal warriors wouldn't stir up trouble. The Mu family was different. A century-old qi refining family, leaving any practitioner alive, could lead to a resurgence decades later. I cannot let Jingxi and Jingfeng face the Mu family's revenge in the future. Yue Yuan jumped down from the skylight, returning to the size of a medium pavilion, lying on the bluestone slab, his green bean-like eyes level with Liu Tieshan's. You did the right thing. The Zhao family was a family of mortal warriors. Killing the main culprit scattered them. The Mu family is a family of practitioners with a century of inheritance. Even a talented descendant from the branches could become a new qi refining practitioner decades later. The rules of the cultivation world are different from those of the mortal realm. Either do not act, or act decisively. He paused, his tone softening. You are the head of the Liu family. Every decision you make concerns the lives of dozens of people in Linquan Valley. I cannot always stand in front of you. One day you will have to face these things yourself. The decision you made today regarding the Mu family branch will be the way to protect Linquan Valley in the future. Liu Tieshan remained silent. He filled the wine bowl again and pushed it over. Today at the valley entrance, you single-handedly blocked several mid-qi refining practitioners, none of whom managed to rush into the valley. Yue Yuan summoned the wine bowl with a water line. You have already proven your combat power as a master to everyone, including yourself. Liu Tieshan was silent for a long time, and when he spoke again his voice was even lower. I am actually not worried about Jingfeng. With you here, he won't stray from the path. He did not continue, but Yue Yuan understood. I will take care of Jingfeng. I have said I will pave the path for him in martial arts, and I will not abandon it halfway. Once you finish with this formation, continue to teach him the horse stance. That kid knew the name of every ant at the age of 3, more perceptive than his father. Liu Tieshan did not speak, only raised the wine bowl and gestured to Yue Yuan. Yue Yuan also lifted the wine bowl with water lines, and the 2 bowls clinked together in the air. The osmanthus wine swayed in the bowl, but did not spill. The night grew deep. Liu Tieshan carried the empty wine jar down the mountain. Yue Yuan lay in the ancestors' cave, taking one last look at the system panel. Clan luck 100, only one more sleep away from Foundation establishment. The news of the Mu family's extermination would spread throughout the periphery of Qingniu Mountain within a few days. Those rogue cultivators who had relied on the Mu family would seek new support, and the power dynamics in the market would be reshuffled. The name of the Liu family in Linquan Valley would change from a newly rising cultivation family to the only force with a spiritual vein in the periphery of Qingniu Mountain. And he, from a palm-sized little turtle at the bottom of the lake to an unrivaled entity within a 50-mile radius, was on the brink of Foundation establishment. It had been 22 years. He suddenly recalled a certain afternoon from those 15 years at the bottom of the lake. He lay on the smooth slab basking in the sun, eating silly fish and complaining about the system. At that time he thought this was how his life would be. Now he had a family to support, children to teach, brothers to accompany, and a Foundation establishment to break through. He glanced at the bright moon outside the skylight, withdrew his head into his shell, and closed his eyes. The lingering fragrance of osmanthus wine still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Starting tomorrow, Linquan Valley would be busy again. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The formation at the valley entrance was repaired, and Lei Zhengxing even adjusted the trigger sensitivity of the chaotic stone and mud swamp array up by 1 notch. The remnants of the Mu family were cleared out, leaving no trace of cultivators surnamed Mu in the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain. Uncle Lucy fully inventoried and stored all the resources moved back from Qingniu Ridge, the account book thickened by 3 fingers, and he grinned from ear to ear every day. That complete map of Qingniu Ridge mineral vein exploration was hung on the wall of the mine command room by Lei Zhengxing. He had practically lived in the command room for the past half-month, staring at that yellowed beast-hide map for over an hour each day. The data on the mineral veins in the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain, painstakingly compiled by several generations of Mu family prospectors over decades, was precise down to the direction of each branch vein, estimated reserves, and mining difficulty. Some marked vein locations were ones he had never even considered. If the data was accurate, the output of spirit stones from the Spirit Spring Valley mine could double. We've truly struck gold. When Lei Zhengxing said this, his fingers lightly tapped the map, a rare fervor color. Yue Yuan hadn't been idle either. He set out alone, traveling back and forth 3 times along the direction of that white frost deep within Qingniu Mountain to investigate. Strangely enough, the anomalous fluctuation his spiritual sense had repeatedly detected vanished once he approached within a certain distance. It felt very odd, like a drop of water falling into a lake, completely merging into the surrounding spiritual energy environment. Even the white frost that had previously condensed on the rock surface began to recede. Withered pine needles were covered by newly fallen decaying leaves, and the ground temperature returned to normal. He crouched on a rock less than 3 li from the valley, probing nearly 100 zhang deep with his spiritual sense, but found nothing. Forget it. He set aside this doubt for the moment. Whatever that thing was, since it chose to retreat, it likely wouldn't threaten Spirit Spring Valley in the short term. The most important matter now was something else. The night he returned to Spirit Spring Valley, he called Liu Tieshan and Lei Jingqing to the Ancestors' Cave. I am preparing to break through to Foundation Establishment. Those 6 words fell, and the Ancestors' Cave fell silent for several breaths. Lei Jingqing opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. He had cultivated for nearly 40 years, and had seen too many qi refining great circle loose cultivators get stuck at this step, drain their fortunes to buy a single Foundation Establishment pill, take it, and never open their eyes again. Yet this turtle before him, when he first came to Spirits, he had cultivated for nearly 40 years, and had seen too many qi refining great circle loose cultivators get stuck at this step. Old US 6 years ago, when you first came to Spirit Spring Valley, your cultivation wasn't even as high as mine. That's why this seed is the ancestor, and you are the supporter. A hint of amusement flickered in Yue Yuan's tiny bean-like eyes. Lei Jingqing shook his head, but couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He recalled the time in the Black Rock City formation shop when Yue Yuan shrunk to the size of a fist, lay on Lei Zhao shoulder, completely ignorant of what Foundation Establishment pressure even felt like. Now this old turtle lay here saying he was going to break through to Foundation Establishment, his tone as casual as saying let's have fish tomorrow. How sure are you? Absolutely certain. Lei Jingqing was silent for a moment, then nodded. He had worked with this turtle for 6 years and knew Yue Yuan's nature too well. If he said absolutely certain, then he truly was absolutely certain. This old turtle never boasted about serious matters. Liu Tieshan had remained silent the whole time. He stood at the cave entrance, hand on his saber, hilt, his expression unchanged from usual. After a long silence, he asked the most practical question, Brother Yue, what do you need me to do? During my slumber, Spirit Spring Valley must be completely sealed off. Activate the illusory maze array to its maximum. No one is allowed to go out. No matter what happens outside, no one is to approach the Ancestors' Cave. How long will the slumber last? Uncertain. Last time I broke through to the late qi refining stage, I slept for 4 days. This time at least 10 days, possibly longer. Liu Tieshan nodded. He never used words to prevaricate. He only proved himself through action. He unfastened the wild goose feather saber from his waist, placed it on the stone platform at the cave entrance, and then sat down cross-legged. I will guard here. Yue Yuan looked at the saber Liu Tieshan had placed on the stone platform. The plum blossom knot on the hilt was newly tied, the hemp rope still bearing a faint greenish-yellow tint, completely different from the one previously stained black with blood. He said nothing, merely nodded his turtle head slightly. Lei Jingqing stood up, walked to the cave entrance, then paused. I will personally oversee the valley entrance formation. Focus on your breakthrough. Leave the outside matters to us. After both had left, Yue Yuan lay prone on the green stone slab, scanning the system panel one last time. Clan Fortune 100, all stats maxed out. Last time breaking through to the late qi refining stage took 4 days of slumber. This time breaking through to Foundation Establishment, he didn't know how long he would sleep. At least 10 days to half a month, perhaps several months. He ran through the potential risks Spirit Spring Valley might face during this period in his mind. The Mu family was eliminated, the white frost on Qingniu Mountain had receded, and no anomalous intelligence had been relayed from the Black Rock City informants. This was the safest window of opportunity. He clicked yes. Consume 100 clan fortune points to break through to Foundation Establishment. Yes, a surge of unprecedented spiritual power erupted from the depths of his qi sea. It wasn't like the Sluicigate opening feeling from the breakthrough to late qi refining. Instead, his entire qi sea churn, boiled, and expanded. The reticulated patterns on his shell lit up layer by layer. Pale cyan light radiated from each line, illuminating the entire Ancestors' Cave as if it were broad daylight. The spiritual power of the qi refining great circle began to transform into Foundation Establishment. If the previous spiritual power was like flowing water, now that water was being compressed and refined, transforming from a gaseous to a liquid state. The birth of each strand of true essence was accompanied by violent tremors in his meridians. Then drowsiness struck. Not ordinary sleepiness, but an irresistible fatigue surging from the marrow of his bones. His consciousness began to blur, his eyelids as heavy as if filled with lead. Just before he lost consciousness completely, his last thought was of the wild goose feather saber resting on the stone platform at the cave entrance, and the newly tied plum blossom knot on its hilt. The moisture from the Spirit Spring tributary automatically gathered, forming a thin film of water on the surface of his shell. The moonlight stones at the cave entrance began to flicker faintly at night, a resonance caused by the condensation of Foundation Establishment true essence interacting with the surrounding spiritual energy. The entire Ancestors' Cave was enveloped in a pale cyan halo from a distance, looking like a massive piece of uncut jade embedded in the rock face of the rear mountain. The halo slowly deepened over time, shifting from pale cyan to a greenish-white, and then from greenish-white to a deep heavy emerald. At the cave entrance, Liu Tieshan sat cross-legged. The wild goose feather saber lay across his knees, the plum blossom, not on its hilt, faintly glistening in the moonlight stone's glow. He meditated quietly, carving a shallow mark on the stone platform for each day that passed. Meanwhile, 1,000 li away, Red Maple Ridge was not high, but its spiritual energy was astonishingly dense. The red maple trees covering the mountains and plains were perpetually ablaze with fiery red, leaves an anomaly nourished by the spiritual vein. At the foot of the mountain lay a manor of considerable scale with gray bricks, black tiles, and winding corridors. It was protected by a mountain guarding formation of a higher grade than the illusory maze array of Spirit Spring Valley. Behind the manor was a naturally formed Spirit Spring Lake, its surface shrouded in mist. Several independent cultivation caves were scattered around the lake. This was the Wang family. They had 3 foundation establishment cultivators presiding over them. The family head Wang Chongying was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, his younger brother Wang Chongxi was at the early foundation establishment stage, and their third brother Wang Chongjuan was an early foundation establishment sword cultivator. In this region of force with 3 foundation establishment cultivators was considered a dominant power. At this moment within the Wang family's meeting hall, family head Wang Chongying sat in the main seat, holding a jade slip of intelligence just transmitted from the direction of Blackrock City. He swept his divine sense over it twice. In the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain, a wild spiritual vein capable of vaporizing spiritual energy was occupied by a small qi refining family, defended by an illusory maze array and an earth shield array with a spirit stone mine under development. The valley had a late qi refining cultivator in charge, and the strongest was reportedly a demon turtle at the qi refining great circle. The outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain. Wang Chongying placed the jade slip on the table, a hint of amusement in his tone. A godforsaken place like that can actually nurture a spirit spring that vaporizes spiritual energy. Most likely a nascent spiritual vein is associated with the spring. Wang Chongxi took the jade slip from across him and glanced at it. Is the information reliable? It came from Blackrock City. That small family has bought formation materials in Blackrock City a few times over the years and was remembered by observant people. Plus another qi refining family, surnamed Mu, in the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain suddenly vanished without a trace. There's speculation in the market that this Liu family absorbed them. Wang Chongying paused, being able to gain a foothold in the outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain and swallow a century-old qi refining family. That demon turtle at the qi refining great circle must have some skill. Wang Chongxi put down the jade slip. Brother, your meaning is? The Mu family was destroyed, and the spiritual vein on Qingniu Ridge was taken back by the Xinhua sword sect. The outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain are now unclaimed territory. Whoever reaches out first gets it. Wang Chongying took a sip of tea from his cup. For this Liu family to occupy a nascent spiritual vein in a place like that shows that Demon Turtle's combat power is not low among the qi refining great circle. But the qi refining great circle is still the qi refining stage. The chasm between it and foundation establishment cannot be bridged by combat power alone. He set down his teacup and looked at Wang Chongxi. When will third brother finish his seclusion? Soon. At most half a month. Then let him make the trip, Wang Chongying said. A demon beast at the qi refining great circle is not beneath a sword cultivator's dignity. If they can come to terms, let that turtle lead the Liu family to submit to the Wang family. The spiritual vein will count as their pledge of allegiance. From then on, cultivation resources will be allocated uniformly by the Wang family. If they can't come to terms. His tone was flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. If they can't come to terms, let third brother use it to test his newly cultivated foundation establishment sword formation. We've been lacking a hard enough target. On the 10th day of Yue Yuan's slumber, the azure glow of the ancestors' cave had stabilized. On the stone platform at the entrance, 10 shallow marks were neatly carved. A tally Liu Tieshan had etched with his blade tip each passing day. His daily routine was meticulously regimented. He practiced his blade at the hour of the rabbit, sat at the cave entrance at the hour of the dragon, ate dry rations at noon, trained another round at the hour of the rooster, and meditated at the hour of the rat. Lei Shaoan delivered a food box every 3 days, placing it beside the stone platform. She spoke not a word, nor did he. Their only communication was the occasional small jug of osmanthus wine tucked into the food box. That evening Liu Tieshan sat at the cave entrance as usual. Suddenly behind him came the faintest vibration from the tortoise shell. His eyes snapped open as he turned around. The glow flickered once, then steadied again. He closed his eyes once more, his fingers unconsciously tracing the 10 marks on the stone platform. At the same time, 1,000 li away, on Crimson Maple Ridge, the red maple leaves rustled in the mountain wind, the entire slope ablaze like fire. Wang Chongjun emerged from his cave dwelling carrying a newly forged 3-foot azure sword. The blade was etched with intricate silver runic arrays. This was the foundation establishment sword formation he had personally inscribed during 3 months of seclusion. In battle, it could split into 3 sword shadows, each possessing 70% of the original's power. Outside the cave dwelling was a naturally formed spirit spring waterfall over 10 zhang high and cascading with him. Without turning his head, he swung his sword backward. 3 silver sword shadows interwove and struck, cleaving the waterfall into 4 even sections. The cuts were smooth as a mirror, and only after a breath did the water crash down. In the meeting hall, Wang Chongying and Wang Chongxi were discussing spirit or distribution over a map of Crimson Maple Ridge. Wang Chongjun strode in with his sword water droplets still clinging to its tip. Big brother, a fight. Wang Chongying slid a jade slip of intelligence across the table, his tone casual. The outer reaches of Qingniu Mountain. A nascent spirit vein occupied by a minor qi refining family. Their strongest is a demon tortoise at the great perfection of qi refining. If they can be reasoned with, they'll submit to the Wang clan. If not, we annihilate them. Great perfection of qi refining. Wang Chongjun repeated those 4 words, his tone laced with undisguised disappointment. He had just mastered his foundation establishment sword formation and craved a worthy target to test it on, yet his elder brother had assigned him a mere great perfection qi refining beast. Don't underestimate it, Wang Chongxi said. That tortoise just devoured a century-old qi refining clan. Its combat power can't be measured by ordinary great perfection standards. Devouring a qi refining clan means nothing. Which foundation establishment sword cultivator couldn't wipe out a qi refining clan with a single strike? Wang Chongjun sheathed his sword. A clan without a foundation establishment cultivator is no clan at all. A foundation establishment realm in a sword cultivator's eyes is not true foundation establishment. 2 days. He'll bring back that tortoise's demon core in 2 days. Flying neither fast nor concealed, the sword light drew a straight fiery line across the sky arrogantly, as if taking a stroll in its own backyard. Within 100 miles, any loose cultivator could see it. The third young master of the Wang family had emerged from seclusion and was heading westward. In the conference hall, Wang Chongxi watched the receding sword light and shook his head. This temper of my third brother, I wonder who he got it from. A foundation establishment sword cultivator leaves without even concealing his aura, afraid that others won't know he is looking for trouble. Do as you wish, Wang Chongying replied without looking up. Why is it up to me? You all share the same temperament. You explode at the slightest provocation. Wang Chongying picked up his teacup. He doesn't lack discretion, he simply finds it unnecessary. A foundation establishment sword cultivator invincible among his peers, what problem is there in striding through a place like Qingniu Mountain? Wang Chongxi was silent for a moment. That may be true, but that turtle has just devoured a century-old qi refining family. To stand firm in such a place, he should not be an ordinary qi refining perfectionist. Are you worried he might hit a wall? Not exactly worried. A qi refining perfectionist beast, no matter how strong, is still in the qi refining stage. My third brother ranks among the top tier of foundation establishment sword cultivator. Suffering a loss isn't necessarily a bad thing. Wang Chongying set down his teacup, gazing out the window at the crimson sword light that had turned into a dot on the horizon. However, this time, it likely won't be him who suffers. A qi refining perfectionist beast, no matter how strong, is still in the qi refining stage. My third brother ranks among the top tier of foundation establishment sword cultivators. Do you think he can lose? That's a point. Wang Chongxi thought for a moment, and also picked up his teacup. Indeed. That evening at Linquan Valley, Lei Zhengqing returned from Haishi City, his expression not looking too good. He had gone to the market today to purchase array flag materials, and had barely sat for half an hour in the tea house, before hearing no less than 3 groups of loose cultivators discussing the same matter. The third young master of the Wang family has emerged from seclusion, and is flying westward on his sword. The tone of those loose cultivators was mixed with awe, excitement, and a hint of schadenfreude, saying that the third young master of the Wang family, a foundation establishment sword cultivator, was invincible among his peers, and wondering who had provoked him. They said that sword light was exceedingly arrogant, drawing a fiery line in broad daylight, as if afraid that others wouldn't know he was looking for trouble. Foundation establishment, sword cultivator. Lei Zhengqing emphasized these 4 words heavily. Wang Chongjuan, the third son of the Wang family from Chifeng Ridge, has just emerged from seclusion and is heading this way. The ancestral cave fell silent for a few moments. Liu Tieshan sat at the cave entrance, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his face expressionless. Lei Zhengqing had dealt with loose cultivators for half his life, and he understood the worth of a foundation establishment sword cultivator better than anyone. There is a significant difference in battle power between an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator and a foundation establishment sword cultivator. Sword cultivators specialize in combat, not in alchemy, talisman making, or formations. They spend their entire lives honing a single sword. The phrase invincible among peers has circulated in the cultivation world for thousands of years, and there is a reason for it. But Yue Yuan has yet to awaken. The greenish glow in the ancestral cave remained stable, as always, showing no signs of impending revival. Liu Tieshan remained silent for a long time, then simply said 2 words, stay vigilant. He resumed his lotus position, resting the Yan Ling sword across his knees. Outside the cave, dusk deepened, and in the distance a crimson sword light could be vaguely seen speeding towards them from the horizon, arrogantly and unreservedly, drawing a straight fiery line in the twilight. Wang Chongjun arrived at Spirit Spring Valley at dusk. He sheathed his sword light and hovered above the valley entrance, unleashing his foundation establishment pressure without restraint, causing the mist of the illusory maze formation to churn violently. Instead of directly breaking the formation, he stood with his sword in arms before the cyan stone tablet, engraved with the words Spirit Spring Valley at the entrance, casting a few glances. Wang Chongjuan of the Wang clan from Crimson Maple Ridge, he announced, his voice not loud, but immensely penetrating, audible throughout the entire Spirit Spring Valley. Tell that old bastard to come out. The valley fell silent for a few breaths. Lei Zhengqing emerged from within the illusory maze formation, meeting Wang Changjun's gaze through the churning mist. As a qi-refining 7th-layer cultivator facing a Foundation Establishment sword cultivator, he showed no fear. Senior Wang graces us with your presence. I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. May I ask what brings you here? Wang Changjun's gaze swept over Lei Zhengqing. Briefly, you know of me. Third master of the Wang clan on Crimson Maple Ridge, a Foundation Establishment sword cultivator unmatched among his peers. Even someone as ignorant as I has heard of the Wang clan's reputation around Qingniu Mountain. Lei Zhengqing's tone was polite, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Wang Changjun was not surprised that he knew the Wang clan had been rooted in Crimson Maple Ridge for nearly 200 years. He himself had established his foundation at 32 born, with a gold spirit root ranking among the top 3 in swordsmanship talent of his generation. Among rogue cultivators, rumors about him numbered in the thousands with every version imaginable. He shifted his sword from his chest to his right hand, his tone as casual as if chatting about daily life. My elder brother sent me to negotiate 2 matters. First, Spirit Spring Valley shall submit to the Wang clan, with all cultivation resources allocated uniformly by the clan. Second, that old bastard comes with me to Crimson Maple Ridge. My brother wants to see with his own eyes the kind of demon turtle that could devour a century-old qi-refining clan. Lei Zhengqing was silent for a few breaths, about to speak, when Wang Changjun added, don't be too tense. Submitting to the Wang clan is a good thing for you. In a place like the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain, without a Foundation Establishment cultivator to hold the fort, you'll be swallowed by others sooner or later. Better to join the Wang clan than be devoured by another. At least the Wang clan doesn't bully its own. His tone wasn't arrogant as he spoke, but carried a kind of self-evidence, but it was this very self-evidence that conveyed a message more clearly than any threat in his eyes. Spirit Spring Valley had no right to refuse. Lei Zhengqing spoke slowly. Senior Wang, I cannot decide on matters of Spirit Spring Valley. May I be permitted to report to the Patriarch? Wang Changjun stared at the mist of the illusory maze formation behind Lei Zhengqing. From the moment he landed, he had sensed something amiss. Not the lightning cultivator at Qi refining 7th layer before him, nor the formations at the valley entrance. It was a heavier, deeper pressure, faintly seeping from deep within the valley. His divine sense tried to penetrate the illusory maze formation to probe deeper, but only touched a blurry azure halo. As he tried to probe further, a dense demonic aura from deeper within suddenly rolled over, gently deflecting his divine sense. Wang Changjun withdrew his divine, sensed the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Interesting. This old turtle had more tricks than he thought. But he didn't mind. Qi refining great perfection was still Qi refining great perfection. No matter how refined the divine sense or how dense the demonic aura before Foundation Establishment true essence, it was merely a matter of enduring a few more sword strikes. He said to himself. So he left only one sentence, I'll wait for you for half an hour. If that old bastard doesn't come out in half an hour, I'll go in myself. With that, he sat down on a large rock at the valley entrance, sword in arms, and closed his eyes. He wasn't meditating or cultivating, he was simply waiting like a patient but difficult person waiting for a meal already ordered. Half an hour passed in an instant. Wang Changjun opened his eyes on time, stood up, and patted the dust off his robes. Without another word of nonsense, he drew his sword and unsheathed it. The silver array patterns on the 3-foot azure sword blade lit up layer by layer, and 3 sword shadows split from the blade. The 3 shadows struck simultaneously, cutting a 3-hang-long rift in the outermost mist of the illusory maze formation. The formation flags at the array, I trembled violently. Lei Zhengqing's face changed drastically before the array diagram. With just one sword strike, the spiritual energy of the main array eye of the illusory maze formation had depleted by over 30%. This strike is a knock on the door, Wang Changjun said, toward the valley entrance. The next strike will break down the wall. The second sword strike fell, and the main array eye of the illusory maze formation, unable to withstand the continuous assault of Foundation Establishment sword essence, saw several formation flags shatter in succession. The mist that had shrouded Spirit Spring Valley for years began to thin drastically, revealing the outline of the inner valley. Then came the third and fourth strikes. Sword light arced like rainbows, each strike precisely cutting into the key nodes of spiritual energy flow at the array eye. In the span of less than a T-session, the illusory maze formation, which Lei Zhengqing had spent 5 years painstakingly setting up, collapsed completely. The mist dissipated entirely, and the contours of the inner valley and the mine cave were laid bare in the twilight. A pale yellow light barrier from the earth shield formation rose next, blocking the subsequent sword light. But Lei Zhengqing knew in his heart that if the illusory maze formation couldn't hold, the earth shield formation was even more impossible. A first-order formation before a Foundation Establishment sword cultivator was merely a matter of enduring a few more strikes. He turned and strode toward the back mountain. In the Patriarch's cave, the azure halo remained steady as ever, with no sign of imminent awakening. Liu Tieshan sat at the cave entrance, his wild goose blade resting across his knees. The roar of sword light and the sound of formation flags shattering from the valley entrance were clearly audible. Lei Zhengqing walked in quickly, his expression not panicked, but filled with an extreme suppressed calm. The illusory maze formation is broken. The earth shield formation can probably hold for about an incense stick's time. He paused. Old you still hasn't awakened. Liu Tieshan did not answer. On the stone platform at the cave entrance were shallow marks carved over half a month, and the plum blossom, not on the blade handle, had darkened slightly in the twilight. After an incense sticks time, that sword cultivator will step into the inner valley. Lei Jingxing looked at Liu Tieshan. Tieshan, listen to me. A foundation establishment sword cultivator unmatched among his peers. If old Yu doesn't wake up, all of us combined can't stop a single one of his strikes. Staying here is useless. Take Xiaowan, your mother-in-law, and the 3 children, and evacuate now through the back exit of the mine cave. Go deep into Qingniu Mountain as far as possible. He'll buy time at the valley entrance. What about you? He'll stay. With a foundation establishment sword cultivator entering the valley, there has to be a cultivator at the entrance to receive him. Lei Zingqing's tone was very flat, as if discussing a settled account. Old Yu is still in the cave. There are also other members of the Liu Clan in the valley. Someone has to stay and buy them some time. Liu Tieshan was silent for a few breaths. Then he stood up and sheathed the wild, old Lei. An incense sticks time isn't enough. Liu Tieshan looked into Lei Zingqing's eyes. Those wolf-like eyes held no hesitation or fear, only a light that burned deeper from being suppressed too long. I mean, you go, take them and leave. He'll stay. He'll live or die with old Yu. Nonsense. This isn't the time to argue. Lei Jingxing was cut off before he could finish. You're at the late stage of qi refining. Out there Xiaowan and the others have a fighting chance. I'm just a mortal martial artist. How far can I run? Even if I get out, who can I protect? His tone was calm, but brooked no argument. Without Brother Yue, there's no me. He'll die before him. The rest is up to you. Go. Lei Zingqing's lips moved as if to say something, but he swallowed it back. Then he reached out and patted Liu Tieshan on the shoulder, turned, and strode toward the mine cave. Deep in the mine cave, the 3 children were huddled in Ruanshi's arms. Lu Jingshu clutched a water arrow. Lu Jingxi held the twig she never parted with, and Lu Jingfeng had a blade of dogtail grass dangling from his mouth. Lei Xiaowan stood at the cave entrance, watching her father approach quickly. She looked behind him and saw only him alone. Her eyes reddened for a moment, then she forced it back. Dad, where is he? He's staying at the cave entrance. Lei Zhangqing said, his voice steady, but the hand gripping the blade handle trembled slightly. We leave now. Ruanshi stood up, holding Lu Jingfeng in her arms. Lei Jingqing scooped up Lu Jingxi. Lu Jingshu walked at the rear, pausing at a turn in the mine tunnel to glance back toward the patriarch's cave. A 5-year-old child said nothing, only tightened his grip on the water arrow. Meanwhile, at the valley entrance, the last formation flag of the Earth Shield formation shattered amidst the sword light. Wang Changjun sheathed his sword, stepped over the scattered fragments of formation flags, and walked leisurely into speed. He surveyed everything in the valley, the pale white mist of the spirit spring, the mining lamps at the cave entrance, the cooking smoke rising from wooden huts. His gaze held a curiosity that was critical, but not harsh. This small qi refining clan was more organized than he had imagined. The mine cave was operated according to standards, and the formation layout was reasonably thoughtful. In a different context, he might have praised well managed. But today he was here to take over, not to visit. He walked to the open space by the spirit spring, intending to head toward the back mountain. A figure blocked his path. A mortal martial artist, half-step grandmaster. Know this aura? Wang Changjun frowned slightly. This person's blood and qi were so powerful, they had reached a certain critical point, faintly touching the edge of some qualitative transformation. He suddenly recalled something his second brother had casually mentioned before leaving seclusion. Crimson Maple Ridge's intelligence had noted that besides that demon turtle and a qi refining 7th-layer lightning cultivator, Spirit Spring Valley also had a mortal martial artist. He hadn't paid attention at the time. Mortal martial artists below grandmaster were all ants. But this person before him had an aura far stronger than the intelligence had described. This was a grandmaster. A rare grandmaster-level powerhouse in the mortal martial arts. Interesting. Wang Changjun gave him a serious look. For a mortal martial artist to reach this level is rare. You are no match for me. Step aside, and I will spare your life. Liu Tieshan did not answer. He took a deep breath, extended the wild goose blade horizontally, and the surging wave blade momentum stacked layer upon layer with each breath. Wang Changjun looked at the blade, intent stacking on his blade edge, and for once shed some of his contempt. A mortal without spiritual power, relying purely on his physical body and understanding of the blade, had forcibly carved out a path different from cultivation. If such a person were in the cultivation world, they would have at least a true spirit root talent. But it was a pity. Just a grandmaster. He had seen mortal grandmaster powerhouses before. The strongest could barely match qi refining great perfection. Now with one strike of his sword, this mortal would die, and the path of that martial grandmaster would end. And he wouldn't even remember this person's name. I do not kill nameless men. State your name. Liu Tieshan. Wang Changjun nodded once. Then he struck down with his sword. 3 sword shadows fell simultaneously. Liu Tieshan did not retreat, not even a single step. The wild goose blade swept upward from below, and the surging wave blade momentum met the foundation establishment, sword light heated. The piercing screech of blade meeting sword echoed through the valley entrance. The gravel beneath Liu Tieshan's feet was blasted away by the shockwave of true essence. His feet plowed 2 deep grooves into the blue stone slabs. His tiger's mouth palms split open, blood streaming down the blade handle and dripping onto the stone slabs. But he was still standing. The strike of a foundation establishment sword cultivator. He had received it. Wang Changjun looked at Liu Tieshan's trembling hands, and those wolf-like eyes still fixed on him, silent for a breath. 30% of his power, and he actually received it. Even a qi refining great perfection cultivator would have to think twice about taking that strike. This mortal actually received it. My next strike will not hold back. He said, his tone not a threat, but a unique respect between martial artists for an opponent worthy of battle. Suddenly from the back mountain came a very faint vibration of a turtle shell. The entire azure halo of the Patriarch's cave converged at once, condensing into an extremely bright cyan-white light orb. Then in the next instant the orb expanded violently, transforming into a silent shockwave that swept through the entire Spirit Spring Valley. Foundation Establishment. Already at Foundation Establishment, Wang Changjun's third strike about to be launched stopped midair. He turned his head sharply toward the back mountain, his pupils contracting. It was Foundation Establishment. Genuine Foundation Establishment. And not the unstable, newly broken through kind. This aura was solid to an excessive degree, comparable even to mid-stage Foundation Establishment. He suddenly recalled his second brother's warning. That turtle just devoured a century-old Qi refining clan. Its combat power can't be judged by ordinary Qi refining great perfection standards. He had said at the time a clan without Foundation Establishment is no clan. But so what? A beast is still a beast. Even if it breaks through to Foundation Establishment, it's still a beast. One sword strike, and it's done. At that moment, a demonic consciousness as deep as an abyss surged from the back mountain, overwhelming everything. Simultaneously, a calm voice resounded in the minds of Wang Changju and Liu Tieshan and Lei Jingqing, who had already reached the mine tunnel entrance. Which reckless fool dares to draw a blade before my doorstep? Wang Changjun had never been provoked by such words in his life. At the age of 32, he established his foundation possessing a golden attribute spiritual root and was the legitimate heir of the Wang family from Chiefing Ridge, ranking among the top 3 in swordsmanship talent amongst his peers. In Chiefing Ridge, everyone called him Third Master. Outside of Chiefing Ridge, loose cultivators would avoid him. Today in this desolate place of Qingniu Mountain, he was called reckless by an old turtle. He was not angry, instead he smiled slightly. It was not a smile born of rage, but one that suggested this is interesting. For a sword cultivator, encountering a sufficiently tough target was akin to a chef finding excellent ingredients. You are that old turtle. Wang Changjun raised his sword, pointing towards the back mountain. You reached the peak of Qi refinement and devoured the Mu family, then broke through to Foundation Establishment within a month. You must have a secret. But it doesn't matter. If I kill you, all secrets will belong to me. There was no response from the back mountain. What responded was a true thunder of water. Wang Changjun reacted swiftly, countering with a sword strike. The sword light collided with the water thunder, causing an explosion that blew apart the mist on the surface of the spiritual spring. His wrist tingled slightly. He had used 70% of his strength in that sword strike, thinking it sufficient to disperse the attack, yet the sword light only countered less than half. The true essence of this old turtle was unexpectedly thick, and the power of the true thunder of water was far stronger than anticipated. But he had no time to ponder. The second strike was already approaching. 3 true thunders of water exploded in succession. The first was blocked by his horizontal sword, causing it to tremble violently. The second detonated from the side as he dodged, while the third precisely sealed off his retreat. Wang Changjun was blasted back several zhang, his feet carving deep furrows in the rubble, his protective sword essence vibrating violently. Just as he steadied himself, a water prison came crashing down. Playing with water against me, eh? Wang Changjun turned his sword, and 3 sword shadows split from the blade, slashing simultaneously towards the inner walls of the water prison. One sword breaks, all laws open for me. The sword shadows struck the water wall, and his pupils suddenly constricted. The water wall remained unmoved. The sword shadows, powered by Foundation Establishment sword essence, which could slice through low-grade defensive formations, left only 3 faint white marks on the water wall. Then the water wall began to constrict. Layers of waves suddenly constricted. The water wall remained unmoved. The sword shadows, powered by Foundation. He took a deep breath, the silver patterns on his sword glowing brighter with each layer, and poured all his Foundation Establishment true essence into one, merging the 3 sword shadows into one, causing the sword light to surge 3 feet. This sword was his proudest creation, named Array Breaking Style, specifically designed to break defensive spells. He did not believe an old turtle that had just broken through Foundation Establishment could withstand it. The sword struck, tearing a 3-foot-long crack in the water prison from within. Wang Changjun flew out through the crack, his robe cut by the water pressure into several slits, yet his sword intent remained sharp. He hovered midair, looking down at the back mountain with a smirk. But he did not see the scene he had expected. The old turtle was not lying on the platform of the back mountain. Behind you. Wang Changjun's hair stood on end, and without turning he swung his sword backwards. The blade struck the turtle shell, sparking a spray of sparks. The Xianshui spirit armor remained unmoved. His pupils suddenly contracted. That last sword strike had utilized all his strength. A full-strength strike against the turtle shell left not even a white mark. Yue Yuan gave him no time to think. The true thunder of water exploded at point-blank range, sending Wang Changjun flying, his protective sword essence cracking with spiderweb-like patterns. He forced himself to flip in the air to stabilize his form, and 3 sword shadows once again split from his sword, the silver patterns on the blade shining at their brightest. This was the first time he fully activated the sword array since establishing his foundation. He casually sliced through the waterfall into 4 sections, but now he was fighting for his life. 3 sword shadows intertwined and slashed out, each one containing enough sword essence to slay a peak Qi refinement cultivator. Yue Yuan did not dodge. His towering frame, akin to an iron mountain, charged straight ahead. The sword shadow struck against the turtle shell. A shriek of metal clashing echoed through the valley, and then the sword shadow shattered. They were not shattered by the impact, but were directly crushed by the faint azure glow of true essence on the turtle shell. Wang Changjun saw his sword shadows being shredded into pieces the moment they touched the shell's patterns. Cannot even break the sword array. A crack finally appeared in his previously calm demeanor. What exactly are you? The water prison once again enveloped him, followed by the true thunder of water. Not 3 strikes, but an uninterrupted. The water wall continuously compressed his space for movement under the wave pressure, and the true thunders exploded in succession within the water prison, each one striking precisely at the weakest point of his protective sword essence. The pressure of the cascading waves had increased to 5 layers, and Wang Changjun felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him. His sword essence was becoming increasingly strained, and each sword swing consumed twice as much spiritual energy as usual. No, something was wrong. It wasn't that he had grown weaker, it was that the water pressure in the prison had neutralized most of his sword essence's power. The advantage of a sword cultivator was speed and sharpness, but in the high-pressure environment of the water prison, where he could find no leverage and was suppressed from all sides, every inch of sword essence he expelled cost him over triple the spiritual energy. And this old turtle had been using its strengths to exploit his weaknesses from the beginning. He took a deep breath, compressing all his sword essence back into the sword body, causing the silver patterns on the blade to shine even brighter under the pressure. He did not retreat, but charged forward against the water pressure directly towards the wall of the water prison, thrusting his sword straight. This sword did not split into shadows nor employ any tricks. It was the purest strike he had executed since establishing his foundation. The moment the sword tip collided with the water wall, a fine crack finally appeared. Then he heard the sound of the turtle shell vibrating. 6 true thunders of water exploded in succession, not from the outside, but from within the water prison directly above his head, exploding down from the weakest point of his already cracked protective sword essence. Wang Changjun was engulfed in darkness from the explosion, his protective sword essence shattering into countless silver light particles. The backlash from the sword array surged back through his meridians, striking his chest like a heavy blow. His body uncontrollably plummeted downwards, the array patterns on his foundation establishment Qingfeng sword beginning to disintegrate. Then came the sound of the water prison closing. The water prison fell silent. Wang Changjun was wrapped in the water prison midair, soaked through blood trickling from his mouth, and his once peerless foundation establishment Qingfeng sword was skewered into the rubble, the silver patterns on the blade completely shattered. He was defeated. Not just narrowly defeated, but utterly crushed. From beginning to end, his sword had not left a single white mark on that turtle shell. And that turtle had not even made a move. He was thoroughly beaten. You cannot kill me. This phrase slipped out of Wang Changjun's mouth, causing him to pause momentarily. He had never said such words in his life. In Qifeng Ridge, no one dared to provoke him. Outside of Qifeng Ridge, he was invincible among his peers, never having been reduced to the point of needing to rely on connections to save his life. Yet now he gazed at the towering iron-blue demon turtle outside the water prison. He looked at the dense net-like patterns on the turtle shell, at the faint azure glow of true essence flowing within the patterns, and his mind held only one thought: he would die. He would truly die. I am the legitimate heir of the Wang family from Qifeng Ridge. My elder brother Wang Chang'an is in mid-foundation establishment, and my second brother Wang Changxi is in early foundation establishment. If you kill me, the Wang family from Qifeng Ridge will never let you go. The water prison did not continue to tighten, but neither did it loosen. Wang Changjun took this pause as an opportunity. Throughout his life, every opponent he had faced upon hearing the words Wang family from Qifeng Ridge would hesitate. The reputation of a foundation establishment family in the Qingniu Mountain area was a gold-plated signboard, especially with 3 foundation establishment experts stationed at the Wang family. You and I have no mortal enmity. Today I was the one who offended you, and I admit my fault. As long as you let me go, the Wang family from Qifeng Ridge will repay you handsomely. Spirit stones, techniques, elixirs, name your price. He even addressed the old turtle as senior. A 32-year-old foundation establishment sword cultivator was calling an old turtle senior. But he felt no shame, his life was paramount. As long as he could return to Qifeng Ridge alive, he would have his elder brother bring people back to reclaim the lost face tenfold. Yet he saw no sign of movement in the turtle's tiny eyes. My master is a foundation establishment peak cultivator from the Qingniu Sword sect. Wang Changjun almost shouted. The pressure of the water prison paused for a moment. If you kill me, you will become enemies with the Qingniu Sword sect. My master is an inner sect elder wielding real power, capable of mobilizing multiple cultivators with a single word. If you kill me today, tomorrow the law enforcement team from the Qingniu Sword sect will flatten your spiritual spring valley. Your entire family will die. All those mortal warriors behind you, that thunder cultivator, and those children, not a single one will escape. You cannot kill me. He panted heavily, veins bulging on his forehead. The composure, pride, and dignity of a sword cultivator had shattered into dust at this moment. He was now just a young man afraid of death. At 32, with boundless potential, he could not die here. But he also knew that the moment he invoked his master and sect, his Dao heart had already shattered. A sword cultivator in the face of life and death relied not on the sword in hand, but on the name of his sect. Even if he survived and returned, there would be no possibility of further advancement. But that did not matter. As long as he was alive, he could have another chance. As long as he was alive, he could recover his Dao heart. He waited for a sign that the water prison would loosen for the words, "Since you are an inner sect elder of the Qingniu sword sect, this lord will let you off this time," hoping that after returning his elder brother would lead people to repay the favor tenfold. A calm, almost indifferent voice echoed from the water prison. "Are you done speaking?" Wang Changjun was stunned. "Your elder brother is in mid-foundation establishment, your second brother is in early foundation establishment, and your master is at the peak of foundation establishment. Is that all?" Wang Changjun opened his mouth. He suddenly realized that when he mentioned his elder and second brother the turtle had shown no reaction, when he invoked the Wang family from Qingniu Ridge the turtle had remained unresponsive, and when he called upon the inner sect elder of the Qingniu sword sect the turtle still did not react. All along he saw no fear in those tiny green eyes, only a calmness that sent chills down his spine, as if a hunter was observing the final struggles of its prey. The Zhao family had innate talents back then. The Mu family had peak chi refinement cultivators back then. Do you guess where they are now? The water prison began to slowly tighten. "You cannot kill me. My master is." The true thunder of water exploded at close range. The water prison closed in. Wang Changjun was a foundation establishment early stage sword cultivator 32 years old with a golden attribute spiritual root, having only lost twice among his peers. Today was the second time. And the last. That foundation establishment Qingfeng sword was skewered into the rubble, its silver patterns completely shattered. The sword hilt bore the character Jun which he had carved himself on the day he established his foundation. The mist of the spiritual spring drifted over, condensing on the sword body, flowing down along the character Jun like a raindrop that had not yet landed. Yue Yuan retracted the water prison, placing Wang Changjun's body on the rubble. This was not his first time killing a foundation establishment cultivator, but he knew this person was 100 times more troublesome than the old man of the Mu family. The Wang family from Qingniu Ridge had 3 foundation establishment experts stationed. An inner sect elder from the Qingniu sword sect at the peak of foundation establishment. Any one of them would be a formidable presence that the spiritual Spring Valley could not withstand. But he had no choice. From the very beginning, Wang Changjun had not come to negotiate, but to be subdued. Even if he let him go today, the Wang family would send more people tomorrow. He glanced at the system panel. No new tasks triggered, nor any settlement prompts. The clan's fortune remained at 0. After confirming that everything was normal, he called Liu Tieshan over. "Take care of his sword. Dispose of the body properly." "Understood." Liu Tieshan bent down to pick up the foundation establishment Qingfeng sword. He glanced at the character Jun on the hilt, wiped it clean, and sheathed it. This sword was much heavier than his Yanling knife, and it felt much colder. After clearing the battlefield, Liu Tieshan dragged Wang Changjun's corpse to a secluded area outside the valley for proper handling. He wiped the dirt off the foundation establishment green-edged sword and placed it on the blue stone platform in the ancestor cave. The silver array patterns on the sword had completely shattered, yet the character Jun engraved on the hilt remained clear. Yue Yuan lay alone in the ancestor cave, pulling up the system panel. Tribe Spirit Beast System, Host Information, Name Yue Yuan, Species, Xian Shui Spirit Turtle, Bloodline, Exotic Beast, Next Level Spirit Beast, Required Clan Luck, for Evolution 0, 200 Realm Foundation Establishment, Initial Stage, Next Level Foundation Establishment, Mid Stage, Required Clan Luck, for Breakthrough 0, 200. Current Clan Luck 0, Lifespan 221,000 years, Talent Water Control Size Adaptation, Second Stage, Xian Shui Spirit Armor Water Escape Technique, Divine, Powers Water, Arrow Technique. Water Prison Technique, Songlong, Overlapping Waves, Gui Shui, True Thundercloud, and Rain Technique, Passive Divine Powers, Turtle Breath, True Art, Second Layer conceals presence, undetectable by those below Foundation Establishment. Late Stage, Spirit Division, Thought, Spiritual Perception, covers a radius of 100 miles, can simultaneously lock onto 30 independent targets for real-time tracking. Can divide a wisp of divine sense to attach to others, continuously sensing their surrounding environment, and dangers. Currently able to divide up to 3 at once. Demon Mark, in addition to the original restriction function, can implant a demon mark in willing recipients. Those marked can communicate through consciousness within 1,000 miles. The mark cannot be forcibly implanted and cannot be used for coercion. Cultivation method, Xian Shui True Resolution, second tier upper grade, turtle specific breathing technique, efficiency 5. Spirit spring resonance in an environment with spirit springs or spirit veins, cultivation efficiency doubles, totaling 10 times. Songlong technique, second tier upper grade water attribute cultivation method, can be cultivated up to foundation establishment peak. Innate divine power, Xian Shui indestructible body, first layer. Some bloodline of specialized demon turtles in the world can awaken this innate divine power upon breaking through to foundation establishment. It passively enhances, requiring no active activation. First layer effect, the physical defense doubles from the exist. When attacked, the turtle shell, flesh, and bones no longer passively endure damage, but instead reverse the force of each strike back into the attacker. Close combatants, like striking 1,000-year-old ice, hurt the enemy 1,000 while sustaining 800 damage themselves. Simultaneously, the surface of the turtle shell condenses water-based spiritual energy, vibrating with each breath, and the vibrating force stems from the same source as the Songlong overlapping waves. Overlapping waves focuses on offense, while the indestructible body emphasizes defense. The two complement each other. Each time damage is sustained, the turtle shell automatically records that type of spiritual energy attribute, reducing the damage received by 50% upon the next hit of the same attribute. Currently recordable attribute types 3. Each time he breaks through a major level, the Qingniu indestructible body automatically improves by 1 layer, doubling the recorded attribute types with the reverse damage and the amplitude of the turtle shell's vibrations, increasing layer by layer. He carefully reviewed the newly acquired abilities. Cloud and Rain technique, covering a radius of 10 miles with spiritual rain, doubles the recovery of his side's spiritual power and increases the potency of water attribute divine powers by 30%, while exacerbating the enemy's spiritual power consumption. Combined with the water prison and Gui Shui true thunder, he would be nearly invincible in prolonged battles. The spirit division thought extended the range of his spiritual perception from 50 miles to 100, and he could also divide his divine sense to attach to others to sense dangers. In the future, if Lei Jingqing goes far away, he can also grasp the safety situation of his counterpart in real time. The demon mark allows communication through consciousness among willing recipients within 1,000 miles, effectively establishing an encrypted remote communication network. Then he saw the new line of text at the bottom. Qingniu indestructible body first layer. As he read through the effects word by word, his Hmong bean-like eyes narrowed slightly. This divine power arrived just in time. Previously, his strongest defensive method was the Qingniu spirit armor combined with the turtle breath true art working in reverse. Now the Qingniu indestructible body doubles that foundation. Just the base defense alone would make it nearly impossible for cultivators of the same tier to break through. The reverse damage effect means that if an enemy strikes him, they will also suffer equal damage, fundamentally changing the rules of battle. Previously, he endured the damage, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Now, while enduring damage, the enemy is also being worn down. The longer it lasts, the more fatigued they become. With the passive damage reduction from attribute recording and the turtle shell's own vibrations, defense counter damage and battlefield control form a trinity. Overlapping waves is the spear, the indestructible body is the shield. From now on, every battle will be a combined strike of spear and shield. He closed the panel and suddenly recalled the battle with Wang Changjun earlier. That foundation establishment early-stage sword cultivator was invincible among his peers, a genius who established his foundation at 32, and throughout the fight, not a single white mark was left on his turtle shell. He suddenly wanted to test how strong his current defense truly was. With a thought, he pulled up the battle data recorded by the After a few breaths, he reached a conclusion with his current foundation establishment initial stage strength if he faced himself at the peak of chi refinement. One strike is enough to end him. He slightly raised his turtle head, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his Hmong bean-like eyes. After a moment, he called Liu Tieshan and Lei Jingqing to the ancestor cave. Wang Changjun died in Spirit Spring Valley. The Wang family will eventually find out. Once the soul lamp of a foundation establishment sword cultivator goes out, his elder brother and second brother will immediately sense it. What do you plan to do? Lei Jingqing frowned. Rather than waiting for them to bring people, it would be better to hurry to Qifeng Ridge overnight while they haven't reacted. Create an information gap. They won't expect that a newly advanced foundation establishment monster would dare to take the initiative against the 2 foundation establishment elders of the Wang family. Are you going alone? More people would only slow me down. You can't participate in foundation establishment level battles. As a single turtle, I can hit and run and no one can keep me. He looked at Lei Jingqing. Guard Spirit Spring Valley well. After I leave, activate all the formations at the valley entrance and set it to the highest alert. If I'm not back before dawn, no, I will return. Liu Tieshan was silent for a few breaths, then picked up the foundation establishment green-edged sword from the stone platform and placed it at the cave entrance. Take it. Since it belongs to a sword cultivator, it's better to let the Wang family see it. Yue Yuan used a water line to wrap the green-edged sword and store it in his storage space. He then shrank down to the size of a fist, sliding into the mountain stream along the waterway, hastening towards Qifeng Ridge in the night. That same night, at the Wang family's ancestral hall in Qifeng Ridge, an old cultivator guarding the soul lamp hall was meditating. 2 foundation establishment soul lamps burned perpetually, representing the only 2 remaining foundation establishment cultivators of the Wang family. Originally, there were 3 lamps, but the rightmost lamp belonging to the 3rd master suddenly shook violently an hour ago, the flame rapidly shifting from a bright pale gold to a dark red and extinguished completely after a few breaths. The old cultivator was so frightened that he rolled out to report the news, and now he stood in the hall, not daring to close his eyes. In the conference hall, Wang Changgang and Wang Changzi sat face to face. On the table lay a simple map of Spirit Spring Valley. Next to it were the fragments of Wang Changjun's shattered soul lamp. Wang Changzi's eyes were still red, but the peak of his rage had passed, replaced by a deeper silence. He stared at the pile of soul lamp fragments. His voice hoarse. Eldest brother, the 3rd brother, must have called out for the master before he died. He must have mentioned the name of the Wang family. But the old turtle that killed him didn't care at all. Wang Changgang did not respond. He had already sent the message. Qingniu sword sect Wang Changjun's master. The wording was restrained, stating only the facts. Wang Changjun encountered a foundation establishment demon beast in Qingniu Mountain's Spirit Spring Valley and has perished. The Wang family earnestly requests assistance from the sect for the sake of master-disciple ties. The reply came quickly. The wording was polite, but the meaning was clear. Wang Changjun was a formal disciple of the sect killed without reason, and Qingniu sword sect would not stand by. However, the inner door elder was currently in closed-door cultivation, refining an important batch of pills, and would not be able to come down the mountain in the short term. The sect would send someone to investigate at the appropriate time. Seeing the phrase appropriate time, Wang Changzi's teeth ground together. The master of the third brother wouldn't even come down to, though they claimed to be master and disciple, it was merely a nominal relationship established during the Qingniu sword sect's routine disciple recruitment. The third brother had offended far more people in the sect than he had befriended. Now that the person was dead, the master wouldn't even delay a batch of pills for him. The third brother's character indeed didn't endear him to the master. Wang Changgang set the message aside, but he is a formal disciple of the sect. Qingniu sword sect will eventually investigate this matter. Before the sect's investigators arrive, the Wang family must remain still. Remain still. Wang Changzi exclaimed, raising his head sharply. That turtle just broke through to Foundation establishment and was able to kill the third brother. Its combat power cannot be considered ordinary for a Foundation establishment early stage. We know nothing about it now. We don't know its divine powers, its limits, or whether there are other forces behind it. Rushing in could very well fall into its ambush. Wang Changgang's voice was heavy. When the sect's people arrive, we will lead the way. It is safest to corner it in its lair. Rest assured that turtle won't take the initiative to attack. It has just broken through and recently experienced a fierce battle. What it needs most now is to retreat and consolidate its realm. Wang Changzi slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fists. He knew his elder brother was right. Qingniu Mountain is 1,000 miles away from Qifeng Ridge. Even if that turtle has broken through to Foundation establishment, it is merely a demon beast that has just undergone a life-and-death battle. What it needs most now is to recuperate and stabilize its realm. How could it possibly have the courage to take the initiative? From the Wang family's understanding of its strength, at most, it would be considered a newly advanced Foundation establishment demon beast. And among the brothers, Wang Changgang alone is enough to crush the vast majority of Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivators. As long as they wait for the sect's people to arrive, this turtle would have nowhere to escape. He remained silent for a long time before speaking hoarsely. All right. He'll wait for the sect's people to come. At that time, he'll personally pry off that old turtle shell to honor the third brother. Wang Changgang nodded. Outside the window, the red maple leaves of Qifeng Ridge rustled in the night breeze, and the moonlight illuminated the mountains of red leaves resembling a burning sea of blood. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, a narrow water line was swiftly traversing along the mountain stream in the northwest direction of Qingniu Mountain. A fist-sized dark green turtle shadow sped silently underwater, the net-like patterns on its shell shimmering with a cold glow in the moonlight penetrating the water's surface. The water escape technique was released immediately after each cooldown, with a long-distance sprinting speed far exceeding that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators flying on their weapons. Yue Yuan dashed through the stream, extending his spiritual perception 100 miles ahead. The two Foundation establishment cultivators of Qifeng Ridge, the second Wang Changzi was not a threat in his initial stage, while the elder Wang Changgong, in his mid-stage, required serious attention. But this was exactly the confidence for him to create an information gap. Given the Wang family's understanding of his strength, they would think he was merely a newly advanced Foundation establishment demon beast, or even possibly a peak Qi refinement cultivator. They wouldn't expect that this so-called newly advanced Foundation establishment demon beast crushed a fellow Foundation establishment sword cultivator of the same tier within a single incense stick's time and awakened the Xian Shui indestructible body. They would never think that this turtle would dare to assault their lair under the cover of night after committing murder. With a thunderous momentum, it would crush through and leave, turning the Wang family from hunters into prey and transforming Qifeng Ridge from a lair into a battlefield. In the deepest hour of night, Yue Yuan departed from Qingniu Mountain. He unleashed the water escape art once every quarter, each time teleporting 50 zhang while swimming at full speed without pause. The stream churned a white line of water behind him. Moonlight spilled through the canopy onto the surface, only catching a fleeting shadow that had already vanished into the distance. His spiritual sense extended 100 li ahead, evading the temporary camps of rogue cultivators, dodging several nocturnal Qi refinement stage demon beasts, and steering clear of any path that might leave a witness. He had no need for a map. The arrogant, unconcealed crimson sword light of Wang Changjun had already revealed the route from Red Maple Ridge to Spirit Spring Valley, which Yue Yuan had reconstructed using his spiritual sense. All he had to do was trace back along the faint trail of residual spiritual energy left by that sword light. As dawn approached, he reached the outskirts of Red Maple Ridge. The mountain stream curved here, reflecting the crimson maples that covered the hills. The leaves blazed like fire, yet it was not the hue of autumn. It was a strange phenomenon nurtured by the spirit veins. The mountain was not high, but the spiritual energy was astonishingly dense. Beneath every red maple tree lay the terminal branches of spirit veins. The stream flowed slowly past the entrance of an underground river beneath the manor. The water's surface, rippled by the wind, reflected no unusual shadows. The mystic water spirit turtle, now the size of a grain of rice, had already silently infiltrated along the current. The underground river passed beneath the base of the mountain protecting formation. Yue Yuan pressed himself against the riverbed, slowly ascending along the stone wall. The grade of this mountain protecting formation was higher than the illusory maze formation of Spirit Spring Valley, but its coverage was too vast, making it impossible to be uniformly tight. The underground water vein was the weakest point of the formation. Having spent nearly a decade in Spirit Spring Valley, he knew the blind spots of the formation's lower layers better than the one who set it. When he surfaced in the pond, he suppressed all his aura using the turtle breath true art, making it undetectable to anyone below the late foundation establishment stage. His spiritual sense swept across the entire manor. The lights were on in the meeting hall. Two foundation establishment auras, one as steady as an abyss, the other as turbulent as a tide. He listened from beneath the water for a few breaths, fully grasping their positions, spiritual attributes, and breathing rhythms. Then he silently crawled out of the water along the edge of the pond, shrinking into the shadows of the corridor, moving toward. Inside the meeting hall, Wang Changxi's voice came through the window, hoarse and agitated. The sex people will take at least 5 days. Are we just going to wait idly? 5 days is nothing, Wang Changing replied, his voice as steady as ever. That turtle just broke through and fought a battle with third brother. Right now it needs to heal and consolidate its cultivation. It won't take the initiative to attack. Yue Yuan listened to this conversation from the shadow of the corridor and gave a slight nod of his turtle head. It was exactly as he had predicted. The Wang family's perception of him was still stuck at the stage of just broke through to foundation establishment needs rest and consolidation. This information gap was his greatest weapon tonight. He didn't act immediately. First, he used his spiritual sense to scan the entire manor's defenses. There were 16 Shi refinement cultivators all on the periphery and dozens of innate martial artists scattered across the various courtyards. Not one of them posed a threat to him. Then he crawled out from the shadow of the corridor to the main entrance of the meeting hall. In an instant, his size grew from that of a grain of rice to 3 stories high. Simultaneously, he activated the mystic water spirit armor. The web-like patterns on his shell gleamed with a cold, iron-blue luster in the night. Half the meeting hall's door was crushed inward as rubble tumbled across the threshold. Wang Changxi sat in the seat directly facing the door. Yue Yuan's gaze passed over the scattered debris and drifting dust, locking eyes with him. Before the agitation in those eyes could turn into shock, Yue Yuan spoke first. I heard you're waiting for the sex people. Wang Changxi's pupils contracted sharply, and Wang Changing shot up from his chair. No need to wait. Yue Yuan's voice resonated in the minds of both Wang Changing and Wang Changxi, his tone as flat, as if he were commenting on the weather. Wang Changjun asked me to pass on a message. He said he's waiting for you down below. As the words fell, the Guishui true thunder struck, first hurtling straight toward Wang Changxi's head. Wang Changxi reacted swiftly, slapping out a palm strike. The thunderfire palm print collided head-on with the Guishui true thunder. The blazing thunderfire's spiritual energy exploded, sending the tables and chairs of the meeting hall flying. But he made the exact same mistake as Wang Changjun. He underestimated this turtle's true essence reserves. When Wang Changjun faced the Guishui true thunder, a sword strike at 70% of his power only neutralized less than half of it. Wang Changxi's cultivation was slightly higher than his third brother's, but the thunderfire palm print favored area effect damage, and its single-point defense was far inferior to a sword cultivator's condensed sword light. His palm print collided with the true thunder, neutralizing less than 30% of it. The remaining 70% all smashed into his protective spiritual light. The protective light trembled violently, and Wang Changxi was blasted away, crashing through half the meeting hall's wall. Showered with broken bricks and timber, he hadn't even managed to get up from the rubble when a water prison descended from above, enveloping him. You bastard! Wang Changing moved the very instant Yue Yuan struck. The true essence of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator erupted fully. An ink-black long blade flew from his storage pouch, its body densely inscribed with array patterns, each one glowing with a dark, subdued light in the night. He slashed at the water prison. The blade light struck the watery wall, causing the prison to tremble violently and crack in several places. Yue Yuan did not give him a chance to break the prison. He fully activated the mystic water spirit armor and charged head-on at Wang Changing with his 3-story-tall body. Wang Changing hastily crossed his blade to block. The moment the turtle shell met the blade, a sharp, rebounding force surged back along the blade, numbing his tiger's mouth. The two clashed in midair, and the shockwave tore off the meeting hall's roof. Shards of tiles and broken wood scattered in all directions, and the lights of the entire manor flickered simultaneously. Wang Changing was knocked back several zhang, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows in the bluestone floor. He looked down at his tiger's mouth. A bloody gash had split open. Blood dripped down the knife handle onto the bluestone floor, quickly absorbed by the dust beneath his feet. The rebounding force had penetrated directly through his protective spiritual light. In his 40 years of foundation establishment cultivation, he had never seen such a bizarre technique. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the faint pale blue halo on the turtle shell, and held the ink blade before him, rebounding. Yue Yuan gave him no time to think. The Guishui true thunders bombarded continuously. The surging waves within the water prison were stacked to 6 layers, while simultaneously maintaining the rain art to cover the entire meeting hall. Spiritual rain poured down, boosting the power of his Guishui true thunder by 30%, while Wang Changing's spiritual energy was consumed faster in the rain. Wang Changing slashed apart an incoming true thunder, using the rebounding force to sidestep and create distance. His gaze swept over his second brother trapped in the water prison. The water pressure from the surging waves had already stacked to 6 layers, and his protective spiritual light was emitting creaking sounds of strain, with cracks spreading from the edges toward the center. Changxi. Wang Changxi did not answer. He was already channeling all his spiritual energy into his protective light, trying to forcibly tear the water prison open based on the technique his third brother had used to break formations. But he was not a sword cultivator. His thunderfire palm print struck the watery wall, only raising a few ripples before being crushed by the stacked waves. Wang Chongying slashed at the water prison, but the blade light had barely traveled 3 feet from the blade before the turtle shell was blocking his way. He changed his move with incredible speed, angling the blade upward to bypass the edge of the shell and stab directly at the gap near the neck. This was a killing move he had honed through countless battles over 40 years. Most demon beasts' weaknesses lay at the edges of their shells and the joints of their limbs. Yet the moment the blade struck the gap, the rebounding force hit again, fiercer than before. The gash on his tiger's mouth tore wider, blood streaming down the handle and splattering a small patch of dark red on the rubble-strewn ground. His wrist trembled uncontrollably. That strike had clearly landed, yet it felt as if he had stabbed himself. Big Wang Chongxi's voice came from the water prison, accompanied by the crisp sound of his protective spiritual light shattering. Wang Chongying's eyes were bloodshot. Ignoring the searing pain in his tiger's mouth, he gripped the blade with both hands. The dark light on the blade flared 3 feet high. He poured the true essence of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator into the blade, without reservation, slashing at the water prison blow after blow. Every strike landed precisely on the same spot. Under his frantic assault, the watery wall finally split open with a crack. Wang Chongxi forced himself to fly out of the water prison, his robes mostly shredded, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His protective spiritual light had shattered into countless specks of light, but at least he was still alive. However, the moment he escaped, 6 Guishui true thunders had already sealed off all his escape routes. When Wang Chongying was frantically hacking at the water prison earlier, Yue Yuan hadn't even bothered to stop him. He had deliberately let Wang Chongxi out of the water prison. Inside the prison, Wang Chongxi only had to endure the water pressure. But outside, he had to simultaneously withstand the true thunder bombardment and the rain arts amplification. No sooner had Wang Chongxi steadied himself than the first true thunder was upon him. He hastily gathered his remaining thunderfire's spiritual energy to block at his hand, charred black from the blast. The second exploded from the side. He sidestepped to dodge. The third had already sealed his only escape route, forcing him to retreat back into the water prison. Because he had realized that outside the water prison was far more dangerous than inside it. Inside the prison, he only had to endure the water pressure. At least the watery walls could block part of the true thunder for him. But outside, that turtle's spiritual sense was so precise that every single true thunder could seal off his dodging angles. As he retreated into the water prison, the agitation in his eyes had turned to fear and a despair he was unwilling to acknowledge. Third brother was right. Third brother must have felt this way before he died. Don't come out. Wang Chongying slashed, forcing Yue Yuan back half a step, and shouted to Wang Chongxi in the water prison. But it was too late. The water prison contracted violently, the water pressure instantly increasing from 6 layers to 8. Wang Chongxi's protective spiritual light had long since shattered, leaving his physical body exposed to the crushing pressure of the high-density water walls. His eyes bulged wide, his lips quivered a few times as if he wanted to shout something, but the water pressure had already crushed his chest cavity. His final expression twisted into a complex shape, a mix of rage, unwillingness, and utter disbelief. The Wang family of Red Maple Ridge, 3 foundation establishment cultivators, a centuries-old foundation establishment, clan of force that dominated the Qingniu Mountain region. Now in their own lair, they were being crushed in this manner by a demon turtle they had dismissed as just broke through to foundation establishment, needs to heal. From beginning to end, this turtle had never once actively pursued him. He had retreated into the water prison of his own accord, and his death was an outcome already sealed the moment he was first trapped. Wang Chongxi's aura vanished from Yue Yuan's spiritual sense. Wang Chongying's eyes turned red. He was now consumed by a rage suppressed to its absolute limit. His second brother had died before his eyes, and he couldn't even break the water prison. His ink blade, having endured too much rebounding force from the continuous slashing, now had fine cracks in its array patterns. His tiger's mouth was a bloody mess, his 5 fingers trembling so much he could barely hold the hilt. Yet he straightened his body instead, and with his left hand, he took out a golden talisman from his robe. A golden core-grade armor-breaking talisman passed down from 3 generations ago. The entire Wang family had. He crushed the talisman. A golden sword light shot into the sky, its sword intent so condensed it almost materialized. The rubble within Tianzhong was ground to dust by the sword pressure. The golden light paused in midair for a moment, then descended with the force of thunder. Yue Yuan felt a genuine threat for the first time. A golden core-grade talisman was not something a foundation establishment cultivator could easily produce. He swiftly twisted his body, retracting his limbs, and took the strike heat in with his shell. The golden sword light cleaved into the turtle shell. The mystic water spirit armor trembled violently, and a half-inch deep wound split open on the shell, severing several web-like patterns. This was the first time his defenses had been breached since forming his foundation. Wang Chongying saw the wound, but he did not see what he had hoped to see. The turtle did not retreat, did not cry out in pain, not even the calm in its small bean-like eyes wavered. Yue Yuan glanced at the crack on his shell. It wasn't deep, but it hurt. He noted the Wang family's trump card, then unleashed the Guishui True Thunder and the surging waves simultaneously. The water prison enveloped Wang Chongying once more. This time the range was larger, the walls thicker, and the stacked waves began at 8 layers from the start. Wang Chongying slashed at the watery walls blow after blow, all landing on the same spot. But every time the prison was cracked open, the surging waves immediately sealed the gap. His blade was not fast enough to outpace the water wall's self-repair speed, and with every slash the rebounding force traveled back along the blade. The flesh on his tiger's mouth was nearly torn away, exposing the bone. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer. He stopped hacking at the water prison. He straightened up, holding the ink blade before him. His gaze swept over the 3-story-tall iron-blue demon turtle outside the prison, over the gash carved into its shell by the golden core talisman, and over those small bean-like eyes that had shown no emotional fluctuation from start to finish. He suddenly understood what his third brother had felt before dying. It wasn't fear. It was a cold, sobering clarity in the face of absolute power. He recalled the words he had said to his second brother just moments ago: "It won't take the initiative to attack." Wrong. Everything had been wrong from the start. This turtle had no need to heal, no need to consolidate its realm. After crushing his third brother, without even pausing to catch its breath, it had raced 1,000 li to their doorstep, killed his second brother before his eyes, and now it was coming for him. "What kind of monster are you?" His voice was hoarse and weary. Yue Yuan did not answer. It wasn't disdain. He had told Wang Changjuan, and he had told Old Master Mu. But every time he spoke, the other party either didn't believe him or threatened to kill his entire family. So he decided not to say it this time. After all, the outcome was the same whether he spoke or not. The water prison's Wang Changing made no further futile struggles. He took one last look at the roof that had been torn off at the manor he had guarded for most of his life, and finally his gaze settled on the few red maple trees by the pond. Then the water prison closed. The last foundation establishment cultivator of the Wang family vanished from Yue Yuan's spiritual sense. The water prison silently dissipated, turning into ordinary water that seeped into the rubble-strewn ground. The meeting hall was no longer recognizable. The roof was gone, half the wall had collapsed into rubble, the bluestone floor was pockmarked by the shockwaves of the battle, and the rainwater mixed with residual water from the prison had pooled into several shallow dark red puddles in the hollows. Wang Changging's ink blade was stuck diagonally in a pile of rubble, the array patterns on the hilt still glowing with a faint dark light. Wang Changxi's body was half buried in the debris, his expression frozen at the moment of his death. Yue Yuan withdrew the rain art. He didn't spare another glance at the battlefield. His spiritual sense swept over the entire red maple ridge. The Qi refinement cultivators left behind by the Wang family had already scattered in all directions when the battle erupted. He had no intention of pursuing them. With 2 foundation establishment cultivators dead, the Wang family's century-old legacy was no more than an empty. He swept up Wang Changging's storage pouch and the ink blade, then used his spiritual sense to precisely locate several spirit stone vaults and a scripture library within the manor. After looting everything of value, he used the water escape art to leave directly. As dawn approached, Yue Yuan swam back to Spirit Spring Valley along the irrigation channel. From a distance, he saw a figure standing at the valley entrance, hand on a saber hilt, staring motionlessly in the direction of the channel. He didn't know how long Liu Tieshan had been standing there, but his posture was exactly the same as when he had left the night before. Yue Yuan crawled out of the channel, shrank to the size of a fist, and shook off the water droplets. "It's done." Liu Tieshan was silent for a breath, then asked a very Liu Tieshan question: "Were you hurt?" "A scratch from a golden core talisman. Nothing serious." Yue Yuan grew to 3 stories high and dumped the storage pouches of the 2 foundation establishment cultivators along with the captured artifacts onto the bluestone slab. Spirit stones poured out into a small mountain, over a dozen jade slips of cultivation techniques, and several artifacts. The quality of that ink blade was no less than Wang Changjuan's Azure Frost sword. He pushed the ink blade toward Liu Tieshan. "This blade is yours from now on. You've been using that wild goose feather saber for too long, it's time for a change." Liu Tieshan took the ink blade. It was exceptionally heavy. The blade was densely inscribed with array patterns, the hilt polished smooth by Wang Changging's hand, still retaining the residual warmth of its previous owner. He tried to swing. The blade wind cut through the air, and it was more than twice as heavy as the wild goose feather saber. He looked down at the faintly glowing array patterns on the blade, and was silent for a moment. "Too heavy. Looks like I'll need to—" "No rush. Take your time." The sky was gradually brightening. Liu Tieshan sheathed the blade and hung the ink blade at his waist where the wild goose feather saber used to be. The 2 blades hung side by side, one light, one heavy. As he walked, the sheath of the ink blade gently tapped the hilt of the wild goose feather saber, producing a very faint, crisp sound. He took a few steps, then stopped. He unfastened the wild goose feather saber from his waist and looked at it in his hand. The plum blossom knot on the hilt had long been replaced with a new one, but the tying method was still the same as that year. He placed the wild goose feather saber on the bluestone platform, Changjun's corpse, to a secluded area outside the valley for prop. On that night 15 years ago, the Wang clan of Red Maple Ridge was erased from the vicinity of Qingniu Mountain. 2 foundation establishment cultivators fell in a single night. The mountain protecting Grand Formation was shattered, and the spirit vein was reclaimed by the Xianhua Sword sect. When news spread, the loose cultivator circles for 1,000 li around buzzed for an entire year. Some said it was the work of a golden core demon tortoise, others claimed the Wang clan had offended a hidden sect, and still others whispered that the spirit vein of Red Maple Ridge had rebelled. But all speculations pointed to the same truth: the Wang clan was no more. And the obscure Liu Clan of Spirit Spring Valley on the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain was never again underestimated. The centuries' worth of accumulated wealth from the Wang clan, spirit stones, cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and spiritual herbs, that Yue Yuan had plundered fueled the rapid development of Spirit Spring Valley for the next 15 years. Wang Changjun's foundation establishment Azure-grade spirit sword was melted down and reforged, and the formation materials were integrated into the valley's mountain-protecting grand formation. Wang Changjung's ink-black long blade now hung at Liu Tieshan's waist. The array patterns on the blade had yet to be reactivated, yet no fewer than 10 latest-stage qi refining Liu's cultivators had tasted defeat beneath its edge. In the third year after the Wang clan's fall, the Qingniu Sword Sect sent a representative. Wang Changjun's master and inner-sect elder of the Qingniu Sword Sect and a foundation establishment, Great Circle Cultivator, personally visited Qingniu Mountain after emerging from seclusion. He was Wang Changjun's master, and though he held no particular fondness for this eccentric disciple, a formal sect disciple had been slain. As his master he had to come. He arrived in silence without an enforcement squad, without alerting anyone. He stood outside Spirit Spring Valley for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, then entered and spoke privately with Yue Yuan for half an hour. He was Wang Changjun's master, and though he held no particular fondness for this eccentric disciple, a formal sect disciple had been slain. As his master he had to come. Rest. Before leaving that foundation establishment, Great Circle Cultivator left behind a single sentence, the content of which only Yue Yuan knew. 15 years had passed, and Spirit Spring Valley had expanded from a cluster of mountain courtyards into a fully functional immortal cultivation manor. The core area retained the Spirit Spring and the mine shafts, while the periphery had been expanded to include a cultivation zone, a spirit field zone, an alchemy chamber, a tool refining room, and a scripture library. After 15 years of reinforcement and optimization, Lei Zhengqing had painstakingly elevated the valley's entrance formation, the illusory maze array, from a mid-grade to a top-grade formation. The earth shield array had also been replaced with a more advanced rock armor array. Loose cultivators below the Qi refining Great Circle could stand at the valley's entrance and still fail to find the way in. The annual output of the Spirit Stone Mine had stabilized at over 3,000 stones, and several branch veins marked on the Mu family survey map had been successively developed. Beyond self-use, the spiritual herbs and medicinal plants from the spirit fields began to be sold through channels in Blackstone City. The intelligence network in Blackstone City had also grown from a single seed into a towering tree over these 15 years. The reputation of Spirit Spring Valley grew ever louder within a 1,000-li radius. Everyone knew that a newly risen foundation establishment clan resided at the northwestern foot of Qingniu Mountain. With a foundation establishment ancestor in command, a top-grade formation guarding the mountain, and continuous output from the Spirit Stone Mine and Spirit Fields, its strength was formidable and its prospects boundless. Over 15 years, loose cultivators had arrived, drawn by its fame-seeking positions as retainers. Lei Zhengqing personally screened them, taking in over a dozen Qi refining stage loose cultivators as retainers ranging from the 1st to the 9th layer, thus bolstering the valley's manpower. Yet the observant noticed a peculiar shortcoming of this foundation establishment clan. The number of true Liu Clan cultivators was extremely small. Only the clan leader Liu Tieshan's 2 children bore the Liu name, Liu Jingshu and Liu Jingxi. Beyond them, the face of the valley's cultivators was primarily upheld by the Lei family, Lei Jingqing, Lei Xiaoan, Wanshi, and those surnamed loose cultivator retainers. The foundation of Spirit Spring Valley remained the dozens of mortal, innate martial artists of the Liu Clan. They were the main force in the mines, the first line of defense at the valley entrance, and the most numerous silent cornerstone of the valley. Liu Tieshan stood at the apex of this cornerstone, bridging the gap between mortal martial artists and immortal cultivators with his grandmaster-level strength and the foundation establishment-grade ink blade. Liu Jingshu was now 20 years old. He walked from the Spirit Spring clad in a deep blue robe, his stature tall and slender. His features bore the heroic spirit of Liu Tieshan and the meticulousness of Lei Xiaoan. 20 years had passed. The 5-year-old child who once practiced water arrows with a stern face, refusing to give up even when Uncle Tortoise deflected his fingers with a water thread, was now a 5th-layer Qi refining cultivator. With a water element true spirit root and the 2nd-grade top-tier technique, Songlong, Zhu's foundation was far more solid than his peers. He had already begun to gradually take over the valley's daily management and represented the clan in external dealings. Among the loose cultivators, the young master of the Liu Clan of Spirit Spring Valley was described as just as formidable as his father. Liu Jingxi walked over from her grandfather Lei's Thunderblade training ground, rubbing her wrists as she came. 19 years old, 3rd-layer Qi refining with a Thunderfire mixed spiritual root. Her cultivation speed was not as fast as those with true spiritual roots, but having inherited her grandfather Lei Zhengqing's Thunderblade legacy and fused it with the explosive power of fire-attributed spiritual energy, she was rarely matched among her peers. She had just been drilled by her grandfather for the better part of an hour. Her wrists were too sore to lift, yet a smile still hung at the corners of her mouth. A few newly arrived loose cultivator retainers by the roadside saw her and bowed their heads in greeting, calling out "Second Miss." She nodded, and only after she passed did those retainers dare to straighten their backs. Liu Jingfeng returned from the direction of the spirit fields barefoot, his trousers rolled up to his knees, carrying a sample of resonant spirit stone mined from deep within the shafts. This batch of spirit stone samples had just been excavated, and their quality seemed superior to previous ones. The old miners were uncertain, so they asked him to bring the samples for his grandfather and Uncle Tortoise to examine. 18 years old, without a spiritual root, yet a half-step grandmaster. From the child who at 3 named ants with a dog's tail grass in his mouth, to the young man, who now single-handedly carried dozens of of resonant spirit stones across mountains and valleys, he remained in the eyes of the valley's elders the same heart-wrenching third child. But outsiders knew none of this. They only knew that the third young master of the Liu Clan was a mortal martial artist as taciturn as his father, cold but efficient. Over the past 15 years the elders had also settled into their own paths. Liu Tieshan, now 53, had long since stabilized his grandmaster realm. 2 blades hung at his waist. On his left hip hung the Yinling blade from those days, the plum blossom, not on its hilt, still tied by Lei Shaowan. He practiced his blade art at the hour of the Mao, 57 a.m., and sheathed it at the hour of the Yu, 57 p.m. rain or shine. He spoke even less after his 3 children grew up, but every time Liu Jingfeng ventured deep into the mines, he would personally stand guard at the tunnel entrance. Lei Jingqing was at the Qi refining great circle, only 1 step away from foundation establishment. His formation mastery was second to none among the loose cultivators for 1,000 li around. The top-grade illusory maze array and rock armor array at the valley entrance were his masterworks. He had transformed from a mere wandering cultivator into a true formation master. Occasionally loose cultivators would visit with formation materials to seek his guidance, and he would offer a few pointers, for a fee. He had personally taught Jingxi the Thunderblade. Every time his granddaughter was drilled until she winced and grimaced on the training ground, he would stand nearby stroking his beard and chuckling. He had personally taught Jingxi the Thunderblade. Every time his granddaughter was drilled until she winced and grimaced on the training ground, he would stand near. From the young woman who once haggled in Old Chin's formation shop in Blackstone City, to the matriarch who now commanded the financial power of a foundation establishment clan, not a single spirit stone ledger under her management had ever been in error. Ruanshi at the 7th layer of Qi refining still spent her days squatting by the vegetable patch weeding. The greens she grew were still the variety Jingfeng loved to eat. In the ancestors' cave, Yue Yuan lay sprawled across the ancestor stone. His body was another size larger than 15 years ago. He had maintained his 3-story high form for many years now. The patterns on his shell were layered, and within each layer a faint azure, true essence aura flowed slowly. The half-inch deep wound inflicted by the golden core talisman 15 years ago was now only an extremely faint white scar. Yet in his spiritual sense it remained sharp and clear. Every time his spiritual sense swept over that white scar, he could recall every detail of that night. His breakthrough from the early to the mid-foundation establishment stage over these 15 years was not due to clan fortune, but purely from sleeping at 10 times the efficiency granted by the profound water true solution. The clan fortune was steadily accumulating not far from the next threshold. As the night deepened, he closed his eyes. His spiritual sense habitually swept across 100 li radius, then retracted, settling on the white scar that had followed him for 15 years. He recalled that foundation establishment, great circle cultivator from the Qingniu sword sect. Upon entering the cave, the man had shown no anger, made no threats, but calmly proposed a trade. Yue Yuan had agreed. It was the most advantageous deal he had ever made in his life, and also the gamble that had frightened him the most. Had he not agreed, Spirit Spring Valley might have ceased to exist 15 years ago. He muttered to the empty air, does he still think it was a loss? Of course no one answered. That foundation establishment, great circle cultivator, could not possibly hear the mutterings of an old tortoise 1,000 li away. But Yue Yuan still opened his eyes, within his shell a glint flickering in his small green eyes. A light only he could understand. Not a loss, he answered for that man, then closed his eyes once more. Liu Jingfeng crouched barefoot at the end of the mine tunnel, his spiritual sense probing the rock wall inch by inch. The spirit stones from the new branch vein were of higher quality than those in the main vein. The spiritual energy content of these samples was at least mid-grade lower tier. The faint clink of pickaxes echoed from far behind him. This abandoned tunnel had too many forks, and the old miners, finding it too deep, had not entered it for over half a year. As he loaded the sensing spirit stones into his sack, his fingertips suddenly brushed against a trace of intense heat. It was utterly different from the gentle water attribute spiritual energy around him, like residual warmth seeping through the back of a scorching iron plate. He did not make a sound. He simply placed the sack at the tunnel entrance and ventured alone toward the source of the heat. The deeper he went, the hotter the rock walls became. Passing through a fork in the abandoned tunnel, he squeezed into a natural fissure carved by groundwater. At the fissure's end, his hands touched a stone wall. The stone wall was as smooth as a mirror, its surface devoid of moss, water stains, or any marks of erosion. It was covered in dense, intricate lines, but they were not array patterns. Array patterns had fixed nodes and directions, but these lines writhed across the stone like living creatures, each curve avoiding another, yet converging at their densest point to form a half-open eye. The stone wall was blazing hot, as if freshly pulled from a furnace. Yet the instant his palm touched it, a chill shot up his spine straight to his crown. Liu Jingfeng pulled his hand back. His fingertips were already marked with a small red burn. He had never experienced this sensation before, scorching to the touch, yet a coldness within, as if ice water had been poured into his body. He stood in silence before the stone wall for a few breaths, then traced the lines with his finger. It was no natural rock formation. It was man-made. This stone wall did not belong to Spirit Spring Valley, nor was it marked on any of the Mu family survey maps. He carried the sack back to the mine entrance, told an old miner, "Don't dig that fork for now," and then turned to walk toward the back mountain. In the ancestral turtle cave, Yue Yuan lay on a green stone slab. Lu Jingfeng recounted his discovery deep in the mine. Yue Yuan extended his spiritual sense toward the described direction, penetrating rock layers and the abandoned tunnel until it touched the stone wall. His spiritual sense probed deep into the stone wall, and then his small bean-like eyes narrowed slightly. 100 zhang below, a mass of intensely concentrated fire attribute spiritual energy was flowing slowly. It was unlike a spirit vein, which flows with a fixed direction and rate. This mass of energy pulsed like a living heart, each beat causing the stone wall to heat up. His spiritual sense probed deeper, but was blocked by an extremely ancient restriction. The aura of this restriction was of the same origin as the lines on the stone wall, both carrying a primeval aura that did not belong to this era. It's deep. He spoke, his tone heavier than usual. 100 zhang down, there is something. Fire attributed. Seal. I can't even see through the number of seal layers. The stone wall is a projection of the seal's boundary. The main body is even deeper. Lu Jingfeng was silent for a moment. Uncle Turtle, could it be related to that white frost 15 years ago? The white frost was ice. The stone wall is fire. Yue Yuan transmitted slowly. Two extreme attributes appearing in the same mountain range one after another. Either it's a coincidence, or what's buried beneath Qingniu Mountain is far more than these two things. Regardless, this vein cannot be mined. Tomorrow have your father put up a sign at the mine entrance. No one is allowed into that, and don't you go exploring either. Lu Jingfeng nodded, and was about to leave when Yue Yuan called him back. Go to Blackstone City. 3 tasks. Openly purchase the core arrays for 3 sets of mid-grade defensive formations, and deliver a batch of formation materials to Lei Jingqing. Covertly meet the contact to get the intelligence summary for the last 3 months. Also take a jar of osmanthus wine for an old friend of mine. 2 days later, Lu Jingfeng arrived alone at Blackstone. The dark golden eyeball artifact at the city gate was still rotating slowly, its base newly engraved with several array patterns, its grade clearly higher than 15 years ago. A long line of cultivators was queuing to enter and exit the city. Mid-stage chi refining cultivators were merely ordinary passers-by here, and occasionally one flying over the crowd on their artifacts, followed by attendants. He took his place at the end of the line, his gaze sweeping over the notice board on the city wall. A newly posted wanted order flapped noisily in the wind. It bore the clan emblem of an unfamiliar Foundation establishment family offering a reward for intelligence on the spirit veins in the Qingniu Mountain area, with compensation to be negotiated. Old Chen asked no further questions. He turned and brought out several sets of array plates from behind the counter, quoting a price much fairer than 15 years ago. It was likely due to the reputation spirit spring. When he stated his purchase list, Old Chen looked at him over his glasses. You're from the Liu family. Lu Jingfeng nodded. Old Chen asked no further questions. He turned and brought out several sets of array plates from behind the counter, quoting a price much fairer than 15 years ago. It was likely due to the reputation Spirit Spring Valley had built in Blackstone City over the past 15 years. After buying the array plates, he turned into a side street. The sign for Old Cripples Inn was hanging more crookedly than ever, and the string of seashell wind chimes on the doorframe was still tinkling. The owner's hair was completely white, his cloth wiping motion as slow as ever. Seeing him enter, he just lifted his chin. Staying a few days, eh? 1 night. Hot water's in the kitchen. Boil it yourself. Don't refine pills in the room. It's blown up over 10 times in the last 15 years. The corner of Lu Jingfeng's mouth twitched slightly as he placed a jar of osmanthus wine on the counter. Someone asked me to bring this. The owner's hand paused on the cloth for a moment, then he continued wiping. Interesting. Nothing interesting about it. In the evening by the stone mill in the backyard, the contact arrived as promised. He was the same chi refining layer 7 rogue cultivator who 15 years ago had been planted with a restriction by Yue Yuan in the alleys of Blackstone City and thought his life was over. Now his temples were lightly touched with gray. At Chi Refining Layer 8, he managed a spirit material shop, a legitimate merchant by day, and secretly the head of Spirit Spring Valley's intelligence network in Blackstone City. Lu Jingfeng pushed the osmanthus wine over. The old ancestor asked me to bring it. Said it's this year's new brew. The contact took the wine jar, gently rubbing the rim with his fingers. The old ancestor still remembers, I like this shop's osmanthus wine. He placed 3 jade slips on the stone mill. The intelligence for the last 3 months is all here. Let me start with the key points. First matter. In the last 3 months, the Qingniu Sword Sect had issued multiple transfer orders. One of them involved the resurveying of spirit veins in the outer area of Qingniu Mountain, explicitly mentioning the coordinate location of Spirit Spring Valley. Although it was currently only in the surveying stage and did not involve the reallocation of spirit vein tokens, this signal was worth being wary of. Second matter. As for the spirit vein at Red Maple Ridge, it had changed hands among 3 token-holding families in the past 15 years, none of whom could hold it steady. Half a year ago, the Qingniu Sword Sect directly assigned it to the subordinate Foundation Establishment Sect Azure Cloud Gate. Azure Cloud Gate had sent 2 early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators to guard it. They had already finished setting up their protective mountain grand formation, and Red Maple Ridge had been renamed Azure Cloud Villa. Third matter. The contact paused, his tone growing heavier. This news doesn't directly concern us for now, but you must report it to the old ancestor when you return. In Yunzhou, where the Diyue Kingdom was located, a newly risen Golden Core sect had recently appeared called the Blood Fiend Sect. They had started in northern Yunzhou with brutal methods, and over the past decade they had swallowed 3 Golden Core sects and no fewer than 20 Foundation Establishment forces. Recently there were rumors that the Blood Fiend sect was collecting a special type of beast essence blood. Its specific use was unknown, but several Foundation establishment families in northern Yunzhou had their guardian spirit beasts bought off at high prices. Market gossip suggested the Blood Fiend sect might be backed by a nascent soul-level force, but no one could confirm it yet. Regardless, the situation in Yunzhou was beginning to destabilize. Lu Jingfeng stored the 3 jade slips in his robe. What's above Yunzhou? Yunzhou belongs to the Balon domain. The domain lord is a being at the spirit-severing level governing 11 prefectures, including Yunzhou Youzhou and Lanzhou. Domains are separated by millions of li. An ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't leave a single domain in their entire life. So figures like the domain lord are to us chi refining and Foundation establishment cultivators like stars in the sky. We know they exist, but we can never reach them. The contact put the osmanthus wine into his storage pouch, stood up, and brushed off his clothes. Before leaving he hesitated and asked, I heard that third master of the Wang family back then was killed by the old ancestor's own hand. Lu Jingfeng stood up, his tone flat. His eldest brother, and his second brother too. The contact was silent for a breath, then shook his head. It wasn't fear, but a smile that came from recalling absurd past events. Back then when he cornered me in the Blackstone City alley, I thought I was dead for sure. Then he planted the restriction, and I thought my life was over. But these past 15 years he hasn't treated me poorly. He opened his storage pouch and took out a small package of osmanthus cakes wrapped in oil paper, placing it on the stone mill. Give this to the old ancestor to try. My wife made it herself. Tell him it's better than the osmanthus cakes from the shop next to old Cripples in back in the day. Lu Jingfeng looked at the package of osmanthus cakes, was silent for a breath, then tucked it into his robe. It was already the next morning when he left Blackstone City. The dark golden eyeball artifact at the city gate rotated slowly, scanning everyone who entered or left. Carrying a bundle filled with array plates, Lu Jingfeng walked out of the city gate. The morning light shone from the direction of Red Maple Ridge, dyeing the distant, unchanging red maple forest an even more glaring hue. Carrying a bundle filled with array plates, Lu Jingfeng walked out of the city gate. The morning light shone from the direction of Red Maple Ridge, dyeing the distant, unchanging red maple forest an even more glaring hue. 100 zhang below the seal pulsed slowly like a heart that had slumbered for eons, being awakened from its ancient dreams by the sound of pickaxes. Lu Jingxi was pulled out of bed by Lei Jingqing before dawn. The 19-year-old girl rubbed her eyes and grumbled, Grandpa, you're up even earlier than the roosters, but she obediently followed him to the training ground. Today was the practical lesson on formations. Lei Jingqing spread out a 3-foot square formation diagram on the ground and instructed her to carve a complete maze formation pattern onto it using her lightning spiritual power without any tools. She had to finish within a quarter of an hour with no deviation exceeding half an inch. Lu Jingxi crouched down, gathering lightning spiritual power at her fingertips, and began to carve the first stroke of the formation pattern. Her movements were steady, her wrist flexibility far surpassing that of her peers, a foundation laid by her lightning blade training. But when she reached the third curved arc, the pattern veered slightly off course. Lei Zhengqing's probing staff immediately struck her hand off. Start over. She clutched her reddened hand, grimacing in pain as she began anew. The second attempt was flawless. In less than a quarter of an hour, a complete maze formation pattern lit up on the diagram, with spiritual power flowing smoothly. Lei Zhengqing stroked his beard and observed for a long while, refraining from criticism for once passable. Tomorrow we'll start the basics of second-tier formations. A first-tier formation master, not yet 20 years old. There wasn't a second one across the entire Qingniu Mountain. Lu Jingxi sat cross-legged on the ground, rubbing her wrist, and suddenly asked, Grandpa, Turtle Uncle said there's a seal beneath the stone wall. What tier is that seal? Hard to tell, but a seal that even old you can't see through is at least 30 or golden core level. Why do you ask? She didn't answer, just looked down at the still glowing formation pattern on the ground. In the evening, Lu Jingxi ran alone to the ancestor's cave. Yue Yuan was dozing on a large blue stone. Sensing someone enter, he half-opened one bean-sized eye. Turtle Uncle, when can I go see that seal? Wait until you've mastered second-tier formations. And if I reach third tier? Yue Yuan opened both eyes fully. He looked at the 19-year-old girl before him, paused for a breath, and said, if you truly reach that level, I will personally take you down to see it. Until then, don't sneak into the mine tunnels like your third brother. Lu Jingxi grinned broadly, waved at Yue Yuan, turned, and ran out of the ancestor's cave. Outside the cave in the distance, Lu Jingfeng was emerging from the mine entrance carrying a sack of sensing spirit stones. Seeing her running down from the back mountain, he stopped and waited. They walked back side by side, one still lost in the thrill of solving a formation puzzle, murmuring about just one more curved arc, and the other carrying a sack, listening quietly. The setting sun stretched their shadows to the same length. The mountain gate of Qingniu Sword Sect was colder than Lu Jingshu had imagined. The towering peaks were perpetually covered in snow, and the cloud-ascending stairs paved with spirit stones stretched from the foot of the mountain deep into the mist. After verifying his visiting card, the gatekeeping disciple told him to wait in the cave-dwelling area of the outer sect elders. The attitude wasn't arrogant, but it wasn't warm either. This trip wasn't his idea. Half a month ago, his grandfather Lei Zhengqing had received a message from an outer sect elder of Qingniu Sword Sect asking to have some rare spiritual herb seeds delivered. This elder had once gathered herbs with Lei Zhengqing on the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain in their youth. Later one became an outer sect elder at Qingniu Sword Sect, while the other stayed in the Liu's cultivator circle as a retainer of the Liu family. Their friendship had never faded. After receiving the message, Lei Zhengqing had initially planned to go himself, but then reconsidered and called over Liu Jingshu, who was auditing the spirit stone accounts in the mine. Jingshu, take this trip to Qingniu Sword Sect for me. Elder Su wants these spiritual herb seeds, and we have them at home. Deliver them. Liu Jingshu took the seed pouch, just that. Elder Su happens to be away today, but his granddaughter is home. Just hand the seeds to her, don't worry about any. Liu Jingshu thought his grandfather's tone when he said, don't worry about anything else, was a bit odd, but he didn't dwell on it. Lei Zhengqing watched him leave, then turned to Yuan Shi, who was flipping through a formation manual nearby, and said, Old Su said that girl is home today. Jingshu going now should be perfect timing. Yuan Shi didn't look up. You elders are all schemers, one more calculating than the next. Meanwhile, before leaving Qingniu Sword Sect's outer sect, Elder Su Henian said to his granddaughter, who was weeding by the herb field, watch the gate for Grandpa today. Someone from Qingniu Mountain is coming to deliver spiritual herb seeds. I received them. Suyin didn't look up. Got it, Grandpa. They've come a long way. Be polite. Suyin looked up, feeling that her grandfather's words sounded strange. People came to deliver things all the time. When had he ever specifically told her to be polite? She was about to ask further, but Su Henian had already walked off with his hands behind his back. Liu Jingshu, of course, knew nothing of this. He only knew that his grandfather had sent him to deliver spiritual herb seeds, and that Elder Su happened to be away. He followed the mountain path to the independent cave-dwelling area of the outer sect elders. In the distance, he saw a herb field enclosed by a fence planted not with spiritual herbs, but with several varieties of mortal flowers and plants. A woman in a light green dress was crouched by the field pulling weeds. She was about his age, at the third layer of qi refining with gentle features, and a simple wooden hairpin casually stuck in her hair. Su Yun stood up and looked him over, his navy blue robe and the jade token at his waist with no sect insignia. Which peak are you from? I haven't seen you before. Liu Jingshu clasped his fists and stated his origin, the Liu family of Spirit Spring Valley, Qingniu Mountain, sent by his grandfather Lei Zhengqing to deliver spiritual herb seeds to Elder Su. Su Yun stood up, brushed the dirt off her hands and nodded. My grandfather mentioned it before he left. Thank you for making the trip. Liu Jingshu handed her the seed pouch. Grandfather said these seeds require high spiritual energy for cultivation. He asked Elder Su to let them air in a dry, ventilated place for 3 days before planting. All right, I'll remember that. Su Yun took the seed pouch and casually placed it on a stone platform by the herb field. She looked at his travel-worn appearance. From Qingniu Mountain to Qingniu Sword Sect was a journey of at least 2 or 3 days. The man hadn't even brushed the grass clippings off his robe, clearly having come straight here upon arrival. Having finished his business, Liu Jingshu prepared to take his leave when Su Yun suddenly asked, You came from Qingniu Mountain. How many days did the journey take? 3 days. I stayed overnight at Qingniu Ridge. Qingniu Ridge. Su Yun repeated the name, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. I heard the spiritual vein there has changed hands several times. Is it deserted now? Mostly deserted. The mines and spirit fields are untended, and the market is gone. But there are still some loose cultivators gathering herbs on the outskirts. Su Yun nodded. She crouched down to continue weeding. Liu Jingshu stood by the herb field, feeling it would be inappropriate to just turn and leave, but he also didn't know what to say if he stayed. His gaze swept over the neatly weeded flower beds in the field, and noticed a small patch of freshly turned soil. Beside it lay several flower seedlings not yet planted, their roots wrapped in damp cloth, their leaves already a bit wilted. Why haven't these been planted? Su Yun looked up. Those are golden thread orchids. They prefer shade. This spot gets too much sun, they wouldn't survive. I'm waiting for Grandpa to move that shade-providing pine tree over here. He pinched a bit of soil between his fingers. The soil is too dry. Golden thread orchids don't just need shade, their roots need to stay moist. You could spread a layer of leaf mold around the roots to retain water and moisture. He pinched a bit of soil between his fingers. The soil is too dry. Golden thread orchids don't just need shade, their roots need to stay moist. You could spread a layer of leaf mold around the roots to retain water. Su Yun looked at him. You know about this. My grandmother grows spiritual herbs in Spirit Spring Valley. I've been helping her since I was a kid. Aren't you the young master? Does a young master work the fields? A young master still has to know his place. In front of my grandmother, everyone is just a helper. A faint fleeting smile touched the corner of Su Yun's lips. She fetched a small bag of leaf mold from a nearby shelf and handed it to Liu Jingshu. Then you do it. Liu Jingshu took the bag, crouched by the flower bed, and began spreading leaf mold around the roots of the golden thread orchids. His movements were meticulous. The roots of each plant were tightly wrapped in leaf mold, and he finished by covering the surface with a layer of fine soil, pressing it down firmly. Su Yun crouched nearby, watching him work. She noticed a habit of his. After every step, he would gently press the edge with his finger to ensure it wouldn't come loose before moving on. Do you always plant spiritual herbs like this? Grandmother says if the leaf mold isn't packed tight, the wind will dry it out. Su Yun nodded without further comment. But when she took the water ladle from him to water the plants, she deliberately kept the stream very thin, letting it seep slowly along the edges of the leaf mold, so as not to wash away the layer he had just laid. The two crouched by the flower bed, one spreading soil, and the other watering, working together as if they had long ago divided the tasks. After watering the last plant, Su Yun put the ladle back in the bucket and suddenly asked, When will you come next time? Liu Jingshu was taken aback. Next time? My grandfather said he wanted to invite you for a meal. You said you had to hurry back and didn't eat. Next time you come let me know in advance, and I'll prepare more food. Lu Jingshu was silent for a moment. But looking into Su Yun's eyes which held no hint of ulterior motive, he simply nodded. All right. I'll send you a message before I come next time. Do you know the coordinates for the transmission talisman? No. Su Yun stood up, took a blank transmission talisman from her waist storage pouch, imprinted her spiritual power mark onto it, and handed it to him. The gesture was casual, as if she were handing over a packet of seeds or a garden trowel. But the spiritual power mark on a transmission talisman was bidirectional. Once imprinted, their spiritual power fluctuations would be permanently linked within the talisman unless one party actively erased it. Lu Jingshu took the talisman and imprinted his own spiritual power onto it. Two streams of spiritual light intersected on the talisman, paper flashed once, and then faded. He put the talisman away and turned to walk down the mountain. Su Yun stood there watching him go, not moving until the navy blue figure disappeared into the mist of the cloud ascending stairs. Only then did she crouch down and continue eating. The layer of leaf mold around the golden thread orchids in the flower bed was neatly arranged. She reached out and gently pressed the edge with her finger. It was very firm, completely different from how she did it herself. She withdrew her hand, and the smile at the corner of her mouth finally curved into a clear arc. Lu Jingshu returned to Spirit Spring Valley 3 days later. He first went to the mine to audit the spirit stone accounts for the past few days, then retreated to his room for a while. At dinner, Liu Tieshan put down his chopsticks. Delivered. Elder Su wasn't there, his granddaughter received them. Lu Jingshu lowered his head and ate. Lu Jingxi beside him covered her mouth, silently shaking with laughter. Lu Jingfeng chewed expressionlessly, but his pace had noticeably slowed. Lei Xiaowan placed a piece of braised pork in Lu Jingshi's bowl, her tone gentle but pointed. What's that girl like? Lu Jingshi's chopsticks paused. What do you mean, what's she like? Lu Jingshu lowered his head and ate. Lu Jingxi beside him covered her mouth, silently shaking with laughter. Lu Jingfeng chewed expressionlessly, but his pace had noticeably slowed. The seed cultivation requirements were quite complex. Elder Su wasn't home, so I had to explain everything clearly to his granddaughter. Oh, so it took an entire day to explain. Lu Jingshu fell silent. Lu Jingxi was already shaking with laughter, her shoulders trembling. Lu Jingfeng picked up the last piece of braised pork from the plate and put it in Lu Jingshi's bowl, his face blank, but his chopstick speed at least twice as fast as usual. Liu Tieshan picked up his chopsticks again, the corner of his mouth twitching. Next time you go, bring some of our family's spiritual spring water. The water on the mountain is hard, it doesn't make good tea. He wasn't foolish and had likely guessed what his grandfather and Elder Su were up to, but he chose not to call it out. 10 years. A span neither too long nor too short. Long enough for the protective mountain array of Linquan Valley to ascend from the second tier to the threshold of the Quasi third tier. Short enough that Yue Yuan felt as if he had merely slept a few times. When he opened his eyes again, the children had grown up. Throughout these 10 years, his cultivation remained at the mid-foundation establishment stage. It was not that he could not break through, but that he was not in a hurry. The clan fortune on the system panel had accumulated to 200 points, lying there like idle savings that could be spent at any time. Years ago, he had crawled from a palm-sized little turtle at the bottom of the lake to his current mid-foundation establishment stage. Such speed was already absurdly fast in the cultivation world. Lei Jingqing had attempted to break through the foundation establishment 3 years ago. He was well prepared, his total spiritual power had long surpassed the threshold, and his years of study in formation arrays had granted him a control over his spiritual energy circulation far beyond that of other rogue cultivators at the same level. He sat alone in a secluded cave deep within Qingniu Mountain for 3 whole days, yet ultimately failed to cross that barrier. In the end, it was his confidence combined with an unwillingness to waste clan resources on purchasing a foundation establishment pill. The absence of a foundation establishment pill was fatal. Rogue cultivators faced a challenge multiple times harder than sect disciples when breaking through foundation establishment. Without the aid of such a pill, the success rate was below 10%. When he emerged from seclusion, his face was pale, but not dispirited. He simply sat by the spiritual spring drinking a pot of tea, and told Yue Yuan, after consolidating for a few more years, next time I will try using a foundation establishment pill. Yue Yuan said nothing comforting, merely swept his spiritual sense through Lei Jingqing's meridians to confirm that his foundation remained intact, then quietly made a note of it. Behind the scenes, he had already begun devising ways to acquire a foundation establishment pill for Lei Jingqing. Occasionally such pills appeared at auctions in the market priced exorbitantly, but Linquan Valley's stockpile of spirit stones was sufficient to cover the cost. Though the breakthrough had failed, Lei Jingqing had made more substantial progress in formations over these 10 years. He successfully surpassed the threshold of a second-tier formation master, becoming the only one in the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain capable of independently laying out second-tier formation arrays. The mountain protection formation gradually upgraded under his hands, evolving from the basic version to an optimized one, and now to a version capable of withstanding frontal assaults from early foundation establishment powerhouses. Every adjustment was meticulously recorded in his notebooks, the dense formation diagrams filled over a dozen volumes. His reputation followed accordingly. Among the scattered cultivator families around Qingniu Mountain, whenever there was a need to set up a protective mountain formation, the first thought was always Master Lei of Linquan Valley. Occasionally outer disciples of the Qingniu Sword sect passing through Qingniu Mountain would detour to pay a visit seeking guidance on challenging formation pattern problems. Once an old cultivator claiming to be an inter-sect alchemist of the Qingniu Sword sect specially came from the sect's mountain gate to request Liu Tieshan to arrange a second-tier fire isolation formation for his refining chamber. The matter between Liu Jingshu and Su Yun naturally came to fruition over these 10 years. There was no grand ceremony, no lavish gathering of well-wishers. The two families sat down for a meal. Liu Zhengqing and Su Henian drank 3 pots of osmanthus brew. Liu Tieshan unusually spoke a few more words, and Mrs. Yuan filled Su Yun's bowl with vegetables. Before leaving, Su Henian patted Liu Jingshu's shoulder and said, "My granddaughter grew up on the mountain, straightforward in nature, never sugarcoating words. But when it comes to you, she cares more than anyone else." After marriage, they seldom met. Su Yun was an official disciple of the Qingniu Sword sect and had to remain at the sect most of the time to cultivate, only returning to Liuclan Valley during rest periods. Her cultivation steadily advanced to the 6th layer of qi refining, and in her spare time, she planted several plots of mundane flowers and herbs in the sect's medicinal fields. But each time she returned, she would first help Mrs. Yuan weed a row of the spiritual fields, and then bring Liu Jingshu a pot of spiritual tea bought on the way to the mine. The two sat side by side at the mine's entrance. Liu Jingshu checked the spirit stone accounts, while Su Yun perused the jade scrolls of cultivation techniques brought from the sect. Occasionally, she would point out new fluorescences deep within the mine shafts, natural markers of branching spirit stone veins. Liu Jingshu was 30 years old this year at the 8th layer of qi refining. This cultivation speed was considered extraordinary among rogue cultivators and ranked among the upper echelons within sects. With a water affinity true spiritual root and the second-tier superior grade technique, Songlongju, his foundation was solidly beyond peers. "This is the only way I can survive, otherwise I will go to hell with you and your child." He oversaw the mining operation schedules, spirit stone inventory, and accounting the business dealings with market shops in Haishi City, and the pot of spiritual tea Su Yun brought each time she returned. Liu Jingfeng stepped into the realm of martial Dao Grandmaster 7 years ago. No one witnessed that battle. Deep within Qingniu Mountain, he encountered a late qi refining stage beast and fought it alone for half an hour, finally slaying it with his ink blade. After the battle, he sat in meditation where he stood for an entire night. At dawn, he carried the beast's corpse back to Liuclan Valley and said to Liu Tieshan, who guarded the valley entrance, "Father, I have broken through." Liu Tieshan looked at the dried blood stains all over him and the deep claw marks exposing bone on his shoulder, remained silent for several breaths, then nodded quietly. Liu Jingfeng was 28 years old this year without a spiritual root, yet a martial Dao Grandmaster. If the old patriarch of the Mu family knew underground, he would likely retract his old saying that mortals are ultimately mortals. Martial Dao in the mundane world had reached a point where the legend that a grandmaster could rival immortals was only separated by a thin veil. What lay beyond that veil remained a mystery, even to Yue Yuan. But each time he carried sensing spirit stones out from the depths of the mine, Yue Yuan would use his spiritual sense to scan him once more. This child's path was one he had paved with his own hands, and one the child had walked step by step on his own. When Liu Jingxi was 20, she broke through as a second-tier formation master, matching her grandfather Lei Jingqing's accomplishments. Her talent in formations was even more dazzling than Lei Jingqing's. Lei Jingqing had only reached that realm at 60 as she touched the threshold at 20. Now at 29, she was at the 7th layer of qi refining and capable of independently setting second-tier formations. The question she once asked Yue Yuan in the old ancestor cave, "When can I go see that seal?" was no longer an unattainable dream. Though the third-tier formations were still far from her reach at this pace, touching the threshold before 30 was not impossible. However, in recent years, she gradually divided her focus elsewhere. Besides assisting her grandfather in maintaining the valley entrance formation and guiding young offerings interested in formations, she also devoted herself to her Lei Dao cultivation. The arc of Thunderfire's spiritual energy dancing along her blade was more restrained and sharper than 10 years ago. Mrs. Yuan still squatted beside the vegetable patch every day, weeding at the 8th layer of qi refining. The varieties of greens she cultivated had expanded from 3 to 7, with a small plot dedicated solely to Jingfeng's favorites. On the day she broke through to the 8th layer of qi refining, Lei Zhengqing unusually refrained from lecturing, instead squatting beside her to help weed half a row. Mrs. Yuan glanced up at him and asked, "Not researching formations today?" Lei Zhengqing replied, taking a day off. Mrs. Yuan said no more, but a faint smile curved at her lips. Lei Xiaowan's qi refining was nearly complete, only a step away from foundation establishment. The spirit stone accounts she handled had grown from a few hundred to several thousand spirit stones, yet her meticulous bookkeeping habits remained unchanged. Every entry was recorded clearly and precisely. Occasionally, when Liu Jingshu checked the accounts and found a subtle discrepancy, she could produce the original receipt from 3 years ago from her storage pouch, complete with the signature of the responsible party. Liu Tieshan had a few strands of white hair at his temples when he was 53. Now at 63, the white hairs had increased. The 2 blades at his waist remained the same. On his left waist, a wild goose feather saber, whose plum blossom, not hilt, had never changed its grip. On his right waist, an ink-colored long blade, whose formation patterns had never been reactivated, yet it had slain no fewer than 20 late qi refining beasts. He practiced blade techniques every day from the Mao hour to the Yu hour, regardless of wind or rain. Only now there was someone beside him during practice. Liu Jingfeng wielded his blade simultaneously on the training ground opposite. Father and son practiced separately without speaking, but always sheathed their blades at the same time. Yue Yuan lay in the old ancestor cave running through the latest intelligence in his mind. The newly rising Shueisha sect in northern Yunzhou publicly claimed the banner of exorcising demons and upholding the Tao, having subdued several golden core demon kings who wreaked havoc, thus earning a decent reputation among rogue cultivators. Major sects turned a blind eye to their expansion as they cleared troublesome demon beasts for everyone, so there was no need to dig too deeply into the less savory methods behind the scenes. However, informants in Haishi City sporadically reported suspicious news over the years. The Shueisha sect's hunting squads ostensibly targeted demon beasts, but several Foundation establishment-level mountain guardian spiritual beasts had gone missing after being exorcised, without even leaving behind demon cores. After a mountain guardian spiritual beast of a Foundation establishment family in northern Yunzhou was taken by the Shueisha sect, that family sought redress through sect channels. Soon after, the entire family was branded as collaborators with demons and was expelled from Yunzhou overnight. Similar incidents were not isolated, but were executed so cleanly that no concrete evidence could be found. As for why major sects turned a blind eye, informants speculated either the power behind Shueisha sect had made a move or these sects themselves were involved. But such speculation lacked evidence for now, so Yue Yuan reported the facts as they were. He tucked the intelligence jade slips into the layered compartment of his turtle shell. He recalled the night 15 years ago at Chifeng Ridge, the half-inch deep wound cut by a golden core talisman, and the words left by that Qingniu Sword Sect Foundation establishment grandmaster before departing. No matter how far the dark clouds in northern Yunzhou were from Qingniu Mountain, Lingquan Valley would never sit idly by. But the time was not yet urgent. A life would go on as usual, waiting to accumulate more clan fortune points to invest entirely in strengthening power. With strength, nothing would be feared. The only certainty was that sooner or later the name Xianshui Lingue would appear on the Shueisha sect's demon beast. In the early morning, Lei Zhengxing crouched beside the formation eye at the valley entrance, holding a booklet on formations he had kept for over 30 years. This booklet had started with a beast-hide diagram gifted by Old Chin's formation shop in Blackrock City, and page by page it had thickened. Now he had filled over a dozen such volumes. He was meticulously calibrating the spiritual energy flow of 4 newly replaced formation banners at the valley entrance, his movements slow, each banner tested 3 times over. His cultivation at the great perfection of chi refining had temporarily stalled, but the work on formations could not pause for even a moment. Liu Jingxi crouched nearby, helping hand him the formation banners. Over the years, she had learned from her grandfather the complete set of techniques for setting up and repairing second-grade formations, and their cooperation had long been seamless. Yet she knew in her heart that her grandfather's lingering at the valley entrance wasn't solely due to his pursuit of perfection. After failing to break through to Foundation establishment, he had poured more of his energy into formations, as if proving through another means that he had not yet grown old. She passed him a freshly carved formation banner, and suddenly asked, "Grandfather, what was the first formation you ever set up?" Lei Zhengxing didn't lift his head. "A spirit-gathering formation. The most basic kind, not even first grade. Below Blackwind Cliff, drawn with a tree branch on the ground." "Did it succeed?" "Failed 7 times. It lit up on the 8th try." Liu Jingxi thought for a moment, feeling that this answer was more reassuring than succeeded on the first try. She lowered her head and continued handing him banners, a faint smile curving at the corners of her mouth. When the sun was high in the sky, a transmission talisman flew from the direction of Qingniu Sword Sect and landed in Lei Zhengxing's hand. The sender was Su Henian. The content was simple. The alchemy hall of Qingniu Sword Sect would soon be opening a furnace of Foundation establishment pills, and the allocation of 1 pill had fallen to an outer sect elder. Su Henian happened to be in line for this batch. He asked Lei Zhengxing if he was interested. Though it wouldn't be free, the price was far more reasonable than at the market auction. If Lei Zhengxing needed it, he could vouch for him. Lei Zhengxing stared at the transmission talisman for a long time without speaking. He had cultivated for nearly 70 years and knew all too well what a Foundation establishment pill meant in the circle of rogue cultivators. Occasionally one would appear at the market with a starting bid of at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and he would have to fight tooth and nail against a crowd of rogue cultivators at the great perfection of chi refining. The spirit stone reserves of Spirit Spring Valley could indeed afford that price, but that was the family's public account. As a mere steward, Lei Zhengxing could not justifiably draw from that fund. He clutched the transmission talisman and stood at the valley entrance for a while, before finally heading to the ancestor's cave. Yue Yuan was sprawled on the ancestor's stone. After hearing his account, the turtle didn't even open its bean-sized eyes by it. "Old Yue, a Foundation establishment pill is no small matter. This sovereign said by it." Yue Yuan opened one eye. "Back then you said something to Zhao Wan. A rogue cultivator's life is worth nothing, but if there's a chance to keep the Lei family from being rogue cultivators any longer, that chance is worth a life. Now that the opportunity is here, you want to talk to this sovereign about money." Lei Zhengxing's lips moved as if to say something, but he swallowed it back. After a long pause, he sighed. "You old turtle, usually so stingy with your wine and meat, but when it comes to buying me a Foundation establishment pill, you're generous. The clan's fortune belongs to this sovereign. The spirit stones belong to the family. Using the family's money to buy pills for the family steward is only natural and right." Yue Yuan closed its eyes again. Besides, once you reach foundation establishment, the mountain protecting formation can be upgraded another tier. Then this sovereign can sleep even more soundly. 3 days later, Su Yun returned from Qingniu Sword Sect, making a special trip to deliver the foundation establishment pill. She placed a jade box sealed with the sect's talisman on the table. Inside the box lay a foundation establishment pill, its surface adorned with fine pill patterns and still warm from the furnace. Su Henian had called in a favor from an outer sect elder, securing the pill at a price 30% lower than the market rate. Liu Jingshu stood nearby looking at the foundation establishment pill, then at Su Yun's face, which showed signs of exhaustion from traveling through the night. He didn't say you've worked hard, but simply rose and went to the kitchen to bring over the meal kept warm on the stove. His movements were gentle, the bowls and chopsticks placed on the table almost without a sound. Watching him set out the dishes and rice, Su Yun suddenly recalled a scene from 10 years ago when he had crouched by the flower bed, spreading leaf mold, pressing down gently with his fingers after each step to ensure it wouldn't come loose. 10 years had passed, and this man still did things the same way, steady as a tree that would never sway. She sat down at the table, picked up her bowl, and the curve of her smile was exactly the same as it had been 10 years before. This time Lei Zhengqing did not go deep into Qingniu Mountain. He secluded himself in a stone chamber at the rear mountain of Spirit Spring Valley. Before taking the pill, he sat at the chamber's entrance, laying across his lap the probing staff that had accompanied him for most of his life. Ruanshi crouched beside him, carefully rubbing away the formation cinnabar stains on his sleeve bit by bit. Her movements were slow, as if this were the last time she would ever tidy his robes. Back when you found that piece of lightning struck wood below Blackwind Cliff, you told me you'd be content just reaching the great perfection of chi refining in this life. Ruanshi said, her head bowed, fingers twisting at his sleeve. And now you're about to achieve foundation establishment. That was something I said over 30 years ago, Lei Zhengqing replied. So a man's words are a deceiver's lies. The corner of Lei Zhengqing's mouth twitched. He leaned his probing staff against the wall by the stone chamber's door, walked inside, and the stone doors slowly closed behind. Ruanshi stood at the entrance for a while. This time she did not pace back and forth as she had before. She simply picked up the probing staff and leaned it against the doorframe so that it would be the first thing Lei Zhengqing saw when he emerged. The stone chamber was silent for 5 full days. On the morning of the 6th day, a profound aura of foundation establishment spread from the rear mountain chamber. It was not the unstable false foundation establishment, but the genuine pill-assisted, solidly rooted true essence of foundation establishment. Every formation eye of the mountain protecting formation lit up simultaneously, as if welcoming a newly promoted foundation establishment array master. Ruanshi stood at the chamber's entrance, brushing the dust from her sleeves. Liu Jingshi came running from the training grounds, still clutching a half-carved second-grade formation pattern stone slab grandfather broke through. Before her voice faded, Liu Jingshu and Su Yun also arrived from the direction of the mine, followed by several rogue cultivator stewards who had heard the commotion. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the stone door. The stone door opened. Lei Zhengqing stepped out. His hair had mostly turned white, but his eyes were brighter than ever. He looked at Ruanshi, silent for a long moment, then said something only the two of them could understand. Ruanshi did not reply, as she simply handed him the probing staff. Lei Zhengqing took it, and the tip of the staff tapped lightly against the ground. Over 30 years, this piece of lightning-struck wood from beneath Blackwind Cliff had accompanied him from rogue cultivator to foundation establishment. The lightning patterns on the staff were deeper and denser than before, every single one carved by his own hand. Liu Jingshi ran over and grabbed his sleeve, her eyes sparkling. Lei Zhengqing patted her head. Don't think that just because your grandfather has reached foundation establishment, I want keep an eye on your formation carving. Tomorrow recarve that second-grade spirit gathering formation from last time. The curves are still not sharp enough. 200 points of clan fortune lay quietly in the upper right corner of the panel. He hadn't touched this fortune before because the threat to Spirit Spring Valley hadn't yet reached a point requiring 200 points of clan fortune lay quietly in the upper right corner of the panel. He hadn't touched this fortune before because the threat to Spirit Spring Valley hadn't yet reached a point requiring immediate breakthrough. But intelligence on the Bloodfiend sect had made him realize that this threat was shifting from possible to certain. He needed to raise his strength before the Bloodfiend sect took notice of him. 200 clan fortune points, 2 options: evolve bloodline to a spirit beast or break through to the late foundation establishment stage. He carefully compared the 2 paths. Bloodline evolution offered higher potential, while breaking through to late foundation establishment provided immediate combat power. Last time breaking through from chi refining to foundation establishment had required a month of slumber. Bloodline evolution didn't require sleep, but came with intense pain. He wasn't sure how long he would need to sleep to advance from mid to late foundation establishment. During his last slumber, the 3rd son of the Wang family had nearly trampled Spirit Spring Valley, and only Liu Tieshan and Lei Zhengqing had held the line. If the Bloodfiend sect came sniffing around during his next sleep, Spirit Spring Valley might not withstand the assault. But bloodline evolution was different. Last time evolving from an ordinary spirit beast to a mutant beast required no sleep, only pain. If it were the same this time, he could complete the evolution while fully awake. The breakthrough to late foundation establishment could wait. Until Lei Zhengqing's cultivation was consolidated, the mountain protecting formation was upgraded again, and the valley's defenses were stronger. Then even if he needed to sleep, he could rest easy. He thought for a long time, then finally selected no. For now he would not act. He would wait until Lei Zhangqing's cultivation was stable, the mountain protecting formation was upgraded once more, and the valley's defenses were stronger before considering a breakthrough. As for bloodline evolution, he decided that the next time he accumulated 200 points, he would prioritize evolving his bloodline. The days in the valley returned to their usual calm. After Lei Zhangqing reached foundation establishment, the mountain protecting formation in his hands began its true advance toward the third grade. Previously, some formation patterns had to be set aside halfway, because his spiritual energy wasn't precise enough. Now, with foundation establishment level lightning spiritual power, he could handle them with ease. Liu Jingxi worked alongside him as an assistant, occasionally getting her hand tapped, but more often receiving praise. This curve you carved is better than your grandfather's at your age. Liu Jingxi rubbed the back of her hand and muttered, if you're going to praise me, don't tap me. Liu Jingshu and Su Yun were still often apart, but every time Su Yun returned to the valley, the two of them would sit by the mine entrance without fail. Liu Jingshu would check the spirit stone accounts while Su Yun browsed through cultivation jade slips, beside him, occasionally looking up to point out a few newly sprouted fluorescent lights deep in the mine tunnel. One evening as they finished work, Su Yun suddenly said, Jingfeng has seemed off lately. Liu Jingshu's brush paused, but he had noticed. Liu Jingfeng's training remained as intense as ever. Every day he drew his blade at the hour of the dawn and sheathed it at the hour of dusk, perfectly in sync with his father's rhythm, rain or shine. His blade momentum was heavier and steadier than a few years ago. The ink blade in his hands had gone from too heavy to just right. But the look in his eyes when he swung the blade had changed. Before, when he swung his blade, he was utterly focused, his eyes fixed only on the edge and his opponent. Now, after finishing a set of techniques and sheathing his blade, he stood still for increasingly long stretches of silence. It was as if he were waiting for something or searching for something, and even he couldn't articulate what it was. One evening after sheathing his blade, Liu Jingfeng didn't head straight back to his room as usual. He sat on a stone block by the training grounds, laying the ink blade across his knees, his fingers unconsciously tracing the cord wrapped around the hilt. Liu Tieshan stood at the other end of the training grounds, wiping his wild goose blade clean before sheathing it. He glanced at his son from afar, but did not walk over. Only Liu Jingfeng remained on the training grounds. The setting sun stretched his shadow, and the stone block long. The formation patterns on the ink blade glowed faintly with a dark light in the twilight. He stared at the hand gripping the blade, knuckles thick with calluses, the tiger's mouth marked by old scars layered over new wounds. This hand could unleash a blade momentum that no one of the same cultivation level could withstand, could single-handedly slay mid-chi, refining demon beasts deep in Qingniu Mountain, and had made rogue cultivators speak the name the third son of the Liu family with caution. But this hand had no spiritual power and never would. He rose from the stone block and walked toward the mine entrance. He didn't light a miner's lamp or shoulder a sack. He simply walked to the old pine tree at the mine's mouth, leaned against the trunk, and sat down. From this high vantage point, he could see most of Spirit Spring Valley. Ruanshi's vegetable patch in the spirit fields was lush green, the mist around the spirit spring glowed pale white in the twilight, and from the skylight of the ancestors' cave an extremely faint bluish-white halo drifted slowly. He had seen these sights since childhood and could sketch them with his eyes closed. But today, as he looked at this valley, he suddenly felt it was small. Not that the valley had shrunk. He himself had changed. He was no longer content to swing his blade within this valley, yet he didn't know what lay beyond it. He was a grandmaster, the pinnacle of mortal martial arts. But what lay beyond the pinnacle? The mystic martial art said a grandmaster's combat power can rival an immortal's. But the author had never seen a grandmaster. It was merely speculation. He was now the answer to that speculation, but the path ahead of him was severed. His elder brother had a true spiritual root and could cultivate all the way to foundation establishment or even golden core. His elder sister had a mixed thunderfire spiritual root, inheriting their grandfather's lightning blade techniques and formation talent, just a few steps away from becoming a third-grade array master. Their paths were clear, his was dark. He was 28 years old, a martial grandmaster with a lifespan of over 200 years. If there was no path ahead, he would stop here for the rest of his life. Liu Jingfeng stood up and hung the ink blade at his waist. The scabbard lightly tapped against his leg, emitting a faint crisp sound. He looked up toward the ancestors' cave and was silent for a long time. Uncle Turtle, he said softly, as if talking to himself or to someone far away. Is there really a path beyond Grandmaster? No one answered. The bluish-white halo in the ancestors' cave remained steady as ever. The mist over the spirit spring churned slowly in the twilight, and a few fireflies flitted above the vegetable patch. He stood there for a while, then turned and walked back. His pace was not fast, but every step landed firmly, just as it had when he was 3 years old, walking out of the courtyard with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. The next morning, Yue Yuan lay in the ancestors' cave, his spiritual sense sweeping across the entire spirit spring. The formation patterns of the mountain protecting formation were denser than the day before by another ring. A fresh batch of spirit herbs had just been harvested from the spirit fields. The lamps at the mine entrance lit up one by one in the morning mist. On the training grounds, Liu Tieshan had already begun swinging his blade. Liu Jingfeng stood opposite him, the arc of the ink blade flashing briefly in the dawn light. Father and son's blade momentum was perfectly synchronized, like two shadows of the same blade. He withdrew his spiritual sense and fell silent for a moment. That question he could not answer. He had lived 2 lives, but he too had no spiritual root, nor was he a martial grandmaster. He knew that beyond foundation establishment lay golden core, and beyond golden core lay nascent soul, but what lay beyond grandmaster he did not know. He simply felt that the moment Lu Jingfeng asked that question, he was already walking the path of seeking the answer. He tucked his head into his shell and closed his eyes. He would sleep for now and deal with tomorrow when it came. On the night Su Yun gave birth, the moonlight over the Spirit Spring Valley was exceptionally clear. Outside the birthing chamber, Lu Jingshu stood by the door, his back ramrod straight, though his fingers at his side clenched and unclenched slightly. He did not pace back and forth, nor did he ask, why isn't it over yet? He simply stood there like a tree rooted to the spot. Lei Xiaowan was inside with Su Yun. Wan Shi was in the kitchen boiling water pot after pot, the firelight from the stove casting a glow through the window that never went out all night. When the first cry rang out, Lu Jingshu's shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly. A second cry followed, the two wails rising and falling in tandem. One clear and short, the other long and powerful. Lei Xiaowan pushed open the door holding two swaddled infants in her arms. Traces of tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes, but her voice was steady, a boy and a girl. Siblings. Lu Jingshu looked down at the two wrinkled babies. The little girl's tiny hand reached out from the swaddling and grasped his index finger. That hand was only the size of his thumb, yet it held on tightly. The boy did not grab him, he simply stared at him with dark, quiet eyes, neither crying nor fussing. He opened his mouth to say something, but his throat felt blocked. In the end, he only gently touched the girl's clenched fist with his finger, his movement so light, as if afraid to shatter a dewdrop. Su Yun leaned against the head of the bed, her face pale, a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. Watching Lu Jingshu's clumsy posture as he cradled his daughter's hand, the curve of her lips lifted once more. It was exactly the same as the day by the flowerbed when she watched him spread dead leaves. When it came to naming, Lu Jingshu pondered for a long time, finally deciding to follow the family genealogy. The 20-character generation poem, set by Yue Yuan, Jing Yun Kai Tian, Zhe, Wen Guang, Ing Shi Chang, Song Feng Cheng Zhu de Lin Feng, Zhao Jiaxiang. The second generation took the character Yun. The daughter was named Lu Yinqing. Lacking the element of water, her name included Qing, clear, signifying clearing skies after rain. The son was named Lu Yinzhao. Lacking water, his name included Zhao, light, signifying brightness. After Su Yun heard these two names, she tilted her head in thought. Who chose them? I did. Lu Jingshu paused. I looked through the dictionary for days. Su Yun hummed in acknowledgement, neither praising nor criticizing. But when she looked down at her son, the curve of her lips was... The daughter refused to let go of Lu Jingshu's index finger. Using his other hand, he flipped open the dictionary and pointed out the annotation for Zhao to Su Yun. The two leaned in close under the lamp, a faint cooing sound occasionally coming from the swaddling. The 1-month celebration was simple. Lei Zhengxing drank quite a bit, monopolizing the best bluestone slab by the Spirit Spring, with Su Hashan chatting from the time they drew spirit gathering arrays with twigs under the Black Wind Cliff to the current protective formation of the Spirit Spring Valley. Wan Shi held Lu Yunqing and refused to let go. Lei Xiaowan sat nearby holding Lu Yunzhao, occasionally correcting the rhythm Wan Shi used to soothe the baby. Lu Jingfeng crouched under the jujube tree, weaving two small grasshoppers from dogtail grass. He placed them by the baby's swaddling, then silently retreated to a corner. Liu Tieshan, who rarely practiced his blade, sat by the Spirit Spring watching the family. The corner of his mouth twitched. Lu Jingxi sat under the jujube tree holding a cup of osmanthus wine, gazing at the two wrinkled faces in their swaddling. She loved children, but she yearned to see the world beyond. This thought hadn't surfaced just recently. The seed had been planted years ago, perhaps when her grandfather first let her independently set up a second-tier formation. Every time she studied the array diagrams of wind, fire, and earth systems she had never witnessed with her own eyes, she would wonder, what does a true wind-type spirit vein look like? What is the difference between the flames spewed by a real fire-type beast and her grandfather's lightning fire? How does a true earth-type mountain-protecting formation differ from the one in Spirit Spring Valley? These array diagrams would never give her the answers. A month ago, while carving the third layer of the outer formation patterns for the mountain-protecting formation, she got stuck for 3 days. The final curved arc could never achieve the precision of a quasi third-year formation. After inspecting it, her grandfather only said this curved arc requires a foundation in wind-type formations. You've never seen how a real wind-type formation is carved. Relying solely on diagrams won't solve it. Then he erased the pattern and made her start over. That night, sitting under the old pine at the valley entrance, gazing at the star-filled sky, a realization suddenly struck her. She could wait no longer. If she waited any longer, she would never cross the threshold of the array path. The day after the 1-month celebration, in the evening, she went to the ancestors' cave. Uncle Turtle, I want to go out and travel. Yue Yuan was lying on the ancestors' stone. He half opened one tiny bean-like eye. One look at the girl's expression told him she wasn't here to ask about the seal. Where to? I don't know. I'll head south first, see where the road takes me. Lu Jingxi sat cross-legged on the stone block at the cave entrance. I can independently set up second-tier formations now. I've touched the threshold of the third tier, but I'm stuck. Grandfather says what I lack isn't technique, but experience. Every formation has its own temperament. The lightness of wind, the explosiveness of fire, the heaviness of earth. You can't understand them just by looking at diagrams, you have to see them with your own eyes. Yue Yuan was silent for a few breaths. Have you told your father and grandfather? Yes. Father didn't stop me. Grandfather said if I'm going I should go early, not be like him who missed several opportunities in his youth just to save the cost of a single transmission talisman. And your grandmother? Grandma made me enough flatbread to last 3 days. Lu Jingxi patted her storage pouch the corners of her mouth, lifting even as her eyes reddened slightly. I have no special instructions for you. Yue Yuan transmitted his voice slowly, his tone still carrying that indifferent air, but his speaking pace was slower than usual. Your cultivation is considered upper tier among rogue cultivators. With second-tier formations at hand, as long as you don't actively provoke a golden core sect, or any existence above the late foundation establishment stage, you shouldn't encounter trouble. He paused, then suddenly raised a claw. A faint azure waterline swept a palm-sized piece of tortoiseshell from the depths of the ancestors' cave, landing in Lu Jingxi's hand. The shell was a dark greenish-black. Its surface was covered in a dense net-like pattern with marks remaining from molting during his foundation establishment breakthrough. The entire piece was only the size of a palm, yet it felt heavier than an equal volume of dark iron. This is the shell I shed when I broke through to foundation establishment. Keep it close to you. Yue Yuan's voice was flat, but every word seemed carefully chosen. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, use this to block. It can withstand attacks from below the mid-foundation establishment stage. For attacks from late foundation establishment or above, it can buy you a few breaths. Lu Jingxi looked down at the tortoise shell in her palm, silent for several breaths. She had grown up in the ancestors' cave and knew the direction of every single line on Uncle Turtle's shell. The patterns on this piece of shell were identical to the innermost layer of lines on Uncle Turtle's current carapace. She knew what molting meant for a turtle-type demon beast. It was handing over a part of the body that had protected its most vulnerable stage. She tucked the shell securely into the inner layer of her clothes against her chest, stood up, and bowed deeply to Yue Yuan. Then she grinned exactly like the girl who smiled even after having her hand slapped all those years ago. Uncle Turtle, I'll bring you back some good food when I return. She turned and strode briskly out of the cave. The day Lu Jingxi left Spirit Spring Valley was a rare clear day. Carrying a small pack, she stood at the valley entrance and took one last look back. Her grandfather stood by the formation's central node, his probing staff planted on the ground. He didn't wave, only nodded slightly. Her grandmother stood by the vegetable patch, her apron still stained with mud, waving to her from afar. Her father stood by the training ground, his wild goose feather blade resting across his knees. He glanced at her, the corner of his mouth twitching. Her eldest brother stood at the mine entrance holding Lu Yunxing, with Su Yun beside him, holding Lu Yunzhao. Lu Jingfeng did not come out to see her off. But when Lu Jingxi reached the first fork in the road outside the valley, she looked down and saw a small bundle of freshly picked wildflowers placed on a rock by the path. Beneath the wildflowers were pressed several spirit-sensing stone samples he had gathered from deep in the mine. He had selected one piece of, or for each attribute, all tied neatly together with hemp rope. She bent down, picked them up, stored the sensing stones in her storage pouch, and tucked only one wildflower into her hair. Then she turned and strode into the depths of Qingniu Mountain. The tree canopies on either side of the mountain path blotted out the sky, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the branches and leaves dancing on her shoulders. Her hand rested on the tree branch she always carried at her waist. That branch, which had once swept away withered leaves under the jujube tree, had been tempered by lightning spiritual energy into a simple, yet handy magical artifact. The palm-sized tortoise shell against the inner layer of her clothes at her chest sent a faint, almost imperceptible chill through the fabric. She looked back once more in the direction of Spirit Spring Valley. The formation's mist still lingered. The old pine at the valley entrance stood in its place. The wildflowers on the rock were already gone with her. She knew this journey might be a year, or perhaps longer. But she also knew that no matter how far she roamed, a great bluestone slab would always be waiting for her return in Spirit Spring Valley. On the evening of the third day after Lu Jingxi departed, Lei Zhangqing carried a jar of wine up the back mountain. He rarely sought out Yue Yuan for a drink on his own. Usually, it was Liu Tieshan who brought the wine, and he would occasionally partake. Today he carried the jar into the ancestral turtle cave himself, set it down on the bluestone slab, and sat cross-legged. He poured 2 bowls, pushing one toward Yue Yuan and downing the other in a single gulp. Yue Yuan, lying on the ancestral turtle stone, half opened one of his mung bean-sized eyes. He said nothing, merely using a water tendril to lift the wine bowl and take a sip in return. Lei Zhangqing downed 3 bowls in succession before finally speaking. Old Yue, tell me, this girl grew up in the valley. The farthest she's ever been is Blackstone City. She knows the outskirts of the Qingniu Mountains well, but what lies beyond? Yunzhou is so vast. She's alone at the 7th level of Qi refining. A second-tier formation array is sufficient, but what if she encounters a latest-stage foundation establishment demonic beast? What if she meets rogue cultivators who play by no rules? He grew more agitated as he spoke, his words coming faster than usual, his fingers unconsciously tracing the thunder patterns on his probing staff. Her grandmother baked her 3 days' worth of flatbread before she left. I told her, if you must go, go now, but in my heart. Old Yue, to be honest, I truly don't want her to leave. It's not that I fear she won't amount to anything, it's that I fear she'll meet with harm. She's never been one to admit defeat since she was little. When practicing the saber or carving formation runes, she'd push herself until she couldn't lift her wrists before stopping. A personality like that is most prone to suffering setbacks out there. He downed another bowl of wine, his voice dropping. She's only 29 at the 7th level of Qi refining. In the circle of rogue cultivators, her age and cultivation level are indeed not inferior, but the dangers out there don't care how old you are. I myself was once chased by a demonic beast beneath the Blackwind Cliff until my shoes fell off. I know what it feels like to be alone out there with no one to turn to when you cry for help. I don't want my granddaughter to experience the same. Yue Yuan never interrupted, only listened quietly, occasionally taking a sip of wine. As Lei Jingxing spoke, his tone shifted from anxiety to something deeper, something long suppressed. He stared at the half bowl of wine remaining, the surface reflecting the moonlight stones on the cave ceiling, shattering into ripples with every tremor. I also know that if she stays in the valley, she will break through to a third-tier formation master eventually. Slow and steady, she could still succeed. But she's right, as some things cannot be understood by merely looking at formation diagrams. The ethereality of wind-type formations, the explosive fury of fire-type formations, the profound solidity of earth-type formations. These things are absent in the valley. I cannot give them to her. He looked up at Yue Yuan, his eyes rimmed red. If I had had the courage to travel more back then, I wouldn't have been stuck at the second-tier formation master level until I was 60. Now that I think about it, when I was drawing a spirit-gathering formation with a twig beneath Blackwind Cliff, I was just over 20. Back then I thought being satisfied with the great perfection of chi refining was enough. Yet I was stuck at the chi refining stage for most of my life. I only achieved foundation establishment because you decided to buy the pill, and old Su had to swallow his pride to get it for me. He paused, his voice growing even softer. Old Yue, do you think I've been lucky in this life? Born a rogue cultivator with no background or backing. Out of 100 rogue cultivators, not one can achieve foundation establishment. I'm that 1 in 100. But can I spare half of this luck for that girl? She's stronger than I was. She became a second-tier formation master at 20. At her age, I was still running through the mountains chased by demonic beasts. She should go further than I did. But on the path of immortal cultivation, talent alone isn't enough. You need luck too. What if she encounters an unreasonable foundation establishment cultivator out there? Can her thunder saber and second-tier formation arrays hold up? Yue Yuan set down his wine bowl, his mung bean-sized eyes calmly fixed on Lei Jingxing. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly, his tone as flat as if he were commenting on the weather. Old Lei, you came to drink with me today, not to berate me for letting your granddaughter venture out. You're afraid she'll come to harm. Afraid she'll face danger alone, afraid she'll end up like you back then with no one to turn to when you cry for help. He paused. But you also know she must go. You don't fear she'll fail. You fear the path to success will be too bitter for her. You say blame me for letting her go, but what you truly think is if only I could go in her place. Am I right? Lei Jingxing's lips moved, but he offered no rebuttal. Yue Yuan used a water tendril to pick up the wine jar and refill his bowl. I've lived for many years, seen countless rogue cultivators and countless geniuses. For her to endure in the comfortable environment of Spirit Spring Valley until she was 29 before proposing to leave is already no small feat. If she stays in the valley, she will eventually become a third-tier formation master. But what she wants isn't eventually, she wants to see with her own eyes the wind-type spirit veins, fire-type demonic beasts, and earth-type mountain-protecting grand formations she's only ever seen in diagrams. What's the use of sitting here drinking alone? If you want to follow her, go now. She's only been gone for 3 days. As a foundation establishment cultivator, if you travel at full speed, you can catch up in no time. Lei Jingxing looked up at him. But don't let her find out. Yue Yuan's mung bean-sized eyes flickered with a light only Lei Jingxing could understand. Training is only training when someone protects you from the shadows. Following at an elder's heels is called an outing. She needs to face danger on her own, not hide behind her foundation establishment grandfather. Stay far behind. Let her handle chi refining level troubles herself. Only intervene when she encounters a foundation establishment level threat. That tortoise shell of hers can only block one fatal attack. You still need to keep a closer watch. He paused, his tone taking on a rare seriousness. I will guard Spirit Spring Valley. Go. Lei Jingxing was silent for a long time, then lowered his head and let out a laugh. It wasn't a relieved laugh, but one of helpless self-deprecating acknowledgement that his thoughts had been seen through. You old tortoise, you sleep deeper than anyone, yet you see into people's hearts clearer than anyone. He drained the wine from his bowl in one gulp, stood up, and brushed the dust off his robes. Then I'm off. He'll follow far behind, and won't let her discover me. He turned and walked to the cave entrance, then stopped. Moonlight spilled in from outside, illuminating the back of his head where his hair was more than half gray. He didn't turn back, only stood at the entrance leaning on his probing staff, his voice heavier than when he had been drinking. Old Yue, there's one more thing that weighs on my mind. Speak. That boy Jingfeng. He's been acting off lately. You must have noticed too. He swings his saber at the Mao and Yu hours perfectly in time with his father's rhythm, but after he sheathes it his eyes grow emptier and emptier. His older brother and sister have clear paths, his is shrouded in darkness. This child has never been talkative. He never tells anyone what's on his mind, he just bears it all alone. I've spoken with Tieshan. He says he's at his wit's end. As a father, he's reached the pinnacle of martial arts. What lies beyond the grandmaster level, he doesn't know. I've lived for nearly 70 years and have seen much of the world, but I truly know nothing about martial arts. If you can help him, please do. Yue Yuan was silent for a few breaths, then slowly nodded. I will keep that child's matter in mind. Lei Jingxing said no more. He strode quickly toward the back mountain, leaning on his probing staff, his pace identical to how he had moved over 30 years ago when he was drawing a spirit-gathering formation with a twig beneath Blackwind Cliff. He didn't wait until dawn. That very night, he returned to his dwelling leaning on his staff. Wan Shi was mending clothes under a lamp. When she saw him push the door open, she was still clutching a just-packed bag of dry rations. Though Lei Jingxing, now a foundation establishment cultivator, had no need for food, Wan Shi habitually prepared the rations. He stood in the doorway silent for several breaths, then recounted Yue Yuan's suggestion in full. She's right. There are things the valley can't give her. But I can follow behind, keep my distance, and not let her know. Yuanshi lowered her head, continued sewing for 2 stitches, bit off the thread, then pressed the ration bag into his hands. Go early, return early. Lei Jingxing took the bag. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked. He merely stood in the doorway for a moment, then turned and walked toward the back mountain. That night the lamp at the valley's formation eye burned until the small hours. Go early, return early. Lei Jingxing took the bag. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked. He merely stood in the doorway for a moment, then turned and walked toward the back mountain. Diagram. The booklet when opened contained all his insights from years of teaching Liu Jingxi to carve formation runes. Each page was annotated with the positions where she was most prone to errors and the corresponding correction methods. He wrote for a long time until the moonlight shifted from the western to the eastern side of the valley entrance. Finally, he inscribed a line on the cover. Then he placed the booklet and a jar of osmanthus wine on the table in Liu Jingxi's room and gently closed the door. From the deepest recesses of his storage pouch he retrieved a yellowed talisman paper. It was the first concealment talisman he had drawn himself in his youth, crooked and of mediocre effect, capable of suppressing his foundation establishment aura to roughly the late Qi refining stage. He had relied on this very talisman to evade a foundation establishment demonic beast's pursuit beneath Blackwind Cliff back then, and had never been able to part with it over the years. He affixed the talisman to his probing staff, suppressing all his foundation establishment aura, and walked to the valley entrance leaning on the staff. Yuanshi was already there waiting for him. She said nothing more, only carefully rubbed off the formation cinnabar that had stained his sleeve, her movements slow, just as they had been before his last seclusion in the stone chamber. Go early, return early, she said. Lei Jingxing nodded, turned, and leaning on his probing staff, silently followed the mountain path Liu Jingxi had taken 3 days earlier, disappearing into the depths of the Qingniu Mountains. Moonlight illuminated his back. The tapping of his staff on the gravel road echoed softly, carrying far into the night. After walking a distance he stopped and looked back. The old pine at the valley entrance stood in its place. The formation mist rolled slowly under the moonlight. Yuanshi's figure still lingered at the edge of the mist, her apron stained with mud clutching the hem of a just-mended garment. He recalled the day many years ago when he found that piece of lightning struck wood beneath Blackwind Cliff. It had just rained and the mountain path was all mud. Carrying a half-empty herb basket, he had been chased by a late Qi refining demonic beast until he lost one of his shoes. He hid in a crevice in the rock wall, hearing the beast's footsteps draw closer, thinking his life would end right there. Then his hand touched the branch, snapped by lightning at his feet. The bark was still smoking, and as he gripped it, a faint trace of thunderous spiritual energy exploded in his palm. It was with this energy that he hid in the crevice for an entire night. At dawn the beast was gone, and he limped down the mountain leaning on that branch. Later he carved that branch into his probing staff, which accompanied him through Blackwind Cliff Road cultivator markets and every mine tunnel in Spirit Spring Valley. Back then he was just over 20, scraping a living alone in the mountains with no one to turn to when he cried for help. But he survived. He believed that girl would too. Because she is stronger than he was, smarter, and has already traveled much farther than he had at 20. And the greatest luck in his life was not finding that lightning-struck wood, but meeting this entire family at Spirit Spring Valley. Now all he had to do was follow far behind that girl who was more outstanding than he, ensuring she wouldn't stumble over some damned accident before she had walked the path she was meant to walk. He gave a slight nod toward the valley entrance, didn't wave, only gave his probing staff a gentle tap on the ground. Then he turned and strode into the night of the Qingniu Mountains. A month after Liu Jingxi left Lingquan Valley, she had traveled 1,000 miles beyond Qingniu Mountain. The mountains here were much lower than Qingniu Mountain, with rolling hills covered in unfamiliar broadleaf trees, their canopies blocking the sun, and the air damp and stifling. She crossed a swamp she had never seen on a map, walked over a moss-covered log bridge, and discovered that the mineral content of the water was completely different from that of Qingniu Mountain. While filling up her water pouch by the stream, she stopped at a small town called Qingshi. Though it was called a town, it was merely a gathering point for scattered cultivators formed at the intersection of a few dirt paths, with several thatched stalls selling spiritual herbs and materials from nearby mountains. The cultivators passing by ranged from the first to mid-stage of Qi refinement, and occasionally one could see a couple of latest-stage Qi refiners, but they were all in a hurry. Liu Jingxi crouched by the water channel at the town's entrance to wash her face, the water's surface reflecting a face that resembled her own by only 60 to 70%. Her cheekbones were artificially raised half an inch, the ends of her eyebrows were drawn upwards with charcoal, and her skin tone was darkened by 2 shades, making her look like a woman in her 30s who frequently traveled on mountain paths. This was the art of disguise taught by her grandfather, using a paint made from various herbal juices that could maintain its color. She carefully checked the color difference along her hairline in the water, confirming there were no flaws before standing up and brushing the dirt off her clothes. She sat down in the only tea stall in the town and ordered a bowl of the cheapest cool tea. Nearby, several scattered cultivators were discussing the movements of nearby magical beasts. She listened for a while, then interjected in a local dialect with a northern accent, claiming she was procuring array materials for her family in Haishi City and was running low on funds, hoping to find some odd jobs in the area to earn a few spirit stones. A few scattered cultivators glanced at her, assessing her chance of nearby magical beasts. She listened for a while, then interjected in a local dialect with a northern accent claiming she was procuring array. They judged her not to be wealthy and quickly lost interest after exchanging a few casual remarks. Her grandfather once said that the easiest way to extract information in the scattered cultivator circle is not by asking, but by letting others unveil their flaws first. When settling the bill, she purposely took out a handful of low-quality spirit stones that were in terrible condition, taking quite a while to gather enough to pay for her tea. A nearby scattered cultivator at the fourth layer of chi refinement glanced at her spirit stone bag and could not be bothered to look at her again. She was quite satisfied. After sitting in the tea stall for over half an hour, she pieced together a rough idea of the nearby scattered cultivator's chat. To the south of Qingshi was a mountain forest called Luoxiao Ridge where a latest chi refinement magical beast had recently appeared, injuring several herb gatherers, making no one dare to go there. To the east, there was an abandoned mine, where someone had recently unearthed several decent low-grade spirit stones, attracting a group of scattered cultivators hoping to take their chances, but the mine was filled with too many paths, and those who entered rarely came back out. To the west was the direction towards Haishi City, the road being quite perilous. After finishing her last sip of cool tea, she decided to head towards Luoxiao Ridge. Places where magical beasts appeared usually had dense fluctuations of spiritual energy, and with good fortune, she could encounter natural spiritual energy nodes. Such nodes were not only ideal positions for setting up arrays, but also windows for her to observe the movement of different attributes of spiritual energy. As she left the tea stall, she noticed a young female cultivator in the corner, sorting herbs in a backpack at the midstage of chi refinement with her fingers marked by old scratches from herb gathering. Their eyes met briefly, and the female cultivator nodded at her, to which she returned the gesture before both went their separate ways. She remembered that face, but did not intentionally engage in conversation. The mountain path to Luoxiao Ridge was more difficult to traverse than indicated on the map. Liu Jingxi was not walking fast, stopping at each pass to sense the distribution of spiritual energy around her. The wind-type spiritual energy in this forest was much more active than that of Qingniu Mountain. When the tree canopy swayed, she could vaguely feel the spiritual energy flowing in a regular pattern with the wind. She crouched on a protruding rock, closed her eyes, and spread out her spiritual sense. The wind-type spiritual energy formed several invisible channels between the rock walls on either side of the pass, flowing almost twice as fast as on flat ground. If she were to set up a second-level wind-type acceleration array here, the array patterns would follow the arcs of these natural channels. Suddenly she understood why her grandfather said that what she lacked was not skill but experience. The arcs of these natural spiritual energy channels could not be drawn on any array diagram. She opened her eyes, took out a charcoal pencil from her storage bag, and quickly sketched a few lines on the blank array paper she carried. As the sun was about to set, she found a place to spend the night under a wind-sheltered rock wall, and set up a simple guard array around. Just as she broke her dry rations to prepare to eat, her spiritual sense suddenly detected someone approaching. This person was heading directly towards her. She discreetly removed the tree branch artifact from her waist and pressed it against her leg. A male cultivator at the sixth layer of chi refinement emerged from the bushes in his 30s with a square face, wearing a faded gray cloth robe and a smile plastered on his face. It was the same one who had been squatting outside the tea stall in the afternoon. She had noticed him glancing at her several times, initially thinking it was a misconception, but now it was clear it was not. The male cultivator cupped his hands in greeting, introducing himself as Ma Shun, and asked if they could travel together to Haishi City, saying that this road was perilous, and it would be safer for two. Liu Jingxi did not stand up, still holding half a piece of dry rations, and replied in a flat tone, "Thank you for your kindness. I'm used to traveling alone." Ma Shun's smile did not fade as he asked again, his tone growing more enthusiastic each time. Liu Jingxi continued. His smile finally faltered, the corners of his mouth drooping, and he said with a tone completely different from before, "You don't know what's good for you," before turning to disappear back into the bushes. Liu Jingxi watched his figure vanish into the dusk, without moving. He had not gone far. His footsteps claimed to be heading down the mountain, but after the rustling in the bushes stopped, the aura she sensed had only moved less than a mile before coming to a halt. He was waiting for nightfall. She put away her rations, expanded the range of her guard array outward, and intentionally left a subtle gap to the southeast. That spot had the steepest terrain, and a normal person would not choose that path, but if someone were to launch a surprise attack, it was the only place to hide. Then she rewrapped the tree branch artifact with cloth, making it still look like the worthless hiking staff it was. Late at night, Ma Shun returned. He crept to the steepest slope on the side of the rock wall, crouching behind a large boulder, holding a dark yellow earth-type talisman in his palm, which was a low-level earth spike talisman. He did not plan to kill her. A third-layer chi refiner like her had few spirit stones on her person, and killing her would not yield much profit. However, his plan was even more despicable: to use the earth spike talisman to cripple one of her legs, forcing her to hand over her storage bag, and then bind her and leave her there, making her fate depend on whether any magical beasts passed by. He had done such things more than once, and was quite familiar with the process. He took 3 steps forward only to feel his footing. A circle of light blue array patterns illuminated the ground, spreading from his feet up to his calves like countless invisible threads, instantly binding his legs. He looked down and turned pale. This was not an ordinary foot-trapping array, but a second-level binding array. How could a third-layer chi refiner set up a second-level binding array? Before he could comprehend this, the array patterns suddenly tightened, pulling him to the ground, his legs firmly restrained, and then 4 water curtains rose around him, trapping him in the center. Liu Jingxi walked out from behind the rock wall, still holding the piece of unfinished dry rations. She crouched in front of Ma Shun, her tone as if discussing the weather. You squatted outside the tea stall for half an hour this afternoon. Ooh, I only finished my tea before you stood up. In the future, don't stare at someone for so long. It's easy to be discovered. Ma Shun struggled desperately, but the water curtain remained unmoving. His square face turned purple with rage as he gritted his teeth and shouted, if you have the guts, kill me. Don't let me out. If I get out, I'll turn your stall upside down and sell you in the back alleys of Haishi City's gambling house. Liu Jingxi cast a glance at him. She had initially wanted to kill him. Such people were known as hyenas in the scattered cultivator circle, specifically targeting solitary low-level cultivators. Eliminating one would mean one less. However, she was uncertain if he had accomplices or whether he had any desperate measures up his sleeve. A 6th-layer chi refiner who had survived in a lawless area until his 30s surely had some hidden cards. Wasting a trump card on such a person was not worth it. She stood up, brushed the dirt off her knees, and turned to walk down the mountain, hearing Ma Shun's increasingly distant curses behind her, followed by the muffled sounds of spells striking the water curtain. He would still have to struggle for a good part of the night. Before dawn, she had traveled far, finding another wind-sheltered hollow to spend. The next morning, as she washed her face by the stream, she noticed a few faint dark red stains drifting downstream, dissipating after flowing several feet with the current. She did not think much of it. There were many magical beasts in this mountain, and who knew what had happened upstream. Meanwhile, beneath that rock wall, Ma Shun's corpse lay charred by a lightning spell, his face unrecognizable next to the already shattered remains of the water curtain. Before he died, he never figured out who that 30-something female cultivator at the 3rd layer of chi refinement really was. Even more baffling was the white-haired elder who appeared behind him just 3 breaths after he escaped. He only remembered those eyes which, when they struck, held no anger, only a cold calm that sent chills down his spine. Then a flash of lightning struck and he knew nothing more. Lei Jingqing withdrew the probing staff, crouched down, and rummaged through Ma Shun's storage bag. Dozens of low-grade spirit stones, 2 low-level talismans, a rusted short sword artifact, and several old artifacts that clearly had been taken from other scattered cultivators. He rolled up the storage bag and tucked it into his robe, rinsed the blood off the staff tip with water from his pouch, and stood up to continue along the mountain path. The breath-holding talisman was affixed to the probing staff, firmly suppressing the foundation establishment aura. After taking a few steps, he paused, glancing back at the charred corpse on the ground, remaining silent for a breath. He had heard that person's voice very clearly last night in the forest. He had not forgotten a single word. He turned back, leaning on the probing staff, and continued southward. That girl Jingxi is still not ruthless enough. But it's alright, she doesn't need to be ruthless, she just needs to travel far enough. The rest will be handled by her grandfather. Meanwhile, Liu Jingxi had already walked far along the mountain path of Luoxiao Ridge. 1,000 miles behind her, Lei Zhengqing's figure flickered in and out of sight in the morning mist, leaning on the probing staff, following the same mountain path she had taken last night, moving at a leisurely pace. She did not know, nor did she need to know. Liu Jingxi had been navigating the depths of Luoxiao Ridge for several days, inspecting the spiritual energy nodes during the day and recording the flow of spiritual energy in various terrains on array diagrams at night. The wind-type spiritual energy in this forest was more complex than what she sensed at the pass. The wind in the valley formed spiraling vortices of spiritual energy along the creek's flow, and she had made several revisions on the array diagram before managing to sketch out a rough idea. That evening, she was crouching on a rocky beach downstream from a waterfall, sensing the distribution of water's spiritual energy, when she suddenly heard the sound of magical instruments clashing upstream. She restrained her aura and crept closer, crouching behind a moss-covered boulder to look down. By a pool in the midsection of the waterfall, a young female cultivator was being attacked by 2 mid-stage water lizards. The female cultivator was using a vine-like magical instrument to entangle one of the water lizard's hind legs, while holding a talisman in the other hand to block the ice arrows from the second lizard. The scales of the water lizards shimmered with a dark blue sheen, indicating they were a mutated breed that had been soaking in the tributaries of a spiritual spring for a long time. Their ice arrows were significantly stronger than those of ordinary water lizards. The female cultivator had already lost 2 vines, and an ice arrow had grazed her shoulder, leaving a streak of blood, but she did not retreat, for a plant emitting a faint blue glow was growing in the rock crevice by the pool behind her. It was the same herbalist cultivator she had met a few days ago at the tea pavilion in Qingshi. Liu Jingxi did not make a move immediately. She observed for a few breaths. The female cultivator's footwork was very steady. Each time she dodged, she would guide the water lizard's attacks towards her companion's side, creating a brief moment of mutual obstruction. Such combat awareness could not be cultivated by a solitary cultivator. At the very least, she had undergone systematic training from a family. However, every time she attempted to rush towards the spiritual herb, the water lizards would immediately abandon their struggle and charge towards the pool, forcing her to retreat. After assessing the situation, Liu Jingxi rose from behind the boulder. She did not jump down to assist. Instead, she stood above the waterfall and began to set up an array. 9 array flags flew from her fingertips, each inserted into the nodes of the waterfall's flow and the rock walls on either side. It was a simple second-tier diversion array, lacking in lethality, but capable of temporarily changing the direction of the water flow. Under the guidance of the array flags, the waterfall's flow suddenly diverted violently, crashing down above the water lizards and sending them tumbling several feet away. After assessing the situation, Liu Jingxi rose from behind the boulder. She did not jump down to assist. Instead, she stood above the waterfall and began to set up an array. 9. The female cultivator leaned against a tree trunk, panting and holding her shoulder wound, her gaze towards Liu Jingxi, filled with wariness and surprise. The one from the Qingniu Tea Pavilion. The female cultivator spoke first. Liu Jingxi was also observing her. Up close, she noticed a faint color difference along the edge of the female cultivator's cheekbone, resembling the disguise she had created using herbal juice. She had a rough idea in her mind, but did not point it out. The female cultivator remained silent for a moment before introducing herself as Qingniu, a herbalist from the nearby Shen family, a small family of cultivators. She spoke naturally, but Liu Jingxi noticed that every time she mentioned the Shun family, her fingers would instinctively touch the vine-like magical instrument at her waist. Liu Jingxi did not expose her. She sat down and pulled out a pancake baked by her grandmother from her storage bag, breaking half of it and handing it over. Qingniu took the pancake, paused for a moment, and then lowered her head to take a bite. After chewing for a while, she muttered a quiet thank you. With the atmosphere relaxed, the two exchanged a few casual words. Liu Jingxi mentioned that her surname was Lei and she was purchasing array materials for her family in Haishi City, passing by here to see if there were any spiritual herbs to collect. This explanation was something she had already used at the Qingniu Tea Pavilion, familiar and smooth. Qingniu did not have any particular reaction, but asked, "Are you alone?" Liu Jingxi affirmed that she was alone. Qingniu remained silent for a moment before saying that she was alone too. They exchanged glances, both seeing the same understanding in each other's eyes. A female cultivator in the qi refining stage, wandering alone in a lawless area, using a false name. Either she was foolish or, like herself, had a reason to be out alone. Suddenly Qingniu smiled, reached behind her ear, and peeled off a thin layer of disguise, revealing a face that looked at least 5 or 6 years younger than her disguise. In the 5th layer of qi refining, she appeared to be in her early 20s with clean and bright features. Liu Jingxi was taken aback and also reached up to rub her cheekbone, smoothing out the raised bone to reveal her naturally sun-kissed skin. The two exchanged smiles for a few breaths. "You also snuck out?" Qingniu asked. "Not exactly sneaking out. My elders know, but did not stop me." "Then you're luckier than I am." Qingniu paused, reapplying her disguise. "I snuck." She did not elaborate on why she had snuck out, and Liu Jingxi did not press for details. That night, the two found a sheltered rock face upstream of the waterfall to spend the night. Liu Jingxi set up a perimeter warning array while Qingniu washed her wounds by the creek, observing the patterns on the array flags and commenting that the array's markings were quite smooth. Liu Jingxi replied, "Taught by my elders," and Qingniu did not ask further. Just before dawn, Liu Jingxi's warning array suddenly activated simultaneously. It was not triggered by an external force, but rather the array patterns detected a sudden, unstable fluctuation of spiritual energy in the surroundings. This fluctuation of spiritual energy came from deeper within Luoxia Ridge, intermittent, as if something that had been sealed for a long time had suddenly cracked open. Qingniu sensed it too. She crouched by the creek, still clutching her freshly washed wound, her expression turning serious. They exchanged glances. Liu Jingxi crouched down, dipped her fingers in the creek water, and brought them to her nose to smell. The residual spiritual power in the water was at least twice as strong as yesterday. Liu Jingxi crouched down, dipped her fingers in the creek water, and brought them to her nose to smell. The residual spiritual power in the water was at least twice as strong as yesterday. It resembles the spiritual energy leakage that occurs when an array's restrictions loosen, Liu Jingxi stated. Qingniu stood up and packed the rations into her storage bag. "Shall we go have a look?" Liu Jingxi looked at her and nodded. The two followed the direction of the most concentrated spiritual energy fluctuations for over an hour, traversing a large area of rocky slopes, covered in vines, ultimately finding a stone wall covered in moss at the end of the valley. The stone wall was engraved with densely packed array patterns that bore some resemblance to the stone wall deep in the Lingquan Valley mine, but the directions of the patterns were completely different. Each array pattern had faded to the point of being almost invisible. Only by getting close could one faintly perceive a trace of extremely weak spiritual power still slowly flowing deep within the patterns. Qingniu reached out to touch it, but Liu Jingxi grabbed her. "Don't touch it. This array pattern is still operational, it's just that the spiritual power is nearly depleted. Touching it recklessly might trigger a counterattack. Can you break it?" "Uncertain. The array is too old, it differs." Liu Jingxi crouched down and carefully examined it for a while, then took out 3 array flags from her storage bag and inserted them into the cracks at the edge of the stone door. Her method of dismantling was not to break it forcefully, but rather to follow the original flow of the array patterns, using new flags to fill in several completely broken nodes, restoring a momentary state of completeness to the array. The complete state of the array would automatically open because its design was meant to allow those who met the conditions to enter. The stone door emitted a deep rumbling sound as it slowly slid open. Behind the door was a stone staircase leading downwards, the depth unknown. A gust of extremely dry wind rushed out from the crack in the door, carrying the scent of decaying spiritual herbs and an indescribable stale odor. In the center of the cultivation room stood a bronze alchemy furnace engraved with fire control array patterns that only In the center of the cultivation room stood a bronze alchemy furnace engraved with fire control array patterns that only second-tier alchemists would use, and the bottom of the furnace still contained remnants of solidified medicinal residue. On the stone table beside the alchemy furnace lay several jade slips. Liu Jingxi picked one up and scanned it with her divine sense. One of them recorded insights from a first-tier alchemist named Qingniu Town. From identifying spiritual herbs to the purification methods for the auxiliary materials of foundation establishment pills, it was densely packed with no less than 100 pages. Several dim moonlight stones were embedded in the stone wall, casting a dark, yet clear illumination throughout the cult. At the deepest part of the cave was a stone chamber sealed by restrictions. The restrictions had loosened significantly, and a rich fragrance of medicine wafted out from the crack in the door. Inside the stone chamber were dozens of neatly stacked jade boxes, most of which were empty, with only 3 boxes containing a few well-preserved third-tier spiritual herbs. 2 boxes contained foundation establishment pill auxiliary materials golden essence grass, and 1 box held a bright red Zhiyang flower. The Zhiyang flower, a third-tier body refining spiritual herb, was a coveted treasure for body refinement cultivators. It did not need to be refined into a pill, just the petals alone could double the physical strength in a short time. However, the medicinal effect was exceedingly domineering. A cultivator's body could hardly withstand this refining power, and only those body refinement warriors who had trained rigorously from a young age in pure martial arts and physical enhancement could survive this ordeal with the aid of the spiritual herb. Liu Jingxi was precisely on this path. Without spiritual roots, purely physical, a martial arts master. This flower was practically tailor-made for him. The two squatted at the entrance of the stone chamber, gazing at the 3 jade boxes. Shen Luo was an alchemist. She recognized the golden essence grass, and even more so the Zhiyang flower. Pointing at the Zhiyang flower, she remarked that body refiners could use it, but cultivators would explode from the refining power. I have a younger brother. Liu Jingxi suddenly spoke. He practices body refinement. Shen Luo was momentarily taken aback, and Liu Jingxi stored the Zhiyang flower in her storage bag, pushed the 2 golden essence grasses towards Shen Luo, saying that her brother was on the path of pure physical enhancement, and this flower would be useful to him. 1 was enough for her. The remaining 2 golden essence grasses belonged to Shen Luo, and the Qingniu Town on the stone table and the alchemy furnace also belonged to her. Shen Luo remained silent for a few breaths, picked up the Qingniu Town, and flipped through 2 pages. Why? You're an alchemist. This book is far more useful to you. Precisely because I am an alchemist, I know the true value of this volume. Shen Luo met her gaze. The Yiwood Pharmacopoeia is not merely a collection of alchemical insights. Its methods for identifying spiritual herbs cover the growing environments and harvesting timings of hundreds of species. You are an array master. When you need spiritual herbs as array materials for setting formations, this knowledge is far more practical than any array diagram. I grew up in the herb fields and my grandfather taught me all this. If you ever aim to become a 3rd rank array master, the requirements for spiritual herb materials are far more stringent than for the 2nd rank. By then this book will help you avoid many detours. She paused, her tone earnest, but the corners of her lips lifting slightly. I've already taken 2 stalks of gold marrow grass, and the furnace is mine. You discovered this book, so it should be yours. Besides, I'm not giving it to you for nothing. If you ever find any fine spiritual herbs using the knowledge from this book, remember to share 1 stalk with me. Liu Jingxi gazed at the Yiwood Pharmacopoeia, pushed back into her hands, was silent for a breath, then nodded without further protest. She carefully stored the book in her storage pouch and said, all right, when I find a good herb, I'll notify you first. The 2 of them divided the remaining items in the cave dwelling. The pills were split evenly. Among the few jade slips containing techniques, there were both alchemy recipes and array insights. Liu Jingxi took the array insights while Shen Luo took the alchemy recipes. As they were about to leave, Shen Luo suddenly called out to her. At the cave entrance they exchanged their true names and the spiritual power imprints of their communication talismans. Shen Luo cast a final glance at the dim array patterns on the stone door, remarking that this cave must have been abandoned for over a century, and encountering it was a matter of fate. Shen Luo cast a final glance at the dim array patterns on the stone door, remarking that this cave must have been abandoned for over a century, and encountering it was a matter of fate. Liu Jingxi inserted the last array flag back into the crevice of the door. The stone door slowly closed once more, and the newly repaired array patterns dimmed again, returning to their previous faint, barely discernible luster. Upon exiting the cave, the sky was already bright. Shen Luo said she would head north to Blackstone City to sell the spiritual herbs she had obtained, and perhaps look for replacement parts for her furnace. Liu Jingxi said she would continue south to explore the deeper parts of Falling Cloud Ridge. They parted ways at a fork in the road downstream from the waterfall. After taking a few steps, Shen Luo turned back and waved at her. The divine magical artifact on her wrist swayed gently in the morning light. She said that if Liu Jingxi ever passed through northern Yunzhou, she could come find her at the Shun family market. Liu Jingxi watched until Shen Luo disappeared at the end of the mountain path, then turned and continued south. An hour later, Shen Luo had already left the bounds of Falling Cloud Ridge. Standing on the ridge of a nameless low hill, she gazed in the direction where Liu Jingxi had vanished. Her face no longer bore the simple, awkward expression of the herb-gathering female cultivator from the cave. Her cultivation base was no longer at the 5th layer of qi condensation either. The aura of qi condensation perfection was as steady as a deep pool. Wood-attributed spiritual energy circulated slowly around her, and several withered wild grasses at her feet imperceptibly sprouted tender green shoots. A figure landed silently behind her. He was at the late stage of foundation establishment, clad in black with a gaunt face and a beast-patterned token hanging at his waist. He knelt on one knee, his voice lowered to a whisper. Holy Maiden, that young lady also has a protector following her, an early foundation establishment cultivator, likely an elder of her clan, watching over her in secret. Should I eliminate him? He made a throat-cutting gesture. Qingniu did not turn around. She toyed with the vine magical artifact on her wrist. At that moment, every leaf on the vine was slowly rotating, emitting an extremely faint wood-attributed spiritual light. This was no low-grade magical artifact. It was a natal treasure that had been refined 3 times its power, mostly sealed. Uncle Zhang, I could tell from the moment she appeared. Her tone was completely different from that in the cave. She was no longer the bedraggled, herb-gathering girl chased by water lizards, but possessed the calm and certainty of one long accustomed to a position of authority. No need. This girl has a good heart. I've formed a favorable bond with her. In truth, I owe her a debt of gratitude. She turned and walked north, her pace unhurried. But with each step, extremely fine vines sprouted beneath her feet, silently pushing aside the gravel. We'll meet again if fate allows. Let's go. Uncle Zhang rose, his form flickering slightly in the twilight before vanishing once more into the shadows. This woman was none other than the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Beasts Valley, one of the 3 great core formation sects of the Yue Kingdom. She possessed a wood-attributed heavenly spiritual root and a special constitution. At just 18, she had already reached chi condensation perfection. The 10,000 Beasts Valley's inherited beast-taming arts and wood-attributed techniques were unique in the cultivation world of Dayue. It was said that the valley raised several peak foundation establishment or even core formation tier demon beasts, making its strength unfathomable. As the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Beasts Valley, her status far surpassed that of ordinary sect disciples. She had ventured out alone using a low-grade disguise mask and a false name. No one knew that the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Beasts Valley would share a piece of dry rations with an unknown rogue cultivator girl in such a lawless borderland. But Qingniu remembered. When Liu Jingxi pushed the 2 stalks of gold marrow grass back to her earlier, she had done so without hesitation. When she said, "My younger brother has been waiting for this flower for a long time," the light in her eyes was completely different from those peers in the sect who fought over spiritual herb resources. That light was not for the sake of becoming stronger, it was to ensure that those who mattered to her did not suffer. And Qingniu's decision to yield the eat wood pharmacopoeia to Liu Jingxi was not solely to repay a kindness. In the sect, she had seen too many exceptionally talented alchemists who could recite herb identifications and formulas by heart, yet could not even assemble the most basic spiritual herbs when setting up an array. Array formation and alchemy at their core are both applications of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, merely different paths. An array master who does not understand spiritual herbs can never become a true grandmaster of arrays. She could tell that Liu Jingxi had great talent in arrays, but her knowledge of spiritual herbs was a weakness. This book would be more beneficial to her than to Qingniu herself. As for whether they would meet again, she recalled Liu Jingxi's focused expression as she crouched before the stone door deciphering the array patterns. The corners of her mouth curved slightly. Given this girl's talent, she would eventually reach a level where she needed this book. When that time came, she would naturally seek Qingniu out. Qingniu paused on the ridge, put away the disguise mask, and reverted to her original appearance. Moonlight fell upon her cold, delicate profile. Her raven hair cascaded to her waist, and her eyes held a serenity beyond her years. Liu Jingxi. She whispered the name to herself. I will remember. At the summit of Wanyun Peak, the sea of clouds surged, and the mountain wind tore the cloud wisps into shreds, sweeping past the cliff's edge. Though the peak itself was unremarkable, lacking even a first-tier spiritual pulse, its lofty elevation and expansive view situated on the edge of a no man's land in the central region of the Diyue Kingdom made it an ideal location for certain discreet meetings. Qingniu arrived first. She had changed out of her gray robe used for herb gathering and donned a light green long dress that fluttered slightly in the sea of clouds. The rich vitality unique to her would attribute spiritual root flowed naturally around her, and the few withered wild grasses in the rock crevices beneath her feet unknowingly sprouted tender green shoots. Beside her stood a slender man in black with late foundation establishment cultivation and a talisman from Wanling Valley engraved with beast patterns hanging from his waist. He was the guardian she referred to as Uncle Zhang earlier. After landing, Uncle Zhang retreated to the cliff's edge, leaning against an old pine tree, his gaze sweeping across every inch of the surrounding rocks like that of a hawk. The spine of the iron-spined rhinoceros protruded like iron spikes from the back of its neck to its tail, and its singular horn at the forehead still bore the ragged edge of being forcibly snapped off, clearly broken by The spine of the iron-spined rhinoceros protruded like iron spikes from the back of its neck to its tail, and its singular horn at the forehead still bore the ragged edge of being forcibly snapped off, clearly broken by brute force. Following closely was a young man with one bare arm dressed in dark red short combat attire. His muscular arms resembled finely chiseled stone, and he had remnants of beast scales and dried blood on his shoulders. He leaped down from the iron-spined rhinoceros back, casually tossing the broken horn beside the corpse, and grinned at Qingniu, I happened to slaughter it on the way here, almost delaying my schedule. Shen Luo glanced at the iron-spined rhinoceros, her brow furrowing slightly, yet the corner of her mouth still curved into a faint smile. Hua Tianxiao, can you not bring your prey to the meeting next time? It always reeks of blood. Unfazed, Hua Tianxiao brushed off the scales on his hands and boldly sat down on a rock. Just turned 18, he was the youngest among the three, yet his bronze-toned muscle and calloused hands made him appear at least 5 or 6 years older than his actual age. The Zhenin Marquisate was founded on martial prowess, and the royal family of the Yue Kingdom was itself a family of cultivators. Hua Tianxiao grew up in the military, and his late foundation establishment cultivation was not achieved through meditation in a cave, but forged through battles against beasts. With a gold attribute spiritual root and the unique body refinement technique of the Marquisate, he reached late foundation establishment at 18 with a physique comparable to that of early foundation establishment body cultivators, rare among his peers. Following him was a middle-aged general clad in dark red armor, also at late foundation establishment, a retainer of the Marquisate, whom Hua Tianxiao should address as Uncle Zhao due to their relationship. With a gold attribute spiritual root and the unique body refinement technique of the Marquisate, he reached late foundation establishment at 18 with a physique comparable to that of early foundation. As the sword light dissipated, it revealed a young man clad in a plain white sword robe, around 20 years old, with a face as sharp as a chiseled blade. A long sword entirely silver white hung at his waist, its scabbard intricately engraved with dense ice blue patterns glimmering faintly in the moisture of the sea of clouds. From the moment he landed, the temperature at the peak dropped several degrees, a thin layer of frost forming on the surface of the rocks. He was at early foundation establishment. At 20 years of age, an early foundation establishment cultivator was a once-in-a-century talent in the entire cultivation world of the Yue Kingdom. The divide between sword cultivators and ordinary cultivators at foundation establishment was vast, and he was only 20. Behind him followed an elderly man in a gray robe carrying a sword on his back at late foundation establishment cultivation. After landing, he closed his eyes and stood silently, exuding almost non-existent sword intent. However, Shen Luo's guardian, Uncle Zhang, instinctively tightened the fingers resting on the tree trunk the moment he sensed that sword intent. Zhao Yun, the contemporary sword disciple of the Qiangniu sword sect with an ice attribute spiritual root. Among the younger generation of the 3 major golden core sects in the Yue Kingdom, he was the only one who had reached foundation establishment. Seeing Zhao Yun land, Hua Tianxiao stood up from the rock, putting away his previous playful demeanor, and clasped his hand. Zhao Yun nodded slightly in return, then turned to Shen Luo, also nodding as a greeting. The 3 of them sat down together at the peak, diving straight into the topic without any small talk or pleasantries. Then he'll speak first. Hua Tianxiao began taking out an intelligence jade slip from his bosom and placing it in the center of the 3. In the past 6 months, 2 foundation establishment families at the border of the Yue Kingdom have voluntarily allied with the Bloodslaughter sect. On the surface, it appeared to be a voluntary allegiance with formal blood oath contracts signed, and legally, there were no flaws. However, scouts in the military intercepted a plea for help from one of the families a month before the alliance, stating that their guardian spiritual beast was publicly hunted down by a group of cultivators calling themselves the External Affairs Hall of the Bloodslaughter sect under the pretext of exterminating monsters with its demon core and blood extracted on the spot. Less than half a month after the spiritual beast's death, the messenger of the Bloodslaughter sect came to their door with the allegiance. Hua Tianxiao added after she finished reading, if this were just a border conflict, the Marquisate would have sent troops long ago. But both family heads claim it was voluntary, leaving the Marquisate with no justification to act. Hua Tianxiao added after she finished reading, if this were just a border conflict, the Marquisate would have sent troops long ago. But both family heads claim it was voluntary, leaving the Marquisate with no justification to act. Blood oath. Zhao Yun spoke the first word since arriving. Hua Tianxiao and Shen Luo both looked at him. Zhao Yun's tone was cold and brief. The Qingniu sword sect recently intercepted a batch of demon beast materials that were supposed to be sent to the sect. Not ordinary materials, but refined foundation establishment demon beast blood. The ones transporting this batch of materials were people from the Bloodslaughter sect. Demon beast blood. Hua Tianxiao frowned. The uses of demon beast blood are very narrow, either for alchemy crafting or for evil cultivators to practice certain special techniques. However, the volume collected by the Bloodslaughter sect is far too much for alchemy or crafting. I've seen battlefield records transmitted from the border. Their method of hunting demon beasts is quite peculiar. It's not about killing, they drain the blood and abandon the corpses. Starting from the northern part of Yunzhou and advancing southward, the number of demon beasts they hunted is at least in the hundreds. If there weren't nascent soul-level forces backing them, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. It's not just backing. Shen Luo placed the jade slip back in the center of the 3, speaking slowly, but deliberately. The intelligence from Wanling Valley shows that when the Bloodslaughter sect started in northern Yunzhou, they continuously swallowed 3 golden core sects within 3 months. All 3 golden core sects had 3rd-tier protective formations, yet the formations were breached on the same day. To achieve this, either a transformation stage master must have personally intervened, or a nascent soul true monarch brought more than 1 4th-tier magical treasure. But a transformation stage master would not involve themselves in the sect disputes of a small border region like Yunzhou. Therefore, the Bloodslaughter sect has a nascent soul force standing behind them, and this nascent soul force has reached some kind of tacit understanding with the orthodox nascent soul powers of the Yue kingdom. This nascent soul force is likely not from Yunzhou, but from other states, or even beyond the Northlan region. The peak fell silent for a few moments. The cultivation landscape of the Yue kingdom was clear in the minds of the three major golden core sects. The three major golden core sects of the Yue kingdom each possess their own profound heritage. The beast taming techniques passed down from the Wanling Valley stand out uniquely within the Yue kingdom. Within the valley, there are a mid-stage golden core, blue-eyed golden eagle, and several peak foundation establishment guardian spirit beasts. The Valley Master Qingniu Yuan is a latest-stage golden core cultivator. The two deputy Valley Masters, one in the mid-stage and the other in the early stage, work together with the guardian spirit beasts, their combined strength capable of fending off latest-stage golden core adversaries. However, their shortcomings are also evident. Their top combat power is insufficient. Once the blue-eyed golden eagle is restrained, there are no other latest-stage golden core forces in the valley. The Ho residence of Zhun then established itself through martial prowess. The Lord Yue Yuan is a latest-stage golden core cultivator, and both his younger brothers are also latest-stage golden core, complemented by two early-stage golden core attendants. With two latest-stage golden core cultivators in one family, they are second only to the Qingniu sword sect in terms of top combat power within the Yue kingdom. Additionally, the Ho residence has cultivated iron martial prowess. The Lord Yue Yuan is a latest-stage golden core cultivator, and both his younger brothers are also latest-stage golden core, complemented by two early-stage golden core attendants. With two latest-stage golden core cultivators, the top combat power of the Qingniu sword sect consists of only two early-stage golden core cultivators, the sect master and the deputy sect master. This number is not particularly impressive among the golden core sects, even falling short of the Ho residence and Wanling Valley. However, the real reason the Qingniu sword sect can maintain its position as the number one power in the Yue kingdom is the elder known as the returning essence sword immortal. Qingniu Yuan, a fully realized golden core cultivator and sword cultivator, has just passed 300 years of age, placing him in the prime of his life among golden core masters. His talent is extraordinarily high. He established his foundation at 15 and reached the golden core realm before turning 100, hailed as a prodigious sword talent not seen in a millennium in the Yue kingdom. However, after achieving golden core perfection, he remained stuck for 2 whole centuries. This was not due to inadequate aptitude, but because there were no 4th-tier sword cultivator techniques suitable for him to cultivate in the entire Yue kingdom or even Yunzhou. 4th-tier techniques belong to the nascent soul level of heritage. Even in all of Yunzhou, they are rare, and sword techniques are even harder to come by. Without 4th-tier techniques, no matter how high one's talent, it is impossible to condense the true meaning of the nascent soul. For those 200 years, all he could do was continually refine his existing swordsmanship, pushing his combat power to the peak of the golden core realm, unmatched among his peers. A century ago, 2 fully realized golden core demon kings lay in ambush in the barbaric mountains north of Qifeng Ridge. These 2 demon kings were sworn brothers working together in harmony, and had previously torn apart a fully realized golden core sect elder. Yue Yuan went alone to the rendezvous. In the ensuing battle, one demon king died, while the other was severely injured. The demon king, known for its defense, a fully realized golden core iron-armored rhinoceros, was pierced through 3 layers of protective light by his sword straight through the heart. The other, a speedster known as the shadow python, fled desperately, but he severed half of its tail with a sword light from dozens of miles away, and it still remains deep in the barbaric mountains nursing its wounds. Qingniu Yuan himself suffered only minor injuries in that battle, and after returning to the sect, he entered seclusion for a month to fully recover. After that battle, no force in the Yue kingdom dared to provoke the Qingniu sword sect. In the 100 years since he has yet to break into the nascent soul, there have been speculations in the outside world about whether he is. However, every 10 years the sword pavilion of the Qingniu sword sect receives a flying sword talisman from his secluded abode, which always bears only 2 words. Still here. As long as these 2 words remain, no one in the Yue kingdom dares to bet on whether he is still alive. The Qingniu sword sect, Wanling Valley, and the Zhun and Ho residence are the top existences on this land, each ruling their respective territories and having been passed down for hundreds of years. Yet looking up from them, one sees the nascent soul, true monarchs. Several nascent soul sects are native to Yunzhou, lofty and rarely intervening in the disputes among golden core sects, only requiring periodic offerings to maintain order in the cultivation world of Yunzhou. The 3 major golden core sects are seen as abodes of living deities by loose cultivators and foundation establishment families, but in the eyes of the nascent soul true monarchs, they are merely caretakers managing mortals and low-level cultivators. The nascent soul force behind the Bloodslaughter sect is evidently a player of another level. A force capable of swallowing 3 golden core sects within 3 months, the nascent soul, true monarch backing, it must be at least a tier stronger than those native to Yunzhou, otherwise it would not be able to silence the local nascent soul forces. Those 3 swallowed golden core sects, Hu Tianxiao interjected, his tone surprisingly devoid of the usual jest, are the Golden Sword sect, the Crimson Flame sect, and the Canglang sect. The strongest Golden Sword sect is only guarded by a mid-stage golden core master, while the Crimson Flame sect and Canglang sect each have only an early-stage golden core. The Bloodslaughter sect specifically targets those at the bottom of the golden core sect hierarchy, and there is a reason for that. Shen Luo nodded and looked at Zhao Yun, Brother Zhao, the Qingniu Sword sect is the strongest golden core sect in the Yue Kingdom. If the Blood Slaughter sect intends to act against the Yue Kingdom, the first obstacle they must circumvent is you. What do you think about this matter? Zhao Yun remained silent for a moment before speaking. As long as the returning Essence Sword Immortal is still here, the Blood Slaughter sect dares not move against the Qingniu Sword sect. But they can bypass the Qingniu Sword sect, starting with the Foundation establishment families along the borders, gradually infiltrating the Wanling Valley and the Zhun Nenho residence's sphere of influence. Once the periphery is completely devoured, the Qingniu Sword sect will become an isolated island. Hua Tianxiao let out a cold laugh. Thus they first target the weakest, not because they cannot defeat the strong, but because they are waiting for the right opportunity. Once the northern part of Yunzhou completely falls into their hands, the next step will be the Yue Kingdom. At that point, it will not be a matter of whether they can circumvent the Qingniu Sword sect, but whether our three families can still join forces to fend them off. A nascent soul, true monarch capable of accomplishing such a feat, is not something those in Yunzhou can achieve. Hua Tianxiao's smile rarely faded. It is not that they cannot fight hard, but that they cannot silence everyone. The several nascent soul sects in Yunzhou have restrained each other for centuries, and none will allow anyone to dominate. The only possibility of silencing all these nascent soul forces is that they have made a deal with the true monarch behind the Blood Slaughter sect. As for the strength of this nascent soul true monarch, it is likely above the early stage. At least mid-stage nascent soul, perhaps even higher. Shun Luo's tone grew heavier. Moreover, to have won the nod of the local nascent soul forces in Yunzhou indicates that the interests involved in this deal are substantial enough to make the nascent soul true monarchs set aside their differences. Once the northern part of Yunzhou completely falls into their hands, the next step will be the Yue Kingdom. At that point, it will not be a matter of whether they can circumvent the Qingniu Sword sect, but whether our three families can still join forces to fend them. Either these nascent soul forces are also collecting demon beast essence blood, or the entity behind the Blood Slaughter sect has promised them something even more significant. Hua Tianxiao and Shun Luo simultaneously turned to him. Zhao Yun's gaze remained calm, his voice as cold as ice. What has ever attracted the interest of a nascent soul true monarch is never mere spirit stones or spiritual veins. It is the opportunity for cultivation breakthroughs. The mid-stage nascent soul aiming for the late stage, the latest stage nascent soul striving for golden core perfection. Each breakthrough requires rare materials or special bloodlines to assist. As soon as these words were spoken, a deeper silence fell over the peak. This inference was too grand, too monumental for the three cultivators at the Qi refining and foundation establishment level to dare conclude recklessly. If Zhao Yun's speculation holds true, then the Blood Slaughter sect's purpose in collecting demon beast essence blood is not only to augment its own strength, but also to provide materials for a certain nascent soul true monarch's breakthrough. And that nascent soul true monarch is striving to reach a higher realm. These are all speculations. Shin Luo was the first to break the silence. Regardless of the struggles at the nascent soul level, the Blood Slaughter sect's hand has already extended to the borders of the Yue Kingdom. The swallowing of two foundation establishment families is just the beginning. If the Blood Slaughter sect employs this tactic against the golden core sects of the Yue Kingdom, the first move will be against the guardian spirit beasts. The guardian spirit beasts of the Wanling Valley include the golden core level blue-eyed golden eagle and several peak foundation establishment guardian spirit beasts. The Qingniu Sword sect has its guardian sword formation and Zhunshan Ling, while the Zhun Nanho residence has iron-spined rhinoceros cavalry and guardian spirit beasts. If our three families cannot stop them, the entire Yue Kingdom will be thoroughly devoured. Then let us establish some. Zhao Yun stood up, his silver-white long sword gently vibrating at his side, the sound of the sword ringing like ice cracking. From today onward, the three families will share information. Any movements of the Blood Slaughter sect within the borders of the Yue Kingdom will be communicated at the first opportunity. The Sword Pavilion of the Qingniu Sword sect will be responsible for summarizing and distributing intelligence. If the Blood Slaughter sect makes a move against the guardian spirit beasts of any of the three families, the other two families will provide full support. Hua Tianxiao was the first to stand and extend his palm. The Zhun Nanho residence agrees. Shin Luo placed his palm over his hand. Wanling Valley agrees. Zhao Yun placed his palm on top, last simply saying two words, agreed. The three of them withdrew their hands. Hua Tianxiao hoisted up the iron-spined rhinoceros again, grinning. Next time we gather, let's not be at such a high place. Climbing is exhausting. Shin Luo chuckled. If you're not tired carrying the iron-spined rhinoceros, how can you complain about climbing a mountain? Hua Tianxiao earnestly patted the rhinoceros horn on his shoulder. Prey is not heavy, but favors are heavy. As he took a few steps down the mountain, he turned back and raised his chin at Zhao Yun. Brother Zhao, can you not bring your sword next time? Your sword energy freezes the meat of my iron-spined rhinoceros as soon as it touches the ground. Zhao Yun did not respond. The sword light had already surged. The three streaks of escaping light split east and west in the sea of clouds. The sword light vanished first, followed by the dark red streak, and finally Shun Luo's green glow. The peak of Wang Yun returned to desolation, leaving only the blood of the iron-spined rhinoceros slowly seeping into the gravel ground, and the layer of thin frost on the rock surface that had yet to completely melt. The sea of clouds continued to surge, swallowing the recent high-level meeting of the younger generation of the Yue Kingdom. Lu Jingxi wandered south of Luoxiao Ridge for another 2 months. During this time, she encountered no great fortune, like the Foundation establishment cave dwelling, nor did she meet another Shenluo. Most of the time, she traveled alone through the wilderness, surveying spiritual energy nodes and sensing how different terrains influenced the flow of formation patterns. Occasionally, when passing by a small town where loose cultivators gathered, she would stop for a night, listen to local rumors in a tea stall, replenish her dried rations and water flasks, then set off again before dawn the next day. Her formation diagram notebook was nearly filled, with each page annotated with the flow, velocity, curvature, and attenuation patterns of different elemental spiritual energies across various terrains. These details were never written in formation diagrams, and her grandfather's manual had only a few sparse notes on them. Only by personally crouching in the wind, lying by a stream, or climbing to the middle of a cliff to feel the wind element's spiritual energy curving around the rock face, with her own face, could she truly understand why her grandfather said some things cannot be understood by merely looking at diagrams. She had fully grasped it, but at the cost of losing weight, with 3 tears in her sleeves and her hair tangled from the mountain wind. Yet she paid it no mind. Her eyes were twice as bright as when she had left Spirit Spring Valley. The true fortune was found on a stormy day. Trapped halfway up a mountain by a sudden downpour, she took shelter in a nearby rock crevice. As rainwater seeped down the crevice, she pulled out some dried rations from her storage pouch, breaking off a piece. Just as she was about to eat, she froze. The seeping rainwater traced fine streaks along the inner rock wall. These streaks followed the natural grain of the stone, each fork precisely bypassing several sensing spirit stones embedded in the rock. She had casually picked up those stones while sheltering from the rain. Low-grade sensing stones scattered deep in the crevice. She had placed them in a hollow of the rock wall, intending to examine them after the rain stopped. Now, as the rainwater flowed past the edges of the sensing stones, it formed an extremely faint spiritual energy backflow with the rock's natural texture. She stared at that backflow for several breaths, then abruptly tossed the rations aside and pulled out her formation diagram notebook and charcoal pen from her storage pouch. She had long been pondering a question: what exactly was the threshold for breaking through from a second-order formation to a third-order? Her grandfather had said that the core of wind element formations was lightness and agility, fire element was explosiveness, and earth element was solidity. She had memorized all this, but could never truly integrate them into her own formation patterns. Now, watching the naturally formed spiritual energy backflow on the rock wall, she suddenly understood it wasn't integration, but leveraging the terrain. Low-order formations relied on the array master's own spiritual energy and precise placement of formation flags. High-order formations depended on utilizing the terrain's natural spiritual energy, flow acting in harmony at key nodes to let the power of heaven and earth complete the rest. And the threshold for a third-order formation was to perfect this, leveraging the terrain. Dipping her fingertip in the rainwater on the rock wall, she traced an arc of a formation pattern in the air, following the direction of the sensing stones and the rock's texture. Using no spiritual energy, she merely followed the path of that natural backflow. Instead of descending immediately, she braved the rain to climb outside the crevice, sketching the terrain, water flow, and wind direction within a 3 radius into her diagram. Drawing in the storm was no easy task. Her charcoal pen was soaked several times. But with each stroke, she used her finger to trace the rainwater on the rocks repeatedly, confirming the curvature aligned perfectly with the natural spiritual energy backflow before committing it to paper. By the time she returned to the crevice, she was drenched through, but the smile on her face was impossible to suppress. After the rain stopped, she didn't continue her journey. Instead, she found a flat rock, spread out her diagram notebook, and sat cross-legged in meditation. She reviewed the entire notebook, organizing all the recorded arcs of natural spiritual energy backflow into a single formation framework. Then, extracting one sheet, she drew a new arc on it. This arc combined the light flow of the wind element, the explosive nodes of the fire element, and the solid foundation of the earth element, the prototype of a third-order spirit gathering formation. A true third-order array master could deploy a spirit gathering formation out of thin air within a radius of several dozen zhang, channeling the world's spiritual energy for their use. She could still only rely on specific terrains and particular spiritual energy backflows for assistance, far from being able to deploy one independently. But she had at least taken that first step. The arc on her diagram glistened with faint water stains in the post-rain sunlight. She gently pressed the edges of the stain. After confirming that all node directions were consistent with the natural spiritual energy backflow, she carefully folded the diagram and stored it in her pouch. Then, from deep within the pouch, she retrieved a jade box. From the age of 3, when he named ants while chewing on a blade of grass, to now at 28, a martial grandmaster, his path had been arduous. And she had obtained the blazing sunflower. His future finally had hope. She held the jade box and gazed at it for a long time. Her younger brother had no spiritual root from childhood. He could only watch her and their eldest brother cultivate while he silently practiced his blade. From the age of 3, when he named ants while chewing on a blade of grass, to now at 28, a martial grandmaster, his path had been arduous. And she had obtained the blazing sunflower. His future finally had hope. A smile curved on her lips. She tucked the jade box against the inner side of her chest, placing it beside the tortoise shell Uncle Turtle had given her. Jingfeng, your big sister got it for you. How will he thank me? She was still smiling as she said this, her brows arched just like when she had shaken dead leaves from the jujube tree and loudly declared forth, great uncle, look. A smile curved on her lips. She tucked the jade box against the inner side of her chest, placing it beside the tortoise shell Uncle Turtle had given her. Jingfeng, your big sister got it for you. Liu Jingfeng sat alone on a stone block beside the training ground. After each sword practice these days, he would sit here for a long time, resting his ink blade across his knees, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the worn wrap on the handle. On the slope opposite the training ground, his father stood with his back to him, wiping the wild goose feather blade, with slow, deliberate movements, just as he did every morning when he sheathed the blade at the hour of the rabbit. He looked down at his hand, gripping the blade. His knuckles were covered in calluses, his tiger's mouth bore scars layered over old wounds, and the deepest scar on his palm was left 7 years ago when he killed that latest stage Qi refining demon beast deep in Qingniu Mountain. Back then the ink blade had split the beast's skull and bone fragments had cut his palm. Blood dripped down the handle onto the beast's corpse. He had sat cross-legged there all night. At dawn the next day, he carried the beast's body back to Spirit Spring Valley and said to his father, who was guarding the entrance, "Father, I've broken through." His father looked at his dried bloodstains and the claw marks deep enough to show bone on his shoulder. After a few breaths of silence, he nodded. A single was the greatest affirmation his father could give. At the time, he thought that breaking through to Grandmaster would naturally open the path ahead. But beyond Grandmaster there was nothing. Not because he hadn't worked hard enough, not because his blade wasn't fast enough. The path had simply broken beneath his feet. He was a martial Grandmaster, the pinnacle of mortal martial arts. Over the years, he had traversed every possible path: blade momentum, breathing techniques, physical refinement, and practical combat. Each path ended at a wall. He had single-handedly slain a latest-stage Qi refining demon beast in the depths of Qingniu Mountain, and his ink blade had bested no fewer than 10 loose cultivators. But those were all lateral extensions, not vertical breakthroughs. What he lacked wasn't combat power, but direction. What lay beyond Grandmaster? No one could tell him. His father had already reached the end of the martial path, and his father didn't know. Uncle Turtle, who had lived 2 lifetimes, didn't know either. The author of the mystic martial arts, who had traveled the world for 40 years, had only left a speculative note in the book. A Grandmaster's combat power can rival that of an immortal, but the author himself had never seen a Grandmaster. It was mere speculation. He had spent 7 years going from half-step Grandmaster to full Grandmaster, believing he had finally reached that threshold of rivaling an immortal. Then he pushed open the door, and behind it was an abyss. He had stood at the edge of that abyss for 7 years, and it had given him no answer. The maximum lifespan of a human Grandmaster was only a little over 200 years. He was 28 now, still far from that end, but he could already see its outline. If there was no path ahead, if Grandmaster was the final terminus of martial arts, how was he to spend the next 100+ years? Practicing the blade at the hour of the rabbit and sheathing it at the hour of the rooster, day after day, repeating the same techniques he had mastered over a decade, until his hair turned white, until he no longer had the strength to swing the blade. Then one evening, sitting on the stone block by the training ground, watching the younger generation break through to Grandmaster, he could only tell them beyond Grandmaster. I searched but found nothing. He wouldn't live on in such aimless drift. He would leave Spirit Spring Valley, not for training, but to find a path. To go to places with martial arts traditions more ancient than Qingniu Mountain, to seek out those who might also lack spiritual roots, but had broken through the Grandmaster limit. If they had ever existed, they must have left traces. To search for any clue about beyond Grandmaster. Even if the places he needed to search lay beyond the Due Kingdom, beyond Yunzhou, even if he had to traverse the entire Balon domain, even if he had to go farther, much farther. Dying on the road in search of a path was better than dying on the training ground. He told no one of this decision. He didn't tell his father. His father wouldn't stop him, only linger a bit longer at the valley entrance, and pause for an extra incense stick's time on the training ground each day when he sheathed his blade. He didn't tell his eldest brother. His brother would only fall silent for a moment, then silently prepare dried rations and a change of clothes. He didn't tell his second sister, still training outside. She had only just found her formation opportunity at Luoxia Ridge, and shouldn't be distracted by his affairs. He didn't tell his grandparents. They were elders, and shouldn't worry about his choices. On an evening no different from any other, he finished his final round of blade practice on the training ground, wiped the ink blade clean, and sheathed it. Then alone he walked up the back mountain. In the ancestral turtle cave, Yue Yuan lay sprawled on the ancestral stone. His spiritual sense had detected the approach of Liu Jingfeng's aura half an incense stick ago. He didn't pretend to sleep with his eyes closed as usual. Instead, he cracked open one green-bean-sized eye and stared toward the cave entrance. Liu Jingfeng stood at the entrance, not entering to sit down as he usually did. The ink blade hung at his waist, the formation patterns on the scabbard gleaming with a faint dark light under the moonlight stone. He was silent for a long time, then spoke. His voice was low but steady. "Uncle Turtle, I'm leaving." Yue Yuan opened both eyes fully. He didn't ask where to. He simply looked at the young man, 28 years old, a martial grandmaster. His shoulders were broader than when he had carried the demon beast corpse back to the valley. In his eyes there was no hesitation, no fear. Only a light that had burned deeper from being suppressed for too long. He was silent for a moment, then nodded his tortoise head. "Come in and talk." Yue Yuan did not ask where he was going nor when he would return. He merely used a ribbon of water to draw 2 jars of osmanthus wine and several parcels of braised beef from the depths of the cave and set them on the bluestone slab. The braised beef had been made by Wan Shi a few days ago. The osmanthus brew was from Liu Tieshan last autumn, the last 2 jars. Liu Jingfeng sat at the stone table, unfastened the Mo Dao, and set it by his feet. One of them lay across the slab, the other sat at the edge of the stone table. By the moonstone's light, they drank wine and ate meat. After more than half the jar was gone, Liu Jingfeng spoke. He rarely spoke so much. He said it was not that staying in Lingquan Valley was unpleasant. Here were his parents, his elder brother and sister-in-law, his grandparents, Uncle Gue, and his newborn nephews and nieces. This was the place where he had grown up. He knew every rock as if it were a familiar face. At 3 he chewed dogtail grass and squatted by the vegetable patch, calling the ants names. At 5 his father carried him on his neck past the mine mouth. At 7 he first gripped a sword, taller than he was, and his father said, "Start with the wooden blade." The wooden blade gave way to iron to the Yinling Dao, and the Yinling Dao to the Mo Dao. Each blade had worn the calluses on his palms. Each callus remembered how many times he had swung. He had swung a blade on the training ground for over a decade, from the cockcrow to dusk come rain or shine. He was not weary. He had simply learned all that could be learned and practiced all that could be practiced. Forms, breath, controlled bodily tempering, the sharpening of real combat. Every road walked to its end met only a wall. He needed something new. He needed to go out and see whether those who had gone farther than he had left footprints. Even if the prints were carved in stone, even if those stones had been buried for millennia, he would overturn them. He said he had thought about this since childhood. He watched his elder brother practice water arrows. The arrows left a tight pattern of dents in the jujube trunk. He squatted and watched awed. Later he asked his father. His father said his brother had a spiritual root, and he did not. He asked what a spiritual root was. His father thought a long moment, and said, "A spiritual root is the key to cultivation." He had no key, but he did not think the door could not be opened. He could climb through the window, scale the wall, or batter the door down. But now he had battered every door he could find, bruised and bloodied, only to find another door beyond. He did not know how many doors remained, but he knew that if he did not keep striking forward, he would stand forever before the last one. He knew this journey might take long, a year, 5 years, 10 years. He might never return. Yet he would rather die searching for a path than be trapped here. He was not running away, he was seeking the way. If he found it, he would come back. If he could not, he paused, drained his bowl, and said he would carve one out himself. Yue Yuan never interrupted. He listened quietly, and occasionally took a sip. When Liu Jingfeng finished, Yue Yuan used a water line to roll the wine jar, and poured him another bowl. Lingquan Valley will always be a home for you. Whenever you return, it will be your home. He did not say, "I understand you," nor "You are right." Nor did he say, "Be careful." He simply told Liu Jingfeng that the home would not be diminished by his leaving. Going out was his choice, returning was the promise the home held for him. Liu Jingfeng held the wine bowl in silence for several breaths, then tilted his head back and drained it. He set the bowl on the stone table, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the rim, his Adam's apple bobbing. He knew Uncle Gue would not stop him, but he also knew Uncle Gui's help had never been mere non-interference. Yue Yuan put the bowl down, paused for a few breaths, then spoke with an uncommon gravity in his tone. "Before your sister set out, I gave her a foundation establishment shell. Against attacks below mid-foundation establishment it can hard take, and above that it can buy you a few breaths. You are different. Your path is harder than anyone's. It is not to fetch formation plates in Haishi City, nor to survey Qi on Luoxiao Ridge. The place you must go may lie beyond the Due kingdoms, so far that even the imprint of my demon consciousness cannot reach. Thus I will not give you a mere shed shell. That thing is too small, it will not stop a man like you. I will strip you a larger piece." He lifted his right foreclaw, that the claw tip a slender pale blue water blade condensed, and slowly traced the thickest layer at the edge of his shell. The tortoise shell was the hardest part of a foundation establishment demon turtle's body. Like crank artifacts could not even leave a white mark. Yet under Yue Yuan's control the water blade followed the seams and detached a skewt the size of a millstone in one whole piece. There was no blood, he avoided any flesh, and took only the outermost ring of old keratinized shell. The skewt was iron dark, its surface lines intersecting parallel to the white scar across his back left by a golden core talisman 15 years ago. It felt exceedingly heavy in the hand. He pushed the skewt toward Liu Jingfeng. "This piece comes from my shell, not from a shed. A shed shell only retains the defensive power it had when shed. This living skewt is linked to my body, and within it lies a strand of my demon consciousness. With it attacks below late foundation establishment, it can hard take. At full foundation establishment, it will block most strikes. And when you travel, lay it on the water and drive it with true Qi. Covering 1,000 li a day will be nothing. Most importantly," he paused. A light flickered in his small green bean eyes that only Liu Jingfeng would understand. "Within 10,000 li, if you call to it, I will hear you. Beyond 10,000 li, it will not work. Mind that." Liu Jingfeng bowed his head and studied the skewt in silence for a long time. He recognized those patterns. As a child, he had squatted in the old ancestor cave, watching Uncle Gue sunbathe. He had always thought the lines on the shell looked like a spread-out map, each line leading to places he did not know. Uncle Gue had said they were innate. He had not understood then, but he had remembered. Now Uncle Gue had taken half of that map for himself and given the other half to him. Uncle Gue. He opened his mouth to say something, but his throat felt clogged. In the end, he only pressed his palm to the skewt and nodded forcefully. "Don't say thank you to me. I'm only giving you a safety net. If out there you truly meet someone you cannot beat, don't forget to—" Yue Yuan slid the wine bowl toward him, his tone returning to its usual indifference. "I may lack many things, but when it comes to running to save my life, I'm first-rate. From the lake bottom to Qifeng Ridge, I ran all the way without a mishap." Liu Jingfeng's mouth twitched. He lifted his bowl, saluted lightly toward Yue Yuan, and drained it in one go. When Liu Jingfeng left, it was still deep night. He did not wake anyone. He shouldered the Mo Dao and the tortoise skewed and slipped out alone through the mine's back door beside the old pine at the valley mouth. He had barely reached the mine mouth when he saw Liu Tieshan. His father stood with his back to him before the rock wall at the entrance, the Yanling Dao, the blade that had accompanied him most of his life, hanging from his hand. Moonlight lit the white at his temple, his shoulders were still broad, and his posture the same as when he sheathed his blade each dawn. Who knew how long he had been standing there? Liu Jingfeng halted. He wanted to say, "Father, why are you here?" but the words died in his throat. He was no longer the child his father used to sling on his shoulders, yet in front of him, he still tightened his grip on a haft out of. Liu Tieshan turned, glanced at him, then looked at the millstone's eyes skewed on his back. He asked nothing. He simply stepped forward and handed over the Yanling Dao. "Take it, father." Liu Jingfeng did not move to take it. "This is your blade. He'll use the Mo Dao." Liu Tieshan's voice was steady. "This blade has accompanied me most of my life. It has cut a Zhao family's Xintian, struck down a Mu family's late refining, and cleaved the sword light of the Wang family's third. It has seen what needed to be seen. It is lighter than the Mo Dao. Carry it on the road to make travel easier." Liu Jingfeng took the Yanling Dao. It was heavier in his hand than he had imagined. He recognized every scratch on its scabbard. The plum knot on the hilt was still his mother's handiwork. The hemp cord had been replaced countless times, though the wrapping never changed. He hung the sword at his waist where the Mo Dao had been. The two blades sat side by side, one light and one heavy, clinking softly as he walked. "Father, tell mother. I will tell her." Liu Tieshan turned and took a few steps toward the training ground and stopped. He did not look back, only slightly turned his face. Moonlight struck the white at his temple, and his voice was a little huskier than usual. "Jingfeng, this road is yours to choose. I will not stop you. But remember, however far you go, Lingquan Valley will always hold a room for you." Liu Jingfeng dropped to one knee and offered a kowtow to his father's retreating back, then rose and strode into the night through the mine's back door. The Mo Dao at his right hip, the Yanling Dao at his left, the tortoise skewed on his back. He did not look back. Liu Tieshan stood by the training ground and watched his figure vanish into the mine's depths. Moonlight stretched his shadow long. He stood for a long time, then unfastened the Mo Dao at his waist, laid it across his knees, and continued polishing it. Exactly as he had that evening when he put the blade away. At the first fork outside the valley mouth, Liu Jingfeng paused. This was the place he always rested when returning from deep in the mine. On the stone sat the little grasshoppers he had woven from dogtail grass, worn to a dry yellow by wind and sun. He stood for a while, straightened the plum knot on the Yanling Dao's hilt, and continued on. In the old ancestor cave, Yue Yuan lay with his eyes closed on the bluestone slab. His spiritual perception spread 100 li around. He had not seen Liu Jingfeng off, yet from the moment Liu Jingfeng stepped out of the mine's back door, Yue Yuan's perception had lain upon him. Only when the figure with the skewed had walked beyond 100 li did he withdraw his awareness and return to cultivation. Moonlight fell through the skylight and lit the gap at the edge of his shell where the new skewed had been peeled away. The gap's rim was smooth, and even revealing the slightly paler, new shell beneath. It lay beside the white scar cut by a golden core talisman 15 years ago, like two silent growth rings. When Lei Shaowan emerged from the secluded cultivation chamber, dusk was settling over Spirit Spring Valley. After several months, she had broken through to the great perfection of the Qi refining stage. Yet her first thought upon exiting was not celebration. It was to find Liu Tieshan. She wanted to tell him that she had broken through. She longed to see that ever-unchanging face of his, betray a slight twitch at the corner of his lips. The most lavish congratulation he could ever offer. She found him at the training grounds. Beneath the setting sun, Liu Tieshan was wiping his ink, blade, his movements as slow and focused as ever. She walked over and sat down beside him. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly paused. She had lived alongside this man for most of her life, and he could never lie. He couldn't conceal his emotions. All his joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were etched into that minuscule curve of his lips, a script only she could decipher. At this moment he was not smiling. There wasn't even a flicker at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were rimmed with red. She swallowed the words that had been on the tip of her tongue, her voice softening. "What's happened?" Liu Tieshan was silent for a long time. He laid the ink blade across his knees, his fingers tracing the worn polished cord wrapped around the hilt. Then he spoke. His voice was hoarse, but steady as he laid out the matter word by word. Jingfeng had left. Lei Shaowan did not speak immediately after hearing this. Her eyes began to redden, but she did not cry. She stood up, her voice half a pitch higher than usual. "When did he leave?" "Half a month ago." "Half a month." She repeated the two words, her voice beginning to tremble. "You didn't tell me for half a month. You were in secluded cultivation." Liu Tieshan. She rarely used his full name. Whenever she did, it was either to scold him for fidgeting while she wrapped the cord on his sword hilt under the jujube tree, or to remind him had forgotten to eat while checking the accounts late at night at the mine entrance. This time was different. When she uttered those three words, now the tremor in her voice was no longer anger, but a heart-wrenching ache and fear pushed to its very limit. "He's my son. He's alone, he has no spiritual root, he's just a mortal, and he just left like that. What if he encounters danger? You didn't even tell me when he left." Finally her tears fell. She didn't wipe them away, letting them stream down her face as she spoke through her sobs. What if he encountered danger out there all alone? Who would bandage his wounds if he got hurt? What if he ran into someone he couldn't defeat? How could a mortal fight a cultivator? Could he even escape? He had borne everything himself since childhood. Never crying when he fell, never complaining when in pain, never even furrowing his brow when wronged. But all that was within the valley. Out there who would make allowances for him. As she spoke, she began pounding on Liu Tieshan's shoulder. Her fists landed without force, but each one trembled. And you just let him go. You didn't even prepare enough things for him. You didn't even pack him a few extra changes of clothes. I sewed every single piece of clothing he's ever worn. Do you even know his size? You know nothing. Liu Tieshan sat motionless, letting her beat against him. His own eyes reddened, but he offered no defense. She knew he wasn't without pain. She knew he had waited at the mine tunnel entrance for who knows how long, just to catch a glimpse of Jingfeng passing by. She knew that when he handed his beloved Yanling blade, which he had carried for most of his life, to his son, his hand must have been steady, but his heart surely trembled. But still her heart ached. It ached for her son, and it ached for the man before her. He never said anything, bore everything alone, exactly like Jingfeng. Once she stopped crying, she turned and headed for the back mountain, her pace swift as the wind. Liu Tieshan did not stop her. Inside the ancestors' cave, Yue Yuan was lying prostrate on the ancestral stone. Lei Shaoan rushed and stood before him and spoke with a grievance that was barely contained. Old Yue, he's immortal. How could you let him leave alone like this? She didn't say, why didn't you stop him? Nor did she say, why didn't you tell me? She just repeated over and over, what would he do out there alone? What if he met bad people? What if he couldn't find food? What if he got hurt? As she spoke, her voice trembled, tears falling and shattering into countless droplets on the blue stone floor. Yue Yuan listened quietly throughout, neither interrupting nor explaining. He simply summoned the jar of osmanthus wine from the depths of the cave and pushed it towards her. He said nothing. He knew she just needed a place to let these words out. Gradually, she calmed down, roughly wiping her face with the back of her hand. Her voice was hoarse. What did you give him? A piece of tortoise shell. Yue Yuan transmitted his voice slowly, his tone lacking its usual aloofness, replaced by a heavy serenity. It's from this venerable one's own shell, not a shed piece. It's unbreakable by anyone below. The great perfection of Foundation establishment can be used for travel and can send messages across 10,000 li. This venerable one also attached a wisp of my demonic consciousness to it. She was silent for a long time. Then she bowed deeply to Yue Yuan. She didn't say thank you. She just turned and slowly walked out of the cave. When she reached the entrance, she paused for a step, but didn't look back. Old Yue, do you think you will find it? Yue Yuan was silent for a few breaths. Your son is tougher than you think. Since he was a child, he never cried when he fell, never complained when in pain. It's not because it didn't hurt. It's because he knew someone was waiting for him to come home. She swallowed these words, nodded, and walked out of the ancestors' cave. Moonlight fell upon her face. The tear tracks were not yet dry, but her steps had steadied. Liu Jingxi returned to Spirit Spring Valley on a rare, brilliantly sunny day. She emerged from the depths of Qingniu Mountain, and from afar, she saw the old pine at the valley's entrance still standing in its place, the mist of the formation rolling slowly under the sunlight. She took a deep breath, hitched the pack on her shoulder up half an inch, and strode towards the valley entrance. The Liu Clan member guarding the entrance saw her pause for a moment, then turned and ran into the valley, shouting as he ran, "The second miss is back." She smiled and greeted her clansmen all the way. First, she went to see Wan Shi, handing the earth-attributed resonant stone samples she had brought back from Luoxiao Ridge to her grandfather. She didn't know that Lei Jingqing had only quietly returned to the valley that morning, pretending nothing had happened, as he took the resonant stones, stroked his beard, and praised their good luster. She didn't think much of it. Then she asked where her elder brother was. Learning he was in secluded cultivation, breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refining, she nodded and said she would find him later. She went to see her young nephew and niece. Liu Yunqing and Liu Yunzhao were chasing a butterfly in the yard. Their eyes lit up when they saw her. One hugged her left leg, the other her right, calling out, second aunt, in a way that melted her heart. Then she asked where her elder brother was. Learning he was in secluded cultivation, breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refining, she nodded and said she would find him later. She went to see her young nephew, and she sighed with a smile and walked towards her own room. Pushing open the door, she saw the array diagram notes her grandfather had left for her on the table, along with that jar of osmanthus wine. A smile curved her lips. She picked them up and flipped through the notes, finding that every page was annotated with the positions where she was most prone to make mistakes and the corresponding correction methods. She pressed the notes against her chest, thinking she must bring her grandfather 2 extra jars of good wine on her next visit. Then she put the notes down and took a jade box from her storage pouch. The scarlet sunflower lay sealed within the jade box, its fiery red petals glowing with a subdued luster. Holding the jade box, she walked out of her room and headed towards the back mountain. At this hour, her younger brother was usually either at the training grounds or deep within the mine tunnels. But today the training grounds were empty and no one was under the old pine at the mine entrance. She searched through the valley but couldn't find him. She met a familiar clansman on the way and casually asked, "Where's Jingfeng?" The clansman shook his head, saying he hadn't seen him for a few days. She didn't press further and continued towards the back mountain. But a faint, indescribable unease rose in her heart, and her steps quickened unconsciously, until she ran into her 4th uncle Liu Chanfu. When 4th uncle saw her, he first smiled and said, "Second miss is back." Then he saw the jade box in her hands, and his smile slowly faded. "4th granduncle," she asked, "where is Jingfeng?" 4th uncle was silent for a moment, then told her what had happened. His voice was very soft, but every word drove into her ears like a nail. He had left. She stood under the jujube tree holding the jade box with the scarlet sunflower. The edges of the petals which she had just carefully polished in her room were slightly curled like a flame sealed beneath a layer of ice. Earlier she had joked about how her brother would have to thank her. Now she just wanted to shove the flower into his hands, asking for nothing in return. But he was already gone. She put the jade box away, carefully holding it against her chest tucked inside her clothes, placing it alongside the tortoise shell Uncle Tortoise had given her. She didn't cry. Her eyes were just red. She took a deep breath, nodded at fourth uncle, and said she understood. Her voice was steady, but her fingers gripping the jade box dug into her palm. She turned and walked towards her room, her steps not fast, but each one planted firmly. She paused under the jujube tree, reaching out to touch the dense pitted marks on the trunk, scars left by the water arrows she and her elder brother had practiced since childhood. Her younger brother had no spiritual root, but he too had his own marks carved into every blue stone slab of the training ground. Those marks were invisible, known only to him. She pushed open the door to her room and placed the jade box by her bedside. From outside the window came the laughter of her two little nephews chasing a butterfly. As she listened, her tears finally fell. She didn't wipe them away, letting them flow. She remembered how as children under this same jujube tree she would knock down withered leaves with a branch, while her brother squatted by the vegetable patch naming the ants. Uncle Tortoise had said it was nothing to worry about, and her brother had tried to comfort them in return. Now he had left alone carrying two blades, and she still hadn't managed to put the flower into his hands. She looked down at the tortoise shell for a long time. Then she dried her tears, stood up, pushed open the door, and headed for the back mount. A faint bluish-white light flowed slowly in the skylight of the ancestors' cave. She didn't yet know that her father had already given the Yinling blade to Jingfeng, nor how many tears her mother had shed in that cave that night. She simply walked to the cave entrance, looking at the old turtle lying on the blue stone slab with its eyes closed in meditation. She was silent for a long time. "I brought the scarlet sunflower back." Her voice was so soft it was like she was talking to herself. "When will he be back?" Yue Yuan slowly opened one tiny pea-sized eye, looking at the girl before him with swollen red-rimmed eyes, but standing straight as an arrow. She did not ask why they didn't wait for her return before letting him go. She did not complain that she had traveled 1,000 li to bring back the scarlet sunflower, only to find he was gone. She only asked a question that no one could answer. "This venerable one does not know." His voice was very soft, a stark contrast to his usual aloof tone. It sounded more like the tone he had used in the ancestors' cave years ago when he told Liu Tieshan, "What this venerable one does not believe in is the affairs of the world. But I gave him a piece of my shell. Within 10,000 li, if he calls out to the shell, this venerable one will hear it. If he truly encounters someone he cannot defeat, I will go to retrieve him." Lu Jingxi said nothing. She walked into the ancestors' cave and sat down by the stone platform, placing the jade box with the scarlet sunflower on the slab. Outside the cave, dusk was deepening. The mist from the spirit spring rolled slowly in the evening breeze, and from the distant training grounds came the faint sound of a blade cutting through the air. It was Liu Tieshan swinging his blade alone. With one of his two blades missing, the rhythm of his swings remained the same as before, yet the time he spent sheathing his blade was later than usual. After Lu Jingxi left the ancestral cave, fell silent once more. Yue Yuan lay on the bluestone slab, spreading his spiritual sense over 100 miles. He retracted his spiritual sense and pulled up the system panel. The clan fortune stood at 200 points. This sum had been lying on the panel since Lei Zenking's foundation establishment, and he had saved it for a long time, waiting for the right moment. Now the three children were each heading down their own paths. Jing Shu was about to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, moving towards foundation establishment. Jing, she was a genius in formations, and would eventually return to help him crack the seal deep within the mind's Jing Feng, was on a journey to seek a master carrying his tortoise shell and Yinling knife. The next generation of Lingquan Valley no longer needed his constant protection. However, the threat from the Bloodslaughter sect was approaching, and he needed stronger power. After much contemplation, he ultimately made the decision to prioritize the evolution of his bloodline. The last time he evolved from a common spirit beast to an extraordinary beast, he did not fall into a deep slumber, only experiencing intense pain, and he managed to stay fully conscious throughout. However, breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment required sleep, and with the Bloodslaughter sect potentially appearing at the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain at any moment, he could not afford to fall asleep at this time. He clicked yes. The evolution began. The net-like patterns on the tortoise shell lit up layer by layer, and a faint azure glow emanated from each line, illuminating the entire ancestral cave as if it were daylight. A violent pain erupted from the core of the tortoise shell, more intense than the last time he evolved from a common spirit. The bloodline refinement at the level of a spirit beast involved every bone and meridian in his body. He could feel his bones rearranging, his meridians expanding, and the patterns on the tortoise shell wildly growing. His body size did not change, but the patterns on the tortoise shell became denser, the surface's iron blue hue darkened, subtly reflecting a metallic sheen. After a cup of tea, the intense pain gradually subsided. The system's notification sound rang continuously. Evolution completed. Extraordinary beast, spirit beast. Clan fortune consumed 200 points, 0 points. The lifespan limit increased from 1,000 years to 2,000 years. Physical defense significantly enhanced. The Xianshui indestructible body automatically upgraded to the 2nd layer. The recorded attribute types doubled from 3 to 6, and the rebound damage and tortoiseshell shockwave considerably increased. Gained the new divine ability Qian Sword Array, which condenses water attribute true essence into 9 water swords capable of forming a sword array in a water prison to stack attacks on the trapped enemy. Each water swords attack power rivals that of a full force strike from early foundation establishment, and 9 swords unleashed together can slay those in late foundation establishment. Gained the new talent Spirit Water Escape Technique, an upgraded version of the Water Escape Technique, increasing the teleportation distance from 50 zhang to 100 zhang, reducing the cooldown time from 15 minutes to half a cup of tea, and allowing for the creation of a water clone that lasts for several breaths to confuse enemies after teleportation. Qian Shui True Solution automatically advanced the grade, upgraded to low grade 3rd tier, the training efficiency increased from 5 times to 8 times, and the resonance with the Spirit Spring doubled, totaling 16 times. The range of his spiritual sense expanded from 100 miles to 150 miles. He reviewed his new abilities, and a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his Mung bean-like eyes. With the cultivation level of mid-foundation establishment paired with a spirit beast level bloodline, there were only a handful of entities within the foundation establishment realm of the entire Yue kingdom that could contend with him directly. The second layer of the Qian Shui indestructible body combined with the Qian Shui spirit armor and the tortoise-breathing true art operating in reverse boosted his defense to a level where even he was unsure of the upper limit. The Qian Shui sword array added a complete attack system beyond the water prison and Gue Shui true thunder. The Spirit Water Escape Technique elevated his mobility to a new level, and the confusing effect of the water clone in actual combat was equivalent to having an extra life. Early the next morning, Lei Zhongqing entered the ancestral cave leaning on a probing staff. He had just returned from the direction of falling Sunset Ridge a few days ago, and had yet to report. Early the next morning, Lei Zhongqing entered the ancestral cave leaning on a probing staff. He had just returned from the direction of falling Sunset Ridge a few days ago, and had yet to report in detail to Yue Yuan about what he had seen and heard along the way. He briefly recounted his experiences following Liu Jingxi for over 2 months, from Qingstone Gathering to meeting Shen Luo at the waterfall, from the Foundation Establishment cave residence to the insights on formations deep within falling Sunset Ridge, as well as the rogue hyena he had dealt with. When speaking of Ma Shun's curses before his death, his tone was very flat, only wiping the lightning patterns on the probing staff with an old cloth. When mentioning Shen Luo, he specifically remarked, "The friends that girl Jingxi has are not simple at all. That girl had only just parted ways, yet she was accompanied by a late Foundation Establishment protector, and I faintly sensed an extremely subtle, dangerous aura. There were no hidden auras from the other side, as if they were confident." He had not approached at the time, fearing to expose his movements, and could only watch from a distance as Shen Luo restored her original appearance and conversed with the figure in black. The specific content was unclear, but judging by their postures, the identity and status of that herbalist female cultivator were far above that of the late Foundation Establishment protector. Yue Yuan fell silent for a few breaths. A young female cultivator who could have a late Foundation Establishment cultivator as a guard was a privilege only the core disciples of the 3 major Golden Core sects could enjoy throughout the entire Yue kingdom. He did not say much, just memorized Shen Luo's name in his heart, then spoke, "Let's talk about the Blood Slaughter sect." Lei Jingxing put down the probing staff, his tone becoming serious. He had deliberately taken a detour to Blackstone City on his way back and obtained the latest intelligence summary from his informants. The Blood Slaughter sect's hunting teams had already appeared in several locations within the Yue kingdom, gathering all information regarding Foundation Establishment and Golden Core demonic beasts. Yue Yuan remained silent for a few breaths, mentally threading together all recent information about the Blood Slaughter sect. From the earliest report from the informants in Blackstone City about collecting the blood essence of demonic beasts to the intelligence from Wang Yun Peak stating 2 Foundation Establishment families were swallowed to the information brought back by Lei Jingxing today. The speed of the Blood Slaughter sect's advance was faster than he had anticipated, and their targeting was stronger than expected. They hunted demonic beasts without regard for species or cultivation level, draining the blood essence of all beasts above Foundation Establishment and leaving their corpses behind. The Qian Shui spirit tortoise of Lingquan Valley was the only known Foundation Establishment demonic beast at the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain, and it was exactly the type the Blood Slaughter sect excelled at, dealing with, dwelling in a fixed location, solitary, and with a definite lair. He did not panic, but began to devise countermeasures. His spiritual sense covered a radius of 150 miles. As soon as the hunting team stepped into this area, he could immediately lock onto their numbers, cultivation levels, and routes. His mountain protection array had been upgraded multiple times in Lei Zhongqing's hands, and was now nearing the 3rd tier, with a quasi 3rd tier concealment array and rock armor array, making it impossible for anyone below the peak of Foundation Establishment to find the valley entrance. If the Blood Slaughter sect was determined to obtain his blood essence, they would eventually send out Golden Core level cultivators. By that time, Foundation Establishment level formations and combat strength. However, he also knew that it was only a matter of time. The hunting teams could be repelled once, twice, or 3 times, but the nascent soul forces behind the Blood Slaughter sect would not give up simply because a few hunting teams were wiped out. If the Blood Slaughter sect was determined to obtain his blood essence, they would eventually send out Golden Core level cultivators. By that time, Foundation Establishment level formations and combat strength would no longer be sufficient. Before that, he recalled his thoughts, "I must do my utmost to strengthen my power or establish connections with the 3 major Golden Core sects." This is not a boast, it is a calm calculation. Only by stepping into the Golden Core stage will I truly possess the capital to confront the Bloodslaughter sect Heathen. The path to Golden Core requires clan fortune, a substantial amount of clan fortune. He needed the next generation of the Liu family to grow quickly, Liu Jingshu to break through foundation establishment, Liu Jing, she to become a third-tier formation master, and Liu Yunqing and Liu Yunzhang to successfully awaken their spirits. All of these would bring him clan fortune. There was still time before the Bloodslaughter sect's army pressed down, and he must seize every second to enhance his own and his family's strength. After Lei Zhengqing left, Yue Yuan lay alone in the ancestral cave, sweeping his spiritual sense over a radius of 150 miles. The formation at the valley entrance operated normally. The mine was brightly lit. Liu Tieshan was still swinging his knife in the training ground, and the light in Liu Jing's room was still on. She was probably still staring blankly at the jade box. The outskirts of Qingniu Mountain were temporarily calm, with no unusual auras approaching. He retracted his spiritual sense and pulled up the system panel. The clan fortune had returned to 0, and the panel was empty. But he knew this was only temporary. The Bloodslaughter sect was both his threat and his opportunity. If he could survive this game and sever the Bloodslaughter sect's reaching hand towards the Due kingdom, the clan fortune he could obtain would be no less than that from the extermination of the Mu family. He needed to wait to endure, to prepare everything that could be prepared, and then strike with certainty. He shrank his head into the tortoise shell and closed his eyes. Starting tomorrow, the alert level of Linquan Valley would be raised to the highest. All clan members going out must travel in pairs or more. The mining range would be restricted to the core area, and the valley entrance formation would switch from alert mode to defense mode. He had come from a tiny turtle at the bottom of the lake to where he was today, never relying on luck. He needed to steadily cross this hurdle as well. Deep within the ancestral cave, Yue Yuan kept his eyes closed, yet his spiritual sense remained active. He repeatedly scanned the stone wall deep in the mine tunnel. The seal was still there, and the fire attribute spiritual energy was still pulsating slowly, but its frequency had quickened slightly compared to last month. The Bloodslaughter sect was out there hunting demonic beasts, while beneath Qingniu Mountain lay a concealed danger that could explode at any time. Right now he was in a spirit beast body formidable within the Foundation establishment realm, but if he truly had to face both the Bloodslaughter sect and that unknown entity underground at the same time, he could not claim to be absolutely certain. He needed to be faster. The next time he accumulated enough clan fortune, he would immediately break through to late Foundation establishment. Before that, he needed to hold every card he could in his hands. It was also time to find an opportunity for Jingxi to investigate this line concerning Shenluo. In the early morning, a streak of water light broke through the air from the direction of Haishi City, landing directly beneath the entrance of the old ancestor's cave. Yue Yuan unfolded the communication talisman only to find it was not the usual hurried scrawl of a few lines, but a densely packed summary of intelligence. It is rare for informants to transmit so much information at once unless a significant event has occurred. He scanned through the entries one by one. The first few were routine intelligence. The Blood Fiend sect search teams were frequently active in the northern part of Yunzhou. 2 small families near the border of the Great Yu Kingdom had voluntarily submitted themselves, and the Xianyu Sword sect's outer sect was recently recruiting wandering cultivators with much looser conditions than in previous years. He was aware of all this. However, the last entry made him pause. 3 months ago, a Foundation establishment family with the surname Duan in northern Yunzhou was exterminated by the Blood Fiend sect on the grounds of colluding with demonic beasts. The Duan family had established roots in northern Yunzhou for nearly 200 years, with a mid-Foundation establishment elder and 3 early Foundation establishment elders among them. While not the strongest, they had deep foundations. The Blood Fiend sect's search team surrounded the Duan family estate for 3 whole days, draining the essence blood of the Duan family's guardian spirit beast after breaking their formation, slaying all 4 Foundation establishment members of the Duan family, while the Qi refining stage members either died or scattered. The entire process was swift and decisive, mirroring their previous methods of swallowing other Foundation establishment families. However, unlike before, the Duan family seemed to have anticipated the siege. An informant had obtained a piece of news from a trader in northern Yunzhou half a month before the Duan family was exterminated. They had secretly dispatched a small team from the estate heading south with an unknown destination. Leading the team was the most outstanding direct descendant of the younger generation Duan Heng, a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator with a golden spiritual root who had just turned 25 this year. The team consisted of only 3 members: himself, an old servant in the late Qi refining stage, and a formation master from a branch of the Duan family. The 3 disguised themselves as wandering cultivators traveling light, and no one knew what was stored in their bags. The informant had expended much effort to trace this lead, ultimately prying out critical information from a wandering cultivator who had once served the Duan family before being exterminated. The Duan family had transferred a batch of core inheritance secrets into the territory of the Great Yu Kingdom, with a hiding place located southwest of Qingniu Mountain, approximately 700 to 800 miles from Linquan Valley. Among those items, the most important was a Duan family pill manual, a second-tier high-grade alchemy inheritance that detailed the entire refining process of Foundation establishment pills, from material selection, ratio, fire control, to the timing of pill collection, with detailed annotations for each step. However, this information was not exclusive. The informant noted at the end of the intelligence at least 2 Foundation establishment factions in northern Yunzhou were also pursuing the whereabouts of this inheritance, one of which had already sent spies into the territory of the Great Yu Kingdom. After the news of the Duan family's extermination spread, it was not just one family that became aware of this inheritance, everyone was eager for this piece of meat. However, due to the complex terrain around Qingniu Mountain and the presence of demonic beasts, no one had yet been able to find the exact hiding place. At the end of the communication talisman was a fragmentary map sketched with spiritual power. The map marked the last known location of the Duan family's small team and several possible hiding routes, with the southernmost marker located near Qingniu Town southwest of Qingniu Mountain. The edges of the map had several tiers indicating it had been torn from a larger map, missing critical geographical references. Yue Yuan pushed the communication talisman aside, a glint of sharp light flashing in his green beam-like eyes. The weight of the complete refining process for Foundation establishment pills was something every Foundation establishment family in the Great Yu Kingdom could grasp. The reason why Foundation establishment pills had a price, but were unavailable in the marketplace, was that the complete refining process was tightly held by major sects and families. Wandering cultivators wishing to obtain one had to either gamble everything at an auction house or sell themselves to a sect for a pill. If this Duan family pill manual were genuine, Linquan Valley would be able to refine Foundation establishment pills on its own in the future, and Liu Jingxi, and future generations of the Liu family wouldn't have to look to the sect for their Foundation establishment needs. When Lei Jingqing tried to break through to Foundation establishment back in the day, it was because he lacked a Foundation establishment pill that he was stuck for 3 years, only succeeding after relying on the goodwill of Su Henian and Yue Yuan to purchase a pill. If Linquan Valley had its own Foundation establishment pills back, then he wouldn't have had to wait so long. However, if this information is false, or if the hiding place has already been seized by other factions, sending people would be a wasted trip, and they might even run into the Bloodfiend sect's search teams. He needed to determine whether this opportunity was genuine, or if someone was using the news of the Duan family's extermination as a trap. He summoned Lei Jingqing and Liu Tieshan to the old ancestors' cave, handing the intelligence over to them for review. After reading, Lei Jingqing remained silent for a long time, his fingers unconsciously rubbing over the lightning patterns on the probing staff. When he tried to break through to Foundation establishment, he had been stuck for 3 years due to a lack of a Foundation establishment pill. No one understood the weight of this pill manual better than him. He needed to clarify why the Duan family had provoked the Bloodfiend sect. If this was not it, but he also reminded Yue Yuan that the extermination of the Duan family itself was suspicious. The Bloodfiend sect usually subdued Foundation establishment families first before draining them, rarely exterminating them directly. He needed to clarify why the Duan family had provoked the Bloodfiend sect. If this was not investigated, clearly recklessly seeking their inheritance could pose risks. Yue Yuan nodded. This was also a question he was contemplating. He had studied the Bloodfiend sect style of conduct. Their aims in swallowing Foundation establishment families were never to kill, but to collect demonic beast essence blood and expand their power. Exterminating a family would be a waste of resources and could easily incite panic among other Foundation establishment families, detrimental to subsequent annexations. Yet they had gone all out against the Duan family, killing all 4 Foundation establishment members and scattering the Qi refining stage members, which was not typical of the Bloodfiend sect's usual practices. Unless the Duan family possessed something that made it necessary for them to silence them completely. He reread the informant's intelligence word for word, his gaze stopping at the phrase exterminated on the grounds of colluding with demonic beasts. He had seen this accusation before. It was a standard excuse used by the Bloodfiend sect to silence other factions. However, the Duan family had fought desperately for 3 whole days before their formation was broken, indicating they had been resisting fiercely before being surrounded. A normal Foundation establishment family, if merely accused of colluding with demonic beasts, should have reacted by negotiating, appealing, or seeking powerful allies to mediate rather than fighting to the death. The Duan family from the very beginning knew they had no room for negotiation. They understood that what the Bloodfiend sect wanted was something they could not provide nor dared to provide. That night, another communication talisman flew in from the direction of Haishi City. This time, it was not a routine report from the informant, but an additional note the informant attached at the end of the intelligence. The handwriting was different from before, clearly added after the intelligence was completed with darker ink than the main text, but the informant said that after sending the previous piece of intelligence, a stranger who appeared to be a wandering cultivator found him at his shop in the marketplace. The person wore a gray robe with a hood obscuring their face, and from their voice, it seemed to be a young woman. She placed a jade slip on the counter and said one sentence before leaving: "Give this to your ancestor. Wanling Valley owes him a favor, no need to repay." Inside the jade slip was only a very brief piece of text without a signature or date, but the content sent chills down the informant's spine. The Bloodfiend sect hunted demonic beasts to extract their essence blood for the purpose of refining transformation pills. Transformation pills are crucial auxiliary pills for golden core cultivators aiming to break through to nascent soul, with one of the required materials being a large amount of high-tier demonic beast essence blood. The nascent soul powers behind them had been attempting to improve the formula for transformation pills, but had never succeeded, producing only incomplete products. Although these incomplete products were not as effective as genuine transformation pills, they could still provide some assistance during the nascent soul breakthrough, but with significant side effects ranging from meridian damage to potentially going mad. Even so, for those who had been stuck at the peak of golden core for hundreds of years and were nearing the end of their lifespan, these incomplete products were a tempting gamble. The Blood Fiend sect used this as leverage to gain the tacit approval of the local nascent soul forces in Yunzhou. The Duan family was exterminated because their ancestral pill manual recorded a purification method that could neutralize the violent essence of the myriad beast's blood. The Blood Fiend sect demanded the Duan family's ancestor use this method to help them improve the transformation pills, but during the trial process, the Duan family's ancestor discovered the truth behind the side effects of the incomplete products and refused to continue cooperating. He knew that regardless of whether the improvement was successful, once that nascent soul, true monarch learned of the existence of the side effects, everyone involved would be silenced. The Duan family was doomed either way, so they chose to refuse. That is why they were exterminated. The Blood Fiend sect would rather not have the Duan family's submission than to leave them alive, because the Duan family knew too much. Among the inheritance the Duan family secretly transferred before their extermination, in addition to the Duan family pill manual, were also the complete experimental records of the Duan family's ancestors' refusal to cooperate. This record served as irrefutable evidence for the Blood Fiend sect's use of incomplete transformation pills to poison the cultivators of Yunzhou. Yue Yuan set the communication talisman down and remained silent for a long time. The source wording, and that phrase "Wanling Valley owes him a favor, no need to repay," all pointed in the same direction. The young woman who delivered the message did not deliberately hide her identity, nor did she actively disclose it. She was merely conveying a message and passing along a sentence. The value of this intelligence far exceeded the intelligence itself. It indicated that Wanling Valley, one of the three major Golden Core sects, was already aware of the Blood Fiend sect's secrets and had chosen to share this information with Linquan Valley. Not through formal diplomatic channels, but via a network of wandering cultivators and an unsigned jade slip. This implied that Wanling Valley was wary of something. They could not publicly oppose the Blood Fiend sect, but they also did not want the Blood Fiend sect to act at will in the Great Yu Kingdom. He mentally reviewed this information before making a decision. From any angle, the Duan family's inheritance was worth the risk for Linquan Valley. However, judging by the Blood Fiend sect's movements, their search teams were already active around Qingniu Mountain. Sending people was possible, but they had to be discreet. Liu Jingxi was the most suitable candidate. She had just returned from Luoxiao Ridge, and as a second-tier formation master, she could discern the traces of formations at hiding places. Furthermore, her identity had not been exposed, so even if she encountered people from other factions, she would not easily attract attention. However, this time Lei Zhanqing could no longer follow her in secret. He needed to oversee the mountain protection formation at the valley entrance. He decided to send the contact person from Haishi City to accompany her. The contact person was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, had been in Haishi City for many years, and was familiar with the terrain and power distribution around Qingniu Mountain. While he was planning the route, a light green communication talisman flew in from outside the valley, landing on the windowsill of Liu Jingxi's room. It was from Xinluo. The content was simple. The intelligence network of Wanling Valley recently intercepted some information regarding the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain. I thought of you being over there, and wanted to remind you recently many wandering cultivators have been inquiring about the Duan family's inheritance near Haishi City. Someone is offering high prices for clues from all sorts of sources. If you encounter any trouble, mention my name. It should still carry weight around Haishi City. Of course, whether or not to wade into this murky water is up to you. I'm just giving you a heads up to prevent you from being swindled while helping others gather spirit stones. Liu Jingxi entered the old ancestor's cave with the communication talisman and read the content aloud. After listening, Yue Yuan said nothing further, only instructing her to keep Shen Luo's communication talisman safe. He did not tell Liu Jingxi about the jade slip. Shen Luo taking the initiative to pass along this hint likely meant more than the bond that girl had formed with Liu Jingxi at Luoxiao Ridge was beginning to bloom in a way he had yet to fully comprehend. Jingxi, on this trip to Qingniu Town, you may encounter people from Wanling Valley. If you encounter Shen Luo herself, you can reveal some information about Linquan Valley, letting her know you have a complete Foundation establishment family backing you. Wanling Valley is one of the three major Golden Core sects. If you can take this opportunity to establish a connection with Shen Luo, Linquan Valley would have a dialogue channel at the Golden Core sect level. He paused, but you should gauge your words carefully. What to say and what not to say, you should have a sense of it. Liu Jingxi nodded. She did not ask many questions, simply keeping Shen Luo's communication talisman safe. That evening she left Linquan Valley again with a simple traveling bag. This time her destination was Qingniu Town, about 4 days' journey from the valley entrance. Accompanying her was the contact person from Haishi City. Before her departure, Yue Yuan gave her a demonic recognition imprint. It was not forcibly implanted, but a voluntary imprint between him and Lei Zhanqing that allowed communication through consciousness over 1,000 miles. The contact person took the demonic recognition imprint with a serious expression, knowing it represented the old ancestors' trust and responsibility. The map is incomplete. Assess the route yourself. When encountering people from other factions, do not engage directly. I'll retreat first. If Shen Luo is present, you can trust her, but don't trust her completely. If anything is uncertain, relay the message back at any time. Liu Jingxi placed the demonic recognition imprint on her wrist, nodded, and turned to head southwest. Inside the old ancestors' cave, Yue Yuan lay on the bluestone slab, extending his spiritual awareness toward the southwest. He was uncertain about what this batch of inheritance contained, but the intelligence sent by Shen Luo made him more vigilant. The Blood Fiend sect was searching not just for demonic beast essence blood, but also for the experimental records hidden away by the Duan family. If Linquan Valley could find this batch of inheritance first, they could not only obtain the complete recipe for Foundation Establishment pills, but also acquire irrefutable evidence to restrain the Blood Fiend sect. The risk was greater than previously anticipated, but the potential rewards were also higher than expected. And the lead Shen Luo provided was thicker than he had previously estimated. The bond that girl had formed with Liu Jingxi at Luoxiao Ridge was gradually weaving into a net in a manner he had yet to fully see through. He closed his eyes and operated the Xian Shui true solution to its utmost. Every breath within a radius of 150 miles was clearly presented in his spiritual awareness. The Blood Fiend sect was in the open, while Linquan Valley remained hidden. In this game of chess, he still held the initiative. Within half an hour of Liu Jingxi's departure, the news had spread among the core members of Spirit Spring Valley. Lei Xiaowan was the first to know. Carrying freshly made osmanthus cakes to deliver to Yue Yuan at the ancestral cave, she overheard Lei Zhengxing discussing the Duan clan's alchemy legacy, with him mentioning that Jingxi had already set off for Bluestone Town. Carrying freshly made osmanthus cakes to deliver to Yue Yuan at the ancestral cave, she overheard Lei Zhengxing discussing the Duan clan's alchemy legacy, with him mentioning that Jingxi had already set off for Bluestone Town. Liu Tieshan was silent for a few breaths after hearing it. He wiped his ink-black blade clean and sheathed it, only asking she went alone. There's also a contact from Blackstone City. Liu Tieshan asked no further questions. But Lei Xiaowan noticed his wiping motion was half a beat slower than usual. She could read his thoughts at a glance. He was thinking of when Jingfeng had left, also alone. Now Jingxi had gone too. A father might not say it aloud, but worry weighed heavy in his heart. As they spoke, footsteps echoed from the mine tunnel. Liu Jingshu had emerged from seclusion. He had just stepped out of the meditation chamber, his Qi refinement layer 9 aura still unstable, his face etched with the fatigue of days in isolation. He had intended to find something to eat in the kitchen, but spotted both parents at the training ground on the way, so he walked over to greet them. Then he sensed the tense atmosphere. His father's blade wiping was slower than usual, his mother's eyes were rimmed with red, and his maternal grandfather was not at the formation's core. What happened? Lei Xiaowan recounted the situation. Liu Jingshu did not speak immediately. He put down the dry rations in his hand, stood up, and walked toward the ancestral cave. Inside the ancestral cave, Liu Jingshu stood before Yue Yuan and cut straight to the point. Uncle Tortoise, let me go after Jingxi. I'm her elder brother at Qi refinement layer 9, who's stronger than she is. If she runs into trouble out there, I can protect her. Lei Xiaowan followed him in and stood beside Liu Jingshu. Her voice was calm, but the faint redness still lingered in her eyes. Old Yue, I'm worried about her too. As they spoke, footsteps echoed from the mine tunnel. Liu Jingshu had emerged from seclusion. He had just stepped out of the meditation chamber, his Qi refinement layer 9 aura still. Yue Yuan lay on the ancestral stone, gazing at the mother and son before him. Liu Jingshu's expression mirrored Liu Tieshan's, sparing with words, but each one carried weight. Lei Xiaowan's eyes were still red. Her son had just left, and now her daughter was venturing out. A mother's heart could hardly bear the relentless chain of worries. He was silent for a few breaths, then slowly spoke. Jingshu, you've just broken through to Qi refinement layer 9, and your cultivation is indeed higher than your sister's. But is Qi refinement layer 9 enough? This matter involves more than just the legacy of a Foundation Establishment clan. The Blood Fiend sect is eyeing the Duan clan's treasures, and at least 2 other Foundation Establishment forces are chasing the same lead. If you catch up, how many Foundation Establishment cultivators can you block for her? Liu Jingshu said nothing, his fingers by his side, slowly clenching. Yue Yuan turned to Lei Xiaowan, his tone softer than usual, and you've just broken through to Qi refinement grand perfection, your combat power among the top in the Qi refinement stage. But your role is the steward of Spirit Spring Valley, Liu Tieshan's wife and mother to 3 children. If something happens to you, what about Tieshan? Jingfeng is out seeking his path, Jingxi is out seeking the legacy, and if you leave 2, who remains in Spirit Spring Valley? Lei Xiaowan's lips moved as if to speak, but she swallowed her words. She knew Yue Yuan was right. That was precisely why she had volunteered. She wanted to share her daughter's burden, to do more for this family. But she also knew that at this level of conflict, Qi refinement cultivation was truly insignificant. Yue Yuan used a thread of water to roll the osmanthus cakes by the cave entrance, took a bite, chewed, and swallowed before speaking. This lord will go personally. The 3 of them looked up at him simultaneously. Lei Xiaowan blurted out, Old Yue, if you leave, what about Spirit Spring Valley? Lei Jingxing will be here. A top-tier Tier 2 formation master with Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivation. The quasi-Tier 3 maze formation and armor shell formation would keep even a Foundation Establishment grand perfection cultivator searching for a long time. Spirit Spring Valley will be fine for a short while. This lord's journey isn't solely for Jingxi either. If she truly encounters the Duan clan's legacy, that's her fortune. This lord won't seize it. But if she runs into the Blood Fiend sect's search party's other Foundation Establishment forces, or if the legacy's hiding place holds dangers beyond her cultivation level. He paused. This lord doesn't want her to become another Jingfeng. At these words, the tears finally slipped down Lei Xiaowan's cheeks. Yet she didn't sob, only fiercely wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. Yue Yuan looked at her, his tone regaining its usual indifference. This lord may not excel at much, but protecting his own is second nature. That girl Jingxi is clever. This lord will watch from afar, only showing himself, if absolutely necessary. But if some fool dares to lay a hand on her. A cold glint flashed in his tiny black eyes. This lord will protect Liu Tieshan's daughter, just as he protected Liu Tieshan back then. He swallowed the last of the osmanthus cake, and lay back down on the green stone slab. After this lord leaves maintain the highest alert level in Spirit Spring Valley. Switch the valley entrance formation to defensive mode, restrict mining to the core area, and all clan members are not to leave unless necessary. If the Bloodfiend sect search party approaches the valley, do not engage first. Activate the maze formation to trap them outside. For emergencies beyond handling, immediately send a message through the beast's soul imprint to this lord. He turned to Lei Jingqing. Old Lei, the valley is in your hands. Lei Jingqing nodded, leaning on his pulse-detecting. I've guarded the valley's formations for over 30 years. I could repair them with my eyes closed. Yue Yuan glanced at Liu Jingshu again. Jingshu, you've just broken through. Focus on stabilizing your realm. While this lord is away, take on more of the valley's daily management. Your mother can't handle it alone. Liu Jingshu was silent for a moment, then nodded. Uncle Tortoise, bring Jingxi back. Nonsense. When has this lord ever returned empty-handed? That night Yue Yuan did not alert anyone else. He shrank his body to the size of a fist, slipped into the mountain stream along the irrigation ditch, and extended his spiritual sense southwest. Liu Jingxi and the contact had been traveling for half a day. If he pushed himself, he could catch up in no time. The stream flowed past the old pine at the valley entrance, moonlight scattering through the leaves into a cascade of silver on the water. He surfaced and glanced back at Spirit Spring Valley. The mist from the valley's formation churned slowly in the moonlight. The old pine stood firm. The training ground's lights had gone out, leaving only a faint bluish-white glow seeping from the skylight of the ancestral cave. Lei Xiaowan stood by the skylight, still holding the plate of undelivered osmanthus cakes. She didn't wave to him, only he turned back and sped southwestward along the current. From a palm-sized turtle at the bottom of a lake to a Foundation establishment mid-stage spirit beast, it had taken him far too many years. Back then he had protected Liu Tieshan, cutting down enemies from the Zhao clan to the Mu clan, from the Mu clan to the Wang clan. Every time they came to his doorstep, and he fought in defense. Later he began to strike first, racing 1,000 li to annihilate the Wang clan, venturing alone to Greenwood Ridge to purge the remnants of the Mu clan. He thought that was protection, nipping threats in the bud. But eventually he realized true protection wasn't about blocking all dangers for them. It was about standing behind them, letting them know they weren't alone until they were strong enough to face the world on their own. He gave Liu Tieshan an ink-black blade, Liu Jingxi a piece of his molted shell, and Liu Jingfeng a living armor. He taught Liu Jingshu how to manage a clan, Liu Jingxi how to sense heaven and earth's spiritual energy through formation patterns, and Liu Jingfeng how to keep walking forward at the edge of the abyss. This time, he went personally, not just for the Duan clan's alchemy legacy and experimental records. He also wanted to probe the thread involving Shenluo. In the night the stream churned a razor-thin line of white. The fist-sized turtle shadow sped silently underwater, the web-like patterns on its shell gleaming with a cold luster in the moonlight piercing through the water's surface. This time, he went personally, not just for the Duan clan's alchemy legacy and experimental records. He also wanted to probe the thread involving Shenluo. What exactly was Wanling Valley scheming? How far had the Bloodfiend sect refined their nascent soul pill formula? The answers to these questions might be hidden in the batch of legacies the Duan clan had concealed. But more importantly, he wanted to tell that girl. The one whose grandfather used to tap her hand, who drew formation diagrams in the pouring rain, who traveled 1,000 li to bring back a red sunflower, only to find her brother already gone. Don't be afraid, Uncle Tortoise is here. Southwestward to Bluestone Town. The Duan clan's legacy, the secrets of the Bloodfiend sect, and the Tier 2 formation master racing along the road. He was coming. On the evening of the next day, Liu Jingxi and her contact arrived at Qingniu Town. Qingniu Town was larger than the Qingniu gathering they had passed before, and could be considered a proper cultivation town. The town featured several main streets paved with stone slabs lined with a few pill shops, spiritual material stores, and a market organized spontaneously by scattered cultivators. The cultivation level of the passing cultivators was clearly a notch higher than those in the lawless zone, and occasionally one could see Foundation establishment cultivators walking down the streets. There were quite a few unfamiliar scattered cultivators in the town, some wearing standard robes, while others had hats hiding their faces. The tea stalls were much livelier than usual, with almost every table occupied discussing mostly the Duan family's inheritance. The contact lowered his voice and told Liu Jingxi that at least 1/3 of these people were not here for the inheritance, but someone in Haishi City was offering a high price for clues about the location of the Duan family's hiding place. Regardless of its truthfulness, anyone providing valid information could claim spirit stones. Liu Jingxi did not ask further. She chose a spot in the corner to sit down, ordered a bowl of cool tea, and began to listen discreetly to the scattered cultivators' casual conversations. This was what her grandfather had taught her in the circle of scattered cultivators. The easiest way to extract information was not by asking directly, but by letting others talk voluntarily. After sitting in the tea stall for over half an hour, she had a general understanding of the situation around Qingniu Town. Two Foundation establishment forces were pursuing the Duan family's inheritance. One was the Zhong family from Qingniu Mountain in northern Yunzhou, led by a mid-Foundation establishment ancestor with at least 5 latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators. The other was the Han family from Baishur Slope in the Great Yu Kingdom, with the early Foundation establishment, head Han Baishan, accompanied by 3 latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators and a formation master. Both families had set up their eyes in Qingniu Town, and there had already been friction between them, although they had not yet come to open conflict. As for the specific hiding place of the Duan family's inheritance, no one had found any concrete clues yet. On the second day after arriving at Qingniu Town, the contact bid farewell to Liu Jingxi. Second missed the clues marked on the map, lead only to Qingniu Town. I am not familiar with the terrain and the distribution of forces further ahead, and following you might expose your identity as a formation master. I will check a few nearby gathering points of scattered cultivators to see if I can pry any useful information from the informants. We will meet here in 3 days. Liu Jingxi nodded. She took the spirit imprint from her wrist and handed it to him. This was given to her by Uncle Gue before they set off, and now that the contact was going to act alone, Uncle Gue would know if any trouble arose. The contact took the spirit imprint and reattached it to his wrist, blending into the crowd of the market with his old storage bag. After the contact left, Liu Jingxi did not remain idle. During the day, she surveyed the terrain around Qingniu Town, and at night, she sketched her findings into a simple map. Her grandfather had taught her that in unfamiliar places the first thing to do was not to look for clues, but to find an escape route. She discovered 3 routes for a quick retreat in the outskirts of Qingniu Town, one of which followed the mountain stream upstream, leading directly to a complex rocky area. If it came to setting up formations to fend off enemies, that would be the best choice. 3 days later, the contact returned on time, bringing back an important clue. He had pried from an informant someone had seen an entrance to a mine concealed by a formation located deep within an abandoned mining area 70 miles south of Qingniu Town. The spiritual energy fluctuations in that area differed slightly from the surrounding environment, as if something was deliberately hidden. The informant did not dare to go himself, fearing both the presence of beasts and encounters with other forces. But he was certain that the formation was not naturally formed. Liu Jingxi unfolded her simple map and marked a point according to the contact's description. The terrain of the abandoned mining area was more complex than that around Qingniu Town, with the mine entrance deep within the area, surrounded by the remnants of landslides and abandoned mine junctions. If that was indeed the location where the Duan family's inheritance was hidden, the Duan family's formation master would have used the original structure of the mine to set up defensive formations. For her, that was actually a good thing, as the fixed structure of the mine would make the nodes of the formation easier to predict. She put away the simple map and took out the 9 formation flags from her storage bag to check them. Each flagpole had been polished smooth for her ease of use, and the formation patterns on the flags were carved by her own hand with curves that had been repeatedly modified in the torrential rain of Luoxia Ridge, now looking particularly familiar. The contact nodded. He did not ask, "Can you handle it alone?" because he had dealt with the Liu family for many years and knew that Liu Tieshan's daughter never needed such questions. The two of them left Qingniu Town and headed south along the mountain path. The night roads were treacherous, with the moonlight completely obscured by the treetops and only a few strands of silver light occasionally leaking through the gaps in the leaves. After walking for nearly an hour with less than 10 miles left to the abandoned mining area, a faint sound of a spell breaking through the air suddenly came from ahead. The contact halted, first gesturing for Liu Jingxi to hide in place. He lowered his body and crept forward for a while, then retreated shortly, after looking rather grim. A fight has broken out ahead. It seems to be a group of scattered cultivators turning on each other. The cause appears to be unequal distribution of loot. A few injured ones are running out, being pursued, and still fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, a few sharp sounds of magical artifacts clashing came from the dense forest ahead, followed by a series of short cries and several coarse curses. Several scattered cultivators emerged from the bushes, still dripping blood from their magical artifacts, cursing as they picked through the spoils. They were dressed in various rough robes without any unified insignia, clearly a temporary team of scattered cultivators hastily assembled in Qingniu Town. Liu Jingxi crouched behind a rock, remaining silent. Such temporary teams of scattered cultivators were quite common in lawless areas, usually fighting individually and forming temporary alliances when there were profits to be made. They had come to Qingniu Town mostly for the bounty on the Duan family's inheritance, but since they had not acquired the bounty, they had turned on each other over the distribution of loot. She was just preparing to wait for that group to move further away before continuing on her way when she suddenly heard a very faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind. It was not a scattered cultivator. The footsteps were light and intentionally suppressed, and if she had not habitually extended her spiritual sense around her, when pausing, she would not have noticed at all. A shadow silently darted out from the dense forest, moving extremely fast, directly lunging towards the contact's back. The assailant appeared human, at least for a brief moment, before attacking. With a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, his movements were strange, wielding a pair of short blades that glimmered with a ghostly green sheen, the blade tips aimed at the contact's neck. "Behind you," Liu Jingxi shouted sharply as her left hand flicked out 3 formation flags, embedding them into the mud 3 steps behind the contact. The moment the flags landed, a water blue light barrier rose abruptly, and the shadow's short blade struck fiercely against the barrier, producing a harsh metallic grinding sound. The ambusher missed his strike, twisting his body in midair in an unnatural manner, landing behind a withered tree 3 zhang away. In the moonlight, his face became clear. He was in his 30s with high cheekbones and a hint of a smirk at the corner of his lips. He rummaged through the old storage bag that he had just cut from the contact's waist, discovering only a few low-grade spirit stones and 2 low-tier talismans, causing the smile on his face to freeze. Penny pincher. He casually tossed the storage bag to the ground, his gaze passing over the contact to Liu Jingxi, sizing up the branch artifact tied to her waist with cloth strips and the formation flag still in her hand. A scattered formation master with latest Qi refinement cultivation and a bulging storage bag was worth far more than the previous few worthless ones. I originally planned to kill one and be done with it, but unexpectedly there's a pleasant surprise. Hand over the storage bag of the formation master behind you, and he'll let you go. The contact did not speak. He slowly retreated, standing 3 steps in front of Liu Jingxi. He did not turn back, only lowering his voice. Second miss, I will hold him off. You go first. Liu Jingxi did not leave. She watched the pair of short blades shimmering with ghostly green light across from her, the venom on the blade tips etching small trails of white smoke on the stones. She took the artifact from her waist, loosening the cloth strips one by one, revealing the artifact's body that had been refined with lightning spiritual power for over a decade. This was the branch she had used to swat down dead leaves under the jujube tree when she was 5. Now it had become a handy artifact. I can't leave now, she said softly. He has poison blades and his speed is faster than mine. You can't hold him off alone. The contact fell silent for a moment before drawing his own artifact from his waist. He did not persuade her again, simply adjusting his stance to cover Liu Jingxi's left side. The ambusher grinned at this, pushing off the ground, turning into a fleeting shadow, and lunging forward. He did not regard the contact as a threat at all. Latest Qi refinement scattered cultivators were common in these woods and were of little worth. His target was the female formation master. A second-tier formation master's storage bag surely contained dozens of formation flags, which could fetch a good price in Haishi City. As for killing, he had already killed 3 just moments ago. Killing 2 more made no difference. The short blades sliced. The contact met the attack with his blade sparks flying as the blade edge collided with the short blades. His hands went numb from the impact. The opponent's true essence was at least twice as deep as his own, and he could not sustain a heating confrontation for long. Yet he did not retreat, firmly pressing the blade against the short blades, preventing them from passing over him. The ambusher clicked his tongue, his left short blade sharply deflecting the contact's blade, and he used the momentum to slip past the contact's armpit. But just as he was about to breach the defense line, he suddenly felt a sinking sensation under his feet. A faint blue formation pattern had lit up beneath him, spreading from his ankles to his calves, binding his legs like countless invisible threads. The ambusher looked down, his pupils constricting. He had not seen when that girl had set up the second formation. The 3 formation flags just now were merely a decoy. That water blue light barrier was not a defensive formation, but a bait meant to make him believe he had broken her formation. The real trapping formation had been set up long ago without him noticing. Interesting, he thought as he stomped his right foot hard. The true essence of a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator erupted violently, shaking the formation patterns binding his legs. The formation did not shatter, but cracks were spreading. Although a second-tier trapping formation could bind a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, it could not hold for long. He raised his head and met Liu Jingxi's eyes, which showed no sign of panic, suddenly feeling something was off. Following her gaze, he looked down. He had an extremely faint scorch mark from thunderfire on his chest that he had not noticed until at the moment he broke through the contact's defense and triggered the trapping formation. A branch that he had always regarded as an ordinary artifact had silently pierced his dantian. The thunderfire's spiritual power pierced through his protective spiritual light in that instant so fast that he did not even have time to feel pain. You? Liu Jingxi retracted the branch artifact, twisting her wrist as the thunderfire's spiritual power exploded at the tip of the branch, releasing a blinding flash of light. The ambusher looked down at the spreading blackened hole in his chest, opened his mouth to say something, but only a stream of blood foam surged from his throat. The poisoned short blades slipped from his loosened grasp, embedding themselves in the mud. He staggered 2 steps before collapsing backward, his eyes still wide open with confusion that he would never understand. How could a 7th-layer Qi refinement formation master have set up a trapping formation without him noticing, and how could she have pierced his dantian with a branch that looked like a climbing stick while setting up the formation? Was she not afraid that he would have decapitated her before triggering the trapping formation? She was not afraid. Liu Jingxi wrapped the branch artifact back up with cloth strips, retrieved her storage bag, and crouched down in front of the ambusher to rummage through his storage bag. Inside were a few low-tier talismans, dozens of low-grade spirit stones, several old artifacts stripped from other scattered cultivators, and a small bag of low-quality spiritual herb seeds. She gathered the spirit stones and talismans, and put the spiritual herb seeds away as well. Her grandmother loved to plant things, and even if these seeds were of poor quality, they might still yield a few plants if she tried planting them. The contact approached, covering his cracked palm, glancing down at the pair of short blades still glowing with a ghostly green light. He paused for a moment, then bent down to pick up the short blades, wrapping them in cloth before putting them away. Although these blades were poisoned, they were of good quality and could fetch a good price in Haishi City. Second miss about those 3 formation flags earlier. The first one was not a defensive formation. Liu Jingxi stood up, brushing the dirt off her knees. It was bait. He thought he had broken the formation and would let his guard down. The second trapping formation was set up in the mud behind you ahead of time, the flags buried shallowly and the patterns covered by fallen leaves. He did not notice. The contact fell silent for a moment, then shook his head, not from fear, but with a sense of wonder at how his younger generation had grown. Let's go. The sounds of the fight earlier might attract others. Liu Jingxi unfolded her simple map again to confirm the route, then strode toward the abandoned mining area. For a long time, in a pine tree crown less than 100 zhang from the battlefield, a fist-sized dark green turtle shadow silently sank into the depths of the branches and leaves. The water clone left by the spirit water escape technique slowly dissipated, while the true body had retreated 3 miles away. Yue Yuan lay on a sturdy branch, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his green bean-like eyes. He did not intervene, merely extending his spiritual sense over a radius of 150 miles to ensure that no other Foundation establishment presence was approaching. That girl had set up the trapping formation better than he had anticipated, the first bait and the second being the real trap. If she applied this level of thought to formations, there were not many at her level who could defend against her. He suddenly recalled many years ago when Lei Jinqing had drawn a gathering spirit formation under Blackwind Cliff, taking 8 tries before it lit up. Jingxi was stronger than her grandfather. The contact wrapped the short blade in cloth and tucked it into his bosom. Though it had been poisoned, its craftsmanship was fine. Back in Haishi City, it would fetch a handsome price. He glanced back at the stand of dense trees. The earlier fighting had been loud, though the brawl among the independent cultivators had drawn most attention. There was no guarantee that no other forces had heard and were approaching. Second miss, let us go. This place is not safe to linger. Liu Jingxi nodded and spread the simple map again to confirm. The abandoned mine lay less than 10 li ahead. At their present pace, they could reach it before dawn. She folded the map and strode toward the mine. The contact kept 3 paces behind her and said nothing. The two of them soon vanished into the night-shrouded forest. After a long while, on the crown of an ancient pine, within 100 zhang of the battlefield, a turtle-shaped shadow the size of a fist sank soundlessly into the foliage. The water clone left by the Ling Shui escape technique slowly dissipated. The true body had retreated 3 li away. Yue Yuan lay along a thick branch, his small green eyes flashing with a hint of satisfaction, before he spiraled down the stream and continued west-southwest. When Liu Jingxi and the contact arrived at the abandoned mine, the moon hung at the zenith. The mine had been deserted for decades at least. The cave entrance had caved in halfway, and rusted carts and rotted supports lay scattered around. Moonlight washed over the scree slope, everything bleak and abandoned. But Liu Jingxi noticed several details. The collapse was too tidy. The angle of the scree, unlike a natural slide, more like deliberately piled stone. Several mine entrances, though blocked by rubble, left small ventilation gaps, and there were no signs of beast activity around the mouths. Odd for a mine deserted for decades, which should have been a favorite nesting place for monsters. The contact crouched at the edge of the scree, dabbed a fingertip in the dirt, and sniffed, then lowered his voice to confirm that her perception was correct. The spiritual energy here carried a subtle deviation. It was not the fluctuation of a natural vein, but the mark of a formation arrayed deep within the mine. Liu Jingxi squatted and planted 9-faced array flags one by one around the mine mouths, setting a simple warning formation. She then walked half a circuit along the scree and found traces of a second formation. Not the one in the mine's depths, but an array laid around the perimeter, its technique bearing a resemblance to the ancient seal she had once broken on the stone gate of a Foundation establishment cave. The Duan family's array master had indeed been here. She was about to probe further when her spiritual sense snatched a faint set of footsteps from the distance. Not a single person. At least 5 or 6 were rapidly approaching from the north side of the mine. She and the contact immediately withdrew behind a pile of fallen stone. Soon a line of cyan-robed cultivators filed down the northern mountain path and into the mine area. At their head was a middle-aged man, in early Foundation establishment, his face gone, a pair of golden silk gloves hanging at his waist. Han Baishan, head of the Han family of Baisher Slope. Behind him marched 3 latest-stage qi refining cultivators and an array master who cradled a compass whose needle trembled violently, pointing dead toward the mine's depths. The Han family kept informants in Qingniu Town. The contact had bought his clue from an information broker, and it seemed the same news had likely reached Han Baishan's ears. Han family's array master proved swifter and more professional than Liu Jingxi had expected, his compass locked on the location faster than her spiritual sense could. Liu Jingxi crouched lower and signaled the contact the same message she had already formed in her mind: retreat. Since the Han family had arrived first, let them take the lead and trigger the defenses. The Duan family's formations were not to be underestimated. The core inheritance of a Foundation establishment clan would be guarded by at least a second-rank array master. When the Duan family had been wiped out, they had fought to the death, and their arrays likely contained last resort measures that would burn everything to ash. She would wait for the Han family to set off the formation, then find an opening to unravel the array's eye from the flank. Han Baishan halted outside the mine mouth and nodded to the array master holding the compass. The array master stowed the compass, drew several formation flags from his storage pouch, and began probing the mine entrance's formation structure. His hands were steady. First he inserted a probing flag into a crevice among the rubble, observed the spiritual light's reaction for a moment, and then planted 2 more. The three flags formed a minute triangular array. A pale spiritual light flowed within the triangle, and the ephemeral barrier at the mine mouth began to take shape. But this barrier was not the Duan family's outermost defense. The moment the Han family's probing flags touched the mine screen, a rapid tearing sound came from the north side of the mine area. 5 streaks of escape light fell from the sky. Leading them was a brocade-robed elder in mid-foundation establishment, his face hard and fierce, followed by 4 latest-stage Qi refining cultivators. People from the Zhang family had arrived as well. The Zhang family patriarch landed glanced at Han Baishan, and in a voice that sounded like he was addressing a subordinate, said, Han family, head, this vein does not lie within your territory. The Duan family's inheritance belongs to those who find it. Han Baishan's complexion shifted, the golden silk gloves in his hands tightened without a sound. Just as the two sides were about to face off at the mine mouth, a barely perceptible ripple of spiritual power came from the mine's depths, as if something had been triggered. The tremor did not come from the mine proper, but from the mine's perimeter where Liu Jingxi had set her warning formation. Her warning array did more than detect intruders, it could sense subtle shifts in the nature of surrounding spiritual energy. That tremor was not the fluctuation of a cultivator's power, but the specific backlash that occurs when a formation is violently torn apart. Someone had broken through her warning array from the perimeter at breathtaking speed and with brutal force. They clearly did not care about being detected. She snapped her head toward the source of the tremor. A black shadow burst from the forest at the mine's edge. Before the figure arrived, a rank, nauseating scent of blood rolled over the area. Mid-foundation establishment. He wore a dark red long robe and a hood that hid most of his face, leaving only a gaunt pale chin exposed. A sanguine aura clung to him so thick it seemed almost tangible. The contact's face drained of color, and he blurted the capture captain of Shueisha Gate. The Shueisha Gate's capture squad uniforms bore clear rank markers, Qi refining stewards wore light red short coats, early foundation establishment captains wore dark red tight garments, while captains of mid-foundation establishment and above donned dark red long robes. The cuffs of the long robe were embroidered with blood-colored patterns. Each strand represented a completed foundation establishment level hunt, at least one foundation beast or foundation cultivator slain by that hand. There were 3 such strands on this captain's cuffs. The Zhang patriarch's face changed the moment he recognized the dark red robe. He was mid-foundation establishment and prided himself on being a rare equal among his peers in northern Yinzhou. But the mid-stage captains of the Shueisha Gate were forged out of mountains of corpses. Their level of mid-foundation establishment was an entirely different breed from that of an independent cultivator. The Zhang elder instinctively took a half-step back. Han Baishan reacted faster. The golden silk gloves tightened in his grip. The Han family's array master went pale as the compass needle spun wildly. The capture captain did not glance at the Zhang patriarch or at Han Baishan. He landed directly before the mine mouth, cast a look at the 3 probing flags the Han array master had set, and then stamped his right foot down. The 3 flags and the tiny triangular array were crushed to powder. The Han array master gave a choked groan as blood welled at the corner of his mouth. The flags were violently destroyed, and the backlash surged along the formation lines into his meridians. The Duan family's inheritance. His voice was hoarse and dry as sand. Shueisha Gate claims it. Will you leave on your own, or shall I make you leave? Silence fell across the mine. The Zhang patriarch clenched the artifact hidden in his sleeve until his knuckles cracked. 5 latest-stage Qi refining fighters and 1 mid-foundation establishment might still stand a chance in a fight. But what then? Even if they won by some fluke, the Shueisha Gate's capture squads never acted alone. Kill one captain and a deputy would come, kill one squad, and another would follow. The Zhang family's stronghold lay in northern Yinzhou, too close to the Shueisha Gate's sphere of influence. Han Baishan fell silent for several breaths, slowly relaxed his hold on the golden silk gloves, and made a signal to the array master behind him. The array master pressed his hand to his chest and rose the compass needle, still spinning madly, but he no longer dared to look toward the mine mouth. The Zhang patriarch loosened his grip on the sleeve artifact, then tightened and loosened it again before finally waving his disciples back. The Zhang family's latest-stage Qi refining cultivators retreated as if granted reprieve. The capture captain watched the 2 factions skulk away and let out a low, contemptuous chuckle. A pack of cowards, not even the courage to fight to the end. He turned his gaze sweeping the mine mouth and then abruptly halted. Squatting down, he brushed his finger across a patch of scree not far from the mine entrance. At the edge of the scree were a few extremely fine formation tracings, very new, no older than a day. He followed the arc sideways a few paces and found a second trace, then a third. The 3 flags had been pulled up, but the formation tracings remained. Their curves were nothing like the academy-style arcs of the Han array master. They resembled the pragmatic handiwork of an independent array practitioner. Simple, concealed, each curve stepped precisely on nodes of spiritual flow. Whoever laid this warning array was more skilled than the Han family's array master. He rose his gaze, sweeping the mine mouth and the spots concealed by the tracings, and then grinned. The eyes hidden beneath the hood narrowed. His smile bore the cruel patience of a hunter. Interesting. One more little mouse hiding in the hole. He raised his right hand, and a blood-red spiritual light condensed in his palm, ready to flatten the scree and raise every hiding place around it. Liu Jingxi crouched behind a pile of rubble less than 30 zhang away, her fingers silently clutching a branch. She did not act rashly. With the corner of her eye she glanced at the mine mouth now blocked by the Shueisha Gate's capture squad. The Han and Zheng parties were withdrawing, and none dared to look back. Her only retreat lay along the mountain stream behind them that led to the rubble ridge. As she readied to pull the contact back, a very faint beast sense transmission sounded in her mind in a plain familiar tone, "Don't move. He cannot find you." She froze, then slowly lifted her head and looked toward the canopy of the tallest pine. Those small green eyes in the foliage glinted once, and then slipped back into shadow. Her clenched hand loosened. She let her fingertips rub once against the branch talisman, and a faint arc lifted the corner. Uncle Turtle is here, no surprise. The blood-colored spiritual light in the captain's palm grew denser, his gaze sweeping across the rubble, sloped the smile at the corner of his mouth, not yet faded. Level the rubble slope and all surrounding hiding spots, and the mouse hidden within will naturally be forced out. But just as he was about to strike, a subtle divine sense swept past him. That divine sense bore no malice, no fluctuation of spiritual energy, and did not even trigger the protective spiritual light of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. It merely brushed lightly, like someone glancing at him from a great distance behind before retracting their gaze. The captain's movement paused for a moment. He squinted, his divine sense tracing back the source of that gaze, but found nothing. The dense forest on the outskirts of the mine remained silent under the moonlight. An illusion. The fluctuation of spiritual energy in this abandoned mine was inherently unstable. Perhaps he was simply being overly suspicious. Just as he was about to continue channeling the blood-colored light in his palm, that divine sense brushed past again. This time it did not merely pass by, it lingered lightly at the edge of his protective spiritual light, as if someone had placed a finger on his defensive barrier. There was no force, just a light touch. Yet the captain's pupils suddenly constricted. His protective spiritual light was forged through 3 life-and-death battles capable of triggering a defense without any spiritual energy fluctuation. The opponent's cultivation level was at least mid-foundation establishment, perhaps even higher. He abruptly turned, his divine sense spreading out to scan the dense forest behind him. Still there was no anomaly. But he knew this was not an illusion. When that divine sense had swept past a second time, it had lingered for a fleeting moment on his protective spiritual light. It was not an accidental touch, it was deliberate, meant for him to perceive. It was telling him, "You have been discovered." The smile on the captain's face slowly faded, and he lowered his right hand, the almost formed blood-colored spiritual light dissipating silently in his palm. But he did not retreat. He stood silently for a few breaths, suddenly grinning. It was not the cruel smile of a hunter from before, but a more dangerous smile, one that erupted from being provoked. Whatever was hidden in the forest, the ability to approach him unnoticed to such a distance indicated it was at least a mid-foundation establishment level being. Having executed hunting missions for many years, the most taboo thing for the capture team was to let a live target escape. Usually he might weigh the pros and cons, retreat to gather more personnel before encircling. But today was different. The Duan family's legacy lay deep within the mine, containing all experimental records of the blood evil sect's nascent soul pill formula, which was a direct order from above that must be obtained. He could not retreat, nor did he dare to. Come out, he turned to face the depths of the forest, his voice hoarse, yet piercing. "Aren't you tired hiding in the treetops?" No response came from the depths of the forest. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting a quiet glow on the old pine tree's crown. The captain of the capture team let out a cold laugh, raising his right hand, as another blood-colored spiritual light coalesced in his palm. This time it was no longer a casual probing attack. The blood light spun rapidly in his palm, compressing from the size of a fist to that of a walnut, then to a grain of rice, finally condensing into a spherical essence bullet radiating a dim blood-red light. The surrounding air was filled with a hissing sound as it was corroded by the blood evil aura. This was the blood evil breaking army he only used when hunting mid-foundation establishment beasts. Compressing 30% of his true essence into a high-density blood evil bullet, it possessed the power to instantly annihilate all life within a Tinjong radius. Regardless of whether what lay hidden was a cultivator or a beast, it would first suffer from this attack. He raised his hand and hurled the blood evil bullet toward the old pine tree's crown. The blood light left a dazzling dark red trail in the air, and wherever it passed, the grass and trees instantly withered. Then the blood evil bullet vanished. It did not bounce off, nor was it blocked. It simply disappeared into thin air. At less than 3 zhang from the treetop, it was as if an invisible hand had grasped it, and then it was silently obliterated. There was no explosion, no rumble of spiritual energy colliding, not even the slightest residual fluctuation. That blood evil bullet, which had condensed 30% of a mid-foundation establishment's spiritual energy, simply vanished. The captain's smile finally faded completely. Deep within the treetop, a turtle-shaped shadow the size of a fist slowly emerged from the shadow of the branches. The moonlight fell on its dark green shell with a net-like pattern shimmering in the dim light. Its size was not large, and its aura was not ostentatious, but those little green bean eyes calmly gazed down at the captain, as if it were observing something whose outcome it already knew. The captain's pupils contracted sharply. It was not a cultivator. It was a beast. A mid-foundation establishment beast. No, he had killed mid-foundation establishment beasts for more than a day, and none had ever instilled in him such a level of pressure. This turtle's demonic aura was so restrained that even his full perception could not penetrate it. The divine sense that had brushed against his protective spiritual light was not the strength a mid-foundation establishment beast should possess. Retreat. He reacted almost instantly upon realizing the opponent's cultivation level far exceeded his expectations. No hesitation, no probing. He turned and transformed into a streak of blood light shooting toward the outskirts of the mine. Before a few Qi refinement stage deacons could react, the captain had already flown nearly 100 zhang away. His movement technique was the blood shadow escape required by the capture team, sacrificing his own blood essence in exchange for a speed far surpassing that of the same tier for a short time. It was his ultimate escape method. When chasing a late Foundation establishment demonic bird in the northern part of Yuzhou, he had relied on this move to escape from the bird's claws. But this time it was useless. He had barely flown less than 200 zhang when a water prison fell from the sky. It did not come from a specific direction, it appeared out of thin air right in front of him, perfectly blocking his escape route. The range of the water prison was larger than any water-based divine ability he had ever seen. The walls of water were thick enough to be nearly opaque, and the internal water pressure began to double layer upon layer the moment it condensed. His blood shadow escape collided with the water wall, producing a sharp hissing sound. The blood evil aura clashed violently with the layering water pressure, and while the surface of the water wall was corroded with several fine cracks, it did not hold for even half a breath before being crushed by the layered waves. The captain's expression changed drastically, and he swiftly drew a dark red short knife from his storage bag. The blade was covered with fine blood grooves, each still dripping with dark red blood that was neither human nor beast. This was his life-bound magical tool, the blood-tooth blade. It required blood to return to its sheath every time With all his strength, he slashed at the water wall, pouring his mid-foundation establishment true essence into the blade, without reservation. As the dark red blade light tore through the water wall, he flew out through the fissure. But what awaited him was 9 water swords. The Xian water sword formation. The 9 water swords formed a circular formation around him, each water sword carrying a trace of dark energy from the Gue water true thunder, all pointed at the captain, who had just escaped the water prison. The first water sword struck his hastily raised blood-tooth blade, and at the moment of impact the captain's tiger mouth went numb. The attack power of this water sword was comparable to a full-strength strike from a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. The second sword slashed at his left shoulder, causing the defense array on his dark red robe to flicker violently. It barely held, but the array was already cracking. The third sword struck his right leg, completely shattering the defense array. The fourth and fifth swords pierced through both his shoulders, and the sixth sword penetrated his abdomen. The captain looked down at the water sword protruding from his abdomen, its blade still carrying fine arcs of Gue water true thunder, which were frantically corroding his meridians. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but only a stream of blood foam surged from his throat. 9 swords unleashed together could slay a late Foundation establishment cultivator. How could he, a mid-Foundation establishment, defend against them? He used his last ounce of strength to turn his head, looking at the several Qi refinement stage deacons still stunned, and at a loss, squeezing out his final command from his throat, which sounded hoarse and inhuman. Those Qi refinement stage deacons seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily summoning their magical tools to flee in all directions. But the water prison had already been set up around the mine before the sword formation was launched. Several water prisons rose simultaneously, trapping all the Qi refinement stage deacons in place. The water pressure tightened, and moments later there was no sound from within the water prisons. The captain watched the figures inside the water prisons quiet down, and his grip on the knife finally relaxed. The blood-tooth blade slipped from his loosened palm, stabbing into the ground, the dark red blood still slowly dripping. He half knelt on the ground, his knees striking the rubble with a dull thud, yet his back remained straight. The hood had been dislodged in the battle, revealing a thin pale face with withered gray hair. The arc of his smile from earlier still lingered at the corner of his mouth, but the light in his eyes was rapidly dimming. "What exactly are you?" he uttered as his last words, but the little green bean eyes could not even be bothered to respond. The water prison enveloped him once more, with the waves piling up to 10 layers, and the Gue water true thunder detonated within the water prison, exploding into blinding white light. The blood-tooth blade sank silently to the bottom of the water prison, its dark red blood grooves purified by the true thunder, turning into an utterly ordinary short knife. The captain's aura vanished entirely in the white light. The mine returned to silence. Moonlight illuminated the rubble at the mine's entrance, shining on the abandoned short knife embedded in the mud and on the remnants of the water prisons that were now empty. A faint trace of blood still lingered in the air, but it dissipated with a gust of night wind. Yue Yuan retracted the 9 water swords and the scattered remnants of the water prison, using the water lines to sweep over the captain's storage bag and those of the Qi refinement stage deacons. There were not many spirit stones, but there were several decent quality communication talismans specifically for the blood evil sect, and some intelligence jade slips that had not been destroyed yet. He collected all these items, then reduced them to the size of a fist and retreated deep into the old pine tree's crown. Lu Jingxi peeked out from behind the pile of stones, confirming that there was indeed no one at the mine entrance before standing up and brushing off the dirt from her knees. She didn't say much, just glanced towards the old pine tree's crown, then walked straight to the mine entrance and crouched down, carefully examining the detection array patterns left by the Han family's array master. The contact person also stood up from behind the pile of stones, brushing off the dust from his robe. He looked at the area still bearing traces of the battle, glanced at the old pine tree's crown, fell silent for a few breaths, then shook his head. Back when he was cornered by the Ancestor in the alleys of Blackstone City, the Ancestor was still only at the Qi refinement stage. Now, even the mid-foundation establishment captain of the Blood Evil sect could not withstand a cup of tea's worth of time. He suddenly felt that back then merely being subjected to a restriction was truly good luck. Liu Jingxi squatted at the entrance of the mine tunnel for a while, carefully examining the traces of the detection array left by the Han family's array master under the moonlight. 3 array flags had been removed, and the position of the triangular array's core was fully exposed, with the barrier of the array at the mine entrance already revealing more than half of its form. The outer defense set by the Duan family's array master had been detected by the Han family's array master, but before it could be cracked, it was interrupted by the Bloodslaughter sect. This was a great opportunity for her, as following the core node identified by the Han family's array master allowed her to save at least half the time. She tucked the branch artifact back at her waist, took out 4 array flags from her storage bag, and planted them at the 4 exposed core nodes of the triangular array. The Han family's detection technique was somewhat academic with precise core positioning, but the approach to cracking it was too conservative. She wanted to try what she had learned at Falling Sunset Ridge. At the moment the array flags were placed, she did not actively infuse spiritual energy, but instead guided the natural underground spiritual energy of the mining area to flow back through the core nodes, allowing the array to expand itself. The barrier at the mine entrance emitted a faint humming sound, and then slowly faded away to the sides. The contact person was guarding at the entrance of the mine tunnel. Liu Jingxi glanced back towards the old pine tree crown, nodding slightly, without saying anything. In the depths of the tree crown a shadow gently swayed, and a turtle the size of a fist silently landed on her shoulder. The turtle, breathing true art, suppressed all presence meticulously, but the net-like patterns on the turtle's shell glimmered with a faint azure light under the moon. She said nothing more, simply raised her hand to gently press on the palm-sized turtle shell, which was the shedding shell given to her by her uncle Turtle before her departure, and she had kept it close ever since. Then she strode into the mine tunnel. The tunnel was deeper than she had anticipated. The main passage was well preserved, and the forks had all been cleared with extinguished mining lamps embedded in the walls at intervals. This further confirmed her previous judgment that the Duan family had made adequate preparations before being exterminated. They were not fleeing in panic, but had a clear purpose in hiding their legacy here. In the depths of the mine tunnel no natural light could be seen, and the only source of light came from a small ball of thunderfire spiritual light that she condensed at her fingertips. As she reached the end of the tunnel, a complete stone door appeared before her. The stone door was engraved with the Duan family crest, featuring a totem resembling a spiritual herb encircling a Dan furnace, with array patterns extending from both sides of the crest across the entire stone wall, forming a layered circular structure. She squatted down and traced the array patterns with her fingertip, noting that the direction matched perfectly with that of the outer defensive array at the mine entrance, but the number of layers was more than double. To quietly crack the array would take some time, but a more forceful approach could directly break through with spiritual power. Just as she was about to begin unraveling the array, the turtle, which was the size of a fist, suddenly jumped down, landing on the ground, and restoring to a size of about 3 feet, raising its paw to gently tap a spot in the lower right corner of the stone door. Liu Jingxi looked at that spot, and discovered a very fine fracture in the array pattern at that node. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. This fracture was not damage, but the array core. The Duan family's array master had deliberately left a nearly invisible gap in the outermost layer of the array. For those unaware of its exact location, cracking it would be very troublesome, but knowing the location made it much simpler. She did not ask how Uncle Turtle had discerned this, simply continuing to resolve the fracture. As the array patterns were completely unraveled, the stone door slowly slid open to the sides. Behind the door was a not too large stone chamber with a stone table in the center on which several jade slips and 3 jade boxes were neatly arranged. Against the wall behind the stone table sat a skeleton in a meditative posture, its gray robe weathered to the point that its original color was unrecognizable from the bones. It appeared to be male, with a cultivation level roughly around the mid-foundation establishment stage. On the left hand's ring finger of the skeleton was a dark silver storage ring, and its right hand rested over a single jade slip, as if it had been guarding it until death. Liu Jingxi approached the stone table, first picking up the leftmost jade slip and scanning it with her divine sense. The complete text of the Duan family pill manual detailed everything from identifying spiritual herbs to formula ratios to heat control and the timing for pill collection, with meticulous annotations for each step. She set the pill manual down and picked up the second jade slip. As her divine sense probed and her fingers trembled slightly. This jade slip had no title. It began with the handwriting of the Duan family's ancestor. It recorded all experimental data regarding the blood slaughter sect's half-finished transformation pill, from the initial formula modifications to the side effects recorded after each trial, as well as the fatal conclusion that ultimately led to the extermination of the Duan family. The violent side effects of the transformation pill could not be neutralized through purification and could only be temporary. Once ingested, the side effects would lie dormant and accumulate within the body, manifesting inevitably between 3 to 10 years. At the lightest, they would sever meridians and render cultivation completely wasted, and at worst lead to instant death. At the end of the ancestors' records, one line was left: "This is not the fault of the pill, but the poison of human hearts." Future bearers of this record, if incapable of contending with the blood slaughter sect, must hand this item over to the 3 major golden core sects. The calamity that befell the Duan family must not be repeated in other clans. Just as Liu Jingxi stored the experimental data jade slip in her storage bag, the wall of the stone chamber suddenly slid open silently. A figure flashed out from the secret passage behind the wall. Clad in gray and brown with a tired expression, yet sharp eyes, he appeared to be in his 20s, but was probably only 25 or 26, with a cultivation level at the 9th layer of Qi refinement and golden attribute spiritual power circulating gently around him. It was none other than Duan Hang, the direct descendant sent to transfer the family's legacy. Behind him were an elderly servant at the late stage of Qi refinement and an array master from a collateral line, all three bore injuries, clearly having gone through difficult times. It was none other than Duan Hang, the direct descendant sent to transfer the family's legacy. Behind him were an elderly servant at the late stage of Qi refinement and an array master from a collateral line, but before he could open his mouth to question her, his gaze passed over Liu Jingxi and landed on the turtle lying in the shadows of the stone chamber. Though small, about 3 feet square, the oppressive aura surrounding it was far beyond that of a typical beast at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Its small green bean-like eyes calmly studied him, as if evaluating a piece of merchandise presented before it. Duan Hang's fingers tightened around the hilt of his short blade, then slowly relaxed. He took a deep breath and turned to Liu Jingxi, opening his mouth to ask, "Who are you?" Liu Jingxi did not answer this question, but instead took out the experimental record jade slip from her storage bag and placed it on the stone table. The extermination of the Duan family was due to this. We encountered the blood slaughter sect's search team outside. They have already found Qingniu Town. You are a member of the Duan family. You should know what is in this jade slip. Now the leader of the search team is dead and the entire team has been wiped out. The news has not yet reached the blood slaughter sect, but you should leave here as soon as possible. Duan Hang glanced at her, then at the turtle behind her. A female cultivator at the late stage of Qi refinement, accompanied by a turtle that was at least at the mid-foundation establishment stage, able to move freely in the abandoned mine of the Duan family, and had wiped out the blood slaughter sect's search team. This was definitely not a loose cultivator. However, she did not act to seize anything, nor did she leverage his identity. She merely placed the experimental record jade slip on the table and informed him of the extermination of the search team. That was sufficient. Duan Hang approached the stone table, picked up the experimental record jade slip, and pressed it to his forehead to scan it, confirming the content was accurate. Then he placed the jade slip back on the table, remained silent for a moment, and suddenly turned to kneel before the skeleton in the back of the stone chamber, bowing 3 times. Duan Hang, a descendant of the Duan family, today entrusts the ancestral pill manual to another. This is not out of fear for my life, but to ensure the bloodline of the Duan family does not break. The core part of the Duan family pill manual is contained within these few jade slips on the stone table. However, there is a formula for the modified foundation establishment pill, which was only researched by the ancestor in his later years and is unknown to the outside world. The foundation establishment pills refined using this formula have a success rate 20% higher than standard foundation establishment pills and require lower spiritual root qualifications. Even pseudo-spiritual root cultivators can achieve a success rate close to that of true spiritual roots after consumption. This modified formula and the original pill manual in the stone chamber all belong to you. It's a token of gratitude from the Duan family to you. With the extermination of the blood slaughter sect's search team, this news won't be concealed for long. We will leave tonight, departing the Great Yu Kingdom. The bloodline of the Duan family will not end here. He stepped back 2 paces and bowed again. The Duan family may not be eloquent, but we are clear on our debts and grievances. The favor you have shown today will be remembered by the Duan family. Liu Jingxi looked at the few jade slips on the table, remained silent for a moment, then only took the pill manual and the experimental record. You keep the modified formula. The Duan family lost their entire clan for this formula. You will need it more than I will for rebuilding the Duan family. Duan Hang was taken aback for a moment, opening his mouth as if to say something, but looking into Liu Jingxi's eyes, which held no pretense or ulterior motives, he ultimately just nodded firmly. He carefully stored the modified formula jade slip, then bowed deeply to Liu Jingxi and the turtle lying in the shadows, turning with the old servant and array master to leave through the secret passage. The sound of footsteps faded deeper into the secret passage, disappearing into the complex underground tunnels of the mine. His departure marked the last spark of the Duan family. The stone chamber fell silent once more. Liu Jingxi meticulously stored the pill manual and experimental record in her storage bag, then circled the stone chamber to ensure nothing was overlooked. She did not touch the dark silver storage ring on the skeleton's left hand. That was a relic of the Duan family's ancestor and should be left for Duan Hang. She also left the spiritual herbs in the 3 jade boxes untouched, as the descendants of the Duan family needed those more for rebuilding. She only took what she needed and left everything else behind. Yue Yuan stood up from the shadows, shrinking from 3 feet square to the size of a fist, and jumped back onto her shoulder. The turtle's voice echoed in her mind, calm, yet tinged with a subtle satisfaction. Let's go. We've obtained what we need. Staying any longer could lead to complications. Liu Jingxi nodded, reattaching the branch artifact to her waist, and strode out of the stone chamber. Outside the stone chamber, the contact person was still guarding the mine entrance. Seeing Liu Jingxi come out, he sheathed his knife, not asking what was inside, but lowered his voice to say, there are movements on the north side of the mining area. It should be remnants from the Zhang or Han families that retreated earlier. They did not dare to approach, but were still lurking on the outskirts. Liu Jingxi nodded and glanced towards the old pine tree crown. The small green bean-like eyes lit up slightly in the depths of the branches and leaves, and a faint transmission of spiritual sense echoed in the contact person's mind. Return the same way, oh do not stop. The contact person immediately nodded and led the way towards the outskirts of the mining area. The three of them silently retreated from the abandoned mining area along the path they had come. As they passed the rubble near the mine entrance, the contact person's footsteps hesitated for a moment. The blood-tooth blade purified by true lightning was still embedded in the muddy ground. Moonlight shone on the blade, and the blood groove had dried up, leaving several dark brown indentations. He did not attempt to retrieve it, but quickened his pace to catch up with Liu Jingxi. Moonlight illuminated the rubble at the mine entrance, the abandoned short blade, and the skeleton still seated in meditation behind the stone door. The right hand of the Duan family's ancestor still rested on the jade slip, which had long been emptied of its content, and the finger bones glimmered a dull gray-white under the soft light of the moonstone. The stone chamber was very quiet, with only the faintest breeze blowing from the depths of the secret passage, gently swaying the fragments of the weathered gray cloth in the skeleton's sleeve. Meanwhile, deep in the secret passage, Duan Hang, along with the old servant and array master, traversed the complex underground tunnels of the mine without looking back. The modified formula jade slip pressed against the inside of his chest pocket still bore the warmth from when he had just taken it out. The female cultivator had not claimed the formula for which the Duan family had risked their entire clan. She had said, "You will need it more than I will for rebuilding the Duan family." Liu Jingxi and her two companions took advantage of the night to withdraw from the abandoned mine and arrived at a safe house that had been prearranged by the contact before dawn. It was an abandoned hunter's stone house 30 miles north of Qingniu Town, concealed and with an open view overlooking the entire mountain path leading to the mine. The contact set up a perimeter alert outside, and after returning to the house, began sorting through the bloodshed sect's communication talismans and intelligence jade slips he had confiscated from the hunting team's storage bags. In the storage bag of the hunting team leader, besides spirit stones and pills, there were also several well-preserved communication talismans specifically for the bloodshed sect. He deciphered the restrictions on the communication talismans one by one and discovered that 2 of them contained copies of messages that had already been sent. One was a routine report sent 3 days ago to the bloodshed sect's branch in the Great Yu Kingdom, stating arrived near Qingniu Town, currently searching for clues of the Duan family's heritage, no targets found yet. The other was a supplementary report sent a day ago mentioning signs of activity from the Zhang and Han families. Found near Qingniu Town, further confirmation is underway. From the time interval and content of these 2 communication talismans, the contact inferred that the hunting team leader's superiors would not realize there was a problem with the team for at least 2 days. From the awareness of the disappearance, to organizing a second batch of personnel to rush to the abandoned mine, it would take at least 5 to 7 days. This means that the Lingquan Valley still has at least a 5-day window. In addition to the hunting team leader's communication talisman, the contact also found several standard communication talismans in the storage bags of several Qi refining period stewards. One of them had not been sent yet, and the recipient was another hunting team stationed in the northern area of the Great Yu Kingdom, at least 1,000 miles from Qingniu Mountain. The contact held the communication talisman up to the oil lamp to examine it closely, discovering a very fine dark red pattern around the edge of the talisman paper, which was a unique encryption restriction of the bloodshed sect. He had seen this kind of restriction once before in Haishi City, sold by an intelligence dealer who had fled from northern Yunzhou. It was said to be a special communication talisman used for confirming task progress among the hunting teams of the bloodshed sect, with each team's encryption restriction being different to prevent interception and impersonation by outsiders. This indicated that the bloodshed sect had deployed at least 2 or more hunting teams within the borders of the Great Yu Kingdom. There were currently no signs of joint hunting action, but this net would eventually spread. Yue Yuan gathered all the intelligence jade slips and communication talismans, remained silent for a moment, in order to return to the Lingquan Valley by the same route. The contact asked whether to notify Haishi City to keep an eye on the movements of the bloodshed sect, to which Yue Yuan replied that it was unnecessary. The news of the complete annihilation of the hunting team would not be kept secret for long. Rather than allowing the eyes outside to increase the risk of exposure, it was better to retract the defensive line and wait for the situation to calm down before taking further action. Liu Jingxi sat alone at the entrance of the stone house, carefully inspecting the pill manual and experimental records she had brought back from the Duan family's stone chamber with her divine sense. The pill manual was intact, and the experimental records clearly contained the last words of the Duan family's ancestor. She rewrapped the 2 jade slips in cloth and tucked them inside her clothing. After tidying up, she did not immediately stand up, but sat on the threshold watching the sky outside gradually brighten, remaining silent for a while. "Uncle Turtle," she suddenly spoke, "how far do you think Duan Hang can go?" Yue Yuan lay in the shadow behind her, half opening one of his green bean-like eyes. He did not say any comforting words like he will definitely be able to rebuild the Duan family. He simply noted that Duan Hang was able to slip away with 3 people right under the bloodshed sect's noses, hide in the abandoned mine for such a long time without being discovered, and was bold enough to entrust an improved formula to a stranger upon first meeting, which indicated that he would be fine. Rebuilding the Duan family is not a task for just 1 generation. If he can carry the spark out, he has already won. Those things buried by the ancestors of the Duan family in the stone chamber are waiting for someone who can take them out. Liu Jingxi thought for a moment, and then asked. The hunting team leader said before he died, what exactly are you? Why didn't you? What is there to answer? In any case, I will eventually be labeled as Xian Shui Linggui on the bloodshed sect's list. It makes no difference whether I say it or not. That's true. She shifted a bit closer to Yue Yuan, resting her head against the edge of the turtle shell, saying she felt a bit tired and wanted to nap. Not long after her words fell, her breathing became steady. Yue Yuan did not move. Moonlight shone through the skylight, landing on the white scar on his shell that had been cut out by a golden core talisman 15 years ago. 15 years ago, Liu Tieshan was still kneeling on the bluestone by the lake, and now Liu Tieshan's daughter was sleeping. He suddenly remembered that many years ago Liu Tieshan had also slept beside him. At that time Tieshan had just broken through to the master level and had leaned against him in the same way. 3 days later, the fog of the formation in Lingquan Valley appeared in sight. The old pine tree at the valley entrance still stood in place, and the sound of blades slicing through the air in the training ground remained steady and powerful as Liu Tieshan continued to wield his sword. At the valley entrance, Lei Xiaowan stood holding a plate of res-teamed osmanthus cake. Liu Jingxi quickly walked over, and the mother and daughter embraced at the valley entrance. Lei Xiaowan touched her shoulder, confirming she was unhurt before releasing her. An hour later, Yue Yuan summoned the core members to the ancestor cave. Liu Jingxi placed the pill manual and experimental records on the bluestone and briefly reported on the expedition to the abandoned mine. The Duan family's heritage had been secured. The bloodshed sect's hunting team had been annihilated. Duan Hang had left the Great Yu Kingdom with the improved formula, and the Zheng and Han families had been frightened off with no clues pointing to Lingquan Valley left from the entire operation. The contacts supplemented the intelligence analysis. There would not be a second batch of hunting teams arriving at Qingniu Town for at least 5 days, and the bloodshed sect had deployed at least 2 hunting teams within the borders of the Great Yu Kingdom with no signs of joint action at the moment. The Duan family ancestors' records on the side effects of the nascent soul pill were so exhaustive as to be almost cruel. Every cultivator who suffered from the side effects had a detailed file, including their name, cultivation level, age, onset time, symptoms, and final outcome, leaving nothing omitted. Behind more than a dozen names, the same character was marked dead. One of the test subjects, a cultivator named Zhao Yuan Kai, was at the great perfection of Foundation establishment. 7 years after taking the pill, the side effects manifested. Before his death, he carved the character for regret all over the walls of his cave, dwelling with his fingers, refusing to stop even as his nails split and his bones were exposed. Once these records fell into the hands of the 3 major golden core sects, the blood fiend sect's plan for the nascent soul pill would completely lose the tacit approval of the local nascent soul powers in Yunzhou. Those nascent soul lords could tolerate the blood fiend sect using semi-finished pills to win over golden core cultivators, but they would never tolerate a poison that could cause them to die violently within 10 years, circulating right under their noses. After the core members left, Yue Yuan spoke to Liu Jingxi, who had remained alone. His tone was calm, but his words were unusually solemn. The crimson sunflowers she brought back from Fallen Cloud Ridge, the array insights from the Foundation establishment cave dwelling, the Yiwood pharmacopoeia, and now the Duan family's alchemy records and experimental logs. Any one of these alone would be enough for a Foundation establishment family to accumulate for decades. Combined, they were no less than the harvest gained from taking over the Mu family's century of accumulation back when they were destroyed. He had already instructed his 4th uncle to open a separate biographical page for her in the family genealogy. Liu Jingxi fell silent for quite a while, then lowered her head with a quiet chuckle, murmuring, "It's not like I did it to get on the family." Combined, they were no less than the harvest gained from taking over the Mu family's century of accumulation back when they were destroyed. He had already instructed his 4th uncle to open a separate biographical page for her in the family genealogy. Meanwhile, at the abandoned mining area south of Qingniu Town, the headless corpse of the search captain lay sprawled on the gravel ground, the blood fong blades still embedded in the muddy earth. The bodies of several Qi refining stewards were scattered around the remnants of the water prison. A dark red streak of light shot down from the northern sky, landing before the mine entrance. As the light dispersed, a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage emerged clad in a dark red robe. 4 blood-colored stripes were embroidered on his cuff, one more than the deceased search captain. He was one of the highest-ranking commanders of the Blood Fiend sect's manhunt operations within the Great Yu Kingdom, holding a rank equivalent to vice commander. He crouched down to examine the battle traces. The circular indentation on the gravel left by the tenfold water prison spelled the residual array markings at the mine entrance that had been broken, and the blood fong blade stuck in the mud, with its blood grooves completely purified. He reached out, pulled out the dagger, turned it over a few times, then casually tossed it to the attendant behind him, uttering only 2 words, "Water attribute." Within the Great Yu Kingdom, he could recall no more than 3 individuals capable of trapping a search captain with a water prison and finishing with it. The killer was a master of the water attribute with cultivation at least at the mid-Foundation establishment stage or higher. The Duan family had no such water-attributed cultivator, nor did the Zheng or Han families. Within the Great Yu Kingdom, he could recall no more than 3 individuals capable of trapping a search captain with a water prison and finishing with a sword array, none of whom operated near the Qingniu Mountains. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Has there been anything unusual recently around the outer perimeter of the Qingniu Mountains?" The attendant presented the compiled intelligence. The attendant flipped through the dossier for a long while reporting no major anomalies in the past 6 months except for a previously flagged piece of dubious intelligence marked for follow-up. The vice commander mentally pieced together the information and made a note of the location. Spirit Spring Valley at the northwestern foot of the Qingniu Mountains. Regardless of who killed the search captain or whether it was linked to the Duan family's legacy, this lead had to be pursued. But he did not immediately order a mountain search as the intelligence was too sparse and rash action might alert the target. He instructed the attendant to mark all these leads as high priority and transmit them to the branch for the intelligence division to dispatch additional personnel. The attendant acknowledged and withdrew, pausing to ask, "Vice Commander, what about the search captain's belongings?" "No, leave the blade for him. The Blood Fiend sect does not accept the relics of failures." The dark red streak of light soared into the sky, once more heading north. The mining area fell back into dead silence. Moonlight shone upon the blood fong blade still embedded in the muddy earth, its dried blood grooves trembling faintly in the night breeze. A few days later in Blackstone City, a contact sat by the stone mill in the backyard of a spirit material shop with a dossier of intelligence gathered from various informants spread before him. He flipped through each page, his fingers pausing on one entry. This piece came from an inconspicuous rogue cultivator informant at the city gate. "Someone has been inquiring about whether there are Foundation establishment staged demonic beasts in the northwestern foot of the Qingniu Mountains." The inquirer wore a dark red robe with patterns on the cuffs. The contact committed the intelligence to memory and burned the slip of paper. He did not immediately send word back to Spirit Spring Valley. This lead was still in its incubation period. Hasty transmission might expose the communication route. However, he added a single line to the end of that day's routine summary. "Qingniu Town vicinity is secure, no anomalies in the mining area. Do not send anyone north for now." At Spirit Spring Valley in the Ancestors' Cave, Yue Yuan lay alone on the bluestone slab, carefully stowing away the alchemy manual and experimental jade slips. The Blood Fiend sect still had at least 2 search teams operating within the Great Yu Kingdom. With one captain dead, they would inevitably trace the matter here. With the Duan family's experimental records in his possession as solid evidence, he had to carefully weigh every question, when to use it, how, and to whom to entrust it. Among the 3 core formation sects, the 10,000 Spirit Valley had extended an olive branch through Shinluo. The Profound Peak Sword sect had ties via Su Henian, and the Southern Pacification Marquis Mansion had no connection whatsoever. Which one to choose, how to broach the matter, and whether the bargaining chips were sufficient? He turned these questions over in his mind several times before setting them aside as pending. Then another thought occurred to him. He had to personally oversee the drafting of the very first line for that girl Jingxi. In the depths of night at the ancestor cave of Lingquan Valley, moonlight streamed through the skylight, illuminating the 2 jade slips resting on the bluestone slab. One contained the Duan clan pill manual, while the other held the experimental records of the ancestor of the Duan family. Yue Yuan lay alone on the ancestor stone, gazing intently at the 2 jade slips for a long time. He currently possessed 3 cards. The first card detailed the complete process for refining Foundation establishment pills. The second card contained irrefutable evidence of the side effects of the transformation pill. The third card was intelligence on the blood slaughter sect's deployment of search teams within the borders of the Great Yu Kingdom. All 3 cards were heavy with significance, but how to play them, whom to target, and when to strike. One misstep could result in total failure. He began to analyze the pros and cons of the 3 major Golden Core sects. The Wanling Valley was the first to extend an olive branch. Shinluo had forged a good relationship with Liu Jingxi at the Falling Sunset Ridge, and that anonymous intelligence had also been proactively provided by the Wanling Valley. However, he had heard in the abandoned mining area that the latest Foundation establishment protector besides Shinluo did not owe this favor for free. The Wanling Valley was playing a game, and Lingquan Valley was merely a piece on the chessboard. If he submitted the experimental records to the Wanling Valley, they would certainly accept them, but how they would use them afterward would be. The Wanling Valley specialized in beast taming techniques and dealt most with demon beasts, yet their overall strength was the weakest among the 3 major Golden Core sects. If the Blood Slaughter sect retaliated with full force, the Wanling Valley might not be able to withstand it. The Qingniu Sword sect was the foremost power in the Great Yu Kingdom, with Qingniu Yuan wielding a sword that could dominate a nation. Zhao Yun had established an intelligence-sharing agreement with Shinluo and Tianxiao at the Wang Yun Peak, indicating that the Qingniu Sword sect's vigilance toward the Blood Slaughter sect was genuine. Moreover, Su Henyang was the grandfather of Su Yun, and the relationship between the 2 families had been established since the era of Lei Jingqing. However, the problem was that the Qingniu Sword sect was too large. The sect leader and the deputy sect leader were both at the initial stage of Golden Core, along with a fully realized Golden Core elder, resulting in a complex web of internal power dynamics. What reason would the Golden Core true immortal have to meet with a mid-stage Foundation establishment tortoise seeking an audience? Even if he did manage to meet, why would they trust him? And even if they did trust him, would the Qingniu Sword sect take the opportunity to incorporate him, a Foundation establishment tortoise? Having lived for so many years, he understood the ways of large sects the best. In the face of profit, human feelings were merely a thin veil. The advantage of the southern town Marquis residence lay in Tianxiao's straightforward demeanor displayed at Wang Yun Peak. The Marquis residence established its power through martial prowess and adopted a more lenient attitude toward loose cultivators compared to sects Moreover, Marquis Huizhinshan and his second brother were both at the late stage of Golden Core, making their hard power second only to the Qingniu Sword sect among the three major Golden Core sects. However, the Marquis residents had no ties with Lingquan Valley, and he couldn't find a single person to convey a message. He couldn't just fly over to knock on the Marquis door and say, "I am a tortoise from Qingniu Mountain, and I have evidence of the blood slaughter sect's crimes that I wish to discuss with the Marquis." There was a high probability he would be taken as a spy sent by the blood slaughter sect and detained. He turned the pros and cons of the three families over in his mind countless times before finally making a decision. The Qingniu Sword sect. Not because it was the strongest, but because it had the connection to Su Yun and the ability to convey messages through Su Hinyang. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Qingniu Yuan had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Golden Core for 200 years. What was he lacking? He lacked the fourth-tier sword cultivation technique and the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage. The experimental records of the blood slaughter sect's transformation pill, besides the data on side effects, also detailed the true essence catalysis mechanism of the transformation pill on Golden Core perfected cultivators. This mechanism data might be useless to ordinary cultivators, but for a sword cultivator who had been stuck at the pinnacle of Golden Core for 200 years, it might provide a glimpse of inspiration for a breakthrough. He did not need Qingniu Yuan to actually consume the transformation pill, as it was poison. However, the research conducted by the ancestor of the Duan family on the interaction between pills and the true essence of Golden Core perfected cultivators was itself an invaluable treasure. This was the only bargaining chip he could use to pique Qingniu Yuan's interest. Before departing, he went over the defensive arrangements once more. Lei Jingqing was stationed at the valley entrance with a quasi 30-year maze formation and armor formation in place. Even a perfected foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to find their way in. Liu Tieshan, Liu Jingshu, and Lei Xiaowan were all within the valley. The Blackstone City intelligence network established by the contact had already entered a dormant phase. Spirit Spring Valley would be safe for the time being. Then he shrank to the size of a fist, slipping silently into the mountain stream through the irrigation ditch. He had to go to the Qingniu Sword sect in person. Not as the patriarch of Spirit Spring Valley, but as a foundation establishment demon turtle clutching the Blood Fiend sect's fatal weakness. He sought an audience with the most powerful figure in the Due Kingdom, Qingniu Yuan, the perfected foundation establishment sword immortal. At the foot of the guest peak outside the mountain gate of the Qingniu Sword sect, the gate-guarding disciples examined his visiting card. Their attitude was neither arrogant nor warm. A mid-foundation establishment demon turtle seeking an inner-sect elder was hardly a rare occurrence at a Golden Core sect like Qingniu Sword sect. Yue Yuan did not mention Qingniu Yuan. The visiting card stated he sought to meet Su Henian, an outer sect elder. First pass a message through Su Henian, then use him to contact the inner sect, and only then could he reach the supreme elder who had been in seclusion for 200 years. He had carefully calculated this path. Not a single step could go wrong. When Su Henian saw him, he was startled for a moment, then set down his medicinal. Ho invited him into his cave dwelling and offered spirit tea. The cave dwelling was modest with a few bamboo chairs by the medicinal field and several charts of spiritual herbs hanging on the walls. Yue Yuan got straight to the point, stating he possessed irrefutable evidence that the Blood Fiend sect was poisoning the cultivators of Yunzhou with semi-finished nascent soul pills. Complete experimental records detailed files on every cultivator who had died from the side effects. The Blood Fiend sect search parties had already reached the northwestern foot of Qingniu Mountain, and Spirit Spring Valley could not stay hidden for long. He had not come to the Qingniu Sword sect seeking refuge, but to discuss a partnership. Su Henian was silent for a long time, then said only one sentence. "I am merely an outer sect elder. Matters like this are beyond my ability to relay." Yue Yuan said he didn't need him to relay it, only to help him contact someone from the inner sect who could speak with the sect leader. Su Henian hesitated, then said that few in the inner sect could directly meet the sect leader, but he could ask an executive elder from the Internal Affairs Hall, a fellow disciple from his youth who had entered the sect together with him. Yue Yuan nodded. As they were speaking, a faint sword hum suddenly sounded from outside the cave dwelling. It was not an attack, merely the sound of sword chi rubbing against the air as it naturally emanated. Su Henian's expression shifted slightly. He rose quickly, walked to the entrance, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings." A young man in a plain white sword robe stood by the medicinal field outside the cave dwelling, looking down at the newly sprouted golden thread orchids. He appeared to be around 20 with a cold, chiseled countenance. At his waist hung a long silver-white sword whose scabbard was densely etched with ice blue array patterns. He was Zhao Yun, the current sword heir of the Qingniu Sword sect. Zhao Yun raised his head, glanced at Su Henian, then his gaze passed over him and settled on the dark green old turtle lying on the stone table inside the cave. He was silent for a few breaths, then spoke, his voice cold and terse. "Who are you?" Yue Yuan set down his teacup with a thread of water, his voice calm. "Xian Shui, Spirit Turtle, from Spirit Spring Valley, Qingniu Mountain." Zhao Yun did not ask, "What is Spirit Spring Valley?" He simply stared at him and asked another question. "You are the turtle Liu?" It was a statement, not a question. Yue Yuan's small bean-like eyes narrowed slightly. He had not expected Zhao Yun to know Liu Jingshi's name. There was clearly an intelligence sharing channel between Shun Luo, and Zhao Yun and Jingshi's name had already spread among the core circles of both Myriad Spirit Valley and the Qingniu Sword sect. Su Henian quickly briefed Zhao Yun on the entire situation. The Blood Fiend sect's semi-finished nascent soul pills the truth behind the Duan family's annihilation, the complete experimental records, and Yue Yuan's desire to meet the sect leader. After listening, Zhao Yun was silent for a few breaths, then said something that nearly made Su Henian drop his medicinal hoe. No need to go through the internal affairs hall. I will take you to see ancestral master Yue Yuan. A flicker of barely concealed shock passed through Yue Yuan's small eyes. He had spent so long trying to get Su Henian to arrange a meeting with the sect leader, yet Zhao Yun with a single sentence would take him directly to Qingniu Yuan. The Sword Heir's influence within the Qianyu sword sect was far greater than he had anticipated. Zhao Yun did not explain why he was helping. He simply paused as he turned to leave the cave, said without looking back, I know about your dealings with Shen Luo. He suddenly recalled a question Liu Tieshan had asked him many years ago in Spirit Spring Valley. You are so good to Jingxi, aren't you afraid she'll never be able to repay you? He paused, and a trace of faint, uncharacteristic warmth crept into his tone. Then he strode off towards the back mountain. Yue Yuan watched his retreating figure set down his teacup and hopped off the stone table to follow. He suddenly recalled a question Liu Tieshan had asked him many years ago in Spirit Spring Valley. You are so good to Jingxi, aren't you afraid she'll never be able to repay you? He had replied then that he protected his own and never expected repayment. Now he understood. Some things didn't need to be repaid, but they would create echoes. When Jingxi shared her dry rations with Shen Luo at Sunset Ridge. When she pushed the improved formula back to Duan Heng in the abandoned mine, she had no idea that these seeds of kindness would one day return to the old turtle at her back in such a way. The back mountain of the Qianyu sword sect was a cluster of independent cave dwellings shrouded by a sword formation. The deeper they went, the denser the sword intent in the air became. Zhao Yun led him through 3 layers of sword formation barriers, finally stopping before a 100-zhang sheer cliff smooth as a mirror. There was no cave entrance on the cliff face, only a single vertical sword scar that ran from the top to the bottom of the entire stone wall. The scar was extremely fine, nearly invisible, unless one drew close, but the sword intent it contained made Yue Yuan's shell tighten slightly. This sword scar was left by at least a perfected golden core sword cultivator. He noted this detail. The fact that even he felt oppressed meant that Qingniu Yuan's sword intent was truly as formidable as the legends claimed. Zhao Yun walked up to the scar and formed a hand seal. The sword scar slowly split apart, revealing a stone staircase leading deep into the mountain. The staircase was very long, with moonlight stones embedded in both walls, casting a dim, steady light. When they reached the end, the space opened up before them. It was an enormous natural cavern, its dome dozens of zhang high. In the center lay an underground cold pool, its water so clear the bottom was visible, yet it was not frozen. Seated by the pool was a man in a plain white sword robe. His hair and beard were completely white, but his face appeared no older than 40 or 50. Yet the depth of weariness in his eyes surpassed that of any cultivator Yue Yuan had ever seen. Across his knees lay a sword. Its scabbard bore no patterns, only a single extremely fine crack running from the mouth to the tip. Qingniu Yuan did not open his eyes. He simply spoke a single sentence. His voice was not loud, but as it echoed through the cavern, it carried an extremely subtle resonance of sword hums, as if each word were a tiny sword trembling in the air on its own. Mid-foundation establishment bloodline of a spirit beast. When did Qingniu Mountain produce someone like you? Qingniu Yuan did not open his eyes, but Yue Yuan could sense that divine sense lingering on him for a long while. It was not the kind of scrutiny reserved for an enemy or an assessment of prey, but something closer to an elder who had not seen his kind for a long time suddenly encountering an intriguing visitor at his doorstep. Qingniu Mountain, Spirit Spring Valley. Qingniu Yuan's voice echoed in the cave, resonating with a subtle vibration akin to a sword's hum. Wang Changjun perished at your hands years ago. He paused for a moment and added, the Wang family of Qifeng Ridge was also wiped out by you. Yue Yuan did not deny. The intelligence capabilities of the Qianyu sword sect were stronger than he had anticipated. Both incidents had occurred on the outskirts of Qingniu Mountain, yet thousands of miles apart, and separated by over a decade. Qingniu Yuan was able to pinpoint them. However, he also noticed a detail. When Qingniu Yuan mentioned these two matters, his tone bore no hint of questioning, merely stating the facts. Qingniu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes did not resemble those of a 300-year-old man. Rather, they appeared like two swords sealed in their sheaths for too long, their sharpness contained but not rusted. His gaze paused for a moment at a spot on the edge of Yue Yuan's turtle shell, where an inconspicuous white mark was, a remnant of an old wound left by Wang Chang in using a golden core talisman. This wound could not have been left by an attack at the Foundation establishment level. What kind of enmity do you bear that compelled the other party to use even their most powerful golden core talisman? Not exactly enmity. His brother died at my hands, and he used a talisman to avenge him. Then he also perished at my hands. Qingniu Yuan paused for a moment, the faint curve at the corner of his mouth resembling a smirk, quite ruthless. Yue Yuan placed the experimental records of the Duan family's ancestor on the stone platform by the cold pond. Qingniu Yuan swept his divine sense over the records, and the cave fell silent for a long time. He found it unsettling. He read every section of the side effects meticulously. When he reached the part about Zhou Yuankai, carving the word regret all over the walls of the cave with his fingers, even causing his nails to crack and bones to show while he refused to stop, he paused for quite some time. He set down the records and looked at Yue Yuan. You brought this to me, what do you want? Yue Yuan did not beat around the bush. Firstly, the spirit stones and spirit herbs produced in the Spirit Spring Valley will henceforth go through the Qingniu Sword Sect's market channels taxed at the normal market rate, without special treatment requiring only an entry qualification. With the Qingniu Sword Sect's entry qualification, it equates to the recognition of a Golden Core sect. Any other Foundation establishment forces wishing to act against the Spirit Spring Valley must first weigh who lies behind the Qingniu Sword Sect's market. Secondly, the Blood Slaughter Sect's search team has already approached the northwestern foot of Qingniu Mountain. He would not ask the Qingniu Sword Sect to send troops to guard the valley, but if the Golden Core cultivators from the Blood Slaughter Sect take action, he hopes the Qingniu Sword Sect will issue a warning on the grounds of the search team crossing into the jurisdiction. Thirdly, he requested the Qingniu Sword Sect to safeguard this copy of the experimental records. If the Blood Slaughter Sect publicly accuses the Spirit Spring Valley of colluding with monsters to harm their own kind, he hopes to present this evidence at an appropriate moment to vindicate the Spirit Spring Valley. After listening, Qingniu Yuan nodded slightly, giving the Spirit Spring Valley a name, warning the Blood Slaughter Sect, and leaving yourself a way out. Very well considered. He pondered for a moment and responded to each point. The matter of the Spirit Spring Valley entering the Qingniu Sword Sect's market can be agreed upon in principle, but it cannot be called an entry qualification. To the outside world, it should be referred to as the designated spirit material supplier of the Qingniu Sword Sect. With the addition of the word designated, the nature changes completely. It is not the Spirit Spring Valley seeking entry into the market, but rather the Qingniu Sword Sect acknowledging the quality of the Spirit Spring Valley's materials. These two words are worth more than an entry qualification. As for the warning regarding Golden Core cultivators, if the Golden Core cultivators from the Blood Slaughter Sect take action against the Spirit Spring Valley by crossing the jurisdiction of the Qingniu Sword Sect, the Qingniu Sword Sect will not stand idly by. But it is limited to Golden Core cultivators. Foundation establishment level search teams must be dealt with by the Spirit Spring Valley itself. He can safeguard the copy of the experimental records, but the timing for presenting it to vindicate the Spirit Spring Valley is not for the Spirit Spring Valley to decide, but for him to judge. The timing that would be most damaging to the Blood Slaughter Sect is when to present it. Yue Yuan understood that the weight of these three commitments far exceeded the bargaining chips he brought today. Qingniu Yuan offered much more than he anticipated. He knew that this was not solely because of the experimental records, at least not just because of them. Sure enough, Qingniu Yuan continued, that girl named Shun from Wanling Valley has formed a bond with a younger member of your family at Wanxiao Ridge. After returning to the valley, she used Wanling Valley's intelligence network to investigate the Blood Slaughter Sect's background. That anonymous intelligence was sent by her. Wanling Valley excels in beast taming, and their attitude toward monster beasts is different from other sects. Rather than saying Wanling Valley is playing a game, it is more accurate to say they are testing whether the Spirit Spring Valley is worth their investment. Your visit to the Qingniu Sword Sect tonight indicates that the Spirit Spring Valley has chosen the Qingniu Sword Sect. Yue Yuan did not pursue this topic. He knew Qingniu Yuan had more to say. I have lived for 300 years and have seen too many brothers turning against each other over a single Foundation establishment pill, too many fathers exterminating entire families for a single technique. Your people from the Spirit Spring Valley do not covet or owe anything. If someone else were in your place, they would likely start with a plea for protection. You do not seek protection, you seek cooperation. The Spirit Spring Valley deserves to make this friend. When Yue Yuan exited from the back mountain of the Qingniu Sword Sect, Zhao Yun was still waiting outside the sword scar. Finish talking. Finish talking. Zhao Yun did not ask what was discussed, he merely turned and let him out. When they reached the foot of the guest peak, Zhao Yun suddenly stopped and said, at the last meeting at Wangyun Peak, Shen Luo mentioned a female formation master from your family, saying her talent is very high. Yue Yuan's footsteps paused for a moment. He did not expect Zhao Yun to bring this up. What else did she say? She also mentioned that the female formation master has a brother who is a body refining cultivator with a solid foundation. Yue Yuan fell silent for a few moments, and then continued walking forward. He did not tell Zhao Yun that the body refining brother had already left the Spirit Spring Valley on his own, nor did he mention that the female formation master had just deciphered the Duan family's formation in an abandoned mining area and brought back the Elixir Classic and experimental records. Some things do not need to be said, and some events do not require explanation. However, he sensed from Zhao Yun's words that Shun Luo's concern for Lu Jingxi went far beyond the companionship they shared at Wanxiao Ridge. After returning to the valley, she had been keeping an eye on the movements of the Spirit Spring Valley, even including the matters of Jingxi and Jingfeng in the intelligence exchange with Zhao Yun. This connection was thicker than he had anticipated. He suddenly asked, do you know Lu Jingxu? I do. Elder Su's granddaughter is the one who married him. He has two children, Lu Yunqing and Lu Yunzhao. Do you think the Qingniu Sword Sect would be interested in taking in two more? Zhao Yun fell silent for a few moments, and then said something that made Yue Yuan's mouth twitch. I'll let the outer sect know and have them send someone to the Spirit Spring Valley to assess their qualifications. Yue Yuan did not say anything further, merely nodded slightly, and then shrank down to the size of a fist. Following the stream he came from to exit the Qingniu Sword Sect's mountain gate. 3 commitments and the sect entrance test qualifications for 2 children far exceeded expectations. Jingxi, while sharing a piece of dry food with Shen Luo at Wanxiao Ridge, had no idea that these favorable connections would return to this old turtle behind her in such a manner today. Meanwhile, in Haishi City, the contact person sat beside the stone mill in the backyard of the spirit material shop, with 2 pieces of intelligence spread out in front of him, just received from various sources. The second report the Blood Slaughter Sect's intelligence network dispatched to northern Yunzhou is tracking down the whereabouts of the Duan family's legacy. One team was captured by the intelligence networks of the 3 major Golden Core sects, while another team is moving toward the southwestern outskirts of Qingniu Mountain. The other party has approached for reconnaissance from the outskirts, but has not yet discovered any signs of the valley entrance formation. The effectiveness of the third-tier misleading formation and the rock armor formation has withstood the test. The second report the Blood Slaughter Sect's intelligence network dispatched to northern Yunzhou is tracking down the whereabouts of the Duan family's legacy. One team was captured by the intelligence networks of the 3 major Golden Core sects, while another team is moving toward the southwestern outskirts of Qingniu Mountain. The contact person appended his analysis at the end of the intelligence. The periphery of Qingniu Mountain is likely to welcome a new round of large-scale searches expected to be far greater than that of the abandoned mining area. However, the intelligence networks of the 3 major Golden Core sects have already locked onto this search team, a mantis stalking a cicada with a yellow sparrow waiting behind. Yue Yuan destroyed both pieces of intelligence, and then closed his eyes, replaying the conversation he had with Qingniu Yuan from beginning to end. The relationship with the Qiangyu Sword sect was officially established. The line with Wanling Valley was still fermenting through Shen Luo, and the Duke of Southern Town's residence had not yet intersected directly, but was indirectly connected through Shaoyun. Among the 3 major Golden Core sects, he, a Foundation establishment turtle, now had direct contact channels with 2 of them, and an indirect connection to the third. The Bloodslaughter sect's search team is still lingering on the outskirts, but the valley entrance formation can withstand it. The intelligence network in Haishi City has shifted to a dormant state, and the deputy leader is still waiting for the intelligence office to send reinforcements. He still had time. He pulled his thoughts back to the present. Once the valley entrance formation was reinforced, and this round of searches passed, he needed to gather another round of clan luck to prepare for breaking through to the late Foundation establishment stage. The deputy leader of the Blood Slaughter sect was at the late Foundation establishment stage with 4 stripes on his sleeves. He must ensure he had crushing advantages when facing opponents of this level. As for the more distant Golden Core level, he would address that after breaking through to the late Foundation establishment stage. Yue Yuan returned to Linquan Valley from the Qingniu Sword sect deep into the night. Having just briefed Lei Zhengxing and Liu Tieshan on his journey's findings inside the Elder Ancestors Cave, another shimmering water light streaked across the sky from the direction of Haishi City. This was the 3rd urgent intelligence report dispatched by the contact within mere days. Rarely did the contact send consecutive messages. Yue Yuan unfolded the communication talisman, already braced for its contents, yet remained silent for a long while after reading it. The report consisted of 3 parts. First, the Blood Slaughter sect's pursuit team, deployed near the southwestern periphery of Qingniu Mountain, had been forced to alter its course under joint surveillance by the intelligence networks of 3 Golden Core sects. Rather than retreating, the team veered along an arc and turned northwest, directly toward Linquan Valley. The contact analyzed that the deputy commander, having previously marked Linquan Valley as high-priority intelligence at the abandoned mining site and requested reinforcements from the intelligence division, had now received the first wave of support. This pursuit team far exceeded the previous one in scale, led by at least 1 Foundation establishment senior-level commander, and likely more than 1. They were expected to reach the outer perimeter of Linquan Valley within 7 to 10 days. Second, 3 Qi refinement-level covert sentinels previously discovered on the northwestern foothills of Qingniu Mountain had been secretly eliminated by the contact scouts. No survivors remained, and no identities were exposed. Simultaneously, the contact seeded fabricated intelligence throughout Haishi City's cultivator circles, deliberately diverting the Blood Slaughter sect's investigation toward the eastern foothills of Qingniu Mountain. These 3 sentinels had been the deputy commander's first reconnaissance deployment. Their elimination would compel him to spend at least 3 to 5 days reorganizing, a precious window of preparation secured for Linquan Valley. Third, the contact had identified additional Blood Slaughter sect sentinels near Haishi City's main gates. At least 6 Qi refinement-level operatives divided into 2 groups, one disguised as freelance cultivators selling spirit herbs, the other as merchants purchasing monster materials. Their objective was unmistakable. They were actively seeking information about the Foundation establishment-level giant turtle. The contact concluded that the Blood Slaughter sect's second wave of reconnaissance had fully assembled, with all major thoroughfares of Haishi City now under their watch. Yet the contact emphasized that all scouts had withdrawn into full concealment, avoiding any proactive contact with the Blood Slaughter sect. A final note appeared at the reports: and stay vigilant. Yue Yuan passed the report to Lei Zhengxing and Liu Tieshan for review. Silence lingered in the cave for a long while. Within 7 to 10 days, a pursuit team vastly larger than the one encountered at the abandoned mine would arrive at Linquan Valley's outer perimeter, commanded by at least 1, possibly multiple Foundation establishment senior-level cultivators. And yet he had just expended the clan's fortune on bloodline evolution, leaving the clan fortune at 0, rendering a near-term breakthrough to Foundation establishment senior impossible. Still, he did not falter. He was prepared. The Qingniu Sword sect's official designation as designated spirit material supplier was secured. The Wanling Valley connection through Shen Luo continued to deepen, and the intelligence networks of the 3 Golden Core sects were already tracking this pursuit team. Add to this the quasi-third-rank formation guarding the valley entrance, the Haishi City intelligence web, and his own spirit beast-level combat prowess, and this battle could be won. Old Lei shift the valley gate formation from defensive mode to maximum alert. Activate every formation node. From this moment onward, maintain 24-hour sentry duty at the valley gate. All clansfolk are forbidden from leaving. Mining operations must contract to the core zone. Also place all offensive formations on standby. Lei Jingqing nodded. Continue monitoring the Bloodslaughter sect's movements through the contact, but do not initiate contact. Furthermore, erase every trace around the valley entrance that might betray its location, including the beast trail leading to the rear mine shaft. He turned to Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu takes several people and lay decoy formation patterns outside the valley entrance tonight. They need not function, only appear as derelict remnants of abandoned formations. Should anyone approach, they'll mistake it for a forgotten hermit's hideout and overlook the true entrance. These are illusions, insufficient to deceive high-rank cultivators, yet effective enough to buy time. Uncle Liu assented and departed to gather personnel. Lei Zhongqing tucked his manual into his sleeve and strode toward the valley gate. Liu Tieshan slung his ink-black blade at his waist and headed for the mine tunnels. Alone in the Elder Ancestors cave, Yue Yuan reorganized the 3 intelligence reports chronologically. From this moment forward, not a single misstep could be afforded. For the next several days, Lingquan Valley entered full wartime readiness. Every node of the Valley Gate formation blazed to life. The mist of the maze formation thickened several-fold, shrouding the entire mountain forest beyond the valley in a faint, ethereal haze of ashen white. The pale yellow aura of the rock armor formation flickered intermittently, while the runes of the offensive formation lay hidden within fissures of the scree slope, ready to ignite at a moment's notice. 2 guard posts at the valley entrance each received 2 additional shifts. Martial artists of innate talent rotated sentry duty, changing shifts every 2 hours. All mining deep within the tunnels ceased. Miners withdrew to the inner valley, and the mine entrance was sealed by a secondary node of the rock armor formation. The last harvest of spirit herbs from the vegetable plots beside the spirit fields was hastily gathered. Ruansher bundled the dried herbs and stored them in the warehouse, then stuffed extra rations of dried grain into her storage pouch. She performed these tasks with unruffled calm, only occasionally glancing toward the valley entrance. Uncle Liu, accompanied by several innate talent martial artists, circled most of the valley's outer perimeter, digging pits and burying formation flags along the way. All were fragmented relics of discarded flags, crudely carved with crooked formation runes, artificially aged and buried so only the tips of their poles protruded from the soil. On a jutting boulder, he etched several false formation runes, mimicking the simple warning arrays favored by freelance cultivators, yet deliberately misaligning key nodes. An expert would instantly recognize it as the abandoned outpost of some forgotten hermit, devoid of value worth. After planting the final decoy flag, Uncle Liu rose, brushed the mud from his knees, and glanced back at the ancient pine guarding the valley entrance. Its trunk still bore the pockmarks left decades ago when Liu Jingxi and Jing Shu practiced water arrow techniques. Dense and countless, nearly invisible in moonlight, yet each one etched indelibly into Uncle Liu's memory. He patted down the final mound of earth, then turned and walked back into the valley. Lei Jingqing, cross-referencing Mu family survey maps and Duan family intelligence, traced an arc-shaped defensive line beyond the valley entrance and embedded 7 concealed formation nodes along it. Each node could independently trigger both the offensive formation and the Chaos Rock Mudswamp formation. Not to kill, his design was clear-cut: force invaders to expend spiritual energy and time with every breached line, so that by the time they reached the valley gate their momentum would be half broken. After marking the final node's position in his manual, he tucked the charcoal pencil behind his ear and uncharacteristically offered a wry remark: a quasi-third-rank formation. Never imagined we'd deploy it against pursuers chasing a giant turtle. Liu Jingxi stood nearby, handing him formation flags. Hearing the words, he lifted his gaze to his grandfather. Lei Jingqing bent over his manual, calibrating nodes. The curve of his lips identical to the one he wore decades earlier beneath Blackwind Cliff, sketching spirit-gathering arrays with a twig. Just as the defensive line neared completion, the contact transmitted news via Spirit Beast imprint. The pursuit team heading northwest had paused for half a day approximately 200 li north of Haishi City, receiving its first wave of reinforcements, personnel, and reconnaissance artifacts, dispatched by the deputy commander from the intelligence division before resuming its advance toward Lingquan Valley. The contact warned that according to intelligence gathered from Haishi City's freelance cultivators, the team included not only multiple Foundation Establishment seniors, but also at least 1 Foundation Establishment mid-level cultivator, and over 10 Shi Refinement seniors. Yue Yuan replied with a single character: withdraw. The contact asked no questions, merely severed the Spirit Beast imprint transmission and evacuated Haishi City per prearranged protocol. Yue Yuan shared the updated intelligence with Lei Jingqing, and together they re-examined vulnerabilities in the defensive line. After a pause, Lei Zhongqing affirmed his confidence the 7 lines would hold for at least 2 hours. Yue Yuan replied that 2 hours sufficed. He would await the enemy beyond the maze formation, striking once the defensive and outer formations had sapped their strength, first eliminating the Foundation Establishment mid-level cultivator within the water prison, then confronting the Foundation Establishment seniors. Yue Yuan shared the updated intelligence with Lei Jingqing, and together they re-examined vulnerabilities in the defensive line. After a pause, Lei Zhanqing affirmed his confidence. If there are 2 or more, I will retreat back to stand with you and defend the valley. Old Lei, once this battle concludes, tally the recent stockpile of low-grade spirit stones and spirit herbs in the valley. Select only the finest specimens for shipment. Once our channel with the Qingniu Sword Sex Market is formally established, deliver them immediately. That will be Liuquan Valley's inaugural consignment as their designated spirit material supplier, and its quality must be impeccable. Understood. Lei Zhanqing turned to a fresh page in his manual and made a notation. With all arrangements finalized, Yue Yuan lay alone in the Elder Ancestor's cave, sweeping his divine sense across a radius of 150 li one final time. The valley gate formation hummed steadily. All 7 defensive lines stood ready. Lanterns blazed brightly within the mine tunnels, and Liu Tieshan still wielded his blade upon the training ground. The ink-black blade cleaved the air with steady, powerful force, each strike landing with unwavering rhythm identical to every dawn and dusk for the past several decades. Lu Jingshu stood at the mine entrance, verifying the final ledger of stored spirit stones. Su Yuan held Liu Yunzhao beside him. Liu Yunqing squatted on the ground, drawing circles in the dirt with a twig. Wan Shi boiled water in the kitchen. Firelight from the stove spilled through the window, casting a warm amber glow into the night. Yue Yuan withdrew his divine sense and cast one last glance at his system interface. Clan fortune remained at 0. All metrics had reached their peak. The Bloodslaughter Sex pursuit team advanced swiftly from the northeast, expected to reach Liuquan Valley's outer perimeter in as few as 7 days. Silently he recited "Come," then closed his eyes and pushed the profound water scripture to its utmost limit. Every breath, every pulse of qi within 150 li crystallized with razor clarity in his divine sense. Silently he recited "Come," then closed his eyes and pushed the profound water scripture to its utmost limit. Every breath, every pulse of qi within 150 li crystallized with razor clarity in the Elder Ancestor's cave. Yue Yuan drove the profound water scripture to its zenith. Every fluctuation of qi within 150 li rendered with flawless precision in his divine sense. But this time he did not withdraw his perception as he usually did. Instead, he extended it deep into the mine tunnels, past abandoned branch passages, past the stone wall inscribed with ancient glyphs, downward 100 zhang into the sealed seal. The seal remained intact. Fiery spiritual energy pulsed slowly within, its rhythm accelerating by half a beat since last month. While the Bloodslaughter sect hunted spirit beasts above ground, a dormant thunderbolt lay buried beneath Qingniu Mountain. He suppressed the thought and refocused entirely on the present. One threat remained unresolved. Another slumbered wait. As a spirit beast-level body, he faced few equals among Foundation establishment cultivators, but confronting both the Bloodslaughter sect and the unknown entity beneath the earth simultaneously, even he dared not claim certainty. He needed to move faster. At the next accumulation of clan fortune, he would break through to Foundation establishment senior without delay. Until then, every viable asset must remain firmly in his grasp. Qingniu Shen Luo Xiao Yun, and the 7 decoy lines buried beneath the ancient pine at the valley entrance. The profound water scripture coursed serenely through his meridians. The 16-fold efficiency resonance of the spirit spring drew mist from tributary waters, feeding ceaselessly into the turtle's hell patterns upon his back. Eyes closed, his breath slowed, but his divine sense remained unfurled across 150 li unwavering. Tonight no battle stirred. Yet he knew this was merely the hush before the storm.